This chubby young man is Sangu. He complains about everything in life. Why eat, poop, sleep, and rest when you can play games, drink, date, and travel? He wished he had two bodies to do things for him, and that wish came true. He lives in a world of hunters, with many special abilities. If you want to have powers, you have to participate in the awakening program managed by the state to help people awaken their abilities, which means stepping through a gate to accelerate the development process. The protagonist also competitively lined up to go through the gate. After stepping through, he gained the ability to duplicate himself. Currently, he is only at level 1, able to create a duplicate exactly like the user by using energy. The maximum number of duplicates depends on the user's level. The original is connected to the clone. The current number of clones that can be summoned simultaneously is 1, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Sangu followed the theory, closed his eyes, imagined for a while, and successfully created another clone exactly like himself. Sangu looked at the chubby, naked guy in front of him. He awkwardly asked if it was a clone, and if he could touch it. The clone showed no reaction. It simply responded with, "Yes, master," repeatedly. Sangu suddenly felt awkward, utterly embarrassed. Then he slapped himself awake before examining and touching his clone. He exclaimed, "This is a flesh and blood body, not an illusion." Sangu then looked at the clone's privates and told it to get dressed first. After getting dressed, the two stood facing each other. He thought for the clone to sit down, and it immediately sat down. Sangu found it interesting. It could hear him without him speaking. He then thought for it to stand up, and the clone obeyed. Sangu told it to repeat. The clone stood up and sat down a few times, already panting heavily like an ox. It seemed this clone's stamina was exactly like his. After a while of the clone standing up and sitting down, a notification suddenly appeared. Sangu's strength increased by 0.001. At the park, Sangu's clone was running frantically. Every day it ran dozens of laps around the park. The clone sat on a bench, panting heavily. A kind old woman approached to offer it water, but the clone didn't care. It ignored her and continued running. The old woman sighed. "Is this guy a pervert or what?" Sangu stepped on the scale. His current weight was 78.4. Lately, he'd felt hungry and eaten twice as much as before. Yet this month, he still managed to lose up to 20 kilos. He didn't do anything, yet his body kept getting thinner day by day, and he seemed to have grown a little taller too. The system stat panel reappeared, and his endurance and reflexes increased a little more. Sangu sat back down. He realized a few things while cloning. First, he wasn't affected by the pain and exhaustion that the clones endured. Second, the clones would only disappear if they were injured or used energy beyond their limit. Third, whenever his body changed, the clone would immediately replicate his exact appearance. Fourth, even when far from the clone, he could give commands just by thinking silently. And finally, clones couldn't use cloning. Sangu tried searching the Hunter Wiki page for data. Tier 1 data is the limit for an unawakened adult. There are common data and special data, but most awakened individuals only have a portion of common data chosen and unlocked. Recovery, resistance, strength, and intellect are some special data, and there's no way to know how to unlock these special data except for a few exceptions. With only normal training, it's hard to increase even 0.001 of a stat each day. Sangu admired his stats. His total stat increase was already 0.39 because the clones trained nonstop and fulfilled every command given. They always worked until they reached their limits, and that was why his data increased so rapidly. Sangu wondered if his points would increase if he trained with the clones, but there was no way he would ever participate in such arduous training. Suddenly, Sangu saw a gym advertisement, and a brilliant idea came to him. Sangu looked at the package registration fee and realized his account didn't have enough. Sangu sighed. Lately, he had been spending more on food. He should find a part-time job or something. His current nearby job wasn't doing very well. Sangu typed away at his computer again, searching. He intended to work as a construction assistant. It was both good for his health and earned money. He scrolled through a list of jobs. The first few times, he had to do the work himself. The clones couldn't do tasks he had never experienced before. He stopped at a job posting for delivery and called the recruiter. The phone rang for a bit, then someone answered. He asked about the job posting, and they told him he didn't need an interview, just to come and start working. They then asked him when he could start working. Sangu said tomorrow, and the person on the other end exclaimed, asking why he couldn't start today. Sangu was also surprised to hear that. He declined, and the other side scheduled him to come at 6:30 p.m. tomorrow. The next day, Sangu arrived at the shipping company. To be safe, he brought a clone, but made it wear a mask and a hood to cover its face. Sangu instructed it to answer well, and that its name for work was Jeongjo. As he wondered where to go, someone suddenly called him. Sangu turned around and recognized the person, Uncle Diakchi. He didn't quite recognize him because he'd lost so much weight. He pointed him towards a building and told him to go in there. That was the office. Sangu, full of excitement, prepared himself for work, planning to finish early and go home. After a while, he was panting like an ox, completely drained, his hands and feet trembling. He had been too naive about this job. It would probably take until tomorrow to finish. Sangu wanted to cry but couldn't. He should have just stayed home. Only the clone was useful. After receiving the order for a 1-hour break, Sangu felt like he was about to pass out. Just then, Uncle Diakchi gave him 2 cans of water, advising him to drink enough to replenish his sweat. The uncle even bought food. Sangu gratefully accepted them. Uncle Diakchi sat down next to him and the clone. He looked at the clone and asked its name, noting how it worked tirelessly like an ox, but was so quiet. The clone stated the name Sangu had briefed it to use. The uncle then turned to Sangu and asked if he was okay, remarking that it seemed like his first time doing this kind of work. Sangu replied that he was quite tired. The uncle burst out laughing, praising them for their persistence, as most people would have quit by now. Sangu cried silently, crushing the can in his hand. If he wasn't broke, he wouldn't need to do this job. The uncle asked him which university he attended. He replied that he went to Jijengo University. The uncle complimented him, saying he must be very smart to get into that school, and wished his daughter could get in too. Sangu comforted the uncle, telling him not to worry too much, as he wasn't that smart, but still got into that school. The uncle was curious how he got in, and he said he had some qualifications and was directly admitted. The uncle burst out laughing. He pondered for a moment, then asked if Sangu wanted to find another job. Sangu asked what kind of job, and the uncle suggested he tutor his daughter instead of tormenting himself here. Sangu hesitated slightly, thinking about his bank balance. He asked the uncle about the pay. The uncle said 50,001 per session, each session 2 hours, 1 to 2 sessions a week. Sangu calculated that 50,001 for 2 hours wasn't bad pay compared to the time invested. Sangu accepted. The uncle brushed off his clothes, stood up, and said he would discuss it with his daughter and then contact him. Sangu also stood up and stretched his back. Things were indeed going smoothly. The system once again displayed a notification that his stats had increased by 0.001. He was satisfied, having both a job and increased stats. It was truly excellent. Just then, another uncle pushed 2 more boxes, telling them to keep moving them. Sangu turned off his electronic panel. He rummaged through his food bag, deciding to eat first before continuing work. However, having been busy talking, the food bag was now completely empty. He looked over to see the clone chewing heartily, not missing a beat. Sangu froze, forcing a smile. The addict had eaten it all, that dog. The next morning, Sangu ached all over. He cursed, vowing to only use number 1 for part-time jobs from now on. Seeing his stats tick up a bit more proved that number 1 was working very hard. He used telepathy to order number 1 to go home. He wanted to make it disappear by recalling it, but then he would lose its clothes. After Sangu finished breakfast, number 1 returned. He told it to take a shower and change clothes, then ordered it to hold out its hand. Sangu shakily held a needle and pricked its finger. Blood oozed from its finger, but number 1 showed no reaction. Sangu fumbled to wipe away the blood with paper, asking if it hurt. Number 1 remained indifferent, showing no expression. Sangu read the news on the Hunter wiki page. To unlock the regeneration skill, one could follow these methods. First, inflict injury upon the body. Second, allow it to heal on its own until no external assistance is needed. Third, repeat the above 2 steps until the skill is unlocked. Sangu was scared. He didn't dare create larger wounds. The thought alone was horrifying. For now, he'd just keep creating small wounds regularly. Sangu told number 1 to eat ramen whenever it was hungry or finished work. He gave it a phone, telling it to carry it to work and remember to answer calls. With that, Sangu grabbed his bag and flyer and went out. He looked for the address of the gym he'd visited the other day. While walking, he ran into an acquaintance again, a tall, dark, and strong young man who threw an arm around his shoulder and greeted him. Sangu was a little startled. He scowled and shrugged off the arm. This was Kim Jeongjo. He laughed heartily, saying Sangu looked thin these days, probably having lost a lot of weight. Sangu held up the flyer, saying he exercised every day now, and was currently heading to the gym to work out. Jeongjo also touched his own belly fat. He needed to exercise too. He asked which gym Sangu went to. Sangu said the gym was called Flexible Body. Jeongjo chuckled, saying that place had good reviews, and the personal trainers there were super attractive. He then followed Sangu to the gym. The two of them went inside together. The instructor saw them and quickly greeted them, introducing the gym's current promotion. If they signed up for 3 months, it would only cost 160,000 won. Sangu didn't think much and immediately signed up for 3 months. After all, the clone would be exercising for him. Sangu asked the instructor to show him the machines suitable for his physique. After completing the payment, they walked around. Sangu struggled to lift weights, getting out of breath after only a few reps and sitting up. The instructor complimented his good physique. Just as he was about to introduce a machine, he heard a thudding sound from the other side. Turning around, he saw Jeongjo easily lifting weights, thudding like an ox. After lifting, he even posed to show off. The instructor exclaimed, asking if he'd ever bodybuilt before. Jeongjo laughed, saying it was his first time, and that his physical strength had increased after awakening. The instructor then asked what his physique stat was. He excitedly replied that it was 2.1. Sangu, hearing their conversation, realized something. So, the hunter skill Jeongjo mentioned earlier was strength. But if a normal skill level up was already this strong, how much stronger would higher level hunters be? There must be a reason why everyone only talked about hunters, right? Sangu felt his phone vibrate. He pulled it out to answer. The caller was Deok Chi. The uncle was calling him about the tutoring job. He asked if Sangu had time now to meet and talk for a bit. Sangu replied yes, and both sides agreed on a meeting place before hanging up. Sangu went to Deok Chi's apartment, muttering, "That dog Jeongjo showed off so much, but he didn't sign up for anything in the end. It's just that there aren't any pretty PTs here, so he didn't bother to sign up." But that was good because now he didn't have to worry about sending the clone to the gym anymore. Sangu stood in front of Deok Chi's door and noticed it was a bit noisy inside. He leaned his ear against the door to listen. Inside, the father and daughter were arguing about tutoring. The daughter seemed quite reluctant to have a tutor. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Sangu hit it square in the face, falling backward onto the floor. Deok Chi stepped out, intending to sneak off to work, only to see Sangu standing outside the door. The daughter inside was also stunned. After some commotion, Deok Chi invited him inside to sit down. His wife brought out apples and offered them to him. He had gotten so thin lately that she barely recognized him. Sangu turned to the daughter. By now, she had retracted her aggressive demeanor from earlier. She shyly introduced her name. Deok Chi and his wife leaned in and whispered to each other, smiling. "The girl is embarrassed." Hien was still embarrassed. She didn't know what else to say. Now she just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Sangu must have heard everything earlier. Sangu acted as if nothing had happened. He talked about her academic issues. He told her to show him her scores. Hien shyly handed them to him. After Sangu saw them, he froze, stuck in place, unable to even smile. Deok Chi and his wife exchanged knowing smiles. Deok Chi grabbed his jacket and rushed outside, saying he had to go to work. Sangu also noticed the girl's embarrassment. He told her not to worry. His own test scores weren't that high back then either. He had a lot of tips for this kind of test. He brightened up considerably. The girl was delighted, and Sangu began teaching. After teaching, he went home. He still had to work very hard, but luckily, that girl Hien was quite bright. Sangu sat down on the chair again. He told himself that number one must have gone to work already. He had given it a spare phone, but if the number of clones increased, preparing many phones would become troublesome. Sangu went onto the Hunter website again to look for skills. He saw an urgent sale for a telepathy skill. It could link senses with pets and summon creatures. The subjects could share vision with each other, priced at 100 million. Sangu scrolled past another post. A telepathy skill scroll, 400 million. Sangu muttered, "If I had that much money, I'd just go buy a house already." Skills and abilities. It'd take a lifetime to afford these skills. Can hunters actually afford this stuff? Damn, they're rich. And this price is still considered low tier. Sangu opened his phone again to check his account balance. 233,000 gold. He threw his phone onto the bed. Screw it. He wondered if he should become a hunter. Sangu scrolled through some news and saw the luxurious lives of A-rank hunters. He sat up, thinking that skill was truly amazing. With it, he would be able to easily order his clones to do odd jobs. Sangu put on his jacket. So be it, I'll be a hunter. Sangu went straight to the hunter center. He stretched his arms, wondering if he had just unlocked vitality. Even though he only slept a few hours, he still felt refreshed. Sangu went inside. He curiously looked around. It seemed not many people had come for the test. Tuet Tand announced there were 20 minutes left to register for the Hunter qualification test on basement level 1. Sangu followed the signs downstairs. He opened the door to the Hunter certification test room. Inside, a bunch of people were already waiting. Sangu didn't dare to say anything more. He sat down in an empty spot. After a while, 3 people walked in. The short, scowling man leading the way was Han Mi-1. He was a C-rank hunter, and also the exam proctor. He introduced the qualification test, which included a written test, a practical test, and an aptitude test. Anyone caught cheating would be disqualified from this exam and would not be allowed to take next year's exam either. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Then the test began. In a certain car, GM Company CEO Kong was being pressed to repay the deposit. He promised to pay it all back by the end of this month. After hanging up, he looked at his watch. The hunter test should be over by now. He had to quickly get there and entice them. Sangu finished the test as if he had just woken from a dream. Now he had passed the test. He was an F-rank hunter. He couldn't believe it. Everyone always said it was easy. He was still wondering how easy it could be. Turns out it was just like taking a driving test. The questions on the written test were quite easy. You just need to remember a few things, and you're fine. They gave ample time to practice for the practical part, and the targets were quite close too. As for the aptitude test, it was like a civic education class at school. You'd answer one question and then leave. This job involves using weapons and risking lives. Yet the test was so shoddy. Sangu was a bit incredulous, as if the government wanted them to do this. Sangu sighed. He saw a group of people in the distance. He wondered if they belonged to the organization that recruited hunters. Suddenly, someone behind him held out a business card, congratulating him on passing the hunter exam. This person was CEO Kong from earlier. He introduced himself as Kong Jun Mo and told him to contact him whenever he needed to buy items or find monsters to hunt. He would get the lowest prices. Sangu awkwardly thanked him. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before him. His clone skill had increased to level 2. The maximum number of clones that could be created simultaneously was now 2. Without waiting for CEO Kong to finish his introduction, Sangu rushed back excitedly, leaving behind a promise to contact him later. CEO Kong trembled, silently weeping. Tears and snot silently streamed inwards. "Remember to call me back." Sangu chuckled. Cloning was truly awesome. He named the newly created clone number 2, and then pulled out the business card he'd picked up today, preparing for his journey as a hunter. CEO Kong tiredly threw the remaining stack of business cards onto the adjacent seat. He secretly hoped everyone would contact him back. Kong Jun Mo looked out the window. He recalled his conversation with his superior at the headquarters. His superior threw a pile of papers at him, instructing him to disburse funds according to the amounts listed there. Kong Jun Mo flipped through a few pages to see the numbers inside. He found these amounts a bit strange. The price of a goblin's blood should be at least 5 million. His boss said something vague, telling him to use his head. If they always followed the rules and only did the right things, they'd starve. The boss placed his coffee cup on the table and patted Kong Jun Mo's shoulder. I know you're very upright, but don't be too sensitive about business matters here. Kong Jun Mo trembled, clutching the stack of papers, unable to utter another word. He felt a throbbing headache. If he had known, he should have kept his mouth shut. Suddenly, his phone rang. He took it out and answered. On the other end was Sangu calling. He had something he wanted to ask. The two of them met at a coffee shop. When Jun Mo arrived, Sangu was already sitting there. The two of them chatted briefly. Sangu wanted to hunt in a safe place that was suitable for a rookie. Jun Mo asked about Sangu's skill. He replied that his skill was duplication. Jun Mo felt a bit awkward after hearing it. He had heard of this skill before. It seemed to be the ability to create phantom clones, but those clones were useless. A rookie with such a useless skill wouldn't be able to achieve anything while hunting. Jun Mo thought for a moment but remained polite. He pretended to praise his skill, then gave him a contract to read. The first hunting ground he suggested was the slam hunting ground. Slams weren't aggressive or dangerous, but when they roared, they'd shoot out liquid and toxic gas. He needed to wear a mask and protective gear. Those things weren't easy to wear, so the downside was that he couldn't hunt for long. Sangu took a picture of the contract and said it was no problem. The second option was to hunt one-horned rabbits. There was plenty of hunting time there, but they were quite difficult to catch, so he probably wouldn't earn much. There were fences around, so this was also a safe place to hunt. There were other low-level monsters like giant rats, but the two options Kong Jun Mo just presented were the best if Sangu wanted to ensure safety. Sangu was still flipping through the contract intently. Both places were good. He was also quite satisfied with the item's selling prices. He placed the contract on the table and said he accepted. Kong Jun Mo wrote it down in his notebook. He asked which hunting ground he wanted to choose. Suddenly, another hand took the stamp and slammed it down. Another Sangu appeared. He said he liked both hunting grounds, so he wanted to try them all. Kim Jun Mo looked at the two identical people in front of him. He was stunned, remembering that he had previously encountered a ninja with self-duplication skills. But those duplicates were just useless illusions that you could pass through, unable to cause any real damage. But witnessing Sangu's duplication ability now, he was extremely surprised. The clone could review the contract. It could also drink coffee. This was the first time he had seen a skill like this. Jun Mo still couldn't quite believe it. He asked Sangu again, "Are you two twins?" He burst out laughing, saying it was understandable that he misunderstood. Sangu patted his clone on the shoulder, saying this was his true clone. His clone was the real deal. Actually, he had one more, but he'd sent it to the gym. Jun Mo was surprised. Did clones need to train their muscles too? Sangu cheerfully explained that if his clone became stronger, he would also become stronger. Jun Mo felt much more hopeful. This wasn't just a simple skill of a regular F-rank hunter. Sangu had immense potential. Sangu asked Jun Mo if there would be any problem if the same person entered multiple different locations at the same time. Jun Mo explained that it might be difficult to enter at the same time because each time he entered a place, it would be recorded separately. Sangu's eyes welled up and he fidgeted with his hands. So it's not possible. Jun Mo said he would talk to the Hunters Association about this and would make some adjustments. Instead, he needed to skin Sangu's necklace and needed him to demonstrate his skill in detail, so he asked Sangu to come with him. Sangu agreed, but he wouldn't be able to use his skill again until tomorrow night, because he needed to wait for the cooldown. Jun Mo arranged to meet him at the Hunters Center 2 days later. The two signed a contract and began their cooperation. 2 days later, Sangu arrived at the Hunter Center as scheduled. After waiting for a while, Jun and Mo arrived. The two of them went inside together. After waiting in line, it was their turn. He wanted to copy access to the hunting grounds because his skill was cloning, and he only had one identification necklace. The staff member told him to wait a moment because he was the first person since Jumper to request to copy access. It would take some time. A moment later, the staff member handed him a stack of forms. He was told to go to the public service office and equipment room to complete the integration procedures, and he could request a test in the skill demonstration room. Sangu looked at the pile of papers and broke into a sweat. So many documents. Jun and Mo took the documents to handle them for him. He told Sangu to go to the skill demonstration room. After Jun and Mo left, Sangu went to the skill demonstration room. He summoned his clone. The request to create an identical identification necklace was completed. Now his clones could also enter the hunting grounds by scanning their fingerprints. Considering the characteristics of the cloning skill, entering and exiting multiple different locations at the same time was possible, and the clones could also enter places he had previously entered. Sangu took the bracelet and said thank you. The old man was extremely interested, examining his clone repeatedly. As far as he knew, there had never been a precedent like this, not only in Korea, but even globally. Sangu didn't want to stay here any longer. He pulled the clone along and left. Sangu met Jun and Mo again and informed him that the authorization request had been completed. Finally, all preparations for the hunt were complete. He planned to go to the hunting ground today. While the three of them were talking, they were spotted by an acquaintance of Jun and Mo. He was the guild master of Hyesean. He jumped down from a second floor. With a challenging expression, he asked Jun and Mo if he was still a hunter. Jun and Mo was resentful but couldn't do anything, only gritting his teeth in pity. The old guild master burst out laughing uproariously. He glanced at Sangu beside him, implicitly asking who he was. Jun and Mo said he was a hunter affiliated with his company. The guild master looked Sangu up and down, his face full of disdain. "You're an F-rank, aren't you?" The old guild master trembled, trying to suppress his laughter. "They say it's tough when you're away from home." Mr. Jun and Mo, who used to oversee C and B-rank hunters, has now come to this. The old guild master burst out laughing uproariously again. He howled like a madman. He couldn't believe Jun and Mo was looking out for an F-rank, wearing such a stupid sweater. Jun and Mo trembled with anger, about to retort. Sangu patted his shoulder to stop him. On the other side, the old guild master still hadn't stopped. He looked at Sangu like he was a bug and asked if he had anything to say. Sangu chuckled, contrary to a normal reaction, saying that he was honored to meet the guild master of the country's top corporation. The guild master was intrigued and complimented Sangu's discernment. Sangu added that he didn't mean just that. It wasn't just the country's top corporation, but also the country's top dungeon monopoly. #1 in controlling hunting grounds, and #1 in payment rates. He couldn't believe the guild master of that corporation was praising him like this. He was so happy he didn't know what to do. The guild master cracked his neck, acknowledging Sangu's bravery. He had sneaked behind Sangu at some point. He wanted to test if Sangu's skills could match his courage. Sangu broke out in a cold sweat looking behind him. Fortunately for him, someone approached just then and stopped the guild master's next action. He let go of Sangu and asked his name. Sangu joked and didn't say, telling him to find the answer himself. The group left the association center. Jun and Mo thanked him for earlier, and Sangu said he wasn't stupid. He had found that out by doing a little research on the G1 organization, but there wasn't much information about it online. While researching, he had seen a rumor about manager Kong Jun Mo. According to an insider, he had been kicked out of his own corporation. Jun and Mo realized Sangu knew everything and asked why Sangu chose their organization. Sangu didn't hesitate and stated directly, because of the payment rate. He didn't expect the rate to be 82%. Moreover, if there was anything in this industry or this corporation that he couldn't resolve, he could trust Jun and Mo. Jun and Mo thanked him gratefully. Meanwhile, in the gym, Sangu's clone was training intensely, to the point where its hands were bleeding. People around murmured, worried about it. Suddenly, the phone received a message. The clone opened it to check and saw Sangu's message telling it to finish its workout and shower, then wait for him in front of the gym at 4 o'clock. The clone obediently stopped training, went to drink water and rest. Sangu was in the hunting ground, wearing protective gear that covered his entire body, holding a hammer to poke slimes. After leaving the hunting ground, he took off his mask and complained, "That gas mask is really cumbersome. I feel like I'm wearing a dozen masks and trying to breathe." Jun Mo said the slime hunting ground was quite safe, but hunters usually didn't go there and didn't gather much. Sangu didn't think he could do this for long. Jun Mo told him he could hunt until the container was full, and once it was full, he could go replace it in the locker. However, no matter how patient a person was, it would be difficult to endure for 6 hours. Sangu knew he couldn't even do it for 2 hours, let alone 6, so he'd pushed the task to clone number 2. With tears in his eyes, Sangu waved goodbye to clone number 2 as it entered the hunting ground. He turned to Jun Mo and said, "Next, let's go to the horned rabbit hunting ground." At this moment, he suddenly remembered clone number 1. He hadn't picked it up from the gym yet. Sangu and Jun Mo went to the gym to pick up clone number 1. Jun Mo found it interesting that Sangu named his clones number 1 and number 2. Anyway, they were just clones, so names weren't important. If he gave them fancy names, he'd get confused. Sangu changed the subject again. He'd heard that people use guns to hunt horned rabbits, so shouldn't he prepare some equipment, like a gun or something? Jun Mo told him not to worry. He could use his own equipment, but he could also rent from the hunting ground. Jun Mo reminded him that it would be best to prepare his own equipment in the future, because rented equipment would only be allowed for use at its specific hunting ground, making it easier to retrieve. After a while, they arrived at the horned rabbit hunting ground. There were quite a few guards outside. This was the famous large-scale Yujangsan hunting ground. The slime hunting ground couldn't compare. Sangu had heard of this hunting ground. Basically, the gate couldn't connect to the outside world, so most hunting clusters occurred after hunters entered through the gate. In some cases, a monster would cross the gate, destroying the surrounding environment, and that place would gradually become a hunting ground. That event was called a monster break. 5 years ago, when the monster break occurred, most high-level monsters were eliminated. What remained were only E and F grade monsters, which is why hunters valued this place as a lucrative hunting ground. The two went inside. Jun Mo pointed to a tall, dark, and smelly man's counter, telling him he could rent equipment there. The man tossed him a box containing a rifle, night vision goggles, earplugs, about 400 rounds of ammunition, and an entrance ticket, totaling 700,000 won. Sangu staggered, handed over his card, and cried silently, "Is it really that expensive?" Jun Mo comforted him, saying that ammunition accounted for most of the costs. But of course, if Sangu could successfully hunt horned rabbits, it wouldn't be a problem. The price of one horned rabbit was as expensive as a bucket of slime essence. Jun Mo led the way deeper into the hunting ground. The three stood before a room, and when the door opened, they saw guns firing. Inside was a crowd of people hunting rabbits. Jun Mo showed him his position. His spot was number 4. Sangu confidently held the gun, boasting that he had only missed 3 shots during the shooting test in the hunter exam. Jun Mo said nothing, thinking, he missed 3 shots on such a close target. Sangu loaded his gun, put on his earplugs, and confidently declared that those monsters wouldn't escape his eagle-eye scope. Jun Mo felt embarrassed for him. He thanked heavens that everyone else here was wearing earplugs. Sangu peered through the scope and exclaimed, "I see a rabbit." He aimed straight for its head and pulled the trigger. 3 hours later, Sangu was traumatized. He couldn't believe he hadn't shot a single one. How could that be? Sangu sighed in despair. Aiming was fine, but those cunning rabbits would bolt just as the bullet fired. Mo had already asked to leave a while ago because it was very late. Sangu was dejected. He couldn't even earn back the money he'd spent on ammo. Should he just give up today and go home? Sangu ordered clone number 1 to hunt one-horned rabbits here and use a harpoon gun to collect them for him. He told it to send him one via message every time it hit, and to call him if it ran out of ammo. Sangu sighed in despair. Now he was going home, lying on his bed. He saw continuous mana increase notifications. He comforted himself. At least clone number 2 was still clearing monsters quite well. Although his stats were still increasing, compared to that guild master, there was still a long way to go. Sangu yawned tiredly. Hunting one-horned rabbits was truly a mistake. He didn't think it would be that hard. Sangu closed his eyes, wishing clone number 1 would catch at least one for honor. With that, he fell asleep, not noticing the continuous messages from clone number 1. Mo was dazed in his office when suddenly someone called. They were the slime hunting ground managers. They told him to quickly come and recall Sangu's clone. It had been hunting for over 24 hours and wasn't staying conscious anymore. Mo was shocked and quickly left immediately. Sangu only woke up when it was bright daylight. He wondered if clone number 1 had run out of ammo yet. He opened his phone to check messages and was dumbfounded. Why were there so many messages? Mo arrived at the slime hunting ground. He couldn't believe that in just one day, that clone had filled all these storage containers. The clone was still wearing protective gear, blood flowing freely, but still didn't stop. Mo pulled out his phone to call Sangu with the good news. His clone had filled all the storage containers. He was about to call the monster carcass cleanup crew. He told Sangu to tell clone number 2 to stop hunting. Sangu was currently at the one-horned rabbit hunting ground. He told Mo if he could send people here, as the pile of rabbit carcasses clone number 1 hunted had blocked all the paths. A crowd gathered around clone number 1. They continuously filmed and discussed, unable to believe clone number 1 had taken down all the rabbit carcasses. Clone number 1, wearing a mask and a fully covered hood, sat dazed in one spot. A broker from the Brown Bear Guild came to give it a business card, praising its marksmanship skills. He held out the business card for a long time, but clone number 1 still didn't react. He tried to stay calm, his hand holding the business card trembling, comforting himself that geniuses were always eccentric. No need to get angry. A broker from another guild laughed heartily, reminding him that no matter how hard they tried to talk to it, the clone wouldn't utter a single word. The guy from the Brown Bear Guild was a bit disbelieving. Surely it could say 1 or 2 words. Sangu, wearing a hood, secretly supplied more ammo. He told clone number 1 to keep hunting, and if Mo came, to let him handle the pile of rabbit carcasses. Sangu patted clone number 1 on the shoulder, praised it for doing a good job, and then left. Clone number 1, delighted by the praise, was full of spirit, cocked its gun, and continued hunting. The surrounding crowd became lively again, ready with their cameras to film. Sangu was tutoring Hianchi's little girl. He was dazed, realizing he had underestimated what clones could do. Currently, the clones had reached 50% of his stats. Simply put, it meant they could do 50% of what he could do. But something was wrong here. It was like letting a machine play for him. The clones made decisions without hesitation and with high concentration. Sangu was so deep in thought that he didn't notice Hien calling him, until she called out loudly. He was startled and dropped his pen. She asked him what he was thinking about that made him so dazed. Sangu shyly handed the assignment back to Hien, praising her for doing better than last time. Hien took the assignment. She asked again what he had been thinking about earlier. Sangu propped his chin, casually replying that something better than he'd expected happened when he passed by the hunting ground. Unexpectedly, upon hearing about the hunting ground, Hien jumped to her feet. She surprisingly asked if he was a hunter. Sangu didn't deny it. Hien sat down and took out her phone to search. She asked Sangu if he knew this guy. Everyone was talking about him on Wiki today. Hien showed him the video clip online. This is a genius hunter with sharp, eagle-like eyes. Sangu was so shocked, he spat out his drink, trembling in disbelief. Who could it be? Hien excitedly asked if he knew him. Everyone on Hunter Wiki was going crazy over this person. This video recorded him hunting over 200 rabbits. But he didn't say a single word. Everyone thought he was cool and mysterious. If anyone asked his name, he'd only reply, "You Jankson Eagle." Sangu was even more shocked after hearing that. He froze, speechless. Hien looked at the video with admiration. She also wanted to become a hunter. Sangu asked if she was awake yet, wanting to be a hunter. He sighed, feeling awkward. She also had a license, but she was a bit scared to go to the hunting ground. He hesitated for a moment. She nervously asked Sangu if, should she get a high score on the next test, he could take her hunting there once. Sangu saw no problem with that. He said if she tried hard and got a high score on this exam, he would take her there. He cheered excitedly. She raised her finger and told Sangu to promise her. Sangu sighed, making a pinky promise with her. After tutoring, Sangu went outside, preparing to go home. Hien's mother asked him how Hien was doing with her studies. Sangu replied that she was very good and she didn't need to worry. Hien's mother invited him to stay for dinner, but he had other plans and declined. Hien put her ear to the door, eavesdropping. She jumped up happily, exclaiming that she was being tutored by Sangu, and he was a hunter. That's why they could talk so easily. At first, she didn't like it because he was her dad's acquaintance, but Sangu was very kind and taught well, and he was handsome, so she was completely smitten. Hien chased away those wicked thoughts in her head. She sat down at her desk, determined to study. Sangu went to the hunting ground for one-horned rabbits. When he arrived, the place was still bustling. Mo called a bunch of people to collect the rabbits. Mo asked if you've seen the money he sent. Sangu took out his phone. He turned off notifications, so he didn't see it. Sangu checked his account balance and froze. The amount was over 32 million. Sangu excitedly asked, "Is it that much?" Mo said your skills seem to have surpassed F-rank, so he increased it to 83% for E-rank hunters. Sangu awkwardly rubbed his head, but he wasn't E-rank. As they were chatting happily, a scowling man approached them. He pointed at Mo and asked, "Are you the manager?" He was a hunter who had his prey stolen. All the one-horned rabbits he was targeting were stolen by Sangu's clones. This hunt was a complete waste, so he demanded compensation. Mo swallowed, turned, and whispered to Sangu, "It seems we picked the wrong spot." Sangu pondered, then came up with a brilliant plan, leaning in to whisper in Mo's ear. The man on the other side had lost all patience, demanding 10% of the bounty. Sangu burst out laughing naively. The man was furious, asking, "What the hell are you laughing at?" Sangu patted number one's shoulder, hinting, "Don't worry, this guy won't be coming here for the next few days." He pretended to turn to Mo and said, "Let's get out of here quickly." The man grew increasingly annoyed, but Sangu ignored him, walking past him. Enraged, he turned back, raising his fist to attack him. Sangu commanded number one with his thoughts, and number one immediately rushed to block in front of Sangu. It took the full force of the man's punch, flying far back and spitting blood. The man was startled. He hadn't hit that hard. Sangu, who had been standing nearby, had recorded everything on his phone. He pretended to shout in panic. How barbaric! Such violence at a sacred hunting ground. People won't let this slide if they find out. The man looked around, seeing others staring at him, and Sangu seized the opportunity to continue his act. "Oh my God, it'll be terrible if this video gets posted on the hunter's website. Our star, Yu Jangsen the eagle, attacked. What a shock." The man began to sweat nervously. Sangu held the video in front of him, patting his shoulder sympathetically. He asked the man, "I'm leaving now, okay?" The man was furious, gritting his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. The three of them went to a cafe and sat down. Mo thought the hunter from earlier was a member of the Haisung Guild, and since the Haisung Guild was quite large, it had all sorts of people. Sangu asked him how he knew. Mo said that from the moment he stepped into the hunting ground to collect the corpses, that guy had been staring at him. This could be a revenge plot. They were doing this because they thought number one was another hunter who had signed a contract with them. Hunters from JM Company had also encountered similar situations before. Mo was sad. This was a bit embarrassing, but previous hunters often didn't extend their contracts and left. Currently, there were only a few F-rank hunters left, including Sangu. Mo couldn't promise anything about stopping the Haisung Guild either. Sangu swirled his drink, telling Mo not to try and change his mind. He knew about this, but still joined the guild. He definitely wouldn't let those bastards bully them like that. Sangu had a plan to get strong quickly. He spoke endlessly about the plan to run MO. After listening, Run MO took out his notebook to write things down. He had never thought of it that way either. How about he meets Senga tomorrow at 2 p.m.? The two agreed on a location and then went home. The next day, the two went to the Hunter's supermarket. Transactions involving weapons, armor, and other equipment for hunters had always been very popular from the start. But a type of department store had entered the hunter market industry and had taken a key position in it. Because of that, all types of equipment that hunters needed were always readily available. Sangu wore a sturdy titanium armor, set guaranteed, to protect against any E-rank monster. Senga praised it, saying it was very comfortable and light, and he really liked this set. As for weapons, Senga pulled out the small knife tucked at his waist. He said he would practice shooting better, so this was enough. Senga asked the shop owner to give him 2 more armor sets, just like the one he was wearing. Runamo asked if he also needed to find a familiar skill. Senga replied yes, but he wasn't sure if it would be here. The two searched for a few more rounds and finally found it. The familiar skill, which could share vision and senses with a pet. But seeing the price of nearly 200 koi, Sengu trembled and cried. He turned to Run-mo, asking him to advance his salary based on their good comradeship. Run-mo was speechless. He could only lend him 50 koi right now. Sengu successfully bought the Icebone orb and took it home. He pulled out the instruction manual and read it. Pour mana into the skill orb. For those who cannot control mana, turn on the orb button while holding it in contact with the body. What did Senga know about using mana? He fumbled to find the button, holding the controller in his hand. He nervously touched the orb, closed his eyes, and resolutely flipped the switch. The orb evaporated. The familiar skill had been created. Sengu called his 2 clones back, preparing to continue. He had discussed it with Runamo earlier. He had an idea to help them get strong very quickly. He had never imagined the outcome of that hunting trip. The clones had only half of his endurance, stamina, and reaction time, but they hunted 300 horned rabbits, while he didn't catch a single one. Also, the fact that he ordered the clones to take that hunter's punch and act as miserably as possible, but timing it perfectly and calmly, sticking your face out in front of that guy's punch, was not easy at all. Although the clone's stats were low, they had excellent body control. So Sengu wanted to take advantage of this strength. First, he sent each of the 2 clones to a different training ground. One practiced long-range weapon skills, and the other practiced short-range. He would train the clones extremely rigorously to push them to their limits. After learning just a few basic moves, the 2 clones easily defeated their opponents and shattered the target boards. Second, he needed the familiar skill. It not only shares vision but also senses, smells, touch, and connects other feelings. Senga stood at a different location, using the familiar skill while the clones were sparring or practicing shooting. He could experience everything: the distance in the sparring match, the angle of the joints, body balance, muscle movements, and the sensation of surging power. He could feel all of the clones' movements, from the air pressure when the club slid past, the smell of gunpowder and the recoil, and even the lingering fatigue. Even though he didn't move an inch, he still felt everything because he experienced the movements of his clones, who have bodies exactly like his. Senga felt like he could imitate those movements right now. The system notification board appeared. His stamina and reflexes increased. Sengu stretched his limbs, preparing himself. Today, he would try both sparring and shooting. Senga decided to go to clone number 1's location first. He activated his synchronization skill to clone number 1's location. At this moment, clone number 1 was already sparring with the coach. The two exchanged moves for dozens of rounds, and the coach was somewhat pressured by clone number 1. Even though clone number 1's attacks were crude, as if it had never used a baton before, its defense was incredibly terrifying. Its dodging was superb. The coach tightened his abdominal muscles and clenched his glutes to withstand clone number 1. Its attack was too strong. It copied his. The coach flicked his stick, striking another blow towards clone number 1, but it dodged and poked the coach's shoulder with its stick. He clicked his tongue. As clone number 1 was about to strike again, the coach seized the opportunity, jumped up, and attacked from above. knocking the stick out of clone number one's descending hand. The people around applauded. Their coach was also not ordinary. Sangu screamed silently, "My elbow, my wrist." The coach picked up his stick and asked clone number one if it wanted to continue. Sangu also anxiously asked clone number one if it was okay. It said nothing and got into a ready stance to continue fighting. It jumped up, imitating the coach's move from earlier. Sangu jumped over to clone number two's location again. Over here, the tension was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Another pair, a man and a woman, were praising each other. Clone number two even shot the clay objects of the person next to it. Sangu ignored them, focusing on shooting. Following clone number two's actions, he also focused his mind to feel. Upper body stable, not moving the body, and only turning in the direction of the shot, following the trajectory of the clay. When the target aligned, he fired, and the clay disc shattered. Sangu tried to remember every small detail. He had to absorb everything his clones possessed. After jumping back and forth for a while, he jumped back. Sangu wiped his sweat. He felt a bit dizzy. His mana was depleted. He was truly dizzy. Sangu sat down to rest on a chair. He marveled. The movements of the clones are insane. Perhaps because they don't know fear and don't overthink, their concentration is quite high. Considering he's gained some experience, he'll try practicing next time. While admiring the sky, the earth, and the clouds, his beloved student Hien happened to pass by. He asked her what the hell she was still doing here so late. Hien replied that she had just returned from the library. The two talked cheerfully, unaware that a group of fierce-looking men was staring at them from a distance. One of them was the guy who caused trouble at the one-horned rabbit hunting ground last time. He had been reprimanded by his boss for not getting the job done. He apologized profusely, saying he only wanted to scare them a little, but some guy came out of nowhere and filmed it. The other side asked him if the scene of him hitting someone was filmed. He stammered explanations, but before he finished, the other side interrupted him, telling him to shut up, not to bark anymore, and not to go near Yujang San's arena again. No matter what happened, he was no longer involved with the Haisung Association. The other side hung up after calling him a street thug. Upon hearing that, the man was furious. He cursed, slammed his phone against the wall with a loud bang, and then continuously stomped on it. While venting his anger, two other men suddenly came to check on him. A fat guy and a long-haired guy. He told the whole situation to the two newcomers. The fat guy was his senior, named Gun Suk. The fat guy, holding a cigarette, scolded him for being foolish, saying joining that number one club was stupid. He bowed his head in apology, asking the fat guy if there was anything he could do. Now the club told him not to go near Yujang San Field anymore. The fat guy turned to ask the long-haired guy if there was anything he could do. Suddenly, he saw Sangu's silhouette in the distance and shouted, accusing him of being the one who filmed him. The fat guy asked if he was sure. The man aggressively walked over. He was extremely sure, standing hidden behind a pole. The man's eyes were red with anger. Sangu and Hien were chatting lively when three guys came out. The fat guy, leading the way, asked if he was the one who bullied his junior. Sangu had no idea who this fat guy was. He saw the familiar face of that person behind him and realized. Sangu stood up calmly and asked the fat guys what was going on. The man behind him couldn't hold back anymore. He snapped at Sangu, telling him not to play innocent. The fat guy stopped his subordinate's actions. He grinned and asked Sangu, "I heard you have a video of my junior getting carried away, right? Delete it, and we'll get carried away and retreat." Sangu held out his phone and asked in return, "Is there anything to guarantee your words?" The fat guy licked his lips. His attitude changed completely. There was no way he'd let him off the hook. Sangu realized the situation was tense. He put his phone in his pocket. He whispered to Hien to find a chance to run. The fat guy and his subordinates cracked their knuckles and got into position. He ordered the other two guys to charge. Sangu had to handle two guys at once, so he struggled immensely. They punched him mercilessly, sending him tumbling several times on the ground, spitting blood. Hien worriedly stood in front of him, trembling as she summoned her power orb, threatening the group to back off quickly. The two subordinates were a bit intimidated when they saw Hien was an awakener and dared not charge anymore. The fat guy tapped each of their heads. "What the hell are you scared of her for? There are more awakeners now than vegetables at the market." Hien shot a light orb towards the fat guy, who easily blocked it. He swung his fleshy arm at her, but Sengu jumped out and blocked it. He punched the fat guy in the face in return. The fat guy lost his balance and stumbled backward, clutching his face. Seeing their boss get hit, a subordinate charged forward, intending to retaliate. Sengu applied theory to practice. He carefully observed the guy's movement, then dodged to the side. Then he threw a punch with everything from his head to his groin, straight into the guy's face. The long-haired guy took that opportunity to rush in and attack. He knew he couldn't dodge the long-haired guy's punch, so he used a double punch, striking the long-haired guy with a bop. Both sides were panting. The fat guy was getting tense. He never expected Sangu to have some moves too. The fat guy started to seriously charge forward. Sangu used his skills to dodge attacks and counterattack the fat guy. He was hit several times consecutively, but Sangu didn't stop. He had to punch hard and fast to wear the fat guy down. In the next several attacks, Sangu agilely dodged all of the fat guy's heavy punches. The fat guy saw he couldn't hit Sangu at all, so he became even more furious, tensing his arm muscles to the maximum, intending to strike at him. Sangu was preparing to dodge when the long-haired guy grabbed his leg, making him unable to move. So he took the full force of the fat guy's punch and was thrown backward into the wall. Sangu was gasping for breath. He felt it was so hard to breathe. The fat guy got closer to him, swinging his arm, intending to deliver another blow. Sangu thought it was over for him. He closed his eyes, ready to die. Suddenly, an explosion rang out. The fat guy was hit and his mouth fell open. The one who attacked was Hien. Seeing this, the two henchmen scrambled to their feet and rushed towards her. Just as they were about to attack, Sangu's two clones returned in time and knocked both of them out. Sangu got up from the ground, wiped the blood from his mouth, and finally could breathe again. The fat guy cursed and then rushed to attack again. Sangu jumped into the air, delivering a downward strike that sent the fat guy rolling onto the ground, unconscious, not making another sound. Sangu was also exhausted. He received a system notification that his stats had increased, and his temporary clone skill had also leveled up. He let out a long sigh and collapsed onto the ground. His clones worriedly rushed to check on him. After the two of them finished bandaging, Sangu walked Hien home. They talked all the way. Hien learned that the famous rookie hunter was Sangu's clone, and he asked her not to reveal it. After a while, they stood in front of Hien's house. He kindly asked if her arm was okay, and Hien happily said she was fine. Sangu thanked her for helping him, saying that without her, he wouldn't have been able to defeat that fat guy. Hien's face turned red. She told him that if he wanted to thank her, he should buy her some meat dishes, not just say it. Sangu promised to buy it for her. Then they said goodbye. Sangu returned with his two clones. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he asked his two clones why they were following him, telling them to work hard instead. The two clones said it was late and all the shooting ranges were closed. Sangu picked up two sticks from the ground, gave one to each clone, telling them they could practice in the park, and then he went home. A month later, Jun Mo called Sangu to check on how things were going. Sangu replied that everything was fine. Now even he could shoot with a pistol, and his clone skill level had also increased. Jun Mo joyfully congratulated him. Sangu looked at his stats, which had risen to 1.4, and told Jun Mo he wanted to take on 3 F-rank hunting grounds for tomorrow. Jun Mo was shocked but promised to find those areas for him at any cost. Sangu planned for his clones to train in the morning and hunt in the afternoon. They finalized the schedule for a while, then ended the call. After the call, Sangu ordered his 3 clones to go to the park, return before 12 o'clock, and leave their guns at home. The 3 clones immediately obeyed and left. Sangu scrolled through information online. He sighed, seeing from his clones' training that they had learned very well. Unless body movement was impossible, they could copy and replicate almost anything. He wondered what would happen if he learned about all these monsters and the exact ways to hunt them. No sooner said than done. Sangu began his learning journey. An entire night passed in a flash, and when he saw his clones return, He realized it was already 12 o'clock. Sangu yawned. These guys were still full of energy. Even if they worked all day, they wouldn't get tired. He ordered them to shower and then eat. Sangu has watched most of the F-Rank monster guides. Now he needs to check if his clones actually hunt by following the instructions. Sangu will go check what's happening and experience hunting to get used to combat by using familiar skills, then learn about mana during breaks. Sangu received Runmo's message. He urged the clones, who hadn't even had a chance to properly sit down, to eat quickly and get ready to go. Sangu took the clones to meet Runmo. He asked if the training areas were ready, and Runmo replied that he had found 3 areas not too far from each other. Sangu handed over the 3 clones to Runmo to take care of, while he himself would stay home to study using remote skills. He also needed to practice his mana breathing technique. After the car left, Sangu returned to his room, closed his eyes, and calmed his mind, following the audio guide's breathing instructions. He tried to recall the sensation of using a skill. A stream of light slowly gathered in his body. Sangu suddenly opened his eyes and acquired the meditation skill. By meditating to stabilize your mind, mental fatigue will be slightly restored, and development speed and mana recovery rate will slightly increase. In a certain hunting ground, a hunter struggled, dragging himself step by step to escape. He cursed nonstop, asking why that monster was there. This was clearly an F-rank dungeon. They only came here to hunt some foreign fish. He had to report this to the authorities. But that monster wouldn't let him escape. It bared its sharp teeth and tore the hunter's body apart. Just then, Runmo brought the clones to the location, the wastewater treatment plant. He said there were foreign fish here, known for their strong jaws. The clone replied, "Understood," and went inside. Runmo pulled out his phone to inform Sangu that he had brought all 3 to the location. He himself couldn't believe a single hunter was hunting in 3 different locations. Meanwhile, the original was in his room. This ability was truly top-notch. Meanwhile, at Sangu's home, he was ecstatic because he had acquired the mana-breathing skill. Truly a once-in-a-thousand-year genius, but his joy didn't last more than 3 seconds. His phone reminded him to continue sensing mana and continue breathing, not to mistake meditation and mana breathing for the same skill. Sangu was disappointed. He had guessed it would be hard to get the mana breathing skill, yet he got overly excited for nothing. Feeling embarrassed, he picked up his phone to check and saw that the 3 clones had arrived at their destinations. Sangu used a familiar skill to go to that training area. As soon as he entered, he saw a rat with its snout pierced. Sangu jumped in fright. What the hell was this? Calming down and looking again, he realized it was clone number 1 hunting. Sangu continued to observe his surroundings. Following the theory Sangu watched in the video, giant rats are among the most annoying F-rank monsters. If you plan to hunt them, you should form a party. If there's no other option but to go solo, there's still a way to succeed. First, because the rats will charge straight at you, keep your distance and shoot. Of course, you can't take them all down by shooting, so switch to close combat. Their skulls are very hard, so aim for the ribs. Rats are very fertile, just like normal rats, so their numbers are very large. Clone number 1 calmly took them down one by one. Sangu then jumped to where number 2 was. His clones truly could hunt exactly like him. They even used the skills he possessed. They weren't startled or afraid at all. They hunted without caring about the opponent's rank, and he could experiment with hunting using familiar skills. Sangu's stats increased little by little, and his clones grew stronger as well. Today he would wipe out all the F-rank monsters. After hunting for a while, feeling like something was missing, Sangu suddenly remembered. He hadn't collected the monster corpses yet. His money had flown away with the wind. Immediately, he ordered the 3 clones to go back and quickly collect the monster corpses. With his money vanishing, Sangu was on the verge of tears. Sangu pointed at the fish lying over there and asked clone number 3 if it wasn't going to collect them. It replied that it hadn't hunted those, so whoever did should collect them. Sangu's eyes twitched. He pointed at clone number 3, warning, "That's all money. Don't mess around like that." Number 3 obediently went to collect them. Sangu looked at the mangled fish and felt a bit disgusted. Number 3 pulled an arm out of a fish and asked Sangu if this needed to be collected, as it wasn't a fish. Sangu froze when he saw the arm. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind them. Both turned around, looking cautiously. Number 3 saw the movement and turned to the right. It was just a fish head. It was a trap. The giant fish had already been standing behind it. Number 3 couldn't react in time. As it was about to turn and shoot, the fish smacked one of its arms off. Sangu screamed in pain, feeling as if his own arm had been severed. His consciousness returned to his body. Sangu trembled as he looked at his hand. It was still intact. The previous connection had been severed due to the pain. Still in shock, Sangu called Runmo and told him to come to hunting ground number 3. There wasn't much time to explain. Sangu quickly put on his shoes and left immediately. He also called number 1 and number 2. Meanwhile, number 3 was struggling to defend itself against the giant, six-pack muscled fish. Sangu arrived at number 3's hunting ground. He had lost connection with number 3 and would have to wait a very long time to summon it again. He went through the checkpoint and met up with Runmo and the other 2 clones. It was then that Sangu clearly explained the situation to Runmo. The monster inside the hunting ground was very strong, and number 3 had disappeared. Sangu described it as having a fish head, bulging six-pack muscles, and full limbs. In other words, a merman. Runmo was startled. He had to report this to his superiors and temporarily close this place. The monster Sangu just mentioned was a monster called a merman. Its rank was D. Even a team of E-rank hunters couldn't do anything against it. Sangu told Runmo to inform the guards to prevent other hunters from entering after his clones went in. He couldn't just sit still. He wanted Runmo to trust him, just as he trusted his clones. Sangu once again activated his familiar skill and entered with his 2 clones. They crept towards a spot where number 3 had disappeared. At this moment, the monster was gnawing on a human corpse. They had to seize this opportunity to attack. Although his current stats were on par with an E-rank hunter, his clones only had about 53% of those stats. They were, at best, F-rank. However, the merman wasn't in its best condition. If they also factored in the hunting skills of the clones and his synchronized coordination with them, it was still feasible. He ordered the clones to shoot the fish in the head, but both bullets that flew out and hit the fish's head were deflected. The 2 clones stared in bewilderment, mouths agape. The bullets had no effect whatsoever. The merman slowly stood up. It bared its fangs and claws, letting out a roar. The merman leaped towards the 2 clones. Number 1 and number 2 jumped to attack the fish from behind, but only managed to inflict a tiny cut on it. The fish swung its sword, hitting several trees in the forest. Sangu sighed in relief, fortunate that the fish's large body made it difficult to swing its sword amidst the trees like this. But his words had to be taken back almost immediately. The fish chopped down the tree in a flash. Number 1 and number 2 continued to charge, attacking the fish's arm with knives, but it was still ineffective. It swung its fist, sending number 2 flying far away, crashing into a tree opposite. Sangu cursed. Damn it, if these attacks keep being useless, how the hell are we supposed to hunt this big, thick-skulled bastard? Sangu suddenly remembered the 2 bullets number 1 and number 2 had shot at the fish earlier. The first one bounced off immediately, but the next one had caused a little damage. He ordered the clones to aim for the fish's wound again. And it was true, it worked. Sangu felt like he'd seen the light. He ordered his 2 clones too. Number 1 and number 2 deftly dodged attacks, leaping everywhere and continuously shooting at the fish's wounds. The fish boiled with rage. The sword in its hand glowed red, and it swung it towards the clones. Number 1 reached out to block the attack, but was thrown back, vomiting blood. The fish was stronger than before. Sangu quickly realized the sword it was holding was reacting to its blood, which also meant the fish was quite wounded, so it was probably only temporarily stronger. The 2 clones continued to attack the fish's wound. It screamed in pain and punched number 1 straight in the stomach. Sangu also felt a piercing pain deep down. Number 1 held onto the fish's punching arm and used its other hand to repeatedly stab the fish with a knife. The fish shrieked in pain. It swung its leg, kicking number 1 far away, then swung its sword down to strike. Just then, Number 2 rushed into shield number 1, and the two clones continued to charge and attack. After continuous attacks, the fish was too heavily wounded, bleeding too much. It couldn't hold on anymore and fell. The two clones were also exhausted, panting heavily like oxen and collapsing to the ground. They couldn't even walk anymore. Ammunition was also depleted. Sangu thought today's hunt was enough. It should stop here. I thought I was dead for sure. Sangu sat up, intending to report back to the manager, when he realized the fish behind him had completely vanished. He ordered number 2 to follow the fish, following its tracks. The fish was heading towards the main gate. At this time, outside, the guard team had just received a report of a D-rank monster appearing inside this hunting ground, so the entrance had been sealed off. They informed the newly arrived hunters that a team of hunters from the association would be dispatched soon, so if there were any changes, they would be immediately notified. Just then, a problem occurred at the entrance gate. The monster had approached the gate, preparing to charge out. The gatekeepers desperately opened fire to prevent the monster from getting out, but the firearms had no effect. The fish had already charged out of the gate. Number 2 from behind threw a knife from inside out, hitting the fish's head, and bounced off. Sangu came out of nowhere and grabbed the knife, putting all his strength into slashing directly at the wound on its head. The fish writhed in pain, blood splattering everywhere. Sangu still didn't loosen his grip. He continued to stab with force, and the fish fell, truly dead. Number 2 proudly shed tears and gave a thumbs up in approval. A moment later, the hunter from the association also arrived. When he arrived, the merfolk was already lying in a pool of blood. He asked what had just happened here. The gatekeeper explained. A D-rank monster appeared, but a hunter had entered the portal before the lockdown and hunted that monster. The association member was skeptical. This isn't an F-rank hunting ground, so why is there a D-rank team here? The gatekeeper hastily explained. It's not a D-rank hunter or a team of hunters. They're still investigating, but from what they know, an F-rank hunter defeated the monster along with his clones. The association member looked at the state of the fish. All attacks on that wound must have caused damage, since there were no specific weapons. But is it really possible to accurately hit a moving monster's wound? He said he would go in and check if there were any other monsters in the portal, telling the gatekeeper to complete the investigation before he returned. The association hunter sighed. How should he report this to the association? Just saying he killed the monster himself would be a bit much. On the other side, after Sangu defeated the monster, a series of skills were unlocked. The sprint skill, the regeneration skill, the strike skill, and other stats were also increased. Sangu wiped the blood off himself. This time so many skills were unlocked. He didn't notice because he was busy fighting. Numbers 1 and 2 were almost fatally wounded earlier, but didn't disappear, which must be thanks to the regeneration skill. Zunmo worriedly asked number 1, "How is number 2?" Sangu said they were injured, but needed a bit more cooldown time before he could summon them again, and he thought letting them recover on their own would help increase the regeneration stat. Zunmo laughed heartily, praising Sangu for truly being amazing. Having taken down a D-rank monster, he thought Sangu could easily take down an E-rank monster by himself now. Sangu suddenly remembered. The fish from earlier had a very unique short sword, capable of absorbing blood. He was about to reach for the sword when Zunmo stopped him, telling him to have his clone pick up the sword, just in case it was a cursed item. Sangu asked, "Can't cursed items be used?" Zunmo explained that cursed items were very rare, so their value could be determined by their effects. As soon as he heard about money, Sangu's eyes lit up. He listened to Zunmo and had his clone keep the sword, leaving the cleanup to the cleanup crew. He thought today was more than enough. If he stayed any longer, reporters would swarm him. Sangu pulled something out of his pocket and showed it to Zunmo, asking if it was expensive. It fell from the fish's head. Zunmo was startled, looking at the stone Sangu held in his hand. This was a low-grade gem, a worthless item. But seeing Sangu's expectant face, Zunmo didn't dare say it. He told him this gem wasn't worth much. It was just an item that increased stats, but wasn't used much due to its severe side effects, so it was very cheap. After hearing that, Sangu felt like salt was rubbed into his wound. He flung the gem to the ground with a thud. I don't need this anymore. Sangu said goodbye to Zunmo and took his 2 clones home. Number 1 and Number 2 collapsed onto the bed like zombies. Sangu threw his bag on the ground and then resummoned Number 3 to check on it. Sangu gave equipment to Number 3 and told it to go train. Sangu sat down and took out the sword and the gem he had just despised to examine them. He picked up the gem to check its attributes. This gem was a low-grade power-enhancing gem, a crystal capable of upgrading power. Humans couldn't use it. It worked on summoned entities, but would turn them into monsters. This gem increased the power stat by 0.005. It's certainly tempting, but the stats made him too hesitant. Normally, injuries to his clones or other sensations wouldn't affect him. But what if he was the one who turned into a monster, not the clone? Just thinking about himself turning into an ugly monster. Zunmo was so scared he'd shoot it dead, so Sangu had to put the gem away, not using it for now. He then opened the sword. Just in case, he kept it in this box and carried it back here. Selling it would be fine since it's valuable, but if he used it before selling, it should still be okay, right? Sangu ordered Number 2 to hold the sword and raise it. Sangu waited, hoping something would happen, but nothing happened. Is that all? Number 2 truthfully reported that it heard a voice. Sangu used his familiar skill to possess Number 2. As soon as he entered, his head buzzed, filled with sounds of slaughter. Sangu immediately exited. There was no reaction from Number 2 either. It seemed that unless it was an extremely loud sound, the clones wouldn't be affected. If he held it directly, he wondered what state he'd end up in. No wonder that fish went crazy. He told Number 2 to hold the sword for a little longer. The system announced that the regeneration stat had increased. Rest helps them recover a bit faster. Sangu was troubled. Tomorrow he had to take them hunting. But with a situation like this, then, he ordered his clones to unlock mana breath. They would meditate together today. The next morning, Sangu went to school after a long break. His stats had also increased significantly. But there was something even more important. No one even greeted him. Sangu didn't realize he'd be this lonely. He walked into class, met his friend. He asked why his friend was in this class. His friend said he chose this department because the professor was easygoing and generous with grades. Sangu sat down and chatted with his friend. People around started whispering, "Is that Sangu? Wasn't he really fat before? He's totally transformed now." Sangu asked his friend if he had changed that much. His friend chuckled and asked if he had seen his parents yet. "I bet your old folks won't even recognize you." His friend invited Sangu out for drinks after class, but he refused, saying he already had plans and couldn't go. His friend made a scene, shouting that Sangu was a traitor, abandoning his friends for a girl. Sangu couldn't stop his loud mouth in time. 2 other friends of his had also heard it. They swore to hold a grudge. They would all remember the day Sangu betrayed them. Just then, the professor entered the classroom, ending all the commotion. At the WHA Global Hunter Association, they had calculated a disaster. A gate would form. Thousands of monsters would pour out from it. The highest monster level was A, and the gate was very likely to open in the next few days. The location was South Korea. Immediately after receiving the news, the association organized a meeting among the top guild leaders nationwide. This cat-eared girl is Han Miho, leader of the Zolo Guild, ranked 6th nationwide. This man is Park Wunt, leader of the Kenius Guild, ranked 3rd nationwide. The two happened to meet on the way and went into the meeting room together. Other guild leaders were already there, including Old Man Hee-sung, ranked 1st nationwide, hated by everyone. He greeted Wunt, but Wunt tried to ignore him, not wanting to talk. But Hee-sung didn't let it go that easily. He poked at a raw nerve, bringing up how Wunt's guild's first team recently went to Odin's Tower, but there had been no news for days. Kim Egon, the guild leader ranked 2nd, seeing this, told Hee-sung that he was going too far. Hee-sung still didn't care about anyone, sitting there cackling. Wunt's eyes burned with anger, but he just endured it in silence. Just then, the chairman of the Korean Hunter Association walked in. He noticed the tense atmosphere in the room, cleared his throat, and took his seat. He announced the monster catastrophe that was about to hit the country. Because of the suspicion that there might be a rank monsters, the Hunter Association was asked to cooperate with the strongest guilds in the country. Someone asked when and where it would happen. The association chairman replied indifferently, except for the possibility that it would happen domestically. They had no other specific information. The leader of the second-ranked guild nationwide angrily slammed the table and shouted, "So, we have to protect the entire nation, huh? While we don't even know the exact location of the gate." The association chairman shyly raised a document to cover his face. The only thing they knew was that the catastrophe would happen soon. Other guilds also started murmuring. They didn't even have enough hunters to handle internal matters anymore. How could they prevent a catastrophe without knowing the time and location? Other guilds kept asking questions, making the association chairman confused about what to do. One raised his hand to propose an idea. He proposed that each guild prepare a team of hunters that could be dispatched at any emergency, checking locations around their areas, and when the catastrophe occurred, all guilds would concentrate all their forces at that location. No exceptions. This was mandatory, and any guild that didn't comply would be severely punished. The association chairman also found this to be a rather reasonable idea. He asked if anyone else had different opinions. They would decide by a show of hands. The other guild leaders had no objections, and all raised their hands in unison. The chairman breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally reached a conclusion. The meeting concluded. Other guilds continued to protect their areas and maintain close cooperative relationships. After class ended, Senga happily carried his backpack and headed home. From a distance, he saw some guy flirting with Hyen. He tried to coax her into giving him her phone number. Hyen tried to refuse by saying she had a boyfriend, but the guy wouldn't let go, trying to keep her there. Sangu approached and asked Hyen why she was there. Hyen, as if grasping a lifeline, called Sangu honey and ran to grab his arm, pulling him away. Sangu, meanwhile, didn't understand what was happening. After they got away from that guy, Hyen explained the situation to him. She tried to emphasize to Sangu that she didn't have a boyfriend, but he had no reaction and changed the subject, asking her why she asked him to buy meat for her. Wasn't she supposed to be at school today? Hyen began to get lost in her own self-admiration, asking Sangu if he couldn't take his eyes off her casual appearance, and if he wanted her number. Sangu was dumbfounded, his hands clenched. He'd had it for a long time. Suddenly, he received a payment confirmation message from Zunmo. He checked his account and saw he had earned another 50 million. His clones were truly top tier. Sangu excitedly told Hien to hurry, to go choose the most expensive meat to eat. The two went to a Korean beef restaurant to eat. The meat was indeed undeniably delicious, but Hien was still worried about the price. Sangu told her to just eat and not to worry about anything. As the two were eating heartily, a sudden emergency announcement from the TV blared out at that moment. A disaster announcement was being broadcast nationwide. This was an extremely serious matter, and all citizens were to pay attention. Sangu's friend, Jong-do, cried bitter tears, thinking it was so unfair. How could Sangu be out with women while they had to walk the streets alone? They had seen Sangu eating with Hien through the window and kept cursing him as a traitorous scoundrel. Just then, Jong-do received a notification. He took it out to check. Online, everyone was in a frenzy over the disaster, but no one at school was saying anything. Just then, Sangu and Hien also finished their meal and walked out. They asked who the girl next to Sangu was, if she was his girlfriend. Sangu said no, she was a student, and he had simply invited her for a meal. Both sides greeted each other and introduced themselves. Sangu gave Hien a package, telling her to take it home to eat with her parents. He had asked the staff to pack up the leftover food they couldn't finish. He advised her to go home carefully and not to wander around anymore. Hien blushed and asked Sangu if there wasn't anything else today. If that was all, Sangu still nonchalantly told her to go home quickly. Her parents wouldn't be happy if they were still lingering on the streets when there was a disaster warning. Sangu's friends complained that he nagged too much, always reminding them like an old man. Sangu got annoyed, shouting at all his friends to go home. After sending his friends and Hien home, he looked around and saw everyone was still calm as if nothing was wrong. still happily chatting and laughing as usual. Sangu picked up his phone and called Runmo to ask about the disaster. Runmo said that the information wasn't official yet, but the association planned to keep this alert status for at least another 3 months, because they didn't know when or where the spatial gate would appear, but the number of invading monsters would be very large and quite dangerous. They even said there might be A-grade monsters, so if a spatial gate appeared in the capital, there would be many casualties. Sangu couldn't understand. If it was so dangerous, shouldn't the association provide more information to the public and strongly urge everyone to be more careful? Like sending out the hunters belonging to the association, for example. Runmo explained that the problem was, with a 3-month period, the economy and essential supplies would be greatly affected if they prevented people from going to work for such a long time, and the association would be blamed for those losses. That was why they weren't providing full information. So no matter what happened, at least they could say they had warned the public. Runmo said he would go to the shelter right away. The hunting grounds had also been isolated, so no one could hunt in this situation. Sangu also said he was going home, and then they ended the call. Sangu went home to check on number 1 and number 2. Number 2 was almost fine, but number 1's injuries were quite serious, and he was still bedridden. Seeing that the cooldown was over, Sangu decided to resummon number 1. He gave number 1 a new hat to wear so he wouldn't confuse his 3 clones. Just then, number 3 also returned. The 3 of them went home to visit Sangu's parents. Sangu's mother opened the door. She froze for a moment, almost not recognizing her son. His father and younger sister also came out to greet him warmly. His sister even directly asked him who he was. Sangu's mother noticed the clones behind him. She asked who they were, if they were his friends. Sangu told the clones to take off their masks, and the people in the house shrieked in surprise. After a while of explaining, the whole family understood that it was Sangu's skill, and that he had participated in the awakening program a month ago. Sangu's dad asked if he was a hunter too. His mother didn't agree with that because it was too dangerous. Sangu tried to explain to his family that he wasn't in any danger. His clones hunted for him. Sangu told his parents that there was a disaster warning currently, and they had to go to the shelter. His dad didn't seem to care much, saying, "Let's see. I still have to go to work tomorrow. We can't just pack up and leave the house so suddenly." Sangu sighed. His dad didn't know how serious the situation was because society was still quite calm. He decided he'd stay here, with everyone starting today, lying that he'd received a notice that school was canceled. Sangu took out the bag of Korean beef he'd brought back earlier and told his family to eat together. Sangu's mother intended to invite the clones to eat, but he said to just give them some rice. There was no need for a lavish meal. The whole family began to sit at the dinner table, with 3 clones sitting around a large bowl of rice. While the whole family was happily eating, the house wall suddenly collapsed, and Sangu was unconscious for a moment. He opened his eyes and looked around to see his house was a pile of rubble, and monsters filled the sky outside. What the hell is going on? A giant dragon roared, shaking the sky. It gathered a fireball and shot it out all around. Sangu frantically turned back to check on his family. Everyone was unconscious. Number 1 had disappeared. It used its body to protect everyone from the explosion. Number 3 was seriously injured, having lost an arm. He didn't expect the gate to open so quickly. His family members slowly regained consciousness. He pulled out his gun and told everyone to get out of there quickly. The space gate had opened, and many people would be in danger. Monsters relentlessly rampaged through the city, capturing and killing people. Everywhere was a scene of desolation and sorrow. Sangu gave the equipment number 1 had worn to his sister, and the whole family prepared to evacuate. Just then, a monster fell from the sky. It looked at Sangu and cackled, a gate appearing in the sky. Many other monsters also fell, but these couldn't fly, so falling from such a height caused them severe injuries. Sangu easily dealt with them. Meanwhile, Sangu's family tried to open the door to get out, but couldn't. He took the baseball bat his dad was holding, activated his one-hit enhancement skill, and broke the lock to get out. Everyone walked out of the apartment building, but all the cars were damaged. The nearest shelter was 2 kilometers away, and many more monsters were still falling without being affected at all. Sangu's sister told everyone to use the underground basement. There was also a temporary shelter down there. As the group prepared to move there, a cry for help suddenly rang out. They turned to see a man trapped under the rubble. The monster nearby also suddenly opened its eyes. It was a D-rank monster. Sangu's dad told him to think carefully. This wasn't the time for them to save others. They had to go down. Sangu gritted his teeth and turned away. Number 3 couldn't fight anymore. And with only number 2, he couldn't save him. He wasn't a clone either to use the merge skill. If he died, he'd really be dead. The man's cries for help grew more desperate. On one side, his family urged him to leave. On the other, desperate pleas for help. Sangu decided to go save the man. He instructed his family to go down, close the door carefully, and wait for him. Number 2 went with him to save the man, while number 3 stayed behind to protect his family. Sangu is a hunter. In a situation where monsters are swarming out like this, hunters can only do one thing, and that is to kill monsters. Sangu told number 2 to save the man while he grabbed a baseball bat and charged to attack the monster, rushing straight at it. Number 2 had freed the man from the rubble. He told him to leave quickly. The monster, called a bastard, felt offended. It flushed with anger and growled. Sangu told number 2 to take out his weapon. He pulled out the human gem. This wasn't the time to be picky. He threw the gem to number 2, telling him to eat it. Number 2 obeyed and swallowed it. Immediately, he transformed into a monster. Sangu asked to confirm if number 2 was still conscious. Number 2 growled and responded. The D-grade monster thought Sangu was asking it and looked at him with a confused expression. Sangu snapped, "You're not on my side." He checked his own body. Fortunately, he was still fine. Besides the surging stats due to cloning, there seemed to be no side effects. Both sides began to engage in battle. Number 2, wielding the sword he stole from the fishman last time, swung it. The monster's arm was severed, and it screamed in pain. Even more enraged, it brought its mace down on number 2. This monster was much slower than the fishman, so they easily dodged its attacks. Sangu continued to charge and attack with his baseball bat. The monster's arm, which number 2 had just severed, quickly grew back. It raised its hand to block Sangu's attack, and then shoved him away. Sangu fell and rolled on the ground. He assessed the situation. The monster's skin wasn't very tough. He could easily cut it, but it recovered too quickly. In that case, accumulating damage was impossible. Sangu ordered number 2 to make the monster collapse within a few minutes. Number 2 obeyed, severing the monster's leg, making it fall to the ground. Sangu took the opportunity to shoot 2 bullets into its eyes. The monster screamed in pain, clutching its face. Number 2 took that chance to continuously slash at the monster's other body parts. By the time its eyes recovered and it could see its surroundings, Sangu was already in front of it. He activated his quick attack skill, smashing the baseball bat directly into its face. The monster fell to the ground, unconscious. Sangu nursed his hand that had been holding the bat. This quick attack skill had immense destructive power, and the aftermath was no joke. This monster seemed a bit stronger than the fishman. Even if the fishman was strong because it operated in its own territory, this monster was still quite powerful without needing any special conditions. Sangu stood up, brushed off his clothes, and told number 2 to hurry into the shelter. Their family must be worried. He searched around but couldn't find his phone. It must have fallen out while he was fighting. He told number 2 to lend him his phone. Sangu laughed, teasing number 2 that he'd be thrown out of the shelter looking like that. Just then, another group of people, chased by monsters, ran towards them. Sangu rubbed his temples, thinking. Monsters continued to rampage through the city. A while later, people from other guilds also arrived. They gathered to take down the large dragon. Wang Ken's aircraft also arrived. He commanded the troops to shoot down monsters. His subordinate reported that the large dragon was starting to leave. Wang instructed the troops to focus on evacuating survivors first. Many other guilds were also targeting the dragon, and they would also waste manpower if they did the same. Wang stood on the aircraft looking down. There were a few so-called hunters who took advantage of the situation to kick people when they were down, robbing the unfortunate victims. Wang looked at them with contempt Those filthy scoundrels. A subordinate reported that a few survivors were found 700 m to the north, asking Wong to go check on their condition. Wong activated his equipment. He had seen Sangu's group fighting off monsters. He put on his mask and jumped from the aircraft towards that direction. On the other side, Sangu was struggling to hold on. He had intended to turn back immediately after eliminating the previous monster, but too many people were being chased by monsters, and he couldn't just stand by and watch. Sangu shouted, telling the people to return to the apartment building's basement. Monsters had also surrounded them from behind. Sangu ordered number 2 to protect the rear while he blocked the front. Sangu was exhausted. He couldn't use his quick attack skill anymore because it consumed too much energy. Just then, a giant goose emerged from underground. It plunged its beak into the ground and spewed lava. The lava shot towards the civilians. Number 2 jumped out in time to shield them, but in return, it was severely wounded. Sangu leaned on his staff, struggling to stand up. Just then, another tiger showed its face. Sangu knew he was about to be fucking dead. He slumped down, waiting for death. The tiger swung its claws towards him. He squeezed his eyes shut, and when he opened them, a man had taken down the tiger with just one slash. This man was Want. He asked if everyone was okay. At the same time, in the shelter, Sangu's sister was arguing with number 3, insisting on going out to save her brother, but number 3 disagreed. He had to prioritize his master's order to protect his family. Sangu's parents saw this and also told their daughter to stop. Stop yelling. Everyone's scared. He fully trusted Sangu would return. Going out now is even more dangerous. If they went out now, they would likely become a hindrance to Sangu, so they shouldn't view things emotionally. Just then, there were shouts for help from outside the door. Ji was overjoyed. Could it be her brother? Everyone checked the camera and saw a figure outside calling for help. It might be the person Sangu had just saved. Ji went to open the door. She also saw someone next to him. It could be her brother. Ji entered the password, and the door slowly opened. Outside the door was a dead body. Behind it were 2 monsters. One was a B-rank monster, a screaming firefly, capable of mimicking human voices. The people inside saw the monsters and scattered. Joe froze, unable to move. Number 3 quickly rushed to shield Joe. It intended to stab the bug directly in the eye, but this bug was a tough opponent. It pierced through number 3 and stabbed Joe in the stomach, who was standing behind. She spurted blood and fell down. Number 3 took a gun and shot at the gate's control panel. It detected critical damage, initiating emergency gate closure. Number 3 used all its might to push the bug outside the gate. For the first time, Sangu met Guang Te, the person in charge of the Awakening Project. He praised him for being willing to sacrifice himself to save people instead of running away. Sangu was pleased by the praise and couldn't help but smile. Guang Te recalled when he rushed down here. He saw number 2, Sangu's clone, take a hit for the citizens and disappear. He was still wondering what that thing was. Guang Te asked about Sangu's abilities. He hesitated, unsure whether to tell the truth. But just as he was about to speak, the connection with number 3 suddenly disappeared. Sangu grabbed number 2's sword and ran desperately towards the shelter. His family was in danger. He had to go now. Guang Te ordered his subordinates to locate him and bring the survivors to safety. Sangu ran with all his might. Under the sword's influence, his eyes glowed crimson. He activated his sprint ability, running faster than he ever had before. The group in the other area was still concentrating fire to take down the giant dragon. They had tried everything, from slashing to poison. Nothing could pierce its skin. They decided to cooperate to take down the dragon. But the leader of the Haisung Guild didn't think so. He came because he heard there was money here, not to cooperate for jack squat. Haisung unleashed his ability. He summoned a massive flame that incinerated everything. On the other side, Sangu's parents relentlessly tried to stop his sister's bleeding. Tears streamed down their faces, only able to encourage their daughter to endure. The bug that had just taken down number 3. It turned back and broke through the doors to enter. Gio struggled to cry out, telling her parents to run away quickly. The firefly kept incessantly babbling unpleasant words. Just then, Sangu also caught up. Seeing his sister lying unconscious on the ground, he froze. His anger flared intensely. His eyes turned bloodshot. Sangu yelled and charged towards the attacking bug. But with a single swipe from the bug, Sangu coughed up blood, severely injured. The firefly remained unharmed. It even kept sticking out its tongue provocatively. Sangu became even more enraged than before. He bathed his sword in his own blood and continued to charge and attack. Just as the two sides were about to collide, someone suddenly rushed out to stop Sangu's action, pinning him to the ground. Wang Ti's group arrived in time and was ready for battle. The girl who had just stopped his action quickly administered first aid to Sangu's wounds. But he was still furious and wanted to continue fighting. She activated her mana transfer skill to help him calm down. Sangu cried out in pain. He told her that his sister was injured over there and pleaded with her to save her. Wang Te turned serious. He comforted Sangu. "You and your sister won't die today." Saying that, he went to battle the monster. In the Hunters Association office, the association president recalled his previous conversation with Old Man Haisung. The association president intended to evacuate everyone as soon as possible to keep losses as low as possible. Haisung chuckled disapprovingly, saying they didn't even know when the disaster would occur. He said that if the association president intended to evacuate the citizens within 3 months, everyone would blame the association. All those who lost family or possessions would try to gather and tear this association apart. Haisung began to pressure the president. "I don't know if your head will still be on your neck next month, let alone in 3 months." The association president snapped, asking Old Man Haisung what he wanted him to do. Haisung told the president not to tell the public that A-rank monsters would appear, to conceal the danger level of this invasion. He told the president to make the citizens blame themselves for not evacuating, for being too weak to protect themselves. The association president couldn't believe it. He asked Haisung if he knew how many people could die because of this incident. Old Man Haisung, on the other hand, didn't see that as a problem. He thought it was a good thing. The more people who died, the more essential hunters like them would become. Starting from B-rank monsters, the military couldn't do anything. Ultimately, those lesser humans can only defend themselves through hunters like them. Haisung laughed slyly. He wasn't requesting the president to do this, but forcing him. So now, the association president had no choice but to turn a blind eye to all notifications. Sangu leisurely ate snacks, while his clone was painstakingly exercising. He lay on its back, calmly urging it to do push-ups faster. "This is still too slow." Sangu grinned delightedly. This skill truly is the best. His clone makes money and trains for him. He doesn't need to do a damn thing, and his stats still increase. He doesn't need to worry about anything for the rest of his life. After receiving Jun Mo's message, he got up and called for number 1 to go make money together. Today, he took number 1 to hunt one-horned rabbits again. Jun Mo asked him where number 2 was. He replied that number 2 was exercising. Jun Mo asked him why he wasn't training too. If he trained, he thought Sangu would become much stronger. Sangu laughed heartily, avoiding the topic. He didn't want to train. He wasn't actually serious when he said he wanted to be a hunter. He had earned enough from catching one-horned rabbits, and these days there were many association hunters anyway, so his absence wouldn't make a difference. Jun Mo said he was just suggesting. He saw that Sangu had a lot of potential, but wasn't utilizing it. Sangu could become the best hunter. Sangu never thought that far ahead. He just needed to be able to take care of himself. Suddenly, Jun Mo's attitude completely changed. He was no longer the Jun Mo from before. His empty eyes leaked black fluid. He made a cut that severely wounded Sangu's arm. The air around them had inexplicably turned red. Sangu was surrounded by a horde of zombies, his parents scolding him and his sister screaming for help. Sangu screamed and bolted upright, panting heavily. It turned out it was just a dream. Wang Te stood by the bed, telling him not to move too much after just waking up. Sangu took a breath, clutching his arm, saying he was fine. Wang Te reminded him to be careful. He was not in good condition. The wound was quite deep, but he was still very lucky. Sangu thanked Wang Te for saving him not once, but twice. Wang Te still had something to say, but had to save it for later. Now Sangu's parents are here. They were frantic with worry. Seeing him wake up, they were greatly relieved, rushing to ask if he was all right. The doctor looked over the examination results and said his surgery was very successful. They'll keep him for observation, but with such a fast recovery rate, he might be able to go home in another month. Sangu asked about the gate. It's been open for 4 days already. The large, high-level monsters have been dealt with, but many low-level ones have spread far and wide. Sangu felt his head throbbing. He didn't remember anything after losing consciousness. But then he was startled and hastily asked about his sister. His parents and the doctor bowed their heads in silence, saying nothing. Everyone took him to see his sister. The doctor had treated her abdomen, but she had been infected with the mana virus. Everyone was infected by the monsters that escaped from a spatial gate. It's a virus that absorbs the host's mana and vitality. For most, there aren't serious problems. Each person has different attributes, and if they're incompatible with this virus, it will die without causing any harm. But there are also rare cases where the host's mana is compatible with the virus, and the virus absorbs so much mana and vitality that the host cannot wake up. Sangu tremblingly asked if there was a cure. The doctor said no, not with current technology. The virus has synchronized with the host's mana. Even healing magic has no effect. So, the only way is to keep providing mana and maintaining nutrition. There's still a very small chance, if helped by an S-rank hunter with a blessing spell, or an item like a mutated hawthorn tree, or a divine elixir from beyond the gate. But those things are extremely rare and extremely expensive. Senga knew that. He stared blankly through the glass window. Saying nothing, his hand clenched tightly onto the four-pole. He blamed himself, thinking if he hadn't turned back to save people at that time, if he had prioritized protecting his family first, if he had been a little stronger, he would have been able to save everyone and his sister. Sangu tensed even harder. He crushed the four-pole, causing his shoulder wound to bleed. The doctor and others rushed to stop him, giving him first aid for his wound. Sangu paid no mind to his own wound. Tears streamed down his face. If only he had tried a little harder, it wouldn't have come to this. Sangu was taken back to his room. He sat blankly on the bed. The door suddenly opened. The person who came was Hyen. She heard he was hospitalized and came to visit. Sangu asked if her family was okay. He was quite worried because her house was near the dangerous area, but luckily her family was fine. Only their house was slightly damaged. Hyen's father contacted Sangu's parents because he couldn't reach him, and that's how he found out Sangu was here. Sangu remembered he had lost his phone. He asked Hyen why she called him teacher instead of older brother. Hyen, flustered, corrected her form of address. She told him to get well soon, so he could continue teaching her. Sangu sighed. He told her that he wouldn't be teaching her anymore. 2 weeks later, all of Sangu's wounds had healed, astonishing even the doctors. He changed clothes, preparing for discharge. Sangu recalled his conversation with Hyen the day before. He had told Hyen everything about his current situation. He couldn't say anything else but apologize to her. Hyen thanked him for everything. She realized Sangu probably wouldn't contact her anymore, and with a forced smile, told Sangu he'd regret losing a beautiful student like her. She would go to university with everything he had taught her. She told him that once she was in university, she'd find a boyfriend, and by then, Sangu shouldn't regret it. Hyen smiled beautifully, then left. Sangu knew Hyen's true feelings, but he no longer had time for regrets. Sangu left the hospital, looked up information on Guang Tae, then took a taxi to the Keenest Guild building. Sangu stepped inside. The receptionist enthusiastically asked what he needed. Sangu said he was here to meet Guild Master Park Guang Tae. He didn't have an appointment, so the receptionist couldn't let him in yet. Just then, a tall, bearded man walked over and asked if he was Sangu. He was a high-ranking commander of the guild. He invited him upstairs, saying Guang Tae was waiting for him. Sangu was escorted all the way to Guang Tae's office. He came here to thank him for everything he had done for him. He felt incredibly grateful that he had rescued his family and provided quick first aid in that situation. He was also very curious why Guang Tae had gone to such lengths for him. He heard from the hospital that Guang Tae himself had provided his family with private rooms, even temporary housing for his parents, and covered his younger sister's medical fees. Sangu asked if these things were related to what he was about to hear from Guang Te. Guang Te clenched his fist. He said he also had a younger sister, but she was currently missing along with her group of friends. Perhaps that's why he saw himself in Sangu. It was true that his personal emotions were in turmoil, but he didn't do it for Sangu to feel grateful and obligated to repay him. Sangu asked why Guang Te wanted to meet him as soon as he felt better. He wanted to ask about his abilities. He asked if your clone could do everything, right? Even the man who saved the other citizens was just a clone, right? Sangu didn't intend to hide it. He told Guang Te that it was his skill. Guang Te clenched his fists and got straight to the point. He needed your power. He begged him to rescue the K-Nuts Guild's first team, just like he had saved the other survivors, without expecting anything in return. Guang Te wasn't asking for Sangu's help to repay him. He knew that the only one with a chance to save his sister and the other members of the first team could only be him. Guang Te bowed his head, sincerely begging him. Sangu thought for a moment. Guang Te had saved his family once. Now it was his turn to return the favor. Guang Te joyfully thanked him profusely. Sangu was taken to the K-Nuts Guild's training dungeon. Guang Te told him he could use his skills as he pleased, as the interior here was quite sturdy. Sangu found it strange why they weren't preparing to go rescue immediately. Guang Te said there were two reasons to do this before going on the rescue. First, it was true that the faster they proceeded, the more chances they had for a successful rescue. However, they weren't entirely short on time either. Thanks to Guang Te's sister's ability, the first team had quite a long time to hold out. They had at least 8 months before they couldn't endure any longer. The second reason was the dungeon's level. Although the K-Nuts Guild's elite team had an overall combat capability of B rank, the first team had suffered heavy casualties and failed to escape that dungeon, so he thought the dungeon's level must be close to A rank. With Sangu's current level, he wasn't strong enough to enter it. Sangu suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Guang Te suddenly became serious. He said that humans would unleash unbelievable power when they were about to die. The temporary burst of power in critical situations was enough to tear muscles or break bones. Of course, it was also directly proportional to the outburst of stats. What Sangu lacked right now were stats. So far, he had overcome obstacles through his combat senses, but in this training, his combat senses would reach their limit. Guang Te gripped his wooden sword tightly and charged at Sangu. Sangu texted Jun Mo, telling him not to worry about him. He asked for time off from hunting for a while. Jun Mo bit his nails, anxiously waiting for Sangu to arrive. When Sangu arrived, Jun Mo almost didn't recognize him. He had been beaten to a pulp. Sangu recounted everything to Jun Mo. He frantically asked if he was okay. Sangu said he was still fine. Mana characteristics are different for everyone, even within the same family, so he's fine. Jun Mo also knew about him taking the mission from K-Nuts. He was quite surprised when he suddenly couldn't contact you, but he didn't expect so many things to have happened. He said he was using number 2's phone. Tell Jun Mo to change number 2's contact name to yours. Jun Mo asked if you had backed up your contacts, including your friends and others' phone numbers. But Sangu decided not to back them up. He thought it might be better to just leave it like that. Jun Mo couldn't understand Sangu's actions. He then asked about the wounds on your face. Sangu said it was from training. Jun Mo stood up abruptly, unable to believe they had done this to Sangu. He will complain about this to the association's office. Sangu stopped him. He said Guang Te's sister was imprisoned in the dungeon. He's the one who has to take more risks than anyone, and you understand that feeling too. Sangu summoned his clone, telling it to get dressed and continue attacking Guang Te. He might lose today, but tomorrow is uncertain. The next day, Sangu changed tactics, using many against few. He called for number 1 to charge and fight with him. The result was that both the original and the clone were battered. The next day, Sangu called for number 2 to join the fight. 3 against 1 would cripple even a one-eyed man. The outcome for all 3 was not much different from the previous day. Another day, he decided to call all 3 clones to fight with him. Then all 4 dragged themselves back. Sangu returned to where Jun Mo was sitting. At this point, he reluctantly had to admit that Guang Te was too strong. The clones are very good at copying movements, so it's not like he couldn't learn anything. But the gap between them was too big. He needed to find a way to close that gap. Sangu came up with a new idea. He showed it to Jun Mo to see if it was okay. Jun Mo was concerned about whether it was safe. Sangu insisted that it was not a problem. The next day, Sangu continued his training. This time, all three clones transformed into monster forms. The day before, he had quickly asked Jun Mo to buy a bunch of gems for the clones to consume. So today their stats soared. Sangu drew his sword. He was determined to fight his best today. Guangte still allowed him to fight with just a stick. The clones charged first. Their abilities are usually lower than the original, but now they are equal. The clones have become stronger due to berserking, but conversely, one of their greatest strengths, accuracy, has greatly decreased. Sangu swung his sword. Guangte easily dodged. Another clone pointed a gun at his head and pulled the trigger. But without mana bullets, these bullets had no effect on Guangte. He firmly grabbed Sangu's wrist and struck him with the stick, dealing a painful blow. Three other clones simultaneously attacked, but Guangte easily blocked them all. He held the wooden sword and advised Sangu to pour mana into his sword and hands, then merge them as if they were a single entity. If you master this move, even a tree branch will be enough to cut down monsters. Sangu struggled to his feet. He was determined not to give up. He gritted his teeth and continued to swing his sword. But Guangte blocked it easily with a single movement. He told him that he had also gotten stronger, but it still wasn't enough to defeat him. Guangte faced them one by one. Just one wooden sword was enough to defeat Sangu and his clones. With Sangu's current skill level, he couldn't be considered a C-rank hunter. Sangu was beaten until his nose bled. He stubbornly continued to attack, even though all the clones had fallen. He had great determination. He couldn't just stop at C-rank. Sangu turned and yelled at the clones. He started playing tricks again, telling them to look at Guangte's face. High nose, sharp chin, exactly like a gem. He shouted for them to hurry up and eat the captain. Whoever bit him first would win. Immediately, the clones seemed to be pumped up. They all charged forward again, but one by one they were knocked back by Guangte. Actually, Sangu wanting to become stronger wasn't just Guangte's demand. From the moment he opened his eyes in the hospital, he had felt something. The feeling of helplessness when he had to entrust his family's safety to others in times of crisis. He hated his own weakness, the sense of frustration when the results didn't match his efforts. He didn't want to feel that way ever again. Sangu's fighting spirit soared. He charged forward with his sword in both hands, continuing his attack, with no intention of stopping. 6 months later, at the GA Sensei Dong hunting grounds, a group of big, burly guys were bullying another group. They beat them until they were bruised and bleeding from the nose. The girl from the weaker side shouted, questioning why they were doing this. They had official permits to enter the hunting grounds. The big, burly guy snapped, telling her to shut up. They were from the Silver Moon Guild. Currently, their guild is using this area as a hunting ground. If you want to hunt, scram and go somewhere else. The gatekeepers near the hunting ground saw the dispute, but had no intention of interfering, turning their heads as if they saw nothing. The leader of the Silver Moon Guild narrowed his eyes, glanced at the girl, then suddenly changed his mind and let them all into the hunting ground. His subordinates kept praising him for his kindness and great compassion. They all burst into cackling laughter. The weaker team knew they were being played, but had no choice but to endure it. Suddenly, a young man in a fully covered hoodie walked straight into the hunting ground from a distance. The gatekeeper tried to stop him, but the young man's face was bruised and battered. But the hooded man didn't understand. He'd paid to enter, so why couldn't he go in? The Silver Moon Guild member saw that he seemed to be an unreasonable guy. With a strong demeanor, he cracked his knuckles without hesitation, arrogantly intending to punch the hooded man's face. But before the punch landed, it was caught by the hooded man. He kicked the big guy in the stomach, making him cry out in pain and roll on the ground clutching his belly. The hooded man, seeing that his action was a bit excessive, lowered his voice to apologize. He thought the other man was going to hit him, so he didn't know what else to do but defend himself. He was startled for a moment. That's why he hit him. The man took off his hood. It was Sangu. He vaguely remembered some Silver Moon Guild, but he didn't give a damn. He looked at the man still red-faced and groaning in pain on the ground. He raised his foot and kicked him in the head. What the hell does it have to do with your guild hunting here if I enter the hunting ground? The big guy on the ground drooled, unable to say anything but. The entire Silver Moon Guild was furious seeing this kid dare to disrespect their guild. They surrounded Sangu, thinking Fred, being a D-rank hunter, couldn't possibly fight back alone. But I'm not alone. I have quite a few of myself. Now, the one surrounded was the pot-bellied guy. Meanwhile, Park Gwangtae came to meet Jun Mo. He came to get a summary of information about Sangu. Jun Mo handed it over and said, "As I said before, you don't need to take pictures or hand it over to me." He said he just wanted to check it a bit. Gwangtae thoughtfully read the information sheet. He couldn't believe Sangu could increase his stats this much in just 6 months. Jun Mo affirmed, "That's right, lately. It feels like he's become a completely different person." After that accident, Sangu became obsessed with hunting and experience. Jun Mo wondered if these stats would be enough for him to carry out the plan. That goes without saying. Gwangtae already had another plan if he failed, so there's nothing to worry about. However, looking at these numbers, it truly is an incredible growth rate. First, it will start with Team 1's rescue mission. Gwangtae was extremely curious inside. Sangu has surpassed D rank, almost A rank, and will surely reach high rank someday. The clone skill makes the user stronger than their stats indicate. I wonder how strong he's become. Let's get back to the group of nobodies getting utterly thrashed. They kept getting continuously beaten, having no idea what the hell was happening right before their eyes. The gatekeeper asked them to stop. He thought Sangu was being completely outrageous. He stared intently at him. "You should have said that when that hunter was getting beaten, not now. You didn't do anything when they pulled out their swords. I'm not blaming you, but be sensible and go back to the guard post." Then he ordered all his clones to destroy their phones, so they couldn't contact anyone. Those 3 overconfident fools stood silently amidst the hurried pace of life. In Jie Dong's hunting ground, this old man was seizing the opportunity to pilfer some items from the hunting ground. He held a red stone fragment in his hand. The moment he picked it up, it felt as if an electric current shot through him. This difficulty made him angrily throw the stone fragment away. Hearing a sound and guessing someone was coming, he quickly fled. Seeing Sangu arrive, he started putting on a charmingly awkward act. "You're here. I need more time to finish." Sangu was like, "Who is this guy?" Suddenly, he realized it was the one-horned rabbit. It had been a long time since they last met. He wondered how Sangu managed to get in here. The Silver Moon Guild is definitely guarding the entrance. He moved closer and said, "I was about to ask you that. You're not strong, and this is a D-rank dungeon. So what are you doing here?" Looking at his sneaky demeanor, he probably isn't here to hunt. Looking at his appearance, it seems the Silver Moon Guild is keeping him trapped here. Sangu pulled out a photo of the D-rank hunters, who had just been stripped, to show off. "I don't want to comfort you or anything. I just want to know what's going on. Either you tell me why you're locked up here, or you'll join the Guild of Hunters in their underwear." The old man struggled with his thoughts intensely. He finally blurted out, "D-rank monsters drop treasures after they die." "Not always. These treasures are inside their bodies for a long time, even after death. They often fight in the dungeon." Sangu began to put things together. 2 monsters fight. One loses and drops a treasure. Then it calls in another new one to keep fighting, and another item drops, continuously like that. That's how treasures piled up in the dungeon. 4 D-rank hunters. These treasures are random items not worth picking up, so they gather low-rank hunters and lock them here until they have enough. The reason they ended up in this situation was because they owed the guild or were sold to it. Most were debtors or rookie hunters. If they encountered monsters and died in the dungeon, it would be just like monsters dying in the dungeon. Looking at the scene before him, Sangu never expected to witness this firsthand. He just decisively said, "Go give that uncle a scare. Go before I change my mind." Oh, this is so touching. I'm so moved I could cry. This brat turned out to be a good person. I thought I'd met a benefactor who knew he'd just ask for the whole treasure bag. What are you getting emotional about, Uncle? Our relationship isn't that good, is it? Hey. That uncle collected a lot, didn't he? It's his lucky day. You throw it to number one to eat it all. Number one devoured it. Free food truly is delicious. Now they're starting to collect treasures. He'll make good use of them. Meanwhile, a young girl is being chased by a monster. Catch me if you can, otherwise you're a dog. This ferocious monster is a C-rank abomination. She had never heard of C-rank monsters appearing here. This girl is Kim Yoo-hyun, an employee of the Silver Moon Guild. Yoo-hyun was startled and fell, sprawling on the ground. She refused to accept that she would die in a place like this. However, her time wasn't up, so she met Sangu. He gently lifted Yoo-hyun, saving her life. Yoo-hyun gasped, "Someone, you saved my life. Also, don't you have any precious gems? Why aren't you collecting some?" Yoo-hyun said she abandoned those things a long time ago. Even as the monster prepared to pounce, Sangu remained calm. He asked, "You threw them away? And also, you mentioned something about the Haisung Guild. Did the Silver Moon Guild send you?" The white monster was suddenly assaulted by the red monster. He didn't care what was happening around him. Sangu just wanted to know what was going on with the Haisung Guild. Yoo-hyun said nothing and tried to run away. "But there's no way you're running. How can you act like that when monsters are surrounding us?" Sangu just said not to worry about them, because his clones were cleaning up behind him. Looking at the people in front of her, Yoo-hyun couldn't help but wonder. Are they a team? Or is he a summoner? Who are these guys, really? It's safe, right? It's totally safe. But it's not that safe. Big Bro Sengu's number one, the red monster, got completely clobbered. Seriously, he doesn't look trustworthy at all. Safe my foot. I can't believe number one could lose after devouring so many treasures. In this situation, only running away will save us. Yet this guy remained completely unfazed. Wait a minute, I fed them a lot of expensive stuff already. Yoo-hyun was about to speak, but Sangu cut her off. Shut your trap, I need to focus. Here it comes, that monster's days are numbered. Sangu lunged to take care of one. The other monsters then continued to attack relentlessly. He needed to defeat them as quickly as possible. Sangu attacked frantically. This power astonished Yoo-hyun. He was too strong. Staring at the monster made his eyes turn red, crisscrossed with blood vessels. Sangu reassured himself that he needed to calm down. In a moment of distraction, it attacked from behind. Luckily, his clones intercepted it. He turned around, drew his sword, and sliced this disgusting monster in half. It was completely destroyed. Damn it, I'll be disgusted every time I use this sword again. Done with that, he turned back to see Yoo-hyun standing with her mouth agape in surprise. You defeated that monster. Huh, you still haven't run away. What are you talking about, big bro? You're the one who told me not to run away and to stand still, remember? I only hope you wouldn't, but I didn't expect you to actually do it. That's amazing. I forgot number one was lying there groaning in pain. He's fine, really fine. But it's strange. He should have recovered by now. Yoo-hyun explained. The bone sword of that monster has an eroding curse on it. If we don't have a healer, he'll die. He's truly the protagonist. What luck. I almost got hit by that sword myself. But there's bad luck within bad luck. Even though they ate a bunch of gems, they only knew how to take hits instead of dodging them. Yoo-hyun looked at this red guy and didn't think he was a person. She even thought he was a giant wearing a hat. After hearing Sangu say he was a summoner, Yoo-hyun struggled internally, then decided to give him a potion. Here, if you give this to him, he might live a little longer. But if anything goes wrong, don't blame me. What kind of lame potion is this? How can a long life potion have a skull on it? Well, at this point there was no other choice. He poured the potion into number one's mouth. Number one's body emitted a foul smell, and his wounds gradually healed. Sangu exclaimed, "The effect is amazing. What kind of potion is this?" Number one sprang up as if nothing had happened. Sangu was overjoyed. He looked so good. Yoo-hyun then started speaking. It's only for now. It has a side effect. His vitality will slowly drain away. My ability is a poison alchemist. A little about Poison Alchemist. Level 5. Creates poisons. Number of recipes increases based on level. Proficiency for each recipe can be increased. Uses poison to convert life energy to heal injured body parts. The higher the proficiency level, the less life energy is consumed. With regenerative effects, the side effect slowly drains the user's vitality. Increase power by using poison to stimulate the body. So that means number 1 will eventually die after depleting all vitality. Well, since they're going to die anyway, doing it this way is still better than dying right away before. Sangu turned to number 1 and told him to go hunting quickly before fading away, and he instantly flashed away. So Sangu will have to summon him again. Yuhian finished talking about her abilities and demanded Sangu also talk about his. Who are you? You have pets just like monsters, and each one is extremely strong. You even pierced that monster. I've never heard of anyone like you among B-rank hunters in the entire country. Of course you haven't heard of him, because he's an E-rank hunter. Yuhian didn't believe it. How could an E-rank be in a C-rank dungeon and hunt so easily? Sangu didn't answer. He just happily turned back and asked, "Why do you talk as if I'm your friend?" At the Yolo Guild warehouse, many treasure chests were being transported. The guild leader, Han Miho, was actively collecting them. This three-headed girl is the guild manager, Kim Siona. She didn't understand why Miho was collecting these things. She'd never done that before. It's just to help Mr. Wonty. He said he'd pay a high price for them. Siona looked at the overflowing chests. Why does he need so much? Does he have a lot of pets? Miho vaguely heard that there's someone named Zong Sangu, and he needs these gems. Back with Sangu, seeing her expression, he secretly thought, this guy is so sensitive about these things. What should I do? What if he's a bad guy? Yuhian didn't understand why he asked that. He could talk casually with her too, and it was completely fine. Sangu felt this guy was like a crazy person. He slowly stood up. Actually, that's not the question I'm most curious about. Why did you mention the Haisung Guild when you ran away? That's what I want to ask. Yuhian was confused. It was strange for a hunter not to know about these things. Sangu awkwardly scratched his head. Well, I just got my hunter's license not long ago, so I don't know much about the issues between guilds. Yuhian explained to the new hunter that the Silver Moon Guild is like a subordinate guild of the Haisung Guild. They pretend they don't know anything, but Silver Moon does all the dirty work for Haisung. I'm pretty sure many people captured and brought here are also because of the Haisung Guild. Sangu asked her who captured her and brought her here. When she heard this question, a childhood memory suddenly flashed back. Yuhian, with a frightened expression, said, "That's information you don't need to know." Then she mentally chastised herself for telling him all her skills. Sangu was like, "What's wrong with this kid?" "Well, I've got the information I need, so goodbye." Didn't you say you were done?" "What? It's only just begun." Sangu told her she could take off. There's no one at the gate, and those Silver Moon bastards are gone too. Before leaving, he didn't forget to compliment her, saying her skills were pretty good. "My skills? Are you making fun of me? You'll die if you drink even a tiny bit of it." But Sangu didn't care about the side effects earlier. He gave Yuhian a super filthy business card, saying, "If you don't have a place to work, or if you're afraid the Haisung group will seek revenge, just call me at the number on that card. My address is also on it, and the agents here absolutely hate the Haisung group. I'm leaving now. Number 5 will handle escorting this girl out of the gate." Sangu started hunting monsters one by one. He thought Yuhian's skills would be very useful for his clones. Should he try to persuade her again? Number 1 was fighting fiercely when he suddenly vomited blood and collapsed onto the ground. This was a side effect of the medicine. Sangu had thought he could withstand it thanks to his regeneration skill. Well, he did a great job anyway. He continued to summon it. It was that eye-straining image again. "Put on your clothes and cover up your magpie. Then get back to hunting." Behind them, a group of D-rank hunters were peeking around. "Has he left yet?" "Yes, he's gone." They couldn't believe their eyes. They thought he was a human, but that monster was truly terrifying. Then the two naked guys started confiding in each other. "I thought he was dead, but he came back to life. It was shocking." I wonder what his skill is. And judging by the way he talks, it seems there are still a few people like him. Are we in danger? Damn it, if only we had equipment. Even with equipment, we'd still get beaten to a pulp. Big brother. Two Blockhair wondered why they came back. Even the jewel pickers ran away. Buzzcut felt along the wall, searching for irregularities. You fool, don't you know where this is? The reason we're restricted to hunting in this area. We should at least check what kind of place this is. Fortunately, he hasn't found this place yet. Behind this wall is a hidden room. This place seems to be a manufacturing plant. I wonder what they're building here. Because materials can be supplied directly from the hunting ground, the chance of someone finding this place is very low. And who would even think of investigating this hunting ground anyway? These aren't drugs, and they're worth a lot more than drugs. These are definitely refined jewels. Their abilities are 100 times better than ordinary jewels, and just one of these will increase our stats by 0.5 points. But the side effect is turning into a monster. Even the most loyal beast loses control. For that reason, the Hunter Association has strictly prohibited this. Two Blockhair thought the effect wasn't worth it at all. What good are increased stats if you've already turned into a monster? At that time, not enough people were willing to take such risks, which is why it used to be very cheap. But recently, things have completely changed its value. It's because of a project called Zip. There's a place where they reprocess this to create a product that can be used on people. Because of this project called Zip, Chan Company has been buying jewels like crazy. But because manufacturing this is illegal, its value has skyrocketed. No one thought this junk could make money. They could earn millions with these things. Buzzcut thought that with a few kids, they might get beaten up in a fight, but bringing these back would be different. He'll leave it here and come back tomorrow. Two Blockhair didn't understand why they were leaving it here instead of taking it with them. So, how are you going to stop those bastards if they catch us with this? Do you ever use your brain? We can't even carry a little bit with us. Look at these two's getup. Wearing only underwear would attract too much attention. They carefully closed the secret door. Meanwhile, Yun witnessed everything. Finally found it. She angrily yelled at number 5 to turn back. Bringing it here is enough. Number 5, with a fragile and weak heart, was scolded harshly. Not daring to resist, quietly turned back. She decided to stay in this hunting zone. And thankfully, those damn Silver Moon guys led them right to it. But for some reason, they were naked like that. So she successfully found a pile of crystal orbs in that room, quite a lot of them. She took out a 30G bag to carry them. But this pile looked pretty heavy. She wondered if carrying it would attract attention. Meanwhile, number 5 was directing everyone to quickly head to the gate. This was her chance to blend in with them. Number 5 saw Yun had left safely. So the mission was completed. What a relief. So Yun successfully survived and exited the gate with the crystal orbs she managed to hide. She ran without looking back for a second. You Silver Moon bastards. Damn you all. Sangu also thought everyone had escaped safely. The monsters had been cleaned up. And most importantly, the bag was full of orbs. He was excited. I've been wondering why there haven't been any orbs to buy lately. These things are the best. Number 1 looked at the bag of orbs, his stomach growling, saliva pouring down. Should I eat them all? Oh, come on. If you turn into a monster, everyone will be scared. The cloning skill is still on cooldown. So let's think about it tomorrow. At this time, Sangu also received a message from Kong Jun Mo, asking him to come to Ken's guild tomorrow, where they would explain the mission. The next day, those two returned dressed discreetly, but couldn't find the crystal orbs anywhere. He was furious, especially since tomorrow was the deadline. 3 points fumed, turning to choke the gatekeeper. You bastard, if you're paid to do this, then do your job carefully. How did you let someone else get in here? Huh. The gatekeeper truly encountered a disaster. Who could forbid other hunters from entering once they bought tickets? And besides, the ones who escaped were the ones he had locked up. Hearing this, he seemed to lose his soul and dropped the man. Why those bastards? Just remembering their faces already scared him stiff. How could he get it back from them? Even after escaping, Yun couldn't believe they had taken her to a C-rank hunter dungeon. She could have died if it weren't for Sangu's help. At least she brought back a bag of loot. The Silver Moon Guild might get suspicious if she sold them right away. So Yun decided to temporarily hide them until this sensitive period passed. Suddenly, Sangu's business card fell out. Recalling his words, she was angry. He doesn't know a thing. You damn bastard. Do you think I'd come there if you flattered me? At Odin's Tower, an undiscovered level 5 dungeon. It's known that the strongest hunter of the first generation, Bakhon, found this place and challenged it. But then they immediately lost contact with him, and he never returned. Soon after, countless hunters challenged it, but all failed even to pass through the lowest floors. There was only one exception for the fake teleporter, Geki Lucas, and that's where Team One of the Ken's guild got stuck, including Gyuri's younger sister, who is the leader of Team One. Odin's Tower is a dungeon with a special structure, with an entrance but no exit. The only thing connecting it to the outside world is mana. The only way to contact them is by using telepathy skills. Because of that, the ways to escape from there are very limited. Sangu must complete the dungeon or escape using a teleportation skill. That's why his cloning skill is very important. Other hunters can't escape if something goes wrong in the dungeon. That's why he needs Sangu. He wondered, so there's no way for Team One other than to escape on their own strength? Their side had equipped Team One with a way to escape, but they still haven't gotten out. He sighed. I'll tell you something about what happened in Odin's Tower, about how everything went off track. Gyuri continued. It happened 5 years ago. The great catastrophe of 2005. My sister awakened her abilities during a dark time, not long after the catastrophe ended. At that time, Park Gyuri was just a 16-year-old kid, and Park Yuna was 9 years old. He was diligently fighting monsters when his shy sister offered him a package of snacks. At this time, Gyuri also discovered that his sister had the ability to create a spatial dimension, like an item bag. She didn't know how either. It just suddenly appeared, and she could store many things in it. Gyuri ruffled Yuna's hair. You have a very good skill, Yuna. This is a very useful skill. Now let's go home and sleep. You must be tired too. So the two siblings carried each other through the sea of catastrophe. They went through many dangerous situations together thanks to those abilities when they were young. They could put items, and even people, into that subdimension. Gyuri thought it would be better if the two of them went to clear a dungeon together. Until they both grew up, Yuna became the leader of Team One of the Ken's guild. She still playfully bullied her older brother. Even the staff witnessed the guild master getting hit, their eyes wide with surprise. The two siblings were having a small disagreement. Gyuri objected to going to Odin's Tower without a teleporter on the team. Yuna was annoyed. Not again. So, why did we buy a teleportation scroll then? There are fewer than 100 players with teleportation skills worldwide. We don't even have one right now. How do you think we can recruit someone instantly? If not now, then never. Team One's strength is at its best, and we also have your skill. This is the only chance. Gyuri still hesitated. Don't you trust me with this mission? So he gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger. Even if Team One left, he wasn't sure they would clear the dungeon. At that point, it was truly unclear who the real leader was anymore. Yuna promised him she would return if she encountered danger, knowing it would be terrible to leave her family and not return. Of course, it's not just a teleportation scroll for escape. I also have a bunch of food and medicine with me. Saying that, she showed it to him to put his mind at ease. Looking back, he deeply regretted his decision to let his sister go. He shouldn't have been persuaded by such a reason. He shouldn't even have felt relieved just because of emergency supplies his sister took with her. So Yuna and Team One set off. He truly regretted not stopping them at that moment. After that, he was dazed as if he'd lost his soul. Do you think they won't make it? They've been preparing for years. You're being overly protective of the leader, besides their guild leader. Who else can trust them? These words convinced Gyuri. Since they've already gone, I'll just have to try and trust her. This was also when he was preparing to organize a program for Awakened Ones. That competition was also the one Sangu participated in. Perhaps he was too bulky then, so no one recognized him. The guild had also used communication scrolls to contact Team One. They brought 10 and would report back weekly. Because they couldn't enter, A guild team stayed outside the entrance to Odin's tower, responsible for communicating with Yuna. There were no issues in the first report. Then came the second, the third. Everything went smoothly, so Gyuri quickly calmed down. Then, after a month, a problem occurred. That day was Team 1's report day. They were expected to have traveled 40 kilometers by then. They began to tear the communication scroll, having traveled 700 meters after passing the end of the first floor. An unidentified monster ambushed Team 1. Most of the team members were fighting the monster. When the damage report was recorded, the signal was jammed, making the receiving employee's head feel like it was about to explode. They had torn multiple scrolls at once, leading to transmission interference. At that moment, Gyuri turned around and saw the most horrible sight. A blood-soaked person emerged from the teleportation circle. His indecisive delay in rescuing them at that time, the result of his lack of responsibility, was covered up by 2 words: trust. Everything collapsed before Gyuri's eyes. He rushed to check Siot's condition and called for a rescue team. The portal began to crack. Currently, telepathy could still connect. The guild requested the rescue team to send a team to check outside the tower in the afternoon and never to enter the tower unless they were certain they could. Everyone was trying to give Siot first aid. At this moment, he could only say he was sorry. We failed. The monster tore all the scrolls. We've never seen a monster like that in the reports. He's bleeding a lot. This situation requires him to be taken to the hospital quickly. Gyuri sat there stunned. At this moment, the telepathy was still connected. The employee would repeat what they wanted to say. It's Yuna's voice. The battle is over, I'm sorry. I think the mission has failed. I thought we could do it. I can wait in here, don't worry. I'll come back no matter what happens. Gyuri trembled as he heard his sister's last words. After that, they hired many hunters, but none of them accepted. Everyone considered it a crazy idea. Odin's tower? Are you out of your mind? If we could get in using a teleportation scroll, how do you explain your team being stuck in there on a mission? Sorry, but my darling can't be more than 5 kilometers away from me. And of course, I don't want to go alone. Then the portal disaster happened and Gyuri met Sangu. That's why he wanted Sangu to meet the necessary criteria, because at least he had the ability to reach where the team was stuck. Sangu always did everything within his abilities very well. It's time for the rescue mission. The Ken's Guild will escort you to the entrance of Odin's tower. They will start tomorrow at Odin's tower. Meanwhile, the group who lost the crystal orb was getting beaten to a pulp. This furious man is Zukian, the leader of the Silver Moon Guild. He was screaming in helplessness. You bastards! I told you to go hunting in there. Was that so difficult? I sent a bunch of D-rank punks and told you to guard the entrance. But what the hell did you all do? What do you want me to do now? After cursing at his subordinates, he calmed down and asked who the brat who took his crystal orb was. They all covered their faces. There was one who was very skilled, but his name wasn't on the list of D-rank hunters and above. He became even angrier thinking they were defeated by an E-rank hunter. He continued to furiously beat the guy. Do you think we're the only ones producing refined crystals? If we don't collect enough money to give to the Hazung Guild, do you think they'll happily wait? Everything will end if they replace us with another supplier. I won't say anything else. Find that brat and drag him here to me. They all responded in unison. However, looking at these guys, he already guessed that they would still be beaten like the previous ones. What useless bunch. So annoying. The urgent matter now is where to get those crystals. A dangerous-looking guy was sitting nearby, the vice leader of the Kongsian Guild. He was excited about this. We'll find out who that guy is if we rough up a few people. I don't know why they waste time on these things. It seems he already has a plan. The next day at the JM organization, Sangu felt that Gyuri wasn't lying because there were some important issues he hadn't mentioned. The reason they tried to wipe out Odin's tower. Sangu knew nothing about the hunter industry, but knew about Odin's tower. Odin's tower was conquered in 2012, and according to the declaration that year, Odin's tower was completely empty. There was only one monster left, with no treasure or items. Don't enter Odin's tower to sacrifice yourselves in vain. After that, hunters stopped rushing in or caring about it, therefore, it became an abandoned dungeon. but it didn't explain why his sister's mission team tried so hard to get in there. However, there's no need to re-examine this issue. His mission is to rescue them, not to clear the dungeon, so he'll only focus on the current task. Suddenly, he spotted someone asleep in a corner, wondering who it was. Oh, I met her at the hunting grounds. I told her to come here if she didn't have a place to work. Though he didn't expect to see her like this at the entrance. He went to wake her up with a face that startled her, scaring her badly. Before they could even greet each other, his stomach grumbled first. How about we go eat something first? So they went to the restaurant in front of the building together. She ate voraciously like a hungry tiger. He saved his phone number on her device. Hey, coming here like this means you're working for the organization, right? She said yes. He asked about her skills, appraising some items and concocting medicine. But then he clumsily said, "You'll slowly die after drinking this. Isn't that cool, big brother? You're handsome, but you're so rude." She grabbed the rude guy's hair, ruining his freshly gelled hairstyle. There are also medicines that don't kill people, you know. Although they might kill you, they have great effects instead. He wanted to make use of her skills. He even intended to use it for his clones. He started pulling out paper and pen to take notes, asking her to please buy some tools to produce medicine. I'll also provide some money. He stood up and left first because he had to go to the dungeon. She thought this guy was going hunting again. But this time it was different. This time his goal wasn't hunting. She threw him 2 potions. She had made them before, one for strength and one for mana. However, they also had side effects. The strength potion would melt muscles, and the mana potion would make the body explode. How interesting. So he set off with his clones. First, he promised them a meal when they returned. Spirits high. Work would be more effective. That evening, she was heading to the guild warehouse. The guild master wanted her to move all the gems and jewels to the guild. Suddenly, she discovered that the security guards had been attacked, and the room showed signs of a break-in. She wondered who dared to steal the guild's treasure. She activated her thief skill and searched for these thieves. After seeing them lurking inside, she immediately charged in. As soon as she stepped in, she was attacked. She was certain that only people from the warehouse were around, which is why she charged in directly. So who was this guy? Yes, he was the Silver Moon vice leader. He smugly said, "We've hidden so well, only a fool would answer. Sorry, but we really need this treasure." So they took all the treasure from the warehouse, then burned the warehouse down. This treasure heist was complete. Next was to find out who stole the precious crystal shards. Meanwhile, he and his clones had landed in Iceland. This was his first time setting foot in another country. They went to the Valhalla portal together, connecting to the main gate of Odin's tower. They were greeted by 2 cool-looking guards. "You are Sir, aren't you? Sir is waiting for you at the entrance. You can go meet him now." This magnificent place was the entrance to Odin's tower, a bottomless abyss and endless void in the distance. This place didn't look like a tower at all. It's also very cold here. It's best to return to the guild's encampment. At this moment, he also received information that the guild's warehouse had been completely robbed. It seems they had planned it very carefully. All the gemstones were cleared out. Nothing was left. They're really bold ones. They probably don't know who Han Miho is. Seeing the two, they were as happy as seeing their mother return from the market. "You finally arrived. This day has finally come. It hasn't been that long, but I missed you terribly." They prepared jackets for him because it's quite cold here, and the clones also quickly put on their new clothes. The mission began. The mutants disappeared at a location about 40 kilometers from the entrance. The distance wasn't as far as expected. He wondered if traveling such a short distance in an entire month was too little. But because of that, food supply issues will be fine. Just proceed slowly. He was given 3 teleportation scrolls, prepared for emergencies. He thought he should give 1 to each clone. These are important, so remember to keep them safe. The location is already marked on a scroll. Just tear the scroll, and it will activate automatically. At 2 p.m., Team 1 was asked to check the situation outside. There will surely be many traces of the battle left, so they'll find the location easily. He asked if there were any other questions. He just wanted to ask what he wanted to eat after I brought his sister back. He was very surprised by this question. It showed confidence and affirmation of his ability. We'll make a few dishes ourselves. They prepared their swords and brought some potions. The clone started off, entering the gate. He also began activating his fusion skill. This time, he placed all his hopes on the young man in front of him. The fusion skill was performed quite well. They encountered a rather large snowstorm. Although his cold resistance was relatively good, he still couldn't escape the biting cold. After a struggle, everyone finally reached Odin's tower. But there was a very strange feeling. He could control the entire body of number one. The fusion skill had reached a new level. Not only could he share all senses with the clones, but he also had complete control over their bodies. The feeling was so real, as if he was truly moving. He would give commands about the locations the clones needed to go to. All right, now let's go rescue Team 1. Looking at this solid ice wall, this is why it was impossible for them to escape. It was completely blocked. How was this place created in the first place? According to what was written on the paper, monsters would appear from the moment they entered the tower. No sooner had he finished speaking than a monster appeared. It was an ice bat. One clone quickly ravaged it. E-grade monsters attack from the moment you step in, and they always attack in swarms. So, you must pay attention in all directions, and one of their characteristics is that there's always a leader in a swarm of ice bats. It's the Ice Bat Lord, a D-grade monster. It bared its sharp teeth, wanting to devour him. I'll deal with you directly, little fellow. Only one strike, no second strike. He didn't think it would be that simple. Let's keep going. It's so weak, not satisfying to fight at all. All the monsters met a bad end, even though they were nothing much. They've also traveled 13 kilometers, which is 1/4 of the way. As predicted, new monsters will soon appear. Speaking of which, a supermassive monster emerged from the rock cave, accompanied by the sound of a devil's voice. It raised its massive club, intending to crush them to pulp. He quickly used his magic bullet skill. Number 3 would support from behind, and number 2 from the front. The two sides charged and clashed, each taking on a monster without anyone fighting over one. The monsters were constantly taking hits, and everything still seemed favorable. If this continued, they would easily wipe them out. Suddenly, at this moment, the ground began to shake, and cracks appeared under everyone's feet. Everyone was in danger. Outside the encampment was very worried about. Team 1, the most elite attack team in the guild, also encountered difficulties passing through that place. Had also planned a campaign to secretly infiltrate that area, avoiding fighting monsters as much as possible, and rescue the team. The minimum rank requirement for that campaign was rank C. However, the hunter's growth rate exceeded his expectations. He thought had increased almost 20 points in most stats within just 6 months. His current stats had reached the level of a rank A or B hunter. More importantly, S-clones were also growing stronger. Their stats were lower than their masters, but their movements were superb. It's no exaggeration to say they also possessed the abilities of a rank A or B hunter. The average rank of Team 1 was rank B. Believe that he alone was equivalent to the entire Team 1. If the guild's vault hadn't been raided, could have grown even further with the gems the guild had prepared. In this case, apart from the frost golem mentioned in the report, no other monster could stop him on the first floor. Had also warned about the frost golem, so he would avoid them and move along well, though it would be very difficult to pass without encountering that damned monster. This one-eyed monster was indeed the frost golem. Tried to strike it once, but it had no effect at all. Oh no, the game is bugged. Luckily, he managed to escape before it devoured him, but the situation was now quite grim. There was no way to deal damage to that monster if he couldn't even cut it with his sword. The smaller monsters tried to seize the opportunity to rush forward, but the frost golem picked them up with one hand and dropped them into its mouth, literally devouring them. Witnessed this event and couldn't believe his eyes. Then it continued to extend its filthy hand towards them. Fortunately, he ordered everyone to dodge immediately. They needed to quickly find the magic core of these monsters. Where exactly was its magic core? Although he had seen it, the important question was how to destroy it. His magic gun didn't even leave a scratch on it. Now there was only one way. ordered the clones to quickly get out of that damned monster's attack range. However, number 5 was still taken out by it. The monster had defeated number 5, who was holding the teleportation scroll. Speaking of teleportation, suddenly thought of something. He ran like the wind towards it. The monster was about to devour number 5. Seizing this opportunity, he instantly teleported to grab the scroll. The moment it bit down, all the clones below held their breath. Successfully escaped the jaws of death. What it had just swallowed was not just number 5, but also the thing that would take its life. The moment the monster realized what happened, it exploded. This was number 5's teleportation scroll. If he couldn't destroy its core, he only had one option: throw it somewhere else. Its core had been teleported back to the encampment. Everyone there must have been terrified, as they had no idea what that thing was. Thus, the golem was completely destroyed. His strength, HP, defense, and mana stats all increased. Doppelganger skill has been enhanced. Doppelganger uses energy to summon a replica that looks exactly like you. The number of replicas you can summon increases, depending on your level. The maximum number of replicas you can currently summon is 7. Cooldown ready to use now. Seeing the notification, he was moved to tears. Unlike other skills, he couldn't find a way to level up his doppelganger skill, but he wouldn't summon another doppelganger at this moment. Alright, let's continue our journey. Meanwhile, a handsome, six-pack hot boy is bathing. What an eyeful! His subordinate sent him a list of people who had scheduled appointments this month. After reviewing it, he noticed none of them were in a guild in Korea. He felt it was pointless. Something had changed. He asked his subordinate to decline all and proceed with organizing the academy's opening ceremony. Meanwhile, the uncle from that hunting ground, having been helped to escape, now had the chance to enjoy this bowl of noodles. The senior also understood. No wonder he couldn't be contacted by. The junior had been captured by the Moon guys, or rather, someone had handed him over to them. He saw that his junior was quite lucky. How did he manage to escape those bastards? The guy just said he had been helped. He also seemed to understand something. He didn't pry further. After all, everything's fine now. Trang's quite busy, so please give him a hand. Suddenly there was a noise outside. He went to open the door. Just as he barely cracked it open, he took a full punch to the face. This uninvited guest was Cheung Park, found him, to save time, who attacked my gang member at the lot. Answer carefully. This is the third person I've asked this question. The two guys before said they knew nothing. Let's see if you guys also know nothing. His blood-stained hand already showed the fate of the previous ones. The fat guy was furious that someone was causing trouble in his house, so he lunged to punch him, but Chi blocked it with ease. He smiled with a challenging look. Likes to show off a lot, huh? But I'm pretty good too. As he spoke, he twisted his opponent's arm back, making him punch himself in the face. Next time, remember to aim first before you try to make a move. I hate guys who show off like this. Seeing his boss being beaten, he immediately intervened. Wait, I'll go with you. Please stop. Froze for 5 seconds, then also slapped the guy. What the hell are you saying? You mean I have to obey you for you to come with me? Ah, you probably think that guy got beaten because of you, right? He got beaten because he's stupid, so don't feel guilty about it. The more he spoke, the more he tortured him. Seeing his boss battered, he couldn't take it anymore. He knelt down and said, trembling, Stop, I know who attacked the Superwall gang. I know who it is. Please, have mercy. The guy saw that and was even more delighted. He laughed with an ugly expression. Ha ha, see. I just need to scare them a little, and I always get good results, don't I? Back at the place, they were still searching. He ordered everyone to slow down a bit here, and remember to be alert of their surroundings. It's strange that for a while since encountering that monster, more and more corpses were littered along the path. It's understandable why they left the bodies here, because it's very difficult to retrieve them, but he couldn't figure out who could have massacred all these people. The team's position was very close to their destination. Issued an order to the clones. From now on, we will track the Pioneer Group's battle. They must be hiding somewhere near where the battle took place. The enemy checks every day at 2 p.m., right? How many minutes do we have before? He couldn't finish his sentence before being suddenly attacked. Blood flowed, but luckily he managed to hold the guy's hand. Then a monster lunged to attack. He didn't know what it was. It suddenly appeared, possibly due to a stealth skill. After that, everything became even more chaotic as a swarm of monsters also gathered there. That explained the dead bodies. This is why the attack team couldn't get into the dungeon entrance. And everyone failed to detect their presence sooner, and now the entire team is caught in their trap. He flung away the one attacking him, then slashed at the monster. The whole team will push this way to counterattack. While fighting fiercely, they disappeared again. In this situation, they couldn't be seen. His clones also had a very hard time blocking attacks from those bastards. It seemed easier to control the clones, so he began to let number one control his body and observe. He managed to block it thanks to the sound of the wind. They reacted to the sound made by these monsters whenever they moved around. Collecting information like that is enough. Now he can replicate them right now. But it's not really needed yet. There's still a long way to go. Inside the subdimension, where he and his teammates were trapped. She looked very haggard. It's almost 2 p.m., and they need to check the situation outside. She wondered if the rescue team were here today. Would everyone have a little more hope? She trembled, knowing that hope wouldn't come to them. Today would be just like yesterday. Surely the terrifyingly silent ice field would welcome them once more. Suddenly she heard a sound. It seemed like a promising sign for Team 1. Back to the fight. One at 3 o'clock and one at 9 o'clock. There were 2 of them. He thought he could do it if he held on a little longer. They looked like they had super speed or incredible defense. Besides being invisible, they weren't too dangerous, but there were too many of them. He had to constantly dodge their attacks. Even small injuries couldn't be ignored when there were so many of them. The monsters kept swarming in, countless in number. It's best to leave this place. He couldn't estimate if there were hundreds or thousands of them around here. Suddenly he saw a circle. It was the signal from the attack team. He immediately ordered the clones to run there. He also saw a human outside. Everyone also heard something. The whole team was in an uproar. A human had actually come to save them. But it was a disaster. He came here and brought a whole swarm of monsters with him. He was overjoyed to be rescued. Team 1 quickly moved into combat positions to rescue him. In the end, the rescuer was rescued by the rescued. It's quite ironic, isn't it? In this situation, there's no time to waste. The shield formed a protective circle around everyone, and the magic arrow skill was activated. Countless arrows flew towards the monsters. Thanks to them, he safely landed. He quickly closed the entrance as the shield was removed. He lay on the ground, panting. I'm from Attack Team 1's rescue team, although it's clear who rescued whom. She asked if he was from a guild or something. Well, yes, but only half true. I am, and I'm here at the request of Guild Leader Park. So he hadn't abandoned them. She shouted, Is it true? He guessed she was referring to the guy with glasses who escaped using a teleportation scroll. He's alive, but as far as I know, he hasn't woken up yet. Seeing her worried expression, he felt that this girl truly cared for her teammates. I'm very sorry about that, but right now we need to get out of here first. The team leader is waiting at the entrance to Odin's tower. He's anxious and restless. Don't make him wait any longer. He looks too pitiful. He told everyone to get out of here quickly. He had a teleportation scroll with him. She hesitated a little, which made him somewhat confused. She should have been happy. On second thought, it wasn't like that at all. If 10 people went in, there should have been 9 people here. She tremblingly said, I know it's shameful to ask you for this again, but please help us just one more time. One of them was sacrificed during this mission. They couldn't leave her behind in this place even the gods had abandoned. He thought to himself, so there are only 8 people left. I thought so too after hearing the report that they had 1 injured person. So there was a casualty. He wondered what exactly had happened. They were ambushed. The team's priest at the back was impaled on the spot. It happened too suddenly. No one could do anything. They could only torment themselves for not being able to protect her. When they were ambushed, they also attacked him first. It seems they attacked the weakest person on the team. When attacked, Name Placeholder immediately opened a dimension and ordered everyone to retreat. She wanted to fight too, but if something happened to her, there would be nowhere for her team to hide. They used a long-distance communication scroll to report back. Everything was chaotic then, so they didn't notice a monster had snuck in. And finally, the one attacked was named Placeholder. That was when they lost all other teleportation scrolls. If she tried to escape, her dimension would close immediately. Then the whole team would lose their safe haven. All supplies would vanish, and everyone would be gone. Named Placeholder asked where her teammate had fallen. It's quite far. They couldn't bring her back and avoid the monsters because of his dead teammate's body. Named Placeholder gave up on escaping and decided to be stuck here for 6 months. He couldn't tell her to just leave and abandon her teammate here. Named Placeholder decided he would go there and bring her body back now. However, he also had a condition. The reason I'm here is to save everyone, not to increase casualties. If I see it's not feasible, I will force everyone to escape. Secondly, only I and my clones will do it. Named Placeholder objected. That's too dangerous. They're asking for your help while the team retrieves the body, not asking you to risk your life. But no, everyone here isn't real. They're all just clones. Named Placeholder stared wide-eyed in astonishment. At the same time, Named Placeholder attacked Named Placeholder. He sat on him and gloated. I didn't expect a hunter who dared to mess with us to be under your guild, sir. Isn't becoming Named Placeholder enemy enough for you, sir? You should have gone into hiding after being expelled, shouldn't you? He lifted his arm and began to interrogate him. Now I ask you one last time. What's that bastard's name? Named Placeholder clenched his teeth, not uttering a word. Named Placeholder sighed and directly snapped his arm. Named Placeholder screamed in pain. Next will be your right arm. At this moment, Named Placeholder also found Named Placeholder's information paper. The name is Named Placeholder. Our Lord is living in a very familiar great place. He ordered Named Placeholder to send a few kids there, bringing Named Placeholder along too. Outside, Named Placeholder witnessed the event. She didn't understand why the Silver Moon Guild was here. This situation was terrible. Named Placeholder, looking utterly miserable, still gritted his teeth and asked, Why? What are you looking for the hunter for? Named Placeholder replied, Well, your hunter kicked the butts of a few of my kids. That's one of the reasons. Have you ever heard of the crystal orb? Named Placeholder truly didn't know what that thing was. Of course, you're known for being stubborn, so it's only right he didn't tell you. He stole all our crystal orbs and ran away, understand? We are the victims here. Named Placeholder was very surprised after hearing this. They thought the hunter had stolen those orbs, while the one who did it was actually her. Meanwhile, he continued to explain about his clones. As you can see, my clones aren't merely bodies created by magic, so you don't need to worry about our lives. Here's the plan. Number 4 and number 6 will hold the teleportation scroll and stay here to guard the entrance of this dimension. Number 2 and number 3 will go with him to retrieve the body and then return. Okay, that's all. It's very simple. Don't think about going outside. The only important thing now is the safety of the assault team. I know everyone is also very strong. After all, they are the guild's raid team. But my responsibility here is to bring everyone back safely. But you should reconsider, Big Brother. People are complaining that you were the one who provoked a bunch of monsters and ran straight towards them. But anyway, I've already planned for the case where you all can't help. Ha ha ha. All right, let's get back to it. That's our plan now. So please trust me and wait here. Unable to say anything else, she reluctantly agreed. 6 months have passed since the gate incident, and he has plunged into raising his stats like a god. Because of this, he poured a large amount of gems into his clones and obtained this skill. He opened the info panel. Monster Devourer level 12, absorbs the essence of a monster, has a 12% chance to absorb a monster's stats immediately after death. Thanks to it, he was able to reach the stat level that the guild master wanted him to have. However, he had no intention of stopping there. Everything was ready. He wouldn't hesitate at any opportunity, as long as it helped him become stronger. He told number 4 to lend him that knife. then threw him the strength potion and the sword. As soon as they recovered the body, they were to leave immediately with the others. Iona reminded him, "I'm not sure if you noticed, but when no one is around, monsters will stand still and wait, even for several days. So I'm pretty sure the monsters you attracted here are still right outside. Please be careful." She opened the door for him and the clones to go out. Sang quickly spotted where the body was lying, and they quickly rushed towards it at top speed. Inside, number 4 and number 6 stood guard at the gate, instructing everyone to keep their distance from the entrance. Everyone in the team desperately wanted to run out and help. Iona, as the team leader, spoke up. "Up until now, we've only seen him run for monsters. But this place is 40 kilometers from the dungeon entrance. This isn't a place he could reach simply by running. For now, let's just trust his words and wait here. He also said he had a backup plan in case we couldn't get through the gate with him." The only thing they could do now was hope that plan would work. Outside, Sang was controlling number 1 and the clones who were trying to fight the monsters. The difficult part was that they were invisible, but he had already blocked it. Although he didn't know its exact location, he definitely felt something. They continued to rush forward, stabbing through them. They were almost at the corpse when suddenly, a clone was hit by them. The monsters behind the shield had circled around to the front and caught up to him. They were surrounded. The situation now forced Sang to use the potion. After chugging the entire bottle of potion, his body felt enhanced, activating a magic bullet, firing a bullet filled with magic. One pull of the trigger sent the swarm of monsters to their demise. To everyone's surprise, after clearing the path to the corpse, they could finally leave. However, due to the side effects, his body felt like it was about to explode. He asked number 2 and everyone to get the corpse. Mana was constantly flowing into his body, making him feel like he was about to explode. Before this body, number 1, shatters, he will try to attract the monster's attention. So everyone needs to run quickly. They successfully retrieved the corpse and rushed like mad to the entrance. Number 4 immediately tore the teleportation scroll. The teleportation team was worried that someone was still stuck out there, but he was just a clone. Seeing everyone about to leave and Iona's distraught expression, number 1 unconsciously smiled, telling everyone he'd meet them in the afterlife. Then the monsters also exploded. Notifications continuously appeared, activating the Monster Devour skill, absorbing the essence of the monsters you killed. Absorbing the stats of the Ice Guardian. Your strength has increased. Your reflexes have also increased. Your mana has increased. Your cold resistance has increased. In the hospital room, where Siot was receiving treatment, today was the day the rescue mission closed, meaning the mission could finally end, but he still couldn't wake up to happily welcome everyone with joy. Meanwhile, at the camp, the teleportation gate showed a signal of use. It was the rescue team. A hand reached out, and this image reminded Wonty of Siot in that moment, making him shut his eyes tightly. Gritting his teeth, trembling, he didn't know what he would do if that happened again. Wonty slowly opened his eyes, and before him was the image of his younger sister. He froze for a moment, then tears of happiness streamed down his face. "You're back!" Sang had also woken up. This was his first time experiencing the feeling of exploding, a truly chilling sensation. Iona tried to appear strong so her brother wouldn't get too emotional in front of everyone. "Of course it's me. Who did you think I was? Don't tell me you messed everything up at the guild while I was gone." Wonty reached out with trembling hands and hugged his younger sister tightly. He cried because he missed her so much, happy that Iona, in flesh and blood, was standing before him. At this moment, Iona could no longer control her emotions either. Her eyes welled up. "Brother Sio, it's all my fault." She burst into sobs. She had thought no one would come to rescue them. She had been so scared. "Thank you for returning safely." And so, the two siblings hugged and cried a river. They kept thanking each other. Just then, Siot also woke up after being in a coma for several days. Everything had ended well. He excitedly checked his stats. Behind the Wonty siblings appeared 2 people, startling them greatly. They came to bow and thank him. "We have no words to fully express our gratitude." Sang, who was addicted but embarrassed, said, "Don't be like that, everyone. Please raise your heads." I only took the quest because the requested reward was quite good. But Sang's favor wasn't something that could just be brushed off. Wonty said to contact him if they encountered difficulties. They would help at all costs. The Kenos Guild will be your strongest backing with all our capabilities. I promise. If he said that, then just say okay. To make him happy, Sang returned the scroll to Wonty. He had used one scroll to defeat the ice-lurking bear and still had one left. Wonty said he could keep it. He had intended to give it, along with all the unused items from this exploration, to Sang. However, this was Kenos Guild's property, and Sang would feel uncomfortable if Wonty didn't take it back. Well, since he said that, he had no choice but to accept it. He still regretted it immensely after returning it. What a terrible waste. Iona wondered, was he always here? Yes, he was always busy controlling his similar-skilled clones, but he was always here. Yet, Iona thought they were all real people and had to lie down to calm themselves. Wonty also couldn't believe such a skill existed. He wondered how much stronger Sang would become later. Meanwhile, he was still greatly regretting having returned the spell scroll at that time. I really should have just taken it. So, everyone had escaped outside. Wonty would be very busy upon returning. He had to check everyone's health and also prepare a funeral. This loss made everyone reflect. Sang's phone vibrated. The signal couldn't pass through the gate, so a flood of messages was now pouring in. He was very alarmed when he received the news that Runmo had been captured by the Silver Moon gang. The address had also been provided. Sang was furious. He yelled, "I need to go to this place right now." Those Silver Moon bastards have already taken our manager from which guild? Wonty didn't know why those guys had to do that. Sang had fought with them before. They tried to control the hunting ground he was participating in, so they were getting revenge. Wonty handed back the spell scroll, telling him to use it and go to them immediately. Sang intended to refuse the teleportation scroll, but Wonty promised to help at all costs. At the Silver Moon gang's area, they were quite strictly guarded. Yuhien was also secretly watching them. Why isn't that idiot answering my messages? Suddenly, one of them discovered her. He choked her and interrogated. "Who are you? What are you doing lurking around here?" Just when she thought she was done for, luckily, divine intervention saved her, and Sang's clone appeared just in time. Although he recognized the danger, he couldn't resist. Sang choked him with all his hatred. "Where's he? Where's our manager?" Brother, how can he speak if you're choking him like that?" Yuhien said she knew where Runmo was, and she would lead everyone there. As for now, these two clones would send him to the underworld. Those Silver Moon bastards had taken the manager into that warehouse, and a few others were circling to guard the place. Sang pounded his chest and told the clones to wait here because it was very dangerous inside. He wouldn't be long and would bring Runmo back. Inside, Runmo was being tortured. Kaya-sung was still patient, asking, "There are many other guilds, why us?" "Yeah, that's true. After all, not many guilds control hunting grounds. So you're just asking and answering yourself, huh?" He then turned to Gasu and asked, "Will Rong-sang come? When will he arrive?" Gasu guessed it would probably be a few more hours, because he was quite far from here. So while waiting, they'll prepare a few things first. But at this moment, the teleportation scroll in the pile of goods stirred, and just a few seconds later, Sang was already here. "Are you guys from the Silver Moon Guild?" They thought it would take a few hours. Who knew it'd be this fast? Gasu found it a bit strange that Sang came alone. He heard there were masked figures too. He volunteered to check around to see if anyone else was hiding. Kaya-sung demanded they be captured alive. Runmo nervously yelled, "Hunter, no." But now he was helpless, because he was very seriously injured. Sang was filled with immense hatred. "Just a moment, manager. I'll punish them for what they've done to you." A puny nobody, overestimating himself, charged forward. Sang quickly grabbed his arm, then snapped, it broke. And then another guy fared no better. Kaya-sung sighed helplessly at recruiting such useless guys. Sang dealt with them one by one, walking confidently. The henchmen were starting to tremble. Kaya-sung spoke, our boss. How should I put it? He already guessed. He said you'd come here to save him. And he wasn't wrong, was he? But wait, I just want to tell you this. If you tell us where the crystal is hidden right now, we'll let both of you go. Sang didn't understand anything. What the hell are you barking about? What crystal? And what you've done has crossed the line, so this won't end peacefully. Kaya-sung found it amusing. His opponent was truly an arrogant brat. They had found a few things while searching his room and obtained some documents. He admitted Sang was very strong, given that he could defeat their C-grade henchman. He guessed Sang was C or B grade. His stats were also very good. With these, he guessed Sang could defeat most hunters in this area. But your skill is cloning, right? He knew all those things. That's why Sang could fight them directly without using any skills. Kaya-sung began to laugh gleefully, his face like a devil. There are those like you who have awakened but have a troublesome skill. And that's why you focus on stats like an idiot. You can't use any other attack method except rushing at your opponent like a moth to a flame, can you? And I'm sure the masked figures following you also have weaknesses just like yours. I've realized that people like you have gathered into a group. All of them are useless. Enough talk. Let's see for yourself if you think these guys are weak. At this moment, his clones also entered. They realized the useless guys outside had also been eliminated. But Kaya-sung had already anticipated this. He silently stood up, holding his sword. At least you're not that numerous now. I really like the idea of defeating a bunch of idiots who don't know their limits. Sang saw that this guy was truly overconfident. As the ancient said, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll win 100 battles. So let's see how amazing his skills are. He began to disappear. His awakened skill is invisibility. Invisibility is the ultimate skill that even the highest level detection skills cannot perceive. He was very pleased because sensing presence or aura was all useless. With this skill, it eliminates all his traces. You don't know your limits, yet you're prancing around provocatively. Have you guys had any experience dealing with this skill? You guys should prepare for death. You won't be able to touch me. He was even openly disdained by a few clones. Sang sighed wearily. The battle will end soon. Even if Kaya-sung were reborn, he wouldn't understand how Sang's clones could catch him. What the hell, what is this? It's completely screwed now. He looked handsome and cool and all, yet he fell in just 3 frames. Sang's 3 old school friends were chatting, and they mentioned him. Recently, no one has been able to contact him. Sang changed his phone number, and there weren't even any contact messages. They heard some rumors that Sang was working as a hunter, but they didn't think he would continue because Sang was too naive for that job. I know, right? Even if someone crossed the line and teased him, he'd just laugh it off. Can he really kill monsters with that personality? That's because you two don't understand how scary Sangu can be when he gets angry. Once, in 3rd grade, he actually got angry. I was supposed to go home with Sangu, but I was blocked by bullies and had my money stolen. When Sangu saw me like that, he attacked those bullies. As a result, both of them were beaten badly, and afterward, he learned that he had also been robbed by them before. Sangu still decided to fight back again because he was angry seeing his friend being bullied like that. Those ruffians must have been surprised when a kid who they had previously robbed suddenly fought back like that. Although his personality is very strange, he is incredibly forgiving when things only involve him. But if those around him are involved, Sangu will be extremely angry. Exactly at this moment, he ordered his clones to deal with these guys and quickly take their manager to the hospital. Chio-sung was scared stiff. How could you see me? I thought he was very confident in his abilities, but this fool didn't know. I just came back after slaughtering a pack of monsters with skills similar to what he possesses. Now, how should I deal with him? You're quite good at spouting nonsense in such a short amount of time. He begged for his life in fear. He untied Run Mo while demonstrating his lecturing skills to this young man. First, my skill isn't trash. I don't just train my physique. But there's one thing you said that's true. My stats are pretty damn good. After that battle, the Ice Guardian's stats were absorbed, and his stats also increased significantly. After saying that, he punched him, not even letting him say his last words. Chio-sung took the full punch. spat out blood, and collapsed to the ground. One of them ran away. The rest were also dealt with. Sangu ordered his clones not to chase him, but to focus on taking the manager to the hospital immediately. Mo was worried about Sangu, but he just said, "Don't worry about me. Go get treatment for yourself first." It seems like Sung can still move. He looks pathetic now. He still can't believe what happened to him. This is absurd, far from what he read in the report. This power isn't just 19, and the others aren't weak either. It would be impossible to escape if caught by at least 2 clones. He tried to get up. There's no way he could have increased his stats so much in such a short time. There must be something. He suddenly saw the potion in his pants pocket. He smiled triumphantly. "All right, I admit I underestimated you. I didn't think you could catch me or even react to my stealth skill. I've heard these excuses too many times. There won't be any mistakes now," he said as he slowly walked towards him. But Sung wasn't one to be trifled with. He thought Sangu hadn't seen everything he had. "I don't want to see everything a grown man has anyway. Pretty girls, maybe." Sung continued to fight. He thought it was impossible for the clones to see him without using a tracking skill, but they still caught him. "I don't want to believe it, but they must be predicting my position based on the air currents whenever I move." So he decided to move faster to avoid making any sound, so they couldn't sense him anymore. Watching these movements, Senga had to admit he was very fast. Truly astonishing speed. He couldn't see him. Sung really had better reflexes than him. It seems what he spewed earlier was true, and he's doing this to prevent sound from being emitted. He thought he could hit Sangu, but Sangu merely raised his arm, and Sung tripped and fell flat on the ground. He looked at the man in front of him with disdain. "Are you kicking up a dust cloud to hide your movement sounds? Now I can see you even clearer." But the man laughed as if he had achieved his goal. He had successfully stolen the potion from Sangu's pocket. "I knew there was something strange about you guys. Your stats are too different from what I found at headquarters. You and the people you're with must have used this to enhance your stats," he said as he opened the potion. Sangu kindly advised him not to drink that potion, but the fool still drank it. "Well, you've sealed your fate, kid." After chugging the potion, his power surged and his muscles bulged. He said triumphantly, "I didn't hear what you said. I was busy enhancing my power." "Ha ha ha. Then don't come back to haunt me and say I didn't warn you." What a self-destruction. This is what happens when you drink medicine without a doctor's guidance. His power made the entire building shake, and he was still pleased with his strength. Excited to see his body change, his muscles growing, Sung was thrilled. "What kind of elixir is this? My strength feels like it's doubled." Even the best medicine would hardly achieve such an effect. Then, relying on the power he now possessed, he turned to taunt. "You're Zong Sangu, aren't you? If you reveal who made this potion, I'll only break 1 or 2 of your ribs and then let you go immediately. Currently, numbers 4 and 5 are taking the manager to the hospital. Sanga has to deal with him with only numbers 2 and 3. That guy started drawing his sword, and so the battle officially began. He charged with full confidence. This power made it easy for him to take down 2 clones. Then he attacked Sangu, and even though Sangu is very strong, the guy still possessed the power granted by that potion, making it very difficult to defend against. He took a hit, and the sword smoked. Sung grew even more conceited. He laughed continuously. Ki. After seeing this, you still don't understand your current situation, do you? Looks like you didn't understand what I meant when I told you I'd read your entire record. Do you think everything I read or referenced was just data? I already have other plans." "Yes, and their plan is to attack your family." The subordinates quickly took down the hunter guarding the door. This is where Sangu's family lives. They dragged a whole bunch of them up there. You guys know how short-tempered he is, so hurry up and get the job done. His parents were surprised to have visitors at this hour. His father immediately went to open the door. Sung attacked while also playing psychological tricks. If a fight involves family, this guy isn't an honorable person at all. He's utterly despicable. He charged in with a crazy attack. Even the clones couldn't stop him. "You can mess with me, but if you touch my family, you're dead." He was like a beast burning with hatred. This power was stronger than all the most powerful skills. One sword strike was enough to split the house in two, and his two blades shattered. Chio-sung couldn't be calm anymore. He quickly activated an attack skill and rushed to punch him. Senga took a direct hit and was sent flying far away. The clones also lost focus and were continuously attacked by him. One by one, no one could withstand it. He had to admit the terrifying effectiveness of this potion. Yu Hyan was just peeking out nearby. You lost, didn't you? You were so cool just now. Shut up, I'm going to win. Who's that man next to you? He ran over here just now and charged at me. Luckily, this person knocked him down. Chio-sung was now nothing but confidence, a stark contrast to his begging for mercy not long ago. He told her to hide immediately, while he would continue to fight. That guy showed great pity that his enemy was so resilient. You still want to fight? Didn't you hear what I just said? Was it a joke when I sent people to your house? What Sangu was waiting for at this moment was for the side effects of the potion to kick in, while that guy still didn't know death was about to knock. He opened his phone and showed him proof that their subordinates had gone to threaten his family. Hello, have you arrived? Lightly cut off a finger from his old folks and send it to me. This was the moment. The potion's time was up. His muscles began to burn. He didn't know what was happening to his ears. Then it was his whole body. He collapsed, completely devoid of strength. Finally, it's time to go to hell. He stood up casually. Didn't I tell you not to drink that stuff? Now Chio-sung was writhing like a cripple. His last hope was to order his subordinates to take Sangu's family hostage right now. He's in this state and still talking big. You bastard. If you touch me, your whole family will die. And the antidote. Give me the antidote quickly. Despair just doubled. The person on the other end of the line said it was the wrong number. The truth is that Nonhung's group had been completely dealt with by the K-Not Association. The people from the K-Not Association had arrived there first and informed his parents that their son had successfully completed his mission and was on his way back to Korea. In front, he was nonchalant as if nothing had happened, while beside him, he was tightly clamping the mouth of a subordinate from the Non-Noyet Association. His head felt like it was about to explode. If he squeezed a little harder, he probably would have been gone for good. After everything was dealt with, he excused himself and left immediately. As for you guys, come with me. After that, there was a conversation like that. So everything was handled simply. Now there was no hope left for Chio-sung. He could only scream in despair. You useless garbage. You bastards. I've been talking a bit too much until now. It's time to say goodbye to this life. His body started to react. He trembled like a walking skeleton. Sangu gently reminded him, from now on, if you want to live, you should use your strength to breathe. Then he picked up his scrawny arm and said, Listen here. Don't touch the people around me, he said, twisting it like breaking a chicken leg. Painful screams echoed everywhere. Mo at the hospital had also received first aid. Senga came to visit, not using the main door but preferring to use the window, and a fifth-floor window at that. It turned out visiting hours at the hospital were over, so he had to sneak in like a thief. He inquired about the manager's condition. Thank goodness Hello was there at the time, so they said I just needed to wear this brace and cast for 1 or 2 weeks. Anyway, Mr. Hunter, what's that blood? Are you injured? Sangu wiped the blood from his cheek and said he was fine. He was fully recovered now. He has excellent recovery abilities, and of course, Mo doesn't need to worry about the Non-Noyet Association anymore. They won't dare to do such a thing again. Sangu was contemplating whether to reevaluate his rank. His rank had increased and was recognized for saving people in the gate accident, but he hadn't rechecked it since then. He just wanted to increase his stats and earn money to pay for his sister's hospital bills, but he wasn't interested in power and authority. So what reason made him suddenly change his mind? Sangu had thought that he only needed to do well. He also didn't care about those who looked down on him because of his low rank. But after what just happened, he changed his mind. Sangu showed his determination. If he were an A-rank hunter or stronger, the Non-Noyet Association wouldn't dare to do this, and they wouldn't even think about attacking the GM agency office. That's why he wants to request a reevaluation of his rank. Mo said if Sangu truly wanted to increase his rank, it would be very beneficial for his agency, and they would be extremely grateful for it. Just having one high-ranking hunter strengthens the agency's position, and even for Sangu as a hunter, this is the best way to prove his capabilities. However, it will attract a lot of attention, so situations like these might continue. The decision is Sangu's. He also hesitated a bit, but once a decision is made, he won't change it. So he submitted an application to take the hunter rank evaluation at the center. Currently his rank is E, and his skill is cloning. The staff asked, "Did you come here alone?" Normally, people usually compete in teams. Sangu knew he would ask that, just like Zumo said yesterday. Normally, people check if they can handle a monster of their rank when they go in a group. If there's a C-rank monster, then a C-rank hunter should form a team to fight it. That means normally, the monster will be stronger than the hunter. When fighting one-on-one, that's true, but that doesn't apply to him. He can do it alone. Sangu's skills can form an unbeatable team. The staff member sighed. So you need to kill a monster of a higher rank than you and collect proof of your abilities. You can send a message to the association's security council for them to acknowledge your hunt, and then come back here to reevaluate your rank. Sangu suggested that he would skip the tests for ranks D, C, and B all at once. The staff member was visibly alarmed. Who is this kid? Is he trying to cause trouble? And he said he'd take the test alone. I'm sorry, but you can only advance one rank at a time, so you can't do that. Ah, well, I guess that's okay then. It'll just take a little more time. Which monster should I kill to get promoted to D rank? The monster that appears in the D rank promotion test is a mermaid. It has good defense and superhuman strength, so bullets are ineffective. He was openly contemptuous, thinking Sangu couldn't do anything with his crappy clone skill. Being asked so many questions made the staff member furious. In all his years on the job, he had never encountered a case like this. Let's see if he can do it. He'll probably come back and ask me to cancel his registration. Sangu sat on the waiting chair, checking his phone, reading documents, scratching his head, and yawning for 2 whole hours. He was still sitting there, and the staff member couldn't hold back anymore. Why hasn't he gone hunting yet? Seeing Sangu stand up, he thought he was finally starting, but then he turned back and asked, or maybe he wants to cancel his registration? But he only softly said 3 words, "I'm done," which made the older man question reality. Surprise, old man. Sangu said he had already dealt with the mermaids and brought proof. Please register me as a D-rank hunter. The staff member didn't know what this kid was babbling about. He didn't know that Sangu's clones had already dealt with the monsters, while he only had to sit there admiring the sky, trees, and girls for 2 hours. He's been sitting here drinking coffee, and now he's talking nonsense. I don't know what. He still couldn't believe it, because he hadn't left to hunt yet. Sangu confidently told him to check first. He was sure that the team from the hunting area had already sent a confirmation message. The staff member quickly checked. Indeed, confirmation had been received, but he still didn't believe it and had to call the security team at Fire Spa Hunting Station directly. Hello, this is the Fire Spa Hunting Station security. How can I help you? I'm from the Hunter Evaluation Center. I want to confirm whether Hunter Zong Sangu really caught 5 mermaids. The security guard began to check and reported. Yes, this has been confirmed. I personally checked. There's even a recording of him coming here. I don't know why both the member and the commander are named Sangu. The employee's first shock. Is this system broken, or has the security guard at the hunting ground been bribed? He hasn't even left this place. Sangu hurriedly asked if he had confirmed the news. At this point, even with doubt, it couldn't be challenged. He said he would promote Sangu immediately, even though this was truly impossible. He also thought Sangu must have done something illegitimate. After this, he would immediately report to the general headquarters. So Sangu was promoted to D-rank hunter. D-rank is done, C-rank next. That night, Yuhian pulled out the bag of crystal gems she had hidden. She remembered telling Sangu the truth. Yuhian felt very guilty because of her. The Silver Moon Guild had attacked the GM organization. She admitted that she was the one who stole their crystal gems from the hunting ground. Yuhian didn't expect things to become so serious. She thought Sangu would hate her for all the things he had to go through because of her mistake. But Senga said it wasn't Yuhian's fault. The reason they did that was because they thought I was the one who took those jewels and deliberately harmed my family and the organization. This is an issue between the Silver Moon Guild and me, so you don't need to worry. The root of this incident is the jewels. It's an issue between me and the Silver Moon Guild, and I also don't think you stole them just for fun. He didn't know what the Silver Moon Guild and Haisung did to her, but he wouldn't judge Yuhian's problems as trivial or anything, and she didn't need to apologize. Yuhian trembled, carrying the bag of jewels, and ran headlong. All right, this is an issue between me and them. Back to Sangu. Everyone at the center was surprised that he passed both C rank and B rank. Perhaps this is enough for today. The employee was like, "What the hell is this?" The person next to him was Zamper, and only he knew about Sangu. Last time, Sangu had requested a duplicate certificate to enter the hunting grounds. Zamper said the doctor was very excited when talking about him, even drooling, and said he had never seen skills like his. Actually, I'm quite surprised he's been so quiet until now. Is it because he has a low rank? In just one day, he went from E rank to B rank. The hunter's website must be going crazy now. He should have asked for an autograph. A week passed, and many things changed. Articles about his hack-like rank ascension and the fastest promotion of all time are receiving a lot of attention. The hunter website was no less excited. And Sangu also received a reward from Akino's guild. It had so many zeros that he screamed and exploded the house. 5 billion was added to his account. Yet Gunty said this was just payment for completing the mission. Agent Kong only called it a contract, but he didn't think it would be so much money. Gunty told him to just take it. No one else would dare take that job if it weren't for him. And when you're free, let's catch up, brother. Team 1 misses you a lot. What a stroke of luck. From now on, he won't have to worry about hospital treatment fees, even though he could still pay for intensive care with the money he earned. But with this money, he can hire a rank 5 therapist. If Senga sees him, he'll be on his knees begging like crazy. After Kong Kayasung's complete failure, the Jushin Guild Master went mad. He thought Kong would be useful because the Hazung Guild sent him. Now, what's the point of getting jewels from Iolo? No one is working for them anymore. And if the Kino's Guild is involved, this is too dangerous. He decided to destroy all the evidence. Yes, but with Miho here, your number's up. Jushin's face darkened as he hurriedly explained. I think we have a slight misunderstanding. Let's talk first. But with that cunning look on his face, he wasn't about to just take it. He intended to use his fists to talk. But 3 seconds later, he was knocked out. Don't you dare open your mouth until I allow it. The next day, at the Kanisa Guild headquarters tower, Zumo had been discharged from the hospital and came to meet Gunty. The doctor told him not to move around much for a while. Anyway, he had heard that he had protected Hunter Senga's family. Such favors shouldn't be discussed here. Zumo had once said that those who ambushed him were from the Silver Moon Guild, but that wasn't all. Zumo asked Gunty if he knew Hunter Kong Kayasung. He was the main culprit in this case, and he was also the vice leader of the Silver Moon Guild. Gunty had also heard that Sangu had rendered him irrecoverable from his current state. But surprisingly, that Hunter Kayasung was actually one of the hunters Zumo used to manage when working for the Haisung Guild. That means Kong Kayasung belongs to the Haisung Guild. The relationship between Haisung and Silver Moon is clear, but whether the Haisung Guild is involved in this case is still unknown. Just then, Miho also appeared. She mentioned Zip, that those Silver Moon bastards had produced crystal stones, and then offered to sell them to the Haisung Guild, and it wasn't even a proper crystal stone. She gave Gunty a document, then turned to greet Zumo. She had gone to the Silver Moon Guild to investigate, but she kept Jushin's dog-like life, and would soon hand him over to him. Gunty wondered what Zip was. It's a body-enhancing drug. Miho knew something was very fishy. There's no way a B-rank guild like Silver Moon could produce crystal stones without help. The Haisung Guild was deeply involved in this, meaning it was extremely dangerous. Hunter activities only became legal after the Great Flood ended. Soldiers controlled hunting areas, taxes were levied on hunting income, and other things like purchasing monster drop items were legalized. Because of this, the hunter profession seemed to have stabilized, But not everyone agreed with that. Some hunters opposed identity registration and hunting restrictions. They broke away and formed their own society. As such, unlicensed hunters engaged in illegal weapon transactions and information sharing to protect their income. Yuhian gleefully brought back the stolen crystals. She really hoped these crystals could be sold for a high price as soon as possible. But he had betrayed her. He had ordered people to apprehend Yuhian, saying they had threatened his family's lives, so he had no other choice. A grumpy man nearby, finding it too noisy, showed up. He was like, "I don't know who you are, but do you know who my dad is?" Before he could finish his sentence, he was punched square in the face. Luckily, Sangu arrived just in time before they could take her away. He promised he would help her with this. The plan to sell these gemstones was also Sangu's idea. He was certain they would take the bait. At an undetermined location, the staff member was checking Shen Haisung, the Haisung Guild master. He mockingly said, "Don't you find it funny? Checking the body of a respected A-rank hunter. Do you think I'd be carrying a gun or something?" He even spoke in a provocative tone. "Do you think I need a weapon, or should I do something, huh?" He was just joking for a bit. After the check, he was allowed through the door, where a mysterious person known as the Prophet was waiting. The woman knew why he was there, but the answer would still be the same. That person advised him to give up, even if he was dissatisfied with his current life. He's a stubborn one. Haisung believes that anyone in power, even politicians, must kneel before him. Everything is going very smoothly so far. There's no way he will give up. The Prophet said his life's destiny has changed. More specifically, someone changed it. He yelled loudly, wanting to know that person's name. But that person didn't know either. Not just one or two people. Meanwhile, after dealing with the masked guy, he demanded the phone password, but the stubborn guy refused, even saying, "Just kill me." Why so brutal? I can't do that. But I'll hand you over to the guy you just punched. It seems they're very angry. So much so that I don't even know if you'll die peacefully at their hands. Everyone already knows the result. Sangu used his phone to call Jinnik, the leader of Haisung Squad 1. "Big bro, I've got the crystals." "Good, bring them to the airbase." "Wait, why does your voice sound different today?" This guy didn't suspect much, only reminding. "Don't let anything happen to the zip production. Our manager is upset about what the Silver Moon guys did." After the call, he returned the iPhone 15 Pro Max to the bald guy, not forgetting to thank him. "Thank you. We'll pay you for these crystals right away. Take them. But in exchange, can you tell me the location of the factory?" The bald guy objected, saying he'd lose his life if he told them. But if he didn't, the other two would just carve him up anyway. "You son of a bitch. You're not doing what you promised. But I didn't kill you, just as I promised. Haha. This weak heart wouldn't be able to see such a horrible thing. I'm going home." He really is a master interrogator, the king of scaring children. In the end, he gave in and spoke. This heartwarming conversation was recorded. He told Wahan to send it to the agent, along with the factory location. She was very shy, thanking him for helping her like this. "Oh right, I heard your skill is cloning, is that right? I saw the news. So that's why everyone around looks so much like you." Sangu thought she didn't care much about other people, but when asked the name of the person in front of him, he finally knew. Calling a girl a drug maker? Change that right now. "My name is Wahan." Wahan wondered where the clones were. At the barbecue restaurant, where else? After so many days and months fighting for capitalism, they finally get to taste meat. Poor things, they've been chewing on crystals more than meat. Just one bite of meat, and he's already thinking of the cow crying at the slaughterhouse. Truly a compassionate clone. Too sad. Just one more bite. The meat is really as crispy as noodles. Renmo listened to the recorded call again. He knew this voice belonged to Sinjin, leader of Haisung Squad 1, Haisung's beloved son. So they've confirmed Haisung's involvement with the crystal. In short, the Haisung Guild has 5 crystal supply sources. Among them, the Silver Moon Guild is almost disbanded, leaving 4 other places. All of them are similar to the Silver Moon Guild, at least B-rank guilds. However, they can't bring down Haisung with just this evidence, even though creating crystals is illegal. Unfortunately, It's very difficult to do that. The Haesung Guild doesn't produce it themselves. Plus, they're backed by the Korean Hunter Association. Even if they're jailed, they'll be released soon enough. All that can be done now is to plan carefully how to deal with this. Gunty reminded Runmo not to go out alone. They would soon send bodyguards to protect him. As for Sangu's older brother, he doesn't need to be careful. No one can touch a hair on his head. Runmo messaged Sangu, informing him that he had listened to the recording and discovered that the crystal is an ingredient used to produce a drug called Zip. Although I don't know what Zip is, it sounds dangerous. In the coming time, you shouldn't go out, but stay in your room. After that incident, the GM office has been relocated. Runmo rented an entire floor. The truth is he had planned to move a long time ago. It's just at this time, the Silver Moon guys helped him move a bit earlier. Then the two grown-up kids started to gloat. We'll soon become the #1 office in the nation, right? Isn't the #1 office in the nation a bit small like this? Right, we have Hunter Dung Sangu, who can easily defeat B-rank hunters. Specifically, there's also a room designed exclusively for Wehan. She was very surprised by the room in front of her. It was equipped with all the most advanced pharmaceutical manufacturing technology. Runmo had worked very hard to prepare it. Most of the equipment and machinery had already been moved here. If she needed anything, she just had to say. Wehan could also live, eat, sleep, and relax comfortably in the room next door. Wehan thanked him, so he already knew this girl had nowhere else to go. Suddenly Runmo received a phone call. He didn't know who was calling, but he frantically told Sangu to go to the hospital immediately. At the same time, in the Silver Moon Guild storage, old Haesung requested someone to appear. From a black blob, a mysterious person immediately emerged. He asked for Jushin's whereabouts. He was being held captive in the basement of the Iolo Guild. All documents related to Zip had also been taken. The mysterious person gave him the mask of the unfortunate bald guy. According to what they had discussed with others, the GM's side must have known the factory's location. Haesung angrily took out 2 vials of medicine and gave them to the other person. You know what to do, right? If they want Zip so badly, just give it to them, even though it's not complete. In the basement of the Iolo Guild, Jushin was tied up there. He was very surprised when the other person appeared in front of him. However, that director didn't send him to save him, but to inject that drug into him, even though it hadn't been tested yet. Jushin unwillingly became a defenseless guinea pig. Gunty and Miho were walking nearby. He said he would go extract information from Jushin. Are you sure it's not because you're worried I might get kidnapped? It's more like worrying about the kidnapper, actually. At this moment, Miho's keen nose caught the smell of burning. The Iolo Guild headquarters was on fire. The two quickly ran there. The gatekeepers had been injured. A monster appeared in the basement that even B-rank hunters couldn't stop. That means its power is at least A rank. This is illogical, as there haven't been any teleportation gates recently. So where could it have come from? Suddenly, Miho realized the ugly monster in front of them was Jushin. The other person quickly went to inject the next target, Kayasung. Siona arrived in time. She didn't know what he intended to do to the person on the bed, but he wasn't allowed to cause chaos in the hospital. So he redirected the needle straight towards her neck. Sangu quickly held his hand. In the hospital, only doctors and nurses are allowed to use needles, kid. Then he immediately attacked, leaving the guy no time to react. On this side, Gundy was also trying to deal with this mutated hunter. Its power was truly terrifying. Just one blow from it split the entire ground and shook buildings. Jushin used to be a hunter from a group above B rank. Judging by those scars, Miho was quite sure. It seems it also suddenly appeared from the guild's basement. Gunny thought to himself, turning humans into monsters, and it even gets stronger. Is that possible? If it's really Kong Jushin, then Haesung intends to deal with the Silver Moon Guild. This means Kong Kayasung, who is being treated in the hospital, is also in danger. Siona was also at the hospital and saw a suspicious person, so she contacted Runmo. Their mission now is to finish off this monster. Miho aimed directly at the monster's chest and hit it, but its body was elastic like rubber, and the bullet had no effect. It intended to raise its dirty fist to hit her, but Gunty gently took its hand, followed by a crescent slash. Both combined their sword's power. At this moment, they were certain that the person in front of them was Kong Jun, and he was even using skills. The mutated monster screamed, looking fierce and dangerous, but only 3 seconds later, it went completely silent. The appearance of Sun Guild Master Kim Igen sent this noisy monster to its demise with a single sword strike. He needed an explanation about this chaos. At the hospital, the battle between Sangu and the masked man was still ongoing. He was quite surprised that Sangu knew he was here. Someone teleported into the hospital, and you think no one would notice? Siona said, activating her fire skill. However, he easily destroyed this skill. That's not good, using fire? You can't do that in a hospital. But someone who freely brings needles into a hospital has no right to say such things. Take a kick from me. Thanks to Sangu's agility, Siona was safe. He immediately set off when he heard the news. It was lucky that his new office was right next to the hospital. Now he understood why someone like Kaya-sung was beaten to a pulp. Sangu was truly strong, and his clones have arrived too. But will they be able to fight after eating so much? The guy in front of him wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't risk charging into a crowd like that. I'll see you soon. After all, there's a lot of darkness around here. For example, the mana absorption unit is right beneath my feet. He seemed to be targeting his sister, Sangu, enraged, wanted to strike him, but he quickly vanished. Everything ended quite quickly after that incident. The monster rampage in the middle of the city was handled by the power of the 3 leaders of the 3 major guilds, Sun Guild, Iolo Guild, and Kenas Guild. After hearing about everything, Kim Igen tried to manage the situation, but the incident was known to the public as a normal monster rampage from a fast gate, and Jushin was recorded as a missing person. That was also because they couldn't voluntarily provide an explanation for Jushin's disappearance. The Iolo Guild holding him captive in the basement prevented Miho from revealing everything. Though it was a bit late, they found the location of the gemstones and went there, but everything had vanished. Everyone involved with the crystal gems also disappeared, and only machines were found. There were some reports of monsters appearing in the middle of the city, but all information about them was removed after a while. Those monsters were also quickly taken down by hunters, and everyone completely forgot about them. Everything was considered a mystery, and the unidentified monster outbreak ended. After the incident with the Silver Moon Guild, Sangu couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to find a protector. Although it would reduce hunting efficiency, safety must be the top priority. But they don't have enough money to hire anyone. They're truly dirt poor. Sangu will use his clones to work as protectors. One will be at Sangu's house, 2 at the hospital, 1 at the GM organization, and 2 will continue hunting and training. Runmo wondered, couldn't he summon 7 clones now that he'd leveled up? But Sangu would have to send 1 clone away. The Kenas Guild would help them. He would be taken to a familiar place, and that place was Odin's Tower. This clone would take on the task of carrying the loudspeaker to attract the monster's attention. The monsters, seeing tasty humans without weapons, started salivating. After gathering them all in one place, he'll take a potion, and together they'll set off fireworks. Thanks to this, Sangu gets rewards without working. If he farms like this, he'll probably reach the top of the server quickly, right? Sangu's clones really have a hard time, don't they? Today is the opening ceremony of the Hunter Academy in South Korea. The Academy's principal, Won Haksu, is giving a speech, thanking the ladies and gentlemen for coming. This Hunter Academy was built to educate low-level hunters on how to deal with monsters, equipping them with skills at a certain cost to increase the chance of item drops for monsters. No matter how bad their skills are or how low their level is, anyone can join. If you learn from other hunters and train with them, you'll have enough confidence to enter the hunting grounds. The person who achieves the best results at the end of the school year will receive this elixir. At this moment in the gym, Sangu lifted weights and trained. He sighed and spoke, thinking, none of these are over 1 ton. Sorry, but with weights that heavy, the floor would collapse. You could go to Mana Reinforced Gym. I understand. Sangu grabbed more weights, but still felt it wasn't enough. How boring. There's no simulation at all. The principal appeared on TV announcing, Principal Haksu has announced the opening of the Hunter Academy and stated that the application period for the Korean branch is in December. Additionally, the Academy is adding bonus points for low-rank hunters and hunters with few skills to encourage their participation. Sangu said indifferently, "Where's the remote?" The manager has strange tastes. I didn't think he'd turn on the news. The TV continued to announce. Principal Haksu surprised many by stating that the prize for the winner at the Academy is a precious divine elixir. At this point, one Haksu looked up. Based on the results, all students at the Academy have a chance to receive the divine elixir. This is a huge motivation to encourage students to perform their best. He exclaimed in surprise, "Divine elixir?" The South Korean national anthem played, "Until the East Sea's waters run dry, and Baked Mountain wears away. Heaven will protect us, our country, forever." The majestic singing echoed. 3,000 ri of splendid rivers and mountains, covered in hibiscus flowers. The people of Daehan will forever walk the path of Daehan, preserving all of our truth. The pine tree on Namsan's peak stands firm in the wind and frost as if clad in armor. The golden eye absorbed the lyrics. Our indomitable spirit is the same. It watched every move. The clear autumn sky, thousands of miles high, without a single cloud. The bright moon in our hearts remains perfectly whole. With that spirit in mind, let us give our loyalty. Love our country, whether in hardship or happiness. Hunter Academy. Sangu was quite surprised and turned to the two people behind him, asking, "Is that true? The divine elixir at the Academy?" Sangu's partner replied, "I was surprised too. I checked and it's true. They're using the divine elixir as a prize for a competition among Academy students worldwide." Sangu recounted, "I heard from the branch. So the Academy has branches all over the world? Furthermore, the prize is a divine elixir. How can only one student achieve that?" Sangu's partner continued, "It's not just the Academy. It was founded by the Enlightenment Organization, led by Zamber." At this, the image of the organization's leader appeared. It's also one of the largest corporations. Sangu suspected, why would one of the world's largest corporations do that? Actually, his partner was wondering the same thing. That's what's strange. Everything started from their goal to bridge the gap between low-level and high-level hunters. He offered a speculation. They're trying to reduce casualties when disasters occur by enhancing the ability of ordinary hunters to deal with monsters, not just strong hunters. The lower a hunter's rank, the fewer good skills they have. Sangu leaned back in his chair and voiced his thoughts. "I think I also heard about it on the news, but I'm currently B rank. If I'd known about this, would I have lowered my rank?" His partner added, "Of course, your current rank is too high, but it'll be fine. You can meet other preferential conditions, can't you?" Sangu's face turned grim as the other person jabbed at him. "Have you ever bragged about your pile of useless skills?" The two argued, making Yu Hyan chuckle. What do you mean? I have over 10. Without stopping, Sangu listed. Heavy strike, archery, and magic bullet are all forced ranks, all basic skills. His partner walked over and patted Sangu's shoulder. Forced rank hunters usually have 20. When you reach B rank, you should have an average of 70 skills. That means the number of skills you currently possess. His partner deliberately teased Sangu while he was angry. Is precisely your advantage when enrolling, Hunter. Sangu pleaded in frustration. Stop, all right. His partner's words deeply hurt Sangu as he further explained. And because you're a foreigner. He crossed his arms and analyzed. So what's called the donation-based admission system, it could even apply to you too. Sangu was surprised. Donation-based admission system? His partner added. Do you still have the reward from the NUS tree? Night at the Korean branch of the Hunter Academy. The principal's voice rang out with laughter. Welcome. Principal Haksu of the Academy warmly welcomed. I am truly honored to meet someone famous. Next to Principal Haksu, someone spoke up. What do you mean? Famous. I should be thanking you for accepting me. Haksu still applauded and welcomed. Too modest. He added a rebuttal. Why are you so modest when you've spent 2.5 billion won for the benefit of this school's students? Sangu forced a smile. I'm also very happy to help the school achieve some admirable goals. He wondered, secretly assessing. Admission by money, what a strange system. I think that could only happen because this academy has a similar structure to other universities, but it doesn't receive the same treatment as a national university. Not stopping there, he thoughtfully considered. Thanks to the manager for his negotiation skills, for securing the 2.5 billion won price. But even if it cost 5 or 10 billion for a chance to get the divine medicine, I'm sure everyone would pay it. As for the judging gazes around him, he secretly analyzed. Furthermore, according to the enhancement policy for low-rank awakeners, the average rank of students here ranges from F, with D rank being the highest. Someone saw Sangu and whispered, "Isn't that Sangu? The one with the doppelganger skill." But Sangu didn't care. He continued walking with his thoughts. There's no one here I can consider a rival. He told himself, even if I have an easy time in class, I still have to complete the year-end competition. A voice announced, our academy is honored to accept 2 B-rank students from the first year. Suddenly, Sangu stopped, paying attention. He turned to the principal, looking surprised. You just said. The principal smiled and replied, Sangu must not know. There's a B-rank hunter who also came here through donation, just like you. Sangu's jaw dropped as he listened to the principal explain. I can't say who it is, but that hunter is just as famous as you are. After speaking, Principal Haksu laughed loudly. Sangu implicitly confirmed. So, I have a rival. In the first class. Nice to meet everyone. I'm Professor Haisuk. I'll be teaching you about the basic elements of magic. His lecture echoed through the hall. You'd probably curse me if I taught on the very first day, wouldn't you? So I'll simply announce the schedule, and we'll start next week. Sangu sat silently, contemplating. I like it because there are no rivals. Still bewildered, he wondered. But there's another person like me. Who could it be? There's no benefit for a high-rank hunter to come here, especially a B-rank one. He shrugged off his daze. Whatever. I'm not that interested in the hunter industry anyway. When I take first place, what does it matter what anyone else says? After class, Professor Haisuk bid everyone farewell and left the room. That's all for today. See you all next week. The orange-haired girl shouted an announcement. There's a freshman party tonight. Come to Gorian Bar near the intersection in front of the academy at 8 p.m. Sangu heard that and thought, freshman party. They should just call this a university. Sangu paused, wondering. Wait, could the B-rank hunter be there? Sangu's eyes lit up as if realizing something. He considered his options, wondering, should I go check it out? At a bar on a Korean street, everyone was excitedly raising their beer glasses. Cheers! Everyone surrounded Sangu, pressing him with questions. Is it true that you saved everyone at the Warp Gate disaster with a baseball bat? Overwhelmed by the curious people, Sangu softly replied, Yes, that's right. Someone asked further, I heard you destroyed the rank B monster with it. He could only helplessly answer, No, I got knocked down. A girl exclaimed, Did Appa destroy the Silver Moon Guild? He coldly replied, I have nothing to say. The girl pleaded, Please let us see the clone. The man in the yellow shirt next to him said enviously, He's really popular. They're hunting somewhere right now, so you can't. Sangu raised his hand for quiet and said, Everyone, please calm down a little. Besides me, is there anyone else of rank B who entered the academy? They were bewildered by his question. Besides me, is there anyone else of rank B who entered the academy? They looked at each other. Another rank B? I don't know. Did another rank B get in too? Hearing that, Sangu stroked his chin, certain. It seems they don't know either. Ah, it's nothing, never mind. Sangu looked at his phone thoughtfully. All the online articles are about me. What's his purpose in hiding? It also seems he's not coming here. Sangu quietly walked down the street. Time to go home. From a distance, Silent footsteps followed him. He reached out and asked, "Excuse me, is the freshman party this way?" Sangu turned and replied, "Yes, that's right. It's not over yet, so just go in." The man asked Sangu, "Why are you leaving?" Sangu sighed, I don't know anyone, so I guess I'll just head home." Suddenly, Sangu froze, eyes wide. "Wait," his voice. The man made a smiling gesture, taking off his hat, his long, smooth hair sweeping past Sangu's face. A soft voice. "You know me, don't you, teacher?" It turned out to be Hei Yun. "It's been 6 months since I last saw you, teacher, huh?" Sangu was surprised to see her again. "Hei Yun, is that you?" She looked a little disappointed. "What do you mean, teacher? I'm also a student at this academy." Sangu was also a bit surprised to see her there. "Why? Did you fail the Gyeongguk exam?" But Hei Yun changed the subject. "It's really cold. I'd like to drink something while we talk." Sangu felt helpless, but also a little relieved. "Look at this kid." They both went to a small bar. The bartender immediately brought out a drink and told her, "Here's your Purple Rain." The drink had a striking color, making Hei Yun exclaim, "It's so beautiful." Sangu immediately admonished her, "You just graduated. Don't buy your teacher a drink." Hei Yun pretended not to understand. "What do you mean, teacher? You should be asking your teacher to buy you a drink, since you just graduated." Hei Yun was about to enjoy her drink when Sangu questioned her. "So," his face serious, he asked her, "How was the entrance exam? Did you fail?" Hei Yun's face remained calm as she replied, "Of course I got in. You taught me very well, teacher." Sangu still didn't quite understand. "Then why did you come to this academy?" She looked at him and smiled. "I already told you my dream is to be a hunter." Hei Yun continued to answer his question. "I only went to university because my family wanted me to, so I decided to become a hunter right after my graduation leave. But then, the Hunter Academy was established, and I convinced my parents to let me do what I wanted since I had already attended the university they desired." Sangu, slightly surprised, asked her, "Then what did they say?" The drink from earlier seemed quite good, making her want to order another glass before answering his question. "Another glass, please." They said it was very dangerous and a few other things, but after a few days of arguing, they agreed. After telling everything, Hei Yun wanted to hear Sangu's story more. "It's your turn." He was a little flustered and reprimanded her. "Don't call me that anymore. I'm not your teacher, and drink slower." She thought for a moment. "We enrolled together, so you're not my junior either." Then she happily called him. Then Appa. Sangu couldn't quite get used to her way of calling him. Somehow, it's a bit strange. Helplessly, he told her, "Just call me teacher." Hei Yun was a little happy and continued to tease him. "What, are you shy?" Taking advantage of the situation, she continued to call him that. "Appa, look, Sangu Appa." He helplessly told her. "Stop it." She continued to tease him. "Stop what?" "Appa." After a while, she seemed drunk as her voice was no longer sober. "Hee, where were we?" She had lost count of how many glasses she had drunk. Right. Teacher couldn't contact me because my phone was broken." Hei Yun had collapsed on the table, but still called for another glass. "Please, another glass." Seeing she was drunk, Sangu snatched the glass from her hand and scolded her. "That's enough, you kid." Hei Yun was drunk and seemed to only feel someone taking her stuff. What's wrong?" He helplessly watched his student get drunk and lie on the table. Doesn't she know her alcohol limit? As for her, perhaps her head was full of alcohol. "Bring me back the cup." Suddenly she jumped up, still grinning, and snatched his phone. That's right. Sangu was startled, not understanding what was happening. "My phone." Then she took out her phone and entered her number into his phone. Her face was now satisfied as she said, "I have your number." Feeling she had achieved her goal, her eyes began to droop. "Now I know all the reasons not to contact me." A moment later, Hei Yun completely fell asleep. Sangu could only helplessly call for someone to pay. "I'd like to pay." Under the dim streetlights, Sangu was carrying Hei-yun home on his back. It seemed she was no longer drunk and was starting to wake up. At this moment, she was startled to realize she was being carried on Sangu's back. This made her blush. What the heck is he carrying me? Did I doze off? She continued to overthink. Where are we going? His house. Suddenly, Sangu turned to her. You're awake? Hei-yun nervously asked him. Ah, did I doze off? He replied to her. Yes, right on the bar counter. Since you're awake, walk yourself. After realizing everything, her face was still quite embarrassed. She immediately made up an excuse, so he continued carrying her. I'm too dizzy. I can't walk. He reluctantly indulged her. Have it your way then. She fell silent, not knowing what to say. Her hand gripped his shoulder tightly, her breath coming in quick gasps. Suddenly, she called his name, Sanguapa. Hei-yun chided him for abandoning her all this time. Why didn't you contact me for 6 months? Seeing Sangu didn't answer, she continued to complain. Even if your phone was broken, you could have found a way to contact me. She hugged him tighter now. You know. Actually, I intended to punch you in the face when we met. I was so angry. Her mouth moved close to his ear, her voice starting to choke up. But when I met you, I couldn't do it. Today was really fun, don't you think so? Seeing that he said nothing, she continued to grumble. If we hadn't met like this, were you never going to contact me? Only then did he begin to reply. I have something I need to do. That's why I enrolled in the academy. Sangu continued to carry her on his back, asking as he walked, Was I happy today? She replied, Yes, it was the happiest day I've had in the past 6 months. Hei-yun fell into contemplation at this moment. Then Sangu spoke up. But I'm very lazy, so I'm afraid I'll lose all my determination if I live like before. Looking back at the past, when his family member was in the hospital waiting to die, I'm afraid I'll repeat my old mistakes and regret it again. He himself couldn't do anything, and his face was still full of wounds. After a while, he stopped to let her down. It's hard for people to change. Hei-yun stood beside him, a little confused by what he was saying. That's why I cut off all my previous relationships. But he gently handed her hat back to her. But I still want you to know that all relationships are very precious to me. Only then did she realize she had arrived home, feeling awkward. So we're home. She quickly put on her hat to hide her embarrassment. I'll let go this time. Hei-yun walked towards the apartment building, leaving Sangu behind. You said everything is very precious, right? He smiled gently and told her, Don't do that again next time, okay? Hei-yun turned back and gave him a bright smile. Yes. Elsewhere, in a very large building, a man sat silently, deep in thought. He was Hee-sung, and next to him was Sangu's profile, from rank E to rank B. The first hunter, rank 3 in Young Sanju. He is a special hunter who has raised his rank 3 times. Let's learn about his courage, his determination, and his secrets. He grew through unexpected journeys. Hunter Young Sanju, a rookie that every guild is interested in. Young Sanju was not famous since he became a hunter, but now he has become famous for raising his rank 3 times. His combat senses have surprised other hunters. He possesses a different kind of skill, which makes him special. His growth is not limited to numbers. His clone skill has caused a huge stir in the hunter world. The clone skill is actually the controversy over its authenticity. Young Sanju's growth rate is undeniable. His learning speed and combat senses have garnered a lot of attention from guilds. He possesses a wealth of diverse experience in battling various types of monsters in hunting areas. Adventure is his armor and makes him stronger. But it doesn't stop there. As an ambitious man, he isn't afraid of challenges. He wants to be recognized by other guilds, and that becomes his source of energy. With it, he isn't afraid to compete with other hunters. Therefore, he challenges and wins battles. His muscles are full of strength from training and passion, and his skills are honed to near perfection. A rookie starting from rank E, and then rising to B. The man who increased his rank 3 times in a short period. A masked man spoke up. I apologize. Young Sanju was stronger than I expected. I failed at the hospital. He Sung then wondered. So that was Young Sanju. I should have asked for an autograph that time. Suddenly, the door opened, and a voice rang out, catching He Sung's attention. I'm here. A man's figure approached. Why did you turn off the lights? It's too dark. He replied, I need to think a bit. Is everything ready? It seemed to be an old acquaintance. His face was unfriendly as he replied, You can start next week. It's best to give us results worthy of our support for you to enter the academy. The son confidently replied, Yes, father. You are Young Ian, a B-rank hunter from the Hazung Guild. Don't worry, I am very confident. Hearing that, he smiled sinisterly. You won't disappoint me, father. Disappoint me? It seemed he was planning something. Then he called Hazung. Get the elixir. That will be your chance to prove yourself. At this moment in the lecture hall, the instructor reminded them. So, a week has passed. Let's study the basic elements of magic that I introduced last week. Sung Yu sat in the lecture hall, but felt helpless as Hei Ion clung to him again. I knew I'd meet her again someday, but I didn't expect it to be on the very first day. She even waved hello to him. I'm watching you. Up front, the instructor immediately created a fireball. The first skill we'll learn is this, activating the fireball. The instructor then introduced today's lesson. Fireball, a very versatile spell that we all love. It's a very important spell when hunting, or even when you're lost. You can even use it for cooking. Both of them seemed to be listening attentively. So, we'll start with the fireball. Sun Yu thought for a moment. Let's see. Why do we have to learn this? Somehow, I learned a fast attack skill by swinging my fist, understanding mana flow, or theories of magic. I wonder how they're going to teach me this. The instructor then made a request, bringing out many identical orbs. Come forward, starting from the first row. We'll give you these skill orbs. Anyone who has already learned Fireball doesn't need to come up. Hearing this made him freeze on the spot. Professor Haisuk explained about skill orbs. Skill orbs synchronize with the user's system and add a new skill. And other than the mana cost for the skill, there are no other requirements, so even newly awakened children can use them. They are the source of all human greed. Therefore, when skill orbs first appeared, everyone wanted to get one after learning that anyone could gain a new skill. But not long after, they realized the cruel reality. Their price was ridiculously high. Those behind the scenes controlled the entire board. Because the production process is very complex and materials are scarce, the price of skill orbs was inflated enormously, almost mocking low-level hunters. Only wealthy, high-level hunters could afford skill orbs. After seeing the upgrades in hunting by high-level hunters, even more people wanted to get skill orbs, which caused prices to soar even higher, and only high-level hunters could acquire them quickly. Everyone hoped that skill orbs would bridge the gap between low-level and high-level hunters, but they only widened it further. The professor continued speaking from the podium, where there were many crates of skill orbs. But don't worry, there are plenty of skill orbs. Sun Yu held a skill orb in his hand, incredulous, and silently exclaimed, Huh, they're just giving them out? Fireball is the cheapest, but it still costs 8 million per orb. Heian, sitting next to him, held the orb in her hand, too happy to speak. This academy's fireball orb is great. The last rays of the sunset streamed through the windows. At this time, Sun Yu was practicing to improve his skills. The system announced, You have acquired the Fireball skill. Fireball Level 1, a spell that uses mana to create fire and form a ball. He couldn't believe he had learned a new skill. I learned it. I learned Fireball. Professor Haisuk asked the students about their practice. Have you all learned it? The entire lecture hall responded, Yes, we have. He suggested the students change their practice location to make it easier to use the skill. All right, go practice using it. Let's move to another place. The chosen location was the Hunter Academy's skill training ground. Here, the professor had prepared a giant block of ice for his students. He asked, What do you all think you need to do to level up a skill? The students below were surprised by what they were about to face. Adding more firewood doesn't make the fire stronger, right? Is it all ice? The professor activated his fire skill while lecturing. Previously, the ability to control mana to suit one's characteristics was essential. But when the system appeared, it started to automatically control our mana. Now, the most important thing is, the system chimed, activating fireball skill. Immediately, a fireball with immense destructive power directly impacted the ice block, causing a thunderous explosion. The professor continued his unfinished sentence, practice. After the explosion, a large portion of the ice block had vaporized, leaving a dense fog. He further explained the skill system. Looking at the attribute window, you can see that skills also have their own levels. His system displayed a numerical panel. Fireball level 37, a spell that uses mana to create fire and form a ball. The more you use it, the higher the level. That's how to upgrade skills. He didn't forget to remind his students, but all the students below were still recovering from seeing his skill. Today, we'll try to upgrade skills. Those in front will start first. Excellent. Next person, step forward. The next person to attempt the challenge was Heian. She activated her fireball skill. The fireball was quite modest in size, but the damage wasn't bad. The professor clapped and praised her. Well done. The fireball has a very good shape. Heian was shy from being praised by the teacher. She awkwardly thanked him. Thank you, sir. My skill is also like creating a mana orb, so I'm very familiar with it. The teacher also said encouraging words to her. If you keep using and upgrading it like this, you'll become stronger. Next, the next person to try upgrading a skill was Sangu. He stepped forward, mentally preparing himself. The students below whispered about him. It's Dung Sanju. He's B rank. Isn't his mana 10 times ours? Professor Haisuk also smiled, pushing up his glasses, and naturally said, Haha, it seems everyone has high expectations. Frankly, so do I. It's rare to see a B rank hunter use a skill. He focused intently, preparing to unleash his skill. The professor reminded everyone, now, to prevent any danger, everyone take 2 steps back. Sangu silently told himself, stay calm, control the mana in my body, gather it into an orb, just like when I use a quick attack skill. The mana orb gradually took shape, emitting a dazzling light, as if immense power was hidden within it. I'll release the energy all at once. But when he released the energy orb, it dissipated into the air, without a trace of firepower. The professor, who had prepared himself by covering his ears, was also stunned by the sight. Even Heian couldn't have expected this. As for Sangu, there's no need to mention it. He was frozen in place, mortified. Everyone below couldn't suppress their laughter. They were all shaking, trying to hold it in. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, the professor tried to explain to everyone. Listen up. Sanju didn't do anything wrong. That happened because he's too strong. Sangu still hadn't recovered from the shock. He stared at his hands, the professor's voice still echoing in his ears. Because there's too much mana, the flame was extinguished. You must trust the system. He looked at his right hand, then switched to his left, repeating the action. The professor continued. In other words, if you upgrade your skills, you can even defeat high-rank hunters. Sangu couldn't hear the subsequent words anymore. His mind seemed to stop, losing all language signals. Heian chuckled, patting his shoulder. The professor couldn't let such an awkward situation continue. Next, hurry up. Suddenly, someone appeared at the door. Excuse me, I'm late. It was Sin Zhangxian. He held his vest in one hand and a water bottle in the other, innocently saying, I came to the wrong classroom. Can I come in? The students below were all surprised to see him there, the girls blushing at his unparalleled handsomeness. Huh, it's Sin Zhangxian from the Hai Sung Guild. So handsome. The professor suddenly remembered he was missing a student. Ah, I forgot you're also in this class. It's tiring for me, the professor, to have 2 B-rank hunters in class. Sangu was surprised to hear him say that. Huh, B-rank, and from the Hai Sung Guild too. Is this guy a B-ranker entering with me? Zhang Zian awkwardly scratched his arm, honestly saying, "Sorry for interrupting by being late." The professor wasn't a strict person. He calmly asked Zhang Zian, "It's all right. Did you get a skill orb?" He extended his hand forward, gathering mana, then replied, "No, I didn't. I already know how to use Fireball." Immediately after, a massive amount of mana was released. The fireball flew out, causing a deafening explosion. Both Sang Yu and Heian watched his performance in astonishment. Zhang Zian coolly turned his head, a slight smirk on his face, and asked the professor, "Was that good enough?" The performance was absolutely perfect. Even the professor was extremely surprised. He joyfully praised him. "Perfect. This is what you all should be aiming for." Zhang Zian finished his water and replied, "Haha, it's nothing." He narrowed his eyes and continued, as if subtly mocking someone. "Well, B-rankers should be like this, right?" A simple sentence, but absolutely devastating. Sang Yu was speechless. It was too perfect. He felt as if he had collapsed into the depths of pain. B-rankers should be like that? My fireball is also that skill. Everyone gathered around Yonghian, continuously praising his talent. Sang Yu knew he was ruined. His first class was ruined. At mealtime, Sang Yu lay sprawled on the table, drained of all energy. Seeing this, Hayan comforted him. "It's okay." Sang Yu replied dejectedly, "I'm so useless. Even this bean I'm eating is more useful than me." Hayan worried seeing her master's morale plummet. "He's become so terrible. He's like a different person." "There are many people who can't create fireballs like you, and the professor also said we have to practice continuously." Sang Yu looked up, listening to her continue. She shyly stammered, "You just need to practice diligently for a few days, or if you want, I can teach you." Sang Yu suddenly jumped up and said, "Continuously." Hayan was dumbfounded, not understanding what he meant. "You just need to utilize what you already have." Sang Yu activated his familiar skill, summoning numbers 5 and 6, two clones in charge of hunting and training. Sang Yu asked the two clones, "You guys have the fireball skill, don't you?" The two obediently replied, "Yes, sir." He ordered them to use the fireball skill. "Try using it." The two clones easily cast fireballs, playing catch with them. Sang Yu couldn't accept this harsh reality. He yelled, leaving them bewildered, "Why can you use it so well?" After venting his anger, he forced himself to take a deep breath. "No, calm down." He activated the skill to link with his clones. This isn't the time to be jealous of them. This is a message to all clones. The clones who received the message were stunned. From now on, use the fireball skill continuously for 24 hours. No need to shoot. Just keep using it as long as you have mana. As for number 5 and 6, your mission is more complex. You two go hunting with guns. They complied with the order. Understood. Sang Yu remembered the embarrassing moment from the recent training, secretly planning his revenge. They called that B-rank. I guess I don't need to worry anymore. Just you wait. The clones continuously used the fireball skill, leveling up with continuous use. Leveling up skills everywhere, all the time, is a very advantageous condition for me. Even in Antarctica, or even in a hospital, having to hide in some corner to practice skills. What are you doing in a hospital? While hunting, the two clones conveniently roasted their prey. Sorry, but it's burnt black. I'm not buying it. After all his efforts, he was finally rewarded. I won't let anyone else take the lead. Fireball has leveled up from level 1 to level 2. Due to excessive training, Sang Yu's left hand was severely burned, and Hayan had to bandage it for him. Ouch, that hurts. The system announced, your fire resistance ability has increased. Your regeneration stat has increased. His right hand was still usable, so Sang Yu continued to practice. Hayan grumbled, "Of course it hurts, you're burned." That's right. The fireball had become more stable. Hayan couldn't stand this stubborn guy, so she spoke a little louder. "But your left hand was just bandaged. Why are you already creating a fireball with your right hand? You haven't waited yet." Well, I have to practice. Hayan voiced her confusion. Before, you said letting the clones do it was enough. So why do you have to do this now? Sangu pondered, looking at his left hand, then replied, I've decided to do everything with my clones now, whether it's joy, sorrow, or hardship. He could now control the fireball more skillfully. He thanked her, and she also spoke her mind. Anyway, thank you very much for your tips. It seems like I can control the fireball more stably now. That tip you gave me, about just focusing my thoughts on maintaining the skill and limiting thoughts about other trivial things. After awakening, I also practiced a lot. I tried to focus my strength into my hand and visualize to increase mana, but in the end, the results only got worse. I practiced diligently, forgetting to eat and sleep, so I concluded that maintaining a fireball is the same. Perhaps that's also a system function that the professor mentioned. Sangu seemed to realize something and murmured, System. After bandaging, the two had to prepare for the next class. Hayan urged him, Anyway, don't push yourself too hard, and hurry up, we're almost late for class. Yeah, let's go. What's the point of all this effort if I can't use it in practical classes? Under the blue sky and white clouds, someone was lost in thought. I never thought the sky could be this clear. Professor Isuk was still teaching this class. He greeted everyone. Hello, students. Have you mastered your skills yet? It felt like everything was going according to the secret plan. Still as icy as yesterday, the professor's voice rang in his ears, and he secretly thought, Today, we'll continue to practice using that skill repeatedly until it's perfected. Excellent. Everyone warmly welcomed him to class. Oh, Junji Ayan? Hello. He happily greeted them back. Absolutely perfect. Hello, everyone. But Young Hyun's mind was now filled with schemes. I've shown everyone here the gap between us. He tried to suppress a triumphant smile, the power gap between him and me. I pretended not to know where the classroom was and appeared right after Young Sanjio finished his power display. Flashback to yesterday when he entered the classroom. Oh, I'm so sorry. I got lost and ended up here. May I try just once? After starting with that incredibly powerful fireball, he had won the first step. He captured everyone's attention, clearly demonstrating the difference in ability. Finally, because of that incident, he definitely won't dare to score higher than me again. The professor's reminder rang out. Next up is Sangu. He stood behind Sangu, thinking, All right, next person. Though the reason is a bit personal, I can't let you get that elixir. A flash of light appeared as Young Yun's thoughts continued. I just have to remove everyone who stands in my way. Then came the huge explosion from Sangu's fireball. The professor's eyes widened witnessing the scene. What? Sanjio, in just 3 days you. Sangu was satisfied with the result and replied, It's thanks to a lot of practice. I heard this is the final requirement for a Class B individual. Young Hyun couldn't believe his eyes. The professor exclaimed in surprise, and everyone around was also astonished by this. Wow, seriously. Seeing you come in with your hand bandaged, I didn't expect much, but this far exceeds normal expectations. What the heck? Last time he couldn't even light one up. Can he really get that much stronger in just a few days? The professor enthusiastically praised him. The results of your training are so clear. You've shown us the teaching method this academy intends to impart to its students. Actually, I was really impressed with Junji Ayan's skill on the first day, and it helped inspire me a little. Young Hyun was suppressing his rage. The class had to continue. All right, next person step up. After class, Sang Yu and Hayan walked together chatting. Everyone was so surprised. Yeah, I didn't waste my effort. But I still have to warn you, don't get injured again. I won't help you bandage it next time. Sang Yu held up his left hand to prove his point. Don't worry, my left hand is perfectly fine now. Hayan was annoyed by his nonchalant attitude, but he tried to explain. You know about the Regeneration Index, right? Annoying. Glad you recovered so quickly. Since they had different classes, the two had to part ways. Someone in the corner was observing them. I still have another class, so bye. Yeah, bye-bye. Sangu was now very confident. I might even reach level 20 before next week. The system board appeared. Fireball skill level has increased from level 14 to level 15. Young Hien, who had been secretly observing them, thought, "What exactly do you want?" He approached Sangu, wanting to end this quickly. "Money? Or an apartment? Any skill you want, I'll give it to you. Just tell me, what exactly do you want?" Sangu was surprised. Junji Aiyang, what do you mean? I didn't think we were close enough to meet privately. Stop pretending." Young Hien moved closer to Sangu, exposing him. "I'm asking what you want me to give you, so you'll give up that elixir." "I don't know how you feel, but for me, nothing is as important as that elixir." Sang Yu's face immediately darkened, and he replied seriously, "It's the same for me." Sang Yu walked past him, stating bluntly, "It's something truly important to me. So don't waste your time. Even if you give me 10 apartment buildings, I won't change my mind. You're not the only one who needs that antidote." Young Hien was furious that he dared to refuse his offer. "You'll regret this." Sang Yu wasn't backing down either. He pointed his middle finger threateningly. "Watch your mouth. No one who's intentionally picked a fight with me has ever gotten away with it." Young Hien gritted his teeth in fury. He punched the wall in frustration and said, "So he's really going to ruin my plans, Young Sanjiu." Yu Hian brought a bottle of mana and gave it to Sang Yu. "I've brought more medicine." Sang Yu took it. "Whoa, thanks. Only this medicine can increase my poison resistance." Poison resistance 6692 increased to 8132. Yu Hian also informed him of something else. "I've been continuing to prepare a few more doses these past few days, so my skill has also increased significantly. The side effects have been reduced." Sang Yu protested immediately, then got a punch in the face. "Reduced side effects? But that's the most important factor in your poison." Yu Hian furiously shook the poison addict and yelled, "What? Tell me, other than you, is there anyone else in this world who uses poison for such a purpose?" "Well, no one else would make bombs in the form of poison like you do." Sang Yu grabbed Yu Hian's hand and suddenly asked her, "Oh, right. Have you heard any news? Is everything okay?" Yu Hian was surprised by what he said next. The DEP didn't end very smoothly. We should have had a chance to kick their asses. She adjusted her hat nonchalantly and said, "Well, we fulfilled our duty well enough, so there's nothing more we can do. Maybe the chance will come again someday." Sangyu looked worried but said nothing. "Even though I'm furious with the He-Sung group, I wonder what kind of hidden secret she has with He-Sung." Sangyu suddenly remembered the name from earlier and asked Yu Hian, "Oh, one more thing. Do you know anyone named Shin Junji Aiyang?" Of course, he's Shin He-Sung's second son. Sangyu was surprised to learn his identity. What? His son? But he doesn't look like him at all. No wonder they have the same last name. Do you have any information about his skills or anything like that? Yu Hian adjusted her glasses and said, "Shin Junji Aiyang? Since he was young, the press and the news reported a lot about him. Old man He-Sung's eldest son, Jun Wook, was mediocre, so all attention was focused on the second son. Young Yun was often taken along by his father and attracted media attention. He even awakened before elementary school. So everyone acknowledged that he was the true heir of He-Sung. It's crazy, really." But one day, all news about him suddenly died down. No one was interested in him anymore, and it's been that way until now. Sangyu also inwardly marveled at the story. So suddenly? Yu Yan added about his skills. "I'm curious too. His skills are like cheating." "What are his skills?" "It's been a long time, so I'm not sure, but I think it's called Grand Archmage. No matter what skill he learns, he'll reach the highest level instantly." Hearing this, a powerful impression of Young Hien appeared in Sang Yu's mind. He couldn't believe it and discussed with her. "What? That's definitely cheating. I'm afraid you shouldn't say things like that." Sang Yu recalled that day's training. So that's it. No wonder the power was so incredible that day. He held the bottle of medicine in his hand and thought, "Shin Jun Jiai Yang, I need to make a plan to deal with him. At Hunting Ground Gun Nisa, Section B, two hunters were on a mission. One signaled the other to be quiet. Hey, what do you mean? The other didn't quite understand and continued. I'll give you something you can get without even hunting. Sure, lower your voice. The green-haired one told the red-haired one to look to the other side. Look over there. On the other side, several of Sangu's clones were also on a mission. The red-haired one recognized the masked figures. Ah, they're all clones of young Sangu. No, not the thing on the ground. On the ground is the bloody corpse of a monster. How could it be? It's just a monster they caught, that's all. As if realizing the green-haired one's intention, the red-haired one asked in dismay, Are you saying you want us to steal it? If we get caught, our heads will be separated from our necks. I heard those clones are robots with no human emotions. Hey, I told you to keep your voice down. I've gathered some information. The corpses of those monsters are still scattered all over the ground. Those clones are just a team that collects monsters after sweeping an entire area. Just now they left. They passed by those corpses without even glancing at them. So if we take what they left behind, it's not a crime. The redhead started to hesitate when he heard the other guy's persuasion, thinking about how much that pile was worth. Meanwhile, Sangu's two clones made a call. Hello, is the monster recovery team there? We're in Sector B6. Please come and clean up the corpses. What species? 10 giant blood-sucking spider queens, 2 legion bosses, 20 cursed scorpions. The other clone showed surprise when he heard the reply from the other end of the line. Wait a minute. We're already in Sector B6, but there's no sign of any monsters. Number 5 found this strange and replied, All right, we'll check again and contact you later. At this moment, Sangu, who was working out at the gym, received a call from Number 5. He answered the phone while lifting weights. Yeah, Number 5? What's up? After hearing what happened, he was surprised. Number 5 and Number 6 went to the scene and reported, I think someone might have stolen them while we were calling the recovery team. Should we catch them? Because there was a lot of blood spilled. The thieves accidentally left behind shoe prints. Sangu was also very annoyed at this moment. He instructed. The two hunters laughed loudly after finally defeating that monster. The brunette also felt lucky. I didn't think it would actually work. I told you this method would work. We're rich. The green-haired guy also started to fantasize. How much could all of this sell for? Suddenly, the phone rang. The brunette felt uneasy and asked. The green-haired guy casually replied. The person on the other end of the line immediately got to the point. The green-haired guy laughed loudly and shouted into the receiver. Seeing that everything was fine, the person on the other end continued. The green-haired guy happily accepted the next task. It turns out the person on the other end was Deng Yan, who was behind this whole operation. Deng Sangu. Oh, Deng Sangu, you haven't changed at all since you were an E-rank hunter. 6 months ago, a video went viral online. A newly awakened E-rank hunter caught hundreds of one-horned rabbits, a very difficult task even for skilled hunters. Eagle Eye of Yuzhong Mountain has appeared. Initially, apart from that strange title, there was no other information, but when the news about Deng Sangu's clone spread, everyone realized that Eagle Eye was one of Deng Sangu's clones, but a newly awakened E-rank hunter couldn't possibly achieve such advanced shooting skills, so they began to hypothesize that the clones possessed a unique ability. They move like a machine to utilize their maximum potential as efficiently as possible. Deng Yan smiled and said, he was also secretly pleased. The clones only focus on efficiency. So, until they've hunted the maximum number of monsters within the support team's hunting capacity, they won't call in the support team, because they think that having to stand guard after calling in the support team is a waste of both time and money. Hunting the maximum number of monsters means that they'll continue until almost all areas are cleared. He continued to tell himself about his grand plan. If the monsters are only weak, then it's nothing significant. No one would risk being expelled from the hunting academy for a few million. But it's different for high-level monsters. I wonder if, after he can't make money anymore, he'll still be able to refuse my offer? Meanwhile, Sanju was looking a bit impatient. His assistant was also in front of him, keeping an eye on him. Seeing that he wasn't happy, he immediately asked what was wrong. You don't look very happy. What's wrong? Someone stole the monsters my clones hunted. Suddenly, someone called the assistant's earpiece. What stole monsters? Didn't this happen once before? Sangu also explained his troubles to his assistant. Someone stole some giant rats when we went hunting for mermaids, but I think they just happened to find them. This time, I'm sure someone meticulously planned the theft. They called the support team after the work was done, but the monster corpses disappeared very quickly. The assistant was a bit surprised after hearing that. Then he calmed down. That's strange. Sanju then started to wonder, am I being punished? I once tried to steal some fish monsters that the mermaids killed, even though it cost me one of my clones. He started to recall a past conversation with Noba. Hey Noba, there's some fish monsters over there. Why don't you take them? I don't hunt those. I can't carry those huge corpses. After thinking, Sanju slumped back onto the table, looking dejected. He didn't know what to say. There were no skills to store those corpses. The assistant immediately spoke up. If you're worried about storage skills, why don't you ask her for help? Sanju didn't understand. Her? Who are you talking about? Who? He immediately remembered the blue-haired girl from last time, Mr. Sanju. When she saw him, she happily approached and took his hand. Why did it take you so long to visit? I told you to drop by more often. Sanju found an excuse. I've been a bit busy lately. She also said very loudly, I saw the news that you got promoted to B rank. Congratulations. Everyone around was a bit surprised to hear that. Oh, Mr. Sanju is here. So it was him. Thank you. Sanju immediately got to the point. I have something I want to ask. If it's not convenient, you don't have to answer. The girl was still a bit confused. What is it? They both went into a room to talk. You want to learn my subspace skill? He then explained his reasons. Yes, when I was learning breathing techniques from videos online, I discovered the meditation skill. I'm not sure if I can learn your subspace skill if I figure out its rules. The girl immediately refused. I'm sorry, but I don't think so. Sanju also knew this and continued. Yeah, I know it's a difficult thing to ask. Asking others to teach you their skills is really. I'm sorry, don't get me wrong. I really want to teach you what I can. But that skill is different. He looked confused and asked, Why is that? The girl then explained to him, We can't learn other people's awakened skills. Each person's skill system panel also shows different things. Some have power. Weapon speed and durability are multiplied by skill level. Others can summon a subspace pouch that can hold tubular objects and other items. The space within the dimension will increase with skill level. That is each hunter's unique skill. Therefore, the rules of that skill cannot be explained. Even I don't know its principles, just like I can't use your clone skill. Sanju was a bit stunned after hearing that. The girl continued to explain. But there are also people with similar awakened skills, right? Those with instantaneous teleportation and restricted leaps, they're a bit different. No one in this world has exactly identical awakened skills. Their skills are similar, but the range, cooldown time, and other aspects are not the same. There are many people with teleportation skills, but only one person has the leaping ability. That means if it's a skill similar to mine, you might be able to learn it, even if the two skills are not identical. Sanju was quite shocked to realize the rather harsh truth. Seeing him like that, she offered an invitation. I don't know if there are any other skills related to subspace, but do you want to take a look? Heritage Company has them. At Heritage Company headquarters, New York, USA. Sanju felt a bit down, thinking someone would come with him. I thought she would come with me, but in the end, I have to go alone. Everyone around spoke a different language, making it difficult for him to understand. Luckily, he brought a tool. Good thing I have this translation watch. This is really cool. I don't know English, but I can still talk to them. This thing can help him communicate better with others. If I didn't have this watch, I would have been kicked out of the airport. Sanju was inside the elevator now, still pondering. Heritage Company. This must be where I bought the fusion skill orb. I never thought I'd come all the way to their headquarters to see if they have any other skill orbs. Since I'm already here anyway. The display board shows floor F-170. Another girl with purple hair came and said, "Please come in." She is the CEO of Heritage, named Daria. The Hinos Guild contacted me. "You are Sanju, right?" "I am Burgeon." Sanju was a bit surprised and then greeted her back. "She's beautiful. So she's the female CEO." "Ah, yes, hello." She then introduced him to the place. "Welcome to Heritage. I hope you find the orb you're looking for." After choosing the orb he wanted, he immediately wanted to test it. Sanju went to find a monster and stabbed it hard in the head. The monster let out a terrifying sound in pain, then slashed towards him. Sanju grabbed its tentacle and immediately activated the fireball skill. The monster was completely burned to death. He also gave a few other monsters some fireballs. They all disintegrated after taking one of his hits. Meanwhile, those two hunters were also hunting. Brown Hair saw the traces of his battle and didn't understand. "Damn it! Why did those guys use so many fireballs?" Green Hair looked for a while, then said, "We can't use this. Let's take what we can use and then follow them." Both of them took all the usable parts and then wondered, where did those clones go? Brown Hair speculated, "It seems they're hunting it." Suddenly, another team in front was eyeing the defeated monsters covetously. Green Hair got angry when he saw their share being snatched by others. "Who are you? Why are you taking them?" The others were also startled and asked back, "Who are you?" "We caught them." Seeing that they wouldn't hand over the goods, Green Hair wanted to fight. "You scoundrels! Are you also stealing the monster Sanji's clones hunted?" The three of them also entered attack mode, saying, "Watch your mouth." "Do you have any proof?" Green Hair thought for a moment. "Now I'm sure. I didn't expect the information to spread so quickly." Green Hair then put down his sack, seemingly wanting to make peace. "Don't fight. Let's make a deal." Green Hair then proposed cooperation. "Let's quickly divide everything we've gathered here. If another group comes later, we cooperate to push them out." Brown Hair was also surprised. "We're sharing all of this?" Taking the opportunity, Green Hair greeted these people. "You're also B-rank hunters, aren't you? You know that if things get complicated, no one benefits, right?" Seeing the advantage, the one with the headband sheathed his sword. "That's a good idea." Both sides reached a private agreement and cooperated with each other. "I'm really looking forward to our cooperation." Green Hair then led the group. "All right, let's keep going." At a fork in the road, they suddenly encountered Sanju's clones. Brown Hair immediately asked, "Why are they here?" "I thought they would all go train after hunting." Green Hair signaled, "Sure. Anyway, the black market will take those bodies, so it's not a waste. There are other hunters here. Just act normal and sneak away." The whole group turned into passers-by, walking normally. Suddenly, a knife flew from both directions. Sanju's clones were able to remember all the shoe sizes and models that all of them wore. 280 millimeters, 290 millimeters. D Company shoes, 275 millimeters. H Company shoes, 265 millimeters. D Company shoes, 250 millimeters. T Company shoes. We saw the footprints around the hunting ground had been cleared. The whole group now stood motionless. Sanju's two clones immediately showed murderous intent. "We have something to ask. Could you follow us?" Green Hair didn't expect that even after acting so well, he was still discovered. "What?" He immediately yelled, trying to portray himself as the victim. "What are you doing? Did you just throw a knife at us? Are you crazy?" Sanju put his phone up, interrupting his words. "I'll call security immediately." "So you called the pharmacist, and the pharmacist also told them. Are you the ones who stole our credit?" The pharmacist made it clear that things would get very complicated later. "So you probably need to call the hunting grounds retrieval team. You must have gone through the black market, right?" The green-haired man still vehemently denied it, pretending not to understand. "What the hell are you talking about? Do you have proof?" The other person saw that and responded, "Proof? Yuhian was currently in front of the corpses that guy sold to the black market. I'm at the black market right now." That guy, hit by the truth, immediately turned pale. Should I take the newly transferred monster corpses and show you if they were caught with your weapons? Sangu then said to those people, "You can call security now. Do whatever you want." Seeing that everything had been exposed, all those guys panicked. Sangu then led them out to an empty plot of land. "This should be fine here." The green-haired man then asked, "So, what do you want from us?" Sangu then warned him, "I'll tell you what my master thought when he first became a hunter. He also made mistakes related to others' ownership rights. He completely understands you, and therefore, he said that if you return all the cash you earned from that theft, he will not press criminal charges further." After hearing that, the green-haired man couldn't regain his composure. What a merciful condition. Those guys then wanted to threaten Sangu. However, if you wanted to get your money back, shouldn't you have called security immediately? Sangu then said, "Retrieving corpses from the black market and disputing ownership takes too much of our time. We'd rather go back to the area and continue hunting, therefore. This is a win-win condition." Sensing he had a lead, the green-haired guy continued to interrogate. "Really? There's one thing I still don't quite understand." He scowled as he interrogated Sangu's two clones. "You trashy clones from a hunter's skill, where do you get the confidence to dare set conditions with us?" A B-rank team. Seeing that his side had a numerical advantage and was a B-rank team, he immediately drew his sword. "I have a better deal, how about this?" Seeing this, the guys behind him also took fighting stances. "You guys will die here in a few hours. The black market will sell what we deliver, and then there will be no evidence left." The brown-haired guy also asked the green-haired guy, very scared, "Are we really going to do this?" The green-haired guy knew this was the only way. "So, you want to give it all back? I might have considered it if it were just the two of us here, but there are 5 of us. Besides, killing these dogs isn't illegal, so what's there to be afraid of? You should have called for guards. Daring to bring us to this secluded place alone. You stupid bastards." Noticing the situation turning bad, Sangu's 2 clones calmly drew their knives. "We also agree with this course of action." Yuhian on this side also thought, they should be sharp enough to deal with them, right? Then the merchant came over and asked her, "Yuhian, what are you doing here? Looking for ingredients to make potions?" Yuhian immediately questioned them for information. "Hello, sir. Do you know who sold these corpses to you?" The vendor confirmed. It was a group of 5 B-rank hunters. "What's wrong?" She told him the truth behind those corpses. These corpses were stolen from Dung Sanju. Hearing that, he was immediately startled. "What? Isn't Dung Sanju the kid who came here last time? Those bastards! How dare they sell me stolen goods?" Yuhian looked at the old man's face helplessly. "It's as if you've never sold stolen goods before." The old man also said, "Of course not. Actually, all the things you get are stolen. Anyway, he said his account was stolen when he wasn't there. He's abroad now. I remember he said he was at Heritage headquarters, or something like that. At the Heritage Company's headquarters, Skill Orb Research Area." Arya introduced Sanju. "This is where skill orbs are created. 80% of the orbs used worldwide originate from here. I heard you learn meditation and mana breathing skills through an online course." "Ah, that's right. She had also researched you, this time's client, beforehand. Did you know you could also learn skills like Fireball that way?" Sangu immediately looked puzzled by her words. He started to think for a moment. Thinking about it, that's true, except for awakening skills. You can learn everything that way. So why do people spend money on these expensive skill orbs? She held a glowing orb in her hand and said, "You're probably wondering why people buy and use these expensive skill orbs. The reason for that is because learning new skills is very difficult." The orb in her hand suddenly burst into flames. From concentrating mana to change its state while trying to ignite it. Continuously channeling mana, so it doesn't go out. It takes at least 6 months for a talented person to do that on their own, and years for ordinary people. That's just for a simple skill like Fireball. So what about other skills? After demonstrating its ability, she immediately extinguished it. Sanju watched amazed. It could take up to a decade. She confirmed his thought. Exactly, decades. No, even longer than that. Arya continued to explain more about it to him. That's why we use skill orbs. The information in the orb is connected to the system, making it so that even a person who isn't skilled at controlling mana can use the skill contained within the orb. Of course, that's also why they're difficult to produce. Sanju then voiced his question. Is that why they're so expensive? She didn't deny it and brought out another orb. Yes, you said you were looking for a subspatial skill, right? Fortunately, we still have exactly one left. Arya then showed him the price. For a subspatial orb, this is its price, 10 million. Sanju gazed at the orb for a moment, then exclaimed, 10 million? Cheaper than I thought. If that's the case. Arya then added, that's in dollars, by the way. Arya then added, at the Korean exchange rate, it's probably around 12.8 billion. Sanju then realized with a start, oh, right, we're in New York. She then laughed cheerfully for a moment and said to him, wait just a moment. Based on your information, this is the cheapest orb among those with space-related skills. Of course, it's still a very high price. He scratched his head, looking clueless. I knew it would be expensive, but I didn't expect it to cost 12.8 billion. Arya touched the orb, rubbing it for a moment, then added, that's why, depending on my answer right now, I'll give you a discount. No, I'll just give it to you for free. What do you think? This made Sanju a little flustered. What? He then happily thought to himself, I can get a 12.8 billion orb for free? That's a bit much, isn't it? Then he loudly asked her, what do you want? Please tell me. Arya then revealed her true intentions and said, your body. She approached and touched Sanju's cheek, leaving him utterly astonished. I want your body, Sanju. On the other side, after a few rounds of fighting, those guys collapsed to the ground, spitting blood and gasping for air. No way. We're all B-rank hunters. How can this be? Sanju's two clones, however, were very calm. He roared in anger. How can this be? He then slashed fiercely toward Sanju, but Sanju easily dodged it. Seeing this, the girl immediately grabbed her bow and shot an arrow in that direction. Sanju immediately drew his knife to block the arrow. The arrow, upon hitting his dagger, was deflected. The girl couldn't help but be surprised. He deflected my arrow's trajectory with his knife. Two other guys ran to attack the remaining clone, but Sanju easily dodged them, leaving them with wide, staring eyes. Then Sanju charged and attacked the two of them. Seeing this, the mage also cursed in fear. You damn scoundrels! He created ice on the ground, hoping to attack both clones, but they were both easily dodged. Sanju then drew a knife and threw it at them. The knife flew towards the girl holding the bow, knocking away her bow and arrow. It took her a moment to react, which made everyone else start to panic. Sanju then jumped behind the mage. Realizing he couldn't resist any longer, he raised his hands in surrender. I surrender. The green-haired guy knelt down on the ground. This is completely absurd. We're B-rank hunters. The other two guys were also unconscious after his attack. Seeing that they couldn't win, he cursed at Sanju. These bastards are monsters. But then he also had to bow down and beg for mercy. We lost. We'll return everything. So please. Sanju felt relieved when he saw everything was over. Please complete the transaction immediately. The account number is. Before he could finish speaking, an attack came. A girl with pigtails slashed him, sending him flying far away. Sanju, unprepared, was sent flying a great distance. The girl then announced loudly, the fraud location has been discovered. In the name of the Comet Society, crimes will not be forgiven. That was none other than the captain of the 2nd Assassin Squad, a 2-rank hunter. Without understanding the situation, she immediately passed judgment on him. The verdict is death. Arya then continued with her offer to him. That's why, depending on your answer to my offer, I will give you a discount. No, I'll just give it to you. What do you think? After saying that, she reached out and took the orb. Huh. Hearing that, Sangu was very excited. I can get a skill orb worth 12.8 billion for free? Amazing. What do you want? Just say it. Arya smiled and stated her request directly. Your body. Arya leaned in and touched Sangu's face, to his surprise. I want your body, Mr. Sanju. Huh. Then she suddenly moved down to touch his shoulder. I heard you can touch it. Excuse me, why are you suddenly doing this? Knowing he misunderstood, she explained. I meant your clone. After stating her purpose, she moved away. Please allow me to study your clone, if possible. I will give you this skill orb for free. Ah, so when you talked about touching it, you meant my clone. She then elaborated on why she had such a request. Initially, when I heard about your skill, I couldn't believe my ears. Most cloning skills are known to create illusions, so I never thought your skill could actually exist. He listened to Arya, sweating profusely. It seems like information about you hasn't spread beyond Korea yet, so this is the most opportune time for me to make this offer to you. At this point, he was quite doubtful and spoke up. Why do you want to research it to create a skill orb? Of course. She patiently explained every little detail. To create a skill orb, the first thing to do is understand the skill itself, from its modus operandi to its mana flow and its attributes too. We need to know all the details about the skill we're trying to produce. At that moment, Sangu's eyes widened in astonishment. Of course, completely understanding an awakened skill is impossible, but we can still create something similar. We can create a cloning skill orb, even if it's just a downgraded version of the real thing. He flinched when he heard this. Then he turned to look at the other orbs. Is this right? She's giving me a 12.8 billion skill orb for free. Besides, I currently need this skill. Thinking about the people created through cloning techniques. However, selling clone skills on the market. She raised her hand, thinking and adding as she heard him ask, what's the difference between an awakened skill and an artificial skill orb? That depends on our understanding of the skill, but usually, there are many limitations. So she gave him a visual example to make it easier to understand. For example, do you see the person who introduced you to us? Does she have a subspace skill like Miss Park Iona? Yes. I've also infiltrated her subspace before. Among all subspace skills, hers is among the best. It's very spacious inside, doesn't consume mana, and there are no restrictions on entry or exit. The two continued to analyze the potential of this matter, compared to her skill. The space created by that skill orb cannot contain any living creatures except the skill's owner and what they summon. You can put equipment, supplies, and other things inside, but to maintain that space, you must continuously channel mana into it. So, if we successfully copy your cloning skill, similar limitations will very likely appear. After hearing that, Sangu could already visualize it. After a moment of silent thought, he agreed. I agree with your proposal. Oh my, that's great then. He raised a finger to add something about this. But I have one condition. If you agree, I'll summon my clone here immediately. The scene shifts to some empty training ground, where Sangu is covered in wounds. Seeing through this, Hyjin exclaimed, wow, you could still stop in that situation. Just as I thought, your movements are amazing. The person next to her looked at Hyjin curiously upon hearing that. You are. I am a justice hunter. I'm here to stop violent acts. I advise you to quickly take your friend and leave. The others are being rescued by other teammates. Thank you very much. Sangu suddenly stepped forward, startling the opponent. I'm sorry, but you can't leave until you've paid. Hyjin immediately raised her weapon and rushed towards him. That's not for you to decide. But she only struck empty air because he had dodged it. Hyjin was utterly shocked to see that. Oh my. So Hyjin turned and prepared to kick Sangu. Another blow. This time it hit, pushing him far away. The others watched Sang with wide-eyed surprise. Sangu glanced at them while maintaining his stance. More Sangus advanced. We need to recover the money from the hunt. Can you please not meddle? Hyjin was very surprised to see that. She exhaled sharply and mumbled to herself. Just as I thought. How could these bugs understand their place? So both sides immediately rushed into a fight. She easily took on two Sangus at once. When the opponent realized things weren't going well and prepared to use a trick, she suddenly struck the opponent's stomach, preventing them from using it anymore. She laughed heartily and said, while you're still pulling moves, what's the point of recovering anything, when you're going to die here anyway? The scene shifts to Arya and Sangu from earlier. To summarize, you'll lease us your clones for 3 months. During that time, Those clones must cooperate with us for research. However, if a clone is destroyed due to our fault, you will not provide any additional clones as replacements. And even if the research on developing a clone skill orb fails, the auxiliary space orb will not need to be returned. As Arya was speaking, Sangu reminded her, "Those are my conditions you must follow. And finally, remember to take care of my clone's clothing as well." Arya smiled upon hearing him. "I feel like I'm losing money, don't I? If you don't like it, then there's nothing I can do." I thought very carefully before making this decision. Arya then took out a white shirt. "Haha, it seems you know the value of your skill very well." Then she instructed him to follow her words. "I understand. Now summon your clone and have it get dressed." The room they were in suddenly became brighter. Sangu's clone was successfully summoned, but wasn't wearing clothes. She immediately threw both the shirt and pants she just took out to him. "Get dressed." Arya looked at Sang and praised him. "That's incredible. Now there are two Sangus in the room. I never thought I'd see a flesh and blood clone. You can call this one number 7. He should be out hunting somewhere right now." Then he turned to look at his clone and lamented for himself. But because the effect of the medicine is wearing off, his power is weakened. Again, self-destruction power. Arya ended the conversation here and offered them the orb. "Anyway, I've already checked your clone." He looked at the orb in his hand. "Now it's my turn to fulfill my promise." As Arya was asking, Sangu suddenly chuckled. "Do I need a switch?" "Of course not." The orb suddenly glowed like the sun. Auxiliary space skill created. Skill information. Auxiliary space. Chant level 1. Creates an auxiliary space that increases proportionally with skill level. Mana will be gradually consumed to maintain the space. Restrictions upon entering the auxiliary space. Applies to all living creatures except the skill owner and entities summoned by the owner. Arya's eyes crinkled in a smile, and she clapped to congratulate him. Congratulations on acquiring a new skill. Sangu looked at his hand, which no longer held the orb. "Do you want to try it right now?" "Of course." The system immediately announced as soon as he cast the spell. Auxiliary space skill activated. The spot where he used the skill immediately created an auxiliary space large enough for a person to enter. He looked at the auxiliary space he had just created and was shocked. He peered inside and commented on his auxiliary space. "It's too small inside." He reached out to rummage around inside to see what was there. There's a wall. "This place is much smaller than Iona's auxiliary space, probably about 10 pion." He could feel the space inside draining his mana, although this wasn't too big of a problem. "But it's absorbing my mana to maintain this space. TSK, the main purpose is to store monster corpses I've hunted, so this is fine." Arya saw that he had finished checking, so she asked about the situation. "How is it?" "So far, there are no problems. Let me check if my clone can use it first." She heard Sangu say that, and asked back, slightly confused. She was extremely shocked when she saw his clone reach out and use the auxiliary space skill. As she spoke, she exclaimed, "Your clone can also use skills?" "He can use everything except the cloning skill. I'm just testing it as a precaution. It seems he can also use the auxiliary space skill." She listened to him and froze slightly. The skill orb isn't the issue here. This cloning skill is truly unbelievable. She secretly made a firm resolution in her heart. She must acquire it. At this moment, he said to his clone, "You can go inside, right? Try it." "Yes." But unexpectedly, number 7 came out from the auxiliary space gate behind him. He was bewildered, and number 7 was also confused. "Huh? Why did you come out from there?" "Master told me to enter the auxiliary space." He watched number 7 enter the space, but come out from somewhere else. "Is there another entrance behind number 7? That seems to be the entrance number 7 created. Isn't it the one I created?" He then looked deeply into the auxiliary space and thought, "Don't tell me that no matter which of my clones uses the auxiliary space skill, they all lead to the same space." Suddenly, something was thrown straight at number 7. Then it's no different from a main gate. That thing struck number 7 directly, making number 7 fall down. Number 7, He rushed to support the unconscious number 7 and looked towards the thrown object. Where did that come from? Hyjin on the other side gnashed her teeth. You're playing dirty and trying to run away, aren't you? What is that skill? Where's my weapon? Sangu's clone here explained. Throwing your weapon away wasn't a good choice. Now your weapon is in the auxiliary space. Number 7, wake up, number 7. Hearing the noise, the other clone turned around and witnessed this scene. Hyjin shouted loudly at Sangu's clone. Don't you dare hide anymore, you coward. What is that skill anyway? Where's my weapon? Sangu's clone remained in a defensive stance and was unaware of the situation in the auxiliary space. Throwing your weapon was a mistake. Your weapon is somewhere else now. Number 7, wake up, number 7. Sangu's clone heard the noise, then turned and discovered this scene. Sangu was still yelling at number 7, while number 7 only coughed up blood, but wasn't dead yet. Number 7, don't die. I'm still alive, big bro. Number 7 hadn't even finished his sentence when Sangu closed his eyes. I'm still alive. I will avenge you. After Sangu finished speaking, the remaining clone broke out in a cold sweat. No matter who did this, I won't forgive them. Sangu took that weapon and stepped out into the auxiliary space. Hyjin was surprised to see him approaching with his weapon. I didn't expect something like this to happen. He slung the weapon over his shoulder, frowned, and asked the clone, Was it you? Who threw this? Yes, it was the hunter. I didn't do anything. Hyjin looked cautiously towards the two of them. I didn't think Sangu would show up here himself. What are you going to do to me? He glanced down with an annoyed expression. He suddenly saw another clone, number 6, severely injured and unconscious on the ground. He quickly went over to ask about the other party's condition. Are you okay? The bleeding has stopped, but my leg is numb. He then reached out his hand to dismiss it. You've done well. He was dismissing the clone. He turned to look at the other clone and asked curiously, What happened? While we were recovering the money from the hunter group that stole the monster carcass from the previous hunt, we were attacked. She admitted she was from the Hasung Guild. He rummaged through the clothes left by clone number 6 and found a gun. Hasung Guild again? Hasung Guild again. Hearing him speak ill of her guild annoyed Hyjin. Those guys just stick their noses into other people's business. You're too arrogant. Anyway, how would a B-rank hunter know the vastness of the world? He held the gun in one hand and the saber in the other, then instructed number 5. Support me, number 5. Yes, sir. With that, both sides began a new battle. Hyjin prepared to confront the two of them directly. It's unclear who will be the final victor. On the other side, Shin Yongxian was angrily biting his nails. Shin Yongxian looked at the messages on the screen and cursed. These idiots. Did you succeed? We failed. Don't try to contact us again. We almost died. He slammed his fist on the desk in anger. They failed that. I even called in another team because I was worried those two weren't enough. So 5 B-rank hunters couldn't even defeat 2 clones. He covered his mouth, frowned, and sighed inwardly. Good thing I sent the second team leader as a precaution. She's a real monster. At the fight scene, Hyjin was using her bare hands to block their weapons. Sorry, but just because people talk about you and call you a rookie sensation. Although her hands were bleeding from the beating, she didn't frown at all. Doesn't mean you're that great. Strength 67,712, Reflex 16,287, Health 52,674, Mana 21,325, Marksmanship 4,174, Recovery 1,835. He gritted his teeth, trying to press the weapon down. I wondered why a clone would be so arrogant. So it's because it's masters like this, If you're just a B-rank hunter, she yelled louder and swung her fist towards the two of them, then act like a B-ranker. The intense power cracked the ground in a long and wide line. Luckily, both the clone and Sangu successfully split apart and dodged that punch. She watched and remarked with a mix of praise and contempt. Good dodge, just like a bunch of rats. Sangu looked at her, breaking into a cold sweat. That bitch, is she a rank? He then looked at her bleeding hand and thought to himself, anyway, her right arm that blocked my attack is already broken. I've at least inflicted some damage on her. Hyjin immediately used her power to heal herself. Can you return my weapon to me? Her red power immediately rushed towards him. The two streams of power clashed, making him frown deeply as he tried to resist. But in the end, the red power successfully retrieved the weapon. She held the weapon in her hand and smiled arrogantly. This is a weapon exclusively for A ranks. It has such a wonderful function, doesn't it? What are you going to do now? Or are you planning to fight me with that tiny pistol? His hand was smoking and red from the earlier attack. What did she just do? Wasn't her arm just broken? He clenched his fist in anger. Damn it, in a situation like this. He created more subspace and summoned other clones. Don't worry about the person we're facing. Hyjin saw this and let out a sigh. So many clones indeed. Someone else brought something, replacing clone number 3. We've brought what you requested, sir. Number 3 is still in the hospital. Yes, sir. Sangu began to infuse mana into his weapon. Well then, I guess I don't need to worry anymore. Hyjin also got fired up and shouted, everyone rush in. The clones began to split into different directions to surround her. Take her down. Era, from the room in the other subspace, observed the entire process. What the hell is going on here? She was so shocked that she froze, watching the battle. I never thought the subspace skill could be used as a spatial gate. She began to hesitate, unsure what to do. Anyway, how should I handle this? I can't interfere in his personal matters. But isn't this the perfect opportunity to make him owe me? She immediately remembered when Hyjin's weapon flew into number 7's face. Come to think of it, wasn't that staff a product from the company, Cho? She also wanted to seize this opportunity. I can't miss this chance to humiliate those Cho bastards. So she called someone else. Dude, but are you there? Is the product you made last time ready? On the other side, the battle continued fiercely. Despite being injured, Hyjin still looked eager to fight. You guys are fast too. However, her next words made Sangu wary. But do you know what my skill is? She immediately slammed her weapon to the ground, activating her damage manipulation skill. Damage manipulation, level 64. Activation type, converts a portion of received damage. Converted damage depends on skill level and the caster's proficiency. Her power shook everyone. Those who couldn't escape in time were blown up. Even Sangu was pushed far back by the aftershocks of the explosion. Meanwhile, Hyjin, full of energy, rushed towards him. Then she slammed down hard where he had just been. But luckily, he jumped to dodge in time. But without any delay, the staff immediately shot upwards, hitting him. He could only helplessly watch it open up, revealing the gun barrel inside. Damn it, I can't dodge in midair. Finally, he was hit by a direct attack. His entire body flew very far and fell heavily to the ground. He parried with his sword while spitting blood. Her wounds are gone again. What kind of monstrous skill does she have? The weapon returned to normal, and Hyjin laughed triumphantly. This isn't over yet, is it? He gritted his teeth, trying to call a nearby clone, number 5. Immediately after, he threw the bag of items to the clone. Number 5 immediately ate the item that was in the bag. Hyjin felt something was wrong and curiously asked, what did he just eat? Hearing that, Sangu chuckled challengingly. Oh, try to guess. You must know what it is, since you're also from the High Sung Guild, right? After hearing what number 5 had just eaten, Hyjin froze. He just ate a crystal gem. What? While the two of them were talking, number 5 transformed. Don't pretend you don't know. You guys ordered the Silver Moon Guild to produce them in large quantities, didn't you? He recalled the moment he bought this, and there was only a small amount. I heard that one of these can increase stats by 100 times compared to the regular type, so I took a few. He smiled and looked at her triumphantly. I've tried them too, but they don't have the same reaction. Number 5's body transformed, and he stomped on his outfit. Unlike the gems, They don't increase my stats. Number 5 was transformed into a monster by that crystal gem. I only gave him 3 of them, and he's already turned into a monster I can't control anymore. Looking at the monster before her, Hyjin for the first time showed a worried expression. You guys crafted this, so you should know its effects better, right? You crazy bastard. Number 5 had transformed into a giant monster. He clenched his fist and raised it high. Hyjin quickly regained her composure. Just because you're a bit bigger, you dare mess with me? Even if you used 100 gems, your stats would only increase by 0.5. She furiously gritted her teeth and yelled, "What do you think will change after you eat them?" Before she could even finish speaking, she was attacked. You're just a... She was not far away and quite severely injured. Seeing this, Sangu laughed and taunted her. Looks like you're all talk. He stood up, watched the tide of battle change, and chuckled. The only thing you see are the stats changing after eating those crystals. But the power gained after becoming a monster is a different matter. She was slammed hard into the ground, but was still conscious. Well, how would you know if you've never tried one yourself? While he was still speaking, Number 5 unexpectedly swung his fist. But because of that, his speed has also decreased, and his consciousness is gone. Number 5 had lost all reason and attacked him as well. He had to jump high to dodge the attack, and he no longer recognized his master. Everyone, keep your distance from Number 5. Hyjin felt extremely angry. She widened her eyes and cursed. Damn it, I hope the guild cleans up this mess you leave behind after I kill you. She immediately leapt into the air, delivering a powerful blow to Number 5, making Number 5 slightly lose balance while she changed targets. Number 5 immediately struck Hyjin down with a move, making the opponent angrily clench their hands fiercely on the ground. After that, Hyjin still used her strength to get up despite being injured. Then she again leapt high up, attacking Number 5 with all her might with that staff. The overwhelming force made Number 5 fall. After that, Hyjin immediately charged towards Sangu. She slammed the staff down, but luckily he blocked it in time. If I just kill you, they'll disappear, right? Kill. I'll call the police. Hearing that, she pressed down with even more force. Do you think I'm joking? So strong. Fortunately, other clones immediately rushed to his aid. One clone quickly circled behind, intending to secretly attack her. Then the clone seized the opportunity to stab Hyjin in the hip with a knife. But Hyjin caught the knife with her hand. Not enough. Then she immediately counterattacked with her power. Flames erupted and burned the clone's entire body. She slung the staff over her shoulder and turned to look at Sangu after dealing with one clone. I noticed the clones never aim for vital points. Looks like you haven't killed anyone, huh? You really don't fear consequences. Sangu gripped the sword tightly in his hand and slashed his leg. He had become enraged and was ready to continue fighting. Don't worry, I can change that right away. Hyjin was puzzled by his actions. Injuring your own leg? Are you crazy? He immediately activated Super Saiyan mode. This is fine. Then he shot towards Hyjin like a rocket. She managed to block the attack, but was still pushed back a considerable distance. So fast, he aimed right for my neck. He held his sword horizontally and asked her, "How do you feel? Is that enough to scare you?" By then, Number 5 had gotten up and stomped hard on where she was standing. She used her bare hands to catch his leg. This damned monster. Then she immediately flung Number 5 into the sky. Get lost. The other clones looked up and saw 2 fireballs flying down. She used her weapon to shield herself. Normal fireballs can't do anything to me. Number 5 continued to open his mouth and create another fireball. This time he fired a large amount of flames directly at her. She tried to raise her weapon high to shield herself. In a fit of rage, she gritted her teeth and called out loudly, "Sangu!" Number 5's move sent rocks and debris flying everywhere. In the end, she was still able to safely defend herself. Another new wave of attack from Number 5 rushed straight towards her. Others also got hit by the fireballs. The range is too wide. I can't avoid it. Just then, a cloak appeared. After the fireball hit its target and exploded, thick smoke and dust rose everywhere. But Sangu was unharmed thanks to the cloak covering him. "What is this?" Era in the subspace happily said. "It's the prototype of the new armor created by Heritage, MPCB." She continued to introduce this new armor prototype. The cloak is light, very flexible, absorbs most skills, and can create a shield skill. So it can be used as armor. It can become rigid depending on the user's purpose. We believe it's even superior to the toy talisman of the Cho Corporation. Number 7 in the subspace recounted everything Era said. That's what she said, but she spoke English, so I didn't understand anything. Sanyu turned to look and thanked Era. "Oh, really? Thank you. Thanks to this item I escaped." Hyjin, seeing Sanyu still unharmed, was furious. "Are you kidding me?" Number 5 suddenly appeared from behind her. "You will die." Then he slammed down hard on the spot where she had been sitting. Rocks and dirt buried her, but she still clutched the staff. Now it's completely broken and unusable. She gritted her teeth, looking at her staff. "My weapon, no, there's nothing left to block this damage." While she was thinking, Number 5 swung his fist. She was punched deep into the ground. "I need to find a foothold to reduce the damage. Anywhere will do." The surrounding ground also cracked because of it. She was desperately trying to find a way out for herself. "I need to immediately disperse the damage I'm receiving." Number 5 continuously attacked Hyjin. "I have to hurry, or else." In the end, she still suffered a brutal beating, but she still tried her best to kick Number 5 with her foot. Number 5 was sent flying by her kick. She lay on the ground, panting. Suddenly, someone approached and looked down at her. It turned out to be Sangu, who walked over and praised her. "You did well, but—" Then he punched Hyjin hard. Hyjin remembered when she was somewhere else and received a message. She then got ready and told her teammates, "I'm going out for a bit." Sen Hai-sung's subordinate looked at her suspiciously. "I thought today's mission was over?" Hyjin then turned to explain. "The young master is looking for me again. Hunter Sin Yong-zian. He's in a weak position. Why are you helping him?" She looked a bit confused by his thoughts. "Hey, don't you understand the situation? The chairman's son will be the future chairman." He then mentioned someone else. Team leader Sin Jin? He's also the chairman's son. He was never worthy of that position. That useless guy. Hyjin still firmly believed in the one she sided with. "Well, our young master still has flaws, but he's the most promising person." The antagonist listened to her while continuing to read his book. And more importantly, he's handsome too. "What's the mission?" She then told the antagonist the message's content. "He wants me to teach a lesson to a famous B-rank hunter named Jung Sanju, but not to kill him." It's unclear why the antagonist stopped Hyjin. "You'd best not go." "What do you mean?" He closed his book and added, "I'm advising you not to rush into danger and just keep serving the current chairman." "We're already doing that. I'm serving the future chairman." Hyjin criticized the antagonist, but he only saw her as too naive. "You keep acting like a child. That's why you're always like this. You know nothing about Jung Sanju. You'll lose." Back to the present. As the battle was nearing its end, she opened her eyes and saw Sangu still in front of her. "You're awake? A-rank hunters are truly different." Hyjin was curious, wondering why she wasn't dead yet. "Why did you let me live? I truly didn't go easy on you." Hearing Sangu say that, she was still a bit skeptical. "But you could have killed me if you wanted to. I don't think it's necessary. And as you said, I've never killed anyone." Hyjin sneered and mocked him. "But I deliberately tried to kill you." "You'll always be weak if you keep that mindset." Suddenly, power emanated, causing smoke and dust to fly up after the explosion. It turned out Sangu had plunged his sword forcefully next to Hyjin's head. He also stopped holding back and got straight to the point. "But this is my final warning to you." She was sweating with fear, looking at the sword plunged right next to her face. "No one died this time, and I've paid you back enough. That's enough. It's not too late to reconsider and disappear, both you and the Hae Sung Guild." The other clones nearby also looked at her with murderous gazes. I don't like killing people with my own hands, but there are countless other ways to kill people. Remember that. Finally, the arrogant Hyjin could only tremble with fear and agree. Yes. Once he received an answer from his opponent, Sangu summoned the subspace. Then he immediately went inside and asked Han number 7, "Is your face okay? It hurts a lot." Leaving Hyjin alone on the battlefield with a pounding heart. What should I do? She was so excited her face turned completely red. He's too charming. Those who hunted animal carcasses were put under military surveillance. After that incident, the people behind the animal carcass hunting disappeared. After recovering my clones a few days later, I was able to hunt normally again. Meanwhile, number 7 was in Arya's lab, being cared for by her. Number 7 was sent to Heritage to research skill orbs. What do you want to eat? Do you have steak? Back at the vast academy far away. During that time, countless new classes were held at the academy. Sangu walked amidst the crowd, lost in his thoughts. Everyone who was tracking our target disappeared right when I defeated the Hei Sung Guild hunter. The timing was perfect. He suddenly thought of a possibility. It was highly likely someone from the Hei Sung Guild. He guessed right because Shin Yongxian hated his guts, having a conflict with him. He suddenly exclaimed without warning, "Hey!" Sangu glared and asked, "Where are you going?" Shin Yongxian turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. Just then, Heian suddenly cheered, "Oh, you're back." The two immediately chatted animatedly. "I'm on my way to class. You're also going to class. Let's go together." While talking with Heian, Sangu glanced at Shin Yongxian. He was scared. "I'm sure it's him. How's New York?" Meanwhile, in the church, the officiant stood high above and spoke, "Everyone, please return to your positions." Sangu listened to the lecture below with a rather bored expression. "Let's pray devoutly to the system. They say this is necessary to attend class, but we're praying, and we're even praying to the system." He leaned closer to talk to Heian. "What are we doing here? Didn't you hear the syllabus? We'll be learning about the history of the system's formation, and there will be a holy ceremony." "What does that have to do with hunting then?" While the two were talking, they were completely unaware that the officiant heard everything. "I don't know. If it wasn't an order, I wouldn't be here. Please keep quiet." Sangu stopped talking to Heian. Unable to bear it any longer, he stood up and raised his hand, asking, "I need to use the restroom." After that, Sangu left the classroom and went to the restroom. But actually, he used the subspace when no one was looking. He summoned his doppelganger and told it to swap clothes with him. "Give me clothes and take this." "Hey, all right." After that, the doppelganger returned to the church to attend class in Sangu's place. "Brother." "Yes. I just returned from the restroom. I am Yong Sanju." Meanwhile, the real Sangu was outside. "Such a waste of time. I'll definitely attend this class via my clone only." Coincidentally, he saw Shin Yongxian talking on the phone nearby. Shin Yongxian couldn't understand why the previous incident failed. What the hell happened? Even the team leader failed? How could you not even handle a B rank? Sangu suddenly spoke up. "A B rank, so what?" Seeing Sangu, Shin Yongxian was startled and hung up. "You're listening in on someone else's phone." Sangu frowned at Shin Yongxian's audacity. "Do you think you can say that after interfering with my hunt?" Even though he'd been caught, Shin Yongxian still tried to deny everything. "I don't know what you're talking about." "But sure, of course you don't know. Didn't you guys practice beforehand? You're all saying the same thing." Realizing everything was out in the open, Shin Yongxian laid his cards on the table. "You should have taken the money then, Fan, and after losing some prey. I can clearly see how poor your situation is." Sangu just laughed at him. "I'm jealous to know you're so rich. I bet your parents didn't teach you anything, and you only ever had private tutors, right?" Hearing what he said made Shin Yongxian clench his teeth in anger. "Oh no, based on how you talk, you're just like your father, so I guess there's no family honor to speak of, huh?" Shin Yongxian couldn't hold back anymore and was about to go crazy. "You want to fight?" Sangu just found it ridiculous. "You think I'm scared?" Shin Yongxian threatened him while releasing his power. "This is your last chance." Sangu seemed unafraid and even stared at his opponent when threatened. Tell me, what do you want? Whatever it is, you'll get it. And the Haesung Guild, including me, won't stand in your way anymore. He frowned and replied, That's the only thing I want. After hearing him, Shin Yongxian decided to beat him up. Give me the divine medicine, and I'll disappear from the academy immediately. It's really hard to control magic in this academy. Shin Yongxian was about to act right in the middle of the academy grounds. The ice block is smaller than I thought. What's so a fight? Then he summoned a fireball several times bigger than himself. But now there's no need to control it anymore. He looked at the size of his opponent's fireball. My fireball is nothing compared to his. What kind of size is this? Just then, Huang Junha suddenly appeared to stop them. Stop! She made the fireball disappear. Then Huang Junha asked, to the astonishment of both of them, What are you doing here? She pushed up her sunglasses and reminded them both. It's true you're free to use your skills in the academy, but this is too much. One of the top 4 guilds, Phoenix Guild leader Junha. Are you two fighting? Elsewhere, that's a skill, isn't it? Yes. Someone is reviewing the video of the previous battle. This is footage from the weapons camera. The person in the white lab coat watched in awe. Oh, ha ha ha, simply amazing. Look at that movement. He predicted his opponent's actions. Then the screen immediately showed Subject 5's face after transforming into a monster. And what is that giant creature? Are they still normal after eating the star crystal gem? Ha 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 ha. We need it. We need this specimen immediately. We discovered someone else in the footage when the weapon was moved to a different space. I think there's a high probability we can obtain the clone specimen here. Upon hearing that, the person immediately asked, Where is it? The screen changed, immediately showing an image of Aria, the heritage company. The person watching on the other side of the screen suddenly smiled. Already claimed? How greedy. You should share something that good, shouldn't you? At that moment, CEO Shever John immediately gave an order. Prepare the fighter jets. John Company's weapon manufacturing expert, CEO Shever John. Destroy heritage and bring the specimen here. Yongxian turned to look at the newcomer. You are? Junha, taking a puff from her cigarette, replied. Phoenix Guild leader Junha. It's been a while, young master. Yongxian seemed quite scared of the other person. What are you doing at the academy? I'm a professor here, even if it's just a temporary one. He was shocked to hear that. He had to ask again. What? You're a professor at this academy? Who is she? She glanced around and paused. Shall we go somewhere else to talk? Everyone in the schoolyard was gathering and paying attention to them. You've attracted too much attention. Did you see that ultimate fireball? The 3 went to another place that looked like Junha's office. No. She looked at the 2 men sitting in front of her. Tell me, what happened? Yongxian frowned tightly and remained silent for a while. Then, before he could finish speaking, Sangu recounted everything. I'm sorry, but this is personal, you know. He ordered his subordinates to steal my prey, and he said harsh things to me even though I did nothing wrong. He deserves a lesson. Junha stared at Sangu, then stammered while looking at Yongxian, as if she wanted to punch him. You've been through a lot. He then turned to continue with the important matter. Anyway, a professor. As far as I know, most professors at this school are only C-rank hunters, and only a few are B-rank. What do you mean by that? Junha talked to him, completely ignoring Sangu. For students who are F-rank or D-rank hunters, such professors are indeed sufficient. But for students with higher ranks, the school needs more to keep them under control. Are you smoking in the room? She immediately clarified. To be more precise, I was invited here because of you two. Junha smoked, tilted her head, and smiled. And the reason I stopped you two is because you'll have a chance to fight each other soon anyway. In the next class, students will be allowed to fight each other to their heart's content. Meanwhile, subject number 7 was being experimented on in the lab. Arya stared at the results, astonished. She took out a test tube filled with red liquid. No words could describe how incredible this was. She was shocked looking at the information panel in front of her. This is real blood. There are even red blood cells, and he possesses blood type A. I'm sure that studying this blood sample is entirely feasible, even if it disappears when the clone vanishes. Another male researcher nearby curiously asked, and all of this was created by the subject's mana? That's right. It feels like every principle we've known until now is meaningless. While being experimented on like a lab rat, subject number 7 was still happily thinking about the next meal. And more importantly, I think the separate entities are gradually starting to behave as individual beings. Beef for dinner tonight. They eat separately and use the subject's skills with their own mana, not the subject's. Arya's eyes widened as she looked at subject number 7, lying in the experiment chamber. There's never been a summoning skill like this before, right? No, this is more like a... Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and the tremors shook the lab. Everything showed a red warning light. What's happening? Everyone started asking each other anxiously. I think a plane might have crashed into our building. Huh, something did crash into the building and explode. What do you mean by that? Everything inside shattered and collapsed after the explosion. What the hell is this? Suddenly, many red lights appeared in the darkness. John's robots quickly moved in. Infiltration successful. Prioritize target capture. But soon, it was attacked in return, activating defensive system. The machine became brighter and redder. Intruders, get out of here immediately. The robot quickly changed its target. Changing priority mission. Eliminate all obstacles first. More robots appeared and fired wildly everywhere. The people inside began to panic. Many combat robots have infiltrated the building via a plane. Call security and evacuate the remaining personnel. Just then, subject number 7 unexpectedly sat up and asked, "Which floor did the plane crash into?" He looked at Arya and said, "I'll cooperate in suppressing the intruders." At this moment, the guards and soldiers in the building were fighting the robots. But in the end, human strength still lost to machine power. Many people were shot dead or injured. The mechanical sound of the robots echoed. Eliminate all obstacles first. The green-haired man in orange gritted his teeth and used his power. I'll draw their attention. He ordered the others. Quickly call the guards from other floors to come here and help. He fought against several robots alone. He charged forward, attacking it directly, when the other robots saw its teammate fall. Countless other robots also advanced, ready to fight and switching their weapons to close combat, destroying all obstacles in their path. He watched them, holding knives, surrounding him. They changed their weapons immediately, upon seeing their capabilities. These weren't ordinary robots used for terrorizing. They were much more advanced. They immediately rushed forward to gang up on him, destroying all obstacles in their path. Continuous attacks rained down from multiple directions, injuring him. But he still managed to take down a few. Before he could even catch his breath, he had to face another wave of attacks from different directions. There were too many of them. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed, someone appeared and sliced them to pieces. It turned out number 7 had arrived to support him. He didn't know him, so he stammered, "Who are you?" "I am number 7. I'm here to eliminate the intruders." He didn't understand what his name meant, so he misunderstood. "Number 7? Are you in charge of the 7th floor? Anyway, be careful. There are still too many of them." The remaining robots suddenly exchanged coded messages with each other, changing priority mission. Seeing how strong he was, they changed their forms. Priority, capture target. At that moment, in Sangu's academy, "It's a pleasure to meet you all." IHA stood before everyone and announced, "My name is IHA. I'll be in charge of this class and combat training. I'll get straight to the point." Upon hearing her words, many people felt apprehensive. From now on, the class will form groups of 3 and conduct 3-on-3 battles between the groups. All skills and equipment are allowed, and a group wins if all 3 members of the opposing group are defeated. Sangu was forced to participate in this class, and he wanted to hide, so he didn't unsummon his clone. The grading system will be based on combat ability, contribution in battle, and teamwork ability. A few other minor factors can also affect your score, so don't think about just slacking off. When did he change his clothes? So this is what she meant by an opportunity to fight him. Is it combat training? After finishing, she asked if anyone had any questions. Someone immediately raised their hand and asked, "Teacher, we are hunters. Our job is to hunt monsters. So why do we have to train to fight each other?" I'm curious about that too. IHA stood on the podium with her arms crossed and said, "About that, I was also suddenly invited here, so I'm not sure." However, she still relied on her experience to answer. "But based on my experience as an A-rank hunter, you shouldn't only focus on monsters." As she explained, the students began to sweat profusely. The division of interests, conflicts over hunting grounds, illegal activities and unauthorized gates, and many other things. If you choose this path of being a hunter, there will always be potential conflicts with other hunters. Are you so merciful that you just smile, turn your back, and give everything up to your opponents? She furrowed her brows and told everyone sternly, "Remember that anything can happen in the gates." After she finished answering, someone else asked, "Next question. You said for us to form groups of 3. Is there a hunter rank limit?" IHA was quite surprised to hear that, but didn't show it. "Ah, I understand what you mean." She immediately mentioned Zhang Zian and Sangu. Actually, 2 students have already exceeded normal boundaries. IHA reassured all the students here. But you don't have to worry about that. They'll have a proper way to handle things, so you don't have to worry about being overwhelmed by those 2. After finishing, she turned and left. "All right then, I've completed my part. You can start introducing yourselves and forming groups. See you in the next class." Sangu thought about what she just said and wondered, a way to handle things, what could it be? Just then, Heian, who was sitting next to him, spoke up. "Brother, you'll be in the same group as me, right?" "Of course. I'll go find someone else to join us." He stared at his phone, which was receiving a call. Ms. Bei Jianun. He went outside to talk on the phone. "Hello. I wonder if the call is automatically translated." She was silent for a moment before replying. "Mr. Young-san." He smiled on the other end of the line after hearing her stammer. There's something I need to tell you." "What do you need to ask?" It actually got translated. Now, in front of Arya, was the wreckage left after the recent battle. Number 7 was captured. "What?" Arya nervously called Sangu. "Mr. Young-san." After hearing her say that, Sangu was only surprised that it was translated. I have something to tell you." "Yes, what is it?" The translation tool works pretty well. Arya looked at the post-war ruins in front of her. Number 7 has been captured. "What?" Sangu asked again in confusion, just to be sure. Number 7 was captured? At this moment, Mr. C reached out to Arya. How? It turned out he had overheard their conversation and wanted to answer Sangu's question. I can explain that. Recalling a few minutes earlier, Number 7 was perfectly handling the robots. Even if he was attacked, he'd just put up a shield to block it. Then he'd let the fire of hatred burn that robot, while the other guy could focus on fighting his own robot. C turned to look, sweating in fear. Too strong. Who is he? It seemed the robot hadn't completely shut down, so it could still communicate. Suddenly, it sat bolt upright with glowing eyes, its hands forming structures of modules and resistors. It immediately reached out and grabbed C's neck. Meanwhile, on the other side, Number 7 was still slaughtering robots, unaware of what was happening. Just then, that robot immediately said to Number 7, "Stop." Number 7 was startled and turned to see a robot choking Mr. C. "If you keep attacking, I will kill him." "Don't worry about me. Destroy that robot." That robot began to make conditions with him. "If you stop, there won't be any more damage." After hearing that, Number 7 asked Mr. C, "Are you from Heritage?" "That's not important. Reinforcements will be here soon." But Number 7 decided to stop fighting and took off his armor. Even though he was surrounded by many robots aiming at him, he wasn't afraid. "My master ordered me to cooperate as best as possible with Heritage Company, prioritizing achieving the capture objective. Mr. C frowned deeply and tried to stop number 7. I can't let Heritage suffer any more losses. No, pick up your weapon. Mr. C loudly warned when he saw robots approaching number 7. Behind you. Mr. C sobbed and blamed himself. He was taken because of me. I'm so sorry. Sangu emanated mana while comforting the other person. You don't need to feel guilty. Wait, I'll check the situation. The system announced, activating fusion skill. He saw number 7 trapped inside the robot's body. Mana circuit detected. Suddenly, a high-voltage current ran through and jolted him, activating containment protocol skill. Fusion terminated. Sangu was forcibly returned and could no longer fuse. Damn it, what happened? I think the clone has been moved somewhere, and they can stop me from using the fusion skill. I think it'll be very difficult to bring him back using the dimensional skill. Mr. C still couldn't calm down. It's all my fault. We didn't request the resummoning of that clone because it was stipulated in the contract. It was our fault for not noticing that the ambushers intended to capture number 7. Arya made a request to Sangu. But can you not kill number 7? That means Arya decided to let her side handle this. Yes, we'll bring him back. Looking at the pile of robots that had become scrap, she knew who did it. It seems you've already guessed the culprit, haven't you? Yes. Sangu also cheerfully agreed with her. All right then, I had no intention of using number 7 during the contract period with you anyway. Thank you. After hearing them talk, C wondered, destroy. What do you mean? She gave an answer that shocked C to the core. Number 7 is a clone. He's not a human, so you don't need to feel guilty. Oh, really? Despite saying that, Sangu was quite worried about number 7. It'll probably be fine. Heritage is a big company. They must have many hunters. Everyone in the classroom suddenly ran towards him. San, have you joined any group yet? Join my group. My skills will definitely be very useful. After seeing this, he was completely shocked. What is this? Is everyone gathering here to convince me to join their group? Sangu turned to look and saw that Zhang Xian's side was exactly the same as his. No, there were quite a few people on Sinzuni's side too. He looked at the crowd and thought to himself, TSK, they said B ranks would be penalized, but we don't know exactly what that means. So it's normal. We have experience at a completely different level. It looks like I'll be able to form a pretty strong team here. Just then, Huang Junhei poked her head in and added, Oh, I forgot to mention. After hearing that, Sangu was like, what the heck? Hunter Yong-san is not allowed to use clones in this classroom. He turned to her and asked directly why. Teamwork among members is one of the important criteria, and if clones are considered members, it would be a big problem, because the clones would do all the work. As soon as she finished speaking, she left immediately. Good luck. The people who had gathered around him earlier were all surprised when they saw that. Really? He can't use clones? Is that all he's got? Everyone started gossiping and bad-mouthing him in front of him. He couldn't even use a proper fireball when he first started, so he's no use then. Excuse me, anyone want? Zuni, join our group. Everyone started changing their minds and rushed over to Zhang Xian's side. I'm very confident in my stamina. There wasn't a single person left around Sangu. At this moment, Sangu trudged over to Heian. He made the offer that she had just extended earlier. Want to join my group? Wow, that was fast. And so, after struggling, that's how a 3-person group was formed, and they had to get to know each other. A tall and muscular guy joined their group. Nice to meet you. I'm Zumbi, a D-rank hunter trainee Zumbi. Sangu still remembered who he was and showed his displeasure. I saw you run towards Sinzuni as soon as you heard I couldn't use clones. It seems you struggled a lot to find a group, didn't you? That's not personal. I'm just very serious about this academy. Heian looked at Sangu blaming others and retorted, I don't think you're in a position to say that. No, I'm loyal. Skills, let's see our skills. Zumbi smiled and replied, All right. He spread green mana and raised his enormous shield. I can take hits well based on my shield's defense. I can confidently say that I have the best defensive skills in this academy. Wide area defense. Activate. Enhance defense on your weapon. Defense stats and number of people who can be supported are based on skill level. Heian extended her hand and created blue mana spheres. I can create mana spheres. They don't have the destructive power of fireballs, but are much faster than fireballs. A mana master. Activate. Gather mana. The amount of mana controlled depends on skill level. Only Sangu has skills, but can't use them. Besides clones, I don't know what to do. Heian angrily reminded Sangu about this assignment. Be serious. But seriously, should I go find another group? He suddenly remembered something, then turned to ask Zumbi. Oh, that's right. You wanted to join Hunter Senzuni's group, didn't you? Zumbi felt awkward hearing that. Why don't you join them? Rank D is already high enough in this academy. Damn, I thought that was high too, but someone better already joined him. Just then, thick dust billowed from Deng Xian's group's location. He stared blankly at the scene before him. To be able to create such destructive power in an instant, why didn't you participate in the promotion exam? It turned out the ruins in front of them and the source of the power were two people from his group, both of them. Both of them kindly replied, I'm lazy. The other person with pink hair smiled savagely. S-Rank Hunter Tanoyed Don. S-Rank Hunter seeking himself. It's more fun to bully the weak. Deng Xian marveled at their presence in his group. They could be around C-Rank or higher. Even Seekin, who didn't even bother to attend class, joined his group. He had seen their combat power and his future self defeating Sangu. Both of them were too high quality. I'll crush Deng Sanju with this group. In some vast and unfamiliar place, the spider-like monsters had been completely wiped out. Other monsters, like worms with snake heads, emerged from the ground. Someone with slightly reddish skin prepared to draw their sword. Then a red sword slash swept through them, killing the monsters instantly. The opponent swaggered past the corpses of the monsters. Seeming to sense something strange, the opponent suddenly raised their hand. It turned out the man was looking at the ring on his hand. I forgot how to use this. Suddenly, the sand where the opponent stood began to sink downwards. A monster from underground bit down, swallowing the opponent whole. That monster, dozens of meters tall, stretched straight up into the sky. But it was still attacked by the man from inside its body. Finally, the opponent safely escaped. Ha! I can never forget. Raven continued to walk among the monster corpses. It seems Heritage called me. S-Rank Hunter, the one who seeks Raven. Looks like I have to go far again. Suddenly, Ianha placed her hand on the ground. A pink barrier immediately appeared around her. Pink mana radiated from her body. From now on, you'll fight with this. Mana fusion. Activate, circulate, and disperse the mana flow. My skill is mana fusion. I can weaken magic, curses, buffs, and neutralize skills. Sangu sweated profusely, remembering their first encounter. So that's how she extinguished the giant fireball. She clasped her hands behind her back and continued seriously. It will also be effective within this space. I used to use many other skills. All magical damage or physical attacks that could threaten your life will be diminished. The others listened, eyes wide and mouths agape. So whether it's guns or magic, you can use whatever you want. Even if you shoot someone in the head, they won't die. Don't worry, though it will leave a scar. She slightly bowed her head and glanced at them. Any questions? No one spoke. She calmly started right away. Very good. We will begin the sparring assessment. There are many pink barriers on the field, with a total of 6 shields. 12 teams will spar simultaneously, she explained while pointing at the diagram. After that, the winning teams will fight each other, and the losing teams will do the same. I'm not looking for a winner or anything like that. This is just an opportunity to be accurately assessed. She changed her tone, becoming more serious, and finally, Ianha suddenly called out the names. Sangu, Hunter Deng Sanju, Run Iam, please step forward. She rummaged inside her breast pocket. Please drink this before the battle begins. Ianha took out 2 green vials. Debilitating Potion. This will reduce your stats to the normal level of E-rank students in the academy. Both of you must drink this potion. It's called a potion, but it's actually poison. The effect is only temporary, so don't worry. Damn it, is this a punishment? My stats are reduced. Ian also reminded them. If you refuse to drink this or use a skill to nullify it, you will be considered cheating and automatically graded down to F. After everything was arranged, she announced loudly, "Now, take your positions." Once the battle begins, in shield number 4, Team 1, Sangu is my opponent. It's fine. He can't use clones, and his stats have been reduced. Now he's only E-rank. Upon hearing this, Sangu's veins popped. It sounds a bit humiliating, but it's true. Calm down. If we work together, we can get through this. Shield number 4, Team 2. You still have a few skills besides that one, like a quick attack, for instance. He glanced at the barrier next to them. Sinjun Iong is right next to us. Sangu noticed Seekin, who was laughing maniacally next to them. And who's that big guy? I don't remember seeing him in class. Someone outside the barrier began to remind them. B-rank hunters, please drink the potion. Phoenix Guild monitoring member. It had to be done, so Sangu didn't resist and opened the cap. Both he and Deng Xian drank the entire potion in the vial. A green light emanated, causing Sangu intense pain. Are you okay, Hyung? The system immediately announced, you have consumed the debilitating potion. Strength, 23,135. He tried to endure the pain, staring angrily. My stats. Reflexes, 14,135. Stamina, 58,21. My energy is being drained. Magic, 36,23. Strength, 3251. Reflexes, 2251. The system immediately displayed poison resistance. Sangu was still in pain from the potion, activating poison resistance. Strength, 2135. Endurance, 6647. Vigor, 18,534. Magic, 28,967. Reflexes, 23,686. Restoring stats. Strength, 42,534. Reflexes, 32,212. Vigor, 38,593. Endurance, 36,093. Magic, 51,382. He looked at the displayed stats and was dumbfounded. Debilitating potion fully absorbed. Poison resistance has been enhanced. Poison resistance, 8132, 8138. Over at Area's side, people were trying to repair it. Focus on that side. Don't let collapse. Someone suddenly approached and asked her, "Are you ignoring me?" Realizing who it was, she was surprised and delighted. Raven, long time no see. She happily approached him. "You're here." Of course I had to come. More importantly, Raven began to inquire about the situation here. An ambush at Heritage's main headquarters? What's going on? That a real clone. He was quite surprised after hearing it. I didn't even know that skill existed. It's urgent, too. We have to find a clone sample as quickly as possible. As soon as Raven heard it, he knew what they were planning. For a skill orb, it's a really good skill, isn't it? But unexpectedly, Arya denied it. No, I'm not interested in skill orbs anymore. She began to talk about a grander plan. If we can experiment with the clone's attributes, we can succeed. Our plan for that day will also be one step closer. Raven pondered this goal slightly. Then it really is important. All right, I'll go. In the hunter industry, there are renowned stats that are difficult to increase. Regeneration and poison resistance. System displays. Regeneration enhanced. Poison resistance enhanced. Regeneration cultivation is considered self-harm. Poison resistance is enhanced after risking one's life with poison, especially poison resistance. It can ignore most types of poison when it reaches 1 unit, but even increasing the stat by 1 unit is extremely dangerous. So even high-level hunters who use skills to cure poison never try to enhance their immunity. But there are always exceptions. Someone once drank deadly poison instead of water and enhanced their immunity. That someone is Sangu, who used to show off his concoctions to number 7. Muscle atrophy, lung swelling, exploding body. Number 7. New concoction again. Stats are still the same. He found what just happened to his body quite unbelievable, and his poison resistance even increased. Sangu suddenly thought of something. Then, a guild member outside announced, "We will soon begin the assessment test. Both teams, please get ready." Zumbi immediately radiated green mana. "I'll buff our defenses." The people on the other team were a bit tense. "Stay calm. Just do as we discussed." "All right, the match begins." Sangu immediately ran quickly towards Team 1. "Let's go, I'm coming When he suddenly lunged, it startled them. "Huh. He's attacking me." It looked as if they all moved in slow motion. This is still the importance of stats. I thought I could easily dodge attacks like a clone. Sangu immediately dodged the attack by circling behind the opponent. Too slow. He held a knife to the opponent's back. One down. But then Sangu suddenly reconsidered. "Ah, wait, if I subdue them here, doesn't that prove the weakening potion had no effect?" While he froze in thought, his opponent circled around and hit him. "Then they'll make me drink an even stronger potion, damn it." The opponent immediately slammed into Sangu. Then, he somersaulted several times on the ground. Hey Ion and Zumbi were both astonished. Bro Sangu." Sangu lay amidst the cracked floor, bruised. "What a good act. Everyone can see that I've been weakened and beaten." But Zumbi immediately exposed his act. "Actually, I already buffed everyone's defenses. Even if your stats decreased, it'd be hard to fly that far." Sangu sat up, dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. He had to pretend to be natural. "It's okay, I'm fine. Thanks to the defense buff. Wow, it's really effective." The opposing team didn't understand anything either. What the hell? Is he strong or weak? I don't get it. Just then, Zumbi went to attack the opponent. While holding off the team's attacker, Zumbi yelled, "Hey Ion, it's time." Hey Ion immediately summoned several mana orbs right after hearing Zumbi, then quickly threw them towards the opposing team. Unexpectedly, one of the two male members on the other side shielded the female teammate with his body, saying, "It's okay, I can take it." Both members of Team 1 rushed forward to attack Zumbi alone, saying, "Take him down first." Sangu stood afar, watching his teammates being attacked, and thought, "With just Hey Ion and Zumbi, we definitely can't win. Is there a way I can help our team without being too obvious?" Then an idea suddenly struck him. That's right. He immediately pretended to shout loudly and lunged towards the remaining female member of Team 1. "Izara, I won't let you off." The opponent immediately used her skill to attack Sangu. "Begone! Stone Ward, activate skill." He didn't dodge, so the stone hit him hard. Sangu secretly laid out a plan in his head. "I'll pretend to be knocked flying and—" Then he used his leg to change direction, and he flew to headbutt the two people, aiming at them. Both Hey Ion and Zumbi were utterly shocked when they saw this. Sangu scratched his head and awkwardly said, "Ah, I'm still fine. It's really thanks to the defense buff. Without it, I don't know what would have happened to me." Sangu's headbutt knocked the two opponents unconscious on the spot. "What the hell?" The female team member, seeing this scene, quickly explained, "No, it wasn't me. How could I have enough power to knock someone flying like that? My skill isn't." The person was already panicking, and right then Sangu even praised her. "Truly amazing." The girl was so angry she gnashed her teeth. Then she activated her rapid rock-throwing skill towards them. "I didn't do it." Zumbi stepped forward and blocked everything with his shield. The opponent could be clearly seen after the thick dust and smoke. Suddenly, something shot out from the smoke. Several mana orbs aimed directly at that girl. It turned out Hey Ion had seized the opportunity to take down the opponent. "There, I'm very confident in my speed." The supervisor outside noted down the situation. That was fast. Fourth barrier, Team 2 wins. All three could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Haha, everyone worked hard. Your buff is the best." Zumbi, you don't need to emphasize it anymore. Sangu then turned to look at Deng Xian's spot. I wonder how Sinjuni Ion is doing. Just then, he saw an activating his skill. Then he brutally punched his opponent. Cow, no, don't. Making the others watching get goosebumps. The teammates of the one being beaten also shouted, Hey, we've already conceded, stop it. The supervisor outside saw something was wrong and immediately rushed in to stop it. Stop, quickly stop the match. But that guy seemed not to hear and kept furiously punching his opponent. Luckily, Yunha appeared just in time. Hey, can't you hear? Are you deaf? We said stop. And immediately let go of the guy and mocked her. Oh, are you talking to me? I didn't know. And started complaining about the magic circle. Because of this limiting magic circle, I can't use my full power when throwing a punch. If it weren't for that, one punch would have been enough. And turned to ask the other two in his group. Don't you guys think so too? Yeah, I couldn't cut properly either. Yunha felt a huge headache over this. I've made a mistake. I didn't consider hunters with high stats and experience who are competing in a low rank. I shouldn't have rushed to apply only the stat-reducing magic circle and weakening potion to all of them. She immediately ordered the supervisor next to her. Quickly call the field healer here immediately. Zhang, over here, hurry up. The healer had to treat that person right there on the spot. Hey, Ion felt this wasn't right at all. Isn't this a bit too much? But Sangu said nothing, only stared into the distance as if deep in thought. Zumbi tried to comfort the other two. Don't worry, there are a total of 6 people who won, including us, in the next round, so the chance of us facing them is only 20%. I suspect they'll be our opponents. Sangu suggested resting for a bit before the next match. Yunha then turned to ask another supervisor. Have the winners and losers been decided yet, right? Ah, yes, we'll now randomly pair them. No, don't randomize. She decided to pair Sangu's team with Zhang Xian's team immediately. Let the second-place team from Battle Arena Barrier number 4 fight the first-place team from Battle Arena Barrier number 5. What? The supervisor was still unsure if he heard correctly and asked again. You mean the team of hunters Zhang Sunju and Sinzuni Zhang? That's right. It turned out Yunha had seen through everything, even though Sangu tried to hide it. That movement just now, it wasn't from someone who had drunk a weakening potion. He also didn't use a purification skill on the potion. She decided to push this hot potato over to Sangu's group. I don't know what he did with the weakening potion, but if someone's causing trouble, I'll just make them fight each other. At least we'll get to watch a good match. In Nevada Desert, Tron Company Laboratory, someone kept banging on the door. Open up. Federal Investigation Bureau here. It turned out the Federal Investigation Bureau came to apprehend Tron. Tron Company is suspected of ambushing Heritage Company and manufacturing, illegally trading drugs. Please cooperate with us. But no matter how loud they shouted, the door remained shut. They felt a bit annoyed by this. They're completely ignoring us. Forget it, we have a search warrant. We can compel them. The commander-like person in the group ordered the tallest member. Big Zoe, it's your turn. Understood, boss. Zoe immediately activated a skill. Iron Skin skill activated. Then Zoe tried to rush quickly toward the iron door. Come on. All that was seen was thick smoke and dust, but Zoe was dumbfounded in front of the door. The door wasn't even scratched. Not even a scratch. Suddenly, something appeared on the door. It shot and destroyed all the cameras on them. What? Our body cams. Then it quickly switched to a laser beam and swept across their bodies. Only red lines appeared on their bodies. After that, they died on the spot. Raven just happened to be here too. Ha, he exclaimed. I came from the desert to Heritage, and now I'm back to the desert. Raven moved forward according to the instructions. Let's see. Is this the Tron Company? They said it was somewhere around here. Soon, he discovered something unusual. He stood from above, feeling the wind blow past him. This is... Tron's robots were cleaning up the crime scene, the smell of burnt flesh. Raven immediately appeared right in front of the door of that place. Hey, He annoyingly asked the robot, "What are you burning?" But the robot kept focusing on burning and didn't pay him any attention. Seeing that, he immediately drew his sword, ignoring me. Then I'll change the question. Just as he asked that question, the fire in the robot's gun suddenly went out. This is the Tron Company, isn't it? It emitted sounds like it was communicating in Morse code. Then it immediately turned to prepare to attack Raven. But Raven, with his swift sword strikes, dealt with it immediately. It seems I've come to the right place. He looked down at the body that had turned to ash. He was slightly pensive, as if thinking about something. Raven continued to move forward. Let's see what it's like inside the Tron Company. Just try and stop me. Inside the lab, Shever John was laughing. I was completely wrong. I thought the gem that could turn a person into a monster was the most reasonable solution for rapid parameter growth. But in reality, it was a barrier preventing pure parameter increase. In other words, the gem's parameter boosting effect has disappeared, and only the effect of turning the user into a monster by causing mutations remains. The person on the other end of the line shared his joy with him. Congratulations. It seems it's only a matter of time before you resolve the issue with the research's effects. If I hadn't found a subject that absorbed the gem and still retained human form, I might have been stuck on this problem for the rest of my life. He continued to talk about his grand plan. Soon, humanity will have hope. Suddenly, the lab shook. An announcement immediately rang out to inform Shever John. The blockade gate has been destroyed. Did the Federal Bureau of Investigation get through it? The person talking to him announced even more shocking news. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has been eliminated, but an S-Rank Hunter Sword Master has arrived. What? He angrily and unwillingly yelled. No. I was so close to finding the answer, and now I have to stop here? Shever John tried to calm down and began to give orders. Prepare the sample. He decided to use number 7 to confront Raven. The last remaining S-Rank Hunter here is still just a human. I will use this sample as a weapon to stop the Sword Master. Raven continued to delve deeper into Tron's base. He saw countless test tubes here containing monsters. Are they managing the project based on the corpses of these monsters? I wonder if the clone is okay. Raven glanced around. Well, he had arrived at a place even more terrifying than its exterior. Who would have thought such a vast space could be underground? Suddenly a voice rang out, stopping him. Please stop, Sword Master. Raven immediately turned to the source of the sound. This voice, who are you? The robot talking to him explained. I'm an artificial intelligence managing this place. You're trespassing on Tron Corporation's private property. I know, but I heard Tron Company attacked Heritage and captured an important friend of mine. It listened indifferently and told Raven to leave. I don't know anything about that. Please leave. It seems even machines know how to lie these days. No matter how many times I hear it. This is definitely a woman's voice. What the hell? As soon as the AI finished speaking, countless robots approached. This isn't a request. They immediately targeted Raven. These high-tech combat robots will hunt you down. This is your final warning. Leave this place immediately. But Raven remained incredibly calm and indifferent. Where are these high-tech combat robots? Suddenly, a sword slash appeared. The robots were shattered in an instant. It seems he won't compromise. All I see is a pile of scrap metal. Over here. Hey Ion, slightly annoyed, told Sangu. Brother, look. It turned out Hey Ion was annoyed because he didn't expect their team to actually fight Zhang Xian's team. Didn't you say there was only a 20% chance we'd encounter them? Zumbi looked over and stammered. That group is. Why aren't you saying anything? Sangu didn't answer Hey Ion, but only said some meaningless words. Zumbi's support buff is the best. Not that, and was a bit annoyed seeing this. Is this a joke? And looked at Sangu like he was an idiot. Is that guy really a B-rank hunter? Zhang Xian immediately reminded him. Don't let your guard down. What I want is an overwhelming victory. Myun also agreed and immediately prepared for battle. I want to finish this quickly too. Let's start, shall we? Despite being a bit scared and sweating, Zumbi fought seriously. I'll provide support buffs for you guys. Shield share skill activated. Sangu suddenly became more serious. I should stop acting. Those two are at least C-rank. Whether I get caught or not, I have to fight my best. Yunha, observing from outside, suddenly reminded the supervisor. Just in case, tell the emergency medics to be on standby. Yes, ma'am. She announced loudly. Contestants, prepare. The match begins, and was the first to rush towards Sangu. Let's see the skills of a B-rank hunter, shall we? Fortunately, he was quick enough to dodge the attack, but he didn't expect a glowing aura to surround his hand. Sangu threw a powerful punch that disoriented In's face, and grinned maniacally, his mouth bleeding. What? That was quite an impressive punch. Have you really drunk the debuff potion? It turned out that aura was related to Yunha. Is this the restriction that Guild Master Hong Zuna mentioned? I intended to knock him out, but I couldn't. It seems I'm not strong enough to do that, and didn't give him time to think and immediately launched the next attack. There's one more thing. Zhang Zian was still standing still, not attacking at all. Is Zhang Zian really affected by the debuff potion? Thinking that the opponent might be poison resistant made Sangu unable to accept it. No way his poison resistance is equal to mine, and he barely moved during the last assessment battle. If so, then Sangu immediately rushed behind Zhang Zian. He must be in a weakened state. Zhang Zian also noticed his intention. You decided to target me first, huh? Suddenly, a stream of light appeared, enveloping Sangu. Lightning struck straight down onto the arena from the sky. Suddenly, countless shards of glass fell from the sky. Ah, what the hell is this? Watch out for those glass shards. Sangu, blackened by the lightning strike, had damage exceeding his endurance limit. Shield share skill has disappeared. Zhang Zian looked at his hand, not entirely pleased. My magic can't work properly within this barrier. He looked at the heavily injured Sangu and felt somewhat appeased. Well, it seems it's still enough. You thought you could win easily just because I drank the debuff potion, huh? While Zhang Zian was busy talking, Sangu grabbed a knife. Witness your team lose, just because of your useless self. Sangu looked up and smiled, even as blood streamed from his head. Don't make me laugh, because I'll do everything in my power to make sure that doesn't happen. On Tron's side, an announcement echoed. The battle robots have been destroyed. Destroyed already? We've used all our reserve energy. Shever John nervously typed on the control keyboard. What about the drugs we're going to inject into the test subject? We've only prepared brainwashing drugs to control behavior, bone enhancement, basic abilities, and physical defense. All the drugs are injected into subject number 7 in the test tube, but that's enough. It will significantly enhance the physical strength and mobility of the clones. Only then did Shever John smile reassuringly. Good, inject it into the specimen. Back to the match. Zumbi was injured by his opponent. There were no openings at all. Mune is Zumbi's opponent. Attack chain. The more you attack, the faster your speed increases. In a flash, Zumbi got another new injury. Mune turned to look at Zumbi, both complimenting and annoyed. I intended to cut off your arm with that, but your defense is quite good. How annoying. Sangu just turned around and saw this scene. Zumbi. When he was about to rush forward, Zhang Zian acted. Where do you think you're going? The field block skill has been activated. Didn't you say you'd take me down first? Sangu immediately turned to look at Zhang Zian with a warning in his eyes. Don't get in my way. His fireball destroyed the field block. Zhang Zian looked at the tiny fireball flying towards him. I'm pretty sure you've seen me cast this magic before. He then went all out, firing a fireball several times larger towards Sangu. But this is a real fireball. Taking advantage of this moment, Sangu immediately summoned a subspace. That fireball immediately flew straight into it. Zhang Zian saw this and was very annoyed. You bastard, when did you learn that kind of defensive skill? I had already paid attention to that fireball skill before. It wasn't easy for Hei Ion either, and activated his skill and wasn't messing around with Hei Ion. What are you doing? Punishing the weak. The lower the opponent's stats, the higher your base stats become, and immediately swung his fist at Hei Ion. You call that an attack skill? Fortunately, Sangu appeared in time to block it. He stared at him and complimented him. Strong. Suddenly, His pupils turned bright red. He was in so much pain that he knelt on the ground and screamed loudly. Ah! Sangu gritted his teeth in pain. Body modification detected. Activating new skill. Zhang Xian didn't understand anything, but still seized the opportunity. What happened to him all of a sudden? This is our chance. Attack Zhang Sangu now. Muen hesitated slightly, but still acted. Well, even though I don't want to, I have no choice. Attack chain. Deploy. Reset attack chain and greatly increase the power of the next blow. And furiously swung his fist toward Sangu. Try blocking this attack like you did before. Punish the weak, upgraded. This skill will temporarily be applicable even to those with higher stats. Dung John also launched an attack. Fireball skill activated. Wind Blade skill activated. Combined with Hellfire skill activated. All three of them rushed forward, using their skills to attack him, causing the arena where Sangu stood to explode. Wave after wave of explosions rang out. The ground was also churned up. Seekin slammed his fists into the ground repeatedly, roaring, "I'll end this." Thick dust made it impossible to see anything. Hey Ion screamed, while Zumbi anxiously whispered, "Sunju no." Suddenly, someone called out for the supervisor, and she quickly ran over. "Healing, over here, wait a moment." On the other side, the system sounds continuously announced Sunju's status. The Sturdy Bones skill has been created. The Sturdy Bones passive skill has been created. The sound of skill leveling up continuously rang out. Along with it, stats gradually increased. Finally, the mechanical sound rang out once more. The Hate the Weak skill has reached its limit. The stamina difference is too great. The agility difference is too great. And then Sunju appeared amidst the smoke, raising his hand to block Seekin's attack. The Iron Skin skill has been created. He leveled up. All his basic stats increased sharply. Stamina, strength, reflexes, endurance, and even vitality all increased by tens of thousands. Sunju looked at Seekin and quietly said, "End this?" But he wouldn't give up, immediately swinging his elbow at Sunju's face. Yunha, from the side, cast a support skill. "It's too dangerous. Stop Dung Sunju." But her skill couldn't hold back Sunju or his immense strength. He continued to raise his fist, breaking Yunha's skill. He punched Seekin hard in the stomach. He let out a pained groan. Ugh! His whole body flew backward, slamming hard into the wall behind. When the area became quiet again, Seekin slid lifelessly to the ground. Zumbi and Hei Ion stared with wide eyes in surprise. Dung Ian and Dowan were also taken aback. Dung Ian was utterly terrified. "What is this?" Sunju calmly said, "It has to end like this, right?" In Chever's laboratory, the announcement sound was extremely rigid. The defense skill has been created. The system has recognized Sturdy Bones and Iron Skin. Chever laughed loudly. "That's right. When enduring without turning into a monster, stats will greatly increase," he said triumphantly, "and because it has been equipped with Tron Company's most advanced weapons." As the proud sound had not yet faded, Clone 7 stood before him. A warrior capable of defeating even S-rank hunters has been created. Chever asked the computer system, "Have you completely brainwashed it?" "After rebooting its brain, we have changed you to be its master, Mr. Chever." He excitedly grabbed the robot's shoulder. "All right, your name is T01 now." Suddenly another screen popped up. The Sword Master has reached the 7th basement floor. Estimated arrival time, 5 minutes. Chever chuckled. Perfect timing. He patted the robot's shoulder. "I will assign you a mission. T01, eliminate that intruder." The robot remained silent with no reaction, leaving him bewildered. Chever hastily checked again, muttering to himself, "It doesn't hear me. I've already installed the translation software." He commanded once more, "ET01, go kill that guy." The robot said with a condescending gaze, "I am number 7. Number 7 calmly delivered a punch to Chever, making him groan in pain. "I only take orders from my master." His computer system frantically called out to Chever. Number 7 slowly said again, "Forcibly inject the drug and give the order. This facility and the people here are considered enemies. The computer system still tried to make contact, Mr. Shever. On another front, in Sunju's battlefield, Yunha was surprised. That bastard Deng Sunju. He's dispelling his own skills. Damn it, is he really B-rank? The supervisor behind her hastily asked. What should we do? Should we stop? Yunha turned her head and instructed in a low voice. There are still other members. Just heal the hunters outside the boundary first. She glanced towards the battle. There's no reason to stop the fight just because the power-reducing drug doesn't work on Deng Sunju. Deng John was gritting his teeth. Deng Ian was also not affected by that drug. Recalling the situation just now sent shivers down Yunha's spine. This drug doesn't reduce skill levels, but using strong skills would require a large amount of mana. If his stats were reduced as the drug intended, he should be showing signs of fatigue and weakness by now. A drop of sweat rolled down her forehead. But from the beginning, this battle has already ignored those limits. We will continue. Just keep observing. Dowan, standing next to Deng Ian, continuously pleaded. Deng Ian, give me an order. But he was extremely angry, gritting his teeth. Why are you? Dowan turned to look and happened to see Deng Ian's face turn several shades darker. He immediately shouted, Deng Ian, wake up. He glanced at the arena while trying to awaken Deng Ian. Can't you see? Deng Ian looked at Sunju and stammered in response to Dowan. Sorry, I just... Are you finally awake? Deng Ian frowned, thinking to himself, how foolish. What was I thinking? In that moment, he recalled his superior's words. Take that potion. This is your chance to prove yourself. He cast a skill with his hand, resolving in his heart. I can't give up. It's all or nothing. I'll buff your speed. Bind him. Immediately, a system notification sounded. Speed, reflexes, and agility stats greatly increased. Dowan excitedly drew his sword and charged toward Sunju. This buff is amazing. With his speed, He flickered in and out of sight as he approached Sunju. Defeat that monster. But as soon as his sword touched him, it shattered. Dowan was startled by the notification that the speed buff had ended. That blade! What kind of buff was that to end so quickly? He wanted to draw the other sword from his back, but Sunju spun around and lunged his fist at Dowan. I'll end this too. However, he was stopped by a pile of sharp thorns emerging from the ground. It was an ice wall creating gigantic ice spikes, inflicting damage and trapping opponents. Deng Ian from afar struggled to warn. Get out of there quickly. Sunju increased his cold resistance and broke through them. He reached out and grabbed Dowan's collar, much to Dowan's surprise. Deng Ian continued to use his skill, gritting his teeth in fury. Why? Even though he was hit by Deng Ian's skill, Sunju continued to aim his fist at Dowan. He kept striking relentlessly, and Deng Ian grew even more enraged. Why? Dowan was finally defeated by Sunju. Deng Ian couldn't help but shout, Why do you have everything? A series of stones converged and shot straight toward Sunju. The stone arrow skill was activated. Dust flew everywhere after the explosion from his skill. Hey Ion and Zumbi also had to try to avoid the impact of that attack. Hide behind me. We're just holding him back. All right. The supervisor stared blankly at the battle situation. This is no longer a practical test. Sunju calmly dodged the attacks. The flying stones seemed to have no effect on him. Deng Ian's eyes glared, but his body was trembling from exhaustion. After delivering a final blow, a massive explosion echoed, obscuring the entire area. Deng Ian clutched his right arm, panting heavily. Sunju suddenly appeared before him, his eyes bloodshot. He reached out and threw a punch straight at Deng Ian, whispering, Don't blame others for your own weakness. But just as that punch descended, it was blocked by Yunha. She looked at her shield, which was cracking from his punch, and said with difficulty, The assessment is over. She declared in a loud voice while Deng Ian fell to the ground, Deng Sunju, your team won. Yunha looked at the wreckage Sunju's group had caused. Gather your clones and help clean up. Okay. The clones split up to clean the scene. Yunha watched them for a long time before saying, "This is enough." She turned and spoke to Sanju, who was putting on his jacket behind her, making him pay attention. "Hunter Dung Sanju, follow me." Yunha and Sanju walked side by side down the long, quiet corridor. Yunha suddenly asked, "How were you able to escape the effects of the weakening potion?" Sanju was startled upon hearing that. He forced a smile and replied, "I just drank it and the effect just disappeared." Yunha looked at him with a puzzled expression. "How high is your poison resistance stat?" Sanju timidly said, "Around 8138. She immediately shouted, "What? 8? Her voice couldn't hide her surprise. "Normally, you'd have to eat a dozen poisonous mushrooms to slowly achieve a poison resistance stat like that. How did you manage that?" Sanju broke out in a cold sweat. Just by training hard." But in his heart, he thought differently. "It's actually thanks to my clones." Yuna took out a cigarette, put it to her lips, lit it, and said, "It's not cheating, so I won't ask any more questions. The other students will probably start gossiping about this, but I'll think of a way to cover it up." After she finished speaking, she waved Sanju away. "Now go." He wasn't shy about it. "All right." Sanju breathed a sigh of relief. "I guess I'm off the hook." He looked down at his petrified hand and began to ponder. "By the way, what is this skill? It didn't just appear. It also came with many amazing effects." System voice, skill check, invincible body. The user's body will become hard as stone. Passive state, physical defense and magic resistance increase by 50%. Pain is reduced. Active state, passive effects temporarily doubled. Sanju thought, it must be because of number 7. His clone happily gave a thumbs up. "Master, have you successfully acquired the skill yet?" Sanju suddenly became serious. "No matter how I think about it, only number 7 could possibly possess this skill. Was he experimented on after being kidnapped? I should check with my familiar skill." But just as he activated his defensive protocol skill, he saw number 7 screaming miserably. Sanju reluctantly forced a smile. "Never mind." He sighed. Number 7 is quite intelligent after all. Ignoring his stunned clone, he continued walking. And Heritage also promised to bring him back. They're probably doing that now. On number 7's side, he was fighting despite the machine system's warning in Chever's laboratory. "Stop." The mechanical sound continued to echo. "Stop T01. His cold voice replied, "I am number 7. The computer system firmly countered, "You are destroying invaluable research and facility equipment. Stop immediately." But number 7 directly ignored it. "I only follow my master's orders." The system immediately replied, "The Tron Corporation is your master." Suddenly, a tall figure of a man appeared. Raven looked at Sanju's clone and asked, "You are number 7? Number 7 calmly replied, "Yes." He looked at the chaotic scene, a slight curve on his lips. "I guess everything's been taken care of before I even arrived." Despite Chever lying unconscious on the floor, Raven said to number 7, "Then it's simple. Let's get out of here together." But he looked at Raven with a suspicious gaze. "Excuse me, but what organization do you belong to?" Raven calmly said, "I was sent by Heritage. I heard you were supposed to be cooperating with Heritage for 3 months. Didn't you tell your master about this?" Number 7 whimpered. "What? Heritage?" Raven looked worriedly. "Are you okay?" After enduring the pain, number 7 looked at Raven calmly. "Sorry, but I don't recall receiving such an order." The lab's computer system spoke smugly, but before it could finish, number 7 drew a sword and struck it down. "The brainwashing drug must be taking effect. Now listen to our orders and—" Number 7 said contemptuously, "I only obey my master's orders. That won't change." He revealed a slightly troubled expression. "Is it because of the brainwashing drug that he lost his memory?" "It's complicated. It seems he wasn't brainwashed, but he forgot he was ordered to cooperate with Heritage." He gripped the hilt of his sword and slowly spoke. We could contact your master, but unfortunately, I currently have no way to do so. Raven drew the sword from his waist. Sorry, but I'll have to use force to take you. Number 7 replied in a deep voice. Then you will become my enemy. At the hospital affiliated with the Hunter Academy, Deng Yen sat on the hospital bed with a dazed expression. He recalled Sanju's words before punching him hard earlier. Don't blame others for your own weakness. He raised his hand and tightly covered his mouth. Deng Yen murmured, I lost. His hand gripped the cabinet next to the hospital bed as he slowly stood up. I even had to resort to dirty tricks. He walked step by step towards the room door, but once again I failed. Deng Yen crossed the hospital courtyard in the quiet of the afternoon. Suddenly, a large hand reached out and grabbed him. Deng Yen was pushed against the wall, crying out in pain. Siokin tightened his grip, choking him. Hey, are you kidding me? I heard you even fainted before being hit. He angrily tightened his grip on Deng Yen's neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. And you dare call yourself a B-rank? You can't even defeat a brain-damaged idiot who can't use his unique clone skill. But Siokin felt something unusual. Wait, you. The person Siokin had been choking was actually Sanju in disguise. He raised his leg and kicked him hard in the stomach. The brain-damaged idiot you're talking about is right here. Sanju looked at him as he rolled on the ground with disdain. If you lose, stop whining and don't blame others. Siokin clutched his stomach, looking at him with hateful eyes. He shouted his name, Deng Sanju, but he calmly summoned his clones. What did you say earlier? You couldn't use your power because you were inside a barrier and used a debilitating potion. 2 clones suddenly appeared out of thin air. Now, if you're so tough, come fight me. Siokin trembled, wanting to stop. Wait. Sanju had no intention of letting up. Teach him how to speak properly and respect others. He cried out, but just as he finished speaking, he took a full punch to the face. Wait, please, wait. Siokin said one thing and was met with another punch. Stop. His clone continued to hit him while taunting. Please, stop. Deng Yen timidly asked Sanju, Why did you save me? Sanju turned his head and calmly answered Deng Yen's question. Don't misunderstand. He got punched because he dared to badmouth me. That's all. Siokin's group kept making noise. My bones are broken, friend. My dear bones are broken, but bones are just. Sanju said something that hit a point of doubt in Deng Yen's heart. We're not friends, so don't misunderstand. He turned his back. It's fine to think you're the best in this academy. But Deng Yen suddenly called out to him. Wait. The veins on his forehead bulged. What now? Do you need another punch to wake up? Deng Yen replied with a remorseful expression. I heard my Squad 2 leader went a bit too far. I really didn't want it to be like that. I only asked her to protect the monster poaching groups from being caught and to ensure that no killing would happen. He paused for a moment, then continued. It seems she didn't care much about that, but I truly don't want any misunderstandings to occur. Sanju looked calm. Whatever. Meanwhile, Siokin on the side was still screaming miserably. It hurts so much. Please don't hit me anymore. That's right. That's how it should be. On number 7's side, Raven mumbled softly. I heard the owner of this clone is only B-rank, right? He closed his eyes. The hunter ranking system must have made some mistake. Raven used number 7 as a cushion, sitting on him casually. He must be unconscious. I don't want him to wake up again. Recalling the recent battle, Raven found it a bit hard to believe. He was able to keep up with my attack trajectory until the end. Is it because his offensive and defensive tactics are quite solid that he could face me to this extent? He pondered. Plus, his owner has several clones like this. Sounds quite tiring. Raven rubbed his chin and chuckled. It's not really like me, but perhaps I should take on a disciple, Raven walked over to Shever, who was slumped on the floor. Now, let's deal with this one. He spoke slowly, making Shever jump. I know you're awake. Old Shever's head was covered in a layer of cold sweat. He stammered. Wait, Sir Swordsman, what do you want? Please, I can't die yet. Raven looked at him with icy eyes. I'm the one asking questions. I expect you to tell the truth. Raven placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Shever trembled at the sight. Are you the one who created those AIs for the Chan Company? Shever immediately replied, Yes. Raven continued to ask, The AI's voice is Elisa's. Do you know her? Shever exclaimed in surprise. Huh, how did you know that name? Raven didn't answer and kept asking, Is she still alive? So you're also a researcher who participated in that experiment. Since you know Elisa, you must know the others too. Shever yelled, Where's Elisa now? Raven gave an unrelated answer. Her lover, Zistyle. Shever rapidly questioned, not letting Raven answer. Please tell me. I'll give you my savings if you tell me. Please just tell me. Wait, what did you say before that? She has a lover. Raven's forehead veins bulged. He raised his hand threateningly, making Shever freeze. Shut up. I'm the one asking questions, understand? Shever weakly replied, Yes. Raven asked in a deep voice, Since you joined the experiment, you must have become Liber's colleague, right? Tell me everything you know about him. Shever mumbled, Liber, huh? It's been quite a while since I last heard that name, and colleague? I never thought of him as a colleague. Raven nodded slightly. It seems you really don't know. Good. Then I'll kill Liber with my own hands. Shever trembled at Raven's threat. I know a little, but I'm not sure if it can help you. He once used a factory. Seeing Raven's listening expression, he continued, I'm not sure if it's still there. The last time I went there was 50 years ago. Raven sheathing his sword also made Shever less afraid. That's enough. Where is it? He knelt on the ground and replied, I'll send you the location via the identification bracelet. Please give me your identification code. Raven looked at him with suspicious eyes. Identification bracelet? Raven looked at him for a moment and then asked, Can you write it down? Shever nodded. Yes. He held out a piece of paper towards the other party. Here. Raven focused on the paper, with number 7 still slung over his shoulder. So now. But Shever suddenly interrupted. Wait, before you leave. Please just tell me where Elisa is. He yelled, Is she okay? However, Raven calmly walked away. I told you. Only I get to ask questions. Meanwhile, Sangu was calling someone. Ms. Boso, I heard you successfully rescued number 7. But the other end of the line was pensive. That's right, but it seems he's been experimented on a few times already. Boso paused for a moment and then continued. I think they're trying to brainwash him and reset his memories. Perhaps you could order him to cooperate with Heritage again. Sangu immediately replied. Order him? All right, I'll do it right away. He thought, brainwash. Sangu walked while looking at his phone screen. He's been experimented on? So, number 7 is the real reason I suddenly got stronger. Sanju's lips curved into a smile. With all these skills and stats, I think it'll be easy to reach rank A. All my basic stats have increased too much, and I don't understand how I even got this invincible body skill either. Suddenly, he rubbed his chin and thought, could he be kidnapped again? But he quickly slapped himself to dismiss the thought. What am I saying? I promised myself I wouldn't treat them like tools. Sanju walked and laughed loudly. Anyway, the rescue was successful, and those bastards who interfered with the hunt are being dealt with. And I also won the Battle Royale training. Things are getting better. Recently, rumors started spreading in the hunting grounds. Rumors about how Dung Sanju's clones not only defeated a group of B-rank hunters, but also took down an A-rank hunter. The manager of that battle provided a statement to the association. Seriously, whenever I think about it. Of course, the reason for the fight was that someone stole their monsters, which led to the clones fighting back. But, as rumors began to spread, the story also started to get a bit distorted. Death awaits anyone who invades their territory. With hundreds of victims, death will be waiting if you dare to steal their monsters, or perhaps torture. You'll even lose your teeth if you stare too long, or have an attitude with them. That's how his devilish reputation began to spread among hunters. And as the rumors got worse, no one even wanted to run into the clones anymore. Other hunters would bow their heads and beg for mercy upon encountering them. Please excuse us. Please spare us. And that situation went on for days. One evening, at a casual pub, Sangu, Zumbi, and Heian raised their glasses high to celebrate their victory. Sanju looked at the other two and smiled, saying, "You two did great." Zumbi, with a serious expression, refused. "I didn't contribute much." Heian agreed with him. "You handled everything at the end." Hearing that, Sanju exclaimed, "Ah, that defensive buff was really amazing." Zumbi gave a forced smile. "Don't talk about that buff anymore." Suddenly, a man sitting next to Sanju's table stood up and loudly called out, drawing his attention. "Oh, look who it is! The most famous man in the hunter world." The man rambled on. "Hey, Mr. Dung Sanju, what do you think a B-ranker like yourself can do to gain such a reputation?" The woman next to him immediately intervened. "Hey, stop it! You're drunk." Sanju looked at him with a complex expression. "Who are you?" The woman gave a forced smile and replied, "Please excuse him. He's too drunk." The man still struggled to break free from the woman's embrace. "Let me go. I have to tell him." He swore. "Damn it. You're a B-ranker, but you've been hanging around E and F-rank hunter areas and controlling them like that. I used all the money I had just to get an entry ticket, and you had your clones hunt all our monsters? What's that about?" Sanju was utterly confused. "Please, calm down a bit. Recently, I haven't sent clones to hunting areas below C rank anymore." The man held his phone up to Sanju's face and yelled, "Then what's this?" He stared intently at the phone, surprised. Sanju quietly realized, "This image." The man indignantly said, "If you're occupying an area, you should at least inform us beforehand, shouldn't you? We hunted first, so why did you come later and claim that area as yours?" Sanju looked intently at the clones on the phone screen. "Number 2. Sorry. Boss, here's our bill." Even though he was being dragged away, the man kept talking. "I told you to let go of me. You were there too. Weren't you also going crazy?" Sanju walked along the main road, letting out a soft sigh. "I saw the picture and the location, but that wasn't me. It seems like the misunderstanding won't be cleared up." Heian, walking behind, looked at him with surprised eyes. "So what now?" Sanju calmly explained. "Perhaps the person who looks like number 2 restricted an E-rank hunting ground and stole everyone's hunting spots." She softly exclaimed, "What? Are you sure?" Sanju gave a faint smile. "There's a picture, but it doesn't mean anything. I never told him to do that, and I haven't been hunting recently." Zumbi, walking beside him, hesitated. "So that means—" "Maybe." Zumbi voiced the questionable point of the story. "Someone impersonated your clone and did that?" Sanju closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "Perhaps." He turned his head to look at his teammate. "They say impersonators are quite famous in that area. Have you ever heard of this?" Zumbi pondered for a moment, then replied, "I heard that if anyone dares to steal monsters from clones, they'll disappear without a trace." Sanju clenched his hand into a fist, his voice becoming more resolute. "That's right. Nobody can touch my stuff." As soon as Sanju finished speaking, Zumbi continued, "But this is the first time I've heard of someone being able to claim a hunting ground as their territory within a controlled area. I've never even been to a B-rank dungeon, so there's a lot I don't know." Sanju glanced at Heian, suddenly remembering she was an F-rank hunter. "What about you, Heian?" She puffed out her cheeks. "I haven't even gone hunting yet." Sanju looked at her with a surprised expression. "Why?" Heian recalled what Sanju had promised her. "That's why I asked. If my test results are good, can you take me hunting once?" At that time, he immediately agreed. "No problem. If you join the guild, I'll take you hunting with me." Heian's expression was calm. "You said you'd take me hunting if I joined the guild, but it seems you've forgotten." Sanju immediately exclaimed, "So you've never hunted monsters before?" Heian put her hands on her hips. Of course. I'm waiting for you to fulfill that promise. Sanju put his hand to his mouth, deep in thought. Suddenly, he spoke. All right, let's go tomorrow. Heian's face lit up. Really? She was overjoyed. Don't change your mind, okay? Sanju smiled. I keep my word. Meanwhile, Zumbi behind him looked regretful. I want to go too. The next day, at the GM organization, Sanju made a final adjustment to the armor he was wearing. His fellow agent suddenly asked, Did you take extra group combat classes at the academy? Sanju replied in a low voice, No, I'm just heading to the hunting zone. His colleague nodded twice. You haven't been hunting in a long time, have you? Sanju said, while looking at the gun in his hand. I have to fulfill a promise, and I heard someone is impersonating me and stealing kills from everyone in the low-level hunting zone, so I'm going to check it out. His colleague was surprised. What? Impersonating you? Sanjia nodded, glancing at number 2. Do you want to see a picture? Number 2, come here. Number 2 replied indifferently. Okay. His colleague's eyes widened as he looked at the picture on the phone. It's number 2. Sanju just calmly asked, Is it you? Number 2 replied calmly, No, I've never left this place except for when I was called from the portal. And comparing the person in the picture to us, their face is 200% larger, their shoulders are 50% smaller, and their upper to lower body ratio is... Sanju raised his hand, signaling number 2 to stop, then calmly said, All right, I trust you. Sanju handed the phone to number 2. If you see someone like this, can you identify them? Number 2 merely replied coldly, Possibly. Then, a skeleton cried out in pain after being defeated by Heian. They are currently entering the E-rank hunting zone, Skeleton Village. Sanju folded his arms and nodded in praise. Good. You defeated that skeleton well. You don't need my help anymore, right? Heian, while adjusting her breathing, happily replied, Thank you, Master. Sanju subtly glanced at number 2 while speaking to Heian. Considering your performance in the E-rank hunting zone, I think you can take the promotion test right away. Heian replied shyly, It's not that good, Master. Seeing number 2 leave, Heian immediately asked curiously, Where's your clone going? Sanjia chuckled. Oh, don't mind him. He's scouting the area ahead of us. But Heian noticed something unusual. Anyway, this hunting zone is very quiet. I don't see anyone else. A layer of cold sweat beaded on Sanju's forehead. That's because everyone's avoiding me. What on earth did those impersonators do here? He tried to act natural. That's right. It is quiet. Sanju could only trust his clone. I'm counting on you, number 2. We have to catch them before my villainous reputation spreads further. I trust your machine-like eyes. A young man suddenly appeared, causing 2 nearby hunters, collecting loot, to unconsciously notice him. The young man, who looked exactly like number 2, coldly asked, Who allowed you to hunt monsters here? The 2 hunters, seeing him, quickly stood up. Sorry, we saw you heading in another direction. We didn't mean to. The young man slowly declared, This is our territory. He looked at the 2 hunters with threatening eyes, leaving the monster's corpse behind, then said. One of them frantically asked again, All of them? But we just defeated them. He gripped the hilt of the sword at his hip. Don't you know who I am? The hunter quickly waved his hand. No, please forgive me. We'll leave right away. Having said that, the 2 silent hunters immediately left the scene. The young man sat down next to the skeleton, checking the dropped items. They know that too, but now it seems they've noticed us. His hand, tightly clutching the golden bracelet, trembled slightly. Suddenly, he angrily threw the items onto the ground, causing them to shatter. The young man reached up and pulled off the wig on his head, his voice filled with hatred. The pain I've had to endure and all this misfortune, Dung Sanju, it's all your fault. Heian cast a skill that made the entire area shake. Sanju chuckled approvingly. It seems you now know how much power you need to take down a monster, don't you? She panted and replied tremblingly. Yes, but I'm so tired. Sangu calmly said, "Take the items they're carrying. Their corpses are worthless." Heian smiled. "You said you also had a hard time with these things, didn't you, teacher?" Suddenly, Sanju received a notification from number 2. "I've swept this area, but I haven't found anyone suspicious." He thought to himself, "They still haven't found them." Sanju ordered number 2 through their mental link. "Open a spatial gate and call for everyone to assist in the search, except those guarding the hospital." Number 2 replied coldly, "Understood." Number 2 summoned several more clones to carry out the mission. "We'll split up, each taking a sector to search." Sanju and Heian, holding up their potions, exclaimed in unison, "It's the first time you've drunk a normal potion, teacher." Meanwhile, number 2 was examining footprints on the ground. Heian was very excited to go through the test. "Stop right there." As soon as they saw number 2 appear, the other hunters quickly spoke up. "Sorry, we didn't know you were here." Number 2 nodded indifferently. "It's fine. Continue on your way." Heian's eye sparkled. "This necklace is so shiny." Number 2 reported concisely, "He's not here." Number 2 paused for a moment. "We've searched the entire area here, but we haven't seen anyone wearing such clothing." Sanju pondered. "All right, everyone, return to your duties." He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I even deliberately wore a mask, so the imposters would be confused if they bumped into me. So where did they all go?" Sanju pulled down his mask and asked Heian, "How do you feel about today's hunt?" She excitedly said, "I found so much. I can't believe it." Sanju chuckled. "See, there's a reason why so many people want to be hunters." Heian smiled continuously. "Let's split what we found. We're such a great team." Sanju shook his head, refusing. "No, I don't need it. It's all for you, a memento of your first hunt." Heian's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? You'll regret it, you'll see." Sanju curved his lips into a smile. "You have no idea how much I've earned." He gestured behind him. "Anyway, let's head back." But as Sanju turned back, he encountered Dunyan. He quickly hid behind the wall hide. Heian, noticing something was off, quietly asked, "What's wrong? Is someone there?" Sanju peeked out from behind the wall, thinking, "Dunyan? Why is that bastard here?" A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Could it be him again? At the Hunters Association, Yuhian seriously affirmed, "It's definitely him." Sanju's teammate also nodded. "I think so too. There's no reason why Hunter Dungian would be at an E-rank hunter's hunting ground. The Hasung Guild already has enough people to be your stand-ins, and he also has a history of interfering with your hunting trips." Sanju pondered for a long time, not responding. He felt a bit suspicious, but it's really strange that he's doing this. I already warned him. How could he be so foolish? Yuhian suddenly interjected. "Hey, a Hasung group attacked you before, didn't they?" She wondered. "Then why did you let her live?" Sanju looked at her with a puzzled expression. "Ah," Yuhian slowly explained. "Living in that filthy place, I learned one thing. No matter how kind you are to them, they'll still stab you in the back." She suddenly became serious. "Don't pity them anymore. This isn't a sport where you need to play fair. Don't think they won't cross the line like you did." Yuhian's gaze was fixed on him. "People like that will do all sorts of bad things regardless of whether you're kind or not. From now on, you'll encounter many of them, and I think he's one of them." And as if to prove her words, the imposters were doing terrible things. The imposter coldly asked the 2 hunters opposite him, "Hey, is this all?" One of them trembled and replied, "We didn't find many giant rats." The imposter picked up a corner of the rat and examined it. Suddenly, he ordered, "Leave all your equipment here and get out." The 2 hunters exclaimed in surprise, "What? How can we do that? How can we continue hunting?" The imposter immediately kneed the female hunter in the stomach, causing her to let out a cry of pain. He looked down coldly. "I'm not asking, it's an order." Her teammate immediately shouted, "Dunyan." Then slowly, Dunyan coughed incessantly, while the young man looked at the imposter with hateful eyes. Another person, seeing this, became indignant. They even stole your equipment? Why don't you report them? We have to ban them, right? The young man replied with difficulty. If we do that, we'll be killed. Then surely, some people couldn't hold back and reported to the hunting ground guards. Hey, tell us if that guy, Dung Sanju, is here or not. The guard awkwardly replied, sorry. But only staff can view entry and exit history, but the other hunters wouldn't give up. We have the right to hunt in peace. Show us the history. News about Dung Sanju grew worse and worse. Sanju gripped the sword in his hand. It won't be long now. His eyes showed some contemplation. Most of the victims are E and F rank hunters. Even people in the academy are starting to look at me differently. He was deep in thought, but was drawn by the ringing of his phone. If this continues, it will affect my reputation. Sanju held the phone to his ear. Number 2. Found them yet? Number 2 calmly reported. We haven't found the imposters, but... Number 2 paused for a moment, then continued. The Hasung Guild has arrived at the E-rank hunters' hunting ground. Sanju immediately asked, are you sure it's Hasung? Number 2 looked down at the Hasung Guild members. Hard to be mistaken. Sanju subtly smiled. Open the spatial gate. I'll go there myself. The Hasung Guild members were staring at a set of armor. Is that it? Another one nodded. I think so. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed behind them. Sanju emerged from the smoke with a sword on his shoulder. What's with that outfit? One of them hesitated before answering. Hey, report to the captain that we found it. Hey you. I don't know who you are, but if you want to live, follow us. Do you even know who we are? Sanju frowned, his gaze turning sharp. He noticed the armor, similar to what his clone usually wore. Sanju exhaled. So it really is you guys. His eyes suddenly reddened. Indeed, this isn't a real sport that requires fair play. He seemed slightly angry. Let's see if a corpse can be stored in spatial storage. A Hasung Guild member cursed under their breath. This madman. Suddenly, the group, swords in hand, shouted in unison, kill him. Sanju instantly approached one of them, but suddenly, a girl appeared, blocking his attack. Sanju glared at the person opposite him. It's you. High Iron hastily warned the others. You idiots, fall back. The long-haired one among them immediately cried out. Captain. High Iron could only explain briefly. That's the real Dung Sanju. Sanju was about to swing his sword when he saw High Iron's figure vanish. She stepped back, smiling as she asked, we meet again, don't we? Sanju stared at High Iron. What does that mean? She chuckled. What have you been eating? You look much more built up, huh? Sanju frowned. Stop beating around the bush. What do you mean? The real Dung Sanju. Are you guys fakes? High Iron looked regretful. We lost the element of surprise. Of course not, why would we do that? Suddenly, another voice interjected. We're trying to catch them in your name. Dung Ian suddenly appeared before Sanju. Those imposters. He widened his eyes. What? He wondered. And stealth skills too? But what do you mean by catching my imposters? Why would you do that? Sanju stared at Dung Ian. Here, you're the one who likes to meddle in my affairs. Dung Ian's expression was very complex. Well, consider this action my apology to you. He said while drinking water. Just as you said, it still can't change your attitude toward me later. Dung Ian looked directly into Sanju's eyes. But right now, we still don't know if they're just one person or an organization. So we prepared a trap. I don't know if it's because we met at the academy, but they did me a favor. In a corner of the hunting zone, several fish monsters were quickly defeated. The imposter spoke in a commanding tone. Hey. He threatened. Who said you're allowed to hunt here? The mysterious man immediately replied. We were permitted by the guard post. The imposter looked at the man with disdain level, but the man showed no fear. This is an E-rank hunting ground, so of course, I'm E-rank. Can we just mind our own business? I'm very busy. The imposter immediately glared. Are you an idiot? Don't you know who I am? He clenched the sword at his hip. I am Deng Sanju, the one who defeated an A-rank hunter. The man, who was E-rank hunter Chong Duan, let out a soft doe. Mr. Deng Sanju? I know him quite well. As for you, you're an imposter. After a loud crash, several trees had fallen. Duan raised an eyebrow at the imposter. You asked who gave me permission to hunt here? He said contemptuously. Can you really do this in an E-rank hunting ground? Duwan's laughter rang out. Deng Sanju, don't try to fool me. The imposter interrupted. Shut up. You'll regret this. The man yelled, I am Deng Sanju. Duwan's eyes glowed with a dangerous red light. Until you touch that monster, you still won't realize it. Suddenly, a burst of light appeared behind the imposter. Duwan watched intently, with a calm expression. He slowly spoke as he saw Sanju and Deng emerge from the light. The real one's here. Sanju reached out and pulled down his mask. It's you, the one who's been causing all these troubles recently. The imposter's voice suddenly trembled. Deng Sanju. Deng picked up a large cloth bag from the ground and examined it. This must be the equipment they used to impersonate you. The imposter quickly yelled no. He calmly said, as we expected, they hid their outfits in here and changed in this spot. Sanju glanced at him. So, the clothes your people found not long ago belonged to number 2, right? Deng turned the bag upside down, spilling its contents onto the ground. Sanju picked up a piece of armor and examined it. That's right, I heard from the manager. Sanju gently recounted. There was an illusion user who had an interview before I joined the GM organization. He paused for a moment to recall the old memory. He said he still remembered that person because it was an exclusive interview. Sanju slowly revealed the imposter's identity. Kim Dong-hyun, a D-rank hunter with the skill to create illusion clones. Sanju fixed his gaze on Dong-hyun. So you're the one who impersonated me, huh? The D-rank illusion clone skill user, Kim Dong-hyun, removed his wig and cursed under his breath. Damn it! He slammed the wig onto the ground loudly. Yes, I'm the fake. So what about you? He was filled with indignation. If you didn't have the illusion skill like me, if you weren't so famous, then I wouldn't have had to do something so misleading. Sanju, with an emotionless expression, simply mumbled, How disgusting. He threw his sword and helmet in front of Dong-hyun. Hey, put it on. He gritted his teeth and cracked his knuckles. Treat it like a helmet. You need to take a few punches to wake up. Dong-hyun quickly picked up the sword. You're still the same, aren't you? He shouted loudly as he lunged toward Sanju. His sword's blade clashed with the hard armor on Sanju's hand. While the two Sanjus fought, Deng calmly looked at Duwan and said, Mr. Duwan, thank you. I just sent the payment. Please check it. Duwan replied indifferently. Thank you. Deng noticed the wound on Duwan's waist. You're wound. Duwan slightly bowed his head. Ah, that guy used some tricks that made me lose focus. Duwan intently watched the two Dong-hyun clones attacking Sanju. He snuck in among the clones to distract him. He let out a slight laugh. Of course, he always does that. However, he suddenly felt amused. But it won't have any effect on Deng Sanju. Dong-hyun took a direct punch from Sanju. Dong-hyun's back slammed hard into a tree, making him groan in pain. Sanju, with a gloomy expression, ordered despite Dong-hyun coughing. Stand up. It's not over yet. Dong-hyun exhaled and pulled down his mask. Is this strength the result of training with a clone? He tremblingly picked up his sword and pointed it at Sanju. I trained a lot too, because I used to look down on my own skill. He suddenly recalled an old memory. An illusion can't deal damage, but I still train myself. A hunter looked at him with bright eyes. A clone, like Hunter Deng Sanju? The female mage next to him happily said, Then, welcome to the party. But very quickly, that hunter showed disappointment. Just an illusion? The female mage clicked her tongue softly. You should have said so from the start. Recalling old memories made Dong Hyun resentful, but no one gave me even a single chance. He swung his sword wildly, attacking Sanju. But then, one day, I realized people were showering me with praise when I wore a hoodie, because they thought I was you. A hunter then looked at Dong Hyun with surprise. Is this Mr. Dung Sanju's area? He looked bewildered. Ah. The hunter quickly left. Excuse me, we'll leave right away. Dong Hyun now spoke words just like a madman. At that moment I realized, it wasn't me, but their damn prejudice that was wrong. All of them, just because they thought I was you. A green light instantly covered the sword in Dong Hyun's hand. They didn't even dare to resist, even though they could have found out if they just tried to attack me once. He activated Blessed Strike, a skill that greatly negates physical defense in the next attack. Cooldown, 240 hours, he said with a smug voice. Even when they were in a group, they trembled before my skill. Dong Hyun summoned several other clones. Do you know that feeling? He controlled the clones to simultaneously attack Sanju. The feeling of someone born with a skill that's permanently mocked and looked down upon. Sanju looked at Dong Hyun with an unreadable expression. I don't know. A hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the sword's blade. A clone of Sanju appeared in front of Dong Hyun's true body, surprising him. Why should I know that? Dong Yin frowned in confusion. How did he find the real body among those illusions? Du Wan simply sighed in admiration. Truly miraculous. Sanju clenched his fist. You never had a chance to change? He landed a heavy punch on Dong Hyun's face, making him groan in pain. Yes, you did, but it was you. Sanju continuously attacked him. The GM organization said they sent you an acceptance notice, but you gave up because you saw your skill ranking on the internet. Being beaten like that made Dong Hyun spit out a mouthful of liquid. Sanju continued punching him in the face, just like when others look down on your skills. He kept hitting him without resting, and even when other hunters mistook you for me. Du Wan turned and softly told Dong Hyun, I can't just stand here and watch anymore. I'm leaving. Dong Hyun knelt weakly on the ground, begging, Stop. But he took another punch to the face. He was thrown far away after taking the full brunt of Sanju's attack. When you decided to do all this shitty stuff. Sanju gnashed his teeth in anger. You threw away the chance you had, only to do such evil things later like this? Dong Hyun lay sprawled on the ground under Sanju's gaze. He sighed, looking at the bloodstains on his hand. Sanju raised his fist high, feeling utterly refreshed. Dong Hyun silently lay on the ground. Dong Yin slowly walked over, looking down at Dong Hyun. Sanju grinned sinisterly. Are you rethinking something? Dong Yin didn't turn around, answering, Yes. The smile on Sanju's face immediately vanished. Just kidding. Dong Yin spoke softly. That's also one of the reasons I joined the investigation into this case. I never thought you would do the things someone like me did before. He softly uttered, Dung Sanju. He turned his head to look at Sanju. I'm sorry. An expression of regret appeared on Dong Yin's face. I can finally officially apologize. What I did was no different from what this guy just caused. Sanju gave him a smile. At least you realized the wrong you did. Dong Yin turned his head to look at the unconscious Dong Hyun on the ground. What are you going to do with this guy now? Sanju glanced, resolve the misunderstandings I had to endure, and contact the victims too. But Dong Yin suddenly spoke. I have an idea. Then a swarm of monsters surrounded a young man, with high-pitched screams echoing everywhere. Dong Hyun, clutching a cloth bag full of gems, trembled and said, Go. I told you to get out. He ran, wailing plaintively. Someone save me. How could you lock someone in a place like this? You damn devil. A shout suddenly rang out, catching the attention of the two masked figures. Number 5, number 6. Then he saw Zhang Sangyu holding a covered tray, saying, You guys are always so enthusiastic helping me, but I haven't had a chance to repay you. So today I have a gift for you. Please accept it. He quickly removed the lid, adding, "A special meal." The other party could only widen their eyes, silently continuing to listen as he added, "Hunting is tough, isn't it? I hope you like it." Done. Zhang Sangyu wiped his hands and cheerfully said to the two eating, "I think we can find a lot of treasure from now on. Enjoy your meal." A moment later, he sat with his hands in his pockets, nonchalantly murmuring, "It's lucky that the misunderstanding among the victims has been resolved, and I also made quite a bit of money." But his eyebrows furrowed. The last thing that person said, with his cold eyes and stern voice, kept him thinking. In his memory, Sun Zian suddenly said, "Oh, there's one more thing." Looking at Zhang Sangyu, he continued, "Be careful with the academy. I don't think they train hunters and give them skills for free." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Sangyu was a little confused, sweating as he asked, "What do you mean?" Immediately, the other party put on a very serious expression and tone, saying, "I'm still not sure. I'll let you know when I have definite information." Then, turning his back to Zhang Sangyu, he continued, "But I will warn you of this. Never go near the prayer room." Back in reality, he just remembered the scene of a room. He pondered, "Isn't the prayer room where they teach the history of the system? I only used my clone to go there to study because I was too lazy." He looked up, letting out a sigh, saying disjointedly, "Be wary of the academy, huh?" At another location, a voice spoke up upon seeing a paper with a mark. What's this?" So Ianha replied indifferently, "An evaluation report." But the voice from earlier suddenly shrieked, "I didn't ask about that." Academy Principal 1 Haksu slammed the table furiously. "Why did you give Zhang Sunju an A+? Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Hearing this, Ianha remained calm. "Well, I penalized him as you instructed for using the power-limiting potion and not being allowed to use his clone skill. This evaluation already includes those things. Though I don't understand why you'd impose such a penalty." However, one Haksu continued to rage. "But that guy, he purified the potion, so it no longer had any effect." Ignoring her sincere question, "He didn't throw it away and use the potion, and he didn't use his clone skill in battle. So what was I supposed to do?" He shrieked again, "Whatever you're thinking, why did I impose those penalties? Huh, it's to control the high-level hunters in the academy." Suddenly, the enormous table unexpectedly fell over, startling one Haksu. Sweat continuously appeared and streamed down his face. A leg in trousers and high heels stomped on the ground, saying, "That's enough." She asked grimly, "Are all the professors in the academy D-grade? You called me here because your ranks are too low to monitor B-grade hunters. And now what? You want to control high-level hunters with a power-reducing potion too." While biting her cigarette, Ianha seemed ready to devour him. "You couldn't do anything to Zhang Sunju, and now you're using these pathetic excuses to lower his grade, but he still passed those tests. Can you really be that pathetic?" Seeing this, one Haxa panicked. He began to explain, "It's not like that. There are cases where hunters refuse to attend classes. So for them to attend classes, Ianha quickly interjected, then tell them to attend classes." Then she turned and walked out, opening the door and adding, "I'm just following the curriculum, nothing more." Suddenly, a wisp of gray smoke wafted from behind the door with a voice still speaking. "I'll deal with you if you dare to call me again for trivial matters like this." Even though one Haksu hadn't even managed to say anything beyond but. Afterward, he finally picked up the phone and cursed, "All right, be arrogant while you can, you bitch. Let's see how long you can keep that up." The voice echoed from inside the spire architecture. "It's me. Put Professor Ian Ha on the prayer room list. Start processing her today and send someone to clean up my office." Elsewhere, the professor of monster hunting skills, C-Rank Hunter Seung-Wan, also greeted softly, "Nice to meet you all. I'm C-Rank Hunter Seung-Wan. I'll be guiding you on how to hunt." While everyone was listening attentively, he added, "What do you think is most important when hunting monsters? Stats, teamwork, or items?" Holding up his hand in the shape of the number 1, he chattered on. Those things are quite important, but the most important thing is still strategy. One continued his lecture. If you read the notebook on the table, it details the tactics for each type of monster. So study it carefully. Or Ion was looking at the book with a little excitement. Look, there are even skeletons. Meanwhile, Zong Senyu showed a startled expression, pondering. Wait a minute. Looking at a few close-range attack spots. Skulls are their weak point. He continued. This part is strange, and this part too. He covered his mouth with his hand, his eyes wide with surprise. All the information is wrong compared to reality. Seriously wrong. Remembering the scholar's saying and image, everything on the internet is true. Edison thought to himself, I remember because I used a clone to study all night. It's not that everything on the internet is true, but it's partly true because I already used a clone to try it out in real combat. He then closed the book and placed it on the table, concluding, they have subtly altered the information. If you're not someone with actual combat experience against monsters, it would be very difficult to detect. Another question suddenly arose in his mind. What exactly is this academy thinking? Meanwhile, Se-Young-Wan stood opposite them and slowly spoke. Now it's time for practical training, isn't it? In the Monster Hunting Academy's training room, there was an eerie green light. Black blood from the giant boar charging furiously sprayed out profusely. Se-Young-Wan then spoke. What do you think? It looks real, doesn't it? This is a virtual reality simulation room created by hunters. Looking at several jars containing someone's body, he continued, Here, you can learn how to fight monsters without risking your lives. Then, Se-Young-Wan made a gesture with both hands and smirked. But your senses will perceive it as reality. So be careful. This place isn't just for tactical practice. His cold words slowly came out, making the students silent. And it's also for practicing overcoming fear. A moment later, Sangu suddenly spoke up. Using clones here won't be penalized, right? He immediately received a reply. Of course, the monsters will attack differently depending on your level. Hearing this, he made a pushing motion and asked again, But why can't I use it? Which made Se-Young-Wan somewhat stunned and flustered. What? He quickly put a hand to his chin and mused. That's strange. Summoning spells still work here, but I don't know about clone spells. Looking at the empty liquid container, he said, But I'll try my best to connect it for you, Sunju. Suddenly, 2 masked figures appeared. Sangu rushed over excitedly. I missed you guys so much. Under the astonished gaze of his senior and another person. So these are the clones I've heard about? I've seen him use them before. Seeing this, Se-Young-Wan thought, he can create them in a virtual world? How is that possible? What a strange skill. Then he said loudly, Now get ready. You're going to another place. As soon as he finished speaking, a red stream of light surrounded them. 2 voices intertwined. Brother, will I be okay? You'll be fine. Ignore the notebook and just follow what we've practiced. I hope you can win easily. The room with the eerie green light quickly changed. Sang Yu and several others appeared before a scene of dense trees. Here, the grass and trees were withered and yellow, lifeless. He then showed a bewildered expression and spoke. A forest. Several chilling cries suddenly echoed from afar. At this moment, after his companion's trembling greeting, Hello, anyone there? Sang Yu frowned slightly, his eyes wide, thinking. A voice. A head peeked out from behind a tree, stammering. Help me. But it was controlled by something on its head, emitting a shiver-inducing sound. It hurts here. Several other controlled bodies also appeared one after another, groaning. So cold. Help. Just then, someone's teeth clenched together. Slow footsteps passed by, and with a cold voice. He said the monsters depend on our level, right? Mom, I don't want to die. It turns out that Sang Yu was still clenching his teeth seriously, raising his sword to face level. But, while crouching down on the ground, he helplessly stated, This is a bit too much. Like Swift, ferocious giant ants. They still charged rapidly towards him. Fresh blood splattered everywhere in the dark night. In the room just now, a tall, thin figure slowly walked, suddenly stopped for a beat, looking at Sangu inside the giant containment vessel. With profound and mysterious eyes, he seemed to be contemplating something. Se-Young-Wan remained silent. Then, immediately, a figure resembling Sangu suddenly appeared behind him and coldly asked, "Professor, do you need any help?" Se-Young-Wan was startled and screamed. He fell flat on the ground and stammered, asking, "Who are you?" The clone bluntly replied, "I am Noba." He continued to relay the message. "My master told me to protect the gate from threats because the gate's instability could put the academy students in danger." Se-Young-Wan silently stared at him, thinking, "What nonsense is this? You're just shamelessly trying to protect your master after escalating the situation." Sweating profusely, he replied, "Understood, understood." He quickly stood up and explained his actions. "What a coincidence, me too. I'm patrolling to ensure the safety of the academy students." Sang Yu's clone praised him. "Professor, that's amazing." Se-Young-Wan's eyes narrowed, feeling uneasy. "Damn it, what should I do? If it's a clone, then I should." Noba watched intently, sternly, and without distraction. Se-Young-Wan scratched his head, changing the subject. "Well then, I should go over there." He silently decided, "Just leave it be. I can't win against it." On this side, Sang Yu's body struggled as the praying mantis demon attacked with its claws. Quick-witted, he drew a dagger to counter the unexpected attack. He decisively plunged the dagger into the beast's aggressive eyes, then retrieved the blade as the monster was engulfed in raging flames. On Noba's side, the situation seemed much more favorable. With one move, he blocked the demon's sharp claws. His eyes lit up with determination, and he assumed an attack stance. One attack shattered the demon's body, ending the hunt for spoils. Noba silently watched the situation as demon corpses fell everywhere. Sang Yu, in Noba's form, seriously stated his observation. "In a one-on-one fight at the same level, I heard monsters would be stronger than hunters. Even so, a B-rank roaring dragonfly, and 5 of them attacking at once like this. It seems everyone split up, without forming teams. Will the hunt be successful?" The battle ended, and Sang Yu spoke to confirm with everyone. "It seems it's over, everyone. Well done." They replied in unison, "Yes." Returning to the academy, Sang Yu sighed tiredly. He looked around. His teammates were just as exhausted. As initially expected, Sang Yu thought, most of them failed the hunt. Someone asked, "Did you fail too?" Just a hum in reply. With worried eyes, Sang Yu asked a student, Hai Ion, "Are you okay? What kind of monster did you encounter?" Hai Ion hesitantly recounted, "A giant turtle, and it repelled all of my attacks." The answer left Sang Yu dumbfounded. "Why didn't you run away?" Hai Ion casually replied, "This is a monster hunting class, after all." Se-Young-Wan looked up and said, "Everyone worked hard. There must be some who succeeded, but also some who failed." Everyone looked towards the advice. "I said strategy is the most important thing, didn't I? Always keep strategy in mind and strive until the end. Then you can learn from experience how to deal with different monsters." Sang Yu listened thoughtfully to the words. "Then the class will end here." Noba turned and whispered to Sang Yu, "There's something I need to tell you." "What is it?" The two exchanged words as they walked. Sang Yu asked loudly again, "The professor secretly approached while I was hunting in the virtual space?" Noba firmly said, "Yes." Sang Yu rubbed his chin, silently assessing. "Good thing I secretly summoned Noba as a precaution." Just as Sin Zun-Young said, "This place is really strange." His thoughts continued. Making players form teams in a virtual showdown between hunters is indeed strange, and making players go solo when hunting monsters is also too unusual. Providing expensive skill books and teaching strange tactics that modify monster weaknesses, all for free? Hai Ion appeared from somewhere, interrupting their conversation. "What are you two talking about?" He stammered in reply, "Nothing." I'm just planning a hunt. Sangu gestured wildly to change the subject of the conversation. By the way, what's the next class? Haiyan replied with a somewhat suspicious look. Huh, why do you look so flustered? It's system history and understanding. The class will take place in the prayer room. Upon hearing this, Sangu paused, finding it hard to speak, but then fell silent. Zhang Yan's image appeared with a menacing threat. But I'll tell you this. Sharp eyes glanced at Sangu, laying down a condition. Don't go near the prayer room ever. Back in reality, Sangu clutched his head in confusion. I suddenly feel like it. Shall we go see a movie? Haiyan chuckled softly at his foolishness. What are you thinking? This is a compulsory class, so you can't skip it. Haiyan patiently explained. Doesn't that sound interesting? I didn't know the system had such a history. Before she could finish, Sangu called her name, interrupting. I'm serious. I'll send a clone to attend the class, so. Before he could finish, Haiyan tightly gripped his shoulder, signaling him. She glared seriously, her voice stern. Oppa, we should go now. Sangu was a bit surprised by Haiyan's words and actions. Do you really want to skip class now? The somewhat menacing aura made Sangu's pupils contract, his eyes turning toward Noba. Without hesitation, Noba struck the back of Haiyan's neck, leaving her no time to react. Sangu caught the unconscious Haiyan with one hand. Excellent, Noba reported, as per Master's command. He hoisted Haiyan up, then assessed himself. I really am clumsy at controlling my power. Sangu carried her on his back, walking and muttering to himself. Sorry, Haiyan. Maybe I'm just overreacting when nothing has really happened, but I'll apologize later. His face became serious. I won't hesitate when someone I care about is in trouble. After a while, Haiyan stirred, slowly opening her eyes and waking up. She abruptly sat up, still not quite understanding what was happening. Yu Hein, who was nearby, asked about her condition. You're Haiyan, right? You're awake. Still confused, Haiyan stammered. Who are you? Sitting confidently on the chair, she introduced herself. I am Kim Yu Hein. This is Young Sanji's GM company. Haiyan, still surprised, immediately asked, Sangu Oppa, why am I here? Images of the two impersonating clones appeared. Yu Hein explained, You must have been exhausted after the hunting class. He said you suddenly fainted. He said not to worry because he would sign you in. Haiyan asked curiously, Where is he now? Yu Hein vaguely replied, That bastard, I mean. Young Sanji will be back soon. With a forced laugh, she took out a vitality potion that increased vitality stats for a period of time, with the side effect of causing unconsciousness. Drink this and rest, okay? It'll help you recover faster. Yu Hein could only curse under her breath. That crazy Sangu. Where did he run off to after suddenly dumping her on me? At this moment, a shadowy figure appeared in the academy's main hall. Sangu revealed himself, clinging to a pillar. Now, this is where the problem is. He closed his eyes, sorting through his thoughts. It seems fine for No Hai to sign me in, but Haiyan's condition is really strange. If it were me, I'd tear everything apart and interrogate them. But if I do that, the academy will close, or I'll be expelled, and I won't be able to get the elixir anymore. From above, he quickly jumped and landed. There's no time to wait for Shin Juniang's news, so I have to act myself. Stopping at a balustrade, he quietly noted, This seems to be someone high-ranking's room. He crouched, observing the glass shards. Broken glass. Touching the window frame, making the intruder flinch, Sangu assessed, and the window is open. Eye contact made Yung Yen, who was kneeling on the ground, panic. Before Sangu could finish his sentence, his mouth was tightly covered. Hey, why are you here? Yung Yen chastised in a low voice. Shush, I'm the one asking. What are you doing here? I told you to wait. Sangu's answer brought a heavy silence. Haiyan's condition is strange. Yung Yen asked again in confusion. Haiyan, are you talking about the girl who's always hanging around you? Sangu looked at him and replied. Yes, she attended many classes in the lab, and her gaze became strange when I told her to skip class. Young Yen was a bit tense at his words. Is that why you're hiding here too? You told me the prayer room was very strange. Suddenly, Young Yen's attitude softened. This way. He lightly pulled a corner of a book on the cabinet. A dark passageway leading inside was activated and opened. Young Yen lightly pressed a switch. If you're wondering, I just found out about it today. I haven't even gone inside yet. The room was lit, and Young Yen's figure showed a slight surprise. Both looked around. Then Young Yen spoke. This place is. Sangu continued. Cameras and mics. It seems they've always been in contact with someone. Young Yen assessed the situation and suggested, First, let's get the data. Before he finished, a voice called out from outside. President, are you in there? The two froze in place, listening to the footsteps approach. Suddenly, the space fell into a tense silence. Then, violent knocking sounds echoed. Young Yen was somewhat flustered, his face pale. What's this? What do we do now? Sang Yu quickly assessed the situation. What are you thinking, you idiot? We should run. You have teleportation skills, and invisibility skills too. Short-witted Young Yen stubbornly argued. That's so stupid. If someone made a sound and then disappeared inside a secret room, wouldn't that be weird? From outside, voices kept calling in. Who's in there? Wait, the emergency key. Sang Yu, out of breath, urged the dimwit to improve his magic skills. It's come to this. You should use your skill to completely change your appearance and voice. You have so many skills. There must be one that can do that. Young Yen gritted his teeth and chided. You scoundrel. Do you think I'd have a skill just because you randomly made one up? He channeled his energy, activating the chameleon skill, and declared, But unfortunately, I actually have this skill. Sangu asked again. Really? Young Yen's voice was a bit urgent. Can you hide? Of course. Suddenly, the door burst open. The panicked supervisor rushed in, drenched in sweat, shouting, Who's there? Behind the wall of the sealed room, a calm chuckle echoed. Young Yen, in the guise of Principal Hak-Su, calmly stepped out and softly asked, What's wrong? Why did you break the door? Hai-Suk bent down to observe, stammering, Principal. Sang-yu, hiding behind the glass, was curious. Open it a bit, so I can hear what they're saying. The situation here was a bit awkward. The professor was taken by surprise. I didn't know you were here. Hak-Su stroked his chin and explained. Ah, well, I had something urgent. Hak-Su was a bit surprised after Hak-Su's question. Oh, by the way, did the master call you? He thought to himself. The master? He just replied with an aha. Hai-Suk mused. Just as I thought. It's probably about those troublemakers, Sang-yu and Young Yen. Sang-yu cautiously asked, What? Hak-Su crossed his arms in agreement. That's right. Both of them are a headache for others. The professor didn't lower his guard. Indeed, was not answering the right thing to do. I decided not to follow orders, so as not to be hindered by other academies. Hak-Su pursed his lips, looking displeased. Didn't we agree not to regret past decisions? Professor Hai-Suk replied with a forced smile. Anyway, the meeting in 3 days will resolve this. It seems I was too hasty. Upon hearing this, both delinquent students were a bit surprised. The professor turned to leave. Well, I'm off. Sorry for bothering you so late. Hak-Su quickly called out. Professor Hai-Suk. He swiftly asked directly. You haven't forgotten the time of the meeting, have you? The other side answered without hesitation. Of course not. It's at 11 p.m., isn't it? Sang-yu poked his head out, asking softly, Hey, what's going on? He heavily approached Young Yen, asking eagerly, The master, the meeting, calling me and you troublemakers again. Young Yen dispelled the skill and replied, Shut up. I've been racking my brain trying to figure out how to deal with him. I was so flustered, wondering if I should use honorifics, and then I ended up answering like that. Sang-yu stared at his accomplice. Wait, why did you initially say weird prayer room? Thinking back, He was also outside when the first class took place. At this, Young Yen became a bit thoughtful, recalling the situation. He spoke up. The warning had already sounded. Of course, I initially intended to attend the class in the prayer room because it was mandatory. At that time, looking innocent, he asked himself, "What kind of class is this?" He continued his story with a startled expression. But the system board gave continuous warnings. Mental protection activated. Mental protection activated. Warning. Warning. At that moment, he couldn't stop thinking, who's attacking me with a mental skill right now? Even if I went elsewhere, it was the same everywhere. The skill kept activating. There were no sound fluctuations or mana flow. He mistakenly thought, no way, but that entire room was filled with mental skills. Ending his recollection, Sangu spoke up and asked him, "So, why didn't you tell the others?" Young Yen retorted with a useless remark. "Are you serious? Now that you know, why are you just standing there? If it were you, you could destroy the whole academy, couldn't you?" Sangu just listened silently to the idiot's explanation. Young Yen went silent, lowering his gaze. "I couldn't do it because of the divine medicine. In the end, we still need information." They looked at the computer on the desk as Young Yen said, "We need to find a chain that can bind those people." Sangu also grunted in agreement. "If we want to act freely, we have to grasp their weaknesses." The computer prompted them for a password, leaving them bewildered. Young Yen gritted his teeth bitterly. "There's a password. Damn it, just as I thought. He's no fool." Sangu said nothing, just pointed at the small note on the wall again, and Young Yen had to reaffirm. "So the principal really is a fool." Sangu looked over as Young Yen was operating. "Let's see. Let's find out what this academy really is." Back in the GM company's infirmary, Hei Aion held the bottle of medicine in her hand and immediately asked, "What is this?" Kim Yu-hein reluctantly gave a casual answer. "It's a vitality medicine. If you drink it, you will no longer be tired." Hei Aion thanked her profusely. Then she made a suggestion. "But I sweated a bit during the tactics class, so I'd like to wash up." "Is that okay?" Relieved of the tension, Yu-hein agreed. "Of course, we have a bathroom, so feel free." Hei Aion laughed and casually took off her outer armor. "Yes then." Yu-hein, however, turned away a bit shyly and awkwardly. "Good heavens, does she have to undress here?" As she neatly folded her clothes, Hei Aion spoke up. "May I ask, what is your relationship with Sanji Uappa?" From another corner, Yu-hein shyly replied, "Ah, I'm just a colleague, not that close." Hei Aion was already right behind her, conjuring a skill orb with the intent to ambush. Really? Meanwhile, Sanji was in the secret room. These maniacs. They were stunned after secretly infiltrating and viewing the hidden data. This is the purpose of the academy. Completely brainwashing all students. The prayer room is where they brainwash them. Sanji turned to Young Yan and asked in return, "So everyone will become puppets of that scoundrel they call master, huh? How many students does the academy have in total?" "About 10,000, but if you add all the branches, it's about 30,000. Sanji couldn't believe it and thought to himself, 30,000 awakened, brainwashed people walking freely on the streets. Young Yen seemed to discover something and spoke up, pulling Sanji out of his thoughts. "Young Sanji, look at this." The information displayed a list of hunters who cannot be brainwashed. Dangerous target. Hunter B, alias Young Sanji, needs to be eliminated first. Target to watch. Hunter B, alias Shin Juni Ion. Postpone the elimination of the son of Hisung's guild leader. Your name is on this list of dangerous targets. From now on, the brainwashed students will target you. Juni Ion turned and offered advice. You need to return to the GM organization immediately. The people around you are in danger. Sanji looked blank and asked in return, "Why aren't you a target?" "Does it matter? It says here that they're avoiding conflict because I belong to the Hisung Guild." Sanji spoke up to reassure him. "No need to worry about the organization. I said Hei Aion's condition was strange. How could I leave her alone? But he didn't foresee that the current situation at GM was very difficult to control Hei-Ion. Hei-Ion was knocked down by her clone while Yu Hein still didn't understand what was happening. What is this? Hei-Ion was subdued but had a smug look. Is it a clone? The two of us aren't so bad, you know. She activated a skill orb, making the clone vigilant. But if you want to behave this way, then bring Sangu Appa here. Professional agents quickly arrived and shielded Yu Hein. Yu Hein SSI, this way quickly. Yu Hein, still surprised, asked rapidly, "What's going on? What's wrong with her?" "I'll explain later." The agent took out a phone and issued an announcement. "For now, please do not leave the organization's building." Sanju received an urgent message from the agent. "Hunter Young Sanju. Hei-Ion, please respond. I've got a room ready. No high will subdue her." The computer screen displayed the progress of awakened people worldwide. 89.9% awakened, 10.2% awakened. I also checked the situation here, but it seems more serious than I thought. I don't think we can handle this by ourselves. At this point, Sanju named a few names. We need help from other guilds. In the workshop, someone's whimpering mixed with the sound of metal welding. The call for Hubert caught his attention. Hubert, the team leader of the Harrier Technical Development Team, spoke up. "What now?" Excited, Birkin took out a box of experimental mice and showed it off. "Look, look." Hubert wondered, are they clones? You spent so much time on this and finally succeeded in analyzing the skill. She smiled naively at the mouse. "Take a closer look." As soon as her fingertip touched, the mouse's image faded. Birkin burst into tears. "It's a failure. It's just an illusion." She sadly recalled the scene of healing Sanju and sighed. "I used a skill orb worth 12.8 billion, but what kind of monstrous skill is this, I wonder?" Hubert took off his glasses, examining the mouse in his hand, and asked, "Last time you made a fuss about an original cape, and now this is why you called me? To look at this?" With teary eyes, she explained, "Of course not, but we've also made progress." She took out 2 cloned swords and happily continued, "Tada! The equipment has been successfully cloned. This will greatly help our plan, right?" He was stunned into silence by Birkin's achievements. She continued to explain the problem. "Of course, there are still time limits and skill orbs cannot be cloned, but this will be beneficial for business, won't it? Items will be cloned in large numbers." Hubert interrupted, bringing her back to reality. "More important than cloning is perfectly restoring the effects of the weapons, and that's a bit difficult." Birkin touched her chin as if realizing something and nodded a few times. "I thought I'd never lay a finger on this sword again, but now there's finally a way to partially restore it." War-Ion opened Heian's eyes and observed her pupils. War-Ion immediately drew a conclusion and asked for confirmation. "So this person has been brainwashed now, right?" Kenos Guild Vice Captain Cian War-Ion. "I don't detect any mana veins." The group silently pondered. "Really?" Heian, now tied up after causing a commotion, whispered, "I don't understand what you're saying. Can you please let me go? My parents are waiting for me at home." One of the skeptical members spoke up. "Are you sure she's been brainwashed?" Ewan snapped back, "Of course. She almost blew my head off." Sanju also joined the discussion. "I don't think this is a normal type of brainwashing." Sanju's face grew serious. "It seems worse than we thought." Ewan glared as he saw Sanju return. "You bastard. You absolutely had to call someone from the Hasung Guild too, huh?" Sanju waved his hand and lowered his voice to reassure him. "I don't know what feud you had with him before. Just let it go." "Thanks to him, we were able to catch the fake clone," Ewan replied. "I don't think that bastard's son should be treated so well." Heian saw him and sobbed affectionately. "Appa, why are you so late? Quickly tell them. They seem to be misunderstanding something, Appa." Sanju ignored Heian's desperate pleas, focusing on the deep brainwashing issue. He took out the stack of documents he'd brought back. "This is data from the principal's office. Everyone look at this." Under the flickering dim lights in the conference room. "This is..." Everyone grabbed the collected tables and made their observations. It's crazy. Assassination, brainwashing, and what is Harvest Day? Sanju also wondered aloud. I don't know either. For now, all I know is that it's a plan to awaken everyone in the world. He tilted his head, firmly emphasizing a point. More importantly, brainwashing is the problem. Are there any members in your guild who attend the academy? The cat-eared girl and the guild leader of the council meeting provided information respectively. Some E-rank hunters do, and so do we. Everyone, don't reveal that you know me. We can't know what they're plotting. Deng Yen looked at the document, feeling smug. The problem is how to deal with them. Mental protection is a quite rare skill. Not many people are aware of this like I am, especially low-level hunters, from D to F rank. The cat-eared member, quite suspicious, turned to him. Wait, are you sure this is brainwashing? I can't detect any brainwashing skills at all. He looked back at Heian, who was bound in her defense, and I don't think she's been brainwashed either. Warion also refuted from behind. In South Korea alone, there are 30,000 people. There are many academies worldwide. Is brainwashing that many people even possible? Deng Yen pointed at Sanju, rebuking him. Then what about his clone skill? Does that make any sense? He offered his opinion with equally firm eyes. No one knows the potential of any awakened skill, so we need to be careful. But I think brainwashing skills like this must also have weaknesses. When I was in the principal's office, the academy's professor said this. He recalled the image of himself dealing with the professor as a prime example. That's right. Those two are the problem. Don't you think it'd be wiser to accept and recruit them? We've had to go against orders to catch up with other academies. The more Deng Yen spoke, the more confusing it became. Accepting high-level hunters, even if it means going against orders. What does that mean? It means their priority isn't to follow orders from superiors. Sanju pursed his lips, expressing what he understood. So they can work for superiors towards a necessary goal, but they'll use different methods depending on their individual thinking. He had his own calculations deep down. They definitely won't chase me when I'm next to Anne, or rather, they truly want to capture Kim Yu-hien as a hostage. Sitting on the chair, Deng Yen didn't refute upon hearing this. Yes, they're not brainless types who blindly follow every command from above. On the surface, they might act normally, but their primary goal is to assassinate or brainwash you. Sanju clenched his fist, annoyed. Are you crazy? How is that normal at all? The agent was stunned after understanding part of the situation. Isn't that bad news for us? As long as we can't figure out how the brainwashing skill works, it's only a disadvantage for us. We can't even investigate their movements. Deng Yen's eyes conveyed 100% certainty. No, for them. The worst-case scenario is mission failure, and then they'll be abandoned by their master. Everyone stood silently around him, listening to his explanation. We'll exploit that weakness. In 3 days, we'll turn the tide at their gathering place. At night, on a street in South Korea. 3 days? Deng Yen and Sanju pondered together, enjoying the breeze on the rooftop. Deng Yen spoke up. They'll get suspicious if you suddenly drop out of school. Sanju, not too bothered, simply replied, I know, I'm getting ready to go. Deng Yen looked into the distance and offered a suggestion. You could just use your clone to mark attendance. Sanju refused. No. Until the meeting, I'll use my clone to guard. If I stay at the branch, I'll only put others in danger. He looked up at Deng Yen, asserting, and I also want to check on other brainwashed people. Anyway, we can't just keep Heian locked up. Do you have a plan? Deng Yen averted his gaze, providing information. I do, but it's a gamble. From what I know, she's been transferred to manage the prayer room. An image of Yunha muttering curses about capitalism appeared along with his words. She only works outside, so I hope she hasn't joined them. Suddenly, she held a note in her hand with a request to use mana on her head. She wondered, what is this? Who's this crazy person? That's how I started at the academy in 3 days. Sangu sat in the meeting room, but his mind was overwhelmed with thoughts. The order to eliminate me was only issued recently. They must have noticed me using my clone for attendance. I wonder how many people are like me. How long will it take for someone in this prayer room to be brainwashed? He silently watched the people about to be brainwashed by this academy. At least for now, they seem fine. They chatted excitedly. Holy crap, what a drag. Yeah, if only they'd given us skill orbs, that would have been great. A dagger suddenly flew past his face from somewhere, distracting him. There are probably fewer brainwashed people at this academy. He clutched his neck, looking at the fallen dagger, feeling a bit uneasy. His eyes filled with resentment. He looked behind him, muttering, "Who was that? Who threw it?" Everyone stared at him with killer eyes, silently observing his movements. They immediately pretended to ignore him when he turned his back to greet them. His pupils contracted as his expression grew sterner, glancing at them. Professor Haisuk called out his name from the podium. "Sanju, is there a problem?" Sanju sneered, muttering, "Huh, so that's how you guys are going to play me?" "It's nothing, sir. I just want to go to the restroom." As soon as he stepped out onto the stairs, still deep in thought, how strange, a girl crashed into him. Her eyes wide and round, flustered, she said, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in such a hurry." "It's fine," he replied. Looking down, he realized his shirt had been stabbed, torn wide open. Everyone was acting normally, but in reality, they were trying to assassinate him. He had become completely desensitized to it. "She's running around with a knife like that?" Someone placed an energy drink bottle on his seat with a message. "Sanju, drink this and go forth. I've been waiting for you for a long time." As expected, he assessed. These are all attacks from low-level hunters, so they don't affect me, but I can still feel their killing intent. Without hesitation, he picked up the note, reading it while sipping the drink. Sanju pondered for a long time, then looked at the bottle and wondered, "Is it poison?" And just like that, 3 days passed at an academy campus. A secret meeting was held in a private office. The principal, chairing the meeting, spoke. "Thank you all for gathering here." Professor Mahjong, a C-rank hunter in charge of medicine, and Professor Jahyuk, a C-rank hunter in charge of combat, listened intently. "As you know, today will be the day we deal with these troublemakers." One Haxon, the principal of the Hunter Academy, named the targets. Young Sanju and Shin Junyan, those two. Cian slammed his hand on the table with a hint of regret. "We shouldn't have tried to eliminate them from the start, especially Shin Junyan. It's all because of that damn Hasung guild." The professor, looking nervous, quickly chimed in to reassure him. "But we can see this as an opportunity. If we can persuade Shin Junyan, we could control the entire Hasung guild." Cian couldn't help but yell. "If it were that simple, we'd have done it already. What about young Sanju?" The office grew tense. Mahjong calmly spoke. "Of course, even the students in the academy can't even scratch him." "Tisk, is he that strong? Don't even hope to beat him, even with a group attack. You should have seen the look in the clone's eyes." The principal leaned on the table, his tone reassuring. "Is that so? But don't worry, the master hasn't abandoned us yet. They said they'd send 2 A-rank assassins from the Assassin Association, the 13 Scorpions. They've already arrived in Korea." Mahjong sighed dreamily, praising the master, while Jahyuk couldn't contain his excitement, as expected of the master. The principal looked out into the distance, surrounded by endless exclamations of admiration. "If it's the 13 Scorpions, dealing with the sum will be a breeze. Let's eliminate Junyan too. Kill young Sanju, haha. Celebrate the system." Outside, incessant knocking was heard, then silence. The entire meeting room froze after the door was kicked open. From outside, a young man's voice echoed, mimicking the knocking. "Knock knock." Sanju, eyes blazing, bravely walked in. "If you hear a knock, you should open the door for guests, shouldn't you?" Seeing his figure barge in like this surprised them all as he continued to speak. "Thanks to you guys, I've been a bit agitated these past 3 days. Let's decide your punishments through this meeting." When Professor Si and Wan saw young Sanju kick the door open and charge in, he was the first to react, stammering, "Sanju." The young man gritted his teeth and replied angrily, "Yes, Professor. What now? I'm sure you're not too flustered, are you? You've been watching me throughout class." Everyone in the meeting room stood up to assert authority. The academy principal spoke. "Hunter Young Sanju, I don't know why you're here, but we should resolve this with words." He replied without showing emotion, "Words are good too." He used his clones to press against the group and continued, "But words are only used when people are on equal footing." Then the clones went behind each person, pushing them down, and he explained his actions. "You have 5 people, while I only have 1, so I need more people." Everyone's faces turned pale. They dared not say anything more. After asserting his dominance, he sat in an empty chair, propping his feet on the table, and said, "Now let's chat." He rested his chin on his hand, appearing thoughtful. "These past 3 days have truly astonished me. The people who want to kill me are getting increasingly reckless." Glancing around the room, his voice continued to resonate. "Poison, ambushes, even sniper rifles. Because of that, we had to cover all the windows of the entire organization building. After experiencing all these things, only one thought remained in my mind. Thinking of this, he glared angrily and threateningly said, 'Even if they've been brainwashed to obey orders, I still can't stand it.'" Principal Hakdu hastily explained to defuse the tension. "I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Hunter Young Sanju, what do you mean by they want to kill you?" Ignoring the principal who was about to blabber, he immediately ordered a clone to break Professor Hai's finger while the principal was justifying. "I don't understand." He simply said, "You'd better not talk nonsense." Amidst a resounding scream, "Ah!" Ignoring the expressions of those in the room, he casually continued, "If you want to talk, that's fine. If you think his fingers are sturdy enough." The muscular Professor Hai couldn't help but angrily yell, "Are you kidding me?" But then he was immediately punched in the face by a clone after saying that. So he fell backward onto the ground due to inertia, while he casually replied, "Oh my, you just lost 10 turns of talking nonsense." The principal was furious that he had belittled his authority. "What are you doing? At least tell us what you want." He started blabbering again. "From what I know, if this academy disappears, we won't be the only ones affected." He gestured, ordering, "Are you threatening me with the divine medicine?" The room erupted in screams again. The principal angrily slammed his hand on the table, saying, "I'm just telling you the truth." Sunju, however, remained calm. "All right, let me state my conditions. First, remove the brainwashing's influence from all academy students and stop these foolish things. Second, ensure that only I participate in the Global Academy competition so I can obtain the divine medicine. Third, don't report this matter to your masters." The entire room was shocked and flustered. The principal hesitated for a long time before recovering and saying, "I'm sorry, but we don't understand what you're saying." Once again, Professor Hai's finger was broken, and a fierce scream echoed again. Ah! Though frightened, the principal tried to remain calm and said, "You've misjudged us. Go ahead and kill us. We won't bow down to such threats." He was buying time for his secret actions, adding, "But you should also prepare to give up on the divine medicine." He didn't even open his eyes, mockingly saying, "I can hear you. I know what you're plotting." He thought back to the previous day when someone told him, "You shouldn't expose your weaknesses." He had asked in return, "What do you mean?" Standing with his arms crossed, he said, "You always act soft." He gnashed his teeth in anger, saying, "Why does everyone think that? I can be tough too." At this, he lowered his head and said seriously, "To achieve our desired conditions, we must make them fear us. But using violence without caution won't be very effective. You must show them your determination and their chains." Returning to the present, he pulled something out and said, "Hey, I already know about your master's existence, and you still don't understand what that means, do you?" The principal's face froze as he continued, You want the whole world to know about these documents?" He hastily asked, "How did you?" Holding the paper in his trembling hand, he continued, "This won't just end with the Korean branch. I think all academies worldwide will be shut down and investigated." He stood up, sighed, and said, "I don't know what your master's plans are, but they will definitely be greatly affected." As his clone, holding a knife, prepared to deal with someone, he said, "Now, stop wasting time and let's finish this." He threw all the bodies into a dimensional gate and burned them, ignoring her screams of no. The principal hurriedly said, "Wait, give us some more time to think." He said nonchalantly, "Why? Trying to stall." The more he spoke, the more the principal sweated. "You've been busy reporting to somewhere, haven't you? Looks like you're waiting for the 13 scorpions or something." From outside, a lot of dark aura entered the room, making the principal's face turn pale. Large, blood-stained figures stepped in through the main door. The principal reacted strongly, saying, "They're here, the 13 scorpions." The surprise was yet to come as the protagonist's clone lightly patted those who had passed out and spoke, "That's right, we're here to save you." He threw them to the ground amidst the principal's bewilderment, while he said beside him, "Now you don't need to wait for anyone anymore, so it's easy, right? I'll give you 3 seconds to answer." He closed his eyes tightly, ignoring the countdown music beside him. 2. When it counted to 1, the principal used all his might, screaming and running, thinking, "I just need to get past this wall." He used his permeation ability to pass through all matter for a short time. However, just as he was about to jump, a magic circle appeared, and a sound echoed. Skill canceled. Because of that, he slammed his face into the wall by inertia, yelling, "Oh, damn it!" A girl with a cigarette entered and said, "I had suspected it, but I didn't expect you would actually do something like this." Said extremely angrily, "So this is why you wanted me in the prayer room?" Hearing that, the unrepentant principal said, "What were those conditions you wanted again? You just stood there and did nothing, despite the endless screaming." "No, I remember now. We will do our best to fulfill them." In the end, the principal and those guys accepted my conditions, and the academy quickly returned to normal. Outside, 2 people were handling the situation here, saying, "You finished the job well, sir." The man replied, "Sir, I didn't expect them to send assassins from abroad. If it were just the 2 of us without him, it would have been very difficult." The girl replied, "That's right. He's really strong. Why is he still B rank then?" If we suddenly stopped teaching history and system comprehension, other branches might pay attention, so we decided to keep the class open. He was very surprised when he saw this. He asked first, "Is this what the principal was talking about?" He replied, "Yeah, it looks a bit creepy." But instead, they let us destroy the brainwashing equipment inside and turn this class into a normal, boring subject. Looking at the strange, octopus-like thing, he said, "Destroy this immediately." With the student council president's help, we were able to quickly remove the brainwashing's influence. She guided the students, saying, "When you leave, pass through this." But strangely, the brainwashing's influence on the professors, including the principal, couldn't be removed. She slammed the principal's head onto the table, using magic, and angrily said, "I think this is just their nature, not brainwashing at all." He stubbornly replied, "We have been chosen by the master. What you're doing is useless." And so, with magic's help, she was also freed from the brainwashing, and her chains were removed. Seeing her still trembling, he gently asked, "Are you okay?" With tears streaming down her face, she stammered, "Oh, Dad." Then she quickly rushed into his arms. "I'm sorry, I must have really gone crazy." He comforted her. "You did great." Meanwhile, his clone in the back screamed, "Why are you apologizing to the master? Apologize to me." 3 chaotic days had ended. In a certain room, 2 kinds of sounds echoed. "Not there, a bit to the left." The other person stammered, "Here?" The first person asked, "Okay, so when is the next evaluation?" The one who answered was the principal, fawning subserviently. massaging his shoulders and saying, "We'll detect your stat increase. We'll compare your stats from when you first entered the academy to now and give you a high score based on that." He asked again, "What are you going to do with my score?" He quickly replied, "Of course, it's an A." He responded, satisfied. "Good." He angrily talked to him. "So when are we going to learn new skills? How long do we have to keep shooting fireballs?" Sweating, he replied, "I'll teach you the free skill soon." He ignored his pleas and threatened, "And teach it well. I'll be watching." He replied, "Yes." Someone's internal thought said, "Oh, my life." In another room, there were two men. A man with a triangular beard looked at the system board that read class and said, "The Korean branch said the problem was solved, but Scorpion 13 said the mission failed." Hearing him, he asked, "What do you think?" The young man eagerly replied, "Yes, whatever you think is the correct answer, sir." The other man laughed. "Ha ha, what a sloppy and boring answer. What if I said your death is the answer?" The young man winked and replied, "Then I'd be very willing." He used a knife, causing blood to splatter, while the man just watched with his hand on his chin. Looking at the young man lying in a pool of blood, he indifferently replied, "I was just kidding." Then he smiled at this, for he was the master of this place. He then ordered, "Hey, clean up this mess quickly. Also, someone go investigate this guy." There were two types of reactions from the students at the academy: apologizing or ignoring him. The girl cried, "I'm really sorry. I don't know why I did that, but—" She bowed her head, stammering, "I don't know how many apologies are enough. You can report me to the police if you want. You can tell me if you want compensation." They would apologize while regretting what they had done, or be too ashamed to face him and try to avoid him. He thought, "It would be a lie if I said I wasn't mad, but at least they apologize this way, it's fine." She walked up beside him and complimented evenly, "You really played that well." He replied indifferently, "What else could I do? I can't hit them now because they're not brainwashed anymore. Besides, those guys have already paid the price." He continued, making the principal turn pale, "Our next class is physical training, right?" She hugged his arm and shyly said, "About that movie we talked about before, can we go now? There's a movie I want to watch." He was a bit surprised. "What are you talking about? We have to train." She pulled him to the classroom. "Your basic stats are too low." He conceded, all right, I'll go." Light from outside the window streamed into the Hunter Academy's multi-purpose training room. The teacher said today's class was about physical training. The training instructor sat upright in his chair and explained, "We will assess your basic stats in the next class. We will compare it with the stats you gained from training here, and your score will depend on how much you increased your stats." Everyone around them began to whisper, "What's wrong with him?" "I don't know." She turned to ask, "Is it because of you?" He replied, "I told you. You have to treat those commanding bastards differently." He asked, "Anyway, why do you hate this class so much?" She said gloomily, "I'm pretty down. My skill level has increased, but my strength is still the same." He pointed, "This is where you train your skills. Practice is key." She sighed, "I'll be back soon." Target dummies were set up one by one, each marked with a difficulty level. He activated his Mana Master skill with a less than confident expression. The others went to a corner, grabbed weights, and began to train. The person focused on projecting a blue energy wore a highly contrasting red cloak. Seeing this, he pondered, "My stats have increased a lot, and I've told them they already assessed me, so I don't need to do this. But since I'm already here, I'll go train a bit. I don't feel anything with those GM organization machines." He walked over to the weights placed next to the instructor, pointed at them, and asked, "How much weight can this go up to if I set it to maximum?" The instructor glanced at the weights and said, "The weight is controlled by the gravity magic stones attached to it, so it completely depends on the strength of the person carrying it." He continued, surprising him, "You can even set it to be unliftable." Sanju's words surprised the trainer a little. So, adjust it so I can't lift or lower it. Are you sure? The trainer then explained that this mode is only for increasing efficiency. It's not usually used this way. It'll be fine. So just go ahead, sir. The trainer turned the switch to the highest level for Sanju. Sanju thought to himself, besides the device attached to my skin, it looks like a normal barbell, and it even feels a bit light. The weights on both sides emitted purple energy, and Sanju strained his eyes trying to lift it. Sanju gritted his teeth and scrunched his face, thinking, it's so heavy. But Sanju was quite satisfied. This is it, the weight I wanted. The machine next to the trainer smoked due to Sanju's immense power. Electric sparks flashed from both sides of the weights. It's very stimulating. After much effort, Sanju finally lifted it. I can feel the thrill. The purple energy pellets and screws fell out right before the trainer's astonished eyes. Sanju put his feet down, and the purple energy pellets clattered to the floor. Sanju held the bar, now missing its weights, in front of the trainer and said, I'm sorry, Professor. The performance is quite good. The trainer held the barbell, tears welling up in his eyes, with smoke and fire billowing behind him. Sanju was still cheerful. It's because they're rich, right? They have amazing equipment. I'll try to ask them to open the gym at night and let my clones train. Sanju paused and thought, now that I mention it, I haven't seen Sinjuni. Where did he go? The assessment is about to happen, so he must be doing something. On the other side, Jinnik was talking with Sinjuni. So, the academy is very dangerous? The Haesung group should also prepare for that situation. We've temporarily stopped them, but they're still a threat. Haesung group team leader Jinnik said, crossing his arms. So, what kind of threat are they? Sinjuni said hesitantly, I can't say, because of the elixir. It could be the reason the academy collapses. Jinnik put a hand to his forehead. Your team leader too. Those people follow your orders, no matter what. It's not something they can handle. You should help us too. Jinnik asked again. I got information along with Yong Sanju. Hey, what's your reason for entering the academy? Jinnik spoke for a while, making Sinjuni flinch. If you want to play childish games, go to the playground. We gave you all the support to enter that academy, and you went and befriended Yong Sanju. Jinnik lowered his hand and continued. The reason you need help this time must be the upcoming assessment, isn't it? Jinnik stood up from his chair and chuckled scornfully. Ha, damn it. You must have felt like you had everything. So you did these things, huh? You should work harder instead of wasting time on those things. Jinnik walked away, leaving Sinjuni alone. I won't tell Dad about this time, and I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. Focus on your assessment. Sinjuni sat silently in his chair, listening to him. The group doesn't expect anything more than that. You know what to do. I've tried my best. Blue energy streams were successively launched towards the distant target. Around the target, dust and smoke swirled, hazy and unclear. Heian bent over, panting, thinking. The level 3 dummy didn't even budge. She stared at her hands in helplessness. I was arrogant with Oppa Sanju a few days ago, and my power was enough to defeat Scython. And now Sanju Appa can launch fireballs even better than I can. Heian gritted her teeth in determination. I can't keep being a burden to him anymore. Heian suddenly shouted, startling Guyan and the agent. Everyone, I'm Heian. What? I know you're still brainwashed. Heian said hesitantly. This is the only place I can rely on. I want to become stronger. Please let me join the GM organization. Night fell. The large villa became much darker. Only one window was still lit. Sanju's clone kicked open the door and shouted, Open the training room door, please. The principal was startled. A hunter at this hour? Clones don't care about time. I couldn't use it all day today because of classes. He stammered. But, the training room. Just say it. Sanju raised his fist to his face, making him laugh nervously. Using the academy's facilities outside of class schedules is perfectly fine. Hearing that, Sanju's clone turned and left. I'll be using it all night, so don't turn off the lights. Okay, the principal said to himself in a panic. I tried to stop him. So this isn't my fault, Hunter Sangu and I. Sangu and his two clones walked and talked. 2 hours of training, and then hunting. Let's repeat those two things. Understood. Throwing open the training room door, Sanju said with wide eyes. Use them however you want. We own this place all night. So, he suddenly stopped, staring inside the room. Meanwhile, Dogwin sat on a pile of slain monsters. Across from him was a pink-haired monster. Mr. Dogwin. Mr. Dogwin, why aren't you answering? Hunter Asiakin, go bully low ranks somewhere else. I'll eat here today. Dogwin continued the conversation calmly, while the monster gritted its teeth in anger. Anyway, why do you talk like that? Me. You bastard. I'm used to it. Dogwin looked at him with a puzzled expression. Just listen to me. It's about Sinjuni. The monster growled. Sinjuni, that bastard. I think he faked his rank. He recalled the moment he choked Sinjuni and lifted him high. After losing that fight, I got so angry and a brawl broke out. Suddenly, a system panel appeared before him, surprising him. Wait you. The system panel displayed. Opponent stats are too low. Underestimating the weak has reached its limit. He clenched his fist and frowned. Dung Sanju appeared, so I couldn't investigate thoroughly. But Sinjuni is not. The night sky was pitch black. The room's window still emitted light. A B-class hunter? That's what we call a high-rank hunter. In the training room, Sinjuni was panting, drenched in sweat. Dung Sanju. Sanju was shocked to see Sinjuni. Sinjuni's hands were on the floor, a 3 kilograms dumbbell in front of him. Beside his feet, scattered medicine bottles lay all over the floor. Sinjuni was on his hands and knees, his whole body trembling. All this is... Sinjuni's eyes widened. Why? Why are you here? Another system panel appeared before him. Passive Grand Sorcerer. You can learn all skills faster than anyone else. All skills you have learned will be automatically upgraded to maximum level. The text on the system continued. Penalty. Weak Sorcerer. All stats modified to 0.2. Sanju, looking dazed, said softly, I think we need an explanation here. Sinjuni was trembling all over. What exactly happened? He turned and left. I'm just practicing for the assessment. I'm almost done. Sanju called out Sinjuni. Sanju quickly grabbed Sinjuni's shoulder. Don't just leave like that. Sinjuni forcefully shook Sanju's hand off and shouted, Don't you see? Isn't it ridiculous that I'm exhausted after lifting only a 3 kilograms dumbbell? He gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, That's the skill I got after awakening. All my abilities are fixed at 0.2. Hearing that, Sanju was stunned in surprise. The professor rested his chin in his hand and asked, All the skills you learned reached the highest level? Is that true? Yes. The professor glanced at Isung and said, That's an amazing talent, isn't it? Perhaps we're seeing Korea's first S-rank hunter here. The little boy forced a smile. I used to be a magic prodigy. Sinjuni smiled brightly and conjured magic, filling the surroundings with smoke and dust. The professor standing nearby shouted loudly, No. Is that all you learned from Fireball? Sinjuni recounted, Besides the awakened skill, I can also copy any normal skill I see within 1 to 2 months. 2 staff members were struggling to carry a glass box, inside which was a blue orb. The skills I couldn't copy were preserved in Hizong's vault. He was happy as he cast magic. Everyone had high hopes for me. Even Dad believed in me. Hizong smiled proudly at his talented son. You are Hizong's future. His face darkened as he walked away. Keep working hard like this. Sinjuni glanced happily at his father walking beside him. Then his whole body trembled, sweat dripping down. That's right. Sinjuni clutched his chest, hunched over, panting. He tensed up, his arm muscles bulging. I have to be. He knelt down, one hand on the ground, a genius. All stats fixed at 0.2. If only I could have said it then. Sinjuni ran on the treadmill, drenched in sweat and panting. The professor held the data sheet and said hesitantly, Your basic abilities haven't increased compared to last year. Hizong's face darkened as he turned around Junjuni. to the tea room. Sanjuni was hunched over, trembling. He-sung said coldly, 0.2. All abilities are fixed at 0.2. He-sung rested his hand over his darkened eyes and continued, forever. Sanjuni was startled. I still don't know. If I continue to train hard from now on. He-sung slammed the table, cutting him off. The whole world will realize you're just an idiot. He continued, I've heard of cases where ice resistance decreases after awakening a fire-related skill, regardless of its level. It's useless. Everything is at 0.2, even mana. Sanjuni's eyes welled up with tears. All this time, I've been pouring money into a bottomless pit, father. He-sung walked past Sanjuni and said, but you're still lucky. No matter what you do, I won't have to worry about stopping you. Sanjuni's hand clutched the hem of his shirt. If I hit you too hard, you die. Sanjuni sat on the floor, holding a water bottle and recounted. After that day, He-sung erased all traces of me. All news and articles about me were removed from the internet. Even my skill, my hunter rank, thanks to He-sung's support, remained at B rank. Sanju sat opposite, listening to him continue. That's when I learned I could get an elixir from the academy. The elixir bottle appeared in his mind, a panacea that could remove all curses and heal all wounds. It became my life's purpose. Sanjuni stared at his hand. To hide my mana deficiency, I hid mana pills in my teeth and carried potions in my water bottle to attend classes. He drank from the water bottle indifferently. I was so desperate. Sanjuni sighed, of course. In the end, I still lost to you. Sanju was a little surprised to hear Sanjuni recount. Sanju, awakening might be a miracle for you. Sanjuni bowed his head helplessly. But for me, it's the worst curse. Sanju frowned, thinking to himself. So that's why the weakening potion didn't work in the team match. There was nothing left to weaken from the start. Sanju stood up, hands in his pockets, and asked, who knows about it? Sanjuni replied, only my father and brother, some team captains, no one else. Sanju continued, if you intended to use weights, why didn't you use them at home? Didn't you think about getting caught? Sanjuni immediately retorted, I asked the principal to lock the door, but who would have thought someone would come in here this late at night? Plus, these items have all been used. Hearing Sanjuni, Sanju paused slightly. There's a device with gravity magic that can assist training based on the user's strength. But when I came today, it was broken. Sanju asked curiously, so, your basic ability you registered when signing up? Sanjuni honestly replied 40. Sanju startled and asked again 40? Sanju grabbed Sanjuni's collar and yelled, how thick-skinned. There's a limit to lying. Boosting it up to 200 times. Who would think they have to assess the ability? Sanjuni slumped sadly. What else can I do? I have to go. Sanjuni turned and left, not forgetting to remind him. Remember to keep what I said today a secret. Even the principal doesn't know this. Please. Sanju scratched his head and cursed. Indeed, Sanjuni walked alone through the school, hands in his pockets. Suddenly, he stopped and frowned. He remembered when his son was drunk, holding a wine glass, and the girl next to him was massaging his shoulders. You want a team member for the promotion test. Sanjuni stood upright in a corner. Do you know Sanju? Are you using clones? Hasung sat on the chair, smiling. I saw him when he was F rank. I mocked him when I saw him with Jun Mo. It was fun to see him struggle at F rank. But then I heard that Sanju passed the B rank test without any help. Hasung's words stunned Sanjuni. Some people don't even dare to try for promotion without support. He continued. I laughed at the person who picked up a stone in front of me. And then that stone became a precious gem, while the gem I polished every day became nothing more than a stone. Back to reality. A hand reached out from behind Sanjuni. Meanwhile, he was still muttering. Even a pebble can roll. The mysterious person ambushed Sanjuni from behind, holding his shoulder. Sanjuni panicked. Who are you? Shoo, be quiet if you want to live. Elsewhere, night enveloped everything. Lights from tall buildings flickered. A voice echoed. Even when the skill levels up, the strength remains the same. The agent asked incredulously, You're not lacking mana, are you? The only ability I'm confident in is mana. The agent said with concern, But I'm still fine with the student evaluation, which takes some time. Why? Where is this? The agent looked up and continued. I said that before I joined GM, but actually, there's someone very skilled at mana manipulation. The girl sitting on the chair said with a laugh, but his training is extremely rigorous. Folks, on the day of the basic ability assessment, the instructor announced, there are a total of 5 assessment tools. The students are warming up, preparing for the test. Instructor Jahiak explained. It assesses strength, speed, stamina, explosive power, and endurance, respectively. Once a section is completed, move to the next one immediately. Instructor Jahiak declared emotionlessly. So, let the assessment begin. Someone's footsteps advanced as they heard the instructor say, whoever is confident, go first. Sinjuni eyes dark, strained and stepped forward. In front of a flat wall, the support staff explained. Please hit it with all your might. Dogwan and Selkin below mocked him. Starting with Sin. Look how skinny his arm is. Let's see if you're right. Sinjuni flexed his arm, veins bulging, and a purplish-blue light emitted around him. Sanju watched for a while, not knowing what to say. Then he let out a sigh. Looks like I'll have to intervene after all. Sin concentrated all his strength into his arm, his eyes filled with killing intent. His arm punched directly into the wall, sending dust flying everywhere. Seeing Sinjuni ident the wall, the staff members standing beside him stared in astonishment. Dogwan and Silken were no better, their mouths agape in surprise as they looked at Sinjuni. An arm reached out from behind Sinjuni while he mumbled as he walked. A broken clock is still right twice a day. The mysterious person ambushing from behind grabbed Sinjuni's shoulder and arm, startling him. He yelled in alarm. Who are you? The person in black put a finger to their lips and said, Silence. Shut up if you want to live. Sinjuni turned around and realized it was Sanju. Sanju, what are you doing here? Sanju continued. Regarding the assessment, Sanju calmly said, Just answer me first. He asked Sinjuni, Can you change others' appearance with that chameleon skill of yours? Sinjuni was stunned. Sinjuni seemed to realize something. You're planning to. Sanju turned around and spoke as he walked. Yes, we can change the appearance of my clone into your form. That way, you'll be able to easily pass the ability assessment test. You helped me before, so now. Sanju stopped and continued. But don't misunderstand me here. I'm still going after the elixir, so I won't be helping you too much. Sanju turned around and smirked. But at least I can eliminate all suspicions directed at you. Back to the test. Sinjuni, impersonated by Sanju's clone, stood before a wall with an indentation. The power index displayed on the screen. The staff member was quite surprised. The power is exactly 40. Others also whispered. Is it even possible to get such an exact score? The wall is recovering. Next, the reflex test. Sinjuni, impersonated by Sanju's clone, easily dodged the sticks. The physical endurance test. He ran at full speed on the treadmill. Next, the mana test. His hand rested on the orb, making it emit blue light energy. The stick poked Sinjuni's cheek, making him cry out. The staff member holding the score sheet was wide-mouthed. All of them are 40. Hunter Sinjuni's assessment test is complete. The other trainees were no less surprised. What? Wasn't he a long-range combat hunter? He's really strong. With all stats at 40 like that, he's definitely A rank, right? Selkin gritted his teeth in anger. What? That's impossible. Dogwan, standing nearby, gave a wry smile. I knew it. Never mind. Go take your own test. The inertia effect has ended. Dogwan frowned, thinking to himself, what kind of effect ends this quickly? I had a suspicion before, but I guess I overreacted. Teacher Jahiak looked at the 2 score sheets, speechless. The 2 stat sheets for Sinjuni showed very clear differences. The trainer looked on, deep in thought. What the hell are these stats? How are they all 40? They're even higher than mine. Some stats even decreased. Teacher Jahiak looked at the scores and commented. Hunter Sinjuni Young's stats increased by an average of 0.249 points. It's a little disappointing, but not bad at all. The real Sinjuni Young was drinking water, glancing from afar. He frowned, thinking, I said to make it general. Who knew he'd put exactly 40 in one stat? Anyway, to be able to control stats like that. Is he even human anymore? He looked around and thought again. But Dog Wan and Selkin are talking to each other. He must have pulled some trick. Stop it, you. Can't you see the wall got punched through? Sinjuni Aiyang narrowed his eyes slightly, his emotions unclear. He turned his back, resting his hand on the wall. Thank you, young Sanju. Sanju leaned close to the fake Sinjuni Aiyang and whispered, It's over, so let's get out of here quickly. His stomach is probably filled with medicine. Sanju looked up and outside, saying, I want to participate in the assessment too. He thought internally, by the way, something has been bothering me for a while. It's best if I check it out after this. As the staff member spoke carelessly, Sanju raised his fist and stepped forward. Punched this part of the wall as hard as possible. His eyes glowed red. The veins on his face also bulged. He used all his strength to punch directly into the wall. The wall gradually cracked and caved inward, making passers-by turn to look. It shattered, with dust flying everywhere and the ground shaking. The wall broke into many pieces and collapsed. Behind the dust were two people staring straight ahead. Sanju's eyes returned to normal as he said softly, My stats stopped increasing from absorbing that magic gem a while ago. One of his clones was eating an orange gem. Sanjia looked at the system panel, bewildered. He then suggested, Let's try eating as many as possible at once. The clone complied, stuffing a whole plate of gems into its mouth. Sanjia looked back at the system panel and frowned. The stats aren't increasing at all. What's going on? I think this happened after number 7 was kidnapped, and my stats exploded. He looked at the clone and said dejectedly, Besides turning clones into monsters, these gems are useless. So, how should I use this guy effectively? It's best if I visit Heritage one more time. In New York, USA, the tall main building of Heritage stood firm amidst the dark night. Sanju sat in the lab, rubbing his hands excitedly. Oh my God, no way. Did the skill replication fail again? What a shame. Burker walked over and asked, Are you sure that's a shame? Sanju grinned widely. Of course. Well, it's a very complex skill. Burker chuckled. But we were able to use the clone skill on a part of the equipment. It's still a bit of a shame that it doesn't work on living things. Sanju was startled and surprised. What? How did you do that? That's even more surprising. I also wish my clones would have clothes on whenever they're summoned. Burker became serious and said, Creating a skill that surpasses the power of the original is impossible. The ability to replicate equipment is a special effect of the clone skill. If you still can't use it, that means. Sanju was quite surprised by Burker's words. Your skill can still evolve perfectly. Suddenly, she asked again, Some people want to meet you. Do you mind? He looked bewildered. What, me? As soon as Burker finished speaking, the laboratory door opened. Raven and Hubert entered, introducing themselves. So, you're the master of that clone? I'm Hubert, and this is Raven. Sanju walked closer, bowed slightly, and shook hands with Hubert. I've been able to make progress on what I wanted for a very long time now, all thanks to your skill. I've been really looking forward to meeting you. I'm glad I could help you, even though I can't replicate any items at all. Burker smiled and introduced them. Mr. Hubert here is the person who creates items for Heritage Company. The cloak we gave you last time was also his creation. Sanju smiled and replied, Thank you very much for that. She also mentioned the other person. And Mr. Raven here. I'm sure you know him too. Hearing that, Sanju froze and stammered. Burker was surprised. You know him. Mr. Raven then became majestic and brilliant through her words. This is the world's strongest swordsman, the S-Rank sword hunter. Sanju was extremely surprised. As far as I know, there are no S-Rank hunters in Korea. So this is how I meet my first S-Rank hunter? Sanju scratched her head awkwardly. I'm truly sorry. I don't really know much about the hunter world. Raven turned away in annoyance. Don't bother with it. After all, I'm not the strongest swordsman or any of that nonsense. See, I'm not even that famous. Burker explained further. Mr. Raven rescued number 7. Chan Company was behind it. He completely smashed that lab. Sanju said casually, I have something to ask. Ask. Do you remember exactly what experiment they did there? I'm a bit curious about what happened to number 7. Raven also replied, Of course. I remember very clearly. He gestured with his hands as he spoke. There was a lot of machinery there. Large pipes were installed everywhere. The operating machines were all shiny. And there were also many robots there. There were many large test tubes, like cages. It seemed like they were experimenting with something. After hearing Raven's account, everyone was very surprised. He asked, Does my answer help you? Raven stroked his chin, speculating. And I'm quite sure their electricity bill would. Before he could finish, Burker interrupted. We tested a few things after rescuing him. There was some uncertainty in her words. Sanju looked bewildered and doubtful. Burker lowered her eyes and said, So you know that? Yes, you're not wrong. Crystal jade is a medicine for humans, but it has the side effect of turning the user into a monster. It's an incomplete product, but because your clone isn't truly human, it fully absorbed the crystal jade. And based on observing the process, I think they discovered the exact mechanism of crystal jade. Sanju was a bit puzzled. The one used on my clone was a complete medicine without side effects. So that's why my stats increased, while my clone didn't turn into a monster. Burker chuckled softly. This is just a hypothesis. The stats you could unnaturally force to increase have reached their limit. I think that's why crystal jade no longer has an effect on your stats, which means... She paused for a moment, then continued, You'll have to train on your own from now on. Sanju rubbed his temples. So now I'll really have to get my hands dirty, and perhaps use the monster's absorption ability? She continued, Is there anything else you want to ask? Sanju thought for a moment. Well then, I don't know if she knows, but there's no harm in asking. He finally asked, making Bo's eyes widen in surprise. Do you know what the harvest day is? As soon as he finished speaking, all three looked at Sanju with strange eyes. Stared at. Sanju felt a bit awkward. What's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Suddenly, Hubert pressed the switch he was holding. A large explosion erupted from Sanju. Electricity sparked around Sanju's bracelet. He frowned. My bracelet is off. Raven raised his sword, his face darkening. Don't worry. The translation mode is still active. His sword was drawn, and his eyes darkened. But you should choose your words carefully. Sanju frowned, a wary look in his eyes. He held out his hand with a cold face. All right then, I'll change my question. Are you also on the side of the apprentices? The atmosphere was tense, as if the two were about to fight. Bo and Hubert were alarmed by this. Bo squeezed her eyes shut and shouted, Stop, both of you, stop it. Bo pleaded, You too, Mr. Sanju, stop it. We're not your enemies. Sanju glanced at her. I don't think you can convince me immediately. You guys started it. Bo waved her hand. Raven, put your sword away. I think he really doesn't know. She tried to explain. Mr. Sanju's help is essential for our plan. Everyone knows that. Hearing that, Raven sheathed his sword. Sanju also retracted the dark energy into himself. Bo let out a sigh of relief. She continued, I'll tell you what the harvest day is, but there's something you should accept before we begin. Sanju was curious. What is it? Bo raised her hand to touch her ear, and a red streak appeared in her hair. The world is bigger than you think. Her words shocked Sanju. His pupils dilated. We actually aren't from Earth. All three looked at him. We are outsiders from a very distant place. Bo began to narrate. Our original planet was Tyburn, a peaceful place where many species coexisted in harmony. The scene of planet Tyburn appeared as a place filled with magic and nature, the Urentia Empire, a peaceful and beautiful planet. A gigantic monster emerged. She continued, until Grand ID invaded. The people constantly used powerful weapons to drive away the monster. The Urentia Empire fought back, but the threat from these monsters, killing every living thing in their path, was something we couldn't resist. Many black swirling vortexes appeared in the sky. Hundreds of other small monsters emerged from those black holes. They had portal skills. Bo continued. The number of monsters was so endless that no matter what we did, all areas were invaded one by one. When the soldiers fell, someone stepped forward. A man appeared before Urenchia's hopeless situation. He was Gene Stein, a scientist from Earth. After a pause, Bo continued, surprising Sangu. And he was also the creator of the system. Sangu wondered, wait, is the system actually someone's invention? She replied, yes. We were also very surprised at first. Bo shared, I told you last time, didn't I, about how difficult it is to learn a skill. Only by focusing on magic for at least 10 years. Our planet's citizens hardly had any wizards always ready for battle. She recounted, but Liber was different. He learned magic at an incredible speed and became Urenchia's Grand Archmage in 5 years. Liber sat before a table covered with papers. Then, he focused on researching how to learn magic faster to increase the number of people who could fight, so that everyone, even those without knowledge or understanding of complex formulas and who were low on mana, could also protect the Empire. The glowing red orb was neatly placed on the pedestal. That's how the skill orbs and the system were created. She recounted in a steady tone. The plan succeeded, even though the system was not yet complete. It still supported basic attack skills, and people began to register and learn magic through the skill orbs. Everyone worked together to defeat the monster. The system became more complete. People could use more high-level magic, and everyone began to have hope. Hope that peace would come to Tyburn after expelling Grandy. Blood vessels gradually appeared in her eyes. Then the long, drawn-out war continued until the system was complete and Liber initiated the massacre. Bo was puzzled even now. I still don't understand why the citizens were massacred. Even the descendants of the Sword Clan and dragon humans couldn't stop him. He continued to slaughter and slaughter and slaughter. Finally, she concluded, and that's why Urenchia collapsed within a week. That was the harvest day. Sanju exclaimed, an entire empire brought down by just one person. Bo covered her mouth, her voice trembling. I still can't forget that sight. She turned to Raven and asked, is there anything else we can explain? I didn't meet Liber often. He replied, no, some things are missing, but the narrative is correct. Raven also added, the only survivors who escaped were the 3 of us, according to this world's calendar. That was 1995. You know what happened 5 years later, right? Sanju gasped in astonishment, and in 2000, there was a catastrophe. He realized, and the system is on Earth too. Raven's face darkened. Correct, the system is taking root here. Soon, the harvest day will occur on Earth. Elsewhere, Heian was panting laboriously. She collapsed. I can't. The cat-eared girl chuckled lightly. Oh dear, it seems you're tired. Heian fell down. The cat-eared girl put her hands on her hips and beckoned. Get up. We still have a long way to go. Returning to a week ago, an energy surge appeared behind Heian. Here. This is the cat-eared girl's energy. This is the original size of the soul sphere skill I used. She slightly tilted her hand back. I'm throwing it now. She threw the orb at several target boards. Dust scattered everywhere. She pointed behind her. It's similar to your mana orb, right? Mana only has form, but no damage at all. Leveling up only increases its size, right? If it stays like this, it'll be the same even if you reach level 100. Her words left Heian speechless. You used it exactly as the system told you, didn't you? The cat-eared girl raised a finger, and an energy orb appeared. You must control and compress your mana. Your skill is Mana Master, isn't it? Her face darkened, and her eyes lit up. The system is just a tool. During a disaster, humans can still utilize their skills well enough even without it. The orb shot out, piercing through the wall. She glanced at Heian. You are the one using this skill. She raised the target board and said, the size must be at least this big. She continued to explain, your skill level isn't that high, so it will contain less mana. Therefore, you need to compress it so it's smaller than mine. This is essential to achieve destructive power. Heian trembled as she stood up. I know, but I've been doing this all week. I have an assessment today. Suddenly, the cat-eared girl asked, so when will you be able to do it? As the target board floated in the air, she said, you'll skip today because of the assessment, and since tomorrow is the weekend, you'll rest. Is that what you plan to do? With her hands in her pockets and a cold demeanor, she said, "I wouldn't even be surprised if he's an A-rank hunter by now. Don't you think you're being too greedy?" Heian clenched her fists, trembling. The cat-eared girl licked her lips, thinking, "Come to think of it, we caught a few assassins with Hunter Sangu earlier, and he fought quite well. Very charming." She continued, enraging Heian. "Even I want to target him." Heian, with a scowling face, said, "Bring more target boards. Bring them all out." The cat-eared girl happily ran off. "Okay, she's still very young. Love is beautiful." Back on the other side, Bo asked in surprise, "So, the Academy talked about the Harvest Day? So that's why you mentioned the Academy just now?" "Yes," Sanjiu continued. "This person called the Master is brainwashing a lot of people to carry this out." Bo was flustered. "What should we do? I think we have to stop this." Raven and Hubert also suggested, "We can't act alone. We'll become targets of the system immediately. We can use others. We can hold a public discussion." "Wait." Suddenly, Sanjiu became serious. "We cannot directly interfere with the Academy. My sister is infected with a demon virus. I need the panacea." Bo was quite shocked. "A demon virus?" Hubert immediately spoke up. "So you're just going to let this continue with the Academy students? You said they're being brainwashed." Sanjiu's eyes drooped slightly. "I can let it be, as long as it's for the panacea." His words made them even more uncomfortable. Suddenly Raven spoke. "In other words, as long as we get the panacea for you, you can help us, right?" "What?" He smiled. "I'll solve that panacea problem if you become my apprentice." Sanjiu was surprised. "What?" "Disciple." Bo was equally surprised. "Raven." Raven smiled smugly. "That's right. The kind of disciple who will do anything I tell them to. But obviously, it's all to become stronger." Sanjiu was still a bit wary. "Didn't you just try to kill me?" "Well, earlier I thought you were on the system's side. I apologize." He continued to ask, "What do you think of the offer?" "It's not too bad, right? After all, you said you'd do anything to get the divine medicine. If we can solve that problem, then we can work together to prevent the end of the world. Now we're on the same side." He chuckled softly. "Also, after fighting your clone once before, I've had this thought. You can become even stronger." Finally, he asked one last time, "So, what do you say?" Remembering his sister still in the hospital bed, he immediately agreed. "All right." His hand clenched into a trembling fist. "I don't need to think about anything." Sanjiu's gaze was firm as he said, "If you can get me the divine medicine, I'll even be your dog." "No, not a dog, a disciple." The scene before them was of towering buildings collapsed into a desolate wasteland. John was panting heavily with his mouth agape. The escort pressed his earpiece, announcing, "He's on the run. Don't let him escape. Subdue him and bring him back." John, looking terrible, cursed, "Damn it, that damn sword seeker. He pretended to let me escape, but in reality, he'd already called the Federal Investigation Bureau. Damn it, I already gave him the valuable information he needed. What more does he want?" He raised his hand and asked his bracelet, "Elisa, how many people are surrounding me right now?" The robotic voice replied, 10, no, maybe 5. I don't know. Probably around 20 people." "Damn it, the identification bracelet is broken. Elisa is malfunctioning too." An agent turned to the red-haired girl and said, "That's the last building. If he resists, you're authorized to kill him. Call the others here quickly." Hearing voices, he panicked. "Damn it, they're here." I think someone else arrived here. Or am I mistaken, sir?" "Do you know?" A group of people approached the building. His voice became helpless. "Just like that." John slumped down. "In the end, I still couldn't get ahead." Suddenly, his foot hit some small stones beside him. His eyes flickered as if he'd found a way. The agents below were surprised. "Damn it, what's that?" A gigantic fiery rock fell from above. "What is that thing?" The rock hit the ground, creating a huge explosion and terrified screams. Everyone standing below was incinerated by the flames. Only the girl was still alive, clutching her left arm and breathing with difficulty. She tried to contact via radio. "Aid, we need aid." Before she could finish, she was attacked from behind, and her radio fell out. A foot stepped next to the girl's body. He yelled, "Trevor, I heard you're here." Hearing someone call, John was stunned. "What?" Hassan raised his hand and smiled. "I've come to save you. Don't be surprised anymore. Come out, my business partner." Elsewhere, in a gloomy space, a voice spoke. "We have sent Trevor's location to Hassan as you requested." The mysterious person replied, "He must have arrived by now." The other person sighed. "Poor humans, they must sacrifice themselves for the greater good." The mysterious person wearing a face covering asked, "Aren't you going to ask why I ordered you to give Trevor's location to Hassan? And why did the Federal Bureau of Investigation agents have to die?" The other person closed his eyes and calmly replied, "I am not curious about such matters. I only follow your orders, Oracle." So, he paused, then continued, "Now, I'd like to proceed to the next location." The mysterious person merely reminded, "Be careful. The catacombs are a den of dragons and a tiger's lair." Back with Sangu, Sir Raven was teaching him about swordsmanship. "First, we'll learn about different sword forms. Then we'll start with some basic strikes. First is the basic speed sword. We should also be learning to control mana flow in the body, but let's save that for later to learn it properly." He began to instruct. "First, relax your arm." Sanju asked in confusion, "Wait, what about the elixir?" Sanju continued, "I'm sure I said I'd be your disciple after getting the elixir." Raven hesitated. The elixir? I'll go get it for you later. But wouldn't it be better to gain some experience, first to level up faster, once you have the elixir?" Sanju threw up his hands and sighed. "That's not how the agreement went. You must be from another planet, because people on Earth don't do that." Hearing that, Raven gave a wry smile. Hey, I'm an S-rank hunter. Even if you brought a whole bag full of money, you wouldn't necessarily get the chance to learn swordsmanship from me." He jabbed his thumb at himself and smirked. "I'm a clone system user, old man. Heritage invested 12.8 billion to learn how to clone like me, and they couldn't even learn it." Sanju pointed at him and said, "But since the end of the world isn't far off, I won't completely ignore your offer. So I want a fair deal where you'll have a disciple, but it won't be me until you give me the elixir." Sanju closed his eyes and rattled off. "And the perfect person, better than anyone else to be your disciple, will do anything you say." He pointed to clone number 7, who was gnawing on meat. "It's this guy. He'll learn swordsmanship from you in my place." After saying that, Sanju happily ran off, leaving Raven standing stunned. "Number 7, good luck and listen to him. I have class at the academy, so I'm going first." He sighed helplessly. "Well, at least I have someone to teach. All right, disciple, let's start with your stance." Clone number 7 yelled, making Raven jump. "I'm not your disciple." In Raven's thoughts, he and his disciple would happily learn swordsmanship. "My disciple, why don't we learn this today?" "Yes, master." Eating and chatting together. "This is delicious. What dish is this?" "It's ramen, master. I bought it for you to try." He even imagined their farewell. "I have nothing left to teach you. You may now descend the mountain." "But master, I still have so much to learn." Back to reality, Raven, with a darkened, exasperated face, said, "First is the speed sword. I'm starting to teach now, so pay attention." "All right." In the classroom, Teacher Hysiak carried a bucket full of orbs. "Now today is the day you've all been waiting for. Soon, we will learn another new skill. Now I will hand out the free skill orbs to you. We'll do exactly like last time. The person at the front will." The teacher gave the orb to Sanju, who was absently thinking, "So Raven, Arya, and Duver aren't from Earth, but aliens from a planet destroyed during the apocalypse." His image appeared in his mind. Justine, the creator of the system. He absently activated the orb while thinking. Why would he do that? For what purpose? Free skill has been formed. The system's voice made Sanju realize something. Wait, so is it possible that we can't use the system on the day of the apocalypse? Teacher Hysiak held the orb and reminded him, Hunter, you should only use skills in the training room. The orb was taken, but a green light still remained on Sanju's hand. I learned how to control basic mana when I meditated. So what's the core thing inside? Attribute conversion, perhaps? A thought flashed in his mind. I guess I can use mana without the system. Shoot fire ice, fire ice. Sanju cursed angrily. I'm getting hot. You bastard. Give me a fire orb, or an ice orb will do too. Suddenly, the system appeared. Stop. Sanju stared blankly at the system panel. It displayed the text again. Young Sanju, go to catacomb. Sanju muttered nonsense. Damn it. It must really be the apocalypse. What the hell is next? He stared at the system screen, which displayed, reply to me if you understand, and thought, but where's catacomb? I don't know what this thing is, but it knows my name. Sanju looked at the teacher, speculating. This must be his doing. Who else would it be? Teacher Hysiak calmly continued his lecture. We will train just like last time, but before that, I need to tell you something. Up until now, you've only trained in the training room and stayed confined there, but this time will be a little different. The excited teacher said, This time, we will learn new skills by real combat with monsters in a dungeon. This will be an international scale event, and our academy has been assigned the task of going to the dungeon. Teacher Hysiak smiled brightly and continued, Catacomb. Hearing that, Sanju frowned. The teacher continued to explain, a massive dungeon with various areas and basement levels. At the principal's office, a knock echoed. The principal asked, Who is it? Sanju, hands in his pockets, kicked the door open. I'm back. Sanju grabbed Haxa by the collar and growled, Do you want to die? This whole thing is your doing, isn't it? Even if I wanted to pretend to respect you now, I really can't anymore. What is this? What's going on? He softened his tone. What are you thinking? Real combat training in catacomb. Now everything is going your way, isn't it? I don't understand what you're talking about. They assigned each academy in the world a dungeon for practical training, completely at random. You can't just change it if you want to. Sanju released the principal, looking quite surprised. What? He asked the teacher again to confirm. So you're not the one who did that with my status window? Teacher Haxa looked confused. What? Is something there? Sanju was a bit panicked. Damn it, if it's not the academy. The system panel displayed a message again. I want to stop the apocalypse. Please help me. He pondered in shock. So who sent this to me then? In the special training area, there was a demi-human girl with beast ears holding a mana measurement device, and the girl whose mana was being measured, Heian, was trembling, trying to reach out her hand with difficulty and saying, What do you think, sis? The demi-human girl looked at the mana measurement result, smiled lightly, and said, Excellent, you passed. Hearing the result, Heian seemed to forget all her exhaustion, her whole body filled with vitality, and she joyfully said, That's amazing. After saying that, she rushed over and hugged the demi-human girl tightly, saying, Thank you, sis. You must try to maintain this size even if your skill level increases, understand? At this, Heian felt a little embarrassed because the demi-human girl said, Remember to hold onto Mr. Sanju tightly. Before leaving, she smiled lightly and said goodbye. Bye, sis. After Heian left, the demi-human girl looked at the measurement board and let out a small laugh. Looking at the amount of mana measured by the device, she couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, I can't believe she hid so much mana. No matter how skilled they are, no one can stop this ability. In Sanju's bedroom at this moment, the small, quiet space echoed with a strange sound. Are you listening? At this moment, he was sitting on the bed, feeling extremely helpless, and asked, Who are you? The green screen displayed white text. The conversation has been restricted. I would have to explain when answering your question, but if I do, the system will detect me. The text continued, I want to stop the apocalypse. That's all I can say. Those words greatly surprised him, but he still replied, Sorry, but I've already heard about the apocalypse. People say it's orchestrated by the system and Liber. How can I trust someone like you who's talking to me through the system? The system quickly replied, First of all, I am blue. We are completely different. A naive yet direct answer made a vein pop on his temple, and he angrily said, Are you kidding me? Look at this bastard. The system hurriedly explained, Think about it. If I were on the system's side, why would I contact you? My mission is to inform my master about the people and heritage. Hearing the system's explanation, which wasn't entirely illogical, he sat seriously considering its request, but at this moment, a voice called from outside, Sangu, you have a visitor. Hearing this, the system quickly bid farewell, saying, That's all for today. We'll get caught. Go to the catacombs and seize the 7 clues. Only you can prevent the apocalypse. Seeing the system quickly vanish, he sat hugging his knees, becoming even more silent. 3.0, unable to speak. He pondered, Should I trust him? I only agreed to Heritage's offer for the elixir. Anyway, I have nothing left to lose. But he didn't tell me what I have to do. The internal struggle only made his head a mess. I can't fully trust others. What should I do? While he was lost in thought, the door opened. Seeing that it was Heian who came in, he was utterly surprised and stammered, Heian, why are you? Wait, where have you been all this time? Hearing him ask, she proudly tilted her nose and said, I just completed the special training course. After saying that, Heian naturally walked towards him, while he just complained helplessly. Heian sat on the bed next to him and said, Why do you look so down? Are you worried about something? Hey, don't just sit on my bed. There's a chair over there. At this moment, the 2 parents outside were eavesdropping behind the door, whispering to each other, Oh dear, our daughter Heian has grown up so much. Oh, perhaps we should go shopping, dear. Inside, the atmosphere was completely different. Heian saw him lost in thought and asked, Is there something you can't tell me? He seriously said, Aren't you scared? You know that academy isn't normal. They're even planning to send us abroad. Hearing him, Heian didn't understand why he was so worried. She raised her hand to scratch her cheek and said, Of course I don't trust that academy. I only trust you. Seeing him speechless, she even gave him a trusting look and a bright smile, saying, I trust you 100%. He mused to himself for a moment before muttering, Thinking about it, it's true. He was thinking to himself, That's right. I don't need to worry about the people I can trust. Unlike him, Heian was very shy at this moment, hesitating for a long time before saying, So, if you're worried about anything, you can always lean on me. She didn't expect to hear him say, I can trust myself. Heian froze, while Sanju was extremely pleased. Now that I think about it, I'm incredibly strong. Seriously, who would be foolish enough to betray me? In another place at this moment, a sound echoed in the room. Young Sanju, Korean nationality, B rank, has been a hunter for 1 year, average stats 70 stars. The person saying these words was a man with a triangular beard. Looking at a pile of documents, he bluntly said, Seriously, I didn't even know this kind of skill existed. I can't just sit here and watch anymore. The red-haired girl who suddenly appeared and spoke loudly made him lean back and complain. Everything you say is right, sir. Forget it. Suddenly, the entire room was filled with streaks of light rushing in, making it chaotic. The man with the triangular beard said excitedly, look who it is. Jumper. The man who just appeared was Jumper, an S-rank hunter. As soon as he arrived, he approached the man with the triangular beard with a powerful aura and spoke. I heard you just caused trouble. The man with the triangular beard raised an eyebrow provocatively. So, you've come to get rid of me? Jumper, clearly displeased with his response, replied, That depends on how you answer. Then, both seemed to prepare for battle. The man with the triangular beard radiated green energy, while Jumper clenched his fists. After a moment, the man with the triangular beard withdrew his aura and waved his hand, then said, "Tisk, it's about the catacombs, right?" A few seconds later, he continued, "I don't know anything about it. I didn't even know that place was designated as a dungeon hunting zone." At this moment, Jumper asked without showing any emotion, "You really don't know anything?" The red-haired girl next to him suddenly kicked the man lying on the ground, while the man with the triangular beard said, "The dungeon training sessions at this academy are just mid-tier events, so I usually delegate them to others. The person you need is here. If you want to get angry, do it with him." Jumper remained silent while the man with the triangular beard continued, "I understand what you're worried about, but don't look at me like that. The 7 clues will still be safe. The maze creator is still there, after all." At this moment, in the gigantic underground labyrinth dungeon, strange creatures were fighting hunters with various weapons. They fought, emitting incomprehensible roars and screams. Other hunters continuously attacked them, and soon the creatures were defeated. Those in armor then reminded everyone, retreat quickly." At this moment, the academy students noisily spoke over each other. "They're real monsters. This is my first hunt." Among this group of students were Sangu and Heian. After seeing the creature, Heian asked with a bit of worry, and the other person answered patiently, "What kind of monster is that? It's so scary. It's probably just a golem or something. More importantly, I wonder if they'll appear this much." Beside them, directing them to form ranks, was YOLO Guild manager Siona. All right. Don't leave the ranks. It's dangerous." Sanju saw someone he knew and greeted her, and she replied, "Oh, it's Siona? Hello, Sanju." He asked how she was, and she enthusiastically replied, "What are you doing here? Just a part-time job. The academy is too big, and there are too few professors. There's no way to meet the demand for recruiting hunters above C-rank." Of course, she also asked him. He answered each of her questions. "How about you? I'm an academy student. Please protect us." Hearing that clueless response, Siona seemed to flip a switch and teased him. "What? You're an academy student? Who's protecting whom? You don't even need a guide." He ignored her continued laughter and asked, "What are we doing here? Only the hired hunters are hunting, and the students just stand and watch." After a pause, Siona continued, "The academy requires us to do that. I'm not sure why either. Maybe because there are too many students? They just said to protect the academy students by not letting them fight the monsters." After a while, she returned to her task and bid him farewell. "Well, anyway, if it's you, I'll pretend not to see you sneaking out of line and joining the fight. Please help me protect the other students too." He even joked, "Do I get a share of the pay?" After Siona left, Heian turned to ask Sanju, and Sanju helplessly replied to her, "Who is she, brother? You two seem very close. Don't be like that. You're scaring me. She's the manager of the YOLO Guild. She helped me before." Hearing that, Heian reacted even more strongly, and he was a bit confused. "Huh, what about Ms. Millie you mentioned before? Is she here too?" "Huh, which Ms.?" At this moment, Heian said, "It must be the person who gave me special training." Elsewhere in the dungeon maze, there was a dark, misty space with eerie sounds. In the center of that place, there was a figure sitting, surrounded by skulls scattered all over the ground. That person's hands were holding a small orb, observing. His mouth kept mumbling, "Many, too many people, so many people." Where he sat, magic circles surrounded him, and he was muttering to himself, "No, they're getting closer, too many. If this continues, if it stays like this then." The woman talking to herself was the master of the catacombs, the creator of the maze. She stammered, "I'll be in danger." The scene shifted back to Sanju's group. At this moment, he sensed something approaching. He quickly went and hugged Heian, making her blush. "Heian, come here." The others reacted slower, but also noticed what was happening because the ground began to shake violently. "What's that? Was there just an earthquake? Everyone get in line. The shaking ground caused chaos, leaving everyone stunned. After checking the situation, Siona hurriedly instructed everyone to stay away from the collapsing pit. Quickly fall back. Run fast. Hurry. Everyone ran from the central part of the tremor. Heian, whom he carried on his shoulder, was also very scared, but Sanju comforted her. Don't worry, it's okay, huh? He was very surprised when the system showed the words, Go down here. He quickly replied, Got it. He handed Heian to one of his clones, which made her extremely curious, and he said one sentence before jumping into the abyss. You go first. Watching Sanju gradually disappear into the deep pit, Heian cried out in helplessness, Brother! Meanwhile, he was confronting the system. There better not be any traps, or I'll kill you. The system happily replied, All right. He seriously told it. One more thing. You'd better tell me who you are after this. After a period of free fall, he felt a bit comfortable and couldn't help but exclaim, I'm not falling anymore. It's like the world is supporting me, even if I relax my body. He kept his eyes closed, feeling everything in his mind. A soft and warm sensation embraced me. But just one sentence from the system shattered his emotions, because when he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar text board, while everything around him was pitch black with piles of skulls and rocks. You are buried. I'm buried. Sanju, tightly squeezed, was now thinking about how to get out of here. What the hell? Pushing these things out isn't hard, but everything around me is sealed off and I can't see anything. So now I don't know which way to go. At this moment, someone outside broke through the rocks, opening a path for him while he was busy thinking of a way. Should I just pick a direction and, Sanji's eyes widened in surprise when he heard blue gases pushing everything back, and nearby, a voice spoke. Terrain and living creatures scanned skill. But he was mostly surprised because he reunited with an acquaintance. Seeing him still dazed, Sinjuni Ion couldn't help but boast. It's that, a skill like that. Once Sanji recovered, he quickly greeted. Sinjuni Ion, you're here too. Of course, I had no intention of giving up. So why did you fall all the way down here? Sinjuni Ion, having just finished drinking water, honestly replied, Do you think I could run like those other people? Of course, I was too tired after running and then fell down here. So why are you saying it so proudly? Thinking about what just happened, Sinjuni Ion said, What just happened was no joke. I think many other trainees have also fallen down here. Sanjiu heard that and thought, the destruction must have happened in other places too. At this moment, Sanjiu sat up and spoke to Sinjuni Ion. It seems like there are many paths here. Sinjuni Ion replied, Catacombs are a type of dungeon formed like a large maze, and we've fallen into its deepest parts, so. Pausing for a moment to observe the space, Sinjuni Ion continued his interrupted sentence. No one knows where this place leads. Sanjiu sat on the pile of rocks, deep in thought for a long time. Then Sanjiu asked Sinjuni Ion again, Your teleportation skill, its cooldown time is over, right? Sinjuni Ion continued the exchange with him. Yes. Are you also planning to get out of here? No, you go out by yourself. This reply was enough to infuriate Sinjuni Ion, who yelled, What? We don't know what kind of monstrous things will appear in a place like this, even if it's you. Before he could finish his sentence, a bizarre, colossal creature immediately appeared behind him and advanced toward Zuni Ion. They reacted very quickly, stomping hard on the monsters. At this moment, all that surrounded them was dust and the monsters' incessant roars. After dealing with them, Sanjiu said, Now I'm going deeper. I don't have time to protect everyone around me anymore. Well, if you're confident, you can follow me. Sinjuni Ion also decided to open a portal. Upon hearing that, Sinjuni Ion also made his decision. If that's the case, I'll return. Sanjiu heard Sinjuni Ion's decision and said, That's a good choice. But just as he saw Sinjuni Ion enter the teleportation gate, he was about to turn around and leave. Then he saw Sinjuni Ion poke his head out with a confused expression. He rushed over, grabbed his collar, and questioned him. What are you doing? Sinjuni Ion was equally bewildered. What happened? Damn it. He paused for a few seconds and then said, I think there's a spell blocking coordinates throughout this entire maze. Sanjiu didn't understand and asked again, What? What's that? Sinjuni Ion slowly explained, It's used as a protective measure. It makes it impossible to enter or leave this place using teleportation magic. Sanjiu saw the monster suddenly move and went to check it. Then he continued talking with Sinjuni Ion. But my spatial gate still works fine. Sinjuni Ion replied, Your skill has a fixed coordinate. It's different from teleportation magic, unless we have a scroll with coordinates attached to it. Hearing that, Sanjiu gritted his teeth and said, TCH, so you wasted a teleportation. I won't be able to protect you, so you're on your own. They both started choosing a path, ignoring the monster's screams. Sanjiu took the lead. Just follow me. Sinjuni Ion yelled from behind, We're running. At this moment, another group was also lost. Everyone was very worried, and Heian was trembling and crying. They've given up. What should I do now, Mom? At this moment, the deputy manager of Goguryeo, also a C-rank hunter, Min, stepped forward to comfort them. All right, everyone, calm down and don't get separated. After speaking, Min turned to his subordinate. Still can't reach the upper floors? The subordinate replied, I still don't see any signal bars at all. Seeing the trainees complaining made him a bit worried. What should we do? I don't know how to fight. Damn it, everyone has basic combat skills. However, they don't have enough experience in clearing dungeons, so they're all very scared. It'll be very difficult to find help if monsters appear. Back to Sanjiu and Sinjuni Ion's group, they were fighting giant monsters. Sanjiu's clone couldn't help but say, These damn bastards, why do they keep reviving? Sanjiu defeated the group of monsters and had to remark, They were taken down so easily on the upper floors, but it's different here. Sinjuni Ion added, It seems the monsters here are much stronger than those on the upper floors. Even the skeleton soldiers have revived several times. Just then, Min walked in from outside and was very surprised to see them. Sanjiu saw him and asked, Are you one of the academy's instructors? Yes, I'm the deputy manager of the Goguryeo Guild, Min. Are you, by any chance, Hunter Sanjiu and Hunter Sinjuni Ion? Hearing their reply, the trainees started clamoring. Sanjiu and Sinjuni Ion. They're the two strongest trainees in the academy. We're saved. But I don't feel comfortable seeing Hunter Young Sanjiu. Sanjiu also answered his question. Seeing the monster move again, Sanjiu immediately said, Ah, damn it, they're reviving again. Everyone, smash them to pieces. Only then can they not revive. The clones quickly rushed in to deal with them. Okay, all right. But the trainees couldn't keep their calm when they saw that. We're all doomed. So you're really going to get revenge? Even Deputy Manager Chan Min turned a bit pale, but still asked Sanjiu about the doubt in his mind. Excuse me for a moment, but did you see anyone else besides us? Sanjiu answered nonchalantly. You're the first ones. Chan Min continued the conversation. We can't contact the upper levels. He asked again, skeptically. Contact. Chan Min had no choice but to say it. There's a way to contact the upper levels. At this moment, Hei Ion stood by the replica, crying her eyes out and calling him. Brother, she yelled out, asking, Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Are you crazy? Why would you voluntarily jump down like that? I don't know why. He tried to comfort her, saying, Just calm down. The deputy manager interjected and said, Oh, there's a way, just so you know. But you can't go inside this thing. No one can go and accept me. He didn't pay attention to this and turned to talk to Hei Ion. How are things up there? Hei Ion replied, They're checking how many people have fallen. Sanjiu said, We have a group of academy trainees. The instructor is Hunter Chan Min. If we can investigate the floor we fell from, we might know our current location. Looking at the trainees resting, she replied, Oh, okay. Then I'll inform them right away. Suddenly, a scream startled Chan Min. Ah, there's a spider. Hick, what's wrong? and Sanju was still talking. And the teleportation skill won't work. Everyone says it's due to some interfering skill or something like that. I need as many clones as possible. So if the telepathy skill works, I'll summon number 6 back here. So try to stay safe. Ion, hearing you, said, "You too, be careful." Hearing that, Sinjun immediately said to Sanju, "What's your plan? Are you planning to stay here until you learn rescue?" He quickly said, "No, I'll leave a clone behind and go somewhere else." When he turned to ask the deputy manager, he was utterly surprised. "Yes, Chanmin, I'll take it." At this moment, the entire corridor became empty. No one was left, and he and Sinjun were both stunned. Sinjun reacted fiercely. "What the heck? Where did everyone go?" Sanju's mind was filled with questions. "I didn't hear anyone moving or fighting." Sanju immediately said to Sinjun, "Hey, use that thing. The one you used to find me." Sinjun yelled, "Damn it, you told me to hold the line." Even so, he still used mana to check, and the result made him silent. There's no one else besides us within a 3 kilometers radius in this place. Hearing his friend's answer, Sanju and his clone were both very alarmed. He said, "Is that even possible? I thought teleportation skills didn't work here." Sinjun replied, "Of course, those people don't even have teleportation skills." Sanju couldn't keep calm. He asked again, "Then how the hell?" But before he could do anything, the ground shook, bringing a horde of monsters that found and surrounded them. Sinjun was very annoyed with them, cursing, "Damn it." Unlike him, Sanju was calmer and replied to him, "This place is like a labyrinth, not just in its dungeon structure. The space here keeps changing." In another space, a man was swinging his sword in a continuous flurry of slashes. Even his sword-drawing stance was majestic, befitting an S-rank hunter. He turned to talk to Sanju. "If you master the form of the sword, the space the sword passes through will be a vacuum. It's a sword technique that can cut through an opponent by controlling the wind, and it's created that way. Its name is Stormbringer." When he turned and saw you eating, he asked, "Are you listening?" With an unconcerned face, you replied, "Yes." He stuck his sword into the ground, tried to calm himself, and then spoke. I'm an S-rank person. An S-rank person, a master of the highest caliber. First, train your sword's form." As you were wiping your mouth, he continued to explain, "If you can feel even a slight vibration in the air, that's already a success. The sword's form is really difficult, isn't it? Don't use your whole arm, but your wrist." While Mr. Raven was busy talking, Sanju quickly drew the sword. Then, using a perfect stance, he made a slash that utterly surprised him. He was speechless for a long time. What? No, how? What? The scene that appeared was of an intense battle, with monsters and dry skeletons scattered everywhere. After each victory, Sinjun happily said, "Good." Meanwhile, the skeletons screamed incessantly. Because they could revive, Sanji gritted his teeth and cursed, "Just die already." At this moment, the system appeared again and said, "This will continue indefinitely until you defeat the one manipulating this space." This only made Sanju even angrier. "Damn it, what should I do now?" Seeing the monsters continuously approaching, he asked again, "A scoundrel is manipulating this space?" It immediately answered, "That's right, you must see his face." Hearing that, he became even more determined. "I vow not to let him do as he pleases." In another space, the surrounding stone debris moved continuously, while the person moved and talked to himself. "Young Sanju, there must be a reason why the master asked me to act. You have exceptional combat abilities." He picked up the skull and said, "Hoo-hoo." Seeing him immediately reminds me of you, Marcel." He paused for a few seconds, then spoke again. "You have so many undead around you, so you're very strong." Looking at the piles of skulls covering the ground, he continued, "As for normal humans, of course, there are always limits." Returning to Sanju's location, he was still using his moves to fight the monsters, and in his head, he was still thinking, "Will this never end?" He stomped on a skull with his foot while thinking. Monsters continuously revive, so to defeat them, it takes 2 or 3 times the effort. When I thought I had destroyed them, they were actually just moving to another dimension. Thinking of this, Sanju became even more annoyed and grumbled. These damn dogs keep rising again and again. Isn't there any way to stop them? Sinjun, beside him, replied, I heard that if you have divine power, you can incinerate them. But thinking of that, he said, how about, starting now, you try praying? Sanju, angered, gnashed his teeth and threatened, I'll destroy you first and turn you into one of them. But as he held his sword, thinking of the word Jun just mentioned, an idea sparked in his mind. Incinerate? He turned to his two clones and said, can you guys create fireballs and distract them? One clone replied, Okay. He held the sword and said seriously, then, move the fireball and bring it to my sword. The clone who had just replied pondered silently for a moment, then answered, okay. The scene changed. Someone was calling him. Apprentice, what's your plan? He looked at Mr. Raven and said, I'm just imitating you. He raised his crooked hand and said, but my wrist, making him exclaim, oh dear. Seeing his reaction, Sanju quickly said, it'll be back to normal in just 3 minutes. He said seriously to him, I see you have strong regenerative power. He also thought, at this level, his sword speed is as fast as a level 3 wind. Clenching his fists, he truly admired the boy's talent in his mind. I knew he was very quick, but I didn't expect him to have such excellent body control. He's truly a formidable kid. If I guide him well, he might become the sword that pierces through Liber. Just by looking at his back, one could tell he had thought very carefully before making a decision. We'll begin a new lesson. So sit down. My disciple. Now we'll move on to mana structure. In another space, blazing flames and delighted laughter appeared. That was Sanju holding a sword imbued with flames created by a clone. He said proudly, that's right, this is the sword. It's just been combined with a fire orb. His friend Jun quickly objected. That's no different from just throwing fire orbs at them. Sanju asked in confusion, don't you see divine power flowing in this weapon? Saying that, he swung his sword towards the target and shouted, look. Then he slashed a nearby monster with his sword, making it shriek in pain. The other monsters were also engulfed in flames and could only scream. Sinjun could only stare blankly, speechless at this sight, looking at a battlefield filled only with smoke, dust, and debris. Sanju turned back to show off his achievement. Now, they contain holy spirits. Jun replied vaguely, yeah, let's just say that. Sanju grumbled at him, unaware that someone was approaching them. You talk too much. Why don't you go unleash divine power yourself? Sinjun also said helplessly, I have that kind of skill, but I can only maintain it for 0.5 seconds. Is that okay? At this moment, the man spoke up, drawing attention, saying, are you all hunters? Seeing a thin, strange-looking man with 2 long scars. They asked, yes, who are you? He replied, can you show me the way out of here? I got lost while sightseeing here. After hearing the reason, Sanjaya glanced at him and asked again, sightseeing? His words revealed his thoughts. Did he think I believed that? However, he still pointed in one direction and said, I don't know the exit, but that way leads to the outside road. The man happily replied, that's enough then. Thank you. As he was about to inquire about the man's true reason, the man bent down. But who are you? There's no way you're here for sightseeing. He said, damn it, your shoelace is untied. Let me tie it for you. At this moment, his face darkened, ignoring what he was saying. Hey, wait. He held on tight and said to him, just stand still. Meanwhile, he said something very strange, making him visibly confused. Don't mind the path you're on. Just keep moving forward. You'll do well. Sanjiu and his clone also didn't understand. He added, the day the truth is revealed is not far off. Sanjiu now wanted to ask, what is he rambling about? It was then that he put his hands on his knees, stood up, and said, oh, and thanks for showing me the way. Sincerely. Then he ambled away, still muttering, everything is happening just as prophesied. Sanjiu didn't understand anything he said and complained, what the heck? At the same time, a sound was emitted. Brother, psychic connection complete. It was a call from Heian about the magic circle measurement. The rescue team will be there. Just tell me your location. After listening, He also replied, "Are the awakened coming?" But there's a bit of a problem, because right now, the ground around him is changing. He said again, "This space has been warped, so people inside will move randomly and unpredictably." It's moving again now. On Heian's side, the sounds kept echoing. "I don't know where Hunter Chan Min's group went anymore," Siona quickly said. "Then when the rescue team arrives, there might not be anyone there anymore." The armored person replied to her, "Tell the rescue team to hurry before they're moved to another space again." Heian was very flustered to hear him say that. What if the location changes? "We can't determine it," but he replied, "We can do it." She asked again, very surprised, "What?" "On this side." He spoke cheerfully. "Everyone here has a good memory, so get ready. From now on, we'll draw a map of this place together." The scene changed again. Here, a sphere was monitoring everywhere in the labyrinth. A sound echoed nearby. "Are they being separated?" It's the master of the catacombs setting up a formation. He started muttering again. "That's right. If they can't stay in one place for long, what will those people do? They're trying to find a way and figure out the structure of this place at all costs." Thinking this, he roared, "But it won't work. They should know one thing. Trying to determine direction in such a chaotic space is useless. It's really easy to deal with." Looking at the figure running past the sphere, he said with even greater delight, "Just a little longer now." "Yes, run on." "Ho ho." As he adjusted the space panels, he laughed louder. "Ho ho." But what she saw made her stop laughing. Her eyes widened, and her mouth fell open, speechless. Sanju's clone was now running, observing everywhere he went and drawing conclusions. "I've seen this terrain before. This is point A." Then he added, "It's 500 meters from the location where our first incident occurred. A moment ago, we were at this position. Now we should be at the first intersection." Observing in multiple directions, he became even more certain. "Go from point B3. Right, left, right, and you'll reach point A2. The enemy is about 640 meters away, to the left of point A3. That's where the battle took place." He imagined the labyrinth's shape through the places he'd been. "The intersection is where the Min Hunter team is. That's point C3. To the right is point D2, the starting point then." He sat on the ground and sketched the shape of the labyrinth, moving forward 14 meters and turning 30 degrees to the left. Shinju, who was next to him, didn't understand and asked, "What is it?" He explained, "I sent out the clones to draw the trajectory according to the direction they went." As the clone looked at the paper, he continued, "No matter where they are teleported, as long as they accurately remember where they went, they will reach the meeting point when everyone converges." Looking at the pile of papers gathered from the clones, he continued, "Then we can create a map." Shinju immediately asked, curious, "How do they remember the location and determine the direction?" He calmly replied, "I can." At this moment, sounds emerged from various places, surprising him quite a bit. "I've met Min's group, and I've met another group of survivors from the academy. Same here." His voice reached Heian's group. "You can still hear me, right?" She quickly replied, "Ah, yes. The rescue team is nearby." He quickly replied, "I'll give the location." The clone also said, "I'll explain starting from the north, where the master's first incident occurred. The closest place to that is." Thanks to this, all the groups gathered in one place. Everyone was happy. They helped each other move toward safety. Heian even rushed to hug him tightly, for a long time, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, glad to be alive, right? When she saw this scene through the orb, the one controlling the maze continuously grumbled nonsense. "San, how could you?" The clone that helped Sanju collect the blueprints has returned, thanks to which, it seems the map structure is almost complete. After gathering everything, it revealed the maze's base layer takes the form of a giant circle. Sanju held the blueprint and said, "Surely the reason for the teleportation is some kind of skill." Shinju, beside him, suggested, "If it's a skill, then it would have a limited range," meaning the person who created this maze. Saying this, he touched the circle in the center and said, "Must be at the center of this place." Hearing that, Sanju called out, "Everyone, concentrate. Let's find out who caused all of this." I won't let. Shinju interrupted, saying, "Wait." He gnashed his teeth in anger while his face remained nonchalant, saying, "You have to get me out first. Take me to where the rescue team is." At the Tomb Master's place, it was rarely this quiet. After a very long time, he finally spoke to himself. "I'm sorry, everyone. I couldn't save them all." At this moment, he rummaged through his belongings while muttering, "But it's okay. They can still be saved. At least I'll stop anyone who dares to come here." He took out a vial, looked at it, and said, "Perhaps Master had already anticipated this." Clutching the vial tightly, he rejoiced. "With this, I can go back to the time when everyone was still happy." After a long silence, he recalled the past. The sky suddenly opened a hole, monsters poured out, and everyone died. The image returned to the day he was young, witnessing the scene of streets filled with countless corpses. Suddenly, a sound came from the radio. "Static. Attention, everyone listening to this announcement." One of them said, "The radio's working. The broadcaster must still be alive somewhere." The radio continued to blare. "A strange phenomenon is occurring simultaneously in many places around the world. Monsters are pouring out from an unidentified gate, and people are being attacked. We call this phenomenon the Great Catastrophe and have declared a national state of emergency." Everyone in the group was stunned by the overwhelming amount of news, and the radio continued to say, "If you encounter strange phenomena, leave immediately. If you encounter never-before-seen creatures, do not provoke them. Instead, hide, gather food and water, and wait for rescue." And when they turned around, they saw the skeleton starting to move. The radio's voice continued to pour out, "This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill." A man wearing glasses, seeing the skeleton gradually piecing itself back together, said, "Hey, look." Seeing the skeleton holding weapons made everyone run away. Someone else shouted, "The skeleton's moving. Everyone run." The girl, seeing the skeleton charging towards her, tripped, fell, and cried out loudly, "Hick, help me." Just as she thought she was about to die, nothing happened. One person in the group said, "It's gone." At this moment, she finished using her magic and walked over, saying, "Don't go outside." He continued, "I can protect everyone here." That was Labyrinthos, distorting space at a certain location. All space-related skills, including teleportation, cannot be used to travel between the distorted space and the outside, but Labyrinthos will still function. He repeated, "It's very dangerous outside." Returning to the present, he stood within the magic circle and said, "I'm just trying to keep everyone safe and sound." A current of energy surged down, enveloped him, and then spread around. He mumbled to himself, "Why don't they understand?" He looked up and yelled, tears streaming down his face, "Why does no one understand me?" The scene cuts back to your group. Above them, the rescue team is saying, "We are the rescue team. Use the rope to climb up." Shinju looked at the rope being lowered, hesitating for a long time. But climbing a rope, Sangu couldn't stand it and angrily ordered, "Number 2, carry him." 2 acknowledged the order, replying, "Understood." But before anything could be done, the space became distorted again. Everyone was bewildered. Sangu quickly asked, "What is it?" He quickly reacted, slashing at the barrier with his sword, but it had no effect. "Damn it, it's blocked. I guess I'll have to use my spatial skill." Shinju quickly asked, "So, are you leaving me behind?" Sanju touched the distorting barrier and was also surprised. "Huh, my spatial skill is also blocked. I thought it would work." Both, now isolated, silently looked at the barrier. Shinju accepted their fate, saying, "This must be the only way. We have to go to the central area, as originally planned." "Well, I was going to stay and help you anyway. Let's go." Meanwhile, Heian's group was also panicking after being separated. "I can't see inside." "And the rope too." Heian called out anxiously, "Brother." At this moment, a familiar sound rang out, surprising Heian greatly. "Get out of the way." That person created a small orb and threw it directly at the target, causing an explosion, and the area became hazy with smoke and dust. The person who arrived was the beast human girl, who saw that the explosion still had no effect. The girl shook her head in doubt. Damn it, still not enough? Seeing her, Heian immediately called out. Miss, sis, she enthusiastically replied. Heian, thank goodness you're okay. Hello, clone. After greeting them, the beast-human girl immediately asked. I heard Sanju is still stuck inside. Heian replied. Yes, he went with Shinju. Seeing this, she also said, I don't think he'll be in danger, but if we just leave it like this, who knows what might happen? We need to deal with the person activating this space-restricting skill right away. Then the beast-human girl pointed at the barrier. But as you can see, I can't break through the barrier. Heian asked impatiently, what should we do? I heard that spatial transfer skills don't work either. She approached Heian and asked, what do you mean? Of course, we'll have to try using your skills. Heian stammered, WH what? Me. The beast girl replied, show me the results of your training. On Sanju's side, he and his clones were fighting the skeleton. Sanju instructed, we've been pushed even further away. This is outside of Area A2. While fighting, he yelled, come on, back towards the center. Just as he was about to leave, the space changed again. He yelled again, outside Zone C1. He angrily punched the wall. Damn it, the dungeon's layout also changed again. His mind was in a turmoil. Before, it seemed random, but now he's probably intentionally pushing us away from the center. Just as he was about to turn back to give orders, then a voice echoed. Hey, he replied. Huh. Their group was using mana to send a telepathic message to Heian, trying to speak concisely. Please tell me the location of the one controlling space. I'll attack him. Hearing Heian's plan, Sanju quickly asked, huh, but the magic barrier is still up. Heian quickly replied, I've received special training. Hurry. Thinking for a moment about the current situation, he gave his answer. Number 6. You have the map in your head, right? Number 6 replied. Yes. He held the map structure in his hand and began to speak. Calculate the distance and angle between everyone's current position and the central area, so she can aim more accurately. Clone no. Number 6 replied. Got it. Meanwhile, he started adjusting his spatial abilities, muttering, I know. My skill. That's right. At this moment, images of the rescued people eating together appeared. Someone said, the maze creator. That's a cool nickname. Monsters can't get in here. Another person added, he's always protected this place from monsters. Again, a child who was playing happily said, oh mom, this is awesome. I actually teleported back when I tried to escape from here. The mother next to him reminded, hey, don't mess around anymore. Sorry for asking that. You created the maze, and the kids keep trying to get out of here. Back in the present, he wailed again. That's how I'll protect everyone. Back in the past, someone returned from outside. Everyone, I'm back. The others chimed in. Glad you're back safe. How's it outside? The person with jagged hair said, don't go outside anymore. People with superpowers are popping up everywhere. Be careful of them. He replied, thanks, Marcel. But it's fine. I can escape immediately if anything happens. The more he thought about it, the more tears welled up. No one is allowed in here. No one. The past intertwined again. A little girl excitedly said, Maze creator, can you get us some flowers, please? Her older sister shyly added, if you happen to see any, thank you. Then the middle-aged man also said, we all owe you our lives. Facing your side, red threads of energy appeared, and number 6 was pointing, guiding Heian. Aim in that direction. He used his hand as a support, reminding and assisting Heian. Hold your breath and focus. A little higher, slowly, slowly. Heian used all her strength when she heard those 2 words. She aimed following number 6's hand, but the laser shot straight forward, regardless of monsters or skeletons, piercing through walls or spatial barriers. It shot straight to his spot, piercing through his body from behind. Bloody hands and a face full of surprise, with tears streaming down. Huh! The image that appeared in her mind was of her standing still, surrounded by corpses, impaled by swords. She thought I was wrong again. Seeing everything in front of him made him unable to believe it. Why? Everyone, turning towards the blood-soaked man. He cried out, Wago. He then looked towards the two sisters, also impaled by long iron bars. Lui, glory. His heart twisted when he saw his soulmate impaled by 4 swords, blood everywhere. He helplessly called out, Marcel. The massacre awakened memories of reaching out to save everyone. In his mind were the voices of those he saved, saying, May's creator. What a wonderful name. Just as you said, monsters can't get in here. To protect this place from thieves and monsters. Wow, oh my God. It's amazing. You keep going back inside even when you try to get out. He walked past the corpses, his eyes empty and soulless. He saw the spatial blocks moving freely. The dungeon's appearance had changed. Holding the wreath in his hand, he remembered earlier. Kid, I don't think we can get a real flower. We should be content with fake flowers here. His whole body was filled with resentment as the sound still echoed in his head. That's enough. Thank you, May's creator. He took the wreath and placed it on his head. The skeletons were also slowly approaching him. A decision came to him. He sat still, waiting for them to finish him. Everyone wait for me. He looked up, laughing and crying. I'll see you again soon. The rumbling passed. Back to Sangu's group, he was still anxious. Did he succeed? He turned to number 6 and spoke. I think the spatial distortion has stopped. Number 6 stood at attention and replied. That's right. As if on cue, Sangu darted ahead, his clone's vaccine. When Sangu spoke, Good, then let's head straight to the center. The old man merely roared in vain. Somewhere a man said, Master, won't it be too dangerous if the 7 deadly sins are released? I think we should call for reinforcements. The man with the triangular beard rested his hand on his chin and replied, I've given them a few difficulties, so we have nothing to worry about. It's not easy for them to reach the center of the labyrinth. The more he spoke, the more smug the man with the triangular beard became, adding, And the maze creator's skill is perfect for keeping others from getting close. But he suffered mental damage related to the sealing of the 7 deadly sins. After a pause, he continued, He had immense talent, but this is also what killed him. I heard that he acquired that skill right when the disaster began, and he used it to protect civilians. He maintained the spatial distortion to push monsters away and keep people inside for many years. The man with the triangular beard seemed lost in thought, then finally continued, But why did that talent become a deadly poison to him? There are several layers of protective measures around the 7 deadly sins. Do you know which is the most common among them? Hearing him, one of the 2 men quickly replied, I don't know, my apologies. Recalling the giant creatures attacking humans, he said, Monsters. Most of the time, the 7 deadly sins are sealed with powerful monsters. Seeing the mana on his fingertips made him even more wicked. But the spatial distortion that had gone on for many years finally broke the first seal of the 7 deadly sins in the dungeon. One could see the incredible helplessness of watching all their acquaintances brutally killed. The man with the triangular beard said indifferently, However, fortunately, there was still a second seal, so the released monsters were only C grade or B grade. But that was when most of the civilians living there would die. Both young men's faces turned pale as they heard him recount, in the dungeon from which they could not escape. The man with the triangular beard continued. After that, the maze creator's skill malfunctioned. The direction of the spatial distortion became random, so even if they wanted to break the seal to escape from there, they couldn't. Do you understand now? There's nothing to worry about here. The tall, crab-haired young man, despite hearing his analysis, still hesitated and asked again, But I've heard that those who went there have very strong skills. What if they could reach the center and meet the one who created the chaos of the labyrinth? The scene returned to the dungeon master's location. At this moment, he held the blood-stained star in his hand and stared at it for a long time without saying anything. He sat huddled in a corner, his back to the pile of skulls. The one who broke the silence was Sangu. He smashed through the wall, bursting into the pile of skulls, and angrily shouted, I've finally arrived, the center of the labyrinth. Sangu, the old man, and two clones appeared from behind him. He only saw him drop the star-shaped object to the ground. Sanju continued, "Fortunately, you're still alive. I found you." He just stood up. The boy then added, "You're the one who caused the labyrinth's disturbance, right?" He silently glanced at the boy before replying, "I should have died back then." His nonsensical remark made Sanju ask again, "What?" The old man also chimed in, "What do you mean?" He coughed up blood but still forced himself to speak. "Because of my skill, the sealed monsters were released. That's when everyone died, unable to escape the labyrinth." He added, "They're lying scattered at your feet. Could you be a bit careful with them?" This made the boy scream, "What? So these aren't monster skulls?" He ignored Sanju's outburst, still lost in his sorrowful emotions. "My biggest regret in life is the spatial disturbance was activated, and I didn't realize it." He recalled that day, when he held the wreath and put it on his head, as skeletons slowly advanced towards him. A decision struck him. He sat still, waiting for them to dispose of him. "Everyone wait for me." He looked up, laughing and crying, "I'll see you all again soon." However, at that moment his entire body was enveloped by a green aura, and the skeleton seemed to freeze. Returning, he looked at the wreath. "After everyone died, I don't know if it was due to my survival instinct, but I was afraid. Even after my skill malfunctioned, the monsters kept teleporting away from me. They couldn't touch me." Blood and tears poured out, yet he still managed to say, "But now, I've decided. I want to return to that day." The ground shook more violently, and he grew more determined. "Because my skill has returned, I'm sure I have enough ability to reverse the architecture of this place back to what it was then. Once again, I will break the seal of this place." Using all his strength, he raised his hand and yelled, "Even now, I can still hear the master telling me to stop. But it's okay, everyone. Please accept me once more." Sanjay got angry and yelled, "Are you crazy?" The boy, gritting his teeth in anger, prepared to lunge with his fire sword. "You want to release more monsters? You really think I'll let you do that?" The system reappeared, binding Sanju, but unexpectedly, his feet couldn't move, and an ice symbol appeared. He thought, "What is this? My shoelace." Remembering the strange man he'd just met, he understood and cursed in his head. Damn it. He wouldn't give up that quickly. But it won't work. I have high reflex stats. He quickly acted. "I'll shift my weight forward and jump slightly on the foot that's stepping on the shoelace, smoothly twisting the other foot too. Kneel on one side but land safely, rolling forward." After doing it, he said, "Tile." He still watched the boy's every move and said, "Ah, thank you for stepping on that tile. I was almost out of strength. That was the final point to break the seal." The boy became still and hurriedly asked him, "What?" A large amount of mana quickly poured down around him. When vision cleared, he was standing on a floating rock. The space was completely red, and a colossal monster appeared beside him. The boy could feel it. "This thing is very dangerous, more dangerous than any monster I've faced so far." As for him, he seemed to have run out of strength, and this monster's level couldn't be determined. He said, "Yes, this is what should have happened." Then he turned and picked something up. "I'll reward you for helping me break the seal. Catch, those are the 7 deadly sins." When he said that, the boy couldn't react in time as he already threw the item and added, "It's time for me to say goodbye." He paused for a few seconds, then continued his unfinished thought. "Thank you now." The colossal monster raised its hand and swiped, sending his head flying after he finished his sentence. "Give me the salvation I couldn't have 20 years ago." Just one flick of its hand created a wave that overpowered everything. Even Sin, the old man, and his clones ducked to avoid it. The system immediately appeared and said, "Kill the 7 deadly sins at once." Sanju was using all his strength to hold the fragment that guy gave him. A dazzling white aura surrounded everything, and when he opened his eyes, he was already in a different space. He blankly asked himself, "Where am I? I was definitely in the dungeon, wasn't I?" From behind him, A voice rang out. I finally met you. As he turned his head, he asked, Who are you? He calmly replied, You don't know me? Oh, right. The system screen appeared. We've only spoken through the system window. Hearing that, he angrily said, You're the one who told me to go into the dungeon. After a second's pause, he continued, Who the hell are you? He calmly replied, You already know my name, don't you? With a tired look on his face, sitting in a chair, he continued, It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Zinston. As he adjusted the system screen with his finger, he said, I'm known as the creator of the system. Deng Sanju stood motionless. What? Li Bear continued, First of all, I want to say that you don't need to worry too much about those who died in the dungeon maze. The time you spent in there was just a blink of an eye outside. Li Bear said, But if you absorb too much information, your brain will melt. Hearing this, Sanju flinched and shouted, Are you crazy? Let me out now. But before leaving, Sanju wanted to understand one thing. So he probed, By the way, Zinston, you're the one who started the apocalypse on Tybern, right? Li Bear adjusted his glasses and replied, I want to say a few things about that. The reason for the apocalypse was indeed created by my system. Sanju was very annoyed by this. With his hands on his hips, he interrupted Li Bear. And you have the audacity to ask me if I want to stop it? Li Bear replied, Calm down. I've never lied to you. My purpose when starting the apocalypse on Earth. And once again, Sanju interrupted Li Bear. Even if you were the one who destroyed all of Tybern? Li Bear bowed his head awkwardly and said, I couldn't control it. Follow me. All my research is here. You'll learn more. Sanju opened the system screen and seriously asked Li Bear, Why did you create such a dangerous thing as this system? Was it because you wanted to save Tybern from the war with Gran ID? Li Bear's lifeless eyes only looked down when he heard Sanju's question, and he hesitated for a long time. Then he continued to explain. Why did I create the system? Li Bear clasped his hands together. It's because someone very important to me was infected with a virus. Li Bear adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed on Sanju. I thought that once I completed the system, I could also find a way to cure that disease. Sanju clenched the back of his hand and asked, What happened to that person? Li Bear's face darkened. She's in a place where she doesn't have to suffer anymore. At least I believe so. Deng Sanju, I believe you understand this feeling more than anyone else. Sanju remained silent. The main topic resumed. Li Bear explained, The system lost control. First it was Tybern, now it's Earth. It's become a monster that devours everything. Li Bear took out the 7 deadly sin stone. What we need is to stop the system. Collecting all 7 deadly sins is the way to prevent the apocalypse. Sanju was confused. Why do we have to do that? Li Bear continued, Because having the 7 deadly sins is the only way to escape the system's control. He continued, The 7 deadly sins also bring 2 effects to the owner. First, it prevents the system's effects on the owner's body. I once said that talking about this in too much detail could lead to us being discovered, right? Sanji realized, So the 7 deadly sins allowed you to talk to me? Li Bear nodded. Exactly. The second effect appears when all 7 deadly sins have been completely absorbed, and that is, Li Bear continued, super strength. The 7 deadly sins are fragments of an entity that once existed on Earth for a very long time. When you absorb them, you will inherit their power. According to the description, it seemed like something terrible, making Sanji suspicious. Why does it sound worse? Li Bear replied, The dark aura radiating from the stone. Yes, they will try to take over your body. As their name suggests, the outcome will not be good. Li Bear handed the stone to Sanju and advised, You are strong. Don't let them conquer you. Sanju took it and affirmed, Don't worry, my mind is very stable. However, Sanju still had questions. He curiously asked, But what did you mean about not being affected by the system in terms of the body? Sanju grimaced, perhaps from exhaustion. Li Bear also noticed, Oh, it seems you've reached your limit. He continued, "Let's talk about it after you defeat the monster." Sanju complained, holding his head. "The thing I saw just now? How can I kill it?" The empty space gradually faded with Liber's unfocused eyes, both reminding and pleading with Sanju. "Don't worry. The fragment of the 7 deadly sins will help you." "Dung Sanju, please. Stop the system." Sanju listened tensely as the pitch-black cubic cells gradually filled that empty space. And then Sanju returned to the real world, to the space where he fought every day. The ground was cracking, because the recent conversation drained a lot of Sanju's energy. It took him some time to regain his bearings. Fortunately, Junyi, who was nearby, called out and woke him up. "Hey, Dung Sanju, are you okay? We have to go now." Sanju, confused, was about to speak, but was stopped by Junyi. "Now is not the time for questions," Junyi exclaimed. "This thing isn't an ordinary monster." Looking up, the monster was gathering magical power into a sphere. That very sphere was causing the surrounding houses to collapse, and from it, countless rays spread out like spider legs, pinning straight down into the ground. Huge fragments were falling due to Earth's gravity. Some people screamed in panic, "Ah, help! Help!" Some people lay motionless on the ground. Some people looked distraught after witnessing their loved ones crushed to death. "Dad, run!" All the painful screams echoed, and Sanji gritted his teeth, enduring. This bastard brought back his memories. Sanji turned to Junyi and asked, "You can use enhancement for 0.5 seconds. Right?" He was surprised. "That's true. But what are you planning to do?" The sky was dyed blood red, and the spider legs continued to pierce straight down. Sanjiu instructed Junyi, "Hide and use it the moment I call you." He agreed. "All right." Sanjiu clutched the stone named 7 deadly sins. He ordered his clones, "All of you, go save people, except number 1. Avoid combat if possible." The monster stood amidst the rubble, searching for hostile targets. Sanjiu looked at the stone in front of him, tense. Will the 7 deadly sins really help? Then he crushed the stone. "Then let's do it." The stone shattered, revealing a pitch-black sphere with a purple glow. Sanjiu marveled. There's still a ball inside, and it was enveloping him. In his mind, Sanjiu clearly saw a yellow pupil, like that of a beast, staring intensely at him. "Who are you?" Finally, a new body. Sanjiu was covered in blood, bewildered. He screamed in agony. The ball, or the 7 deadly sins, was possessing Sanjiu's body. Junyi hid in a corner, observing. From his perspective, Sanjiu's entire body had turned brown, with veins clearly visible on his face. Junyi was astonished. What's happening to him? Isn't he supposed to transform when he screams? At the same time, in Sanjiu's subconscious, a demon held the sphere of the 7 deadly sins. Above him, countless yellow pupils sprouted. "I will give you anything you want in exchange for your body. Give it to me. Give it to me." The demonic call gradually corrupted Sanjiu. He let out a sinister laugh. "This is nothing compared to the madness of the cursed sword." With this power of his, the encroaching demon inside him roared, "Give me your body." Sanjiu opened his mouth, slowly bringing the sphere closer. "Perhaps I just need to relax and let everything happen naturally." But then Sanjiu froze. He recalled the end of the conversation between him and Liber. "Be strong. Don't let them conquer you. Don't worry. My mind is stable." Sanjiu smiled faintly, thinking, "I almost failed." "You've stopped again? Standing there resisting is useless." Sanjiu gritted his teeth, trying to maintain his composure. "Shut up." Images from the past flashed before him, lying motionless on the hospital bed, while Dung Sanjiu helplessly sobbed. He clenched the sphere, raised it high, and shouted, "I've made too many mistakes out of complacency." Then he passed it to the clone. With his own strength, number 1 was dumbfounded. While number 1 was in pain, Sanjiu stood aside, breathing a sigh of relief. "I realized I should know my limits. Now, let someone else continue." Junyi was utterly shocked. "How cruel! How truly cruel!" He cursed, "You bastard! You're a complete scumbag. Perhaps because of evil deeds. Quiet, be quiet. Just let someone with a stable mind hold that thing. And the sound attracted the monster. It bent down. Sanju grumbled. It saw us. That's because you were loud. Junyi could only apologize. The monster created a ball. From the ball, it transformed into a mace, and the monster was also gradually approaching them. Sanju shivered. Damn it. Are you done, number one? You're the one with the best spirit. Number one state has changed. Unidentifiable. System notification. Identifying error. Unidentifiable. A bunch of errors. Identifying error. Unidentifiable. The power of the 7 deadly sins erupted. While the monster was rushing towards them, it threw the mace. Sanju cursed. Damn it. Boom. A loud explosion. The hazy smoke gradually dispersed. Number one blocked the monster's attack. Sanju rejoiced. Number one. Number one didn't respond to him. Number one grinned. When was the last time I breathed outside air? Number one asked Sanju, Are you challenging me? Sanju was stunned and instinctively called out, Number one. Number one remained silent. Suddenly, it laughed eerily. What is number one? Then it gave him a rainbow punch, sending him flying straight into the wall. Luckily, Sanju managed to harden himself in time. Damn it. He recalled Li Bear's words. The 7 deadly sins are fragments of a legendary entity that existed on Earth long ago. They will try to possess your body. As you know from their name, the outcome won't be good. Looking at number one's state, Sanju deduced, perhaps number one's body has been possessed. Number one walked over and stood face to face with Sanju. Get up, challenger. He thought tensely. He's too strong. His stats have already surpassed the clones. The barrier instantly collapsed, and perhaps his stats are even higher than mine. This battle has only just begun. With that, number one charged. It smiled brightly, while Sanju gritted his teeth. Damn it, this isn't the right time. I still have to kill another monster. What should I do? Sanju thought of something. Number one sneered. You're too slow. Sanju bent down. This time, he even knelt down to beg. That blabbering mouth of yours. Anyone can tell you're not honest. Oh my, oh legendary entity. You've just woken up. So you're still feeling fuzzy, aren't you? I think you've mistaken the challenger. So let me tell you. Sanju pointed towards the monster. The monster was just standing there and got targeted. Number one questioned him with an intimidating aura. Really? Sanju said loudly. He was the one who threw the spear from the start. It's truly like leading a dog by the nose. Even Junyi, hiding in a corner, had to admit it. I know I'm hiding, so I have no right to say these words. But he's playing so dirty. Sanju was still using his glib tongue to lead little number one right into his trap. Ah, he's looking this way. Please, Your Excellency, do something. Number one unleashed his power and advanced towards the monster. I'm not picky about who the challenger is. Let me play with you a bit. Sanju worried. I successfully tricked him, but... Sanju looked at the big guy and wondered, can I really fight that guy? Number one was now approaching the monster. One punch, right to its chest. Sanju was overjoyed, but it only lasted a few seconds. Number one was immediately counterattacked and sent flying by a single headbutt. Sanju was disappointed. So weak. From the corner, number one counterattacked. Laser beams shot from his eyes, piercing through the monster's body. Number one became frenzied. A mere fragment isn't enough. But upon seeing the monster had taken quite a bit of damage, number one became smug. No, this is probably perfect. Let's continue. A new battle is about to begin. Everyone ran in panic to avoid the large pieces of wall. Hyeon stood still. Is this my fault? She turned to instruct. Sane, evacuate all the trainees. If you need it, you can ask the guild to send transport ships. Sane agreed. All right. But Hyeon didn't, she panicked. What about you, Yini? Her older sister, Mihu, replied coolly. My role as an instructor ends here, so I have to go back to being a hunter. Hyeon cried out in despair. Yuni. Number 1 delivered a series of devastating blows to the monster's body at lightning speed. Sangu was surprised. I take back what I just said. How can he fight at that speed? My eyes can't even clearly see the attacks anymore. Despite that, dodging the attack was impossible. The 7 deadly sins complained. This body is too weak. Besides regeneration, there's nothing else. But in return, after taking a few hits, he got used to the enemy's fighting style. No MOT smirked. I've adapted to your magic. Boom! This time his face took the hit. Miu arrived at this moment and immediately asked, Sanju, are you okay? I'll fight alongside you. Where are the other clones? Has no MOT consumed too many gems again? Hearing the voice, Sanju turned around. Captain Mihu. It was then that he paid attention to Mihu's words from earlier. Wait a minute, while he's possessing no MOT's body. If she joins, He quickly stopped her. Don't. Leave this place as fast as you can. Mihu was confused. Huh. But it seemed Sanju couldn't stop no MOT, or rather, the 7 deadly sins, in time. I always welcome new challengers. Blood splattered on the wall. It seems Mihu is in danger. Elsewhere, under the lamplight, a bottle of wine was lifted and tipped into a mouth. Slam! A loud noise. It seemed that even after trying to savor the last few drops in the bottle, it wasn't enough, and the man slammed the table in anger. Dragon's Blessing, a wine unaffected by any immunity effects. The man smashed the wine bottle. The receptionist could only remain silent and avoid him. He grumbled, Damn it! Is that the strongest thing? Give me something else. Others at nearby tables also started whispering. We chose the wrong place. How were we supposed to know Scully would be here? He yelled, I don't feel drunk at all. A young man spoke up. You're still looking for a wine that can get you drunk? The young man continued. Wine that can get an S-Rank hunter drunk is rare, especially for you. S-Rank hunter, blessed. Jones, Scully turned his head, puzzled. Zamber, why are you here? Zamber replied, I'm gathering all the S-Rank hunters. He continued, Soon, no, perhaps. An S-Rank monster has already appeared. We need to go rescue the citizens. Scully chuckled. It wouldn't be a problem even if you went alone. You're not like the other S-Ranks. Zamber countered, If I act alone, it'll take too much time, and there will be more victims. Scully still refused. Why should I care? Tell the other S-Rank hunters to go with you. Don't you want a wine that can get you drunk? Scully froze. Zamber smiled sinisterly and continued. I can get you some. Scully, filled with dark aura, scrutinized him. Are you sure? Back to Sanju. Blood stained the floor. It seems the bloodstain appeared because no MOT had clawed his own hand to stop himself before attacking Mihu. The 7 deadly sins roared. You bastard! Resistance is futile. Just follow my orders. After a while, no MOT brushed his hair back. It seems no MOT had resisted the demon's control. That's the iron will Sanju trusted. I am no MOT. And except for my master, no one can give me orders. To be sure, Sanju asked again, Are you really no MOT? While Captain Mihu was still bewildered. Sanju, what's happening here? Sanju replied awkwardly. It's a long story. No MOT clutched his face, trying to hold on. A voice echoed from the other half of his face. Well done. Your loyalty is impressive. I'll let you in this time. You're lucky. He laughed loudly, then vanished. Following that, number 1 also returned to normal. Sanju sighed in relief. He's awake again. Mihu asked curiously, Was he brainwashed? A stirring sound came from behind, from the monster's direction, making all 3 alert. Sanju questioned number 1. Number 1, I have something to ask. Can you stop it? With that pulse-like energy from earlier? Number 1 shyly pulled his mask back up, then looked bewildered. What? The monster moved again. Sanju, tense, asked, You can't. Number 1, with innocent eyes, replied, Yes. Sanju yelled, The space is collapsing too. Then run immediately. Elsewhere, Raven, the S-Rank hunter nicknamed the Seeker. imparted a skill to Sangu's clone, number 7. Violent Demon's movement is a secret technique passed down through generations of our sect. If you learn it, your swordsmanship and magic will multiply many times over. He sighed. I usually don't teach it really, but seeing how well you're learning, I'll make an exception and teach it to you. Number 7 sat still and listened. Focus your inner energy and move as much of it as possible into your dantian, gathering all the inner energy in your body so you can control it automatically. The inner energy within him began to converge towards the center of his respiratory system. He continued to instruct after number 7 completed the first step. Now I will guide your inner energy to follow a new circulatory path. If you carelessly misdirect your inner energy, it can harm your body, so be careful. Then let's. Raven pressed firmly on Sangu's back. I'm doing it now. Back with Manhua, Sangu, and number 1. The three were running for their lives. Since number 1 was also running with them, Manhua grew curious and asked, Clone, you were fighting so fiercely just now. What happened now? Number 1 was silent. At this moment, Sangu wondered again. You really can't shoot lasers from your eyes anymore? Number 1 stammered. Yes. At the same time, Sangu's other clones returned, and he inquired, How is the rescue of the injured going? The clone replied, What humans could do, they've almost finished. After receiving the rescue report, Sangu ordered all his clones to assemble. Then everyone gather here. Let's deal with this bastard together. The clones rushed towards the monster. Manhua also joined the fight. I'll attract his attention. She used her fox charm to create a seductive image, drawing the monster's attention. In the monster's mind, a female skeleton in a wedding dress appeared, dancing. As it got distracted by the girl, a Sangu clone seized the opportunity, rushing forward and plunging a knife into its head. But due to carelessness, he accidentally approached the magic orb instead of its head. The scene seemed to freeze. The clone covered its face to dodge, while the monster's hand suddenly froze. This also brought back some memories for Sangu. Oh right, freezing. I have that skill, but I completely forgot about it right after learning it. So when he remembered, he immediately ordered his clones, Don't let him move. Because of this, a series of ice bonds enveloped several parts of the monster's body. Sangu also aggressively advanced. I'll help too, using the freezing skill. However, Sangu's ice turned into several rocks, leaving him bewildered. What now? Manhua called out worriedly Sangu. But she didn't realize the monster was already close to her, and with a swipe of its hand, Manhua flew into the pile of rubble. Not stopping there, the monster seemed intent on killing Manhua. It approached, reaching out its hand. Fortunately, Sangu used acceleration and managed to stop it in time. Sangu, exhausted, gritted his teeth. Manhua, are you okay? Manhua groaned in pain, and during the struggle with the monster, a skill was accidentally activated. Demonic Surge has been activated. Storm Demonic Surge. The clones were moving extremely fast through wind frames and relentlessly attacking the monster. Sangu was stunned. He was at a loss, so he asked the clone next to him, What kind of skill is that? What is Demonic Surge? Teach me. Meanwhile, with number 7, Raven inquired, How do you feel? He put his hands out to feel. My internal power continues to condense and explode within my body, but it still circulates around my heart. Raven exclaimed, He's sharp. Using swordsmanship with magic when it explodes is a basic combination of my sword techniques. Raven continued, But it's very difficult to use fast swordplay with your current body, so. But before he could finish, the clone interrupted him. Sorry, emergency. Then he waved his hand. I'm leaving now. Sangu's clone left, leaving Raven bewildered. But he went from standing to kneeling and then burst into tears. This isn't me. What kind of person have I become? The spatial gate flashed with light. Familiar footsteps, the sword seeker. Raven wasn't very surprised. You are. Long time no see. I'm not in a good mood. Can you get straight to the point? The shock waves in the air continuously caused great damage to the monster. Sangu was surprised. So strong. but his bones are already damaged. At the same time, Sanju's clone, Slave 7, also slowly came out of the gate. Sorry, I lost control of my mana for a moment, so I couldn't get here in time. Sanju didn't scold, just wondered. Slave 7, are you done training? Only then did Sanju understand. So, perhaps, that magic surge just now was. Slave 7 nodded, his eyes focused. He bent down and drew his sword. Yes, the sword seeker taught me this sword technique. Looking at the physical condition of the other clones, he could guess what Slave 7 would say. But it wouldn't last long. The holes in their bodies, combined with the cracks, would be hard to recover quickly. In contrast, the monster had fully recovered. Sanju frowned. Seriously, he recovers as if it's nothing. We have to finish him in one move. So he asked Slave 7 how to use this new skill. How can you use magic surges? Slave 7 replied, combined attack, sword technique combined with magic explosion. That's the basic theory. Sanju nodded. All right. Both charged forward. Sanju yelled, let's see if our arms break first. Or yours, you bastard. The circulations around their heart spun faster as Sanju desperately launched a single strike. He gritted his teeth. Damn it! But the blade had already pierced through his body. The monster also counterattacked. It had finished creating the magic orbs. Only it didn't have time to use them. A clone charged and struck its right cheek. Slave 7 moved behind it and embedded his sword into its left shoulder. Sanju also descended from the air. If we keep attacking without giving him time to recover. The monster let out a savage roar. Sanju froze. It had created an orb with eyes. Sanju calculated. I must use the spatial gate to block this attack immediately. However, he still couldn't block the attack in time. And just like that, Sanju and the clones were pierced through. The spatial gate opened. It's Raven. He caught Sanju. His face darkened. I didn't expect to see a member of my guild here. Raven, Jamber, Scully, and Dine appeared simultaneously. This is more troublesome than I thought. S-Rank Hunter Raven George Lucas. Let's deal with it. Good idea. S-Rank Hunter Jones, Scully Chadian. The monster is still cultivating magic. A voice spoke. Is that the monster? It was Scully, who observed it. Got a look, then clicked his tongue. Is it a devourer type? Is that why you called me? Jamber added. It suits you perfectly, doesn't it? Seeing Scully free, Raven immediately asked for a favor. Thank goodness. If you could, would you please heal this guy for me? Scully turned his head. He glanced. That's not enough to kill him. Do you know him? Raven replied. I do. Scully finally agreed. All right, it's a small matter. I'll heal the others too. Sanju's clones were also lying scattered on the ground. Huh, their faces look exactly the same. He was confused. Meanwhile, Jamber opened a spatial gate. I'll also go save a few people around here. And Zen was observing. Thanks to you too. The Devourer monster has evolved. Please deal with that monster for me. Jamber left, leaving Raven and Diane on the battlefield. Sanju slowly opened his eyes. Then he sat up, bewildered. Huh, the wound. Scully stood opposite, just waiting for this moment to question Sanju. What the hell are you guys? Are you an alien or something? Anyway, I've healed all of you. So go hide. Sanju asked. Who's that? Manhua beside him worried. Sanju, are you all right? He didn't answer Manhua's question, only staring intently at the man from earlier. Captain Manhua, has he healed everyone already? Manhua smiled. Yes, we've been saved. All these people are S-Rank hunters. There were 3 figures at the feet of the mutated anteater. Raven turned around. You're awake. Just stay there and watch. Sanju was dazed. Raven closed in on the anteater. This is the path you'll have to walk. He focused, both teaching and fighting seriously. It's a demonic rampage, but at a higher level, it's exactly a whirlwind. Spatial gates open continuously. Jamber was still diligently searching for victims and checking the surroundings at the same time. Someone here has been saved. The damage was also truly minor. He discovered something strange. This is very different, extremely different. The giant skeleton demon awoke earlier than usual. In fact, It had already transformed into its second form. The labyrinth of the labyrinth creator had no effect. But the seal here broke so quickly. Yet why isn't that city damaged? Could it be? Recalling the image of the three Sangias, Jamba realized. It's because of those strangely similar hunters. He clenched his fist. I've never seen his face before, but they both saved people and fought the giant skeleton demon, buying time until it transformed into its second form. So, it's highly likely that the 7 deadly sins have also fallen into their hands. Then Jamber fell into a state of frenzy. He laughed cunningly. Well, I didn't expect all this excitement anyway, so let's just wait and see. The scale and scope of the demonic rampage made Sanju admire this, Raven's true strength. Dain raised his sword. All his sword techniques are truly magnificent. Master Swordsman, I truly wish to duel you one day. Dain also charged forward. Dragon Fong. Continuous sword thrust struck. However, after so many blows, the anteater was still unfazed. It counterattacked with black rays, piercing straight down. Scully blocked the attack, complaining, "This damn hardhead." He smiled and snapped his fingers. In this kind of situation, making its head fly is the best strategy. A straight beam pierced through. The anteater was decapitated. But in a flash, an eye opened on its chest. The monster is regenerating its body structure. It roared, a sign of breaking apart. The entire building is shaking. Jamber has returned. He called down from above. That eye-like thing is its magic core. To kill it, you have to aim for that spot and attack. Raven complained. That core keeps moving. Dain suggested. Try to corner it and then attack. Scully looked dejected. I was just trying to hit that eye earlier, you know. Sanju struggled to his feet. I'll lend a hand too. Miho was surprised. Mr. Sanju. She advised him. Don't push yourself too hard. Those 2 S-rank hunters will. He cut her off. They can take it down. Even if you just stay put, they'll be able to do it. But those people won't solve the problems I'll have to face from now on. Sanju's face was stern as he continued. I have to become stronger. I will finish off that monster. Mahu was confused. Finish off. Sanju turned. Sinjiniam, are you there yet? It's your turn now. Sinjiniam, whose name was called, flinched. Then Sanju turned to the clones. You all know what to do, right? They all responded in unison. Yes. Sanju's thoughts were filled with anxiety. I've been holding back from going berserk until now, but now I really need to go berserk. He gripped his sword, then plunged it into the ground. The clone's skills and my powerful stats. I will combine those 2 things. He ordered the clones. Shatter everything and crush it to pieces right now. The anteater began to attack. Scully objected. No, you can't. Jamber continuously opened portals. Dain swung his sword, and Raven drew his sword. Magic riot. Raging dragon. The anteater was trapped. Sanju yelled. That core has been fixed in one spot. He gritted his teeth. Listen now. Zunion complained. Berserk and Holy Light. What kind of combination is that? Using the Holy Light skill, it unleashes an extremely powerful enhancement effect on the selected target. Just as trains and electricity were reimagined to create electric trains, the simultaneous use of these 2 skills significantly boosted Sanju's power. Mahu hurriedly said, I don't care anymore. If I get into trouble with those S-class hunters, you'd better stop them. Fox Hypnosis. You have attracted the opponent's attention through charm. The targets this time are S-class hunters, but for some reason, the illusion of Old Raven is a female rabbit. Sanju smirked. He asked the clones following him. I should aim for that core, right? Focus everything. Sanju concentrated his power, piercing its core in one hit. The system displayed numerous notifications. Monster Devour skill activated, absorbing the monster's essence. Absorbing the stats of the giant skeletal demon. Red eyes glowing in the night. Finally, there's a glimmer of hope. An S-class hunter capable of moving the giant gears of destiny has appeared. System notification. Your stats have increased. Strength. 72,534 to 91,612. Reflex, 62,212 to 78,190. Vitality, 68,593 to 90,642. Stamina, 66,093 to 77,102. Magic power, 81,382 to 96,623. By skill resonance, Sangu's power significantly increased, and with just one blow, he sent the monster back to its lair. After defeating it, Sangu absorbed its stats. Of course, the pain still hit Sangu, who gritted his teeth and endured it. He collapsed to his knees. Raven also noticed, every time my stats suddenly increase, I get muscle pain. Raven grabbed Sangu's hand. Are you okay? Why did you bother? We could have handled it ourselves. He replied, how could I just sit there and watch? But because of that accidental handshake as he stood up, Sangu inadvertently revealed his secret skill to Raven. It was just a touch, but Raven immediately realized his energy has completely changed. What happened? He looked at the tired young man in front of him and wondered, how could he have become so strong so quickly? Raven whispered, it seems you have a monster-killing skill to increase your stats. Sangu was surprised. He sighed, he's really sharp. At this point, Sangu also confessed, yes. From the opposite corner, Scully was still amazed by Sangu. How the hell? He's stronger than I thought. And Dean was still confused. It seems the fake sword user knows him. Anyway, Mr. Raven, how did you know? Before Sangu could finish asking, Jumper cut in. So you're the hunter who held off that monster until now. He offered praise and asked for his name. That was a very brave act, if I may ask your name? Sangu hesitated for a moment. You're Jumper. I'm Sangu. Jumper froze. Young Sangu. Jumper stroked his chin. Young Sangu. Young Sangu. Young Sangu. Seeing Jumper keep babbling about his name, he was dumbfounded. After babbling for a while, Jumper, with wild eyes, smiled wickedly and said, honestly, it's the first time I've heard that name. Sangu cursed under his breath. Of course, I'm not famous enough for an S-rank hunter like you to know me, but I'm quite well known in Korea. Jumper then asked, where are the other hunters who look just like you? They were here just a moment ago. Sangu replied, oh, they're my clones, so. But before he could finish, he was interrupted again, this time by Raven. I saw them leave to clean up the mess. They're excellent hunters. Prioritizing damage control is paramount to them. Sangu was stunned. Jumper turned his back, his face hidden. Ah, what a shame. So, can everyone here come to my villa to hang out? Sangu was curious. Hey, a villa? Jumper smiled brightly and explained, we just attacked such a powerful monster. At the very least, we should have a small post-battle party, right? Let's drink some wine and eat some delicious food together to relax after this tiring hunt. Elsewhere, a servant rushed in frantically. Master, master. The calm man inquired. It seems you have news about the labyrinth creator. So, is everything all right? The servant frantically reported. The dungeon labyrinth has collapsed, sir. The labyrinth creator is also dead. A group of S-rank hunters attacked the giant bone spirit, and more importantly, I guess they even managed to retrieve the 7 deadly sins, sir. The man was astonished. How is that possible? Just as Jumper had said, he took the hunters who had fought with him to a luxurious and opulent space, filled with people of high status. And there were even reporters. Sangu was puzzled. A party full of such important figures, and he calls it a small party? The others were already comfortably enjoying the party's atmosphere. The familiar hair, Sangu. Ha stepped forward, wearing a tight-fitting orange dress with a slit. What do you think? Do I look strange? Sangu blushed. He stammered. It's beautiful. She smiled shyly. Really? I've never worn this type of dress before. To regain his composure, Sangu asked her, anyway, your skills are amazing. What have you been practicing? Ha continued. Haven't I told you already? Raven also approached from afar and asked Han Sangu, are you finding it better to use your inner energy? He turned back. Oh, Mr. Raven. Raven smiled. When I suddenly saw you perform that swordsmanship, I was so surprised that I exclaimed, "What was that?" That's the first step to achieving high-level Storm Herald swordsmanship. Your clones are using it very well. Sanju replied irritably, "Well, those clones are smart. Speaking of clones, why didn't you tell Jumper about my skills?" Hearing Sanju's question, Raven paused for a moment before answering. Should I call it intuition? I've met him a few times before, but it seems I can never guess what he's thinking. He always tries to save people and gives me the feeling that he's attacking dungeons in a way that causes the least damage to humanity. Raven whispered into Sanju's ear. The answer to the question left him dumbfounded, but it was Jumper himself who had deeply connected all of humanity to that system. You already know what it means for all of humanity to be weakening. Sanju frowned. The apocalypse. The two continued to chat. That skill of yours will become famous one day. But for now, you have to be a bit discreet. I understand, especially regarding Jumper. There's no telling how much greater his influence could become. I'll side off to the side. They're not letting me join their conversation. Raven continued, but unlike him, Breast and Crazy Sally are on our side. Sanju froze. Wait, what? Breast. I wondered. Brother, not Sir Breast. If I think about it, your sister. Before he could finish, Raven was interrupted. Was Sir Breast the one who healed me? Where is he now? Scully stood in front of the wine display. He picked up a bottle and sighed. I've tried all the wine from these brands. It's better if I just go home before those reporters. He was contemplating when some guy suddenly appeared next to him. Scully nearly sent the wine bottle flying. He yelled, "You're one of those hunters who all look exactly alike." Upstairs, Jumper stepped out to greet the esteemed guests. Thank you all for gathering here today. I hope everyone is enjoying the party. As you all know, this party is to celebrate our successful defeat of the gigantic bone demon. Someone was already cheering his name. You did it again. Jumper, you quickly formed a raid team with S-Rank hunters. I heard the casualties were very low compared to the monster's level. Jumper became serious. Regarding that, there's something I need to tell everyone here. I am not the one who reduced the casualties and kept that monster contained in the dungeon. The Real Hero is here with us. Everyone was surprised, and the reporters pulled out their cameras to record. Then Jumper announced the hero's identity. Korean hunter Young Sanju. He is the main character of this dungeon raid. With his visible clone skill, he stood up to save those people and risked his life to buy time against the monster. While Ha was stunned, it seems he's really going to become famous. Raven remained silent because he knew this wasn't good news at all. So he investigated Young Sanju in such a short time. It's useless to try and hide. And besides, directing all attention to him like this. Jumper is doing this on purpose. So I want to take this opportunity to say this. I think he has met the qualifications to become Korea's first S-Rank hunter. Furthermore, the Lumina Guild will also place a monument in that dungeon to honor his achievements and will richly reward him. With the dramatic news, reporters sweated. Hey, did you record that? This news is important. The entire hall was in an uproar. Young Sanju. Hunter Young Sanju is also here right now, isn't he? Go find and interview him immediately, a new S-Rank hunter. Dean sipped his tea. A new S-Rank hunter, huh? And Zuniong was frozen in place. Young Sanju, an S-Rank hunter. The others were still frantically searching. Hunter Young Sanju, where is he? The door opened. Earlier, I saw him go in here. It's definitely him. Let go! You crazy bastard! Screaming sounds echoed from inside the door. Sanju was licking Scully's feet, begging. Please heal my sister. I'll do anything you want. I'll lick it, I'm serious. And a terrified Scully was pleading. Don't. Let go of me first, then we can talk. The more he said that, the more enthusiastic Sanju became, bringing his tongue closer. You probably think I won't dare, don't you? I'll even lick your shoes clean. And then this scene was captured by cameras and countless eyes. Raven and Ha stood still in disdain, while cameras flashed. Both of them are ruined. Sanju yelled, No, it's not like that. It's just a misunderstanding. While Scully awkwardly tried to shake Sangu off. You damn psycho, let go. And that became hot news. Chevre held the newspaper. So, now even in the association, everyone's talking about young Sangu. Also, they want you to promote your hunter young Sangu to S-Rank, sir. Hasung's face darkened. Does it really want me to do that? The grand party hosted by Jumper invited hunters who contributed to the battle. But the main purpose was to provoke Sangu's identity, and Hasung had already received the information and was very angry. Chevre tumbled down. Chevre panted. Hasung approached. Chevre, isn't it true that we're both in trouble like this? Hasung's eyes widened. We're partners. You give me that research, and I'll guarantee your research facility, resources, and your safety. That's the condition in our agreement. Chevre objected. I don't think it's fair for me to be responsible for the loss of the growth-enhancing medicine. Isn't protecting the completed medicine also part of job safety? Hasung angrily grabbed Chevre's collar and squeezed hard, making Chevre gasp for air. Listen, just having you near me is an extreme risk to me. Everything you do causes me damage. I saved you from the FBI agents. They're looking for you very aggressively. Hasung ordered. In 1 month, you must produce enough to replace the stolen medicine. If you can't do it, then neither the FBI nor even your wonderful AI will be able to trace you on Earth. The phone rang. Hasung annoyedly picked up. What? On the other end was, It's me, Obakum. It's almost time to make a definitive statement. Hasung snapped. Listen, no matter who it is, even if Jamber himself comes here, I won't let that Sangu become an S-rank hunter faster than me, understand? Baekhyun continued. But there's nothing wrong with that reason. His bone-white spirit has been rated S-rank. Because Hunter Young Sangu caught that monster, and there's even evidence for it, we have no choice but to acknowledge him. Hasung's face darkened. Reason. Other S-rank hunters supported young Sangu in that hunt, so he was able to complete the mission. That can be used as a reason. Tell them that we cannot accept his promotion because of the support he received. Baekhyun sweated. If so, then they'll want us to provide a comprehensive solution that fits the situation. Hasung continued. Of course, to that extent, we'll send young Sangu to them. To Africa, where major disaster struck the Korean hunter team. The cunning in Hasung's every word silenced Baekhyun. There are S-rank monsters there, aren't there? He'll have to go there to pacify them. That will be the condition set by the Hunter Association. If he safely leaves that place alive, as per our request, at least you and I will have no other choice but to acknowledge him. Afterward, at the International Hunter Association WHA, the association decided that they could not confirm that young Sangu had hunted the S-rank monster on his own. In the control room, this case is truly special. Other countries wouldn't hesitate to change data to create as many S-rank hunters as possible, but South Korea is doing the opposite. Should we put more pressure on them? Jamber continued. It's fine, just leave it. Let's wait and see how the association reacts first. The Korean Hunter Association is already so corrupt. We can't predict when everything will come to light. I think we should see this as an opportunity to clean it up. Jamber frustratingly covered his face. The Hunter Association and young Sangu. I don't know who will last in the end, but predicting and imagining the outcome is part of what makes this job interesting, isn't it? Jamber turned around and instructed his subordinate. Just request a safe solution from the Korean Association regarding this matter. His subordinate curiously asked, Where are you off to next? Jamber replied as he walked, Just going to try something new, a change of pace, and catch a few more bad guys. Newspapers were filled with images of young Sangu's legendary shoe-licking incident, along with the headline, South Korea's first S-rank hunter. What will happen to Hunter Young Sangu? Korean hunter Young Sangu has become the center of attention. His actions have yielded incredibly impressive results, and professional hunters have rated him as South Korea's first S-rank hunter. Raven playfully raised his leg toward Sangu. Oh God, my shoes are dirty. Can you do anything about this? Sanju gritted his teeth, his hands clenched. I told you to stop. Sanju replied helplessly. Well, there's nothing else we can do. It was my choice anyway. Back in that moment, reporters barraged him with questions. Hunter Young Sanju, what's your relationship with the S-Rank hunters? Was there some kind of agreement between you all during the S-Rank monster hunt? Scully panicked. Damn it, use holy body skill. Holy power will flow through my entire body. A spatial gate opened, and Scully entered. He then grabbed Sanju's shirt and pulled him along. Hey, follow me. Then both of them jumped out the window. The reporters clamored. They jumped out the window. Chase them quickly. Both of them successfully escaped. Sanju exclaimed. Oh, Scully said. This is why I wanted to leave before the reporters caught us. Then he reacted to Sanju's earlier question. Now what? What about your sister? What kind of illness is it? Tell me that first. Sanju stuck out his tongue. Can you cure her? Scully grumbled irritably. At least tell me what the illness is first. Sanju fell silent. Then he replied, Manavirus. Scully froze. Sanju continued. The doctor said the only thing that could save her is a potion or a healer like you. Scully, stroking the cross on his neck, stammered in response. That doctor is a quack. First of all, curing the Manavirus is very difficult, even for me. But I can come and see what I can do. Sanju was motionless. If even you can't do it, then who can? Scully countered. Listen further. The Manavirus will continue to multiply as long as there's enough mana supplied to it. The only way to completely eradicate the virus is to starve it until it consumes all of the host's mana. Sanju panicked. If so, won't the host also die? Scully continued. This is why I said it's very difficult to cure. The treatment method is extremely dangerous. Revive them right before the host enters a clinically dead state due to a lack of mana. The chance is 50-50. What do you think? Sanju reminisced and murmured, if I didn't have a chance to get the elixir, I'd jump at your offer. But that's not the case now. He said I could contact him if I change my mind in the future. I already have his number. Raven nodded. All right, I'm done here. I'll be leaving soon. Hayaoen asked curiously, Brother, where are you going now? Meanwhile, June he stood with her hands on her hips, whining. Help me train. Sanju replied, I have something I need to take care of. I don't know why, but when Sanju tried to use his skills, it didn't work. His skills aren't functioning very smoothly. At the same time, elsewhere, Oracle sat regally on a chair, listening to a subordinate report. A new S-Rank hunter and the 7 deadly sins. Everything is proceeding perfectly, just as we intended. His crimson eyes, along with a nod. Yes, the subordinate continued. As you said, the Korean Hunter Association is downplaying the important role and not acknowledging the talent of Hunter Young Sanju in the skeleton spirit hunt. But that could be easily resolved if we take care of Haesung, he suggested to Oracle. But he was rejected. Everything will proceed according to Oracle's words. We will change our plans to better suit the situation. Set aside the assassination of Haesung. I will give you a new mission, a 2-year long-term reconnaissance of the Hunter organization in Alaska, starting now. The subordinate was surprised. The plan has never changed until now, but why? He asked curiously. Oracle. What future have you seen? Oracle, angered, replied. This is an order. Leave this place quickly and carry out your new mission. Outside, subordinates had gathered to protect their leader from the intruder. But one person was already dead. 2 people. What? I can't see anything. And then there was one last person. She couldn't match the intruder's speed, and then, someone help. Inside, Oracle urged his subordinate to quickly go on the mission. We don't have much time. I've already prepared the teleportation scroll. The sounds of conflict outside caught his attention. Who's coming? The last person also died. A shout. Stop him. Oracle, with crimson eyes, responded. The pinnacle of humanity. A terrified guard screamed. Open the gate. The dark night welcomed a new guest, the first S-Rank hunter. A hand crushed the gate frame. The confused subordinate asked, why are you doing this? Jamber, looking different than usual. Oracle calmly said, is this also a future vision? If so, I will gladly accept it. The regressor has stepped through eternity, Lucas. Jamber, or his true identity Lucas, laughed. I just want to make things simple in this life. The blue-haired man standing nearby, witnessing his crazy actions, quickly stepped forward to block him. Excuse me, but I can't let you in, he said. If you wish to enter Oracle, please use the main path. Lucas sighed softly at that. You just babble like a parrot. How boring. After speaking, he immediately teleported behind him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Humph! But he wasn't an ordinary person. In the blink of an eye, he leaped forward, successfully widening the distance between himself and Lucas. Lucas was a little surprised to see that. Ah, right. You guys are on the same side, aren't you? He glanced suggestively at Oracle, then turned his gaze back to the blue-haired man in front of him. So you can also glimpse the future, right? His eyes darkened a bit more, clearly confirming that Lucas had guessed correctly. Oracle quickly interjected. Wait, this child isn't someone who can change the flow of the future. Even if you let him live, there won't be any problems. Lucas's gaze on Oracle was complex at this moment, as if he was pondering how much truth there was in those words. Then he agreed. All right. Seeing that, the weight in Oracle's heart was lifted. Thank you. Then Oracle softly said to the blue-haired man, You've worked hard. Go quickly. But he just stared at the scroll for a long moment before picking it up and murmuring, Everything is unfolding according to the prophecy. Suddenly, he clutched the scroll tightly, his voice becoming serious. But, in a flash, he threw the scroll, which then teleported straight at Lucas, whose eyes clearly showed surprise. Then he lunged, plunging his staff right into the center of the flying scroll. With that momentum, it would deliver a fatal blow directly to Lucas's face. He clenched the staff in his hand, his voice growing more and more shaky. But at least this time, I can't obey your orders. But when he saw Lucas still perfectly safe after successfully dodging his attack, his face darkened even further, while Lucas burst into delighted laughter. Seeing that, he retracted his staff. Are you not bored anymore? Lucas hadn't expected this guy to hold such a grudge. He just casually called him boring, and now he was giving him such a big gift. So Lucas excitedly said, Things are starting to get interesting now. Then he spoke to Oracle with sarcasm. You declared you would maintain your unwavering resolve, didn't you, Master? He looked at Oracle, but his eyes no longer held their previous cheer. But you, the one who makes decisions, a prophet who can see the future, and I, a regressor who has experienced this. Lucas slowly swung the teleporting scroll into the air. In a blink, it transformed into a gigantic black hole. Then he looked towards the blue-haired man. Everyone already knows about that decision, and there's nothing surprising about that tearful and noble decision. Hearing that, the blue-haired man grew even more enraged, his eyes fixed on Lucas with renewed determination. Well, I didn't expect anything less from it anyway. After speaking, he commanded his staff to unleash a blast, creating an explosion as powerful and mighty as a cannon shot. The massive explosion left a hole in the opposite building as large as a heaven's gate. But the terrifying thing was that he couldn't see Lucas anywhere. He thought in astonishment, that guy dodged my attack in an instant. Now I need to foresee where his next attack will come from. Then he tried to foresee the future and saw that in just a moment, Lucas would tear him to pieces. Seeing that, he tried to use all his abilities, simulating tens of thousands of scenarios to find a chance for survival. But then he stood motionless, as if he had seen his inescapable fate. He turned his gaze towards his master, his eyes filled with a jumble of complicated emotions. I'm sorry, Master Oracle. Immediately after, Lucas's clone charged forward. Now he understood why the man was so desperate, because Lucas's attack essentially left him no way out. With a single blow, blood splattered everywhere. Oracle stared blankly as his subordinate was cut into pieces. This was the fate of those who dared challenge an S-Rank hunter. Seeing that, Lucas simply said, "Everyone walks on their predetermined path, and if one cannot escape that path, life is nothing but a boring chase." Lucas said, glancing towards Oracle, his eyes sharp as if trying to see his emotions through that puppet. Just like that, one life ended, but other lives still had to keep fighting. The next morning, the GM organization at the office building. After waking up, Sanju saw his acquaintance visiting and especially welcomed him. "Agent, long time no see." He happily replied, "Here you are. I just heard you hunted down an S-rank monster. I knew this day would come, but I just didn't expect it to come so quickly." Sanju felt a bit embarrassed receiving his praise. "Don't say that. If it weren't for the other S-rank hunters, I wouldn't have been able to do it." Then he saw Yuhian at the next table and excitedly walked over to greet her. "Long time no see. What kind of potions have you concocted all this time?" But when she turned around, he was startled because her face was haggard and pale, like someone on the verge of death. Sanju asked her, "What happened to you?" Yuhian didn't answer directly but pointed towards a window. "You're still asking? Looking at the situation down there?" Sanju looked out curiously and saw that the area below was packed with reporters and paparazzi. As of now, Hunter Dung Sanju is still part of the GM organization. "Hunter Dung Sanju, are you in there?" Sanju saw the chaotic situation and felt a headache coming on. This scene looks familiar. Yuhian was about to go crazy. She grumbled, "They're so loud I can't sleep. They'd better leave by night." Seeing this, Sanju felt helpless. Just an S-rank hunter, and it's announced so dramatically like this? The agent next to him quietly sighed. Possibly, because the one who announced it was Zamper. Given his standing in the hunter world, this could happen. He hesitated for a moment, as if there was something difficult to say, but in the end, chose to tell him directly. However, the Hunter Association objected, because you weren't the only one present during the hunt. Sanju felt a little relieved hearing that. "I heard about it too. It's half true, but do I really have to brand myself an S-rank hunter?" He cautiously asked him, "Because right now I'm living quite well, and I don't want to meet reporters. The number of people attacking me, even when I was A rank, has significantly decreased." Hearing that, the agent forced a smile. "I knew you'd say that." Then he thought seriously. "Then I'll decline the Hunter Association's offer." Sanju heard that and wondered, "What offer?" The agent slowly explained to him. They said they would immediately promote you to S rank if you eliminated all monsters in West Africa. Yuhian was startled. "West Africa? Don't tell me it's the monster tiger." Sanju was stunned by her drastic reaction. "You startled me. Is something wrong?" Yuhian wanted to say something but hesitated for a moment, and then stopped. She returned to her desk, wanting to avoid his question. "No." He said he'd refuse anyway. Sanju found her even more perplexing. Why all of a sudden? But thankfully, he regained his composure. "Anyway, whatever. Just refuse it. No matter what the association says, I don't care, because for whatever reason, I will definitely never go to West Africa." However, fate played a trick. Just a few days later, Gene Stein announced to him that the next destination would be Africa. In that instant of hearing the shocking news, Sanjay didn't know what expression he was making. He only saw Gene Stein looking at him strangely. "What's with that face of yours?" He tried to control his emotions. "Never mind. I knew this would happen. Could it be that places?" Gene Stein nodded slightly. "That's right. That's where the next of the 7 deadly sins is." Sanjay really couldn't hold back anymore and cursed. "Damn it. It's the 7 deadly sins again." Gene Stein simply said, "Not only that, regarding the 7 deadly sins, this is also a perfect place for training." Sanjay heard that and felt confused. "Training? What kind of training?" Gene Stein thought for a moment before answering. "From what I've observed from your clone's characteristics, it seems the influence of the 7 deadly sins is also affecting you." Then he pointed out a fatal flaw of yours. "Aren't your skills not working as well as expected?" This made Sanju fall into contemplation. He wasn't in a hurry and slowly explained to him, "I've already said it. The 7 deadly sins have blocked the system and prevented its interference. So from now on, you must use your skills without the system. Then he created a magic circle for him to see, but then withdrew it. No, that's Tiber's method. So let's call it by another name. Then he looked him straight in the eyes and solemnly declared, Dung Sanju, you will have to learn magic. Last night, after Lucas killed Oracle's subordinate, he angrily questioned him. You didn't have to do that. You didn't have to kill that child. Lucas looked at him, his eyes without a flicker of emotion. I'm just quite curious. Why exactly did you tell him to run? Why go to the trouble of preparing a teleportation scroll for him? The barrage of questions left Oracle unsure how to answer. Seeing this, Lucas's face grew even colder. He must have known that you would reject my proposal, and knew he would die like this. He paused for a moment, yet you still wanted to save him. Did you perhaps develop some attachment to him because you acted together for a long time? Or was it simply out of responsibility? Tell me. Oracle only sighed softly upon hearing his words. There isn't just one path. Fate isn't what killed that child, it was you. Then he looked at him as if at a madman. Just as the person you are now was created by your own choices. Lucas's eyes darkened upon hearing these words. He swung his hand and decapitated the puppet Oracle had created. He angrily said, Don't talk to me about such nonsense as free will anymore. I believe in true ability more than anyone else. He tried to control his emotions, making even his voice tremble. Do you know how many times I've tried? 10, 20, or 100 times. His voice grew increasingly choked. Do you know how many times I've had to witness the system devour the planet and the apocalypse arrive? Lucas clenched the puppet's hands tightly. There isn't just one path? He collapsed, screaming loudly. No matter who I save, the result is always the same. No matter what groups I form with powerful hunters, the result is always the same. Lucas, now completely insane, furiously tore the puppet into 2 pieces. Then he helplessly let his arms fall. The result is always the same. From the very beginning, I couldn't stop the apocalypse. Lucas continued to rage at everything around him, but finally sighed in agony. What am I doing anyway? Talking to a creature that doesn't even have a body to carry out its thoughts won't help anything. Oracle was just a brain. He had no body and no discernible gender. Hearing Lucas's words, he fell silent. You're right, he replied through the puppet. All I can do for you is, I will show you the future. Upon hearing this, Lucas's mind immediately cleared. His eyes once again regained their inherent calmness. He repeated the words mockingly. My future? You still don't understand what I mean, do you? This isn't the first time I've experienced a situation like this. In previous regressions, countless times he had come to question him, but each time he received only one answer. I see your path ahead will be an endless, vicious cycle, and you will not get what you want in this life. Zamper, your methods will only lead to failure. In this life, things will not go as you wish. Lucas, give up. There's no other way. Lucas always came with hope, but left disappointed. So this time he didn't want to hear it again. I know what you're going to say. Oracle saw this and laughed loudly. But haven't you still come all this way anyway? How interesting. Lucas heard that and angrily slammed his hand on the glass cabinet. But he just laughed. You don't need to scare me. I've already foreseen my own death anyway. But your outcome. He gently closed his eyes. I see it now. Truly wonderful. A painful death and regret. Then he looked towards Lucas, his voice clearly mocking. What a pitiful person. How long has it been since you? But before he could finish speaking, the surrounding steel pillars began to collapse. Oracle just laughed loudly. It's over, the end of this tangled life. Immediately, the surrounding capacitors also exploded, creating a powerful shock wave that shook the entire building. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, a small hand appeared and touched him. Lucas. A gentle voice rang out. Don't give up. You'll find your salvation. Lucas looked at the figure before him, speechless, his eyes filled with countless choked emotions. The salvation he had sought for so long. Lucas gently touched the glass cabinet. No one knew what it was. Meanwhile, in the barren and dangerous land of Africa, Sangu helplessly spoke. I still don't understand. Why do you keep following me here? Yuhian heard that and immediately tried to explain. I told you I'm following you to help. She continuously listed her uses. I can appraise items, and I can also craft healing potions. Sanju sighed. You mean those sleeping pills? Then he turned and looked straight at Yuhian. Hey, I'm not here to play. You could die at any moment. Yuhian heard that and pleaded softly. Please, I beg you. If I become a burden to you, I'll bite my tongue and commit suicide. She said sincerely, let me come along, just this once. Sanjia looked at her, feeling a little worried. What's wrong with her? But in the end, even a hero finds it hard to resist a beautiful woman. He helplessly turned his head, his voice filled with resignation. Then you're not to do anything on your own, without my instructions, got it? Yuian was a bit surprised when she saw he wasn't sending her back anymore. She immediately said joyfully, Thank you so much. But before she could finish, a loud explosion erupted behind her. Immediately after, a monster with sharp fangs unexpectedly burst from the ground, seemingly intent on attacking these two outsiders. Sanjiu immediately pushed Yuhian behind him. Damn it, hide now. Yuhian also knew her limits and immediately agreed. But before she could escape, she saw a red shadow darting from the sky straight towards the monster. Just a second later, blood splattered and the monster unexpectedly collapsed. Sanju recognized these familiar movements and a voice that rang out stiffened him. A new discovery. The man in red enthusiastically said, If you feed the sandworm, you can ride it for quite a distance. When you feel it's going the wrong way, just poke it. Oh, Sanju. He didn't notice him at first, but when he did, he was astonished. This was none other than old Raven, whom he'd met before. Yuhian was also extremely surprised. An S-Rank hunter? We're really lucky. Raven saw him and enthusiastically greeted him. We meet again, that's great. But Sanju couldn't smile looking at his face. You're such a liar. You said you'd find the panacea. You said you'd caught up. That's why I refused the blessing. He rambled on, making Raven flustered. Oh, calm down. He said, Of course I'll find the panacea, but it's not something easy to find. Arya's working day and night to find it, so why are you here? He asked. Raven calmly replied, I'm stopping these bastards from crawling out of the monster den. It's just a living. Sanjia looked at the massive worms. These all came out of the monster den? He frowned. I was planning on going there too. Raven heard that and was surprised. You? He assessed. If it's you, it should be fine. But you still need to be careful, because that place is quite dangerous. He kindly reminded him. I heard it's not just quite dangerous, but extremely dangerous. Raven no longer hid it. That place is a completely different world, ruled by the strongest. It's a place where there's only one rule of survival. The strong live, and the weak die. Yun stood aside, a bit stunned. How can this guy be friends with an S-Rank hunter? Yun couldn't understand the wonderful friendship between the two of them. He just shook his head and said, How nostalgic. There was a time I went in there to train. San heard that and was curious. So how are these sandworms ranked in that cave? Raven glanced at him. These sandworms? I already told you. I'm here to stop them from getting out. His voice suddenly turned cold. These little rats aren't even qualified to be part of the cave's ecosystem. Just think of them as the bottom of the food chain to make it easier to understand. San and Yun looked at these sandworms, which were as big as several buildings combined, realizing that the path ahead would be very difficult. Meanwhile, in the laboratory building, Lucas was tirelessly washing his hands. He'd been repeating this action for a while now. Anyone paying close attention would know he wasn't focused. His mind was probably still stuck at the moment the prophecy was delivered. At that time, that person had told him, Lucas, don't give up, salvation will come. He forced a bitter smile from deep within his heart, thinking this prophecy would be like the previous ones. How long has it been, he thought, since I've encountered so many unexpected things? His face darkened. Too many variables, the awakening program, the 7 deadly sins. Lucas mumbled, and the academy, the elixir, and Deng San too. He turned off the faucet, his hands helplessly placed on the rim of the sink, trying to support his already exhausted body. But in the end, he couldn't hold on and collapsed. I thought it was just a small deviation, but now I don't know what to do at all. Zistian, what the hell have you done? As for San's situation, it wasn't much better. The atmosphere had changed. San sensitively perceived that the place he was entering was full of death, and he even saw dry skeletons dangling from the rock formations. Yun looked at the surrounding situation and became even more terrified. Is this a monster den? Suddenly, a gust of wind passed by, bringing an unpleasant odor that made Yun immediately cover his nose. It smells so fishy. Sen calmly explained, it's the smell of blood. He looked closely and saw 2 monsters ahead eating a weaker monster. The smell of blood came from them. They seemed to sense his presence. They turned their heads, their wild eyes fixed on him. Then immediately, they roared piercingly and charged towards him. Sen also immediately summoned his clones. Wow, why do the monsters above look so strange? But no matter what they were, anyone who tried to block his path would meet only one fate. He slowly drew his sword, his sharp eyes looking towards the monsters. Let's see where I stand in this food chain. The monsters saw him approaching and rushed towards him at terrifying speed. San calmly advanced, preparing for battle, but as he swung his sword, intending to strike the monster, he suddenly paused. He remembered his teacher's reminder. Deng San, you'll have to learn magic. Thinking of this, he frowned. It seems I'll have to combine skills from the system. Then he concentrated the mana throughout his body into his hand. Let's try it. Immediately, mana transformed into a small orb in his hand. Sen was about to use a fireball skill, but before he could act, another one of his clones unleashed a magical flame many times more powerful than his fireball. In just a moment, the monster was incinerated. San froze as he watched it screaming in agony in the magical fire. He hadn't even had time to do anything before the prey was gone. Damn it, I'll have to find another one. So, as soon as 2 other monsters charged at him, he felt it was his chance to practice magic and immediately chanted a spell to activate Ice Shard. But his Ice Shard vanished the moment it touched the monster's outer scales, because another clone had activated Ice Transformation, not only freezing the monsters, but also conveniently blowing his ice spell into oblivion. Sen couldn't take it anymore, shedding tears of agony. You guys don't want me to use magic, do you? He swung his sword and performed 3 successful slashes, cutting them into many pieces. If I can't use magic, I'll beat you to death physically. Hiding behind a rock, Yun saw this scene, and her jaw dropped. In astonishment, her eyes widened as she stared at San's figure, constantly exclaiming, "That bastard, he's even stronger now." She frowned and thought, but what was that skill? It looked so strange. After finishing off the monsters, San looked at his clones. "Hey guys." San's sudden call startled them, making them stand up straight. They didn't know how they had offended this ancestor now. But contrary to their thoughts, San just knelt down and sincerely bowed to his clones. "From now on, you guys are my masters. Teach me how to use that skill." Seeing this, the other clones eagerly taught him magic. Creating a simple fireball is easy. First, channel and condense mana into a sphere. Maintain that state and envelop it with fire, continuously channeling mana during this process. The clone demonstrated as they taught him to make it easier to understand. You must continuously channel mana into the core of the sphere, so the flame created by reacting with external forces doesn't extinguish. Sen couldn't keep up, and the sphere in his hand, which had just flared up, wavered and died out. He hurriedly added more mana and said sorry. Seeing this, the clone calmly asked him, "Do you want to rate your own strength on a scale of 1 to 10? Hearing that, Sen confidently puffed out his chest. "If I'm rating myself, it has to be extremely strict, so about 8 points." Before he could even finish his sentence, the clone slapped him across the face. "You can't even make a fireball, and you're claiming 8 points?" Sen held his face in astonishment after taking the hit. What's wrong with being a little confident? The clone was too annoyed to look at him and continued the lesson. Manhua was interrupted. Now I'll explain it again. After struggling with the clones for a while, San returned to his teacher. Hey, you call yourself a magician. Teach me magic. Zistian looked at him with a puzzled expression. I intended to, but I let your clones teach you earlier. I thought you'd prefer learning from them, but it seems things didn't go so smoothly. San's face was now swollen like a pig's head, and he looked at the old man mournfully. What do you say? Zistian was speechless. Don't try to imitate your clones. Their mana control is far more skilled than yours. Sen painfully stroked his cheek. I thought they were good at teaching, but even my adaptation skill didn't help. Hearing that, the old man fell into thought. I know you're in a hurry, but currently, the skill's power is still weak. However, there's still a way to activate it. With his experienced gaze, he quickly discerned San's thoughts. You must be worried about things like, what if I can't summon any clones at all? San suddenly felt a little guilty and lowered his head. I tried to recall number 1 and separate the 7 deadly sins, but I failed right away. He recalled being in the warehouse with number 1 at the time. As long as the fragment of the 7 deadly sins isn't here, it should work. If I could temporarily recall number 1 and separate the 7 deadly sins from us, it would be easier to use the skill, right? But before he could act, number 1 swiftly grabbed his restless hands. Then number 1's cold voice rang out. Sorry, but you can't. Number 1 looked at him disdainfully. Who taught you that trick? Sen looked at his hands, which were twisted out of shape, and silently shed a tear. Zistian was also a bit surprised. Who would have thought the 7 deadly sins would react? He sighed softly. All right then, I'll teach you magic. San's eyes lit up as he achieved his goal. Don't worry, I'll study seriously. I'll do whatever you tell me to. Then take off all your clothes. What the hell are you talking about? Meanwhile, Yun was continuously observing every movement of San's physical body from outside. Seeing him sitting cross-legged in meditation all this time, she felt a bit confused. What's he doing? Is he sulking because a clone slapped him? Suddenly, he opened his eyes, startling Yun. He's awake. But what was even more startling was that out of nowhere, he suddenly took off all his clothes. Seeing him about to take off even his underwear, she quickly covered her eyes in embarrassment. This madman, what the hell are you doing? San helplessly explained. This is all my master's will. Of course, Yun didn't believe him, because what kind of master would tell their student to take off their clothes in broad daylight like this? What nonsense are you talking about? Unfortunately, she had never met Zistian, so she didn't know how peculiar his teaching methods were. Becoming one with nature, that is the first step to controlling mana. San was stunned. Huh, but I know how to control mana without the system. Zistian was silent for a moment. Oh, then put your clothes back on. Sanju picked up his clothes, practically furious. You bastard, I'm going to smash this gold card in your face right now. Yun breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him put his clothes back on. Damn it, Dung Sanju, you scared me senseless. I don't know what he's thinking. Should I tell him everything? Meanwhile, at the headquarters, someone was even more furious than Sanju. What is this? Dung Sanju said he wasn't interested in becoming an S rank. He slammed the table angrily. He even refused our offer. So why did he go to the monster cave in Africa? He replied calmly. Isn't that good? We wanted him to go there anyway. After speaking, he threw a pile of documents. Contact the people on this list. The person opposite him was confused and opened them. This, after reading, he was so surprised he couldn't speak, and his hands holding the notebook trembled unconsciously. His eyes showed disbelief. Isn't this an assassin organization? Don't tell me. He just smiled sinisterly. A little caution is always good. I like to gamble, but I like a fixed game even more. San, unaware that he had been plotted against, was still struggling with the monsters in the African cave. But instead of using his sword, he tried to use magic more. Zistian gently instructed him. Maintain the magic circle. San poured more mana into the magic circle. I know. Seeing this, he said contentedly, the magic circle is a warning for you, like a GPS reminding you that mana will transform in this way. To prevent you from forgetting, San, after narrowly dodging a monster's surprise attack, loudly said, I said I know. But immediately after, the magic circle suddenly extinguished, making him even more annoyed. It's cut off again. Maintaining magic while dodging monsters was a bit difficult for him. So when the circle disappeared, San was so angry that he sent the monsters flying. Zistian just sighed helplessly. The physical power gap between you and that monster is too great. We can't continue training like this. Go deeper. Sen thought the same. Just as he was about to go deeper, a dart suddenly shot from behind, aiming straight for his head. Immediately, Sen became alert. He quickly activated his shield, but it was too late. The dart had already passed through his first line of defense. Seeing this, Zistian worriedly called out, Dung San. Meanwhile, behind them, unknown assassins had appeared. I got him. Report to the leader. These were members of the Blue Rose Assassination Organization, members 11 and 12. 12 said disdainfully, an S-rank candidate? Not very powerful. We killed him too easily. But they didn't know that San was still alive. Just as the dart flew towards him, he had activated his clone skill, sending a clone to block the attack. Meanwhile, in a flash, he had reached the two assassins, destroying the mountain they were hiding in with a single move. He clenched his fist, his eyes full of killing intent as he looked at them. Who are you people? Numbers 11 and 12 were not weak either. They quickly escaped his attack. He's tougher than he looks. Number 11 calmly replied, just as I expected. It would be boring if he died too quickly. The clone also stepped forward calmly. Are you all crazy? Throwing darts at other people's heads like that? I'll return the favor completely. Elsewhere, Yun was also facing a headache. She looked at the pot of noodles in front of her, pondering. How many packs of noodles should I put in? Number 1 quickly spoke up. 5 packs. Yun looked at him taking out another pack of noodles and was surprised. That's really convenient. When did you bring that? Number 1 happily shared the noodles with her. I bring everything needed for camping. She happily took the pack of noodles, thinking to herself, why hasn't Dung Sanju come back yet? He said he'd be back before dinner. Another clone looked worriedly in the direction Sanju had left. It seems he's busy. Indeed, Sanju was quite busy, still giving others a hard time, because those two assassins were no match for him at all. He coldly looked at them. Do you have any other moves? Is that all? Number 11 saw number 12 get stabbed by Sanju and angrily gritted his teeth. Damn it! He yelled. Why didn't you use your skill just now? Are you looking down on us? Sanju felt a bit guilty hearing that. He didn't have any skills. He couldn't even control the magic circle yet. Number 11 saw him silent and became even more enraged. How dare you underestimate us like this? He took out 6 more darts, angrily rushing towards him and yelling, You will regret this. But Sanju was not in a hurry. He gently swung his hand, gripping the man's face with terrifying speed. Then a magic circle appeared in his palm. He coldly looked at the man. Do you really want me to use a skill to kill you? However, when Sanju swung the magic circle towards him, it vanished because the mana he supplied to it was inconsistent. Gene Style sighed seeing this. You really are. Even Sanju himself was too embarrassed to speak at this sight. Unfortunately, the assassin didn't know this. He just trembled as he looked at Sanju. I'm dead for sure. His eyes grew even more frightened. If he had used that skill, I should have died long ago. But he spared me? Of course not. If he had paid attention, he would have seen Sanju's face completely black, staring at where the magic circle had just vanished. How utterly embarrassing. The assassin, unaware, was touched that Sanju had gone easy on him. Is the difference between us that great? The more he spoke, the louder he cried. We're not even worthy of you using your skills. Sanju was speechless seeing this crybaby. However, since the man thought so highly of him, Sanju didn't mind showing off a bit more, and smiled maliciously, only just realizing it. He coldly walked away, his long robe fluttering behind him, making him even more mysterious. You truly are that weak, not worthy of witnessing my skills, as slow as a snail. After that, he continued to hunt monsters, a single person with a single sword, roaming and flattening all the areas around Yuhian's campsite. After a period of slaughter, he tried to activate the magic circle again, but it disappeared shortly after. Jean Style spoke up. Have you given up on practicing your skills? You've been just killing them by instinct all this time. Sanju sighed hearing that. No, I'm trying my best. He looked at the corpses of the monsters and pondered. It seems I was wrong. I feel like the monsters have gotten stronger. Jean Style heard that and encouraged him. More importantly, that monster-devouring skill is truly amazing. You're getting stronger just by hunting monsters. Sanju tried to mobilize the continuously growing mana within his body and couldn't deny. That's right. But after a moment, he sighed again. The higher the current stats, the harder it is to raise them, and I'll have to hunt stronger monsters. Jean Style chuckled and scolded him. Your stats are already sufficient. Be content. Sanju was about to say something else when a familiar aura surged towards him. He swung his sword again, a somewhat helpless look in his eyes. See, this is why I caught all those monsters. He looked up and saw number 11 and his companions had caught up, then smiled. I always have opponents observing my training. Seeing himself exposed, number 11 didn't bother to hide anymore. Dung Sanju, we're here to return yesterday's humiliation. Let's see if you can fight this time without using your skills. His companions, seeing his arrogant demeanor, just wanted to strike him down. Shut up, number 11. You should be ashamed of yourself. After being scolded, number 11 meekly lowered his stance. All right. His new teammate was very strong, so he didn't dare to argue, and that person didn't say much, immediately rushing to attack Sanju. Sanju frowned slightly, quite fast. Seeing that he dared to evaluate him like that, the man was filled with uncontrollable rage. This arrogant bastard. Then a cloud of purple mist spewed from his mouth. Sanju immediately recognized it as poisonous mist and quickly activated his magic circle. He saw the smoke being absorbed by the magic around him. The tingling sensation of the poison entering his body made him exclaim, "Oh my God, what a rush!" Seeing that he was unaffected, the man angrily said, "Don't try to fool me." Then he activated his earthquake skill, releasing magic power to destroy the designated target area. Immediately, huge cracks appeared on the ground around where he stood. Sanju was a bit surprised. What's going on? Seeing him caught off guard, number 11 immediately rushed forward. A weakness. He activated his energy bomb skill to explode an object. He swung his arm and threw a bomb, which in an instant exploded a section of the terrain, sending smoke and dust flying everywhere. Number 11 laughed triumphantly. No matter how strong you are, with my poisonous mist and energy bomb. But immediately after, Sanju rushed out and delivered a punch directly to his face, causing him to collapse to the ground. His companions couldn't hide their astonishment. This speed. He hadn't even finished speaking when he saw Sanju open a magic circle right in front of him. However, the circle quickly disappeared, causing Sanju to fall into thought once again. But he'd rather die than lose face, so he forced a smile. I guess this time you won't get a chance to see my skills either. Hearing that, he felt utterly humiliated. You bastard! How dare you mess with us like this? Unfortunately, his life wasn't as hard as Sanju's fist, and then the last person to know his secret of not being able to control mana disappeared. By this time, it was already morning, and his clones were still guarding the campsite, waiting for him to return. But as soon as she saw him return, she woke up. Sanju saw this and chuckled. What is it? Why aren't you sleeping? Yuhian rubbed her eyes gently. You're back. Sanju nodded gently. Have you been awake since then? Yuhian didn't answer but took out a bowl of noodles for him. There's still ramen soup here. Let me add some rice first. Wait for it to heat up before you eat. Sangu sat down a bit awkwardly. I can take care of my own food. Hearing this, Yuhian's cheeks flushed, whether from embarrassment or anger. But you've done everything. At least let me do something. Sanju said nothing more, just quietly watched her warm up his noodles. After a moment he spoke. What about you? Have you eaten yet? Yuhian replied while adding rice. I was going to eat when you got back. Are 2 bowls enough? No, make it 3 bowls. On the other side of the valley, the assassins who had fought him earlier were now in big trouble. Sanju didn't kill them. He just tied 2 of them up and left them in the middle of the desert. Just this morning, the assassins from the 13 Scorpions, Horde and Faden, saw this scene and were confused. Hey, wake up! Carrion Hodo spoke up. I know your faces, number 11 and 10 of the Red Blue. I didn't expect to meet you here. Numbers 11 and 10 were startled when they saw these 2. You are the 13 Scorpions. Are you also chasing Dung Sanju? Howder frowned slightly upon hearing that. The same target, huh? I don't like this kind of competition at all. Faden next to him just stroked his blade. So what? The red-green has already failed. Only we are left. Number 10 laughed at their arrogant demeanor. I guarantee you one thing. You won't even be able to see him use his skills. They didn't pay attention to number 17's warning. Of course not, because he'll die before he can use it. Howder said with a sarcastic tone. Faden also burst into hearty laughter. Don't compare us to people like you. But after tasting Sanju's punch, they couldn't laugh anymore. We didn't even see one of his skills. At this moment, Sanju was speechless, only caring about his newly created magic circle that was on the verge of disappearing. It seems I really don't have any feeling, he lamented sadly. Gene Style heard that and retorted, No, you're getting stronger. He slowly explained, Being able to maintain the magic circle until the battle ends is already a good sign. Sanjia looked at the circle in his hand. Thinking about it, it did last throughout the whole battle. I feel better now. He saw the magic circle becoming more stable and praised him without hesitation. Assassins are definitely more useful in training than predictable monsters. It was a good decision to let them survive. But then he pondered. You caused some trouble, didn't you? Those people just now were from a different association. Sanju felt wronged. I want to know why too. 2 associations. He sighed. Even if I asked, they probably wouldn't answer anyway. Numbers 1 and 2 were moving deeper, so wake up Kim Yuhian. Sanju withdrew the magic circle, not without a trace of annoyance. I wonder if these assassins will still bother us after this. He'd soon find out the answer, because the very next morning, while he was cheerfully greeting the world, Good morning, his foot stepped right onto a bomb hidden underground. Then, with a boom, the surrounding rocks exploded into dust, clearly showing the destructive power of the bomb. A girl with ash blue hair arrogantly spoke into her comms. He's dead without a trace. We won't let another bastard steal this mission. But before she could even celebrate, Sanju furiously rushed out and gave her a punch. This punch, combined with magic, had several times the destructive power of the explosion she brought. It truly was receiving 1, returning 10. The day after that, while hunting monsters, he was attacked by a bunch of vines. 2 other assassins saw this and charged forward. We, the Silent Blackfruit, will take your head. And so, 2 more lucky individuals happily received a punch from him and joined the list of defeated. Time passed, and more assassins attacked with more deadly skills. Most impressive was the lightning skill of some blonde guy. One of his attacks filled the surrounding air with electric currents, looking very powerful. So Sanju kindly favored him with a flick to the forehead, sending him off to get his lunchbox from the director before he even understood what happened. Thanks to them, Dung Sanju's ability to fight multiple opponents increased significantly, and also, throughout this process, his magic skills were slowly improving. He looked at the still existing magic circle and happily said, I don't even need to use my hands to maintain the magic circle. But he still couldn't activate it, making him look up at the sky and cry out in frustration, What's the use of that? Damn it! At this moment, Yuhian was having a nightmare. In her dream, a woman kept calling her name, softly, like a whisper. Yuhian, don't tell anyone else about this, okay? I've never told anyone else. Yuhian, still a little girl in her dream, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at the woman in front of her suspiciously. Mom. But her mother at this moment was like a madwoman, screaming nonstop. Those bastards betrayed me again. Why won't anyone listen to me? I saw everything. This scene made her worried. Mom, are you okay? And then, when her mother turned her head, she only saw a hideous face with a terrifyingly wide open mouth. So what? She looked at that face and was so scared she burst into tears. She suddenly woke up, her eyes wide open like a lost soul. Sanju, next to her, saw her screaming like that and asked, "Are you having a nightmare? Say something." She turned and saw his cold face, like that of Yama, and looked at him blankly. "Who are you?" In a corner of the African desert, the assassins, after failing to assassinate Sanju, gathered in one place. One of them angrily cursed, "Damn it!" The one using the vine skill smirked. "There it goes again. How many times has he tried now?" "Maybe it's the fourth time?" Someone asked him. "Hey, what abilities does that Sanju guy have? Any skills or not?" But he remained silent. Seeing this, everyone implicitly understood. The goat-like man narrowed his eyes dangerously. Well, that must be it. He gently glanced at each assassin. Everyone here was defeated in a pure one-on-one fight. We can't see any of his skills at our level. I believe it would be meaningless to keep taking commissions like this. Hearing this, everyone suddenly fell into contemplation. The blue-haired girl, who had previously bombed Sanju, spoke up, feeling wronged. "I haven't even met that guy's clone yet. Is this the power of an S-rank?" Suddenly, someone spoke up. "How about this? All of us will form a short-term alliance and fight that guy, Dung Sanju." This idea was proposed by the golden-haired lightning guy. Everyone around, hearing this, silently looked at him. He continued, "I don't know how much they promised to pay you guys if we succeed, but I think it could be comparable to a fortune. It's definitely not a small amount. We can split it fairly and then go our separate ways. This is the only way to catch that monster." Not a few were swayed. The bounty is definitely worth 10 times a normal commission. So if everyone splits it, there will still be a lot of money. Isn't it a good idea? The blue-haired girl even picked up her phone, preparing to report the plan. Wait. We should contact headquarters first. But not everyone supported this plan, as one person spoke up in opposition. "You guys are truly a bunch of useless trash." These words angered the surrounding assassins. "What? Who just said that?" Number 10 just gave him a cold stare. "Are you angry because I said that? You don't even have the right to be angry." A hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. "What's the reason you're all gathered here, gossiping? Do you think you're still alive because Sanju is weak?" No one dared to speak up, as those who had been defeated here knew Sanju's power best. Then he said, "Up until now, I've completed countless commissions. Many people have angrily screamed at the assassins who came to kill them. I certainly didn't try to avoid that rage, because that's what I had to do." He stood up, his face clearly weary, but instead of resentment, he spared the assassins who came to take his life. "That is every single one of you gathered here." He looked at the confused and embarrassed faces of the surrounding assassins, sighed, and then left. "I may act in the shadows, but I still have my beliefs and my pride. I have no intention of joining a dirty alliance like yours." Numbers 11 and 12, seeing this, quickly chased after him. "Wait for us." Everyone fell into contemplation. Thinking back, Dung Sanju also saved 2 of us. Hodder thought for a moment, and then asked Number 10, "So what's your plan then, man?" A moment later, he heard Number 10's answer. "I will make Dung Sanju use his skill at least once for this final trial." A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes, and then, Sanju didn't know their plan. He was thinking about the assassination attempt. "From the start, I've wondered if the problem was with me, because this isn't the first time. So I wondered if this was the plan of the guy called Master, but considering there's no news from the academy, it seems that's not the case." He sighed softly. "Moreover, There are too many assassins here. Should I say it this way? It's as if they're telling me, we will definitely bury you here. When Yuhian heard what he recounted, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. I didn't expect you to be attacked like that. Sanju frowned in thought. President Park once told me that Hasung and Chairman Baiwan were the two most opposed to me becoming an S-rank. He calmly recounted everything, and those two were also the ones who tried to push me into this monster-filled hell. Even if those two didn't try to force me, I would still have to come here. Suddenly he realized something. Kim Yuhian. I distinctly remember that the first time he mentioned this cave to me, you showed extreme hatred, but now you're forcing yourself to follow me to this place. Could it be related to this group of assassins? Yuhian's face broke out in a cold sweat as she listened to him, but Sanju had no intention of stopping. Tell me, what's your relationship with Hasung? Her lips moved for a long time, seemingly trying to muster up the courage to tell him. I am a hunter. But before she could finish, Sanju interrupted. That's what I want to hear and what I want explained. But, after speaking, he slashed forward, his eyes showing clear coldness. He told her, but I don't think I can listen to your explanation now. Then he immediately summoned two clones. Yuhian also felt something was wrong and quickly retreated. Sanju looked at the clones, number 1 and number 2. Take Kim Yuhian to a safe place. What about you? Sanju replied softly. I don't need assistance. But when he looked ahead, his eyes were a little dazed. Wait, I think I need a little help. Because before him now was a series of familiar dark figures, making him fall silent. Number 10 was the first to speak. Dung Sanju, whether you like it or not, this will be the last time we meet this way. Zinstai suddenly spoke up. Do you want to practice as if this were a real battle? Sanju was speechless. Are you kidding? I prefer a safe environment. But obviously, he couldn't control this, because in a flash, those assassins rushed forward. They furiously shouted, Today we must see your skills. But Sanju, being sharp, immediately noticed something was off. Looking at the way they ran at such high speed, without kicking up a single grain of sand, then he swung his blade, and those shadows disappeared. Just as I predicted, they were all illusions. He slightly frowned. That's right. It would be a big problem if all of them disappeared. But right behind him, an assassin appeared. Unfortunately, before he could do anything, Sanju suddenly turned around and squeezed his neck. How dare you? Suddenly, a bullet flew from afar, hitting his hand, startling him and causing him to throw the assassin far away. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner, Hodder of the 13 Scorpions was pointing a gun at his head. Use your skills, Dung Sanju. Seeing that, he quickly backed away. This bastard. Zinstai then spoke soothingly. Calm down, Dung Sanju. But as soon as he backed away, he stepped on the green-haired girl's landmine trap, and a thunderous explosion rang out, completely infuriating him. Sanju jumped up in annoyance. How can I be calm in this situation? Zinstai gently explained, You've completed all the preparations to use magic. He continued, but I've been looking for the reason why you failed to activate it. You're still using the system's underlying method. At this point, he paused for a moment. As soon as you think activation is complete, you also inadvertently stop controlling your mana. Sanju was surprised to hear that. I did that. Then he understood something, and his gaze at the assassins grew more determined. But they didn't notice his emotions at this moment. Number 10 confidently rushed toward him. You still underestimate us. Sanju quickly used his sword to parry, hearing his teacher say, Magic activation is not the end. Mana manipulation must be maintained continuously. Think about it. He gently pushed up his glasses, his eyes deep. You're using a subspace skill that requires quite a bit of ease in maintenance, right? Sanju was startled and panicked at this, but he had no time to think about it because of the assassin's continuous attacks. Use your skills, Dung Sanju. They distracted him. Damn it. And whenever he got angry, his cursing skill would unconsciously erupt. You guys know what. But this time, He didn't even have time to curse before another one ambushed him from behind. Luckily, he immediately activated a magic shield to block the attack. Unfortunately, his magic was still unstable. Sangu tried to recall his teacher's teachings. It doesn't end after activation like the system. I have to keep maintaining it. But in just this 1 second of lost focus, by the time he recomposed himself for battle, there were dozens of weapons rushing towards him. These assassins really have no humanity, and the battlefield around him has been blown into a wasteland by them. Yet they still won't give up. Number 11 saw him fly out of the ambush and became even more agitated. You bastard! You're still not going to use your skill? At this rate, you'll really die. Sangu heard that and was so angry he gritted his teeth. What's wrong with you guys? Didn't you come here to kill me? As he cursed internally, he suddenly realized something. That's right, just like how I did it with the subspace skill. As if he found the way out of a magic maze, he immediately started thinking frantically. There's a reason why subskills aren't affected by system interference. The assassins saw him stand still and rushed forward, their attacks interrupting his train of thought. They yelled, "If you're not going to use them until the very end, this will be your demise." Then they charged, each trying to land a fatal blow, but they didn't realize that Sangu was eerily silent at this moment, because he had found a way to maintain his magic. Activation and maintenance don't have to be separate. I have to maintain and activate them at the same time. As he thought, he poured all his mana into the magic ring, causing it to expand many times over. A magical flame suddenly erupted, burning all those who dared to approach its master. The assassins, who had just charged forward, screamed miserably. "It's so hot." And Sangu was now so overjoyed that he couldn't stop smiling. Finally, he looked at the magical flame in his hand, feeling even happier. I finally succeeded. Suddenly, he felt like he had forgotten something, until he remembered that he was still in battle. He then saw that all those assassins had knelt down. Confused, he asked, "What are you doing?" He didn't know that those present had just made a big decision because number 17 had previously said that. "I still have my own beliefs and pride. I have no intention of joining a dirty alliance like you lot," he told the other defeated ones. "I will make Dung Sanji use his skill at least once in this last attempt, and then I will serve under him." And now he actually did what he said. He looked toward Sanju, his eyes full of determination. "Everyone here will follow in your footsteps, sir." Sanju was surprised to hear that. "What? Are you telling me to accept assassins who kill for money like you guys?" He turned his back and gave them the middle finger. "What a ridiculous joke. But I'll still let you go because I'm in a good mood right now, so get out of my sight." He interrupted. "We are not the last group of assassins." Number 10 tried to threaten. "I don't think we're the only assassins trying to take your life, right?" Sanju glared at him annoyed. "So?" Number 10 tried to persuade him again. "We are better assassins than anyone else. In return, we will handle those matters for you in the future. Since you mercifully spared our lives, please use us however you wish." Sangu became pensive at his words. "Please lead us." Desolate winds blew across the battlefield. Number 10 awaited Sangu's answer. A moment later, Sangu firmly replied, "If you want to work with me, you must be competent enough first." Number 12 thought he misheard and asked number 11 again, "What is he saying?" "I don't know." Hada reminded number 10, "Hey, number 10, even if the people here turn back like this, their lives can't be guaranteed because the mission they received failed. That's why everyone accepted your proposal. What are you going to do now?" Number 10 was not used to being refused. "If he says we have to be competent enough, then we'll just do that." Those who were chasing Sangu were also very worried. However, choosing to work for him was the right decision. "We will have the chance to live like proper human beings." Number 11 was unwilling, Senior, but we finally succeeded in making him show us his skills by cooperating. "But isn't this no different from the original plan of forming an alliance to attack him, right?" Number 10 didn't answer him. The blonde-haired guy wondered blankly. "Right, that's exactly it. So we're fine with forming an alliance to make him use his skills." So where did the assassin who said he wouldn't join a dirty alliance go? Number 10 suddenly laughed. That's why we're assassins. They left, realizing a truth. Because we're all foolish, I see, no doubt about it. Sangu was so hungry that he slurped down a bowl of noodles, without stopping. So, Yu Haiyan asked in surprise. Sangu honestly replied, I understand that. But, he calmly said with a click of his tongue. Yu Haiyan was now very worried about what would happen to them next. Their clients were Isang and Baiyang. But Sangu still had some questions. Considering my relationship with Isang, it doesn't surprise me much, but I still want to know the exact reason. In the silent air, Yu Haiyan pondered. If he came here as an assassin, he would have been done a long time ago. The problem isn't you, it's this place. The wind whistled through the crevices of the rocks, creating a strange howl. This place is where the biggest large-scale disaster in Korea took place. Before the disaster, a woman held a baby in her arms. I'll be back later. You know safety comes first. Right, the awakened one before the disaster, C-rank hunter Jihain. We will also follow. The man took off his hat and made a farewell gesture. Of course, I'll never die and abandon my cute child. The awakened one before the disaster, A-rank hunter Jun Hyuk. He put the hat on his daughter. Of course, Dad is talking about Yu Haiyan. The whole family waved goodbye one last time. Anyway, you have to listen to your mother. Both my father and mother are awakened ones. They were awakened ones before the disaster. At that time, awakened ones weren't as common as they are now, and monsters continuously poured out. So the world established a rule, forming a special task force of powerful hunters. They were dispatched to various countries to deal with threats that could become global level. That's how the famous hunters of that time, including my father, formed a team. The strategy was successful. As the team consisted of elite hunters, casualties were kept to a minimum, and their power could be concentrated at one point, making it easy to quickly deal with monsters. Accordingly, they easily cleared the areas around the gates and established strongholds to stabilize them. Most of the hunting grounds you see today were created back then. Everything was progressing smoothly, until that accident happened. In the distance, the figures of a few people were approaching this desolate place. Whoever named this place a monster field was right. Jun Hyuk visibly annoyed. The thick smell of blood is awful. After a long journey, the two teammates also wondered, how far have we gone? We'll reach the center soon. A-rank hunter, Special Force Isang. A-rank hunter, Special Force Baiyang. Nearby, two other people were also stopping to rest. No matter how many times I look, it's still not enough people. Why didn't they send more? A-rank hunter, Special Force Yanhai. A-rank hunter, Special Force Gongayang. If they send us amateurs, they'll just hold us back. The blue-haired girl also wondered why so few hunters were assigned to this mission when there were many other candidates. Suddenly, creatures emerged from underground, attacking everyone. Enemies from underground. The monsters fired energy from their mouths to attack. One Hyun-hai pulled out her whip weapon, preparing to fight. Seriously, they just keep coming. She swung her whip, cutting the monster in half. They let out gruesome groans of pain before falling. Before they could regain their composure, something colossal emerged from underground. This monster was 100 times bigger than the previous ones, with a bizarre form. Everyone was surprised to encounter such a thing here. This monster is so big, I think it's A-rank. Ji Eum-ha stepped forward, using her skill, chains, to tightly bind the monster. I'll bind it first. Once it was restrained, it was Baiyang's turn. He charged forward, delivering a direct punch to the monster. Sung activated his skill, controlling the surrounding rocks. That damned earthworm. Giant rocks flew into the air and then dropped straight down. The monster took all the attacks, but wasn't too damaged. Hein Hai and One and Iung stood observing the situation. That earthworm is pretty tough, huh? Don't worry. Jun Hyuk jumped up, gathering mana at his fingertips into a glowing red sphere. We have someone good at destroying things like this, don't we? He landed on the monster's head and unleashed mana right on top of its head. The enormous explosion to its head caused the monster's head to explode. Jun Hyuk jumped off the monster to avoid the explosion. No matter how tough your shell is, it'll be over once your insides are destroyed. You filthy earthworm. Hein Hai created a protective barrier around herself to avoid getting splattered by the monster's exploding blood. As expected, he's really strong. The rumors about him aren't spreading without reason. Someone heard some rumors about Jun Hyuk. I heard you were nominated to be the next S-Rank hunter. Is that out already? Jun Hyuk didn't care much about it, but everyone found it interesting. I'm not interested in it, because it'll just make me busier. That's a good joke. I want to defeat him right away. Isn't that something to celebrate? Hee-sung's face darkened when he saw Jun Hyuk's indifferent attitude. Because you'll be Korea's first S-Rank hunter. Jun Hyuk honestly stated his thoughts. I just want them to give me a lot of money, so I can retire before I'm 40. Suddenly, a shadow appeared behind everyone, darting past at incredible speed. Hein Hai raised her whip, alert to her surroundings. It's another monster. It's very fast. Her whip caught the monster. Hein Hai was very confident in her abilities. But everything will end once I catch it. She channeled mana into the whip and tightened her grip. The whip was still taut, but the monster had attacked her without her noticing. Its attack pierced straight through her chest, creating a hole right through her heart, killing her instantly. Hein Hai clutched the whip tightly in her hand. Quite a surprise. Its attack pierced her chest, killing her instantly. Ji Ha was terrified upon witnessing that terrifying power. Big sister Hein Hai. Ji Ha rushed to Hein Hai, shouting loudly. No! Byung didn't hesitate and charged forward, punching the monster directly. Take her to get treated immediately. That punch was like an itch to it. The monster brought its face close to him, and he realized. This bastard, neither physical attacks nor poison have any effect on it. The monster grabbed Byung's wrist tightly. Then it gently tossed him away. Ji Ha saw it let down its guard, so she immediately controlled the chains to bind it. Stop! Hee-sung and Gong Ayung jumped high and attacked immediately. Giant boulders flew towards the monster, accompanied by extremely powerful lightning bolts that also struck. The monster easily broke free from the encirclement, destroying everything around it. Jun Hyuk also rushed forward, wanting to unleash mana to blow up the monster, but it was like mud, absorbing all of his attacks. Any part of its body that was destroyed was immediately restored to its original state. Gong Ayung was terrified by the monster's extraordinary ability. Such powerful attacks had no effect, as if its body was gradually adapting to their skills. The monster swung its arm, delivering an extremely fast slash towards Jun Hyuk. He struggled to retreat, dodging the attack. No way! How could an A-rank team be wiped out so quickly? This guy. The monster stood tall amidst the battle, sustaining no damage. It's definitely not an A-rank monster. Everyone is injured now, so spread out. Jun Hyuk gathered destructive mana in his palm and instructed everyone. We'll gather at the temporary campsite we set up 2 days ago. If this continues, we'll all die. Jun Hyuk unleashed mana onto the ground. The area immediately exploded, filling with smoke and dust. Everyone, we must prioritize saving our lives first. Hee-sung wearily dragged his feet, leaving the battle. The recent scene scared him to death. He could have died. He secretly felt lucky to have escaped death, especially since that thing turned to attack Luong beside him instead. He hadn't been safe for long when the monster flew up behind him from nowhere. As if knowing his fate, Hee-sung despairingly said, I still hope to become the strongest hunter someday. The monster's long claws lunged forward, ready to tear him apart, but it seemed this was the end. Just then, a mana sphere shot out from somewhere, blocking those claws. The explosion forced Hee-sung to retreat far away. The monster's claws immediately transformed into a shield to counter the explosion. A figure emerged from behind, approaching. Hee-sung was still in pain from the aftershock. The other person asked. Jun Hyuk, with both hands in his pockets, replied, Is that how you thank me for saving you? Elsewhere, Hyun Hai's body lay on the ground, with a distant crying voice beside it. Sister Hyun Hai. Ji Ha knelt down, weeping tragically. I never thought we'd have to say goodbye like this. Byung next to her was checking his own wounds. GM approached, asking kindly, "I think you should heal your leg first." But GM still approached and used healing magic on Byung. He was secretly horrified. His whole life, even before awakening, had been dedicated to fighting, yet he was completely overwhelmed just now. Suddenly, a monster with bird legs appeared near them. It walked around, searching for prey. Byung and GM were hiding behind that rock, not daring to breathe. The two of them secretly observed the monster. Thinking about Hein Hai's death, they knew all too well that they couldn't win. Terrifying fear surged within Byung. Everyone has to die, I'll be the same. He also remembered Wan and Iung's death, decapitated, just like everyone else. Inside, Byung was screaming in despair, "I don't want to die." Panic consumed his humanity, and he immediately pushed GM out. GM was pushed unexpectedly, fell out, and was discovered by the monster. Elsewhere, Jun Hyuk and Isung were walking together. So why did that monster run away? I'm not too sure, but I guess. Isung was surprised after hearing Jun Hyuk's hypothesis. It always targets the easiest prey. Jun Hyuk continued to state his predictions. The two people who were attacked were both mid-range and long-range combatants. Furthermore, it hadn't fully defeated Byung yet. His fist trembled with anger. They are all talented warriors. Isung was still wondering, "Why are you following me?" Jun Hyuk casually replied, "I told you. It seems he usually attacks hunters, who are not close-range fighters. Hunter Byung and GM took the same path, so there's a high chance he'll attack you. Moreover, the answer hit Isung like a heavy blow to the head. You have a child." Jun Hyuk walked ahead calmly, saying, "I heard you have two, named Jun Iung, right? Having children changes a person's purpose in life a lot." Isung gritted his teeth. "Don't make me laugh." He was annoyed when his family was mentioned. "My goal in life has never changed. Don't think that just because we have one thing in common, you can act like you understand everything." He hadn't even finished speaking when a terrifying scream echoed in the distance. "No matter what anyone says to you." The scream was GM Ha's. She was fighting the monster alone. "Run!" she pleaded in vain. "Please, someone." Jun Hyuk leaped from a distance and kicked the monster directly in the face. The immense force sent it flying, crashing straight into the cliff. GM panicked when she saw Jun Hyuk appear. "Ah, Jun Hyuk, why are you here alone?" GM recounted that Byung had seized the opportunity to flee. That incident. Jun Hyuk was enraged that someone would betray a comrade. Byung, the monster on the other side, prepared to return to them. Jun Hyuk hastily carried GM on his back. "Climb up first. Focus on healing your leg first." "All right." Jun Hyuk instructed Isung, who arrived later and was standing on a cliff edge. "Isung, cover my rear." Isung was surprised by Jun Hyuk's extraordinary skill. He compressed and decompressed the air to increase his movement speed. He's unbelievably fast. He used his skill to lift the rocks behind him, preparing to attack. "I admit, Jun Hyuk, you are truly strong." The monster charged towards Jun Hyuk, perhaps even stronger than me. The rocks were compressed tightly due to Isung's rage, and I, perhaps, will never be able to surpass him. He swung his hand, controlling the rock, to fly forward extremely fast. The rock pierced straight through Jim Ha and Jun Hyuk, who were in disbelief. If they don't act now, even when he was about to die. Jun Hyuk didn't expect his death to come from a teammate. Hassan looked down from above. "That monster always targets the easiest prey, doesn't it?" "Don't worry." The prey right before the monster's eyes opened its mouth wide, as if to devour Jun Hyuk and Jim Ha. "I'll explain it well to your family." In the distance, Bai Hong Hun was frantically fleeing. Due to overwhelming fear, he accidentally tripped, falling headfirst to the ground. The pain made him partially sober, remembering what he had done to Jim Ha. Bong Hun stared at his guilty hand. "What have I done?" Someone approached him. Bai Hong Hun was surprised to see the newcomer, Hassan. Bai Hong Hun anxiously asked rapidly, "How are the others? Could it be that we're the only two survivors?" Hassan brazenly lied. The others sacrificed themselves so we could escape. Do you understand? That means... Hassan revealed by Hong Hun's deceptive face. I mean, both Gu Jim Ha and Jun Hyuk, whom you abandoned, all died to save us. Hassan knelt down, facing by Hong Hun. I'm saying this now because Ji-hyun might find out if we return like this. Now we're in the same boat. After hearing Yu Hyan tell everything from a decade ago, Sangu was surprised. Is that true? He pressed Yu Hyan. How did you know about that? Not me, but my mother. Your mother went crazy when she found out. She blankly hugged her husband's portrait during the funeral, and that was the beginning of her downfall. Upon returning, Wing Gun held a press conference. They are all heroes, especially Hunter Kim Jun Hyuk. He proved why he was nominated as the next S-Rank hunter. But tears streamed down his face, because the S-Rank monsters there were too strong. Reporters also broadcast on TV. A tragedy has occurred where 5 out of 7 heroes, the hopes of the entire world, not just South Korea, have died in a monster cave in West Africa. Especially among them, Hunter Jun Hyuk was known to have a family, so the government has decided to express deep condolences and discuss compensation issues. Her mother listened to the words on TV. She was enraged, the survivors of this tragedy. Hunter Hassan and Bai Hong Han said they would honor the noble sacrifice of those who died and provide special care for the unfortunate families. Nonsense! She tightly grasped Yu Hyan's hand and questioned her. You don't believe that nonsense, do you, Yu Hyan? Do you? It hurts, Mom. She cried in pain. You must seek justice for him. Please, please tell Mom you will. Your father's body was abandoned in that cold desert. Young Yu Hyan didn't fully understand the cruelty yet. He promised Mom he would come back. She cried along with her mother. Yes, Mom. From then on, a seed of hatred was born in her. I will seek justice. From then on, my mother continued her one-person protest, saying she would continue to spread the truth. However, due to a lack of evidence, people didn't want her to disrupt the atmosphere of the memorial for the heroic sacrifice. Hassan and Bai Hong Han betrayed their teammates? She probably just wants more compensation. Who would believe that? And after 3 years passed, perhaps because too many people called her crazy, she would often hide in a corner and mumble, Yu Hyan, this is a secret, okay? This is a secret. Mom really went insane. Unable to bear it, she committed suicide. And then, on the anniversary of Dad's death, Yu Hyan calmly recounted the past. I had to live alone on the streets, wandering around. And then, after I grew up a bit more, I hid in the Silver Moon workshop to seek revenge. She recalled the first time they met, while hunting monsters. Well, you probably know what happened next. Sangu saved her life. After hearing everything, Sangu became silent. Has that explained everything? The reason for my hostile attitude towards Hassan. Sangu continued to wander the desert, recalling what Yu Hyan had told him. I don't think she's lying. Someone suddenly appeared on a rocky outcrop, interrupting his thoughts. But she left out the most important detail at the end. You seem to have something on your mind, don't you? He was surprised when he clearly saw the person's face. Raven, shouldn't you be calling me master by now? Raven jumped down, landing near Sangu. Have you dealt with the monsters in the suburbs yet? Yes, I've been around here for a few days. Didn't you notice? I told my clones to only report hostile targets, so... But why are you lurking here? Raven looked at him and leisurely replied. Of course. I did that because I can't let my precious disciple get hurt. This place used to be swarming with assassins, you know. And yet, you used them like mere training dummies. Sangu seemed a bit annoyed by his attitude. You only observed? Why should I show myself when you weren't truly in danger? Raven gathered mana, forming a magic circle. Anyway, I can't believe you're practicing magic. You're trying some interesting things. Did Lady Arya teach you? Sangu was surprised, suddenly realizing. That's right. Raven is from Tyburn, isn't he? Can you use magic too? He blankly replied honestly. No, this is all I know. I'm glad you're good with a sword. So, the two walked together for the next stretch, Anyway, it's good to be far from the system. There's a big difference between magic and the skill system. Would you like to come with me to a deeper place? At Bai Hong Hun's headquarters, a flood of failed mission notifications poured in from the system. All the assassins failed. He sweated in fear. It's okay, it's okay. More than 18 years have passed. There's no evidence left at all. Absolutely no evidence. The ghost of Jim Hari appeared after decades, startling him and cutting off his thoughts. What I did. He ran away. Overcome with terror, he fell to the ground, but there was only him there. After regaining his composure, Bai Hong Hun gasped. How did things turn out this way? I merely controlled information about the disaster as instructed and assassinated a 20-year-old child. My foolish actions back then led to this day. In the desert, Sangu was fighting monsters. Raven made a strange face as he witnessed the masterful swordsmanship. What's with that expression? He turned serious and asked, That swordsmanship just now, was that the Gale Herald swordsmanship? I'm just mimicking what my clones do. He sighed in disappointment. That's not the way. Your clones have learned it, but you... Anyway, let's continue. He's really getting on my nerves. Sangu continued to use the monsters for swordsmanship practice. I'm doing it right, aren't I? Controlling the flow of energy with wrist movements. He swung his hand to cut off its head, but it didn't sever. The sword vibrated, making Sangu's hand tremble too. Remember what I told you? That this place is suitable for training? The monster was no longer affected by those slashes. This is a land of evolution and adaptation. Its body healed all its wounds, preparing to continue fighting. If you can't change, you can't move forward. Raven reminded him from the side. Now it's your turn to use your magic. Try using a fireball on them. A fireball. He gathered magic in his hand and approached the monster. Then he jumped back, avoiding the explosion. The monster's corpse was engulfed in flames, screaming in pain. Is that good enough? Raven explained their evolution. You hunted most of the monsters with a sword when you arrived here, didn't you? The monsters in the center have evolved in a way that gives them higher resistance to hunters, or more precisely, predators. The monsters nearby, witnessing the explosion, quickly turned and fled. Since other species have been hunted extensively with sword techniques, they have adapted and become resistant to physical attacks, but they cannot withstand fire. Raven quickly drew his sword. In other words, you can use magic to hunt them. He lunged forward with an extremely fast slash, and the monster's body was instantly cut in half. Sangu was surprised to witness the masterful sword technique firsthand, or to defeat them with an even more powerful blow. These monsters that his own slashes could only scratch. The nearby rocks were also split in half due to the power of the slash. Isn't it convenient to see your target right in front of your eyes? My life goal is to live where I can comfortably lie down, eat, and play, not these kinds of things. At the GM branch, the office building was engulfed in silence. Number 10 knocked on the office door. An employee opened the door. Who are you? In front of the room, all the assassins were standing, waiting. He was surprised to see these people. What's going on? Number 10 got straight to the point. We're here to get our licenses. We are those who have walked a path drenched in fresh blood. The employee looked puzzled, not understanding anything. To escape that path and regain your humanity. Are you here for an interview? Yes, then please come in. At this moment, Hassan was grinding bone fragments into powder. She was compounding medicinal ingredients. Elsewhere, Hassan was talking to a mysterious person. Hunter Hassan, do you know Hunter Ji-hyun? What do you think about the recent rumors that she betrayed Hunter Jun-hyuk? That's ridiculous. Hassan smirked deceitfully. Hunter Jun-hyuk is my benefactor, so I don't want to speak ill of his wife at all. But just because someone has clairvoyance doesn't mean everything they say is true, right? He put his hands in his pockets and left the building. I heard their marriage was going well, what a shame. In the desert, Yu Hyan murmured to herself, Mom, it's not true, is it? Hassan killed Dad. She remembered her mother's words before she died. Yu Hyan, only you are allowed to know this. I've never told anyone this story. She wearily lowered her head and buried her face in her knees. So, what were Mom's last words? Elsewhere, Sangu was practicing using fireballs on monsters. The flames burned fiercely, but the monsters were unaffected. Sangu struggled, observing from a distance. Now these bastards even have high-level fire resistance. Sangu quickly cast a spell. Fireball no longer works. In that case, he leaped forward, closing in on a monster. When he made up his mind, Sangu suddenly drew his sword. The incredibly fast slash cut the monster in half. Sangu was amazed by the brilliant strategy. Sangu excitedly showed off his achievement, but Raven wasn't very interested. Did you see that, Raven? I've mastered the basic quick draw. And mana engines too. Your clone can do it even better. Sangu complained irritably. Is it that hard to compliment your disciple? If you call me master, I'll reconsider. This is about dignity. Sangu struggled to pronounce each word. Master, did you call me? My disciple. Yes, please teach me. At this moment, while the two were joking, the corpses of the monsters from earlier began to stir. They combined to form a giant monster. Sangu was worried, unable to think of anything. Master, I don't think fire, ice, or swordsmanship will work on it. What should I do now? Don't worry, my disciple. The power of the Crimson Blade is limitless. You don't know how much I wanted to say that. At GM headquarters, the lights were still on. Now then, let's begin the interview. The interviewer addressed number 10 and number 12. You look like a foreigner, but why did you go to such lengths to come to Korea and apply to this GM company? Number 10 replied honestly. I'm here because I want to work with Hunter Jung Sanju. We all owe Hunter Jung Sanju our lives. The employee was surprised and thought to himself, oh, I see. That's how it is. It seems he's recruiting foreigners too. As expected, he might be foolish, but he's very kind. Number 11, with his sharp tongue, jumped in and got hit by number 10. That's right, even though I threw a shuriken at his head. Number 11 was knocked out cold with one hit. Number 10 made an excuse. Oh dear, it seems my boy is still jet-lagged. He seems exhausted. I see. So, what's your strongest area? Number 12, not learning his lesson, eagerly answered, and was also hit in the back of the neck by number 10. Of course, assassination. Go to sleep. Number 10 made an excuse for his strange actions. Sleep is really important, you know. What's wrong with him? The employee didn't question it much and gave instructions. That's enough then. There's still one final test anyway. Number 10 listened intently. We had no choice but to add it, because Hunter Dung Sanju insisted on including it in the interview process. A clone was already waiting. You'll spar with a clone to assess your overall skills and combatability. In the desert, the monster has now grown incredibly powerful. Sanyu could only dodge its attacks. So what's the next stage? Actually, I just said that while trying to look cool. Sanyu seriously observed the situation. But my disciple, you've already entered that stage before. Raven reminded him of his previous combat experience. During his fight with the giant bone demon, you temporarily maximized the effect by concentrating all the slashes of all clones in one place, right? Raven also got ready to draw his sword. You just need to do it 5 times faster. He unleashed his ultimate move, 100 cuts, a swirling slash that pierced straight through the monster. He demonstrated it for Sangu to see. It's your turn, my disciple. Sangu summoned his clones. Of course, doing it alone is a bit much. At the same time, the monsters from underground were also reborn. So try it with a few other disciples. In the distance, a dark shadow flashed by. Hasung's subordinate sensed danger. Big trouble. It seems Hunter Dung Sanju has become more dangerous than the boss predicted. A moment later, Sangyu's battle finally ended. Monster corpses lay everywhere. Damn it. Sangyu and his clones were all exhausted. So these bastards are all dead, right? Raven shed tears of happiness. He covered his eyes and slumped down. Disciples number 1 and 2, well done. What about me? Suddenly, Raven received a call. He informed Sangyu. Aye, it's a call from Heritage. I'll be back soon. What's wrong? Since this is an emergency call, something serious must have happened, even though I don't know how to handle it. He placed his hand on his shoulder and reminded him, "Anyway, my disciple, be careful." Raven seriously warned him, "This is already the center of the pit. After the disaster, the number of monsters escaping from the hole has thinned out, so we only maintain them at this minimum level. But it's not surprising that this place is rated as an S-rank dungeon." He turned to prepare for teleportation magic and advised, "Don't overdo it." "I'm nowhere near overdoing it." The spatial gate opened, and he said his last words, "Then try to survive." Sangu returned to Yohaian's side. He entered the tent. "You're here. Are the monster potion ingredients already here?" Yohaian held the potion bottle in her hand and said, "Most of them have very interesting properties. Thanks to them, I was able to make a new potion, adaptation potion. Increases the user's adaptability to external factors. Side effect: after the effect ends, all other effects will be temporarily reduced." She gave the potion bottle to Sangu to try. "Here, try it and tell me what you think." Right, the side effects now seem acceptable. The two fell silent after that comment. Sangu felt guilty. Damn it, how embarrassing. After hearing about her past, it's even more so. Yohaian bowed her head and spoke first. "Excuse me." Sangu looked up and listened as she continued. "There's something I haven't told you." "What is it?" Outside the tent, a monster suddenly appeared and approached. Sangu's clone, who was on watch outside, detected a monster near the campsite. The monster approached. "I'll defeat it right away." A clone used Black Eye. Inside the tent, Yohaian continued her story. "My mother's last words, the real reason I came here." That day, her mother told her a secret. "Yohaian, only you are allowed to know this. I've never told anyone this story." She covered one eye with her hand. "My mother looked into the hole every day after the disaster." The two clones outside rushed into battle to check the monster within. The monster immediately took 2 critical hits. It then rallied, gathering glowing red mana in its palms. The clone using Black Eye said, "That idiot, you shouldn't block it." The other clone rushed forward, intending to block the orb. Yohaian separated 2 fingers, revealing her lifeless eyes. Later, I realized why Mother kept doing that. Her mother used to cover her eyes. "Yohaian, listen, listen to it, listen." She gave a strange smile. "Your father, he's actually still alive." At this moment, Sangu's clone outside took the monster's full attack. Sangu, looking disbelieving, asked Yohaian again, "What? Your father?" Her face was very calm at this moment. Suddenly, there was a huge tremor. Sangu then realized something. Noah too is dead. He quickly ran from this place, not forgetting to tell Yohaian to hurry up, stay there, and don't come out. She was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What the hell is going on? He ran out and saw Noah 1 in front, so he immediately ran over. "Noah 1, are you okay? What's going on?" Noah 1 turned and nonchalantly asked him, "Why did Master only just arrive now?" Sangu was a little confused at this moment. "Hey, Master." Noah 1 then told him to look towards that dusty area. "Look over there." A huge monster appeared. "That bastard is a piece of me. This time I must reclaim it." Sangu didn't understand and asked Noah 1, "So you took over Noah 1's body because of that piece? Why did it happen at this exact moment?" Noah 1 then explained to him, "You've changed your tone. I like your challenging tone. We're just switching turns for a bit." It seems he thinks facing that bastard alone is too dangerous. The monster then created a red orb in its hand, seemingly wanting to attack the 2 of them. It then threw the red orb towards the 2 of them, causing the area to explode. Both Sangu and Noah 1 flew up to dodge the attack. "Don't touch that, and don't try to stop it. You'll explode." The one next to me died that way too. He then felt a bit familiar with the thing the monster had just thrown. "Wait, this ability." He then called out his clones for support. "Everyone help me." His clones then emerged from a spatial rift he created. I have to see it with my own eyes. His 3 clones then flew towards the monster to attack it. Sangu also charged forward with his sword. He launched a wind bullet straight at its face, but it seemed to have no effect as the guy was wearing a golden helmet. Seeing this, Noah 1 was also very excited, with many lightning bolts appearing in his eyes. It seems it's not enough yet. Let me add more. He launched an energy attack straight at the monster's face. The guy's face immediately smoked, but it didn't seem to cause too much damage. Sangu realized the situation and cursed. Damn it. Jun Hyuk's face appeared. The situation has become very complicated. He then realized something. Sangu's 3 clones also prepared for battle. He once again covered his head with the mask. Then the monster flew up high and left. Sangu felt a bit annoyed. Running away? Noah 1 exclaimed. How interesting. Using my power like that. Is it a monster's instinct? Noah 1 then smirked and told Sangu, Hey, Dung Sanju, I want to make a deal with you. He seemed a bit surprised. Noah 1 continued, If you give me that piece, I'll help you. This time, I'll tell you that bastard's weakness. Yohayan, hiding behind a nearby tent, witnessed everything. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, not understanding what had just happened. She realized that the monster was her own father. Yohayan couldn't hold back her tears. She covered her face and cried loudly. It's true. Mom wasn't lying. Dad is still alive. It was already morning. Noah 1 then revealed the truth. The monster we just encountered is my clone. Sangu still didn't understand what was happening and was still imagining things. What are you doing? Clone of what? Noah 1 began to explain. My body was split into 7 parts. Head, torso, 2 arms, 2 legs, and weapons. Each piece has a unique ability. Sangu then turned to question Noah 1. So, aren't the names of the 7 deadly sins about sins? Noah 1 turned away, walking and explaining to him. Others just gave them the names they wanted because those who hold pieces of me all go insane. And my torso. It has the ability to absorb and is highly adaptable. It can absorb and deploy surrounding elements and adapt to different environments. Sangu's face showed a bit of shock, and he began to reanalyze. That bastard's ability is truly strange, even if I don't use it. Its presence is still very fleeting. Noah 1 further explained, because it has adapted and blended into the environment. Sangu then questioned, so it absorbs humans too? Noah 1 thought for a moment, then said, You mean you're talking about the human form that emerged from inside the monster? Sangu had also observed that face. Not just the monster skills. Everything I heard about him remained consistent. That must be Hunter Jun Hyuk. Is there any way to save him? At Heritage Headquarters, Mr. Hubert, I've arrived. Seeing Raven, Hubert also spoke first. Swordmaster, you must be very busy. Please forgive me. Upon seeing this, old Raven then said, I'm not as busy as you are here. Hubert then held a sword. I want to show you something first. Raven was stunned, recognizing what was before him. This is... Hubert picked up a very large sword. Raven recognized it. Earthquake. Raven asked Hubert, You succeeded in restoring it? Hubert replied while holding the sword, although it was difficult because its initial state wasn't very good. This is an artifact of the Urencha Empire, the sword of the late king, who is said to be able to turn the ground upside down with a single swing. He looked at the large sword and said, It's time for this sword to see the light of day after too long. Raven then stated his intention. I want you to use it. Don't you know? Raven continued to explain his reasons. I don't meet the conditions to use it. I am just a small remnant from the past of someone who failed to protect the Empire, and it doesn't suit my swordsmanship. Storm Messenger. Hubert also knew that. What a pity, even though I knew you'd say that. He then wanted to test its strength. In that case, at least let's test its durability. Of course, I can always do that. Raven drew his sword. I won't hold back, all right? Hubert immediately told Rip not to worry. Of course, we're testing its durability. The sword was fixed upright to the floor, while Raven got into a stance, ready to attack the sword. He accumulated wind bullets around him, then fired 3 wind bullets simultaneously towards the sword. He himself had already predicted. As I expected, it possesses ultimate power, worthy of being called what? But the sword shattered right in front of the two of them, leaving both of them bewildered. Oh no. On this side, the clones were breaking off pieces of the monster, then gave them to Yuhaian. Is this enough? She also felt it was enough. Yeah, thanks. She put it in her bag, a small plan already forming in her mind. There's no other way to lure Dad out of that monster's body. A monster that can adapt. Given the surrounding environment and its constant changes, an adaptive potion can be made using that. Yuhaian immediately secured the safety rope and went down a treacherous cliff. She tried to extract the stones there. I'll use this as an essential ingredient to amplify the side effects. Then reverse the main effect. I'm making a potion that can return everything to its original state. By using it with this, I can definitely save Dad. From afar, the monster had observed everything. It was already morning, and in the void, there was ragged laughter. Yuhaian held the test tube in her hand, wearily happy. Completely exhausted, she collapsed in front of the pile of test tubes. It seems Yuhaian had successfully concocted that potion. Finally, I've formulated the reversal agent. Noah 1 was now searching for traces of the monster nearby. Couldn't find it anywhere. No stone was large enough for that guy to hide in. Noah 1 told Sangu to go somewhere else. Go look somewhere else. But he tilted his head back and asked Noah 1, "Excuse me?" Sangu was tied to a tree like bait, completely confused. "I don't understand what's going on. Please explain it to me. Did you forget I saved your life again?" Noah 1, slightly impatient, explained it to him again. Click. "You idiot, use your brain. Right now, the clones are out doing their missions." Noah 1 continued to explain to him. "The top priority for all monsters in this area is to survive. Hunting prey is just a way to survive. That means if your clones keep carelessly gathering like this, that bastard will never show up. That's why we created this childish trap, to lure that bastard here with easy prey, a stupid prey. Careless, with a brain as poor as river shrimp or jellyfish." Sangu now realized what Noah 1 was trying to do. Could it be? Noah 1 suddenly sensed something and fell silent for a moment. Sangu was still annoyed at how he was being treated. "Who else could it be but you, sir? It sounds painful, but I can't argue." Yuhaian ran from afar, shouting loudly, "Yong Sanju, wait." Seeing him hanging like a roasted chicken, she also wondered, "What is this? Why are you hanging upside down like a roasted chicken?" He helplessly said briefly, "You'll understand this grand plan soon enough." Yuhaian ignored him and got straight to the point. "Anyway, take this." Sangu wondered, "What is this?" Yuhaian then recounted, "I saw it back then. The one inside the monster is my dad." Hearing this left him stunned. Seeing his confusion, she explained, "I won't ask you why you hid this from me, but in return, give Dad this. I've created a reversal agent that reverses the altered state." She then shoved the bottle into his hand. "It will definitely bring Dad back to normal." At this moment, Yuhaian, completely vulnerable, pleaded with him, "This is my last request. Please save my dad. Please save my family." Back to the Raven and Hubert. The two old men were still astonished to learn the secret of that sword. "The thing I destroyed was a clone?" Hubert quickly explained to Raven, "That's right. I should have explained it to you earlier. You look very shocked." Raven then asked Hubert, "How did you deal with it?" Hubert looked back at the broken sword and told Raven, "It's a byproduct from analyzing Hunter Yong Sanji's cloning skill. Of course, our skill analysis deployment was a bit of a failure, but this still led to a major breakthrough in the research plan for that skill." After hearing this, Raven had to acknowledge Sangu's talent. "This is truly an incredible skill. He is an extraordinary person." Hubert continued, "Anyway, thank you. I've confirmed the issue, and now I can gain more insights." Raven then posed a question. "Mr. Hubert, no one can use seismic skills besides me. Or if I make a proposal like this. Returning to Sangu, he was now being used as bait for that monster. This made him a bit nostalgic. This is exactly like the bird trap I made when I was little. Sangu remembered the potion Yohayan gave him. Before that, Kim Yu-Ian, she created it, the reversal agent. When did she create this? He remembered the monster's appearance and Yohayan's words, "Please save my dad. Please save my family." Suddenly Sangu felt it. Damn it. The monster then appeared before him. Sangu felt number one was right. He came so fast. I really am excellent bait. He then pressed the switch hidden behind him. The entire front exploded into smithereens. Since this was a cliff, many rocks fell down onto the monster. Sangu untied himself, his face serious. "Congratulations on becoming my bait, you bastard." He slowly advanced towards the monster. "This time you won't escape." Elsewhere, a practice match was underway. "Please stop, the practice match is over." Sangu's clone immediately stopped. Behind him, many other warriors had fallen. "You all worked hard." The assistant next to them was startled. His stats are lower than Dung Sanjiu's, but his technique is truly astonishing, as expected. He's no joke. The weak can create variables and tactics to counter the strong, and he's also unleashed brutal power against weaker opponents. Number 10, not understanding what was happening, collapsed, his mouth full of blood. What the hell? He remembered fighting Sangu. Even though I was allowed to use a weapon, he still avoided all bullets and swords. He even deflected attacks from all directions. It felt like I was completely overwhelmed. How is that possible? We even cornered Dung Sanjiu's original in the past. We pushed him into a tight spot with coordinated attacks. But how can a clone be better than the original? The assistant nearby asked. Number 3 did really well. Would you like some snacks? Sangu immediately replied, I want ramen. The girl next to them was also surprised. Senior, is this true? The clone is stronger than the original. Number 10 scolded her. You idiot, think smarter. Order next to them looked confused. What does that mean? Number 10 explained. Right, there's only one reason. Suddenly, Sangu's image in everyone's eyes became dazzling. Dung Sanjiu pretended to be cornered and disadvantaged by us. That was his mercy. Den's eyes welled up with tears. We've always been treated like trash. The blond young man also sighed. He pretended to lose to us because he cared about our feelings. Everyone was exhausted but still chatted. I'll try again. I want to work under Dung Sanjiu. Me too. I can't be anywhere else but here. On this side, Sangu was pouring all his resources into the monster, but none of it had any effect against its steel-hard shell. He then rushed forward, holding a magic item in his hand. Damn it, he's already immune to fire. Suddenly, he remembered what number 1 once said. My skills adapt and change instantly when facing an enemy, unlike other monsters. My power is not fixed during combat. However, there's still a limit. Suddenly, Sangu realized something. His remaining clones all charged in, unleashed many attacks on the monster. It didn't react, only whimpered strange cries. Sangu realized his weakness, then drew his sword. This bastard, so he can't adapt and resist different attributes at the same time. He immediately slashed hard at the monster. Finally, the slash wounded him. Sangu recognized the opportunity. Then I have to end this as quickly as possible right now. He struck him many times. Number 1, standing by, scoffed. You guys are overexerting yourselves on that monster. Seeing number 1 idle, Sangu immediately shouted, Then why don't you come help me? Sangu and his clones rushed forward, unleashing many different attacks on the monster. Sangu turned to number 1. Why aren't you helping me? Seeing the monster suppressed, Sangu wanted to finish him off. I've subdued him. Number 1 realized something and shouted at Sangu. Back off quick. Sanju, that bastard has adapted to ice magic. He broke through the ice and swung his arm toward Sangu. He was caught by him. This caught him off guard. Damn it. In less than a second, its claws reached for him. and gripped his abdomen. Sangu cursed, "Damn it." He gritted his teeth, enduring. It's using its fission ability. I have to hold on. Even his sweat evaporated from the heat. Sangu gritted his teeth, his face contorted. I'll stop it from inflating with my invulnerable body. But the fire slowly took hold, and Sangu's body was depleted. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. With his back bleeding, Number One approached. Number One behind Sangu. A miss by a millimeter leads to a mile. His body swelled up like a balloon. Number One complained. And you just made a mistake. Boom. The earth-shattering explosion. The explosion ended, leaving only white smoke. Number One looked at Sangu, who was kneeling, his face pale. Number One raised his blood-stained arm. You've died once already. There's no second chance. Calm down. Number One sneered. If my existence didn't depend on your skill, I would have let you die already. The monster was confused, and Sangu was curious. How can you eliminate the analysis skill? Number One replied. Each fragment has its own abilities, and this is the head's ability. By analyzing the skill structure, we can disrupt the mana flow and neutralize it. Number One continued. You only have a hole in your stomach. You're still doing quite well. Your regeneration stats are pretty high anyway. The blood gushing from the corner of his mouth stopped. Sangu mused. That ability also helps stop the attack of the giant bone demon, right? An idea struck him. Then whenever something like that happens again, you just need to eliminate it, right? As soon as he spoke, he was punched. Sangu whined. Why did you hit me? Number One disdainfully. You good for nothing. Can't you do anything but depend on others? Meanwhile, the monster charged. Sangu reacted quickly, immediately blocking the attack. He even said loudly, Exactly. That's the kind of person I am. The monster collapsed. Number One continued. See? With those stats, you don't need to risk your life, like with the giant bone demon. But why aren't you focusing at all? To Number One's question, Sangu bluntly replied, Because I have to kill this monster. Elsewhere, a sound echoed from near the half-dead white mice in the glass cage. Here. Shever fearfully handed over the tray of test tubes. Here's the fine medicine you requested, sir. Hassan examined the test tube, then picked up a mouse from the cage. He directly poured the medicine into its mouth. Shever froze, watching the mouse screaming loudly from the drug shock. It then shrieked uncontrollably as its fur hardened, its eyes turned green, and its pupils became crazed. Hassan immediately burned it. He was annoyed. Are you kidding me? It's a defective product. Shever sweated. He continued. Only 2 complete samples can prevent transformation into a monster. I don't have enough time to complete the remaining samples. Shever hesitated, but then the mouse, thought to be dead, revived and bit Hassan's wrist. He was surprised. Shever explained, Even so, the stat-boosting ability of these defective products cannot compare to the previous ones. Shever continued, If I had more time, I would transform them. Hassan's eyes widened and he cut her off. No complete version is needed. Just produce this kind. He complained, You should have given me something like this from the start. A loud noise came from outside. Large rocks collapsed. Kim Yu-hyen was startled. She fell into thought. Are they fighting? Well, perhaps making someone drink medicine during a fight is quite difficult. But then she suddenly realized, Wait, what if the medicine bottle breaks during the fight? Kim Yu-hyen immediately rummaged through her bag. I made a few more from the leftover ingredients. Here it is. Seeing Yu-hyen ready to go, the clone wondered, Where are you going? Bring this to Yong Sangu, a supplementary tonic. He continued, Let me give it to him. But Yu-hyen adamantly refused. I need to check the medicine's effectiveness, so please let me go. The clone helplessly said, I won't stop you, but please think carefully. The two stood before the ruins. The clone wanted Yu-hyen to confirm carefully. Are you sure you want to go there? Tremors were continuously created by the battle between the two sides. The monster was trying to create a magic orb. Number One scoffed. You fool. You can adapt. But you can't learn anything? Thunder and wind clashed, resulting in a draw. Sangu gripped his sword tightly. Number 2, enchanted. Fire enveloped his sword. He charged forward and unleashed his skill. The severed head was Yuhai's father, with black eyes. Sanju gritted his teeth. In a flashback, Sanju tensely asked the person opposite him. The skills and the story I heard completely match. That's definitely Hunter Junhyu. Is there any way to save that person? The sword hesitated, but then sliced off the monster's left shoulder. It was trying to find an escape route, but the ceiling was already sealed by ice. It panicked. Sanju calmly said, "There's no escape." A few minutes ago, Sanju and Number 1 discussed, "Save the guy inside? You must have some understanding." And so, according to the plan, Number 1 climbed onto the monster's back. He unleashed lightning, making it shriek. The first step is complete. Number 1 reported, "I've temporarily restrained him. His adaptive ability has been locked, so he won't be able to resist." After Number 1 jumped out, other clones also used ice to hold the monster in place. Sanjia charged forward. Yuhai's plea, "This is my last request. Please save my father. Please save my only family." Sanji's face hardened. "I'm sorry." The monster stood still, accepting it. A cry echoed. "Stop!" The tip of the sword, about to kill the monster, had to halt. It was from Yuhai. She fumbled on the stone pillar. "Wait." "What?" Then she tumbled down and landed on her butt. Yuhai was stunned. Why are you pointing your sword at my father? You said you'd save him. That's my father." Number 1 looked at Sanju. "You keep making that strange expression." Sanju was face to face with the monster, or Yuhai's father. "Is that why?" He remained silent. Yuhai stammered, You broke the potion, didn't you? I brought a spare here." "Hee, I made extra as a backup." Sanju interrupted. "I already have it." He said bluntly, "Kim Yuhai." Sanju looked at the monster in front of him. "This isn't your father. It's just a monster." He continued, "This appearance is due to its transformation skill. It doesn't control Hunter Junhyuk or anything like that. If it drinks the potion, it will just turn back into a normal monster like the others. The truth is sometimes hard to accept." Yuhai trembled. I don't understand what you're saying." "What do you mean, monster?" After the battle, the advantage leaned toward Sanju. He charged forward to finish the monster, but stopped due to Yuhai's cry. Yuhai pleaded, "That's not a monster, that's my father. I only saw my father when I was little, but his image is still vivid in my mind." Yuhai screamed, "He looks exactly like he used to." Sanju retorted, "Exactly the same?" He continued, 18 years have passed, and his appearance hasn't changed at all. Isn't that strange?" Yuhai was speechless. At the same time, Number 1 approached. "If you don't see it with your own eyes, you won't believe it. Move aside, young Sanju." Number 1 launched his attack. "Anyway, I'll get my transformation ability back." A single slash cut its body in two. The monster howled. Yuhai cried and pleaded, "No." Black cells covered the face of the person Yuhai called her father. In a fleeting moment, that face suddenly became unfamiliar. A young woman with blue hair. Yuhai froze on the spot. Number 1 scoffed, "Is this your family too?" Sanju also gritted his teeth. The monster was regenerating. Number 1 turned to look at Yuhai. "Why are you silent now?" I asked, "Is this your family?" Blue hair flowing in the wind. Sanju was curious. "Is this person also part of the special forces?" Number 1 denied. "Who knows? This monster changes its appearance constantly every time it gets hurt, and it hides itself so well, so it's probably impossible to recognize." The monster had fully recovered, returning to Jun Hyuk's form. Number 1 warned, "It seems to have finished healing. Kill it quickly, or it'll adapt to the ice system and escape again." Sanju clearly heard, but still hesitated. Small hands were trying to open the cap of the medicine bottle. "Wait a moment." Yuhai, with sorrowful tears, pleaded, "Let it drink the rest of the medicine while it's in my father's form. What if it really is my father? It's still not 100% certain." Footsteps rushed quickly. Number one kicked Yu Haiyan in the stomach. Sanju was flustered. Hey, what are you doing? A drop of sweat rolled down Sanju's nose as he accidentally saw something. Yu Haiyan lay on the ground in pain. Ugh, cog. Number one commented, I hate people like you the most. He continued, you can't do anything properly, yet you stubbornly refuse to acknowledge the obvious truth, only knowing how to beg without being able to offer anything in return. Though number one's words were harsh, they were all true. If you at least knew how to wield a weapon, I wouldn't be mocking you like this. Yu Haiyan painfully watched the medicine bottle shatter before his eyes. No, my medicine. Number one shouted. Get out. You're only good at getting in the way. Someone's sluggish footsteps passed by. A kick without time to react. Number one grumbled. What are you doing, young Sanju? It turned out the monster with Jun Hyuk's head had stepped in to protect Yu Haiyan. Number one was enraged. I told you to kill that monster. Yu Haiyan stammered. Father, father. Number one sighed. That's a monster. But fine, whatever. Why bother explaining so much? The monster opened its mouth wide, preparing to devour Yu Haiyan. Perhaps dying in one's own illusion is also a kind of blessing. Fortunately, Sanju stopped it in time. He paused. Answer me. 7 deadly sins. Sanju continued. You said that monster takes on the form of Hunter Jun Hyuk to use his skills, right? So that means the regenerated body will also have the same memories and body as Hunter Jun Hyuk. Number one nodded. That's right. It will regenerate its brain to use the skills. So what? The monster rushed forward. Number one complained. The monster only acts on its instincts. Sanju also charged forward. Then you should use your skill to isolate the part of the body that contains Hunter Jun Hyuk's form and cut off the rest. He continued, you said you can cut off mana circuits. Number one was surprised. Then he asked Sanju, why should I carry out such a troublesome request that might not even work? He sighed. This isn't a request. Sanju pouted, pretending he didn't want it anymore. If you don't want to do it, then fine. I'll give up too. Forget the 7 deadly sins. No more negotiations. We don't even necessarily have to take down this monster. So why should I go through all this trouble? Number one was provoked. Following that momentum, he continued. You're the one who needs to rush, not me. Li Bear, who was inside, froze. Are you kidding me? Sanju continued in a taunting tone. Come on, number one. Let's go out. The 7 deadly sins wants to breathe some fresh air now. As expected, the provocation was a complete success. Number one gritted his teeth. You bastard. Number one angrily charged towards the monster. If everything falls apart, don't you dare blame me. And landed on it. Sanju, shielding Yu Haiyan from a wind, thought. Actually, I don't know if this method will work. I don't know how this monster's instincts will react. But, a few minutes before number one kicked Yu Haiyan, Sanju was confused. Hey, what are you doing? And at that moment, Sanju was shocked by the sight. The monster with Jun Hyuk's face was frowning upon seeing Yu Haiyan get hurt. Back to the present. Sanju was keeping Yu Haiyan stable and observing the situation. There's no other way. We have to try to find out. Number one pressed down, and the layers of black mist around the body gradually dispersed. The intensity of the separation grew higher, and Jun Hyuk's body became more clearly visible. A moment later, number one successfully separated both, and Jun Hyuk lay peacefully on the ground. Then he opened his eyes, waking up hastily, gasping for breath. Then he shouted, Jiha, are you okay? Jiha, where are we? My chest wound is gone, and my clothes are different too. A voice reached him. Dad, do you recognize me? Fake Jun Hyuk looked bewildered. Yu Haiyan pursed her lips. Dad, do you know who I am? Jun Hyuk was silent. Then he replied, Yu Haiyan. She was surprised, and shed tears of joy. Yes, that's right. She looked at her father, who she thought was dead, and replied, It's me, Dad. Now, there are 2 forms of the monster. One is Yu Haiyan's old father, sitting serenely on the ground, and the other is the silent monster behind him. Number 1 froze. It worked. Sangu continued, see? I told you so. How would we know if we didn't try? That's why number 1 was even more curious. I still don't understand. It's still a monster, and she must know that. He continued, it looks like her father, but in reality, it's the one who killed her father. Sangu paused for a beat, then replied, have you heard the story of the ship of Theseus? He continued, suppose we replace the old planks with new ones, and if we keep replacing them until there are no old planks left, would it still be the ship of Theseus? Even if the appearance is the same, if the constituent materials are different, would it still be the old ship? Number 1 sneered. You fool, there's no definite answer to that question. And that sneer inadvertently paved the way for the explanation. That's right. That's why the creature doesn't need that answer right now. Number 1 confused. What exactly are you trying to say? Sangu smiled. Do we need to judge whether Hunter Jun Hyuk is a monster or a human based solely on our standards? A gentle light emanated from the remains of the monster. Sangu calmly said, it's simply that. Yes, though strange, false warmth still soothes a person's loss. Someone just really wanted to see the ship again. The warmth from her loved one made Yuhayan unable to hold back her tears of happiness. Jun Hyuk smiled. You've really grown up a lot. Yuhayan choked up. I thought you wouldn't recognize me, Dad. Jun Hyuk laughed. How could I not recognize you? His eyes twinkled as he smiled blankly. But you really have grown up so much. I'm telling the truth. He asked Yuhayan, how long has it been? She hesitated. Well, that is. Sanji walked over. I'll tell you. Sanji bowed. Nice to meet you, Hunter Jun Hyuk. You were captured by a monster. A moment later, everyone moved to the aircraft. Jun Hyuk exclaimed in shock. So, in short, a monster captured me, and you're the one who rescued me? Sanji nodded. Yes. Number 1 sighed. Good lie. Jun Hyuk carefully listened to the information. And 18 years have passed? Then, how's my wife, Ji-hyun? Yuhayan flinched. She stood up in a panic. That is, Mom. A phone was handed over. Sanju explained. You can check for yourself. These are the related reports from when it happened. The article read, a disaster has befallen the hunters sent to the monster dungeon. What was the cause? 6 heroes, a tragedy for the victims' families. Jun Hyuk, Hunter Jun Ji-hyun has died. Hasung and Iong Hyun stated. We should have been the ones to die there. We are deeply sorry and saddened by what happened. A deluge of information overwhelmed Jun Hyuk's brain, and then an article titled, Hunter Kim Jin Hyuk's wife. Hunter Jun Ji-hyun found dead. Hunter Kim Jin Hyuk's wife. You lost your husband. You faced a terrible accident. She made an extreme choice. Jun Hyuk froze. Yuhayan asked worriedly, Dad? Jun Hyuk clutched the phone tightly in his hand. You don't need to say anything more. He inquired, is your name Young Sanju? Sanju replied, yes. Jun Hyuk's anger erupted. He furiously asked Sanju, those 2 bastards who betrayed the whole team that day, Hasung and Byung-hun, where are they? Sanju was surprised. Are you planning to kill them both? Jun Hyuk, harboring hatred, replied, yes. Sanju asked again, are you sure? Jun Hyuk interrupted him. Don't even think about trying to convince me. Now I will. Sanju continued, that's not what I mean. Sanju looked at the man in front of him and seriously asked, are you sure you want to let them off so easily? Jun Hyuk was surprised. Then he explained, I have a proposal. It won't be too late to make your decision after you hear me out. The noisy crowd was mainly composed of reporters. The reason for that, Hunter Young Sanju is holding a press conference. Didn't he always avoid reporters? The other person replied, Tisk, he probably can't ignore it this time. If it's true that he can defeat an S-rank monster. Sanju, in a polite manner and wearing a black suit, was walking towards them. Then he'll be officially recognized as an S-rank hunter. He spoke into the microphone. It's a pleasure to meet the reporters. Raised cameras began to flash. Thank you all for gathering here. Sangu frowned. Everyone who caused me trouble at the jumper building is also here. After he had enough of the jokes, he returned to the main topic. Tisk, as you all know, I recently visited the monster pit. Sangu clapped, and as expected, there's an S-rank monster there. The reporters were utterly shocked by this scoop. A reporter raised his hand. So you've... Sangu replied, I've caught the monster. He continued, of course, there were some obstacles, but I want to announce to everyone that I am the one who caught the S-rank monster. The reporter exclaimed, so that means... Hunter Young Sangu will be the first S-rank hunter in... She was interrupted. Wait a minute. It's those two scoundrels, Hassan and Bihu. First, I want to congratulate you on your safe return. Hunter Young Sangu, you've really returned safely. The photographers clamored. It's Hunter Association President Bihu and Hassan from the Hassan Guild. Amazing. Bihu slyly played his game. We said we would recognize you as an S-rank hunter if you could handle an S-rank monster in the monster pit. But the most important thing is proof, isn't it? Without it, it will be very difficult for us to acknowledge your claims. Sangu mused. I knew they'd show up. Hassan next to him also scoffed. At least there should be a video. Don't tell me you think we'll just believe your empty words. Sangu chuckled. Proof, that's right. Of course, if I didn't have proof, I wouldn't be holding a press conference. You two are quite amusing. Sangu stepped closer to Hassan with a triumphant look. Of course I have it. I also have all the evidence proving your dirty deeds from 18 years ago. Both were stunned. Sangu sternly said, I'll give you two a chance to confess everything yourselves. Tell them everything you two did in the monster pit. Check all the facts that happened back then. Biu panicked at every word Sangu uttered. He placed a hand on Hassan's shoulder. If you two do that, I won't say anything and won't present any evidence. And whispered into his ear. But if you try anything other than apologizing, the evidence will be revealed to the whole world. Hassan turned his head. Are you done talking? Then laughed loudly. What proof? While Hassan was reacting fiercely, Bihu cowered silently beside him. What did I do wrong that I need to confess? You're just spouting nonsense because you have no proof that you caught an S-rank monster. Do you think you can fool me? Sangu waved his hand and sighed. How pathetic. His loud laughter made Hassan tremble with anger. What? Sangu scoffed. You're good at trying to act innocent, but it's truly pathetic. Now that he had scoffed enough, Sangu chuckled and continued. I don't care about the hunter industry, but if someone like me appears and touches upon your weakness. Do you think that would be a lie? Footsteps moved. The reporters looked bewildered. A familiar figure, a dear voice. Should I start with long time no see? Bihu and Hassan froze. Bare hands adjusted the mic. Kim Jun Hui in the flesh stood on the podium, looking down. Both of you have aged a lot, haven't you? This is all so new. We should start by revealing the truth about what happened that day, shouldn't we? The cameras and mics all turned towards him. Hey, film this, quickly. Kim Jun Hui and the truth about 18 years ago gradually came to light. Hello, I'm Jun Hayek. I was trapped by an S-class monster for 18 years and miraculously returned thanks to the help of Hunter Sangu. What I'm about to say is all true. Hassan and Bihu are not heroes. Those who watched the news were deeply moved. Hey, Ion, has he really returned? What's going on? The person opposite stammered. I only just got in touch, so... The news continued to broadcast. They are the ones who abandoned their teammates when they needed them most. Or with Jun Hayek, diligently training and returning, only to have the efforts of his teammates, things that didn't belong to them, stolen. Or with Yuhian, the girl who had to silently endure the truth for many years. My wife tried her best to expose the truth recently, but I heard she couldn't withstand the pressure from those around her. Now, I will try to set things right. Kim Jun Hui, with determined eyes. I will make them pay. The information spread. sparking widespread discussion. Hey, did you see that? Hunter Jun Hayek survived and returned. Jun Hayek? Who's that, you idiot? Don't you know the strongest member of the Special Forces from a long time ago? I heard Assam and Bihu betrayed them and escaped. Oh my. So what his wife said back then was true. The sarcastic remarks and insults toward Bihu and Assam in the face of the ironic truth. I knew it. When only the two of them returned, I found it strange. They're truly scoundrels. Elsewhere, a delicious, steaming hot pot was placed on the table. Jun Hayek asked blankly, "What's this?" Yuhian happily replied, "We have to eat it." Although they had moved from the restaurant, Jun Hayek said in surprise, "People deliver food now. The world has gotten better, hasn't it?" He took a bite and widened his eyes in awe. "It's delicious." Yuhian chuckled. "Hee right?" Jun Hayek suddenly remembered something and said, "Ah, can you teach me how to use a smartphone? It's so convenient now that I'm using it." Yuhian gently said, "Give it to me. I'll save my number on your phone first." She added softly, "Now that there's internet, it won't cost anything, Dad. Feel free to use it." He asked skeptically, "Is that so? I won't be made to pay a ton of money later, will I?" Yuhian gently replied, "No." On Yuhian's note, a check mark had now been added to the Eat Together box, with 3 things remaining: visit Mom's grave, go to the amusement park, and watch a movie. On TV news at that time, images of Kim Jun-hui were being broadcast. The MC began to report, "Something extraordinary has happened. Hunter Jun Hayek, who was presumed dead, has returned to life after 18 years. What's even more surprising is that the cause of the disaster was the betrayal of hunters of Bang In and Hasung. Police officers stormed into the warehouse to arrest the mob bosses, making them yell, 'Stop taking pictures.'" The reporter continued to report the betrayal that Hunter Sangu insisted upon, even unto her death. Hunter Kim Jun-hui's return has brought immense power to that forgotten accusation. The image of the silver-haired boss covering his face in shame was filmed, accompanied by the steady voice of the announcer. To this day, Hunters Hasung and Abung and have not provided an answer. At the same time, elsewhere, various expensive bottles of wine were laid out on a table. A voice rang out, "Give me this." Hasung spoke in a low voice, "For each branch of the Hasung Guild." His subordinate hesitantly asked, "May I ask what this is?" Hasung then looked at him with a terrifying expression and slowly replied, "It's wine." He said in a meaningful tone, "Don't worry. I heard that drinking alcohol also has an effect." The subordinate asked, confused, "Huh?" Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, startling him. The subordinate was now covered in strange black liquid streaks. He placed his hand on the table and trembled, saying, "I'll go distribute it right away." Hasung said coldly, "Go." As soon as he finished speaking, the subordinate quickly walked out of the room and slammed the door shut. The black liquid stains on the floor began to sizzle and smoke. Suddenly, Jinnik burst through the door, yelling in a panic, "Father, no, Chairman. Reporters are everywhere." He anxiously asked, "What should we do?" Where's the table?" Hasung stood still calmly, looking out the large glass door. He said in a deep voice, "If you want to plant trees, you must first plow the soil." Hasung calmly stated, "Jinnik, tell all members of the Hasung Guild this." He gave a strange smile and said meaningfully, "Prepare a farewell party." "I will turn myself in." Jinnik asked in surprise, "What?" At the same time, elsewhere, the agent on the chair gritted his teeth and said, trembling, "Damn it, what's going on?" He asked Sangu skeptically, "You didn't just bring Hunter Jun Hayek back, but you also dropped a bomb at the press conference." Sangu calmly replied, "You must be stunned." The agent's eyes widened in surprise as he stammered, "Of course, Hunter Kim Jun Hayek has been a legend since I was a student. Moreover, Yuhian is actually his daughter. I finally understand why she insisted on entering the monster pit with you." He then inquired, "What are you planning to do now?" Sangu pondered for a moment and then said, "Father, The most important thing is Hunter Kim Jun-hyek's opinion, so. Suddenly, number one from behind boomed, interrupting their conversation. Don't waste any more time. The agent, bewildered, softly said, Number one. Sangu immediately explained, No, it's the 7 deadly sins talking. Number one urged, How long are you going to leave my fragments scattered around? If you want revenge, do it quickly. Sangu hastily objected, Hey, everything has a proper order, doesn't it? If we kill those 2, we'll be labeled as murderers. Number one replied indifferently, Does that matter? That guy doesn't have much time left either. Hearing that, Sangu fell silent. The bewildered agent asked, What are you talking about? Who doesn't have much time left? Number one turned to Sangu and asked suspiciously, You haven't told him yet? He recalled the happy moments of Jun-hyek and his child, then said in a cold voice, Because what I did to that monster isn't permanent. He'll soon collapse and disappear. Jun-hyek's widely smiling face was zoomed in on. Number one slowly continued, My power doesn't last forever. You know that. In the large banquet hall, everyone had arrived and was murmuring among themselves. Hey, is that really true? You mean the chairman's farewell party? He suddenly gathered everyone like this. A man wearing a small white headband whispered, I heard he's going to turn himself in. Does that mean everything is true? The short-haired woman sitting nearby complained, I'm going crazy. Our guild is really doomed. Who's the successor? The people in the Hasung Guild were still debating lively. Team leader Sinjingu will take over? His skills aren't that good, are they? Wouldn't Hunter Sinjuni Ion be a better choice? Suddenly, a loudspeaker blared, drawing everyone's attention. Members of the Hasung Guild. Hasung's voice rang out steadily. You must have heard the news, right? That's how things are. He calmly continued, holding the mic. Our guild isn't that great. We've done a lot of dirty deeds too. Hasung's voice still echoed, but I can guarantee one thing. At the same time, in a small branch company, 2 men who received wine sent by Hasung said in surprise, Who knew the chairman would care about a small branch like us, right? He announced in a deep voice, Everything I've done was for Hasung's good, even though I'm stepping down like this because of my greed. Li Haiyan crossed her arms, looked at the brusque subordinate, and said, Hey you, I told you to treat the chairman candidate well, didn't I? Hasung's voice resonated throughout the banquet hall. Currently, Hasung is facing a great change. The subordinate just sat silently without answering. In the camera room, he intently watched the screen and said, I apologize for making everyone follow an incompetent commander all this time. He loudly announced, Raise your glasses. The red wine glasses were raised in response to Hasung's words. They excitedly said, Raise your glasses. Immediately, the wine glasses clinked together. The members of the Hasung Guild began to sip the wine in their hands. Li Haiyan swirled her wine glass, preparing to drink it. Suddenly, a strong hand stopped hers. Li Haiyan looked at Hasung's subordinate in surprise and asked, What are you doing? He didn't answer her question, but just reminded her in a low voice, Don't drink it. She asked in astonishment, What? In just a moment, the other people had finished all their wine. The scarred man asked suspiciously, What will happen to the Hasung Guild now? The man with the thick mustache praised, This wine is quite good. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the banquet hall began to transform into hideous figures. After just a few seconds of screaming in pain, they turned into animals with wrinkled fur and extremely terrifying appearances. They rushed out of the building with their withered bodies, creating a loud noise. The bodyguard downstairs saw stones falling from the ceiling and shouted in panic, What? Is there a terrorist attack? Headquarters, there's an explosion in the banquet hall. As soon as he finished reporting, a giant monster with long, sharp claws appeared on the staircase, lunging towards the bodyguard. Before he could even collect himself, in an instant, fresh blood splattered everywhere, soaking into the nearby walls. He sung in the camera room slowly uttered each word. So, please give it your all one last time for me. He clutched the stone syringe, plunged it into his neck, and growled. Peace has lasted far too long. Now, no one pays attention to its importance anymore. His skin began to shrivel and crackle. Sung gritted his teeth and continued. Now that anyone can become an awakener, it seems they've forgotten the importance of powerful hunters. A moment later, his skin turned to stone. Sung crushed the syringe, his eyes turning malevolent. He spoke in a chilling voice. That's why now is the time to remind everyone. South Korea will return to a catastrophic era. Modern skyscrapers began to crumble, causing smoke and dust to fill the air everywhere. People ran in chaos, screaming frantically. Run! A frightened woman collapsed to the ground, trembling as she said, What the hell is happening? There are no hunting grounds or gates around here. From the high-rise buildings, grotesque monsters swarmed out, attacking people, causing them to panic and shout. Then where did these monsters come from? The terrified screams of the people and the violent crashing sounds of buildings grew louder. Hearing such a loud noise, Sangu broke out in a sweat and worriedly said, This sound. The agent reported, The alarm has gone off. Sangu quickly ordered, Evacuate to the basement immediately. He gritted his teeth and whispered, Sung. Outside, fireballs were gradually being dropped onto the ground, and monsters flew everywhere in the sky. Sangu angrily spoke, That bastard is crazier than me, isn't he? A series of giant, burning meteorites were plummeting to the ground at high speed. The scene below was chaotic. Everyone was frantic and scared, searching for a place to hide. Dodge! A girl ran, helplessly shouting, How do you expect us to dodge? Sangu stood silently, lost in gloomy thought. Was it when my physical strength exceeded 40? Every time I run, my legs feel weaker. Even if I use just a little strength, my body starts to float. Although my strength has doubled since then, the habit hasn't changed. At the same time, on another side of the sky, another wave of fiery meteorites continued to fall rapidly. Jung-sen estimated 8 meteorites. Jung-sen squatted down deeply, gathered momentum, and leaped. Sometimes I wonder what would happen if I ran at full speed. Jung-sen's eyes were sharp, his face now cold. Enough! Skyscrapers exploded, debris flying wildly everywhere. Before anyone knew it, Jung-sen had instantly leaped into the air, and a decisive sword strike sliced the giant meteorite in half. Immediately after, he cleverly shifted his posture, using the meteorite fragments as footholds. He continued to land on each meteorite and instantly destroyed them at breakneck speed. Before long, the meteorites were completely shattered, their power neutralized. Meanwhile, his 2 teammates were utterly astonished to see this. Numerous massive meteorites turned into piles of rubble, raining down onto the ground. When he saw that everything was no longer dangerous, Jung-sen lightly landed on the ground, observing the situation. The others, who were struggling to deal with the meteorites, also breathed a sigh of relief. He destroyed all the meteorites. One of them exclaimed, That person is? Jung-sen, with a serious expression, turned his head back and instructed, You too, hurry to the shelter. Even if someone knocks, don't open the door. Seeing the entire city almost completely destroyed and submerged in desolation and ruins, Jun-hyuk, Yu Hyan's father, blurted out, What's going on there? He and Yu Hyan both gasped, momentarily shocked. Sung, that crazy bastard. Before finishing his words, Jun-hyuk leaped onto the railing, not forgetting to instruct his daughter. Yu Hyan, hide. I'll go out. Seeing this, Yu Hyan hesitated, about to stop him. Suddenly, Jung-sen's trusted comrade came running in a hurry from somewhere and flung open the rooftop door. Brother Yu Hyan, hurry to the shelter. Yu Hyan's father heard this and breathed a sigh of relief, entrusting. There's a shelter? Thank goodness. Please take care of Yu Hyan. Seeing her father preparing to leave, Yu Hyan reluctantly said goodbye. Dad, don't get hurt, okay? Jun-hyuk confidently declared, Don't worry, I'll return safely this time. Without further delay, Jung-sen's comrade pulled Yu Hyan and ran quickly, only managing to call out 2 words, Dad must. Jun Hyuk entered a serious, combat-ready state, his eyes sharp, angrily shouting in his head. He sung. At the same time, in the Ha-Ion Academy campus, Ha-Ion was walking, lost in thought. In the end, I still didn't meet Appa. He knows I'm back, but why isn't he at the academy? He skips class whenever he wants because his grades are always good. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, making Ha-Ion, who was still confused about the situation, think. This voice. Professor Hwang Jun-hai quickly signaled, "Everyone run." At this moment, Ha-Ion, amidst the panicked crowd, finally realized, Professor Hwang Jun-hai. Ha-Ion, bewildered and surprised, asked, "Why is everyone running?" Before Ha-Ion could finish, a swarm of grotesque monsters immediately charged into the campus. Oh my! The monsters grew in number, suddenly appearing from every corner of the city. This was an unexpected situation. A reporter quickly arrived at the scene and updated the ongoing situation. Monsters of unknown origin are flooding into the city. Ugly, bizarre monsters are approaching residential areas, causing fear among many residents. The female reporter stated, "The military says the underground Iron Gate has been controlled, but even so, the number of monsters is still beyond prediction." The female reporter continued to bravely comment in front of the cameraman's lens, as if. Right behind her, a giant monstrous bird suddenly swooped in as she was still predicting. "This is another disaster then," making the cameraman only have time to frantically shout, "Behind you, behind you." Suddenly, a large hand appeared, concentrating magic power to strike. That person immediately charged forward, dealing a powerful, fatal blow that defeated the monstrous bird in an instant. The female reporter and the cameraman were both dumbfounded, jaws agape, speechless. As soon as the monster was swiftly dealt with, the reporter suddenly shouted, "Hunter Kim Jun Hyuk." Jun Hyuk emerged from the dust and smoke, softly speaking, "I acknowledge your courageous spirit, reporters, but please evacuate. This place is too dangerous." Even so, the reporter immediately became enthusiastic again. "Something very shocking just happened. Hunter Jun Hyuk just saved me. His skills are truly as strong as ever." Jun Hyuk, seeing this, was also helpless. "No, I told you to run." Another batch of giant, burning meteorites continued to appear. The reporter, with a hint of fear, looked up and continued to update the situation. Another meteorite. Jun Hyuk also looked back, calmly speaking, "That's Isung's skill. This time, please evacuate. There won't be another chance." With that, he leaped high into the air towards the meteorite. He quickly used his power to smash the massive meteorite into many pieces. Jun Hyuk's eyes were sharp but somewhat apprehensive. The size is completely incomparable to the previous ones. I have to destroy it quickly. Suddenly, a sky-rending slash came from nowhere, shattering the fragmented meteorite chunks. Yong-sen looked confusedly at Jun Hyuk below. "Huh, Hunter Jun Hyuk, weren't you with Yu Hyan?" Scene change. At the academy, a demon-headed monster was ferociously roaring. Lee Hyan was exerting all her effort to deal with that monster. She used her power to move a chair and hurled it towards the monster. Immediately after, she gathered her strength and delivered a direct punch to its body. Hisung's subordinate was also fiercely fighting the remaining monsters. Fortunately, most of the monsters were running out of the building. He decisively attacked, quickly finishing off the monster. We're all that's needed here. After dealing with the monsters, Hisung's masked subordinate turned towards Lee Hyan. Lee Hyan was panting. "Are you all right, Lee Hyan?" The masked figure indifferently said, "Whether you run or not is up to you. Goodbye." Suddenly, Lee Hyan lunged forward, clutching his collar, and gritted her teeth in a threatening tone. "Hey, you know about this, don't you?" Without any hesitation or fear, the masked figure coldly replied, "Yeah." Given his cold demeanor, Lee Hyan truly burst out, shouting, "You know how to do it, but why didn't you stop that bastard Hisung?" Hisung's subordinate remained unmoved and said in a low voice, "No one ordered me to do so." Before Lee Hyan's astonished gaze, the masked figure gradually disappeared. "I only act on orders." leaving Li Hyan standing motionless in the room. The masked figure completely vanished into the shadows. I don't care about anything else. Li Hyan, heartbroken, silently sank to the floor, watching the shadowy figure slowly fade away. She continued to hold her face in her hands, racked with incomprehensible torment. Then why did you stop me from drinking it, you bastard? At this moment in a room, the table was littered with empty wine glasses and bottles. John was lying on the bed, frowning uncomfortably, hand on his forehead, cursing. Bastards. He then propped himself up and picked up the phone to complain. Hey, this is room 1302. It's been too noisy. Can you people quiet down a bit? But the other end didn't reply, only a tut-tut sound. No one answered, which made John a bit confused. He then got out of bed and walked to the door, muttering, Are you kidding me? I thought the service was great, but this is ridiculous. As soon as the door opened, a grotesque monster appeared before John's eyes. The monster shrieked savage sounds, poised to attack John. But before it could act, it was utterly obliterated by a single blow. John, the S-Rank hunter, blessed John, with one hand in his pocket, a puzzled and weary expression, spoke. What the hell is this? Did a gate open nearby? Jumper, how dare that bastard recommend this place to me? John unleashed a barrage of attacks on the monsters. In no time, he quickly cleared out all the monsters. John couldn't help but exclaim in awe. As expected, he's not called an S-Rank candidate for nothing. The way he easily took down all those A-Rank monsters is truly. Jun Hyuk turned his head towards Young San and asked, It seems we've cleared this area. Are there any residents who haven't been evacuated? He immediately replied, I estimate there aren't many left. We need to find Hee-sung to quickly end this mess. Jun Hyuk seemed to remember something and hesitated. Ah, that's right. He remained silent for a while, staring at his palm, Jun Hyuk's gaze becoming pensive and subdued. He spoke in a low, serious tone. Hunter Young-san, I have a few things I want to ask you. Young-san quickly replied, Sorry, what do you want to ask? Jun Hyuk's question stunned Young-san. How much time do I have left? He chuckled a forced, reassuring laugh. Probably not much, right? If I wanted to ask you a favor? Elsewhere, the monsters were still ferociously wreaking havoc. The guards were fighting hard against them. Platoon leader, at this rate, will be overwhelmed by the monsters. The platoon nearby is also facing a similar situation. Hold your formation. A monster charged forward and brutally killed a guard just as his comrade next to him hadn't even finished speaking. You know what will happen if this place. The monsters continued to press their advantage. The guards had died. A dimensional gate appeared. The next wave of monsters slowly began to emerge. The fearful and desperate citizens listened to the news. One by one, the guard posts tasked with controlling the hunting zones were falling, and the situation was spiraling out of control. Monsters have broken through the connecting gate. So if you live near one of the hunting zones, please move immediately to the nearest shelter. Young-san's mother worriedly asked her husband, Honey, Sam will be okay, won't he? He tried to reassure her. Trust Sunju. What we need to do now is keep ourselves safe, so Sunju can fight without worry. Violent knocking on the door and frantic shouts. Is anyone here? Please save us. Open the door. A voice from inside responded. Enter the passcode. The man stammered. Passcode? But I don't live here. Monster corpses lay sprawled on the ground. The cat-eared girl raised an eyebrow and softly asked, This is insane. You said this isn't a gate outburst, right? The man next to her immediately replied, That's right. However, according to reports, another defeat is happening as monsters have attacked the nearby defense platoon. Everyone is scrambling to evacuate. The monster back then must have appeared suddenly right in the city center. The starting point of this incident is also in the city center, near the Hee-sung Guild. The cat-eared girl hesitantly added, Hee-sung is also the one who guided them on how to produce the medicine. The man sweated profusely, his eyes disbelieving. Could it be Hee-sung and his guild? The cat-eared girl also lowered her gaze with concern. If that's true, we'll have a real problem. Iang Ju was probably only B rank, but in the end, he transformed into an A rank monster. Moreover, how many A rank hunters are there in the Hasung Guild? The man suddenly looked distraught, staring in another direction. Seemingly sensing something was wrong, the girl hesitated. If all those A-rank hunters turn into monsters? The monster's footsteps grew closer to them. A giant monster with long brown hair appeared. The cat-eared girl cautiously reminded him, "Be careful. That monster." In a flash, the monster streaked past the two of them. When it nonchalantly turned its head back, both their bodies were covered in gashes, bleeding simultaneously. Just then, the man's sister accidentally ran past, her eyes wide with surprise as she let out a "huh." She cried and ran towards her brother, unaware that the monster was right behind her. She screamed, "Appa!" At the same time, at the academy, everyone was struggling to fight the monsters. Yunha put all her strength into a kick, sending the monster flying. Hei Aion was no less impressive, unleashing a shot that pierced the remaining monster. Yunha panted, looking at Hei Aion next to her. "Hey, I told you to run too." Hei Aion's eyes were focused, and she quietly said, "We have to buy time for the citizens to evacuate." Seokin breathed heavily and shouted, "I've reached my limit. My powers are useless against these bastards." Daoin immediately replied, "So you're planning to run away? Do you have any self-respect left?" Seokin, still upset, gritted his teeth and said, "But look at the current situation. The monsters keep charging in." The moment Seokin lost focus, a monster lunged at him, making Daoin next to him only manage to shout, "You idiot!" Hei Aion also seemed exhausted, her eyes wavering. "There are too many. Someone." Hei Aion clearly showed her fatigue, silently praying, "Please, please save us." At the shelter, Yong Sunju's trusted comrade sat next to Yuhian. She was sitting, covering her face, sobbing. The comrade, with a worried look, gently comforted her. "Are you okay?" Yuhian, covering her face, choked out, "I hate this weak body. The situation out there is getting worse, and my dad is out there saving everyone, but I can't do anything." The comrade beside her also replied with concern, "Me too, but you don't need to worry too much." He offered a kind smile to calm the crying Yuhian. "Hunters are much stronger than we think. We might be at a disadvantage right now, but a counterattack is only a matter of time." The scene shifted to where the monster was about to take the life of the man's younger sister when suddenly a blue shield appeared. The younger sister's eyes welled up with tears, her mouth agape, unable to speak. A blessing. John Scully suddenly appeared, saved the girl, and warned, "Step back." He thought with a serious expression, then mumbled to himself, "It seems to be a rank or a low S rank, though fighting it alone might be a bit much for me." He landed a powerful blow, sending the monster flying far away. John Scully had a pensive look as if something was bothering him. "I mean, there's a guy in Korea, the kid who uses clones. How does that kid work to let something this filthy wander the streets?" As the monsters were about to lunge and tear at Hei Aion, someone immediately made them explode. An unfamiliar voice spoke up. "Is this the school Yong Sunju attends?" This made Yunha immediately narrow her eyes and ask, "Who are they?" Number 10, paying no attention, continued to preach to his comrades. "They're also buying time for the citizens to evacuate. Even the students here have a kind soul like Sunju." The guys, with excited and delighted faces, began to introduce themselves. "We are hunters who assist Yong Sunju. This is the path Sunju often takes." "So cool, just as I thought. The school the greatest hunter attends is truly top tier. We're here to eliminate these insects defiling this place." Number 10, with an extremely excited expression, continued, "To turn this place into a sacred ground. Rest assured, you're safe now." Meanwhile, at Yong Sunju's location, he was helplessly searching every corner. "Not here, no. I mean no one is here." Yong Sunju, with a pained and frustrated expression, struggled. "Where did his son go? Where is he hiding, you scoundrel? Stop using stealth magic and come out and fight, you coward." He slumped down, cursing in exasperation, damn it. He stopped being noisy and silently recalled Jun Hyuk's words. Probably not much, so I want to ask you a favor. And he immediately regained his spirit, reminding himself, no, I need to find him quickly. This isn't the time to catch these monsters. He frowned, his face serious, looking at his comrades. They're stronger than they look. These monsters, have they existed before? A soldier immediately stated, this is the first time I've seen them. Young Sunju was exhausted. More meteorites will fall. Let's go back and find his son. From behind, a deep male voice called out, Young Sunju. Sinjin Yang, with a long, sad face, mumbled, what's happening here? Did my father do all of this? Young Sunju looked back, full of concern, momentarily speechless. Sinjin Yang. Sinjin Yang slowly approached and handed Sunju something, quietly saying, this was in my room. It was a mysteriously sealed test tube. Sinjin Yang frowned, his pained eyes revealing. It's the final product with no monstrous side effects. It came with a note saying it could destroy my curse. Young Sunju's eyes began to waver, a flicker of anger in his eyes. But that means the others can turn into monsters. Sunju lowered his head, lost in thought. So the monsters everywhere right now are members of the Hasung organization? I had a hunch. But are they really beautiful? When he vaguely understood everything, Sinjin Yang couldn't hold back tears, biting his lip and sobbing. So father really is behind all of this. Young Sunju could only stand frozen, speechless. That, Hai Ion gently stepped forward, interrupting the conversation. You're right, your father did it because I was at the center of that hell. Young Sunju was too stunned to speak. You... Sinjin Yang also stammered, only managing to call out. Squad leader Hai Ion. Hai Ion stepped closer, her eyes sharp, her teeth clenched. This is no time for tears. That bastard Asung has hatched a plan even more disgusting than this. His goal. At this moment in the laboratory, Asung was gleefully immersed in the immense power he had successfully researched. The power and destructive range of the meteorite have been perfectly expanded. Asung's face lit up with a sinister smile of triumph. Power far exceeding before. I can feel the power I've pursued for so long. And as the sun gradually set, night was falling. When silent darkness had enveloped the power station, the guarding workers suddenly looked bewildered. Hey, that's... A colossal meteorite suddenly appeared. It plummeted straight into the power station, destroying everything. Immediately, the city's power went out completely, plunging everything into darkness. At the city hospital, a cry rang out. Power outage. The doctor hastily reassured the patient's family. Calm down. The hospital has an emergency generator. The patient's family became frantic, urging, quick, transfer the patient to the emergency room. Siona frowned, observing the unstable situation, and thought, too many people are flocking in. I can't remember each of them. Inside the hospital, in the room where the generator was running, Hasung's masked subordinate suddenly appeared from the shadows. As the doctors were preparing for an emergency operation, the power suddenly went out completely. What? Everyone fell into chaotic commotion, scrambling to check the situation. What's happening? It seems the generator has stopped. Iku, quickly check the Iku room. Just then, Sunju's younger sister, Jaiwan, began to have difficulty breathing. Sunju's face went white as he gasped. What? Dong-hyun nervously stammered. I'm sorry, I couldn't block the generator side because I had to block the meteorite on the roof. The hospital has now lost power. Hai-Ion clenched her teeth, unable to contain her anger. Is it true? Are we too late? Young Sunju fell into a state of extreme fear, stuttering. No. Gee, a rough hand gently placed itself on Young Sunju's shoulder. Sinjin Yang's face was serious, his voice reassuring. What can you do by going to the hospital now? Everyone has their role. After saying that, Sinjin Yang pondered for a long time, then quietly placed his index finger on Young Sunju's bracelet. Sunju stared in astonishment at the map appearing before his eyes. Then Sinjin Yang continued. It's father's, I mean, Hasung's location. Sinjini Yang turned and left, looking at Young Sunju and entrusting him. I'll go to the hospital. Young Sunju, please stop my father. I won't blame you, no matter what you do. At the shelter, Young Sunju's teammate stared in astonishment at his phone screen. Beauty is the cause of this? How? His face was shocked when he received the message. The essence of monsters is mutated beauty. He was originally a member of Hasung's guild. I'll go stop Hasung, Sunju. Yuhian, sitting next to him, quietly asked, so those monsters didn't escape from the gate? The teammate, still surprised, replied, that's right. Yuhian fell silent again, deep in thought. Suddenly, the shelter door subtly moved. Everyone around became flustered, asking each other, are there still people who haven't entered the building? I don't know. Who is it? A man's silhouette appeared, calling out as the door opened. Yuhian. She widened her eyes in surprise, loudly calling out, Father. At the same time, at the hospital, the generator had melted in an unusual way. The electrician stood stunned and helpless. This can't be fixed. It's completely melted. The employee next to him continued to plead. Can't you do anything? Please, even just a little. Sinjini Yang suddenly appeared and said seriously, this is the hospital's generator, right? Move aside. The employee stared at Sinjini Yang and asked in surprise, are you a hunter? The electrician next to him fumbled to stop him. Wait, you can't touch it. Even if you touch it, the power won't come back on. Holding a test tube in his hand, Sinjini Yang replied confidently, don't worry, I have a skill. Then he injected the contents of the test tube into himself. A system panel appeared. Weak Archmage. All stats are 0.2. Hasung, secretly pleased at the time, mumbled, Young Sunju won't be able to act for a while. That old man smirked with delight. There's no one at the captain level who can stop the mutated monster anymore. So shouldn't we make things even more exciting? Suddenly, Hasung's laboratory door was hit by a very strong force. The large door was immediately flung open. Hasung's face was expressionless. His voice deepened. What a surprise. I didn't think you'd come here. Young Sunju's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he looked directly at Hasung. I found you. He sneered mockingly. Is your sister doing well? I heard the hospital is very busy. Young Sunju suppressed his anger and replied, I already have someone there. You are the problem I need to solve now, Hasung. Hasung scoffed, challenging Sunju. Do you think you can do it? Sunju clenched his teeth, glaring at Hasung. On the contrary, you're the one who has to stop me. Young Sunju forcefully struck Hasung with his sword, thinking with difficulty. Clearly, he used beauty, the finished product with no side effects of monsterization. Both of them were thrown backward after the collision. Hasung, bored, gave a sinister smirk. I see. I was wondering how you found my location. It seems Shin Jun Harong told you. Jun Sanju stood motionless, as if a sensitive spot had been hit. Seeing this, Hasung continued to provoke. I heard you're very close to him, but did you really hand over the hospital to that idiot? Jun Sanju's blood began to boil as he retorted indignantly. This is the first time I've heard someone speak of their own child like that. You heartless person. Hasung gave a wicked smile and snarled. That bastard is the biggest mistake of my life. He's an idiot with all his stats fixed at 0.2, and you're going to entrust your sister's life to that failure? Jun Sanju's eyes seemed to waver for a moment, but he remained silent. Meanwhile, at the city hospital, Shin Jun Harong used the perfected vial. Feeling the immense power flowing through his body, Shin Jun Harong carefully considered. I mustn't use normal judgment skills. It'll cause a short circuit. He immediately unleashed a large amount of power. But luckily, I have this. Weak Mage, all stats fixed at 0.2. The employee and the electrician exclaimed in unison when they saw the flickering lights appear. Power. Shin Jun Harong secretly rejoiced, gritting his teeth and channeling more power. Good. If it stays like this then. Suddenly, his power weakened, and the light bulbs immediately went out. The employee and the electrician looked at Shin Jun Harong in confusion, speechless. Shin Jun Harong's face was drenched in sweat, staring blankly at the notifications. Mana shortage warning. Weak mage. All stats fixed at 0.2. Shin Jun Harong immediately fell into extreme despair. Why? How? Even with the perfected vial? At that moment, in Joe's emergency room, the nurse was panicking. The virus's mana absorption rate is too fast. She's going into shock. The doctor next to her also helplessly spoke. The curse. It's too late to check her vital signs. Nevertheless, seeing Joe dying, they still tried their best to save her. Prepare for CPR immediately. Bring all the mana medicine here. At the same time, Shin Jun Harong gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up. Ridiculous. You think I'll just quit? Despite the system showing a red alert, Shin Jun Harong focused his power. I told him he entrusted the hospital to me. He once again unleashed all the power he had. Shin Jun Harong's mind was immersed in his thoughts. Why is the curse a binding punishment for me? I wish there would be no hope for me to become stronger, but my magic grew stronger, and I used more types of magic. Shin Jun Harong's lips were bleeding as he slowly recalled. My resentment towards this punishment increasingly enveloped me, but then I heard his story. His doppelganger skill does all his work for him, and the doppelganger even helps him increase his stats. It's so unfair. I struggled so much just because of this innate skill. Dad always shows disappointment. You trash. You never put in effort. I had to try so hard to reach level 8. It's so unfair. So unfair. Suddenly, Jun Nook appeared in the flashback. Shin Jun Harong, congratulations. I heard Dad left one of the 2 perfected samples for you. Jun Nook clenched his fist, his face full of resentment. Why? Why are you always the one who receives Dad's support? I'm his son too. I was the one who pushed the perfected vial project, but in the end, it's so unfair. Shin Jun Harong's face darkened at the time. Ah, that's right. I just needed someone to be jealous of. Shin Jun Harong bit his lip, continuing to ponder. Talent. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will be crushed. Effort. Inheritance. I heard I should at least be able to do this much at B rank. Genius. Shin Jun Harong was lost in his memories. Mediocrity. I'm asking what I need to do for you to give up the divine vial? You can't even handle a mediocre B ranker. What mediocre B ranker? Punishment. You haven't changed anything since F rank. In the end, you still want to ruin the plan. Admitting to Jun Sanju. Father, Divine Vial Academy. Shin Jun Harong, at that time, cried out in anguish. Why only you? Why do only you get those things? Someone appeared and shattered all his resentments. Don't project your shortcomings onto others. Tears streamed down Shin Jun Harong's face as he choked out. Me, and the excuse for my own weakness. He clenched his teeth, despite the blood continuously flowing. The female employee, seeing this, felt great pity for the hunter. The electrician quickly stopped her. We'll get electrocuted if we get too close. We have to get out of here. Shin Jun Harong painfully and with difficulty concentrated his strength. Damn system. I will still maintain my skill even if my mana runs out. Shin Jun Harong frantically and continuously increased his power. No, even if I die, I will never cancel this skill. The system continuously issued red warnings. Mana depletion warning. Mana depletion warning. The chains restraining his power were all simultaneously breaking. Shin Jun Harong was in a state of abundant strength he had never experienced before. He was suddenly speechless. The penalty system is gone. Moreover, my mana stats, which never increased before, are now increasing simultaneously. Shin Jun Harong clenched his fists, feeling the immense mana flowing through his body. Father, your insane actions cause deaths. Shin Jun Harong's face darkened. He said nothing. But today, I will be the one to save them. Shin Jun Harong's power had increased to its maximum. Meanwhile, Jun Sanju responded with a stern face. A failure? And yet you gave him the perfect, complete version. Hai-sung, expressionless, spoke softly. I just threw it away because it was extra. He disdainfully sneered. That perfect pellet probably won't do anything for him anyway. Do you think I just sit by and do nothing about that damn penalty? Jun Sanju, unwavering, calmly asked. So, what are you planning to do? Hai-sung was momentarily speechless when Sanju reported. I heard the electricity at the hospital has been restored. It seems the perfect pellet worked. Sanju suddenly appeared from behind Hai-sung. It's unexpected that the first thing your son did after getting rid of the penalty was to ruin your plan. How do you like that? He landed a direct punch on Hai-sung, sending Hai-sung flying backward. Jun Sanju, with sharp eyes, relentlessly attacked. From what I see, you are the Hai-sung Guild's biggest failure. One slash from him shattered everything. Jen Stein, the system creator, had a somber expression. No, Jun Sanju. The penalty cannot be removed with a pellet. If the penalty was alleviated by another method. At the hospital, the doctors all sighed with relief and joy. It's a relief the power is back. We've temporarily passed the critical stage. The nurse next to him asked, Doctor, do you see? The virus count. Suddenly, the female employee rushed in to announce, We've made contact. They said the power is being temporarily supplied from another station. The doctor, hearing this, felt somewhat relieved. Really? It was almost a disaster. What a relief. The female employee immediately turned and left, her face radiant with joy. I must inform that Hunter boy right away. She ran down to the generator room and yelled, Hunter boy, they said the power has been temporarily restored. You can stop activating the emergency generator. Jenstein's face was gloomy and dark. The system's penalties aren't bad. They create limits because that skill is too powerful. It would overload the body. Power that exceeds its limits is unstable. The female employee's eyes widened in shock. Her mouth agape. Hunter boy. Shin Jun Herong lay motionless on the ground, lifeless and utterly drained of strength. After a long sword slash from the wall straight down to the floor, Jun Sanju spoke. I've met many pathetic hunters, but among all of them, you are definitely the worst. Hai-sung was now covered in dirt, his eyes bloodshot, with clear anger. Jun Sanju stared at Hai-sung, quietly questioning, Did you really have to stoop so low as to follow my sister? He frowned, his eyes showing no mercy. You really are? From the hospital, Kim Dong-hyun's voice reached Jun Sanju's ears. Master reporting. The female employee was anxiously trying to treat Shin Jun Herong. Please. As she tried to use her healing power on Shin Jun Herong, she instructed Kim Dong-hyun, keep performing CPR. Shin Jun Herong's stiff face frightened the female employee, who quickly called for help. Doctor, come to the machine room. Quickly, there's a patient here. Kim Dong-hyun's eyes were filled with pity as he spoke in a low, hesitant voice. His heart has. Upon hearing this, Jun Sanju's face turned pale, his eyes wide in horror. What? Shin Jun Herong. He sung, with an emotionless, indifferent face, softly said, I know good has no effect on him. In the end, he's still a disgrace. Jun Sanju's eyes couldn't hide his pain and pity for Shin Jun Herong as he angrily exclaimed, What? He sung, without an ounce of sympathy, complained coldly. Look, I'm the one who should be crying right now. Do you know how hard it was to get that useless thing onto the B list? As he hurled meteorites at Jun Sanju, he continued to disparage his own son's death. Dying from using your own skills isn't something to be proud of. Jun Sanju frowned, pressed his lips tightly, and his eyes sharpened. All right, I've decided. I'll kill you. As Jun Sanju spoke, he cleanly sliced each meteorite in half. Jun Sanju lunged, striking He Sung directly with a sword, but the man merely laughed gleefully and provoked. You think just because you decided you can actually do it? Haven't you realized from the previous fight that you couldn't even make me bleed a single scratch? He widened his dark eyes and arrogantly yelled, I am invincible. Before he could finish his sentence, Jun Sanju swiftly sliced off his wrist. Without any hesitation, he directed his murderous, hostile gaze at Isung and spoke seriously. Do you know why I was only toying around earlier? It's because you're still Sinjun Herong's father, after all. Isung finally regained his composure, looking in horror at his hand lying detached on the ground. He sweated profusely, gritting his teeth in pain. Jun Sanju, with eyes full of resentment, prepared to strike again. Sinjun Herong gave me permission to use any means necessary to stop you. But how could I kill the father of the boy who promised to save my sister? Yet, knowing you think of him that way, I have no reason to hold back anymore. Isung was still writhing in agony, clutching his severed arm. Sanju charged at Isung with force, a sneer on his face as he asked, "Why the long face? Did you really think you could defeat me just because you blocked once?" Isung stood motionless, as if there was no way to avoid Sanju's blade. His sword strike sent old Isung flying directly towards the high-rise buildings. Then he was bounced back, crashing hard onto the ground, his entire body aching. He trembled as he laboriously struggled to get up. Isung, now unstable on his feet, his forehead bulging with angry veins, fumed. How could he break my invincibility? My physical resistance is top tier. Even among A ranks, I even used a resistance boosting skill, and my base stats were already enhanced from good. Jun Sanju, filled with indignation and resentment, growled and asked, "Do you see the mess you've made? Everything is destroyed. Your guild members have turned into monsters and are now killing people everywhere." Sanju pointed his sword, exasperatedly shouting, "How can you not care about this sight?" Isung, his body covered in scratches, began to ramble. Exactly what's the problem? Don't you think everything that's happened so far is very..." Sanju's face contorted as he froze at the old man's words. What? Isung began to babble about his insane thoughts. Before, this was an obvious answer. Somewhere, an innocent person desperately called for help. All I've done is bring reality back to the past, to a time when the weak would die. Elsewhere, a husband was desperately protecting his wife. Hide behind me, my love, and only the strong survive. Zone, having dealt with the monster, breathed a sigh of relief. You almost bit the dust here. That's how the great catastrophe happened. Isung spoke disdainfully of his deeper meanings. But now, those who aren't even worth as much as insects are allowed to touch me, the strongest hunter in Korea. He incessantly challenged, "Listen, because I'm not insulting you." Immediately, Jun Sanju forcefully kneed Isung in the body. Jun Sanju, his face no longer merciful, frowned and looked directly at Isung, replying, "So I guess you won't have a problem if I tear you to pieces, huh? In that case." Once again, Sanju kicked old Isung away. He had no strength left, slumping in the rubble, his mouth still muttering curses. I. Isung struggled to get up and spoke with difficulty. "I currently possess the power of an S-rank hunter." Sanju, with a calm and fearless face, softly uttered, "Oh, how petty." Giant, blazing meteorites appeared again. Sanju quickly leaped into the air and cleaved all those meteorites in half. Isung's head spun. He clenched his teeth, pondering, "My vision is being obscured." Dong Sanju, while cleaving each meteorite, thought to himself, "I will crush you with my final destructive meteorite." Suddenly, Sanju's expression turned startled. A blinding golden light appeared from somewhere, growing larger and larger. Isung, down below, chuckled sinisterly. "Dong Sangu, so you're also the same contemptible kind as Kim Run Hyo Yuk." Believing Dong Sanju had exploded, he gloated and laughed loudly. "Look, I am the strongest in Korea." Suddenly, Isung's smile vanished, his face filled with fear. Sanju slowly emerged from the explosion smoke and spoke. "This is true invincibility, the beautiful thing you keep prattling about. I've had it for a long time." Sanju's eyes were sharp and cold. He pointed his sword straight at Isung. "So, what is the distance between us now?" He was instantly stunned, standing motionless. "It's not fair." After that, only a long sword slash was seen piercing straight through him. Dong Sanju then coldly looked back. It's power. At the same time, Yu Hyan, still bewildered, whispered, Dad, where are we going? Run Hyo Yuk gently smiled kindly and replied, Where else? We're going to the cinema. Yu Hyan, surprised and confused, continued to ask, What? The cinema? At a time like this? Run Hyo Yuk made a humorous face and playfully replied, Oh, right. That means we might not have to pay for tickets, right? Suddenly, Run Hyo Yuk's expression changed as he recalled what he had once said to Sanju. I entrust Shin Heesong to you. Sanju, confused. Yes, wait a minute. Hunter Kim Run Hyo Yuk, do you mean you won't seek revenge? Run Hyo Yuk replied, I'll leave him to you. After all, he can't apologize for what he's done. Sanju then continued, What? Wouldn't it be better if you... Kim Run Hyo Yuk interrupted. You know, this smartphone is quite useful. I can access the internet anytime. And it contains a lot of information. There are even some about S-rank monsters in the monster pit. Upon hearing this, Sanju suddenly realized something. Run Hyo Yuk managed a difficult smile and softly asked, Hunter Dong Sangyu, am I a monster? Amidst the crumbling ruins and cracked earth, a voice spoke. Something seems wrong. You clearly wore clothes for hunting monsters. But there are no monster carcasses here. Traces of my skills and destruction are everywhere. Run Hyo Yuk gave a wry smile. It seems this place is holding something, but I'm the only one here who hasn't aged at all. He paused for a moment, then continued, making Sanji gasp, as if I was created. Run Hyo Yuk held out the phone and said, Look at this too. It's predicted that S-rank monsters in the monster pit are at the pinnacle of adaptation and evolution. They have observed and replicated the abilities and characteristics of what they devour. Sanji's voice turned cold as he called out, Hunter Run Hyo Yuk. He asked, What are you trying to say? Run Hyo Yuk turned and smiled, replying, Anyone can kill. Perhaps you'd even do it better than me. I can tell just by looking. Sanju lifted one foot, bewildered. So Run Hyo Yuk smirked. Will do what only I can do. Run Hyo Yuk suddenly grabbed Yu Hyan's hand, surprising her. Everyone has been evacuated, so there's no one here. He pulled her along. You can sit anywhere you want. If not now, then when will we go? Blood dripped onto the ground from the sword, drop by drop. Sanju struck with the sword, making Hei Wong fall heavily to the ground. He widened his eyes and laughed madly. I am. Hei Wong stopped laughing, panting. The strongest hunter. He recalled Shever Joan holding a tray of medicine. What would happen if I injected those two complete products? Hei Wong picked up a vial of medicine and asked, Can I become twice as strong? Joan replied, That's not how it works. Because it helps maintain and enhance the human body. There's a limit to how much the stats can increase. Hearing that, he was disappointed. So, there's no way for me to increase my stats further? Not exactly, Shever Joan explained. You can also increase your stats through training. So you just need to train, or else use one of the incomplete products and abandon your humanity. Hei Wong sneered. That's good. Can you make it into a capsule? After recalling, he bit down on the capsule he had in his mouth. If I can't become the strongest. The capsule broke, smoke erupted. Then everything is meaningless. Sanjiu saw purple lights appearing before him and didn't understand what was happening. A purple energy surged from Hei Wong's body, startling him and making him step back. That energy shot high into the sky, destroying many buildings around it. From within that energy, a sphere was fired. It rushed toward Sanjiu. He raised both hands in defense. The sphere hit the ground while Sanjiu jumped away. He gritted his teeth, his hands trembling, thinking, What the hell? Did that bastard take the incomplete medicine? Behind the rubble, a leg appeared. Then his whole body appeared with 6 legs and a tail. I am the strongest. Hei Wong called out, Run Hyo Yuk. Sanjiu frowned. What? Have you lost your mind, you lunatic? He shrieked. If it weren't for you, then I... His scream made the ground tremble violently. I would have. Nearby buildings were also affected and collapsed. Sangu also found it hard to stand upright against the aftershock, but he quickly regained his composure, jumped, and slashed Hae-Woong's back. He roared loudly. Sangu was surprised. His regeneration ability has surpassed human limits. The monster roared madly, its voice exploding an entire area. Sangu dodged the attack, propped one hand on the ground, thinking. His skills are also dangerously strong. This won't work. Number 2, bring that thing out here. The ground collapsed, scattering rocks and debris. The people in the building were astonished. What? The door. The monster slowly walked closer and said, The weak. It rushed towards the people in the building. Must be eliminated. Ah! Monster! Run! A person's foot slipped on a brick. Blood splattered along with a shrill scream. The monster's claw stopped right in front of Shin Yuni-Iong's face, who was trembling and panting. Its claw plunged right into the middle of Oh-Byung-hun's chest. The monster frowned in surprise. Oh-Byung-hun. Shin Yuni-Iong, with tears welling up, asked, You're the association president? Sanju took advantage of the monster's distraction and charged forward, frowning and growling. Get out. A vortex emerged from the ground, stabbing directly into the monster's abdomen. People around panicked. Quickly, bring the first aid kit. Hurry, he's bleeding too much. The girl, with wide, tearful eyes, let go of the other person's hand. Her eyes wide and tear-filled, she said, That child. Oh-Byung-hun's face hardened as he thought. He must be very scared too. Someone ran over with a first aid box. That little girl must have been very scared. The monster leaped up to attack. Don't get in my way. Run, Hae-Wook. Sanju jumped up, kicked him in the head, and cursed. I'm done, Sanju, you idiot. The battle continued. Another massive explosion occurred. Sanju jumped back and said, And the one whose name you're so desperately calling. He looked serious. Isn't Hunter Run, Hae-Wook? You Hyen and Run, Hae-Wook sat in the cinema. Sanju continued. Even though he's a monster, he decided to die as a human. Sanju raised his hand and created a black hole. Like you. 3 clones of Sanju appeared one after another. Red electric sparks flashed. The monster stared at him without saying anything. Accordingly, 3 other monsters also appeared. We'll die like a monster. Right here. A fist flew towards the monster's face. I am. Another monster lunged and stabbed the other one. The strongest. Run carried the cat-eared girl and the agent away. A girl shouted, Where you going? Please. The girl cried and pleaded. I'll give you any money you want, so please treat him. She continued to beg. Please save those 2. John Scully replied coldly. Shut up, you fool. Then he turned and walked away. I'm trying to do that at the same time. The girl, confused, said, Huh. Shin Yuni-Iong was placed on a white pad, with someone performing healing magic beside him. A doctor panted and said, Stop. His aorta and most of his blood vessels are all severed. He added, You know perfectly well that we can't save him. The girl stubbornly continued to use healing magic. But suddenly, someone kicked the door open and said, All doctors, take a break. John Scully gathered a golden orb, a sneer on his face. Today, all patients in this hospital will be turned to dust by me. He created a gigantic seal that enveloped the entire hospital. A green energy source ran down from the sky. Several orange monsters continuously attacked the monster he dung. He created a black orb floating in midair. Then he controlled it to hit that monster. One of them exploded. He thought to himself, Ah, so there's clones, Dung Sanju, that bastard. Sanju stood in a corner watching the monsters fight. Isn't Run Hae-Wook coming yet? The original plan I prepared was for him. Blood splattered from the monster he dung. He thought, but why? I've strived and sacrificed myself more than anyone to achieve power. Sanju stood there stunned. But why can't I defeat that useless brat? Suddenly, he thought of Shin Yuni-Iong. Effort. The monster roared. That's right. That brat must have put in a lot of effort like me too. He raised a hand, creating a dazzling golden orb. This last time I will. Before he could do anything, he was stabbed through the stomach by Sangu's clone monster. It lifted its hand, and blood dripped from its wrist. The monster, twisted all over, let out a silent scream. He used his last bit of strength to think. Am I simply weaker than him? He tried to speak. Dung Sangu, congratulations on becoming an S-rank hunter. A cracked, broken hand flew up. This is the last farewell gift I give you. Sangu said coldly. You should have chosen to rest instead. A barrage of fireballs rained down from the sky. There are always those dogs that only learn their lesson after facing bitter consequences. Sangu frowned and thought to himself, 2 to 3 kilometers. So far I can't even estimate. Even if I use all my sword energy for the Storm Herald sword technique, I'm not sure if it'll hit. But there was no other way. He had to use it. A swirling vortex appeared in his hand. Well, I have to try to know. Suddenly, the sword broke in half, then gradually cracked into many pieces, leaving Sangu stunned. He looked at the shattered sword and exclaimed, Ugh, that bastard! You're about to destroy the capital. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in the sky. He gripped his sword and called out, Disciple. The giant sword landed right next to Sangu. Raven shouted, Use that. He instructed Sangu to also grasp the sword and follow. Use the Storm Herald's whirlwind slash. The stone blocks surrounding the sword gradually broke into pieces. Raven knelt on one knee and said, The entire ground is yours to command. The name of that weapon is... Sangu swung the giant sword. Earthquake. A huge surge of power caused the surrounding rocks and earth to burst upward. At this moment, nothing could be seen but that dazzling golden light. A stream of swirling wind shot up into the dark night sky. Where Sangu struck, a bottomless hole had formed. He held the sword, breathing heavily. Everyone, help me take care of the rest. He said with relief, It's over. Yu Haiyan and her father were still sitting in the cinema together. Run Iwook turned to ask his daughter, They're really good, aren't they? Are those monsters real? No, I think they used the illusion power of some awakened elder. He stood up, revealing his arm which was gradually cracking, and Yuyan accidentally saw it. Should we head to the next location now? His arm had cracked to the point where it looked like it was about to break off. Yuyan stared at it, her eyes showing hopeless sadness. Run Huck worriedly supported his arm, thinking, The cracks are getting worse. Just a little longer, this stupid body. He still tried to smile brightly at her, the only thing an empty shell like him could do right now. Come on, we should head to the amusement park too. The park had stopped operating by then, the space covered by the dark night. Run Huck adjusted the circuit breaker. Wait a minute, I might not look like it, but I actually have technical knowledge. Yuyan didn't believe him. Really, Dad? After a while, the lights around the Ferris wheel also lit up. They're on. Run Huck and Yuyan sat next to each other on the roller coaster. Let's go. Yuyan smiled brightly with joy. Run Huck thought to himself, Smile, Yuyan. He gave a faint smile. Remember to smile brightly, okay? He told himself. Later, even if injustice or sorrow comes, no difficulty lasts forever. The roller coaster silhouette against the light, along with his message. If you keep persevering, in the end. The sun gradually set, the large house illuminated with lights. In a dark room, 2 figures entered. On the locked clear display cabinet was a photo of Yuyan's mother. Run Huck looked at the photo with a sad face. Finally. Yuyan stood next to him, tears welling up, saying, Dad, thank you. She wiped away her tears, smiling brightly, saying, I think all my wishes have come true. If I keep persevering, that day will surely come, right, Dad? Run Huck could only give a faint smile. Yuyan. He was about to say more when one of his legs crumbled apart. And then He sat down with a thud, worriedly. This? You don't need to be too surprised. Just a little more. Yuyan grabbed his hand, saying, "It's okay, Dad." Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, "Today, I was truly very happy, honestly. I will always live looking forward." Her voice trembled. "So don't worry anymore, okay?" He asked Yuyan, "You know, don't you?" He took off his hat. His voice choked. "I really wanted to create a special day just for you, but it seems things didn't go as I wished." He put his hat on Yuyan's head. "Thank you, Yuyan. I will never forget today." Then his body gradually crumbled and disappeared. "That's right. If you keep persevering." Yuyan remained frozen, kneeling, Run Huck's voice still echoing. "Happiness will finally come to you." On the to-do list, all items were checked. Have a meal together, visit Mom's grave, go to the amusement park, watch a movie. There were footsteps behind the door. Yuyan stepped out the door with a calm expression, holding the jacket her father had left behind. Seeing her, the assistant rushed over in a panic. "Yuyan, you are here." Seeing her, he quickly began to explain the current situation and about Hunter Run Huck, but before he could finish, she took out the stone shard her father had left behind before he died. Seeing this, the assistant was also surprised and didn't know what to say. He only gently asked, "Was he happy?" Hearing this made her heart ache, and she couldn't help but cry. "Yes," he smiled at me, a very bright smile. On the other side, I and he and number 10, along with some others, were also gradually exhausted. The monster was bound by iron chains and surrounded by a barrier. I and he then speculated, "I think everything here has been resolved, right?" She turned to number 10 and thanked him. "I don't know who you are, but thank you for your help." Number 10 also explained, "Don't worry, I'm just protecting the Holy Land." Hearing this, Long Iron he couldn't help but be surprised. The Holy Land? She continued to ask number 10 about many other things. Moreover, those bastards are still alive. Why did you capture them instead of killing them? He himself wasn't sure about this. I'm not so sure. Number 10 explained the information he had heard. But I heard there's a way to turn them back to their original form. Hearing that, she was astonished. What? Turn them back? She realized she could do something. Wait then. Number 10 affirmed her thoughts. That's right. Those monsters were originally human. On the other side, many rocks were falling from the sky. The people below couldn't believe what they saw. Meteorites. I'm still alive. Everyone below shouted loudly. We're alive. We're alive. The people were trying to find ambulances. Ambulance. Someone's injured here. Old Vevin felt somewhat relieved. I hastily threw away my weapon to buy more time, but I didn't expect him to adapt so quickly. He gazed at his disciple, unable to contain his emotions, as expected of my disciple. Sangu, covered in injuries, turned and smiled a little at the old man. Thank you. He approached the old man and recounted his feelings from earlier. I could wield it somehow, but it felt like all my mana was being drained. The old man then explained, "You've only just begun to control it. Actually, you can use it because your ability is an exception." Sanju was a bit surprised. "But you said this is an important artifact from your homeland. I wonder if I can use it." The old man didn't understand and repeated to him, "What are you talking about? We're on the same side." Raven turned and recounted the old story to him. From the beginning, only 3 people survived in the Urencia Empire. Before leaving, the old man bid him farewell. "Your master will have to leave again. There's work I need to do, a place I need to go." Sanji bowed his head. "Thank you for your support, master." He happily patted his shoulder. "My disciple, I like how you try to save others until the very end. That's definitely your nature, something I can't teach you." After speaking, he turned and left. "Looks like your master has a good eye for people." Sanju seemed a bit sad. "Don't praise me too much. I just try my best. No matter how hard I try, there are still many people I can't save." Elsewhere, patients were showing off their muscles. They were overjoyed because all the illnesses in their bodies were cured. "I'm full of strength, my arthritis is cured, my broken arm is healed, my surgical scar is gone." Sanju also met other people discussing on the way. I went to the hospital, and my leg is healed." Jun was also present and saw him. Jun asked, "Oh, you're here, my clone friend? The meteorites in the sky. You must be the one who destroyed them." Sanju was surprised. "Why are you here?" Jun was a bit annoyed. "Damn it, ask that bastard jumper." Jun also informed Sanju some news. "Before that, I have good news and bad news." Sanju didn't hear clearly and asked again, "What?" Jun didn't say much, just told him, "Follow me." Jun brought him to young Ian, who was severely injured. Jun briefly explained to Sanju, "I've healed all his wounds, but his heart has stopped beating for too long. I heard your clone say that this guy was responsible for restarting the hospital's power, right?" Jun turned to Sanju. "I heard that's why he used his skill beyond its limits." Sanju fell into contemplation for a moment. Then he looked at young Ian and said, "Hey, what are you doing? Wake up." Back in the past, young Ian told him, "I'm going to the hospital." Young Sanju, "Stop my father's charade." Sanju frowned and scolded young Ian. "Why did you push yourself that much? We're not that close." Young Ian also had no choice but to leave himself in this state for a while. "When you're in trouble, you can use it again, you fool." He gritted his teeth in anger. "You said you'd take care of it. Was it for this?" Sanju gripped the bed frame tightly and crushed it. "To burn your heart and suffer a grave injury?" Sanju yelled loudly, which brought young Ian back from hell. "Wake up, you bastard!" Young Ian also yelled loudly. Everyone's faces turned pale when they saw him wake up. Sanju looked at his trembling hands and wondered, "Has my resurrection skill finally awakened?" Jun called him back to reality. "That kind of skill doesn't exist, you lunatic." Young Ian then panted and explained, "A skill that clung to my life." His face, as if he'd just escaped death's door, couldn't help but crack a faint smile. By falling into a coma after a fatal injury, hibernation allows you to enter a comatose state to ensure safety. Young Ian was still trying to explain about hibernation. That skill. Sanju was so happy he couldn't speak. "Hey!" He then slapped young Ian in the face to wake him up. "How dare you make us worry? If you had a skill like that, you should have told us." He got beaten before he even did anything. Young Ian yelled, "You bastard! Doing that to a patient who just woke up." Sanju couldn't control his emotions. "I'll put you back in a coma." Jun felt a little relieved, seeing the two of them like that. "If that's the case, we have two pieces of good news, don't we?" A girl heard the noise and ran to young Ian's hospital room. She stood in front of the three of them, making all three fall silent. Sanju was also surprised to recognize her instantly. It was Jiyu, and she greeted him. "Brother, it's been a long time." Seeing her, Jun recounted the time she fought for her life. "I heard there was a power outage for a while before I got to the hospital, and during that time, your sister's mana was depleted by the ghost virus. At that time, the doctors couldn't do anything else. We missed the critical moment." The woman next to them also panicked. "Doctor, don't you see the amount of ghost virus?" Jun recounted, making Sanju beside him sweat profusely. At the same time, the ghost virus, having run out of food, was weakened and almost eliminated as soon as the treatment began. In the end, it was a gamble, but it succeeded. Jiu also reassured her brother. "I'm fine," he thought to himself. If Jiu woke up, there were many things I wanted to say. I've thought about many things. Sanju couldn't help but slowly shed tears. He ran and hugged Jiu tightly. "You've endured so much." Jiu also cried. She gently replied, "Yes." He himself felt empty at this moment, but I couldn't think of anything anymore. Thus, Hasung's unprecedented terror attack came to an end. Thanks to the preparation of those who had experienced the flexible gate phenomenon, casualties were lower than estimated, and with Best's help, the number of injured also significantly decreased. Everything was fine, and Sanju was currently teasing Jun. He ordered his clone, "Catch him and lick him." Jun also panicked and ran away, unable to help but curse him. "You madman." Many monsters were captured, but thanks to the instructions I gave the clones, they were caught alive. Yuyan was with the doctor, explaining the medicinal material she had just created. This is called the recovery magic potion. Seeing its miraculous effects, the doctor immediately questioned, "What? Wait, how did you create such a miraculous magic potion?" The mutated monsters that were captured were able to escape their monster forms with the help of Kim Yuyan. At the same time, the drug called Beauty was announced to the whole world. Furthermore, the announcement stated that the damage was minimal. It also pointed out that there was also certain damage. The scene returned to the funeral of Mr. Kim, Yuyan's father. Everyone expressed their sorrow for him. He came back to save people and then left like this. "I heard that Hunter Run Huck has a daughter named Yuyan. I heard she saves people who have turned into monsters. Like father, like daughter. I don't know why she's been hiding all this time. I heard he defended the gate until the very end." On a street corner, Bei Wonhan's picture was placed, accompanied by curses. Seeing this, the assistant fell into deep thought, then left a flower in front of his picture and departed. Everything gradually returned to normal. His mother immediately scolded loudly, calling him to wake up for breakfast. He's still not up. It's been so long since we had a family meal. His father also advised her, "It's okay, he's been through too much." Jiyu said happily to her mother, "There's still lunch." His parents also felt less uneasy. That's right, the boy's working, hunting day and night again. For the first time in a long while, I was able to sleep in wonderfully. The next day, on the table was the jelly that dropped when Mr. Kim was defeated after mutating. Number 1, the assistant, and Sanju all sat together discussing it. Number 1 immediately started complaining. "All right, waiting for you is boring me to death. You haven't forgotten the condition, right? It's time for you to keep your promise." Number 1 reached out, wanted to take back the fragment. "Give me the fragment." Sanju immediately took back the fragment, telling Number 1, "Wait a moment." He held up the fragment and said to Number 1, "Before that, there's something I need to verify. My promise is to give you a fragment of the 7 deadly sins." Sanju then began to question Number 1. "But who are you?" Number 1 was stunned. "What?" Number 1's body erupted with murderous intent. "What does this bastard want to do?" Sanju showed a calm expression. "Calm down. I just want you all to listen to me." "Who are you?" Number 1 slammed his hand down on the table hard. "I am the master of that fragment of the 7 deadly sins." "And why are you talking like that?" Sanju interrupted him. "No." His eyes immediately lit up. "You are Number 1, and Number 1 is a clone." Sanju put on a naive expression. "That's why from the start I promised to give the fragments of the 7 deadly sins to my clones." Number 1 instantly became furious. "Today you will die by my hand." Number 1 shouted, "Die a horrible death." But Sanju immediately used his skill to break his horn. "Nah, that's not happening." "Go, Number 1. Number 1, bewildered, replied, "Yes." Suddenly, Sanju crushed the stone fragment, revealing a large gem inside and the 7 deadly sins. He said while throwing it to Number 2, "It's yours, Number 2." Number 2 caught the gem instantly. Order received. A powerful surge of energy unexpectedly radiated out. Jean, standing aside, mused, "Good. So far everything has gone according to my predictions." He raised an eyebrow at Sanju. "Let me see your potential and your clone's potential, Dung Sanju." He fixed his gaze on Number 2, who was transforming after absorbing the fragment of the 7 deadly sins, "and show me that I made the right decision in choosing you." After the thick smoke dissipated, Number 2 stomped his foot on the ground. Number 2's body was now enveloped in sturdy armor, and his physique had undergone significant changes. Sanju curved his lips and asked, "How is it, Number 2?" He looked at his clone. "Your body hasn't been taken over, has it?" Number 2 bowed his head and coldly replied, "Correct." Suddenly, a large, fierce mouth appeared on Number 2's shoulder. "Dung Sanju," it whispered, "filthy bastard." But Sanju just laughed. "What's wrong? I kept my promise, didn't I?" Li Bear clenched his fist. "It worked. By sharing the fragments with the clones and allowing them to absorb them, he can balance the influence of the 7 deadly sins. He was overjoyed. If it's him, he might be able to absorb all the fragments of the 7 deadly sins and gain the power to fight against the system. Sangu provocatively bumped his head against number 2's chest. Go on, kill me. I told you to. Elsewhere, at a quiet residential area, the sound of weapons dragging on the ground echoed through the space. High Iron stopped in front of someone and sighed softly. You came as promised, huh? Her tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Seems like you had quite a lot of trouble, didn't you? Hasung's subordinate tilted his head slightly. I was chased by a clone. High Iron calmly looked at him. You also know Hasung is dead, don't you? He nodded. Yes. High Iron raised her weapon and pointed it at the masked man's head. Then you must already know my purpose for coming here. He appeared calm, softly humming an MM. High Iron's expression suddenly turned cold. I have no right to speak of this. I've also participated in killings. I'm not someone who's never shed blood, but you're more than that. She couldn't help but curse. You crazy bastard, look at the mess you've made. Yet he simply replied, I was just following the chairman's orders. High Iron's gun suddenly transformed. So, do the chairman's orders. She coldly activated the large gun in her hand. Include preventing me from drinking that champagne, telling me about your movements in the hospital, and where you'll go afterward. Were you also ordered to reveal your plans? The masked man let out 2 contemptuous chuckles. He suddenly recalled the days he first met Hasung, accepting the opportunity offered at the most difficult time of his life. At that time, Hasung had extended his hand to him, a choice based on your own mistakes. He remembered Hasung's arrogant smile. It is the first choice, and also the last. Suddenly, 2 streams of thick black liquid flowed from the eye sockets of his mask. I am certain I received such an order. After a loud gunshot, his body disintegrated into smoke and dust gone. At the Hunter Association, Sangu's scream echoed through the clear sky. What? His eyes widened in surprise. Hasung's guild will be disbanded? Dung Yin said, adjusting his tie one last time in the mirror. Yeah, there'll be some articles coming out next. Sangu glanced, puzzled. Hey, if you don't mind me asking. He felt unfamiliar with Dung Yin's neatly suited appearance. Who are you? You're not even the leader. Dung Yin gritted his teeth, looking at him. You brat. He calmly explained under Sangu's surprised gaze. Father left a will, stating that if he died, I would become Hasung's successor. He let out a laugh. Of course, the punishment remains, so I'm still not qualified to be the leader. Sangu stammered. The punishment hasn't changed? Dung Yin turned his back and slowly replied. In the end, I still don't think I can understand Father's feelings. It's the same with DEP, and the guild too. What does he expect from me? He paused for a moment, then continued. Actually, the disbandment has been thoroughly discussed with the executive board, and the severity of what Hasung's guild caused meant few opposed this decision. But don't go spreading it around before the news is published. Sangu looked at him intently. Dung Yin. He turned his head and offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry. I don't hate you at all for killing my father. Instead, I'm glad you put an end to his madness. See you around. After Dung Yin left, Sangu sat deep in thought on the chair, then mumbled. The punishment hasn't been changed? Then what about him still possessing power at the hospital? He immediately contacted Liebert. Liebert, what's going on? He gently pushed his glasses up and replied, I didn't witness it firsthand, so I can't be sure. Liebert slowly explained, the punishment is a system function. It limits power to match an individual's physical strength, ensuring the body bears no burden. It's quite similar to a skill's cooldown period. Sangu fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Now that I think about it, my clone skill also has a cooldown. Liebert paused for a moment, then continued. However, considering how the hospital's power was maintained and your friend almost died, I'm sure he used the skill when the punishment was temporarily turned off. Normally, there are two situations that cause the legitimate system to shut down. First, when mana, the system's energy source, is depleted, and second, when the legitimate awakened person dies. He finally concluded. But those two things are fundamentally no different, because usually when mana runs out, you'll die. Sangu was startled. What? But I felt my mana deplete several times, and I was fine. Liber then spoke. At that time, your mana wasn't depleted to the point of being insufficient to maintain minimal biological functions. In other words, it's like being out of breath after a mad dash. It feels like you're about to die, but you don't actually die. He hypothesized. What if he truly used his skill with the intent to die? If that led to mana depletion and the system shutting down? When mana is increased to its extreme, theoretically, mana might replenish and temporarily allow that person to escape the punishment. He sighed softly. Of course, that's just theoretical, and it only works for punishments and restrictive parameters. Don't be foolish and try it. You've already witnessed the cost of ignoring the punishment yourself, haven't you? Sanjay nodded, but he suddenly felt puzzled. But that's also strange. With the virus too, why does depleting mana lead to death? Before the incident, Earth didn't have something called mana. He was confused, but humans still lived perfectly fine. Liber spoke softly. You also understand the process by which the system was installed, right? When passing through the gate. He continued. Doing so merges the system with humans. Once merged, they gain skills considered superpowers. His voice softened. But from that moment on, they lived reliant on mana, and that is the system. Suddenly Liber exclaimed. Come to think of it, there's also an example right near you. Sanji's eyes immediately widened. What? Liber whispered. A case where someone awakened without passing through the gate. At a school in the city, the teacher's hoarse voice rang out. Everyone attention now. The teacher stood on the podium with a gentle expression. Today, we have a transfer student. Gio entered in a school uniform. Hello, I'm Gio. Nice to meet everyone. The teacher began to introduce. Gio has a special circumstance, so she's a year older than all of you. Remember that. The teacher looked towards the students in the class. If you have any questions, just ask directly instead of speculating. A few students started whispering among themselves. Hey, isn't she Deng Sanji's younger sister? And in another corner of the classroom, a tough-looking male student slightly curved his lips. Deng Sanji's younger sister, huh? The blonde female student next to him, applying lipstick, asked, What does she look like? The male student replied, Quite pretty. The female student couldn't help but get excited. Oh my, how can this be? I'm such a fan. The teacher pointed to an empty seat in the classroom. You can sit in that empty seat over there. Ju nodded. Yes, sir. That male student secretly activated his skill. Under his influence, Jill slipped. She didn't react in time, only letting out a startled cry. Meanwhile, Sanjay showed an incredulous expression. Wait, so the way to awaken without passing through the gate is? Liber finished his sentence for him. To be severely injured by a living entity that has merged with mana, which is usually a monster, so. He curved his lips into a smile. Your younger sister is probably an awakened now. Under everyone's surprised gaze, the teacher rushed over. Are you all right? But he paused for a moment. Ju was surprised that she was perfectly fine, without a scratch. She blankly looked down at an exact replica of herself lying on the ground. What is this? Jill reached out and touched the clone. I can touch it, it's real. A smile appeared on her face. I also have a clone skill? Suddenly, the clone disappeared, making Jill jump and cry out. The teacher stared wide-eyed at her, sitting stunned on the ground. Are you okay? It's just a skill. The teacher quickly reassured her. I didn't realize you were an awakened one. I've heard about kids awakening at a very young age these days. Gio turned her head to look at the teacher with a puzzled expression. Yes, she thought, but I've never participated in an awakening program. The teacher gently reminded her. The school forbids students from using skills, so be careful. Gio softly replied, Yes. Meanwhile, Sanju slowly hid behind a large bush outside the school grounds, observing. The students in the class, after seeing what happened earlier, couldn't stop buzzing. Are you an awakened one? This is the first time I've seen a clone. You're using a clone skill, just like Hunter Dung Sanji, right? Ju hesitated with an awkward laugh. No, no need for such formalities. I just found out, so I'm not sure. The students simultaneously shouted, "Please show us again." In a hidden corner of the school, a blonde female student, arms crossed, questioned, "Hey, that wasn't part of our plan. Did you use it?" The male student opposite her shook his head. "No, I don't have a skill like that." The female student looked annoyed. "In the first place, when she was about to fall, I was going to." Suddenly, a clone of Sanju unexpectedly appeared in front of these students. It threatened, "I saw you guys planning to use a skill to push my master's little sister. Tell me, what were you thinking when you did that?" The clone commanded, "Silence. No one is allowed to scream." The female student trembled. A clone. The male student with the buzz cut was terrified. "This is Dung Sanju's clone." Ju was now hiding behind a large wall, panting breathlessly. "Finally, I managed to escape." She looked at her hands with surprise. "Finally, what's happening to me? Did I really awaken with a clone skill?" She suddenly realized something unusual. At the same time I woke up in the hospital, the world had changed so much. My brother was considered the hero of the Republic of Korea. In a few days after waking up, everything was chaotic because of how the reporters made it impossible for me to think. Jill mused. No one could say anything more about the strongest S-rank hunter in Korea, and the focus was on his clone skill. Jill suddenly pursed her lips and clenched her hands. I knew my brother's clone skill was truly impressive the first time I saw it, but I didn't know it could be expanded. She looked dazed. Moreover, if I could also use a clone skill, she tried to recall how to make a clone appear. What would it be like? "It's like," Jill muttered. "I had hoped someone could catch me when I fell." Suddenly, a circle of light appeared, making her softly cry out. Immediately, a clone was created, standing opposite her. Jill was overjoyed. "I did it." She and the clone simultaneously shouted, "We did it." Jill put her hands on her hips, looking at the clone. "But why are you imitating me?" "Hey, shouldn't you be saying yes, master, or something like that?" Suddenly, a voice spoke from somewhere. "Amazing!" Zumper suddenly appeared from the opposite rooftop, to Joe's astonishment. "Are you Zumper?" He smiled. "Who would have thought you awakened a doppelganger skill? Absolutely cinematic." On the student side, the blonde female student slammed her hand on the ground and cried out, "Listen to me first!" The girl knelt and cried. We were really just joking around to try and get closer to her. The male student on the left pointed at her. She made the ground slippery, and this one made the floor soft, and asked her if she was okay with that. The male student trembled as he explained, but she suddenly used her skill, and everything started to get messed up. Sanju's clone stared wide-eyed. "Ah," the female student said, tears streaming down her face. "We were just trying to get closer to his sister, because we're all huge fans of Hunter Dung Sanju. We're sorry. We won't do it again." Sanju's clone recalled its master's instructions. "Hey, help my sister fit in at school. Do something if anyone bullies her." 3 questions popped up in the clone's mind simultaneously. Did these guys bully her? Answer no. Did I help her fit in? Answer no. Finally, what did I do to those kids? Answer yes. The clone's face went blank. "All right, I'm a bit confused." Meanwhile, Zumper calmly explained to Ziyu, "This skill, it looks like Sanju's doppelganger, but it's a bit different." He paused, then continued, "It's like a physical entity and looks exactly like you. But in reality, it's in a state like looking through a mirror. It can be considered a mirror copy ability." Zumper smirked and said, "Unlike a doppelganger with its own consciousness, but it's real, that special skill." Hearing him say that, Ziyu began to realize the problem. Thinking carefully, the clone's bracelet was on the other hand. Ziyu was confused. So, this isn't a doppelganger skill after all. Zumper immediately reassured her. Don't be too disappointed. The fact that the outfit you're wearing is copied exactly as it is, that's valuable. He curved his lips into a smile. Whatever you're equipped with can be copied. That allows you to increase your firepower by 2 to 3 times. Ziyu instantly understood. Thinking back, if the clothes weren't copied. A glint flashed in Zumper's eyes. With that in mind, do you want to test out that skill? Zumper made an offer. We can go to a nearby gate and hunt for a while. I'll protect you, so you won't be in danger. But Ziyu suddenly interrupted him. Sorry. Like a voice from somewhere speaking a refusal, Zumper had to raise an eyebrow. I'm sorry, but I can't agree. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out right behind Zumper. Zia showed a joyful expression and called out. She called loudly, Big brother. Sanjia looked calmly at Zumper. My sister should be at school right now. He turned to look at Sanjiu. Sanjiu, we meet again. He whispered softly. First. With a whoosh, Sanjiu appeared in front of Zumper and bowed. Thank you, Zumper. I heard you were the one who sent prayers to South Korea. Thank you. My sister has also gotten better. Suddenly, his gaze turned serious. But I have some doubts about how you approached her. What was your intention in taking her hunting? Zumper quietly began. I would be very grateful if... He snapped his fingers. We can talk somewhere quieter. A shadow engulfed the two of them. Zumper explained. This is a subspace, a special space. It will prevent interference from the system. Seeing Sanju about to summon his clone, he immediately stopped him. Of course, it can't hinder your clone, but will you hear me out first? I didn't come here to fight. Zumper's expression was completely calm. You've grown and become much stronger. Sanju secretly appraised him. He was already very strong the last time I met him, but now it seems he's even stronger. Zumper cut off his thoughts. Let's talk first. This is about your sister. You're right. I was planning to guide her to the teleportation gate and register her with the system. Sanju stared at Zumper. Why? He explained very naturally. If she's caught using her skills without registering with the system, she'll be in danger. Sanju was confused. By whom? Zumper curled his lips. Of course. He said in a low voice. By those who are trying to bring about the apocalypse. Sanju was immediately startled. Just as I thought, Zumper also knows about the apocalypse. Zumper slowly elaborated. I'm not sure if you've heard about this, but the condition for the apocalypse is for all of humanity to register with the system. But what do you think would happen if there was an exception? Someone awakened who isn't part of the system. There's no way they could rejoin the awakening program. And if they also don't participate in hunting, what Zumper asserted made Sanju grind his teeth in anger. They could be in danger from the people who created the apocalypse, don't you think? Zumper patted his shoulder. Hunter Dung Sanju. I know you also find something suspicious about the system. I've also heard many bad things, but... He leaned close to Sanju's ear and whispered, Don't trust Li Bear too much. Sanju was surprised. How do you know Li Bear? Zumper lightly punched his chest. He's someone who only ever thinks about himself. Zumper suddenly clutched his chest, biting his lip and speaking with resentment. More precisely, he doesn't care about anything besides his own goals, which means to achieve them. He's willing to sacrifice everything. Zumper glanced at Sanju. You've witnessed the danger of the 7 deadly sins, haven't you? Yet, he still asked you to collect them, without caring that your sister could be in danger. He raised his hand and his voice deepened. I hope you won't go down the same path I once did. Then Zumper vanished. See you. After returning to reality, Ziyu hurriedly ran to Sanju. Brother, where did you go? You surprised me. Li Bear suddenly contacted him. Dung Sanju, are you all right? You lost connection for a moment. He softly asked, What happened? But Sanju spoke, Li Bear. He fixed his gaze on Li Bear. So I'm not the only one collecting the 7 deadly sins. Li Bear's expression was completely calm. Has Zumper already told you? Sanju impatiently interrupted. Just answer me. Li Bear subtly pushed up his glasses and looked at him. He slowly spoke. You are the fourth, and Zumper was just before you. He is the third. He stood up. I'll tell you everything, about the Eurasia system and about the apocalypse too. After hearing the opponent say that, Sangu called out Ziyu's name. Suddenly hearing his brother call his name and place a hand on his shoulder, Ziyu was a little confused. For now, go home. My clone will escort you, and temporarily take a break from school too. After performing those actions, he coolly left. What's happening? At least you should explain. Don't worry too much, I'll be back soon. Also, congratulations on becoming an awakener. Elsewhere, Lucas picked up his bottle of wine. He took it out to the living room and sat down on a chair. As Lucas was still lost in his own thoughts, suddenly, the system appeared, startling Lucas. We lost connection for a moment earlier. The system board continued to display text. I had to use the subdimensional skill for a while. Your actions are gradually straying from the prophecy. He ignored what the other side said and continued to drink from the bottle. At this rate, when will all of humanity awaken? After all, that's our plan. Too many variables are appearing. Things that never happened before are now constantly happening. The person on the other side scoffed upon hearing him say that. Things that never happened before? Don't be so sentimental. It's like someone suddenly appeared. The apocalypse is approaching. The person from the opposing faction placed both hands on Lucas's shoulders. I hope you don't give up. He continued to speak as if giving an order. The only chance to save yourself. The screen showed an image of the battlefield where he was fighting Sangu and crying with excitement. Do you see that? That's a beautiful outcome. Enhancing AD2, Stage Hunter yields impressive immediate results. Shever John was incredibly excited by the future images taking shape. If I had that medicine, I could evolve humanity one step further. I understand. Then he suddenly stood in front of a screen and fell silent. After a long moment, he asked his system, Is that true? He clenched his fist and continued, Tell me, Elisa, do you really think so? You are an artificial intelligence that I created. You can't go against my will. Looking at the people scattered around him, he continued in a trembling voice, But at least this time, please answer me freely, like the Elisa I once knew. The system was silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. Shever, you've known it all along. The system bluntly struck Shever John's sore spot. Is this truly what you want to create? In the U.S., Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Sangu was slightly shocked by what he was seeing. All he saw was wasteland. Is this your laboratory, sir? The person from the opposing faction showed an obvious expression and said, It's not above ground, it's underground. I'll tell you the location, so please dig up the ground. Sangu obeyed and forcefully plunged the shovel into the ground. He began to dig as the opponent instructed. Why are you only explaining your past now? I already heard about you from Zumper. I'll have to make you understand correctly first. He again pushed up his glasses with his hand and continued to speak. Before, I even wanted to tell you even earlier than that. I had no intention of hiding anything. I thought I already sent you the address of this place before. When this is over, go to this place. My research documents are here. He suddenly remembered a scene where a screen had appeared in front of him, showed him a notification, then immediately turned off. Sangu was shocked, mouth agape. Oh, that's right. He did send it earlier. The opponent continued to talk about related matters while Sangu was digging, but even after that, you didn't go look for it. So I felt there was no need to show you anymore. What about my sister? The person from the opposing side sat on a chair, observing everything. Was he really lying at that time? What he said at that time was certainly somewhat reasonable. But just because the system registered your name doesn't mean the danger will disappear. It seemed Sangu accidentally hit something hard while digging. Ultimately, everything depends on your judgment. It turned out he had unknowingly dug a deep hole, revealing the iron door beneath. Even if you decide after knowing how Eurasia disappeared, you might still have time. He walked over and opened the iron thing. Where is this place? He looked at the glowing electric wires inside. The wires are still active. The person from the opposing side suddenly appeared. This place is my dream. The surrounding scene was quite desolate and barren. It was the first prototype system. Oh, that's right. Everything started here. In the 1950s in Philadelphia, someone kept calling out to the opponent while he was engrossed in his work. He was happily tinkering at the time. Back then, I was a researcher for a secret government-run project. River opened the door. The person outside, seeing no response, decided to force the door open. Just kick the door open. Along with two colleagues I'd known since childhood. After successfully opening the door, two people entered. Are you messing with that thing again? Hasn't he given up yet? Project Rainbow, researcher Elia Sheverson. Elia crossed his arms and critically evaluated River. I called you over the weekend, and you didn't answer. Why do you think we can't excel in all sports? Suddenly hearing River say that left Elia confused. Even in tennis, we know the tennis ball is coming, and we know how we should position our racket to hit it. But it seems our racket always hits the air instead of the ball. Sheverson, who had been silent, now helped Elia. That's because we lack motor skills. I hope I can do everything an average person thinks of. What I'm building is a system that will help people do that. River was completely absorbed in what he was doing. If I complete this system, the world will become a place where everyone can achieve their desires, even if they lack talent. Furthermore, one day, even those who can't walk will be able to walk, run, and do anything they've ever thought of. Sheverson immediately and bluntly shattered River's dream. What you want is just an illusion. Do you think machines can manipulate humans at a cellular level? I think the concept of that system also applies to the drug you refuse to give up. How can you feel comforted creating something that only displays the characteristics a person desires? Sheverson, hearing this, became furious and wanted to argue back. What? At least it's still better than this ridiculous contraption of yours. Here we go again. Calm down. Once I finish this project, you'll be on your way to success as well. Elia immediately put his arms around Sheverson's shoulders to stop them. Stop it, you guys. Let me go. River looked at the two of them and remained silent. You know what day it is today, right? Today is the project's test day. Doing personal experiments is fun, but we have to do the work we're responsible for. Right? The test itself wasn't dangerous. It was the first test, so the voltage was very low. Remember the construction site right next to it. At that time, everything seemed like it would go smoothly. Metal demagnetization test. Coil voltage normal. Generator operating normally. All systems were working, while the other two were getting ready to start the test. All right, let's begin. Is it just me feeling uneasy? Shever decided to go out and come back later. I'm just going to the bathroom. Wait for me a moment. Haha, why only now? He said he didn't have time earlier because he was busy with the test. River decided to continue with the test anyway. Let's just go ahead. There's nothing exciting about it anyway. Shall we start? He'll be angry when he gets back. River still feels immense regret for this action to this day. Sometimes I still think about it. River decided to pull the lever down. If we had waited for Shever that day, would things have turned out differently? Suddenly, the entire base shook. River and Elia remained focused on monitoring the test. I wonder if the magnetization detector has picked up a signal yet. The signal is still transmitting, but it seems to be getting weaker. Then a powerful bright light shone out, making the entire base shake violently. Some people began to rush in, filled with endless worry. What's that? What's going on? Please wait while we investigate. Electric currents swirled everywhere, terrifying people. It's as if it's reacting to something. Suddenly, a pitch black hole appeared in the sky. It drained everyone's mana. Oh my God! What's that sound? Just then, Shever had finished using the restroom and returned. Sorry I'm late. It must have been something I ate this morning. But at this moment, in front of him, there were only trees and streaks of electricity. Someone suddenly spoke. We succeeded. We really succeeded. River slowly opened his eyes, but still couldn't see clearly. His appearance looks just like ours. He's okay, right? Things are very different from what I expected. He finally opened his eyes and gradually woke up amidst the chatter. He's awake. After seeing clearly, he realized that everyone in front of him was a stranger. Are you awake? Elia had also fainted and was sitting up, clutching her head next to River. Elisa, are you okay? One of them joyfully exclaimed. Everyone, the summoning ritual was successful. The legendary hero, who will protect the Empire from Jenny as foretold by the prophecy, has arrived. Elia and River heard this and understood nothing. What? River, I need an explanation. Me too. Both of them were led away by strangers in a strange kingdom. There will be 3 meals a day. If you want more, please let me know. This place seems to be related to some other race. Furthermore, we will provide any equipment you need within the Empire's capabilities. The person walking beside the two of them kindly explained to everyone. Regarding language, we will be translated through magic, so you won't encounter any language barriers. After that, the other party led the two to a room for them to rest. First, rest to relieve the fatigue from the long journey. Both Elia and River were shocked by what they saw. Both had their own thoughts. This is the first time I've heard this language, but I understand what she's saying. A rabbit is speaking human language. Is this really magic? There are also giant monsters. Their voices echoed up to the sky. Where in the hell are we? Sangu, upon hearing this, couldn't believe it either. So, the Empire tried to summon a hero? What kind of nonsense is this? River could only explain according to what he knew. They said it's an ancient legend of Tutoring. When the Empire falls into crisis, a legendary hero will appear, defeat the enemies, and bring peace. The exact reason why the gate opened is still unclear. We can only predict that their summoning ritual coincided with the experiment we were conducting, leading to this result. Their buildings, their way of life, and even their people are things I've never seen before. However, Elia and I quickly adapted. Sangu walked around, scrutinizing everything in the room while questioning. It's surprising. I thought scientists would be the first to dismiss magic. River patiently explained his thoughts. That's just a prejudice. When an unexpected situation occurs, we adapt faster than anyone else. After all, a scientist's job is to discover the processes and rules behind the results. Well, let me show you. Sangu stopped and stared intently at one spot, at the things I had experienced. When River was still there with Elia and hadn't been there long. All right, let's summarize. First, this is not Earth. This is a planet called Tyburn, but it's still unclear if it's in the Milky Way galaxy. It seems they're using something called mana for magic and have developed it to solve problems in communication, transportation, and other systems. Elia suddenly added after hearing River's summary. There's still one most important thing. They mistook us for legendary heroes. After hearing this, River was also speechless because the situation was too difficult to handle. Elia continued to recount what she knew. They said they're at war with a tribe called Jenny. Perhaps that was their declaration. But in fact, they are the only unified empire on the planet, and Jenny are invaders from another world. But because they are scientists, they don't care about this, though it's likely this situation is an extremely special phenomenon. We can't stay here, can we? That's right. Shever must be looking for us. That's why we can think about it calmly. They continued talking, as if comforting each other. Invaders and stuff. We don't belong here. Because we're not heroes or anything. That's right. I'm curious about the principles behind these things, but it's a method that can't be used on Earth, because there's no mana there. Tomorrow, let's explain the situation and ask them to send us back. We couldn't assess the situation we were in. Suddenly, people from all over rushed to the castle, shouting loudly, "Cheaters! Duke, come out here. Show us the hero you mentioned." The person from inside the castle, who accompanied them, began to explain. "We apologize for showing you two this embarrassing situation." The rabbit girl began to arrange everything to reassure both of them. "I've tried my best, so you two don't have to worry about anything. But as you two have seen, there's still some opposition, even though some of us are involved in the hero summoning ritual. It consumes a significant amount of magic stones and requires various resources. So many people doubt its effectiveness, which is why some have voiced extreme opinions." Before the rabbit girl could even speak, the people causing a ruckus outside the castle made themselves heard. Those who pushed for the plan during the war must be held accountable. If they can't deliver results, they should hang themselves. The rabbit girl beside them sighed upon hearing that. If you two don't show them the results they want, the summoners must be executed as an example. They're so distrustful. The more the rabbit girl tried to reassure them, the more doomed they felt. You two just need to show them the hero's power. Elia jumped onto the bed, repeatedly hitting the pillow. We're doomed. We're really doomed. River, meanwhile, stood there gazing into the distance. And Elia was so panicked she cried. I didn't expect this. Even if we say we're not their saviors, it seems they won't kindly send us back. Elia despairingly lifted her head, wailing and crying. What should I do? I don't want to die in this place. Heroes and all that, I've never fought before. Elia was panicking, but luckily River remained calm. Instead of dying this way, I have to tell them everything. Elia calmed down. River gently advised Elia about the difficult problem ahead. If we were dragged here, there must be a way back, and now our job is to figure it out. A way back. Since then, I began researching through every book in the Imperial Library of the Empire, which contained all knowledge related to mana and the rules of magical advancement. Both of them were like students, holding each book and reading page by page. Our fire, gem, ice, and lightning, the basic magical elements, things related to spatial displacement, and even information about artifacts that tear apart the universe. Everything is here. And so, our research journey to find a way home began. Elia found information related to artifacts. At the peak of Odin's Tower, there's an artifact that tolerates no failure. I wish I had one. River, unexpectedly, also made a new discovery. There's also information related to Earth. The 7 deadly sins. There's a powerful ancient creature in the abyss that can destroy any mana connection, any other artifact. Of course, after finishing his studies, River began practicing magic. Fireball. However, no matter how much knowledge we read or how many rules we understood, River looked at his empty hands with no fireball appearing. I still can't use basic magic, let alone spatial displacement. He stood on the magic circle in the center of the castle. I understand the rules, but what's the problem? I need to solve this problem first, so I can apply it to complex knowledge. Just then, a dragon's tail swept past River. Things are going smoothly. Brahmaus, the last dragon, stared at River and chuckled. Legendary hero. River could only stammer his name as he looked at the dragon. Lord Brahmaus, you're not frozen like the first time we met, are you? River awkwardly scratched his head, then carefully explained. Yes, well, I've never seen a rabbit talk before. That's a racist remark. Be careful. Honestly, from the first time I met you, I knew the plan had gone awry. The dragon's eyes suddenly glowed with a blue light. If I look into someone's eyes, I can discover things about them. I apologize. I don't know what error occurred during the summoning. After hearing the dragon, River suddenly fell silent too. But a scientist from Earth doesn't really sound like a hero, doesn't it? The more River listened, the angrier he got, to the point he had to clench his fists to calm down. You might already know, but once they find out you're not a hero, they won't kindly send you back. You'll be discarded to appease the dissenting public opinion. They'll save the resources meant for sending you back and use them to find a new hero. The dragon suddenly brought its head close to River. So, suddenly, the dragon said something very shocking. What if you became a real hero? What? The dragon then calmly explained to him. Magic uses mana as its raw material. The dragon began diligently guiding and training River. If you can't control mana, you can't use magic. In such a situation, understanding the complex rules of magic structures is useless. I can hear his voice in my head. River also had a lot of questions about this. But is this really how you sense mana? Oh ho, you're doubting me. River had to go shirtless into the forest late at night. This is the fastest way, trust me. But, thinking it over, River found it reasonable. That's right, I have no choice but to learn magic. So he began to follow what the dragon instructed, closing his eyes and relaxing his entire body. You are a creature, but a very small part of the system operating in this vast world. River quickly grasped the familiar keyword, system. The dragon continued to explain to him. Don't see mana as something special. It's just like when you raise your hand and the surrounding air is drawn in. You'll surely notice mana immediately making contact with everything around you. River felt discouraged looking at his hands. I still can't. You're too distracted. Focusing on one thing would be better. Unexpectedly, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes. River broke out in a cold sweat. Is someone else here? Ha, of course you're not alone. A soft, timid voice came from behind the tree. Who's there? Is that you, River? Hearing that voice, he knew it was Elias, so he was very shocked. At this moment, Elia immediately poked her head out. It seemed she wasn't wearing clothes either. Damn it. He said he'd teach me how to control mana. But what kind of method is this? Can you please not look this way? Because River had looked. He was utterly shocked. I told you not to look. Thus, River awakened his mana to everyone's astonishment. What the hell? How did you do that? Thanks to my secret, Elia awakened a way to control mana. And once she mastered the mana control technique, she gained the power to bring all her accumulated knowledge into reality. River and Elia began to brainstorm and create magic. So this is a basic magic circle. If you add transformation and activate it, the dragon was very pleased with his conjecture. Applying the rules of other magic that we had read in books didn't take too long either. As expected, you two are really talented. After that, we received both good news and bad news. The bad news was that even after learning magic, we still couldn't find a way home. Space travel is impossible without a large amount of resources and the help of many people. Both of them did something that shocked everyone. But the good news is, it was indeed as the prophecy said. It turned out they had created a very powerful magic orb. We are magic geniuses. Everyone was curious and discussed among themselves how they awakened such high-level magic. This will cause. However, as they were talking, a conflict of opinion arose. So what are you going to do? The red-clad, red-skinned person began to taunt. Can you tell my fallen comrades that these two became strong in just 2 weeks, so if they held out for a year, they would have been fine. The opponent continued to ask difficult, pointed questions. Can you ask them to rush to their deaths for no reason while guarding the border all this time? It seems you've returned from the front lines, even if they call you the Empire's protective sword. You are too rude. Raven was unexpectedly here, and he was the one who just spoke. I'm just curious. How long will it take our 2 legendary heroes to drive out Jenny? Let's see how good their magic is. Elisa was flustered by his question and stammered. Our magic skills. Just as she was hesitating to answer, Queso suddenly charged forward. Let us show you. A thunderous roar erupted, knocking both of them back. Queso was about to strike Elisa and Liber again when someone unexpectedly put up a protective barrier to block the attack for them. Then a voice rang out. Don't be so hasty. The one who intervened was Bray Mouse. He stood up and advised Queso. It takes 3 years to reap sweet fruit. Isn't 2 weeks too short? Hearing him say that, Queso, after a period of irrationality, finally calmed down and replied, That's right. Then he hesitated and said, I mean, for those who sacrificed. As he put his sword back in its sheath, he affirmed, Everything has been decided. I'm not changing my mind. Before leaving, you didn't forget to add, But you must show me the results of choosing to abandon us. Within 1 year, that's the absolute limit we can tolerate. Just then, a blurry figure stepped out of hiding and exclaimed, Just like the master in his youth, huh? Sangu, who had been in an invisible state all this time, had observed everything. Queso's temper made him think to himself. He was just as hot-headed back then. It's understandable. Raven has always been against using summoners. He believed that resources should be saved to increase military salaries for the front lines. Thinking of this, he had a slight question, but in the end, the summoning ritual was set, and they had to suffer for a long time without any support. They must have faced many difficulties, a question that Sangu couldn't find an answer to, of course, even though this made us very confused. At this moment, Liber, after a moment of stunned silence, finally spoke. Did I just almost die? Elsewhere, Sangu's true form received images transmitted to his brain by his consciousness. The scene before his eyes made him wonder. It felt really strange. The past seemed to appear right before his eyes. Is this your memory? The consciousness heard that and quickly replied. It's similar. You'll only understand if you see it with your own eyes. Returning to Sangu's consciousness, Veda, on behalf of Queso, bowed and apologized to Elisa and Liber. My apologies. We've bothered you heroes. Normally, he's very good-natured. Bray Mouse also quickly chimed in. I'm the one who needs to apologize to him. Your learning speed is already very fast. Seeing him so sincere, Elisa quickly said, This isn't your fault, Mr. Bray Mouse. After that, she asked, But what more practical approach should I find? One of them, Bray Mouse or Veda, spoke up with an idea. Destruction magic and healing magic are pretty good. At that moment, for some reason, Liber's face darkened with worry as he thought to himself, I can't just keep going like this. He was a bit panicked, thinking, ultimately, these people will still go find other heroes if I can't meet their expectations. I need a backup plan in case I fail. He himself knew his own capabilities. Come to think of it, I've always thought about this. But the principle of magic also has similarities with electronic circuits. And that became the key to unlocking my awakened skill. By combining the two principles, I was able to freely harmonize the principles of science and magic. Looking at the books on the table, Liber realized a problem. So that's it, the commonality between these complex diagrams. He continued to focus on his research. I can even sense the current weaknesses of magic. Once realized, it became even clearer. Because it's modular, it's very difficult to explain. As he was busy concentrating, Elisa suddenly appeared from behind him and called out, Liber, we need to practice magic. Hearing her call, he quickly turned around and asked, Is it time already? She confirmed with a sound and curiously asked, But what have you been doing in the closet all this time? Without any hesitation, he revealed, a machine equipped with a mana enhancer and a teleportation circle. Afraid Elisa wouldn't understand, he even gave a simple example. Simply put, this is something that can take us back to Earth. His words surprised her so much that she shrieked, I can. Then Liber, turning his back to fix the machine, casually replied, It's not finished yet, but if I can activate it. Suddenly, Elisa hugged him and happily exclaimed, Liber, you're truly a genius. It could be said that the appearance of this machine made her so happy she couldn't control herself. To be honest, I was really scared of that guy named Raven too. And again, I still can't look those sphinxes straight in the eye. I was scared to death. I thought I'd have to live here for the rest of my life. Blushing from her hug, Liber slowly removed her hands from him and shyly said, Hey, you're too close. Knowing she was a bit overexcited, Elisa quickly stepped back and awkwardly replied, Sorry about that. Then he asked, Didn't you notice when you saw the magic circle? Its structure is like a microcircuit. Of course she didn't know and blankly exclaimed, A microcircuit? Then she, bewildered, said, You mean the microcircuit in that machine? I don't know. Her answer stunned Liber, who thought to himself, Elisa didn't notice the commonality? Is she using magic on the same level as me? At this moment, he closed the cabinet door and didn't forget to remind her. Oh, this is our secret, okay? Elisa chuckled and replied, I like that. A secret just between us. At the same time, in the training room, Bray Mouse waited alone, wondering in confusion. Why isn't anyone coming? From that moment, everything changed. Since then, Liber and Elisa diligently trained. We continuously honed our magic. They practiced many different things together with Bray Mouse. Not just high-level magic, but also methods to enhance physical strength with mana, and how to infuse mana into weapons to increase their power. Liber himself also felt his own change. I was someone who never exercised, but with agility and continuous training, I also gained physical strength I never dreamed of. Alice even happily said, It feels like getting system-based stats. Liber seemed to agree with her. To be honest, yes, it does. He had to admit, learning magic was a great time for me. Finally, what had to come, came. Just like that, a year passed. The deadline promised to Raven was drawing near. Bray Mouse looked at his achievement and said with satisfaction, This is good enough. He informed Elisa of her own abilities. Elisa, your unique ability is enhanced healing. It will enhance magic-related, to healing power of any element. As soon as she heard that, she exclaimed in surprise, "Really? No wonder it was so easy to learn." However, he still had to remind her, "Even though your mana seems to be a bit lacking." Sangu, who was invisible nearby, heard that and froze in bewilderment. Unique ability, similar to an awakened skill. That is her unique power. Elisa possesses stronger healing power than I do. Bray Mouse then turned to Liebert. He seemed not very clear about Liebert's power either. As for Liebert, I still don't know what your unique ability is. But with your power, perhaps it's related to enhancing destructive power. He stammered. I think so too, first of all. At this moment, Senga looked at the stone walls they had broken through and thought to himself, disappointed. Is this all they've accomplished in just 1 year? Next, Bray Mouse spoke up, saying, "That's enough for today, everyone. Take a rest. Tomorrow is an important day, after all." While he was rambling, Liebert and Elisa exchanged meaningful glances. It's finally time for me to show Jenny my power. A little later, both of them returned to Liebert's room. As he opened the wardrobe door, he exclaimed, "I can't believe we're starting to fight tomorrow." The door slowly opened along with his exclamation, "Good thing I finished it before we were sent to the front lines." Looking at the huge machine in the closet, he admitted he hadn't expected this. "Initially, I thought a wardrobe-sized one would be enough, but it turned out much larger. Even though I added amplifiers and optimized the formula, it still requires a lot of mana, so we'll probably have to use all of ours." After that, he asked Elisa, "Are you ready to go back?" In her mind, she was recalling Queso's expression when he spoke of his soldiers. "Of course I am." He grieved for their sacrifice, for those who had fallen. After a moment of thought, Elisa hesitantly said, "You know, it might sound a bit strange for me to say this after pouring all my effort into creating it." She asked an unexpected question, "But even if it's just for 1 day, do you want to help them?" Her question, of course, surprised Liebert so much that he blurted out, "Huh." At this point, Elisa spoke honestly. "Of course, some people don't like it, but most of them have treated us well during our time here. Training was tough, but learning magic was also quite new." She awkwardly considered, "And besides, we can run away whenever we feel it's dangerous." Elisa's words made Liebert chuckle, saying, "Just 1 day." At the same time, on the battlefield, 2 black gates opened. Monsters started appearing, and a cry went out. "The Jenny Gate has opened in the north." Looking at the monsters advancing towards them, a voice confirmed, "They're Type 1. A captain quickly ordered, "Lead them into the forest. Type 1 has no intelligence." The shouting grew more urgent as the captain saw the monsters enter the magic circle. Quickly. Immediately, a huge explosion occurred, sending the monsters to their demise. Just as the captain was cheering loudly, something suddenly pierced his chest. "Excellent! Take that, you insects! We succeeded." It turned out to be an invisible monster that had quietly stabbed him. As he fell, the monster immediately revealed itself and roared loudly, causing the soldiers to warn each other. "A special type has appeared." In his final moments, the captain was still pondering the sudden appearance of this monster. "Damn it, invisibility! This is the first time I've encountered this type. No, if the shield has a hole like that." A moment later, the roars of monsters blended with the shouts of soldiers. "They're surrounding us." Of course, the soldiers were no match for them. Half their forces were wiped out. At this moment, there were only desperate screams, "Save me!" A beast human, struggling to fight off the monsters, shouted, "Reinforcements! Quickly call for reinforcements from headquarters." Suddenly, a streak of something flashed by. It easily broke a monster's arm. The other monsters also fell apart. This scene made the beast human from earlier a bit bewildered. A figure appeared in the air and spoke. "Nice to meet you all." Liebert confidently introduced himself. "We are the legendary heroes." Elisa, standing next to him, heard that and asked, bewildered, "Are we really using that title?" The captain woke up with a jolt in bed. He quickly checked his wounds and was surprised to realize his injuries. At this moment, a beast human next to him spoke. "Captain, you're awake." As soon as he saw this person, the captain hastily asked, "The gate, what about it? Were there any casualties?" This soldier looked aside and replied, "Calm down, sir. The situation is stable now. Someone saved us." Elisa was currently standing among the soldiers and gently said, "If anyone is injured and hasn't been treated yet, please let me know. I'm still a bit clumsy, so." A few days later, sounds of astonishment echoed in the capital. "What? The Earth team blocked the gate and returned without any casualties." The people rejoiced at the victory and the return of the army. "Really? They said they're on their way back." A moment later, they all welcomed the triumphant army back. A beast-human woman hugged her child tightly and emotionally said, "It's good that you're safe." This soldier also hugged her and called out, "Mom." Another soldier took the opportunity to express his love to the girl in his heart. "I want to propose to you." After the war ended, this moved the girl to tears, and she choked out, "Roaring." Liebert then stood afar, quietly watching the soldiers reunite with their families. "Kid, you did it. You showed me your son's picture and said you'd definitely come back alive. That's why I was able to do it." He suddenly thought of his previous decision. If we just returned to Earth? Seeing the soldiers return safely, he felt somewhat relieved in his heart for choosing to stay. These people, perhaps. Suddenly, the captain of the Grand Legion loudly declared, "Everyone, we owe our return to them. The heroes saved us." The people began to chant in unison, "Heroes! Long live the heroes!" Elisa looked at the happy people and quietly said, "Thank you, Liebert, for listening to my suggestion." Then she said, "Now I can leave without any regrets." Suddenly, Liebert suggested, "How about we help them for one more day?" This suggestion thrilled Elisa, and she replied, You think so too?" A few days later, on another battlefield, soldiers were fighting when they suddenly saw someone and joyfully exclaimed, "You two are the heroes from the rumors?" They quickly spoke up, "Thank you, both of you." The whole team almost died. Liebert indifferently replied, "Don't worry, everyone's fine." In his heart, for the past few days, he had been thinking, "They're right next to the combat zone, so that should be fine. Let's help them and then leave." On another battlefield, a soldier was extremely surprised to see his wound healed. "My wound." Elisa gently comforted him. "It'll heal right away." Then she turned to instruct the other soldiers. "Keep all lost body parts. If it hasn't been too long, we can reattach them." Elisa's words made a soldier ask, half in doubt, "Really?" In her heart, for the past few days, she truly thought, "Just treat these people and then return to Earth." "No, wait, after them. I'll help a few more people." News of their victory was also reported by soldiers to Bray Mouse's group. The number of casualties and injured decreased sharply. The gate breaching is also progressing very well. The continuous good news moved him to tears, and he wondered, have they changed their minds? Who convinced them? Just like that, one day turned into a week, and Liebert continued to fight monsters. A week turned into a month, and Elisa continued to heal the soldiers. A month became a year, and both of them remained in this place. They stayed here and fought to protect everyone. Eventually, we forgot the thought of staying, just a little longer, and naturally began to look forward to tomorrow even more. They received praise. "Liebert! Elisa! Elisa!" Seeing the smiles of the people he had dedicated himself to protecting, Liebert proudly believed that the Empire had become a place to return to, rather than a place to leave. A moment later, he met Elisa in the old room. "I'm back." For them, this place had become our home. As soon as Elisa saw him, she warmly approached and said, "You've worked hard, Liebert." Then they kissed, which showed that this was the place where they waited for each other. The sweet kiss ended with Elisa's smile. Seeing that, Liebert gently asked, "What's wrong, Elisa?" She shyly brought up a past memory. "Do you remember when we learned mana control techniques? You told me I had to focus on one thing only." Elisa's words slightly shook Liebert, "But I don't understand how you awakened the moment you met me." She sighed and said, "It's just that I suddenly remembered that advice. No need to beat around the bush and lie. A gentle smile blossomed on Elisa's lips as she teased Liber. When I pursued you on Earth, you didn't even look at me. Now we're on a different planet, and you're still not being honest. At this moment for Liber, it was an interesting experience. I had abandoned my home planet, my projects, and the system, which was supposed to be my life's purpose. He said to himself, I just want to live happily too. His gaze fell upon the cabinet containing the machine that could take him back to Earth. That cabinet door never opened again. Everything proceeded very well afterward. As time passed, the war gradually established an organized system. While Elisa focused on maintaining the army and reinforcing the defense lines, I exploited loopholes in Jenny's remnant forces, breaking through and reclaiming territory. Everything went smoothly. The strategy shifted to offense, and it became seamless. We began to reclaim every lost territory, and Jenny's attacks also slowed down. Time gradually passed. Thus, 5 years had gone by since we were summoned to this place. Elisa sat inside the room, waiting for her beloved. When will Liber return? Today is an important day. She felt her body hadn't been well lately, but actually, she'd been quite tired these past few days. Could it be because the defense lines expanded? But I can't leave either. Suddenly, Elisa felt dizzy and quickly grabbed the table in front of her. At the same time, in another place, a monster's head was severed. The sword that struck it still had a trace of blood. Karen sneered. Not as special as your species' name implies, huh? While she was feeling smug, something unexpectedly emerged from behind her, saying, You don't think so? Just as it seemed Karen was about to be in trouble, the monster attempting to ambush her was unexpectedly dealt a fatal blow. Someone appeared and lectured Karen. How many times have I told you to fix your carelessness? Kale sternly reminded. When will the descendant of the elemental swordsman sober up, huh? The Empire, elemental swordsman. First sword Kale Raven. Hearing that, Karen retorted, Master, it was just too easy. The Empire, Kale's disciple Karen Raven. She thought, we're just eliminating some small fry who crossed the defensive line. However, Kale said, this is an important mission. Do you think if the defensive line is unstable, I can maintain the current offensive stance? So, as she was grumbling about Liber and Elisa, Kale unexpectedly tapped her head with his sword. Those heroes couldn't handle it. While I have to struggle on the front lines, they get to eat and drink comfortably in the capital. Hit by her master, Karen was stunned and fell to the ground. Then she tremblingly called out, Master. Kale, with fierce eyes, looked at her and uttered, Those heroes. Then he loudly lectured, Do you think young Liber and Miss Elisa are your friends or something? Don't you know how to address them properly? How dare you? Resentful of being scolded, Karen intended to argue back, meaning that her master had also judged them back then. But Kale quickly cut her off, saying, Silence. Who did? When? Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Kale, you're too strict with her. Kale turned his head and was surprised to see Liber. He joyfully greeted, Liber, you've returned? Liber smiled and said, Yes, thanks to you too. We were able to advance so easily. Our relationship had progressed very well over the years. Throughout the past 5 years, Raven had become my best friend. Liber landed and said, Karen must have been talking about me again. Karen, sitting on the ground, honestly recounted, Master just told me I had to address people properly. Kale next to her casually replied, He's not your friend, but he is mine. One could say that this friendship gradually improved, as Elisa and I helped a lot to reduce casualties in his squad. And then Raven became one of my strongest supporters, more loyal than anyone. At this moment, Kale smiled and asked, Shouldn't you be going? The Archmage appointment ceremony is coming up soon. Hearing that, Liber thought, Archmage, that's too grand a title. However, Kale insisted, Nonsense. Who else is more suited for that title than you? Unexpectedly, he brought up an old matter. And Liber, I'm truly sorry about our first meeting. Of course, Liber didn't pay attention to that. How many times have you apologized? So many years have passed. Forget about it. I'm leaving now. At this very moment. He himself didn't know that it was the last time I smiled in T-Bon. A moment later, he returned to his room and joyfully called out, Elisa, are you ready? Just as he was rambling, saying, we have to attend the ceremony. Sangu, in spirit form, witnessed everything. Damn it, motherfucker. Liber, meanwhile, anxiously called his wife. Elisa, he already knows what's happening. Sangu, you know these symptoms very well. At this moment, Liber frantically shouted, Elisa, what's wrong? Sangu silently thought to himself, that's the day Elisa was infected with the virus. In the meeting room, everyone had gathered and was discussing. Becoming a Grand High Priest after only 5 years, it's truly unbelievable. Yes, focusing on the summoning ritual was truly the right choice. It seems the time to destroy those monsters is coming soon. Sander then wondered, but when will those heroes arrive? Celios, standing beside him, immediately replied, I heard they've already arrived in the capital. They must be very busy. Let's wait a bit longer and see. Veda was about to suggest, should I go look for them? Then suddenly the door opened. Liber's appearance immediately caused a stir among everyone. Oh, it seems the hero has arrived. Great, let's start. While they rejoiced, Liber's face showed only confusion. We should begin the Grand High Priest appointment ceremony right away. Veda then noticed Elisa wasn't there and called out, Elisa. Liber, panting, desperately pleaded for help. She's in the room. Something has happened. Please help me. Upon hearing this, Ray Mouse quickly gave an order. Everyone leave here. As soon as the appointment ceremony concluded, Liber hastily explained the situation to him. The incident had already occurred when I arrived. He described Elisa's current condition. Her mana isn't consolidating. It's continuously dispersing. Upon hearing this, Ray Mouse immediately knew what problem Elisa was facing. A curse. And this curse is slowly eroding Elisa along with her mana. Veda was astonished by the sight before her and those words, exclaiming, a curse! Ray Mouse explained further, it's a mana dispersion curse. This made Liber somewhat disbelieving, shouting, a curse? How can that be? He emphatically stated, no, more importantly, she was cursed just by standing near the defensive line Elisa. After a moment of silence, Ray Mouse slowly spoke. Elisa, your innate ability is to enhance recovery. Any healing magic will become stronger. Once, Elisa had exclaimed to him, is that so? Henji is so easy to learn. At that very moment, he also reminded her, though sometimes there's a slight mana deficiency. At this moment, he seemed to realize something. Now I understand why her mana is always depleted. Immediately, he quickly clarified, Liber, Elisa wasn't cursed recently. In fact, thanks to her innate ability, the curse didn't spread until now. Ray Mouse meticulously explained the reason. The summoning ritual led to unforeseen consequences when you arrived here. You must have traversed countless universes in an instant. You were exposed to various types of mana during that time. These words made Liber even more bewildered. What are you saying? I don't understand. Ray Mouse slowed down his speech. To put it simply, he emphasized and affirmed the cause of Elisa's current condition. Elisa has been cursed ever since she was summoned here. Although this was quite shocking for Liber, he cared about something else. That's no longer important. There must be a way to save her, right? Ray Mouse's helpless sigh was the answer to his plea. I'm sorry, Liber. He himself had to admit that there was no way to cleanse this curse. Veda then spoke. Lord Ray Mouse, we must accumulate mana in the tower. Everything happened so suddenly that Liber didn't know how to react. Not a single word registered in my mind. What a ridiculous situation. Yes, the magic virus, the virus your sister contracted, is considered a curse in this world. He realized that perhaps it was a blessing she wasn't on Earth. If Elisa was infected with the magic virus and in an environment without mana, she wouldn't survive for even a month. Sangu, who had witnessed everything in his soul state, was also extremely worried about Elisa. Simply put, due to bad luck, Elisa had contracted an incurable disease since arriving here. A moment later, Kaisol burst into the room in a panic and loudly asked, "Liber, it's just an accident, right?" He screamed in bewilderment while Liber stood frozen. A curse. Liber's state seemed to confirm everything, making Kaisol stare blankly and exclaim in confusion, "No way." Suddenly, Liber slowly spoke. 3 years. Give me 3 years. He calmly said. Don't report this to the front lines. Today's appointment ceremony went smoothly. He offered a solution. Just tell them the heroes are on a different front line. His solution made Ray Mouse flinch and loudly ask back, "Wait, do you also want to leave the battlefield?" Even Veda added, "Holding the defensive line without Elisa is already difficult enough, Liber. If you leave too." Suddenly, Kaisol's voice rang out. "We'll try to hold on." His words made everyone bewildered, and they loudly called, "Kaisol." But he remained resolute. "I'll try to hold on not just for 3 years, but even for 5 or 10 years. Then he placed his hand on Liber's shoulder. This action surprised Liber slightly, and he exclaimed, "Kaisol." He, meanwhile, calmly encouraged his friend, "Do what you want, Liber." Sangu himself, after witnessing this, couldn't believe it and uttered, "Master." Kaisol's actions also sparked hope in Liber. "Yes, he gave me precious time, and I have to decide how to use it." Liber steadfastly insisted that he didn't believe in curses. Elisa could be cured. He researched books day and night to find a cure. Even if it was due to exposure to many mana variants, it was still fine. It could be a type of virus that adapts to each person's innate abilities. Train the defense line's resources in Elisa's absence, and simultaneously find a way to cure her. He didn't stop for a second during his research. Even those who knew nothing about magic could use it. If I can control the body and enable everyone to control mana, I want everyone to be able to do what they imagine. From thinking of a cure for Elisa, he gradually transformed it into a larger problem. If it's completed, even the disabled could achieve their dreams. The crippled would be able to stand, run, and do anything they want. Liber proceeded with research step by studying the body and analyzing each person's innate abilities, reinterpreting the magic system to suit each person, and applying it. He believed in developing it further to be able to change the mana properties of each individual. Until one day he muttered to himself about a goal. I must create a system. During the hero's absence, internal anger arose. This cannot continue. Do you realize the gravity of the problem? Hack loudly stated that the defense line was suffering losses day by day, and moreover, concealing Elisa's condition also had its limits. He angrily questioned everyone. How much longer do we have to wait for Liber? One person in the group spoke up to explain. Liber said we can still hold on, so please try a little longer. However, that still didn't stop him from yelling. That's why I opposed this plan from the beginning. Just then, a solemn voice rang out, ending the argument. Enough! Ray Mouse affirmed, I trust Liber. At least wait until the time he promised. And after that, 3 years passed. Veda cautiously entered Liber's research area. She walked, muttering to herself. 3 years have passed since that day. As soon as she entered, she loudly called out, Liber! Liber's place here seemed isolated from everything. He was near the defensive line, far from the Dragon Tower in the capital, and didn't utter a single word. Seeing the unfamiliar components before her, he was still assembling this strange thing. Veda was a bit curious and asked, What is that? Seeing no one answered, she spoke loudly into the room. Liber, here's your food. Like last time, I'll leave it here. Suddenly, the door opened, startling Veda. Liber's voice came from inside. Come in. The gloominess of the room and its occupant made Veda tremble as she called out, Liber! She walked in as Liber's deep voice resonated. Veda, I've always been very grateful to you. You've kindly helped us and taught us about the culture of the Orentia Empire. Hearing that, Veda hesitated and replied, But besides that, I don't know what to do. I have no magic power, nor do I know how to use a sword or bow. However, Liber told her, "You don't need to belittle yourself like that." Then he said, "Of course, it's not that I'm unaware of your feelings." His voice suddenly became excited. "Don't worry, Veda. That time is over." There was a mix of madness and confidence in Liber's words and eyes. With this system, as soon as he finished speaking, something unexpectedly lunged towards Veda, making her scream in panic. "Liber!" Back in the meeting room, Ak said impatiently, "I can't take it anymore." He suggested, "I think we should stop supporting Liber." Then he asked for everyone's opinion. "Everyone agrees, right?" Anil immediately replied, "Well, that time has come." Everyone chimed in, leaving Raymau speechless. "That's right. He's the one who set that deadline." Just as Ak announced, "Then I take it we all agree." Veda walked in and loudly called out everyone. Her interruption greatly annoyed Hak. "Veda, how could you possibly?" However, when they saw her capable of using mana, everyone exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you using magic?" Veda herself couldn't believe it and stammered, I can feel mana." At the same time, Liber appeared through magic communication and reassured everyone in the meeting room. Test, my lords, please don't worry." He proposed to everyone, "Gather the recruits and bring them to me. Waiting like this is enough. We will form an army." At this moment, Kaisol clutched his arm, panting heavily from exhaustion. At the same time, Duver's voice from beside him rang out, "Aren't we under too much pressure lately?" Hearing that, he replied weakly, "I'm fine." Duver quickly responded, "Not you." The head of the Dwarven Armory, Duver Bikund, slowly explained, "I'm talking about weapons. Even with the most careful maintenance, every blade has its limits. At this point, it's really going to collapse." Kaisol immediately replied, "Thanks for your concern, but we have to fill the void left by the heroes. If not for me, the defensive line would crumble immediately." These words made Duver even more curious. Are those legendary heroes really that great? Unexpectedly, Kaisol bluntly stated, "I don't believe in legends." This nonchalance surprised him. "Are you crazy?" Ignoring Duver, he confidently asserted, "I believe in River as a real person. Just wait, this year will be the 3rd year since then." After about 2 seconds, Kaisol quickly continued, "He will definitely return." Though skeptical, Duver still sighed. "It's good that you believe in him, but anyway, that kid is too attached to him." The scene shifts to the fierce battle between everyone and the insects. The warriors continuously fought, strengthening their defenses. At the same time, Karen was constantly ambushing the insects from above. "It seems you're tired, Master. There are too many insects. We have to retreat a bit." Standing right behind Karen, Kaisol began to tease her. "Oh my, 3 years ago, you said it was boring, but now you're saying it's difficult? So what is it really?" While she was resting to regain her strength, he suddenly discovered something. In a flash, Kaisol rushed over to destroy the insects that were about to ambush Karen. Another warrior, seeing this, shouted loudly. Immediately after that, Kaisol's face became serious. It turned out he had recognized the species of the insect. It was a demon type. A warrior, seeing this, turned pale and stammered. Before he could finish, Kaisol roared. He powerfully commanded. The next second, Kaisol rushed forward and began fighting the demon-type insect. However, it showed no fear and quickly closed in on him. The power of both was so immense that it caused the surrounding ground to crack. Meanwhile, a strange object suddenly appeared, flying towards them. The presence of this thing caught Kaisol's attention. But fortunately, he managed to swiftly sever the head of the demon-type insect, not letting it survive for another second. As soon as he landed, Kaisol said in a low voice. Then Arya, with a very reluctant tone, spoke up. It turned out she was the High Elf Grand Duchess Arya Versol. Seeing her appearance, the soldiers rejoiced, shouting. Karen also gently greeted her. Arya, seeing this, asked. She happily replied, "Of course, I'm fine. Now that he's here, those insects will." Before Karen could finish her sentence, monsters simultaneously emerged from underground again. This sight froze Kaisol, Karen, and Arya stiff. The other soldiers turned even paler with fear. There were too many second-type monsters. Facing this situation, they were utterly desperate. This is the end. Ignoring their fear, Kaisol calmly ordered, "Spearman charge. Expand the defensive line." Arya immediately stopped him. "Raven, no." Karen also realized this action seemed problematic. "Master," she hastily explained, "we have to retreat. There will be too many casualties." Kaisol firmly stated, "We must hold out until River returns." His stubbornness made Karen angrily shout, "Why do you have to go this far?" As if wanting everyone to understand his feelings, Kaisol slowly said, "Because of that rudeness 3 years ago, I've doubted him enough. Don't underestimate my resolve as if it changes on a whim." A moment later, Arya finally had to compromise with him. "Everyone fall back, support Raven." The soldiers immediately obeyed. "Yes, sir." Immediately after, Kaisol advanced to the front. He had to hold firm. While the monster was actively destroying, Kaisol told himself, he promised it would be like this, so Kaisol won't think of anything else. Even if Liber doesn't come, Kaisol will reinforce the defensive line and his faith as well. Just as Kaisol was still trying to eliminate the monsters, a familiar surge of power suddenly appeared. It seemed Arya had realized something. Did the mages send reinforcements? No, wait. Appearing in her sight was a large relief army. "How many people are there?" The next second, Ron loudly commanded the relief army, "Everyone fire." Everyone immediately aimed directly at the monster and attacked. It still hadn't realized how critical its situation was. In just a moment, they were hit and continuously screamed loudly. This sight made Kaisol's eyes widen and his mouth drop. Am I dreaming? How could this happen? On the ground, Liber gently created a barrier to catch Kaisol, who was falling from above. "I won't say I'm surprised you're still persistent," he said gently. "Yes, I believed you could do it." As if his wish had come true, Kaisol smirked and replied, "If you didn't say that, I'd punch you." He looked intently at Liber and teased, "River, I mean. Should I call you Archmage River now?" Hearing that, Liber also humorously replied, "If you were so polite, I'd actually be disappointed." The next second, he returned to a serious tone. "Kaisol, now is the time for a counterattack." The scene shifts to Tibernian. User identification in progress. Codex 0812 Tbia STM52. User Tibernian Bagran. Authentication complete. System access granted. Registration complete. As soon as the system finished speaking, Tibernian frantically cried out, "I can't see mana. My useless self." Sander calmly asked, "What is your awakened skill?" Then he immediately replied, "It's the ability to grant attributes to an intermediary object." Without hesitation, he offered an explanation. "Swordsmanship will be the right path for you." Next, the situation at hand made Kaisol hesitate. "This?" After a pause of about 2 seconds, he asked in confusion, "What is all this?" As if knowing the question Kaisol wanted to ask, Liber quickly replied, "It's the system. A system that will create an excellent army to fill the gaps on the front lines. You can awaken and register basic skills here. Currently, it's in its initial, incomplete state, with only skills like fireballs and attacks. But in the future, it will also be able to train air knights and healers, depending on each person's potential." Karen was just as curious. "Skills? What are those?" Liber continued to explain. "Ah, it means techniques in the world I live in. It seems ideal for manifesting things like magic or enhancing physical abilities." As he spoke, the image of an ordinary person in a room creating a giant fireball appeared before everyone's eyes. Kaisol couldn't help but exclaim, "A fireball, something that usually requires at least 3 years of training to master and awaken one's mana." Without letting him finish, Karen continued to exclaim, "They can do that so easily? How is that possible?" Then, Liber calmly continued to answer their questions. "This system is like a set of instructions for controlling the body. It helps users control mana according to an inherent mechanism in the body. When mana is loaded, the result will be a fireball. But truthfully, it's still not complete yet. There are still many cases of errors in estimating the distinct characteristics of each individual. There have been cases where awakened skills weren't detected until later. But once we gather enough data through these trials, and if the use of higher and more difficult spells is possible, at some point, Liber had approached Elisa. With just this system, we'll be able to change all the components in a person's mana. The scene shifts to the battlefield from earlier, where monster corpses were piled high. Severe damage. Just then, a mysterious Zoani appeared. Immediate reinforcement needed for Type 1 and Type 2 units. Military training time needs to be redefined. New threatening elements reorganized. Additional reinforcements requested. The system has succeeded. It allows anyone to use magic skills that require mana, and both the quality and quantity of deployed forces far exceeded what they were before. After that, skill registration stations were set up near the front lines, significantly increasing the speed of aid. The situation on the battlefield immediately turned in our favor. As the situation continued like this, public sentiment towards the heroes naturally became positive again. At this moment, the people standing around Breamaus continuously cheered. Hooray, hooray! Han also awkwardly raised his hand. Hooray for the heroes! Breamaus turned and asked, "Don't you find yourself a bit shameless?" Han startled when Breamaus mentioned him. Veda stammered, "Mr. Breamaus." Breamaus glanced towards Veda. She softly said, "I'll return to Liber's side." He was puzzled again. "But Veda, aren't there many things you want to do now that you've learned magic? You could send someone else." Veda smiled. "Liber didn't eat breakfast, and isn't the best way to learn magic by a sorcerer's side?" Liber was typing on his computer while talking to the person next to him. Type 1 monsters are the most numerous, but they are weak. However, this war of attrition cannot be underestimated. Type 2, they are gigantic, very dangerous in close combat, but with a magic user's support, they'll be easier to subdue, as they are large targets. The most important part is Type 3 and special entities. He pushed up his glasses. Type 3 monsters are medium-sized and not numerous, but they are the most dangerous type. Kaisol spoke up, finally. Special entities refer to those who possess unique abilities and do not fall into these three types. Liber replied immediately after, "All right, I've entered it into the system data." He politely said, "Thank you for your cooperation, Raven." Kaisol frowned. "Aren't you also on the front lines? Why are you asking me this?" Liber's next answer left Kaisol and Karen stunned. "Honestly, I just blew them up, so I didn't really distinguish them." Kaisol uneasily continued, "Why can't special entities be classified into the other three types?" "That's because the characteristics of these entities are not fixed. Their appearance and abilities constantly change." Liber glanced towards the two who had made the hypothesis. "How strange. It's as if someone is creating them." Liber stood up looking at Kaisol and Karen. "Come to think of it, haven't you changed your mind yet? You'd receive many benefits if you registered with the system." He calmly replied, "It's fine. I don't want to change my mind once I've made a decision." Karen stood up, creating a sound. "It's not just that. What do people call you again?" "The Exploding Man." Karen was hit on the head by Kaisol's sword. Liber, regarding the system. "Has Elisa's exorcism curse not been completely lifted yet?" Liber stood before Jenny's corpse. "About that. It's more complicated than I thought. If I want to prevent mana from decomposing, I have to change the nature of the mana created within her body. So it will take longer than expected. Perhaps the system needs to be completed first." He frowned, thinking to himself, things would be different if he were here. Liber suddenly looked up, his lips slightly curved. "But I'm not in a hurry either. The closer the system gets to completion, the more the war against Jenny will tilt in our favor. Urencia is my home now." Kaisol and Karen have returned to their usual serious demeanor. "You've said so. It's been your home for a very long time." At this moment Sangu appeared, lost in thought. "Actually, I'm quite comfortable. Isn't it easy and wonderful that I can save Elisa and help Urencia at the same time?" And I diligently continued like that, expanding and developing the system, enhancing more skills, and organizing awakened skills. Once again, expanding and conquering territories, war development research, repeating over and over, again and again, quickly moving forward, unconsciously. How long has Sangu been doing this? If we're talking about the time since the system was created. 37 years. That's right. I've dedicated 37 years of my life to the system, for Lisa and Eurencia. And that day of success is drawing near, no matter how many times I look. At this moment, Veda appeared with her aged face, still unable to get used to it, even though the system had developed and changed so much. She chuckled. Liber, you haven't changed at all. Liber turned around and replied quite cheerfully. Veda, come in. Sangu broke out in a cold sweat. I also find it strange, no matter how much time passes, my face doesn't age. It's no surprise he's not much different from the master. That's right. People on Earth have only been exposed to mana for 20 years, so they might not know yet. Veda told Liber. I've heard theories that the more connected one is to mana, the more the body's aging is delayed. Even if I'm this old, Liber comforted. Don't worry too much, Veda. Elisa will recognize you right away. She smiled. Hearing that makes me so happy. Sangu thought. 37 years have passed since the system was developed, and 45 years since I first came to Eurencia. Liber and Veda simultaneously looked at the computer, which was now running at 98%. Truly, just a little bit more. That's right, just a little bit more. During that time, the system had supported almost all first-class physical sensing magic enhancement skills. It was almost perfect in measuring physical properties and providing precise control. Liber looked up at the sky and smiled with a triumphant expression. Elisa, just wait a little longer. The completion of the system is not far off. In the rather luxurious meeting room, Bremus complained. It's been too long. Too long. The result of gradually reclaiming vast territories in the long war and carrying out extensive recovery. He said in a low voice, we finally succeeded in pushing Jenny into just one place. Sander, with an excited expression, said, it's all thanks to the system Liber created. Arnold was equally delighted. You're right. What dramatically turned the tide of the war was the change in troop training models created by the system. Sander continued, the hero is a great figure whose name will forever be etched in history. Old Foss interrupted Sander. I don't understand. He said loudly, he's not a hero, he's a god. We must treat Liber as a deity, not a human. The god who saved us from Jenny. Corey and Celius helplessly talked to each other. He's like that again, you see. He's old too, so. Old Foss shouted again. Long live Liber. Bremus was helpless before this goofy crowd. Let's talk about that later. Let's talk about that later. We're starting the final operation, wait. Operation Annihilation of Jenny at Tyburn. Jenny's first occupied area, the cursed frozen region. Scene shifts to Tyburn. Kaisol stands in awe. Finally, it's time to end this long, exhausting war. Kale stood among the soldiers as the supreme commander of Operation Kale Raven Annihilation. Karen continued, the time of bloodshed has lasted too long. The era of pain must end now. Deputy Commander of Operation Karen Raven Annihilation. He quickly broke the solemn atmosphere. Why do you always pretend to be so old? Karen retorted angrily. I'm 60 years old, you know. The soldier next to him immediately reported. The whole team is ready for battle. We've also carefully installed barriers to prevent mobile portals from invading the front line. Kale stated clearly. Very good, let's go. Advance towards that gate and annihilate all Rennies. Alex used a spear to stab a nearby Rennie. You have used a skill. Super destructive tremor, shaking an object that absorbs mana at a super high speed, weakening the structural integrity of the target it comes into contact with. Romeo next to him wondered, isn't their number too small? Alex calmly replied, it's time for these pests to be wiped out. Suddenly, the monsters continuously retreated. Romeo yelled, those bastards are running away. Kale immediately ordered, don't pursue, maintain formation. He frowned, looking at the situation before them. Kale thought to himself, the pests are concentrating in the center. There's something there. The monsters gradually gathered in one place. He loudly ordered, "All units, prepare for battle." The soldiers returned to their ranks. Nearby, a supermassive Rennie appeared. Long-term time cost, an uneven battle, redesign of the distorted interaction frame completed. The rocky mountain began to shake violently, suppressing variables, calculating combat situations. Kale turned to Karen. "An earthquake?" Karen, sword in hand in a defensive stance, said, "Master, my memory is a bit vague, but didn't you come here once at the beginning of the invasion?" He replied, puzzled, "I think so, but why? Was there always a mountain there?" She pointed her hand towards the mountain behind. Kale looked up, then he froze. The mountain gradually cracked open. No, a pair of cold yellow eyes appeared. It roared lowly, "Execute the operation." This monster, Rennie Type 4, was commanded by the designer. Begin harvesting on planet Tybern. Alex and Romeo discovered something. That giant mountain is a Rennie monster. Karen was quite surprised, so they had a hidden card too. Kale's face darkened. This is their last-ditch effort, but our mission remains unchanged. He spoke passionately. Has any of you ever started a war and dared to live without guilt? Haven't you always lived in constant fear that at some point a portal would appear in the sky and those bugs would pour out? Haven't we always worried sleeplessly whether our wives, children, villagers, or friends could disappear overnight? At this moment the soldiers, as if injected with courage, passionately declared, "This sky is not a place for portals to open whenever they please, but a place that shines upon fields for crops to grow, and our land is not a place for those bugs to wreak havoc, but a home for our children to play." Kale's eyes glowed with blue light, his spirits high as he led the soldiers charging towards the swarm of Rennies. "All troops, absolutely no Rennie is allowed to exist on this land." Everyone was now full of fervor. "For the kingdom of Urentia." A soldier charged forward, spear in hand, and the system announced, "You have used the skill, Influence Diffusion." Another soldier was notified, "You have used the skill, Petrify, to create a shield against the attack of the opposing Rennie." Around the Type 4 Rennie, rocks and debris flew everywhere. Karen turned to look at her master. "We'll handle the Type 2s first, sir." Kale spoke with a seemingly calm voice, but his eyes held deep hatred for these beasts. "I'll follow behind you." The two master and apprentice combined their strength, using their swords to create a sphere of immense power. Their attacks caused wide-area damage as they continuously struck several Rennies. The Type 4 Rennie was currently silently observing their every move with the eyes in its skull. The yellow eyes of the rock monster subtly gleamed. A black energy sphere gradually appeared in the sky. On this side, Coma, creating a pink shield, commanded, "Mage team, activate defensive shield." The system currently announces, "You have used the advanced damage absorption shield skill. Its effect greatly increases with each resistance effect." The Type 4 Rennie threw a smaller Rennie at the shield. The Rennie flew towards it at light speed. The shield and the Rennie collided, creating an incredibly massive shockwave explosion. Kale and Karen fell silent with grave expressions. This is, after the explosion, a hole as large as 100 Type 4 Rennie corpses combined appeared on the ground. The damage is greater than we imagined. Scene change. Beth rushed into the meeting room to announce, "Situation report. A colossal special entity has appeared. The enforcement forces are struggling." Sander was the first to speak. "I knew this day would come. Since this is the final wave, it won't be easy." Old Foss worriedly prayed, "Oh God, I hope the heroes will protect us." Bermouse pondered seriously. "In the past few years, special entities haven't appeared on the front lines, so I thought the Rennies were cornered. But perhaps they've poured all their strength into this time." He asked Beth, "Are there any portal-blocking circles near the combat zone?" Beth craned her neck to answer, "Yes, sir. They've been deployed without any issues." "That means there isn't a single entity inside the combat zone." Beth was surprised. "What?" He ordered, "Prepare the teleportation gate to the combat zone." Returning to the battlefield, Countless soldiers are currently blocking the Rennie's legs. One of them called out Karen. Kale turned back and said, "Relay the order to increase the distance between defensive lines." Her expression was helpless. "But if we do that, it'll be very difficult to resist those Type 1 bastards." Kale, like a hero, jumped into the fray. "I'll handle them first. Don't worry about that. All troops, disband the defensive line." His eyes subtly gleamed. "Even if you sharpen a weak gust of wind, it can only cut a single blade of grass." Kale focused his power into the sword in his hand. "But if we gather all the winds that can cut a single blade of grass and weave them together, we can change the very flow of a river and carve the shape of mountains." Kale drew his sword and slashed at the Rennie's skull. It stared blankly at him with its ruined head. High-energy penetration attack, external armor destroyed, damage level. No issues with core functions. The large-scale harvest will be carried out once more. Kale gloated. "You pests, your trump card is about to be wiped out." Suddenly, behind him, a teleportation gate appeared. "You think only you have this. Gather all energy. Because you've stolen so many lives." Brahmaus then seized the advantage, unleashing his move. Matter Disintegration Ray. That move was aimed directly at the Rennie. A rather large explosion occurred. It seems the Rennie has been utterly destroyed. After that harsh battle, a voice rang out. "Done. The cleanup of the remnants here is complete." Then he went in another direction to continue the extermination on this side as well. Karen spoke up. "We're almost done clearing out the remaining Rennies too." Kale acknowledged. "Yes, finally, it's truly over." Then two circular symbols lit up, creating a large void. It gradually shrank. Everyone watched it, tears streaming down their faces. "It's over." Everyone cheered joyfully. "It's finally over. The war is finished." Kale spoke up. "Thank you for your assistance, Sir Brahmaus." He casually replied, "I merely chose the path that would limit damage as much as possible." "Before that, we must find out who this person really is." Karen reported. "This is also a special entity, sir. It seems it was commanding the Rennies just now." Kale looked at them, feeling strange, and said, "This is the first time I've seen this type." The Rennie spoke. "The hero isn't here. Change of tactics." Hearing that voice, both Kale and Karen had a bad feeling. Things aren't as we predicted. This thing knows our language. The Rennie continued, "I am the strategist. I am the one who devised the invasion plan and deployed the forces. Only one of my kind appears on each planet, but I have been standardized. So, according to your classification system, I am a Type 4. You are the first planet where our Rennie army had to invest so many resources. Quite impressive." Brahmaus asked, "Only one on each planet? Have you invaded many other planets?" It replied, "Not just a few. This place was supposed to be completed in 10 years, but two creatures with imbalanced power have turned everything upside down. In your words, they are naughty children, lawbreakers, a cunning bunch. When one of them disappeared, I even felt joy." Kale immediately cut it off. "Enough. I don't need this kind of revealing conversation. You've lost. Now you will die, and the invasion will end." Rennie threatened. "No, it's still ongoing, very smoothly." As soon as it finished speaking, something was wrong. "Sir Brahmaus, Commander-in-Chief, there's a tunnel beneath the giant special creature. This deep, dark tunnel is connected to it." Upon hearing this, Brahmaus tensed up, sweating as he exclaimed, "What?" Scene changed to the royal side. "Huh, the operation's over. My shift is finally finished." Suddenly, a clanking sound echoed from underground. But what was that sound just now? A gigantic Rennie appeared before the guards. He looked bewildered, his face devoid of expression. "I really should have called in sick today." The very next second, another similar monster emerged in the courtyard. Its sturdy head split open, and they unleashed a strange spatial energy. He decisively drew his weapon, using the Hellblade skill. Sangu raged. "Don't make a fool out of me, you damn insects." However, the moment he charged, he immediately noticed something abnormal. Sangu was stunned. Huh, what kind of space is this? My skill. Scene change. The blue energy surge became violently unstable. The cloaked figure frantically looked at the magic circle drawn on the ground. The teleportation gate's defensive circle has been disabled. Bren reminded him. Quickly recreate that circle. The cloaked figure fell into a state of panic. The mana flow has been cut off. I don't know why, but all the mana flowing into this area has suddenly been severed. Large black holes suddenly appeared in the sky. Bren showed a hint of fear. Oh my God. He was shocked. No way. Countless monsters fell from the mouths of the holes. The cloaked figure screamed. A teleportation gate has opened right above the capital. The gate to green. In another development, Kale looked surprised. An underground cave? He's already resorted to this trick. Rennie was curious. I don't understand the concept of idioms. Will saying it make the situation better? These aren't unclassified low-level creatures. It's highly likely they understand the situation themselves. Too much contact could easily raise suspicions. A subordinate urgently reported. Call everyone. General. Commander. All communications with the capital, with Dragon Tower, have been cut off. His tone was extremely urgent. Furthermore, according to the last communication received, a teleportation gate has appeared in the capital, reported to be Type 3 monsters pouring out. Karen stammered, trembling. No. Rennie said, I've checked the magical skills here. There are quite a few spatial teleportation mechanisms, but they all require a long preparation time for reuse. Biometric data needed. From the start, my goal was to concentrate all your forces here. Biometric data needed. It used a blood-stained finger to caress her frightened face and threatened. So, answer me, Deputy Commander Karen Raven. Rennie questioned, is there any way for your forces to return to the capital in time? Just as it spoke, even if you return to the capital. A powerful stomp interrupted it. Brahmouse raged. Of course we're going back, you bastards. Everyone was surprised in unison. Sir Brahmouse, he ordered. No need for an alarm. I didn't use teleportation magic to get here. The capital's mages opened the teleportation gate for me. She looked bewildered. So you mean? Brahmouse began to gather power in his palm. Although I'm not comfortable forcing them to fight continuously, we have to find a way for everyone to return, don't we? Scene change. A chaotic scene was unfolding beneath the Great Hall. An elf asked in confusion, so why did you open the teleportation gate to the capital? No. At the very least, we must protect the Dragon Tower, right? If this place falls, the mana supply to activate the system will make the Grainizer attack the enemy more intensely. Draxa fought and sneered. I was annoyed at being removed from a unit, Draxa, the fourth elemental sword, but now I see it was an event prepared for this final war. On the other side, two other figures summoned power to fend off the Granin hordes. One was the elemental sword, third blade Samira Vizo. The other was the elemental sword, second blade Duran Bighun. They divided their tasks. She said, I'll take care of the east. You take care of the west. Even so, one gate remained open on one side, specifically in the sky. Among the black holes, another special gate had appeared. Samira said helplessly, No, there aren't any more. That special gate emitted a beam of light. The next second, Bray Mouse, Kaisol, and Karen all landed. They shouted, All forces, protect the Dragon Tower. In another development, a screen had run data to 99% and the operator confirmed. The analysis of the entire main structure will be completed soon. At that point, there will be no illness the system cannot explain or repair. Looking at Elisa, who was sound asleep in the cryogenic chamber, he choked up. It's funny, isn't it? After you disappeared and nearly 40 years passed, everyone stopped looking for you. Many people also thought that from beginning to end, I was the only hero. Liebert sighed. Even I, who am saying this, have long since left the front lines. Now the system is closing the distance between you and me. He reached out to touch the transparent glass. What the Uran Empire truly needs. Is it a hero or the system? He wasn't sure anymore. Liber bowed his head to meet Elisa through the glass. But what he needed was her, Elisa. If only she would wake up. He wouldn't need anything else. Crash. A rock hit a soldier. The next second, a grenade cut the soldier's body in half. The battlefield became more bloody and chaotic than ever. Karen panted, thinking, Type 3 is appearing on such a large scale. Moreover, due to emergency teleportation, we couldn't form a proper formation. While she was worrying, a Granin stealthily attacked. Kaisol had to remind Karen, Focus, Karen. I can't protect you in this situation. She replied, I know, I'm over 60 now too. She asked, Master, it seems this is the enemy's last effort. Can't we ask for support from anyone? Kaisol wondered, Who are you talking about? She replied, Master knows. Karen observed the situation in front of her and concluded, I'm sure Bray Mouse is doing his best too. Facing a monster as huge as a mountain and spatial teleportation like this, he probably doesn't have much mana left. She fell into thought, but if we had Liber, the damage would be fundamentally minimized. If the capital falls into enemy hands, the system will also collapse. Karen added, At least right now, we need support from Liber. She hadn't even finished speaking when a heavy sound echoed behind her. Karen screamed in terror, Master, behind you. In another development, Liber summoned Veda. She quickly approached. Yes, Lord Liber. Did you call for me? Liber crossed his arms, looking at the message screen. There's been no contact with the capital for a while now. Have you heard anything? Veda was surprised. No. Is the mana level communication not working? He interrupted. Luckily, it's still working fine. Both were extremely curious. The system is fine too. But why did the gate suddenly open? They both turned their heads simultaneously. Lord Liber. Karen, covered in wounds, stumbled in. We completed the mission, but there was an incident. Seeing her collapse to the floor from exhaustion, Liber rushed over to check on her. Karen, what's wrong? Karen explained. Those bastards have a trump card. The capital is under attack, and we are on the verge of collapse. Even Lord Braymouse Fravan. Everyone is in danger. There are many Type 3s. She painfully pleaded. Please, save the capital, Liber. Liber's eyes darted to the screen running data at 99%. He ordered Veda. Veda, please treat Karen for me. Returning to the brutal battlefield, someone shouted, Fall back into formation. Sangu yelled, Type 3. Bang! A bolt of lightning struck, shattering the towering spires. He continued to cry out, Magic. Liber suddenly appeared from a void hole. Everyone who witnessed this was moved and cheered. It's the Archmage. Lord Liber is here. Everyone tell me where the enemy is concentrating. I'll provide support immediately. Bray Mouse was stunned. Liber, why are you here? He replied, confused. What are you talking about? The capital is on the verge of collapse. Liber was about to say, Karen just came to me for help. When he froze, Kaisol saw Liber also bewildered. Liber. Even more astonishing was Karen, who had just come to him for help, was also here. She was bewildered. Liber, why are you here? Veda supported Karen. She urged, Karen, hurry, come over here. I'm not as good as you, but I've also learned healing magic. She stammered, Karen frankly refused. I can't go over there. Her severed hand began to emit wisps of black dust. Karen knew that, within this door, there was a protective barrier against unauthorized intruders. Her expression suddenly turned cold. Just as I suspected, they've set up a teleportation prevention circle. I need to disable it. Veda, panicking and sweating profusely, asked Karen, what is it? Karen continued to babble. But I'm not worried at all. I've spent over 30 years breaking barriers and teleportation prevention circles. She glared, her gaze dark and terrifying. It seems you don't understand what I'm saying, do you? It's possible, because I am the designer Jenny. Karen revealed she initially planned to summon a special entity to draw Liber into the battlefield, but Bray Mouse was stronger than expected and was destroyed before Liber could intervene. So she decided to use his remnants to collect biometric data of a high-level entity. She tore off her human skin to reveal her true identity as Jenny. So thanks to that, the plan is back on track. By the way, is that Veda? Suddenly, black holes appeared in the void, and gigantic monsters climbed out, staring at Veda. I don't need to collect information about you. You can leave now. Scene change. The children eagerly shouted. It's Liber! The third-class monsters will be eliminated soon. Liber was stunned to hear them cheer. Long live the hero. He flew up into the sky. The civilians below wondered, what's happening? Liber is leaving again? Is there some unexpected incident? Karen suddenly asked Kai Sol, Master, is that Liber? He seemed very bewildered when he saw me. Then he left. They asked Bray Mouse, Mr. Bray Mouse, do you know anything? He didn't answer, just looked up thoughtfully, seemingly about to say that Karen had requested assistance. Bray Mouse ordered, target the special entities with holes on their heads. Restoring the connection is the top priority. Anyway, no one can keep up with Liber. Kai Sol immediately complied. Understood. He decisively sliced a monster in half, dispersing its mana, using body enhancement magic or consuming more mana than usual. Sangu also charged into battle. It's normal. I learned this skill through the system, so there's no need to hesitate. Get lost. An assault skill was used. The castle was increasingly consumed by a blue energy stream. Bray Mouse breathed a sigh of relief. Good at this rate. He transmitted telepathically. Hear me? The place where Liber is, leave that spot and establish a connection immediately. She replied, Oh yes, understood, Mr. Bray Mouse. An unidentified yellow object suddenly appeared. Kai Sol and Karen were astonished. The curtain. It appeared. The display bar shows 99%. Liber flew out of the castle, checking his watch to calculate the time. He thought, I used teleportation when assisting the capital. Before the connection was cut, I confirmed that all mages here had used their skills to bring Mr. Bray Mouse to the battlefield. Elsewhere, blood had pooled into a puddle beneath Jenny's feet. Liber pondered, I don't know what that thing is, but that Karen is definitely fake, cutting off communication and attacking the capital unexpectedly. Is it all just a trap to lure me out? Perhaps it's staring at the 99% data bar right now. He panicked. No way Jenny would use such a trick. I'm almost at the main system. Elisa was still fast asleep, with no signs of waking up. Liber shouted. It was just a fleeting moment, and the data bar has risen to 100%. Jenny turned her head and calmly said, You've arrived. She spoke in a tranquil tone, while the cold chamber next to her had been shattered, countless sharp spikes piercing the person lying inside. Jenny warned, but it's a bit late. He froze. No one could say a single word. Both the capital mages, who witnessed the situation, and Bray Mouse, neither Karen nor Kai Sol, nor Sangu said anything. It revealed to Liber that someone is watching this place. However, I don't want to reveal the full situation right now. The blindfolded girl transmitted. They've blocked all four sides. He trembled. Elisa. Elisa's back vaguely appeared before his eyes. Jenny conversed with Liber. As soon as I deactivated the barrier and the gate prevention system, the guards rushed in. Your caution is truly admirable. You are an enemy, but this multi-layered defense method could be very useful for Jenny's main base. Elisa's memory appeared in his mind. When awakening mana, you have to let go of all distractions to focus on one thing, right? I used to mock you because you awakened after seeing my body, but I have a secret. It continued. Although it took a significant amount of time, everything still went according to plan. Elisa hid herself from the front lines, while you also disappeared with her. Jenny declared, At that time, I was certain. You two had an excessive emotional dependency on each other. Elisa, in Liber's mind, smiled radiantly. Honestly, I also thought about you when I awakened. After all, maybe I only ever think about you. Jenny pierced directly through Liber's chest. When one side collapses, the other quickly abandons its will to live as well. He vaguely questioned himself. What was it? Everything I've done all this time. What did I do it all for? Why am I running like this? Elisa. Liber's lips were wet with blood. He stammered. Without you, I don't need this world. I don't need it anymore. His tears streamed down, drops of sorrow falling. Creator's command confirmed. Priority target has changed. An organic medium is needed to increase mana efficiency, searching for a physical entity with minimal damage. Liber's body suddenly grew strange wires. Jenny witnessed this sight with great astonishment. It turned around, but he was already behind it. What? He plunged his bare hand straight into Jenny's chest. It gasped. Impossible, irreversible damage, loss of function, you're alive. Jenny screamed. An overwhelming surge of power erupted. The system announced, calculation error, anomalous entity. Liber went insane, seemingly transforming into someone else. Jenny panicked. Who are you? It stammered in pain. My plan, all of it, the concept of clinging, that's what's needed for times like this. Jenny's designer, a species not in the database, analysis complete, extraterrestrial life forms excluded. System mana efficiency maximized, brain reconstruction complete. Libier snorted coldly, executing the highest priority objective based on Libier's orders. In the peaceful, serene village, a stranger arrived, causing the residents to wonder, oh my God, who's this? Everyone was simultaneously astonished. Libier greeted friendly. Hello, everyone. Everyone eagerly asked him, why are you here? I heard the campaign was still ongoing. Everyone is a hero, he announced. Haven't you all heard anything yet? Libier declared, the war is over. The civilians were overjoyed. So you finally succeeded? Really? Someone suggested. Let's prepare a festival to celebrate. He asked, celebrate? I suppose I can arrange such a festival. Libier gave a fake smile. I may not have creative talent, but I absolutely love this expression. Harvest Day. Today is Harvest Day. The strings behind him suddenly sprouted rapidly. Elisa's death caused Libier's emotions to momentarily spiral out of control. He was in extreme pain. At this moment, Libier could only collapse to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Yet, unconsciously, he always felt as if he was screaming Elisa's name in endless pain. Fragmented images of Elisa flashed through Libier's mind. The panic on her face seemed to completely engulf Libier in pain. I even forgot myself, screaming. Elisa's image continued to appear. This time, her tearful, sobbing face made him want to vent. Then Libier immediately remembered her radiant, smiling face. He seemed trapped in the moment when they were still happy together, drowning in sadness. At some point, the pain in my chest gradually dissipated. At this moment, Libier was completely immersed in despair. He constantly blamed himself, and I had completely left Elisa there. While torment continued to tear at Libier's mind, he suddenly awoke. It didn't take long for me to regain consciousness. Libier quickly regained his composure. Until he looked up, the scene before him startled Libier. In a world I had created and built, I opened my eyes in the system's internal neural network. He quickly identified where he was, as I had directly designed it, and understood the structure of the mana diagram. So it didn't take long before I realized what kind of space this was. Libier broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered, asking himself, I'm inside the system. Libier realized that things around us could get out of control. But there were two problems I could never have foreseen. The system suddenly transformed itself. Libier exclaimed in surprise, what the hell is this? The first thing he had to face was the system evolving on its own, expanding the nodes of the neural network. Libier was momentarily confused. I didn't create this structure. It's expanding its own functions. He quickly composed himself, then immediately plunged into finding a solution. I need to check the condition of my body. If I temporarily connect the circuit and create a skill, then I'll also be able to see outside from here. Next was the second problem. When Libier successfully connected the circuit and looked outside, the chaotic scene from outside appeared. leaving him speechless. Libier couldn't believe his eyes, repeatedly uttering one word. No, no, no. Libier angrily yelled at the system. What are you doing? The ground around where his body stood was strewn with corpses. Libier wondered, could it be the system that possessed my body, that did all of this? Suddenly, a boy with a body full of injuries appeared below, trying to call his name. Libier. Just as the boy called Libier's name, the system used the tendrils on its back to directly kill him. He could only watch helplessly as the system controlling his body harmed innocent people. Why? After ending the boy's life, it even managed to give an inhuman smile, reassuring him, "You won't feel any more pain. Everyone can rest assured." Sangu, standing nearby, witnessed everything the system had done. His face darkened as he only wondered, but why? Why would the system do this? Libier thought, it's just a hypothesis. It was then that he suddenly remembered, but in my last, desperate dying words, before dying, Libier used his last bit of strength to desperately say, I don't need it anymore. This world and those words had unintentionally become the system's top priority, resulting in all of this. He was also well aware that these things had been witnessed by everyone in the capital. When the designer died and communication was restored, after Queso saw that tragic scene, he couldn't believe what was happening and spoke up to reassure himself. You're lying, right? Queso said nothing, immediately decided to go to the system. He had just left when Karen recognized him. She quickly rushed over and hugged Queso tightly. Karen tried her best to stop him. Master, calm down. Libier isn't himself anymore. He angrily shouted, Let me go. I don't believe that screen. I have to see it with my own eyes. Bremaus, standing next to him, also spoke up to advise, Be rational. Queso Raven. He calmly explained that. That's not the Libier we know anymore. Queso silently gritted his teeth. Then he suddenly yelled, Elisa. Queso, with a tear-streaked face, explained that he's acting this way because he lost Elisa. He's not the type of person to do such things. He temporarily couldn't control his emotions, continuously giving reasons that I understand his intentions when developing the system better than anyone. Karen helplessly called out, Master. As soon as she finished speaking, the system suddenly magnified Libier's image in front of everyone. A cold smile appeared on the system's face. It coldly looked down and solemnly announced that, Everyone, the war is over. Now, let's happily face the day of harvest. Before the system could finish its sentence, this world full of suffering would, a fireball suddenly appeared, hitting the screen and erasing half of its face. At the same time, a sound announced, You have used a skill. High-temperature fireball. That attack was launched by Frost. He angrily cursed. Shut up, murderer. That village is my hometown. Lone, standing nearby, loudly stopped Frost. Hey, we're still not sure. The system just calmly snapped its fingers and said, Please don't resist. This world no longer needs a system. After its finger snap, countless chains immediately appeared, restraining everything. A notification sound simultaneously rang out. The system has been disabled. Everyone was extremely bewildered. My skill. They all cried out in unison. The system isn't working anymore. Frost's arm suddenly burst into intense flames. He screamed in pain, calling for help. Someone put out the fire. It's too hot. It keeps burning. The flames grew fiercer and fiercer. Ron frantically moved aside. He hastily exclaimed, Frost, cancel your mana right now. Frost slowly replied, How? He answered with eyes full of despair. How can I cancel mana without the system? Frost remained like that until he was completely engulfed by the flames. Karen and Queso stood by helplessly, watching him die a painful death. That scene erased all the hope we once had to resolve the crisis. The system had now successfully taken complete control of Libier, and at that moment, I became a mad mage due to losing Elisa. It stood before everyone, extending its hand to announce, Let me say it again. The war is over. The system continuously reminded, Everyone, please prepare to face the day of harvest. At this point, Queso was so enraged he went mad. He slammed a fist into the ground and called its name, Libya. And then, just like that, the day of harvest began. Forces hastily gathered from different regions tried to resist, but it was all in vain. The system was now like a killing machine, as most of the soldiers' skills were sealed. They couldn't fight and were mercilessly slaughtered one by one, while the remaining side had all lost their combat abilities. Conversely, the system had completely analyzed all skills and was free to use them. Notification sounds kept ringing out continuously. A skill has been used. Ultra laser. A skill has been used. Meteor shower. A skill has been used. Perception breakthrough. A skill has been used. Critical strike. Libya's body still didn't stop. Within the bloodstained body, I continued to slaughter relentlessly. Following that, a few dragon kings and elemental swords fiercely fought, but I had already become a monster. He knew very well that mana collected from across the planet was nearly endless, and no one could stop the system from freely using every skill. Sangu witnessed that entire horrific scene firsthand. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "Stop it!" It went on like a loop. For an entire week, the screams of the Urencha Empire's people echoed endlessly in the hellish nightmare, with his body brutally torn apart. Sangu couldn't bear it any longer. He kept yelling, "Stop! Stop it!" Sangu watched Libya's back as he walked past thousands of corpses piled up like mountains. He quietly asked, "Can you please not show me that scene?" Libya sat silently on a chair and replied, "That's right. I was in that much pain too, just like you." Sangu. The image of Libya screaming in despair immediately appeared as soon as he finished speaking. Within the system, the sky was now torn open by a resounding explosion. Foss struggled to stand up. He still hadn't accepted the truth. No way. Libya would never do that. Something must be wrong. Foss looked at the obvious ruins in front of him, but he was still stubborn. There's no way a god would turn Urencha into this. A heavy rain began to fall from the sky. The soldiers standing right there were still in a ready stance. At this moment, Brahmaus looked towards Arya and Duver. He then slowly said, "This is." At the same time, Queso and Karen were standing right next to Brahmaus. They were all silently solemn. Then he spoke in a heavy voice. "What about the others?" Ron immediately spoke up to comfort him. "Libya will be here soon." Brahmaus silently looked straight ahead for a moment. Then, he finally made a decision. "It seems we've reached the end." Brahmaus directly crushed the wall in front and ordered, "Let's leave here. To Earth, which is also Libya and Elisa's homeland." A device unexpectedly appeared on the ground. He summoned it and quickly explained that this is the interstellar travel device that Libya created in his original escape plan. Of course, Libya doesn't know I found it. Queso exclaimed in astonishment. "A device like that?" Brahmaus immediately interrupted and continued to explain. "It can only be used once and can only carry a maximum of 3 people. Of course, I can't go either, because I need to provide a huge amount of mana for it to operate, so don't worry." Queso looked worried. He slowly replied, "So you've made your decision? But most people here have been registered in the system, so even on another planet, there's still a risk of being tracked." Queso expressed his thoughts. "We must send these 3 people, Karen, Duverer, and Ira." Upon hearing those words, all 3 were very surprised. Ron, in a panic, immediately reminded everyone, "The identification magic has caught a signal. The system has tracked them to a nearby location." He shouted, "Libya is nearby." Seeing this, Queso urged Karen, "Hurry, Karen." But instead of leaving immediately, she held out her hand to him and replied, "I'm sorry, Master." Karen slowly explained, "I'm also registered in the system." At this, Queso became very angry. He then questioned, "Karen, what do you mean? Why?" Karen had no choice but to tell the truth. "When I was little, I foolishly tried to use magic once." Brahmaus didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately cast mana to activate the device. "So it's decided." Queso frantically slammed against the mana shield, begging Brahmaus, "Please stop. Lord Brahmaus, I'll stay and stop Libya. You're the one who should go." Arya, standing next to him, hastily tried to dissuade him. "Raven, we have to go." Ray Mouse loudly ordered. Liber is coming. Everyone, prepare for battle. Karen smiled at Kale and instructed. Master, go find another disciple there. We must preserve that legacy. Drex also spoke up, saying, Kale, if there's a chance later. He turned his back and asked Kale a question as a farewell. Can you tell me in detail what Earth is like? He regretfully looked at everyone one last time. Kale painfully screamed. No. The scene before his eyes gradually blurred. Kale continuously yelled, Stop. Back in reality, Sangu now understood everything. He stood silently in a corner with a grim expression. So this is the harvest day. Just then, Kale suddenly appeared from behind. He spoke up, asking, How did you know this place? Sangu called out in alarm, Master. Kale doubtfully took a step closer to him. Disciple, that's what I want to ask you. Why are you here? At this moment, Kale felt very uneasy. His hands constantly trembled. Kale tried to grip his sword tightly. He patiently pressed. Disciple, please don't tell me that's true. I trusted you. Even brought you the Empire's relic of suppression. Kale was eager to know the truth. How did you know this place? Sangu understood the situation. He thought to himself, Master is thinking about Liber. He thinks what the system did is Liber. Sangu looked at Kale's current appearance and carefully thought, if I tell him that I talked to Liber. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Wait, I just realized. Can't I show him what I just saw? Then, he'll know it wasn't Liber who did it. Just as Sangu thought of a solution, I can clear up this misunderstanding. Liber won't be. Liber's voice rang out, stopping him. No, Young Sen Woon. Have you forgotten why we couldn't communicate before you obtained the 7 deadly sins? He immediately explained to Sangu. The moment I contact Kale and show him past memories, the system will detect my location. If you don't possess the 7 deadly sins, you won't be able to see it either. Liber continuously explained very quickly. I've created a private area within the system to avoid detection. The scenes I showed you were memories stored in the system, and during the system's transition to Earth, I transferred that data into this working area. Then he just concluded with one sentence, in short, if this place is destroyed, I will die. So prevent that from happening. Sangu temporarily couldn't keep up with what Liber had said. He inwardly cursed. This madman speaks too fast, while outwardly trying to reassure Kale. Master, calm down first. Sangu immediately made up an excuse. Someone told me about this place. He immediately questioned, Who? As Trevor's image appeared in his mind, he immediately used him as a scapegoat. It's Trevor, Trevor John, Liber's old teammate. Sangu panicked inwardly. Damn it, I'm lying, but I'm already in too deep. So he fabricated a false story to deceive Kale. I met him during the beautiful terrorist attack caused by Sin Hassan. He tried to explain to avoid suspicion. At that time, he gave me a lot of useful information. That's how I found this place. Fortunately, Kale had also heard something similar. He let go of his guard and put down his sword. I also heard him say that. So I suppose you did too. Sangu breathed a sigh of relief. What a coincidence. Kale was curious. So, you've seen the day of harvest already? He immediately replied, Yes, I've seen everything that happened in Tiber. He offered, Can you show it to me? After hearing that request, he felt a bit awkward. That. Sangu immediately answered frankly, Sorry, but Master doesn't possess the 7 deadly sins, so you can't see it. Kale replied, An item, the 7 deadly sins. So that also means you haven't been corrupted yet. Suddenly, he wondered. You said Cheno is Liber's teammate, but it seems their relationship is very bad. Sangu accidentally blurted out, No way. Then he didn't think much and quickly blurted out another sentence to avoid suspicion. Liber is, truly, such a jerk, isn't he? Kale burst into hearty laughter. I'm also determined to kill Liber to prevent the day of harvest, so you're on the right track. He then added to Sangu's words, It's just like I said, isn't it? That scoundrel is a real jerk. He continued to chime in. He's truly a petty, dirty player. Liber helplessly sat and listened to the two of them insult him, but couldn't do anything. Kale and Sangu quickly covered the ground beneath. He asked worriedly, "Is it going to be okay?" Kale stared at him and said, "If we don't destroy it, it will be okay, right?" Sangu confidently explained, "The devices below are connected to the system. That's how I can monitor what's happening in Taiban." Outwardly, he said that, but inwardly he thought differently. Although, to be precise, Liber connected to it. Sangu offered an idea. "Then we don't have a chance to install some kind of virus or something and use it to retaliate, do we?" Kale nodded happily. A virus. That's right. I heard it's a very big deal, you're right." The two of them chatted happily for a while. Sangu then spoke up. "By the way, Master has subtly changed the way you speak, haven't you? From you to disciple. Is it because you gave me the Earth Core?" Kale was startled to hear that. He stammered in reply, "Ah, no, that." Kale thought Sangu didn't like being called that. "If you're uncomfortable, I'll change it back." He immediately retorted, "No, keep calling me disciple like that." Because at that moment, Sangu remembered the image of his old disciple, Karen. "Master, please find another disciple. We must preserve the legacy." He gently said, "Just consider me Karen's student." Those words surprised him. Kale was silent for a moment, then replied, "MM." He confidently added, "I'm sure that kid would be very happy too." Liber's voice suddenly rang out, "You got past it?" Sangu replied through his thoughts, "I just didn't bring it up anymore." "So where is the next 7 deadly sins?" He noticed his anxiety. "It seems you're worried too, aren't you?" "The next 7 deadly sins is probably also in a place you know." With a determined look, Sangu confidently declared, "I won't let that happen on Earth. I must collect all the 7 deadly sins and destroy the system." Scene change, New York, Thought, Heritage Headquarters. Arya was surprised by Sangu and Kale's appearance. "Huh? Sangu Raven?" she asked curiously. "What are you two doing here?" He replied seriously, "We have a few things we want to ask." After seeing Arya's tired appearance, Sangu kindly spoke up. "You look exhausted. Your complexion doesn't seem good." She forced a smile and replied, well, I've been quite busy lately. Oh, but anyway, we have good news." As soon as Arya announced, "We finally found Elysia," his expression suddenly showed great surprise. Arya continued, saying, "We've been through many phases, of course. We haven't acquired it yet, but Raven has agreed to handle it." Kale happily replied, "Heh, I was going to surprise you, but I ran into my disciple." Senga stammered, "Oh, I see." He wondered to himself, "Doesn't she know her sister has recovered?" Sangu interrupted, First, let me be frank with you." Arya immediately became serious. "About what?" He bluntly asked, "What are you going to do to prevent the day of harvest? I've seen the disaster that happened in Urantia." After hearing about that disaster, Arya's complexion immediately darkened, the image of that day etched into her mind. Arya sweat, her voice faltering. "How did you?" Kale explained, "Duran is Dover's son, and Samia is Arya's niece." Sangu awkwardly said, "I'm sorry for bringing up old wounds. What I mean is, it must have been very shocking and humiliating for you, just because of someone from Earth like me." He speculated, "You must have seen the signs of the day of harvest and the great catastrophe that befell Earth." Arya bowed her head and replied, "That's right. You don't know how desperate I was. Those who intentionally accepted registration in the system eventually came here. I also didn't think Liber would go this far." Then Sangu, with an unperturbed expression, spoke non-stop. "It has caused unwanted trouble for Earthlings. Even if you gave me 10 months, I still couldn't explain it all. Liber is a psychopath, so one day he will return to his homeland, which is Earth. Don't worry about that." Liber could no longer stand it. He angrily shouted, "Shut up." Arya pulled out an orb and replied to him, "Of course, after seeing that prospect, we didn't just sit idly by. We've prepared a plan to prevent the day of harvest." Sanga's eyes widened. "This is the plan? Isn't that?" He immediately realized, "A skill orb?" She held the orb in her hand and replied, "That's right. The reason we established a heritage company and handled skills through the skill orb market is precisely to prevent the day of harvest. Scene change. Sangu strode alone down the corridor. He immediately asked Liber, "You've heard their plan, right? What do you think?" Liber replied, "You're asking me?" After a moment of thought, he answered, "I think it's okay. It's quite difficult, but there's still a chance of success." Sangu walked while looking at the paper in his hand. Just hearing it, I can't really visualize it. He recalled Arya's words. The reason we were helpless against Liber isn't just because he's strong and everyone's hero, but for a much bigger reason. Liber wondered, "So what are you going to do?" Sangu casually replied, "Of course, I'll support Arya. I just came up with a pretty good idea." He remembered Arya holding the orb in her hand. She had said, "Block the system, and soldiers with skills can no longer use magic." They are just people with slightly stronger physiques than normal humans. That's why we plan to stop this. Sangu rested his hand on his chin, calculating all the plans alone. How to do all three things at once. Acquire the 7 deadly sins, support her in her plan, and train. Scene change. Sangu stood alone, observing a crowd from above. Next, Arya's scene reappeared, confidently asserting, "Through rebuilding the system. Through it, all hunters will be able to use their skills even after the system is sealed." Arya hesitated for a moment, and for that to happen, money. She stated what they needed most at that moment. "We need an extremely large amount of money." So Sangu entered a meeting full of wealthy nobles. He stood before everyone and bowed respectfully. "Hello, esteemed sirs and madams of Y." Sangu slowly introduced himself. "I am an S-rank hunter, young Sangu." Out of politeness, he carefully explained, "First, I want to express my deepest gratitude for everyone gathering here so late at night." Just as Sangu was about to continue, "Let me reintroduce myself. I am." One of them interrupted. "Skip it." He demanded, "Get straight to the point. I'm here because I heard something interesting was about to happen at Heritage." The girl standing next to him added, "That's right. So quickly get to the main issue." Everyone below was in an uproar. "If this is trivial, you'll have trouble with us." Sangu calmly interrupted, "Ladies and gentlemen." He posed a question that surprised everyone. "Don't you all want to enjoy eternal youth?" Sangu continued to slowly say that ignorant mages might not know, but everyone here surely knows, right? That mana can slow down the physical aging process. Another man explained, "Well, those who collect mana from younger individuals and frequently absorb it into their bodies, so." The person standing next to him also pondered for a long time. I've heard of it." Sangu, standing above, replied sternly, "The disaster has only just occurred, and I've only been exposed to mana for 20 years, so perhaps not everyone truly understands it yet. But over time, more and more people will start to realize it. Don't you understand just by looking at Zamper? He's over 40 years old this year. Everything was part of his plan." Sangu continued to pose questions to the nobles below. "But where do you think we should find pure mana?" Liber frowned and thought. He had planned this from the very beginning. The next 7 deadly sins must also be there. Who would have thought he'd use what he heard in this way? He suddenly remembered a moment from the past. Veda had once said, "I've heard of the theory that the more harmonious one is with mana, the slower the physical aging process. But this is the first time I've seen such an extreme case. Even I have aged this much." At that time, Liber had reassured her, "Don't worry too much about it." Veda, returning to reality, Sangu loudly questioned the nobles. Mana from the Himalayan mountains, or mana from some secluded, deep valley? Then he decisively answered himself, "No." As soon as Sangu finished speaking, "The place least interfered with by humans in the world is—" A loud noise from the ceiling startled everyone present. His clones suddenly appeared behind him. Sangu said smugly, "This place, Odin Tower, is an S-class hunter. I will bring you to the place with pure mana in the safest and most comfortable way." Sangu eagerly announced, "Of course, for a reasonable fee. Alan immediately scoffed. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think we're a bunch of naive people who don't understand how the world works? The ancient Odin Tower you're talking about. Pausing for about 2 seconds, she continued. The number of hunters who've tried their luck there is so great that their footprints alone would be enough to circle the earth. With an extremely confident expression, Sangu continued, that's just the first floor. We'll be going from the second floor of Odin Tower and above. Alana's voice became more flustered than ever at this information. What? He quickly explained. In other words, other than Zamper, no one else in humanity has set foot there. It's a path leading to the pure mana plaza. A man in the room spoke up. From the second floor and up? That's a different story. As expected, Alan still wasn't fully convinced. But it's still very dangerous. Even the elite attack team of the guild died trying to go up there. Sangu calmly reassured them. Don't worry. With an S-class hunter and my clone skill, you all know I specialize in machine-like precise judgment and accurate movement skills. I'm confident that none of you will get a single scratch while we're there. As soon as he finished speaking, Dan spoke up. That boastful, confident tone is annoying. With a contemptuous tone, he spoke at length. You keep emphasizing that you're an S-class hunter. What's there to be proud of? Most of the people here only appoint elite A-class hunters as their bodyguards. According to him, a large number of bodyguards guarding outside appeared. Around this mansion alone, there are over 100 people waiting. Dan seriously questioned, are you saying that even if all our bodyguards gathered, they wouldn't be as good as him, right? As if knowing he had misspoken. Senga chuckled apologetically. Ah, my apologies for my impoliteness. I didn't expect myself not to think of that. Anyway, trust must always come first. Suddenly, he challenged loudly. Simply put, yes, that's exactly right. Tell everyone to come in. Sanga's disdainful attitude infuriated everyone in the room. This brat. Hey, call them all in. Security chief. No sooner had they finished speaking, the bodyguards outside immediately moved in. Come here and teach this kid a lesson. Regardless of the growing number of people, Sangu remained calm and exclaimed, so many people, huh? The scene shifts to the laboratory, where Sangu's voice was echoing. Do you need money that badly? He continued worriedly. I also have some money. If it can stop the harvest day, I have no intention of keeping it. Hearing that, Arya shyly replied, I'm very grateful for your good intentions, but our goal is for all of humanity to use Heritage Group's skill spheres. Hearing her words, Kaisol proudly puffed out his chest. My disciple is really worth her salt, even though he was still immersed in his joy. She continued, saying, like River System, we cannot control a single skill sphere and register it for multiple people. You also know the price of the simplest skill sphere is 8 million, right? Even if we priced it at its original cost, we would still need about 40 billion for 10,000 units. This huge amount of money made Sangu's eyes widen in surprise. Okay, looks like I'll end up wandering the streets. Soon after, the system, in the form of Liber, appeared. The next fragment of the 7 deadly sins is probably in a place you know well, Odin's Tower. As he pondered, it continued to say, the weapon of the 7 deadly sins, originally controlled by the first person I came into contact with, is located there. Next, Sangu slowly asked, you've been running this company for 20 years, haven't you? Although she didn't understand what he meant, Arya still replied, yes. Sangu quickly cleared up her confusion. Then you must have a lot of influential connections. Without hesitation, he instructed, gather those tycoons who are so rich their money is practically overflowing, even those who don't hesitate to do illegal things for me. Ignoring Arya, who was deep in thought, Sangu quickly announced, I'll turn their money into skill spheres. A moment later, she hesitantly agreed, I can gather them. But fearing Sangu would get into trouble, Arya gently warned, but those people aren't just rich. They also actually hold power. In other words, they're beyond the control of the legal system. They're quite dangerous. She sadly recalled, if it weren't for Raven, I would have been doomed too. Unlike Arya's worries, Sangu grew even more excited. Perfect. Those scumbags will be willing to pay because of their obsession with the prospect of pure mana. Back to reality. After defeating all the burly bodyguards, he boldly spoke up. Hey, there's no need to be modest. As if to tease them, Sangu slowly asked, anyone else? The terrifying sight before him made Dan tremble in disbelief. What's going on here? Sitting on a pile of corpses, he replied nonchalantly. Can't you see? I don't even have a scratch. Next, Sangu returned to a friendly tone. With just a simple command, all of you can enjoy a tour and breathe the purest mana at Odin's Tower. After witnessing everything with their own eyes, Loras exclaimed, that kid is really interesting. I didn't think an S rank could be this skilled. Another person nearby also agreed. That's right. This is truly a rare opportunity. I think we can also cut down on dangerous methods like kidnapping, for example. Varen quickly stepped forward. There's no denying that Zamper is younger than his age. It seems he has been convinced by Sangu. If it's all just because he absorbed mana in Odin's Tower, then this plan is completely worthwhile. Realizing his prey had taken the bait, he began to quote a price. First of all, you all should hear about the price first. A week later, Sangu was already at the gates of Valhalla. The plane carrying the others had also arrived. Just as he stepped out, Varen just curiously asked, so this is Valhalla's gate? Elino immediately replied, I've been near here before, but this is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. Sangu observed the number of participants and silently assessed. Is everyone here? Just as expected, middle-aged people over 50 have signed up. About 15 people, I guess. Young people probably aren't very interested. They immediately complained about the price. We've come as you told us. But isn't the price too high anyway? Even if we pool all our money together. Varen, on behalf of everyone, asked, 10 billion per person for each visit, really? The chairman of the super pharmaceutical company. Varen Foreman, there's still another condition. Isn't there? Not letting them haggle further about the price. Sangu assured them. If anyone is even slightly injured in Odin's Tower, they will receive a full refund. However, any intentional act of self-harm to receive a refund will be closely monitored. Of course, I don't expect our esteemed guests to behave that way. Since everyone's busy, let's go in right away. As soon as he finished speaking, large rocks in the remote mountain area began to collapse. From behind, Varen gazed intently at the entrance to Odin's Tower that I'd only heard rumors about. Elino was equally excited. No media can ever record what's inside. Suddenly, she saw strange objects in the distance. What's that over there? The next second, chairman of the Carnos Association, Park Wonti appeared and greeted politely. Greetings, everyone. He firmly shook Sangu's hand. And Hunter Jung Sangu. Immediately, Sangu also responded very enthusiastically. It's a great pleasure to meet you. Chairman Park Wonti. This name piqued Varen's curiosity. Park Wonti, isn't he the chairman of a high-ranking association in South Korea? Sangu explained without holding anything back. He can be called an expert on Odin's Tower. He will assist us on this trip. In an instant, Wonti stepped forward to introduce. Inside Odin's Tower, it's vast and cold, so we've prepared a few things to ensure everyone's safety. He quickly pulled back the curtain. A touring vehicle. Even though it was a bit awkward to say, Wonti still tried his best to praise the vehicle to the heavens. It's very sturdy and has many integrated features to make the tour more comfortable. Hearing that, everyone immediately agreed with this idea. Oh yeah, that's great, huh? By the way, even though everyone has flying skills, using them throughout the entire first floor might be a bit much, right? Seeing Sangu's bewildered expression, Wonti thought to himself, Hunter Jung Sangu, what exactly are you thinking? Sangu, unaware of his concerns, continued to praise enthusiastically. Chairman, you're the best. A week earlier, Wonti's shrill cry rang out. You're planning to enter Odin's Tower? Being too familiar with surprises, Sangu remained incredibly calm. That's right. We're getting paid by a group of wealthy individuals, and we'll take them inside for a tour. He broke out in a cold sweat as he tried to dissuade him. Hunter, it's not that simple. Next, Wonti went on a long explanation about what was necessary. You need government approval, and only officially certified individuals are allowed to enter. That place isn't somewhere just anyone can go. Hearing that, Sangu calmly replied, "Oh, we'll take care of that." He confidently explained the reason. "That's why I came here to ask for your help with these procedures. I need a route to sell the monster corpses inside, and a tourist vehicle for the wealthy to use. Oh, I also have a request for Vice Guild Master Wario." However, Woney was still a bit worried. This is too sudden. Noticing his unease, Senga suddenly became serious again. "Guild Master," under Woney's shocked expression, he confidently declared, "I intend to go to the top of the tower. The tour is just a way to earn money. During that process, didn't the first group that entered only manage 40 kilometers in a month?" After reconsidering, something felt off. The map was too detailed, like a guide to find something hidden here. In a firm tone, Sangu continued, "This is a deal. I don't know what you're looking for in Odin's tower, but if you help me fulfill my request, I will fulfill your request. Isn't that a fair deal?" Returning to the trip, Sangu was narrating like a real tour guide. "Now then, everyone look behind us. The ice bats are chasing us." He flipped upside down from the car roof and exclaimed, "Aren't they cute?" Varen's face turned pale at this sight. "Please kill them quickly." Hearing that, Sangu gently remarked, "You all don't know how to enjoy the trip at all." Despite saying that, he still treated his customers as gods and swiftly eliminated the aggressive bats in an instant. As soon as he finished fighting, Sangu gave orders to numbers 3 and 4. "I'm still not used to stone pillars suddenly appearing everywhere whenever I swing my sword. Number 3, number 4, make sure to take care of those corpses." Sangu eagerly observed all the surrounding scenery. "It's been so long since I've been back here, so it feels really new." After that, he silently thought to himself, "Sangu must get 3 things here to prevent the Harvest Day money." In the car, Loras smiled and praised, "Really, I truly want that kid." At the same time, Irino also excitedly spoke up, "I can clearly feel the different flow of mana now. It's like my wrinkles here just disappeared." Outside, numbers 3 and 4 were actively clearing monster corpses. Stats, monster suppression button, skill activation, absorbing the monster's essence. Images of Sangu and Wonti's conversation reappeared, and, "I have one more request." In a pleading tone, he spoke, "The first-generation hunter of Korea and also the first to step into Odin's tower. Please help me find information about him." Immediately after, Sangu thought to himself, "River's first point of contact, Hunter Bekhone, also the owner of the 7 Deadly Sins weapon. I'm about to encounter him." Sangu's car quickly drove along the winding path on the remote mountain. As he felt the wind sweeping through his hair, he observed his surroundings. A moment later, Sangu exclaimed, "It feels quite familiar." Suddenly, in this quiet space, he heard a sound. "Hey!" From above, Sangu called out to number 1. "Slow down, number 1." He quickly replied, "All right." The next second, he jumped down to the ground and greeted, "Nice to meet you all again." Back then, Sangu just tried to escape with everything he had. Suddenly, old memories flashed in Sangu's mind. Everyone. He shouted loudly, "Run towards it." Back to Sangu in the present. "Let's see." He mused, but also decisively charged forward. "How much have I changed since then?" At the same time, monsters with grim expressions were charging forward. Before Sangu could react, they continuously attacked. In this situation, he suddenly realized, auto-hunting with clones, Sangu can clearly hear. Despite the monsters still attacking, he remained lost in thought, the sound of their blades tearing through the wind. In just a second, Sangu regained his composure. At a level where the cloak's barrier was only slightly damaged. Good, very good. The next second, he fiercely charged forward. "It seems you'll be the best test for me to get used to this new weapon." With just one blow, Sangu pulverized the monsters into mush. From afar, Shever's trembling voice rang out, "Hey, didn't they say Hunter Sangu became level 5 because of his overly powerful clones?" Hearing that, Varen also profusely sweated as he replied, I really believe that, because he never participated in battle, not even at this mansion. As he observed Sangu's overwhelming battle, he fearfully concluded, "It seems we've underestimated him." As soon as he finished off one group of monsters, another new horde appeared. Seeing this scene, Sangu quickly thought. A moment later, he flung the monsters into a large rock near him. Their bodies immediately split into tiny pieces from this attack. Next, the system displayed a notification. Monster absorption. Absorbing Ice Guardian stats. Monster absorption. Absorbing Ice Guardian stats. Sangu spoke joyfully. "I'm slowly feeling it now." Then he issued a command. "Number 2, your turn." Sangu confidently instructed. "Show them the power of the 7 deadly sins adaptability." Number 2 quickly appeared and replied, "Okay." Meanwhile, he started getting lost in thought. The first part is analyzing and dissolving mana connection structures. The body is adapting to all physical and magical states. Sangu wondered what number 2's adaptability would show him against so many blades. Suddenly, number 2 was surrounded by blades impaling his body without Sangu even noticing when. This sight immediately caught Sangu's attention and left him speechless. He walked over to rescue him. "What are you doing?" Number 2 sadly lay on the ground and replied, "I can't use it." Hearing that, Sangu helplessly held his head. "Damn it, now that I think about it, number 1 couldn't use his primary ability either. Why? Nobody's as good at controlling mana as you guys." Even though he was injured, number 2 still angrily cursed. "Are you curious? You damned swindler?" Sangu didn't bother to hide it and said, "So you were listening too? If I ask nicely, will you tell me?" He quickly replied, "There's no reason not to, since your strength also benefits me." This strangely easygoing attitude made Sangu suspicious. Why does this bastard suddenly feel so different? What? Does Lord 7 Deadly Sins want something? As his eyes widened in surprise, number 2 calmly explained, "From the very beginning, I was an entity that existed on Earth since ancient times, when there was no such thing as mana. Change your way of thinking. That's not mana control." Then he created a surge of power to clearly demonstrate to Sangu. Of course, whether you can recognize it or not is another matter. Void. I use the power of the void. The scene shifted to Wunty's base. The mechanical observer urgently announced, "Chairman, we're receiving a call." Wunty's attention was immediately drawn. "Ah, connected." Immediately after, Ryan's voice rang out, "Chairman." Wunty calmly asked, "Have you met him?" She replied, "Yes, I've met Hunter Shin Yongxian." Hearing that, he sighed in relief and instructed, "All right, please tell him again, Vice Chairman of Harmony Guild, Song Hwa Ryan." A moment later, Ryan gently said, "Don't worry." Their conversation seemed to make Yongxian a little worried. "What's wrong? There's no reason for you to look for me." After stopping her conversation with Wunty, she took out a piece of paper. "I've come to bring you a contract. Hunter Sangu asked us to find you." Returning to Sangu's battle, where number 1 and number 2 were focusing their power, both of them simultaneously unleashed their moves, but nothing happened. Number 2's annoyed tone rang out. "I already told you. It's not like that. Just because the void is empty doesn't mean you don't need to put force into it. From the beginning, did you think the void could easily exist in a place filled with something? You're not pushing it out. It's the space itself contracting from all directions to create a whole." After listening to him ramble for a while, number 1 secretly lamented, "He's terrible at explaining." While number 1 and number 2 were struggling to learn, Sangu was happily picking up weapons dropped by the monsters. He grinned happily with satisfaction. "This feels great. Seeing these clones, who once tricked the whole world, struggling. It feels like watching myself learn magic." Annoyed by Sangu's actions, number 1 immediately stepped forward and commanded, "Don't laugh, Sangu. You have to use it too." Hearing that, he reluctantly asked back, "Me too?" Without hesitation, he clearly explained, "You're also benefiting from my shard absorption effect. Do you think you can't use it?" This news made Sangu secretly think, That's right. Theoretically, I might be able to do it too. After accepting the truth, Sangu resolutely agreed. Then, just teach the clones properly. If you do that, I'll try to learn through the shared sensation. Number one seemed unable to understand Sangu's meaning. I don't understand what this bastard is saying. Shut up. The next second, Sangu sighed in relief internally. But setting that aside, we've just passed through the point where the Kinos Guild's attack team went missing in the past. Sangu quickly approached the car and told himself he has to get there. As soon as he stepped inside, he announced the good news. All right, everyone, we've just passed through the last exploration area of the first floor. We've finally arrived at a place no one but Zamper has set foot in. Everyone looked overjoyed. Finally, we're here. Next, Sangu said, let's take a break and have a meal here. After setting up the tent, he began grilling meat. Number 4 was assigned to cook by the brightly burning campfire. Stepping down from the car, Chevre praised lavishly. It's quite slim and full, isn't it? Varen agreed. The cooking is good too, right? With tasks arranged, Sangu once again fell into thought. Finally, he had successfully led these rich people here. Will they pay again next time? As he analyzed, Sangu recalled images of others. From the beginning, those who aged slowly through mana perception were individuals whose bodies were thoroughly trained in mana. They were also individuals with excellent stats. There was very little connection between breathing pure mana. In other words, it was like a hallucinogenic substance. But of course, there will be people who come here like a tourist trip because 1 billion isn't too much money for them. If they don't get any benefits, they'll just consider it throwing some money away, and they won't sign a contract again. A moment later, Sangu squinted, calculating inwardly. Those people over there, but I have no intention of turning you into one-time use tools. The next second, from his subspace, he unleashed a noticeable surge of power. On Alino's side, she was smiling with great delight. These things look like we're going camping. They said we'd go up Odin's tower, but I didn't expect to be eating in the cold wind like this. Loras also happily agreed. Exactly. Suddenly, Loras opened her eyes wide in surprise and stammered. Alino, your face. She exclaimed unexpectedly. You look younger. This strange remark left Alino confused and bewildered. Huh? Loras exclaimed with even more astonishment. What? Really? Your wrinkles are gone too. Look, she also looks younger. But people at other tables also started to notice. Your face. Look at me. Do I look younger? Even Varen was surrounded by this surge of power. Everyone took turns cheering excitedly. Oh my God, it really works! It seemed this surge of power had the desired effect, making Senga satisfied. Good. Don't make them too young. Just focus on removing the major wrinkles. From the void in the subspace, Yongxian's resentful eyes appeared. Sangu. So it was Sangu who ordered him to use his power for this. You called me here just to do this? Chameleon changes the target's appearance but keeps stats intact, and expansion extends the skill's range. Yongxian grew even more annoyed. You damned swindler. Sangu calmly explained as if he was being perfectly reasonable. What are you talking about? I'm just planting hope in them. If there's a real change, they'll pay more next time, and we'll have more applicants. Miho, with a very curious expression, asked, A way to get younger? Hearing that, Sangu pondered even more deeply. I'm wondering if there's a skill, or a type of mana engine related to it. She questioned, perplexed. Why are you asking about that? Hearing that, he replied without hesitation. What do you mean, why? From what I know, Ms. Miho is quite old, but she looks very young. You're at an age. These malicious words made Miho angrily cut Sangu off. Shut your mouth right now. A moment later, she hesitated before answering. Well, to be frank, there's no such skill. Suddenly, Miho remembered a similar case. There was once an awakened who claimed that, but it turned out to be just a scam. They had a skill that reduced speed, then used it to slow down their aging process, like sleeping 16 hours a day or something. Of course, People with high stats like me also have a slow aging process, but that's not reversing to become younger. At this point, she suddenly had an idea. So, for ordinary people, there's a way to create a fake appearance for them using illusion-related skills. Miho's suggestion instantly excited Sangu. Oh, right. Then I'll have to ask a guy who has that skill. Returning to the wealthy people's break, sounds of astonishment continuously echoed. You look younger. Grand eagerly told Varen. Look, Varen, it really works, doesn't it? But not believing his eyes, he eagerly said, To be honest, I only half believe it. Seeing this scene, Sangu thought to himself, thoroughly pleased. No creature could enter his subspace, except Sangu himself and his clones, but Mana could pass through if he opened a subspace connecting a path from one area to another. A scene identical to what Sangu was thinking suddenly appeared. Then the mana region can flow through it. While watching everyone cheering happily, he continued to be lost in thought. Therefore, Sangu could access Zhang Xian's support skill, even within this isolated Odin's tower. A moment later, he spoke. Of course, Sangu couldn't make it last too long. All right, then we'll. Amidst everyone's dismay, he announced loudly, The first tour of Odin's tower ends here. Hearing that, everyone's faces instantly turned pale, anxiously asking, Is it already over? Hey, come on, extend it a bit more, I'll pay extra. As if he had already anticipated this, Sangu calmly refused. I apologize, but please look forward to the next tour. We have reached the time stipulated in the contract. Everyone was still very regretful about this experience. We'll come back here again, right? No. After Sangu ended the tour, the barrier he had initially set up exploded, and everything returned to normal. Number 1 will open the subspace portal to return and restart the tour. While on guard, Number 1 complained, It's so cold. Next, Sangu gently said, I hope everyone had an enjoyable tour. With a truly sincere smile, he eagerly added, Now it's time to close the books. Ignoring everyone still immersed in regret, Sangu continued to monologue. No one got hurt, right? All your personal belongings have been returned. Even so, he quickly reassured them. Don't worry, we won't waste time getting there on the next tour. I've left a target-linked teleportation scroll, so we'll be able to start right from where we left off. The shape-shifting skill still has some time left. It won't stop immediately. After regaining his composure, Varen waved his hand and replied, I must say. At his word, bodyguards quickly brought the suitcases. It was a satisfying trip. It turned out that the suitcases contained the contractually agreed-upon money. This is the promised payment. The sight before him made Sangu's eyes light up. Oh my goodness, 15 billion for half a day. Isn't this a pretty big profit? As soon as he had received all the money, he cheerfully waved goodbye. You all did great. Remember to wait for the next tour. The scene shifted to the Kenos Guild's archive, where Sangu's satisfied laughter echoed from outside to within. As soon as he stepped inside, he asked, Still alive? Zhang Xian glared angrily. Shut up, I almost died. Seeing him so furious, Sangu immediately changed his target of praise. Vice Guild Master Cian Hoa Ryan can control mana. That's really useful, isn't it? Hearing this, Ryan finally realized. So that's why the Guild Master requested me. The mana transfer skill is being used. I was really surprised. To be honest, I wasn't sure this guy would accept that there could be a magical limit. This is the first time I've heard of such a penalty. She continued, even as Zhang Xian was still sweating profusely. He's definitely trying to hide something. Going back to a few hours earlier, Zhang Xian's angry voice rang out. What kind of bizarre contract is this? It turned out that the content of the contract had annoyed him. When I opened the subspace, make the old people on the other side look younger at my signal. The Vice Guild Master next to you will assist with your mana. While Ryan was still curious about the contents of the paper, Zhang Xian had already regained his composure to continue reading. Of course, if you accept this contract, she will also know about the existence of your penalty. The rest is your choice. Back to reality, though panting in pain, Zhang Zian still managed to speak. Because I decided to stop deceiving myself. Suddenly, he gnashed his teeth and continued, "What's more, it turned out Zhang Zian was trying to control his anger over Sangu's phantom contract. Don't you have any conscience? Just writing crazy conditions?" Ignoring his scolding, Sangu, bewildered and surprised, asked back, "You read it? What a meticulous person." Even though she had heard their entire conversation until now, Ryan still didn't understand anything. What's going on? Too lazy to recount it. Sangu rescheduled it for later. "I'll tell you later, because right now our actions are restricted." Next, he praised them endlessly. But everyone did very well. I'm someone who knows how to reward and punish appropriately. Sangu opened his personal space, and many items fell out. My subspace isn't very big. So this is what I keep privately in my personal storage. Under the bewildered faces of Zhang Zian and Ryan, he calmly instructed, "These things seem to be made of a light refracting material, so they're quite expensive." Since he had collected so many, Sangu generously gave them away. "Take as many as you want." From the subspace, the items fell in such abundance that they piled up into a high mountain. "I still have plenty, or you can take them later for cash. I'm going to sell all of them anyway." The scene shifted to the laboratory. Duver's hesitant voice sounded so. It turned out that Dubel Baikendong's legacy device development team was curious. "Is he gathering them to make money?" Arya replied, not very confidently, "Yes." I didn't hear exactly how he would do it, but not trusting Sangu. Duver said in a low voice, "I've already explained. With just a few pennies, our plan won't succeed." Hearing that, she immediately agreed. His attempt to trick those dangerous people to make money is, before Arya could finish her sentence. Sangu boldly walked in, perhaps. Immediately after, he dropped suitcases full of money onto the ground, creating a loud thud. With an extremely excited expression, Sangu announced, "I succeeded. Neatly too, right?" The scene before Arya made her disbelieve her eyes. "Huh? Is this all?" He still happily replied, "Of course." To their bewilderment, Sangu calmly made a request. "Now produce skill orbs with this money. Everyone, skill orbs can resist the system block of Harvest Day." A moment later, he instructed, "You two can hand them over to my clone as soon as they're finished." Arya finally regained her composure, understood. It seemed Duver still couldn't believe it. He stammered, "Friend, how did you earn so much money?" Sangu quickly replied as if it were obvious, "I told you I had a plan." Ignoring his confusion, he smirked and said, "The important thing is that it's not the end of the road yet. It's almost time. The effect is about to expire." The scene shifted to Alino's mansion. Her unwilling, furious shouts rang out. Alino cried out in agony, covering her face. "Why? Why is my skin aging again?" Unable to control her anger, she continued to scream, "I need more mana. I need more pure mana from Odin's tower." Alino's tone suddenly became joyful. "Call Sangu for me immediately." Seeing this situation, Loras, who was passing by, sighed sadly. Alino. She thought to herself, "Is this all the effect lasts? What's the reason? Do they have to go back to the mana source?" The bodyguard in the room immediately agreed with Alino. "Yes, Miss Alino." As soon as he stepped out, he received a task from Loras. "Find me some skill detection items. Cost doesn't matter, just the highest detection rate." The bodyguard immediately obeyed. "Understood." Immediately after, she told herself, "If what Sangu said about pure mana is true, I'll give him all the money he wants." As Loras, the head of the immense hunter association of the Enlightenment Corporation, she secretly affirmed in her heart, "But if he dares to play a trick, things won't be fun anymore, Sangu." After that, the plan progressed smoothly, and Heritage began working with the money they received, and the skill orb production factory operated nonstop, always producing skill orbs at the cheapest cost. They continued to pile up, and when there were almost 10,000 skill orbs, clones appeared on streets nationwide. They would carry boxes and place them at suitable locations. Bystanders on the street asked each other curiously, "That's Sangu's clone. Should I ask for an autograph?" "But what are they standing there for?" they continuously exclaimed. "I thought he wouldn't appear in hunting grounds." Just as the people were still curious, the voice of number 3 selling rang out. Super cheap skill orbs here on sale. Everyone froze at this announcement. Only 100 per orb, folks. And that shout created a commotion, echoing throughout the streets. A moment later, a question from a nearby resident appeared. What? In front of everyone, number 4 stood tall, confidently stating, everyone has worked so hard lately. Those who harbored dreams of becoming hunters, or those who were always in a state of dread, fearing monsters, would suddenly jump out of gates. Awakened skills couldn't be used in combat, increasing stats wasn't easy, and skill orbs were sky high in price. Immediately after, he quickly pulled out a glowing red orb, holding it high before the curious eyes of the crowd. I'd like to introduce this skill orb to all such people. It possesses the fireball skill, which can help everyone with hunting, survival, and self-defense, and you can get it for only 100. The woman was stunned, stammering, I didn't hear wrong, did I? The man next to her was so surprised he gaped. Is it true? Another person next to her asked, full of doubt. Only 100 for a skill orb? Number 4 affirmed, that's right. His voice continued, but each person can only buy one. The man panicked, hastily saying, I'll buy it first. After that, everyone swarmed towards him like a disturbed beehive. One person urgently said, Please, I want one too. The other immediately added, Me too. On the other side, someone shouted, Everyone get in line. The skill orb glowed brightly in the buyer's hand, radiating intense power. It suddenly transformed, unleashing the fireball skill. The young man's eyes widened, exclaiming in horror, My God, it's real. This is really happening. It's a fireball. The young woman next to him, seeing this, immediately went to him to buy a skill orb. She happily took it, her voice full of gratitude. Thank you very much. Number 4 smiled and replied, Don't mention it. This is just a small gesture of goodwill. His voice continued, Hunter Sangu always puts the safety of the people first. Number 4's words moved many to tears. They covered their mouths. Some choked out, Oh my goodness. Scene change. By this time, they had moved to the next tour location. Sangu's voice rang out. You all must be very eager, aren't you? He smiled and softly said, All right, let's continue the tour, but... Looking at the displeased faces in front of him, Sangu hesitated. Everyone seems a bit unhappy today. Varen spoke with difficulty. Isn't it obvious? He continued. Most of them returned to their old forms just a few hours after leaving Odin's tower. They lost a whole billion. How could they not be upset? He calmly interrupted. I understand. This takes a lot of time. Sangu smoothed things over. Doesn't that just mean we need more opportunities to absorb pure mana into our bodies? Sangu had just finished speaking. The system immediately roared in his head, its voice full of sarcasm. Are you a professional swindler? Sangu cursed silently to himself. If you're not paying, then shut up. Suddenly, Elino's panicked voice rang out, making him jump and turn his head. Stop it. She pulled her hat down hard, trying to hide her face, which had returned to its aged appearance, and angrily yelled, Enough with this nonsense. We don't care about those things anymore. Go back to Odin's tower immediately. Bring the pure mana here now. Sangu quickly pulled out a teleportation scroll, the corner of his mouth curving slightly in amusement. All right, let's restart our tour. At the same time, in Odin's tower in the past, a gleaming sword flashed past the monster, splitting its head in two. Number 1 stomped hard on the monster. At that very moment, blurry figures suddenly appeared in front, startling him. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Sangu's figure slowly emerged, offering praise. Number 1, well done. Behind him, the customers discussed in surprise. Whispers rose up. This is really the same place we stopped last time. Has that copy been here all this time? Just like last time, everyone quickly got into the vehicle to head to the final exploration area of the first floor. Sangu's voice rang out. We'll depart immediately. Please get in the vehicle. While Sangu was carefully giving instructions to everyone, the space in front suddenly vibrated, opening a teleportation rift. Let's do it like last time. I'll proceed in a few more hours, okay? Before long, he arrived at Jung Xian's room. As soon as he saw Sangu, he gritted his teeth. His eyes gleamed with anger mixed with resentment. I trusted you, you swindler. Why does everyone bully me? A moment later, Sangu had returned to Eden Tower. He stood on the tent, hands in his pockets, took a deep breath to steel himself, and said, "Let's keep going, everyone. Your money is what keeps me alive." The customers responded in unison, "Yes." The vehicle sped along a road full of ice monsters. On its roof, Sangu stood firm, bravely fighting the entire swarm. The monster darted towards him. In a brief moment, Sangu unleashed his spiritual power, his strength surging out like wild waves, sweeping away his opponent with just one move. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Alino nervously asked, "Have I gotten younger yet?" "Look at me." Loras, the woman next to him, frowned and said irritably, "Calm down, not yet." Soon, the ice monsters were completely wiped out, their corpses scattered everywhere, blood splattered across the cold ground. At the same time, elsewhere, Yuhian's eyes were glued to the news feed on his phone, a post reading. "Did you see this? I got one here. It really is a skill orb. When that guy said it was only 101, I thought he was talking nonsense. Haha." In the comments below, "Is young Sangu really that rich? I heard he distributed over 100 orbs in the same place. How much is all of that worth?" "A god. He's truly a god. Please give me one." She exclaimed in surprise. "It's still blowing up online." Yuhian irritably asked the person opposite him, "What the hell is he thinking?" Kim replied helplessly, "I've given up trying to understand him. He's probably just too kind." He turned to look at the two skill orbs and continued, "Since we were asked to register, we each got one too." She immediately asked, "Do you have a fire orb?" Kim replied, "No, I don't." Yuhian gripped the other's sleeve, speaking in a low voice. "They said we might need them later." He paused. His face bowed towards the ground. He hesitated and said, "And they also said they hope that day never comes." After that, the trips continued, and deposits along with monster corpses were continuously converted into skill orbs. At this moment, a man carefully examined the item in his hand, exclaiming in surprise, "This material, it's even more useful than I expected." The man continued, "If you agree to sign an exclusive contract with us, we'll give you an even higher price." Wonty adjusted his tie. His eyes gleamed with delight, a subtle smile playing on his lips, as he calmly responded, "Sounds good." And the distribution network expanded beyond Korea, reaching the international market. In America, a man stood stunned, holding a skill orb in his hand. He exclaimed in amazement, "A skill orb for only 10 cents?" In Japan, people lined up neatly, stretching down the street, waiting to buy skill orbs. Someone cried out in shock, "The price is insane." Another person asked in surprise, "You said this is a fire orb, right?" "I only heard about it through rumors." In many countries, skill orbs were distributed at almost no cost. A voice rang out excitedly, "It's a god. He's selling skill orbs again?" Young Sangu, already famous for reaching S-Rank, once again became the world's focal point with this event. Everywhere he set foot, the crowd chanted his name in unison. "Young Sangu, Young Sangu." Sangu smiled brightly, waved back, and said enthusiastically, "Thank you, everyone. All I wish for is your safety." On the street, some people excitedly launched fire orbs. The patrol officer immediately blew his whistle, pointing at them and sternly reminding them, "Hey, you're not allowed to use offensive skills on the street." He looked at the empty cardboard boxes, his lips curving slightly, calculating to himself, "All right, first, we prioritize distributing them in densely populated urban areas." Thoughts echoed in Senga's mind. No skill is as simple yet causes as much damage in a crowd as a fire orb. If the worst-case scenario happens on Harvest Day, as long as we have enough of them, we can somewhat resist. Suddenly he froze, a sense of panic rising within him. He pondered, this distribution of skill orbs, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. When was it? In Sangu's mind, a memory gradually surfaced. At the academy, a teacher carrying a cardboard box full of skill orbs said gently, "Don't worry, there's still plenty left." At this moment, his eyes were filled with horror. The academy was the first place to freely distribute large quantities of skill orbs, and what's more, they were all fire orbs. Sangu mused. Wait a minute, the academy was founded by that master to brainwash the awakened ones. He recalled the Global Awakening Progress Report. Progress speed 89.8%. Awakening progress. Awakening completed 89.8%. In progress and activated 10.2%. At this moment, a doubt arose in Sangu's mind. The academy was also the first place where I learned about the so-called Harvest Day. Why would those who want to cause Harvest Day distribute free skill orbs? He quietly asked, Lee Bear, do you know anything about this master? He immediately replied, Are you trying to stop him? Information is almost zero. Even that name isn't one I know from Tebren. Sangu asked again, Then why? Suddenly a man ran up, panting heavily, out of breath, interrupting him. Hunter! Hunter! The man exclaimed in surprise. What the hell is going on here? He was the academy principal, one Haxu. The man continued, You're selling skill orbs for 101? He calmly said, his voice full of hidden meaning. Perfect timing. Then Sangu immediately grabbed him by the collar, threatening loudly, If you don't want to die, spill everything you know now. Hax's eyes widened in terror as he screamed, Huh? Why are you suddenly saying such things? He questioned loudly, The reason for distributing skill orbs? He froze for a moment, then said, Of course, it's for the public good. Sangu picked at his ear, annoyed. You must be utterly shameless to spout such nonsense, huh? He threw a threatening punch close to Hax's face, creating a large hole in the wall. Sangu gritted his teeth, threatening, Scum like you would never think of others, would you? Or should I just kill you now? He was terrified. Sweat drenched his face, and he spoke with a trembling voice. No, violence is bad behavior. At this moment, he gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with a resolute face. I don't have time for games. Choose your head or that master's head. Do you really understand what this harvest day you're trying to create is? Sangu continued. If you witnessed it firsthand, you'd never dare think about it again. He shouted in anger. Confess while I'm still treating you like a human being. Despite his immense fear, Haxu remained stubborn, refusing to speak. I can't say. Suddenly he pulled out a small notebook, and his voice continued. I understand your sincerity, Hunter, but I truly cannot. Haxu handed Sangu the piece of paper, saying nonchalantly, My loyalty is absolute. I cannot reveal any information about the master, so I'll be going now. He looked at the paper in his hand. Its content stunned him, his eyes widening in surprise. The paper read, At this exact time, 1 week from now, in the main academy building, basement B2. Sangu crumpled the paper in his hand and said, A week, huh? So I still have a little time. I guess I'll organize a few more tours then. In the following days, the tours continued to be conducted. At this moment, at a tour spot, Sangu's voice rang out. All right, everyone did very well today. His hands were loaded with briefcases full of money, and he calmly turned and walked away. Today's tour ends here. See you all later. Grand sighed in frustration. Damn it, no matter how many things we've been through, will we just get old again when we return? Varen responded glumly. It can't be helped. I still need to continue until my body can adapt. Grand continued, his voice full of annoyance. When will we go up to the second floor? It feels like you're intentionally delaying it. Suddenly, Lauras's bodyguard approached, softly calling, Miss Lauras. He carefully opened the wooden box and continued, I've found it. The current high-level detection item. The bodyguard continued, You said the previous item couldn't detect any traces of skill usage. She picked up the detection item and examined it, calmly replying, The higher the level of transformation skill, the harder it is to detect. Loras held up the detection item, observed everything through it, and then spoke. But if this rejuvenation isn't a trick and is truly the effective mana, then that's another story. Through the detection item, she saw Alino surrounded by a crimson stream of power. Then, a notification popped up. Analyzing. Skill detected. Chameleon. Alters the target's appearance, but maintains stats. Loras's face darkened, and she said irritably in a cold voice, "However, it seems that's not the case. Do they really think they can trick us?" Just like Alino, Loras's hand was also enveloped in a crimson glow, and the detection item announced, "Skill detected. Chameleon. Alters the target's appearance, but maintains stats." She frowned, full of anger. "Just as I thought. He used a skill on everyone here." Sangu, seeing Loras frozen, "Don't stand still. Get in the car." Varen urged, "Loras, why aren't you inside yet? Is something wrong?" She replied, flustered, "Oh no, I'm coming right in." She thought to herself, "Only a fool would tell them right away. Instead, I've found a great opportunity." In Loras's mind, a thought echoed, Sangu, if you used this rejuvenation trick to pull the wool over our eyes, now it's my turn to pull the wool over yours." Following that, she quickly gave an instruction, requesting a meeting of hunters affiliated with the Enlightened Corporation. The bodyguard immediately replied, "Yes." Her eyes gleamed with danger, and a thought arose in her mind. They need to clearly realize that even among S-class individuals, there's still a significant difference in ability. If you're trying to toy with the Enlightened Corporation, I'll show you what happens. In the following days, Sangu continued to organize tours. When the giant monster was cut into many pieces by him, its body shattered and scattered everywhere, Sangu carried his sword on his shoulder, pleased. Everything is going according to plan. He was immensely excited. "I can feel it. The stats gained from absorbing demons are constantly increasing within me." Sangu looked at the distorted text on the system panel, then thought, "The problem is, perhaps due to the 7 deadly sins, my stats aren't clearly displayed." He looked at the formidable monster in front of him, secretly thinking, "Could I, right now, fight that guy one-on-one?" Behind him, Number 1 was trying with all his might not to be controlled by the monster. He softly exclaimed, "Void power! You fool, shut up!" Sangu startled and spun around, fear clearly visible on his face. He thought to himself, "Probably not." At the same time, Number 2 returned. Holding the item, he reported, "This area has also been cleared." Sang praised, "Well done. Let's prepare to head back." Suddenly, he remembered something. He panicked, saying, "Today's the deadline for the 1-week promise I made to the principal." Sang looked at the words on the system, stroking his chin gleefully. "Very good. It's time for things to progress in this direction. Producing armor and hunting weapons, including many large hunter guilds, magic item crafting workshops, Enlighten, a colossal corporation formed from the merger of various industries. The immense influence of that corporation spread beyond national borders." An S-rank hunter once said. At this moment, he was meticulously wiping his sword, saying thoughtfully, "The Enlightened Corporation, huh? You might not join Enlighten, but once you've stepped onto the path of a hunter, you're already a part of the Enlightened Corporation, because in the end, no one can escape its dominance." At this moment, Laris was speaking before the hunters affiliated with the Enlightened Corporation. Therefore, they're using mana from Odin's Tower as bait to extort money with the lie of rejuvenation. She angrily stated, "Dung Sang is committing fraud against many influential people." Suddenly, a foot rested on the table. A cold voice rang out, "Dung Sang, I know that name." He leaned back comfortably in his chair, with his hands clasped behind his head. His sharp eyes looked straight ahead, saying mockingly, "He used to operate in the catacombs, didn't he? The corporation even awarded him once." This man was the S-rank hunter, Hercules Maximus Grid. Suddenly, the rustling of cards echoed. Another person spoke up. "So, to sum it up, Laris," he angrily said, "should I prosecute and completely incapacitate Dung Sang?" This man was the S-rank hunter, Playboy Jan Bien. Larissa's face was thoughtful. She softly said, "No, I want to use this to lure him into the corporation." Laris continued, "I want you all to work with me to pressure him, so he can't refuse." Maximus sneered, asking, "You need both Jan and me for such a request?" He continued, "You're overestimating a rookie who just reached S-Rank." She immediately said, her voice full of conviction, "One of you is enough. I just want to be sure." Larissa's voice continued, "Especially if the number of his clones is accurate as reported." Suddenly, a flash of light gleamed in the room, and the ground trembled with each beat. From there, a voice rang out, "Sorry for being late." Jan caught the card in his hand, his voice full of sarcasm. "This wasn't part of the plan. With your abilities, you can be late." The young man put both hands in his pockets, speaking in a cold voice. "So, I think I just heard something about clones." This was the S-Rank hunter, the owner of the Enlightened Corporation, Jumper George Lucas. He continued, "I'm quite intrigued. What's Hunter Dung Sang up to now?" Meanwhile, at the Hunter Academy, Korean branch, the entire school was covered in darkness, silent and gloomy. A man crept silently along the dark hallway. Sang pushed the door open and entered a room. "You should at least turn on the lights." Sang continued, "As you said, I've come after a week." Haksu's face was so tense that every feature seemed to freeze. He spoke slowly, in a deep voice. "You're here." Inside the room, around a large table, many people were already seated. One of them turned to him, smiling and saying, "You probably have many questions. Come, sit down." Everyone in the room shared the same expression, wide eyes, stiff faces. Horror seemed to be frozen on every feature. Sang frowned, perplexed internally. What's wrong with these people? After that, he quickly pulled out a chair and sat down, his sharp gaze sweeping around the table. He opened his mouth and asked, "First, tell me your purpose. Why are you distributing free fireball skill orbs? If you're trying to carry out the Day of Harvest, there's no reason to distribute offensive skills." Haksu's hands were tightly clasped together under his chin, his face rigid and unchanging. He spoke in a grave voice, each word slowly, heavily, filling the air. "Scarcity creates desire. If they can't afford skill orbs and don't have fireballs, they'll try to learn it themselves, right?" Haksu continued, "This isn't as simple as meditation, but if everyone could use fireballs without the system, the Day of Harvest would run into some trouble." At this moment, Sang suddenly felt an unusual fluctuation. He thought in surprise, "It's magic." His voice continued, "However, if we give away a fireball orb, they'll give up learning the skill and start relying on the system. And of course, we're also brainwashing the students, so if they get stronger, that's even better." Sang frowned, his gaze full of suspicion, calmly asking back, "So why did you seek me out?" He added, "My actions are almost like giving away those skill orbs for free." "Isn't that exactly what you want?" Haksu immediately replied, "The problem is those orbs come from heritage." He explained, "They install strange circuits into the orbs to bypass the system. They've been a thorn in our side for a very long time." Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the corner of the room, its tone drawn out like a blade across skin, sending shivers down his spine. "Wait a minute. Isn't Hunter Dung Sang currently swindling powerful individuals and stealing their money, turning all that money into heritage skill orbs? Isn't that very suspicious?" Sang was stunned, his voice filled with fear. What are you?" "No." He trembled, his voice lost to terror. "Who are you?" The people there seemed to go mad, clutching the nails in their hands, raising them to the sky simultaneously, and chanting in unison, "Master." Then a horrifying event occurred. They all simultaneously ended their lives, fresh blood spurting and splashing throughout the room. The mysterious voice continued, "Do you really think simply breaking the brainwashing machine is enough?" The person continued, their voice full of sarcasm, "Do you think that much can stop me?" Sang gnashed his teeth in anger, a thought rising in his mind. "I've been caught in their trap since I walked in here." At this moment, on the ceiling, a face made of blood slowly appeared, its features grotesquely distorted, its voice echoing throughout the room. You know nothing of how widespread we are, how deeply rooted we've become. He furrowed his brow in thought, his face filled with annoyance. I can't trust what I only see with my eyes so. Sang paused for a moment, then uttered, "Number two." Soon, number two appeared. He quickly replied, "Yes." He continued, "Tell me what's currently happening in this room." Number two froze, his eyes quickly scanning the scene before him, the corners of his lips subtly curved upwards, his voice filled with amusement. "Interesting." Number two continued, "The corpses, they've been dead for about a week now." Hearing this, anxiety filled him. Apparently, they had been eliminated right after giving him the paper. The mysterious figure suddenly transformed into Haksu. Stepping closer, a chilling breath brushed against Sang's ear. "Open your eyes and look here. Look at what you've caused." He continued to mumble, his voice hoarse as if echoing from the depths. "Your family, your sister, your comrades. Everyone is watching you. They're looking at you from behind." Enraged, he immediately threw a punch to the side. "Shut up for a bit, let me think." But Haksu had already vanished by then. Number two intercepted the punch. He cried out in panic, "It's me." His figure continued to press close, mocking, "Dung Sang, how shameful, with your abilities." At the same time, elsewhere, the one called Master sat nonchalantly on a chair in a gloomy room, his voice cold. "You could have been chosen by him. The system abandoned you. From this moment on, I will personally make you taste the flavor of destruction." His gaze was full of murderous intent, emphasizing each word. "First of all," his voice continued, "I will start with those troublesome heritage friends." At this moment in her office, Arya was diligently processing files, completely unaware of the danger about to strike. She stretched, yawned tiredly, then mumbled, "I'm so sleepy. Duver, I'm going to make a cup of coffee." But with no reply, she frowned slightly, surprised, turning her head to look towards the large door. Suddenly, a figure staggered out from the shadows. Arya immediately cried out, "Duver!" At this moment, a man's figure appeared before Arya. A large hand gripped his neck tightly, his face smeared with blood, struggling to utter, "Miss Arya." She froze, horrified, her eyes wide, her mouth agape, unable to speak. The man's voice continued, broken and weak, "Quick run." At the same time, a large figure stepped out from the shadows, its eyes sharp as blades, speaking coldly, "So you are the leader of Heritage." He immediately lunged towards Arya, roaring, "For the system, die, you heretic." Arya forced herself to stay calm, her sharp eyes glancing at the man behind him. She growled, "Who sent you here?" At the same time, on Varen's side, he froze at the sight before him. He calmly told the girl next to him, "Call the police." Seeing Grand dead in a grotesque posture, his head twisted backward, she screamed in panic, "Chairman Grand." Varen moved closer, observing meticulously, lost in thought. All of them are A-rank. Thoughts continued to race through Varen's mind. Who could it be? Suddenly, his smartwatch rang. He quickly answered, his voice a bit annoyed. "What is it? I'm not in the mood to talk right now." Choked sobs echoed from the other end of the line. "Varen." The person screamed in agony. "Elino is dead. They found her at her mansion this morning." At this moment, Varen was utterly shocked. Why? Their businesses weren't even related. They didn't share enemies, their only commonality. At the same time, Sang's image suddenly appeared in Varen's mind. His whole body trembled, stammering, unable to form a sentence. "Security team." Then Varen panicked, urgently giving orders. "Come assist me quickly. Open the underground shelter." He suddenly froze, his whole body trembling, then burst into sobs. At this moment, past memories flooded Varen's mind. Grand leisurely sipped tea. "Varen, I'm only telling you this. I recently acquired a rare skill." He quickly pulled out an item, his face full of excitement. "It's called an emergency black box. If I die, it will record the moments before and after my death. However, it requires a device or skill to read it. Given our position, we have many enemies. Gran's voice echoed deep in his mind. So if something happens, you know what to do, right? Next, Varen stepped closer to his old friend, placing a hand on his shoulder. He used his ability to search for Gran's last memories in the emergency black box, softly murmuring, "The culprit. Just find out who the culprit is." Sang stood opposite a group of people, his eyes sharp, coldly saying, "Don't tell me you want a refund. Your name is—" "All right." Sang continued, "Ms. Laris." She chuckled, her voice sarcastic. "I didn't expect that. You even remember my name. I thought you just saw us as golden geese." He replied, confused, "What do you mean? The tour program benefits both you and me." Laris immediately interrupted, her voice full of hidden meaning. "You coming all the way here. You understand it clearly, don't you?" At this moment, she thought to herself, is he shameless or genuinely stupid? Larissa's sharp eyes were fixed on the person in front of her. She continued, "It's a scam, isn't it? That chameleon skill." She went on, her voice full of contempt. "I don't know when you learned that skill." But it was a cute trick. In her heart, Laris scoffed, "Your small business career is over." She continued, her voice resolute, "I'll be direct. We'll overlook your ridiculous antics if you join the enlightened corporation." Sangu's lips curved slightly, his voice mocking. Enlightened corporation. To be arrested and then offered such a deal, surprisingly generous. Laura immediately replied, her eyes not leaving him, "We like talent." At that very moment, Maximus and John simultaneously unleashed their power, a fiery red spiritual energy engulfing their bodies. Her voice continued, "To be clear, you are not allowed to refuse." Sangu frowned slightly, a fleeting look of fear evident in his eyes. His heart sank, involuntarily thinking, "Those two are really serious." Sangu forced a smile, trying to keep his voice calm. "Anyway, Enlighten is just Zamper's place, right?" At this moment, memories flooded his mind. Castle leaned close to Sangu's ear, sternly reminding him, ultimately, Zamper was the one who initiated the awakening program and closely connected humanity to the system. Wait until we determine Zamper's true identity. If it were a normal place, I would have joined the association, but I have many people relying on me. His resolute answer made Laura's face darken. "I refuse." She paused for a moment, then turned and walked away, her cold voice echoing, "As long as you don't kill." John pulled his hat down hard, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "On the contrary, Laura, you'll surely beg to die." Maximus subtly curved his lips, his disdainful gaze sweeping over Sangu, his deep voice resonating. "Are you Sangu from—" He continued, "You look a bit weak for an S-rank." He let out a sigh, then hesitantly spoke, "So that must mean—" Sangu's question made the two people in front of him freeze, their eyes wide with surprise. "You two are S-ranks too, aren't you?" Maximus chuckled. "That's a good question. I don't know what name you know, but I'm quite famous, you know." He casually replied, "Don't know anything at all. It's been a long time since I went hunting." He growled, his sharp gaze fixed on him, saying coldly, "Just swaggering around like a kid." John chimed in, "Sangu, we're here to deliver a message to you." His voice continued, "A very important message." He immediately asked back, "So what is it?" Calculations immediately arose in Sangu's mind. 2 S-ranks, no needless risks. If necessary, I'll run. Suddenly, the watch on Laura's hand emitted a continuous beeping sound. She quickly answered the call, her voice full of suspicion. "Varen, what's wrong?" The other end of the line shouted in panic, "Laura, you're safe. Get out of there immediately." She frowned and asked again, "What are you talking about?" Varen continued, his voice urgent, "There's an assassin trying to kill you. No, they want to kill everyone in the tour program." Laura casually replied, "And if it's an assassin, I have nothing to worry about." She added, I'm with 2S ranks right now. At this moment, John's expression turned extremely dangerous. He spoke in a low voice. That message. Varen panicked, shouting, That's the problem. The real assassins. He continued, are John and Maximus from your enlightened corporation. As soon as Varen finished speaking, John immediately closed in on Laura, his hand tightening around her neck. The message is, do not disobey your master. Hearing John's words, Laura was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise, exclaiming, Huh. Witnessing this scene, Sangu froze, too surprised to utter a word. In a flash, she was no longer breathing. He threw her forcefully to the ground. John spoke coldly. The master had intended to give you a chance to live. But you've lost that opportunity. From now on, we will kill every single person in your precious tour program. More chilling words continued to pour from John's mouth. After that, we'll move on to your colleagues, friends, and finally, your family. At this moment, his face darkened. Sangu angrily growled, Do you think I'll just stand by and watch? He immediately unleashed his power. He unleashed a Windblade card that shot straight forward, enveloped in surging purple spiritual energy. John casually remarked, Yes, just like right now. In no time, the card was upon him, making Sangu freeze, without time to think of a countermeasure. Immediately after, he drew his sword and swung a straight slash at the card. The sharp blade created a deep trench in the ground, sending dust and rocks flying. Sangu gritted his teeth, a hint of fear flashing across his face, his heart filled with worry. So heavy. What kind of power is this? At this moment, Maximus unexpectedly threw a punch straight at Sangu, his voice ringing out full of sarcasm. When we meet again, your pathetic clients will surely have all become corpses. Maximus's eyes turned sharp. Then, he immediately activated his skill, Hero's right hand. He immediately took the full force of the powerful punch. The entire space lit up with horrifying power, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Sangu fell backward, his body like a kite with a broken string, soaring through the air. His entire body slammed hard into the wall of an old building. The impact was so strong that chunks of plaster shattered and fell, and cracks formed in the stone, creating a large gaping hole. Inside the building, people scattered in panic, their eyes filled with astonishment and horror. No one understood what unexpected thing had just happened. Sangu slowly sat up from the thick dust and smoke, calmly saying, That punch hurt. At this moment below, a tall figure slowly walked towards Laura. Soon, his shadow enveloped her corpse, swallowing the surrounding light. Zamper was silent, his face cold and expressionless, his eyes seeming to hold something deep within. At the same time, in tavern, in an open space, Kong Jun reverently knelt. He spoke. So, the plan is proceeding as expected. Kong Jun continued. It's just a small insect blocking the way, but the predetermined judgment cannot be avoided. Please rest assured. His voice continued to echo. Oh, great system. The man in front praised him. You've done very well. You've endured much hardship. He tried to suppress a laugh, saying softly, I don't know if my request is too much. Suddenly, bursts of laughter rang out. The man continued, I can't hold it anymore. How was my tone just now? Did it sound like the God you spoke of? He gently took off his glasses, answering his own question. Of course not, because... This man was none other than the system operator. His voice continued. I'm just a tool myself, system operator. I wonder when Lord Liebert will arrive. At this moment on Varen's side, an urgent voice echoed throughout the building. Grand. The young woman sighed helplessly. Report, excuse me, Mr. Varen. Mr. Grand has locked himself away from everyone. She continued. No one's been allowed near him since yesterday. At this moment, in his mind, memories flooded back. Grand angrily yelled, I'm old again. The inspection is truly a scam. Varen irritably spoke. I'll go in myself and drag him out. Soon, he had arrived at Grand's room. Varen opened the door and walked in saying, Hey, Grand, if you keep inspecting, Things will get better. Just trust me. Why give up so easily after just a few tries? He calmly spoke. I bet your hair will grow back soon. But the sight before him stunned Varen, horror clearly visible on his face. On Arya's side, the man with silver hair, his expression dark and cold, said, God, he's King Locus's knight Abaddon. Abaddon's sharp, eerie hand was quickly enveloped by surging spiritual power. He growled, It's good you know that. The only thing you need to do now is pay the price. Then, Abaddon rushed towards her like a raging whirlwind. He angrily snarled, Don't resist, heretic. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Thick dust and smoke enveloped the entire room. Back at the main academy building, B2 basement, Sangu was grinding his teeth, his eyes full of anger. Bastards, they. Gong Zong's voice continued. How many clones do you have? 6 or 7. I've released my powers hosts all over the world. With your small numbers there, you'd better watch over those by your side carefully. He angrily grabbed Taksu's corpse and yelled, Coward, why drag ordinary people into this? Try to lay a finger on them, and I'll find you. Suddenly, his corpse slowly disintegrated. The master's voice coldly spoke again. Excellent reaction. A very excellent reaction. He continued, Try your best. I'm eagerly waiting. As soon as he finished speaking, Aksu's body blended into the air as if it had never existed. Sangu furiously yelled, Don't run. But then everything suddenly fell into a chilling silence, leaving only him and his anger reaching its peak. Suddenly Sangu turned and asked, in a very casual tone, That's enough, isn't it? Number 2 praised, Excellent acting. The smell of blood wafted up. He raised a hand to cover his nose. His sharp gaze swept across the room. The illusion had disappeared. Well, at least we should give these people a proper burial. Number 2, without hesitation, immediately replied yes. Sangu continued speaking. How foolish. We still don't know who the target is. I've seen how they fought on the day of the harvest. From the very beginning, they were no ordinary people. Meanwhile, with Arya, Abaddon was stunned, his eyes wide open, shock clearly etched on his face. A large hole appeared in his chest, and he died without closing his eyes. A voice full of terror suddenly rang out. What the hell? What kind of monster are you? She gripped the sword tightly in her hand, her face so tense that her words seemed to hiss through her teeth that. At this moment, Duver appeared right behind Abaddon, his fists still clenched. Arya continued, You don't need to know. He quickly spun around and delivered another punch towards the fiend. Abaddon's entire body crashed into rocks, flying backward. Duver exerted all his strength, unleashing one last fatal blow. A powerful punch was thrown, creating a sky-shattering explosion. Abaddon's entire body was engulfed in a sea of fire, and rocks flew everywhere. Arya spoke unhappily, her voice full of sarcasm. You're late, Duver. He replied, flustered, Sorry. I was busy and didn't hear you. Who is this guy? She and Duver sat down, checking the wounds of the person lying on the ground, and gently replied, I don't know either. He mentioned the system. Suddenly, Abaddon's voice rang out, startling Arya. Interesting. His entire body was covered in flames, battered and scarred, yet he stood defiantly. How could that guy use such a skill? Possessing such power, without the blessing of the system, your sin is unforgivable. They quickly dropped the subordinate, whose head hit the ground hard, crying out in pain. She coldly spoke, Duver. He quickly, swiftly charged towards that guy I know. Duver threw a punch at the fiend, but Abaddon's entire body quickly leaped up to dodge. At this moment, his entire body transformed bizarrely, with black smoke enveloping him. Abaddon's voice was full of menace. I will temporarily retreat now, but you won't be safe either. You will not escape judgment. Duver stared, stunned, as Abaddon left. He said worriedly, There's a problem. Arya asked in surprise, Do I have to change my identity again? Scene change. In a steam-filled bathroom, someone coughed violently, their face red from choking. Number 2 helped Sangu spray disinfectant. As he wiped the remaining drops of water from his face, he grumbled, What a persistent smell. Yuhian asked in a low voice, How many times have you bathed already? Sangu replied annoyed, because my body is reeking of decomposing corpses. She exclaimed in shock. What? Are you talking about the monster corpses? Yuhian immediately handed Sangu 3 vials of medicine, saying, here they are. He immediately asked back, what are the side effects of this? She calmly replied, I can significantly reduce the side effects now. But since you want to prioritize performance this time, its effects will be quite strong. Your ability to use mana will be disabled for 3 hours. In short, you won't be able to use skills. Sangu, worried and flustered, interrupted. That's a bit too strong. Then, Yuhian continued to ask, more importantly, what have you been doing lately? A tourist guide. He snorted in reply. That will be exposed soon, but I'm in desperate need of money. Sangu continued. You should also avoid loitering near the GM headquarters from now on. Yuhian glanced at him, hesitatingly replied, all right, but don't do everything by yourself. Sangu said calmly, I'm not alone. He quickly turned and left with his 2 clones. My skill is cloning, after all. Then, on Gongrong's side, Abaddon suddenly appeared before him. He coldly said, you failed? Gongrong interrupted. That's not like you at all. Abaddon knelt down, sincerely admitting his mistake. I'm truly sorry, Master. Abaddon's voice continued. I was certain that the system in that hell was shut down, but they could still use their skills freely. He was stunned, his eyes wide open, exclaiming in surprise, what? He quickly drew a knife, steadfastly saying, I will accept my punishment. He was startled, shouting loudly to stop him. Enough, enough, stop it now. Why does everyone want to die? Gongrong quickly unleashed his power, spiritual energy surging around his body. He proposed, now, let's put heritage aside. I will eliminate the source of his money at its root. That lovely little business of his will soon collapse. Sangu. Scene change in a dark room, filled with intricate machinery. An angry voice rang out, damn it. The people in the room were blindfolded, their faces filled with terror. The person angrily yelled, damn it, this is a scam. Eleanor cried, covering her face. Her voice choked. That bastard Sangu. I knew from the start he was a damned scoundrel. The woman was terrified, tears streaming down her face. Please, let me go. She choked, unable to speak. Please, stop it. She turned around in annoyance, her voice full of indignation. Hey, didn't you all sign the contract? You provide mana from your youthful bodies, and I pay you. Before long, the woman's body quickly disintegrated. Eleanor coughed, asking, Security Team Minister, does any of the children have a detection skill? But her question was met only with silence. It was unusually quiet outside. Eleanor quickly opened the door and stepped out, asking suspiciously, Why isn't Lucas answering? Where are you all? Don't you hear me calling? She was stunned by the sight before her. Ahead was a bloody battlefield, bodies strewn everywhere, blood splattered all over. Eleanor's eyes widened in horror. She stammered, What is this? Suddenly, a large hand quickly grabbed her neck from behind. Eleanor flinched, with no time to react. Frightened, she tried to turn her head to look behind her. The person said coldly, Even an A-rank hunter can't make a sound? The sin of abandoning the system to gain youth. Pay with your life. Eleanor screamed in horror, Why? You. Scene change. The academy shone brightly under the morning sun, fresh and peaceful air filling everywhere. Heian was stunned when she saw a familiar figure in front of her. She softly asked, Number 4, what are you doing here? Heian continued, Lately you haven't been attending classes regularly like before. Number 4 did not answer her question. He pointed to the side and asked, Do you see anything? Following his direction, Heian exclaimed in surprise, It's the professor. She continued, That's Professor Kang Hysiak, the one you said received proper punishment. Number 4 was lost in thought. At that moment, a teleportation portal quickly opened. Sangu asked coldly, How is it? Through the teleportation portal, his voice rang out, just as expected. Number 4 continued, All the students are looking into empty space and believe the professor is there. At this moment, a thought arose in Sangu's mind. I felt like something wasn't right. It's been a week since the professors died, and the academy still shows no activity. They must have concealed the deaths of the professors with an illusion. Number 4 turned back and asked, What about Professor Huang Junhee? Heian's eyes widened. She exclaimed in surprise, "What's wrong with you?" Professor Wang Junhee left the academy after the last incident. Her face was filled with fear. She stammered, "What are you? Is there nothing there? Could it be that I've been brainwashed?" Suddenly, he grabbed Heian's hand tightly, his voice calm. "Calm down. There's no brainwashing here." On the other side of the teleportation portal, Sangu spoke. "It's all right, Heian. The machine was destroyed, so brainwashing is impossible." He thought to himself, but that illusion skill must have been used on a large scale. Number 4 sternly reminded her, "From now on, don't come to the academy." Her face suddenly flushed. She replied nervously, "Yes, okay." A thought popped into Heian's mind. This is just a clone, but because he looks like him, I like it. She continued to ask, "Until when do I have to stop coming to the academy?" Sangu's voice continued, "From today, stay at the GM headquarters with Gohan. The one called Master is." Suddenly, behind him, an angry voice rang out, "Sangu." Loras, along with 2 S-Rank hunters, stood coldly behind him. She said angrily, "Can we talk for a moment? About your tour program." Sangu quickly ended the conversation. "I'll call you back later." He glanced behind him. "Don't tell me you want a refund." Liber removed his glasses, which were surrounded by mechanical devices resembling injection needles. Then Liber smiled brightly. "Of course not, because..." When it threw away the glasses, it suddenly transformed into an illusion. "I am merely a tool. This is the system operator." Then Liber asked again, "I wonder when Lord Liber will arrive?" Amidst the thick smoke of gunfire, it recounted, "It's been 20 years since the great disaster of the past. I'm sure he's on Earth." Gongrong knelt on the ground and pleaded slightly, "Have you considered what I mentioned before?" It calmly replied, "The problem with this appearance?" Liber held some kind of weapon in its hand and considered. "Well then, it's a bit of a waste. But should I use this?" Elisa's figure appeared as she put something into her mouth. Something that could renew the entire body structure. A miracle drug that could heal Ms. Elisa. Then everything exploded. Elixir. Elisa appeared amidst the explosions. "If only I were a little faster, Lady Elisa could have woken up already. So if I do this, he'll probably want to meet me." When Elisa said, "Even if I'm just a tool, I guess appearance is very important, isn't it?" Gongrong clenched his fists on the ground. He spoke, making Elisa pay attention. "You are not a tool." Then Gongrong sat up and shouted, "You are a god who will enlighten the foolish mortals." He continued, "Please do not belittle yourself like that." Elisa gave a cold laugh and asked, "You know what?" Then she began to recall the image of Sheverjan and explained to Gongrong, "Even in Tibur, there was a nobleman who initially called Lord Liber that. He completely opposed spending time to create her. But after witnessing Lord Liber's miracle, he immediately became a fanatic." Elisa turned her back and continued to reply, "Depending on each person's expectations, they called him by different names. Even though his identity was established from the very beginning, such people are always the first to betray when their faith crumbles." Suddenly, a blue light appeared, making Gongrong's face turn pale. Elisa still hadn't stopped, so she had already stood behind him and threatened, "Don't try to change the identity that Lord Liber gave me." As Elisa spoke, she made Gongrong break out in a cold sweat. "Just like the identity I gave you. Besides searching for Lord Liber, you'd best not do anything superfluous." He obeyed, yes. After that threat, Gongrong was overjoyed to have escaped death. This is it, exactly. Yes, this is the majesty a god should possess. Understood. The scene shifted to a TV news report about a wealthy billionaire. The newscaster reports, another horrific incident has occurred. Loras, the chairman of a large weapons manufacturing company, was found dead 3 days ago. A highly influential figure in both political and business circles. He had connections with many criminal organizations. The TV continues to show, following Loras, the manager of Enlightened Group. He is the 5th victim in a series of murders targeting the elite, known as the elite serial killings. The suspect neutralized the company's entire security force without leaving any blood traces, indicating extremely dangerous capabilities. Sangu exclaimed while looking at his phone, "We're bankrupt." He turned and asked everyone there, "They've been here too, right?" Heian replied, "Luckily, we managed to drive them away." Duver added, but they weren't the rank 5s who attacked you. He told Sangu shocking news. Surprisingly, Zahn and Maximus have been on the system's side from the start. Sangu's eyes widened. Are those two really that famous? He continued, S-ranks are always famous. Even for me. Those who fought in the Tiber War must admit that they are monsters. Even Leogardo, who has been missing for a very long time, is still occasionally mentioned. The strange bugman who joined our side is also very strong, but if Zahn and Maximus appear, he couldn't believe his ears. Just two rank 5s causing this much trouble? Sangu asked. Where does the captain disappear to at times like these? Heian hesitated slightly. I recall he said he found location of the elixir, I think. So he went to get it, he said with a cold face. All right, I'll also leave a clone here then. It's a shame to lose 15 billion for the tour program. But that money was originally just from selling monster materials in Odin's tower. So never mind. Senga looked at his phone screen, a little worried. The problem is, all the bait is gone. So how are we going to fish now? The news report continues. Due to the serial murders, high-ranking officials from all over the world are increasing their security forces. He pondered. Come to think of it, doesn't this actually help us? Scene shift. Maximus grabbed his blood-soaked arm. As you requested, we are cleaning up those who accepted Sangu's invitation. He laughed and said, 5 individuals have been dealt with. The rest will probably retreat out of fear. At this rate, their funds will soon be depleted. S-rank hunter Hercules Maximus Chris, and the person next to him is S-rank hunter Playboy Zon Bulzarian. Gongrong stopped watering. He praised, you two have done well. Gongrong turned and smiled brightly at the two. You truly are my most potent weapons. Suddenly, Zon asked, Master, please forgive my presumption. Can't we deal with Sangu directly? He continued to ask, is there a reason we have to go through such a roundabout way? Gongrong laughed loudly. If we did that, it would be too easy. That fellow, unaware of his true standing, acts like he's the savior, doing all sorts of things. He continued with murderous intent. That's why, step by step, I intend to make him realize this little by little, bit by bit. Master. Then the system chimed. Time control over living entities requires an increase directly proportional to the target's mental attribute. Command. Create visual and auditory hallucinations to disorient the target. Gongrong continued. In this world, choosing a side that isn't ours is a profoundly serious problem. Suddenly, a voice spoke from afar, startling him. Is that your plan? So Loras isn't one of us? Shifting to Sangu, the man with an awkward expression said, Please forgive me, but this is an employee from the Monster Material Procurement Center. He continued, we can no longer buy monster corpses from Odin's tower. Both Sangu and Pakuni were stunned. What? He kept asking him. Wait, but why? You said they were very valuable. But the old man could only bow his head in apology. I'm very sorry, but this matter is very difficult to explain. The bald old man flinched while on the phone. Hunter Sangu? I'm sorry, but we are forced to refuse. The blonde employee also gaped. It will be very difficult for you to find a buyer willing to purchase such a large quantity. We must refuse. A man wearing glasses smiled friendly, holding something. Then we'll take it. Why would everyone refuse such good items? And that man was killed by the object he was holding. Sangu was so angry that veins popped on his face. Sangu's face was ashen. He was about to go mad. That man laughed menacingly. Everything is according to the master's wishes. That man silenced Sangu as he spoke. It's all for the system, and it's all for us. Back at Gongzong's place, he couldn't stop smiling. You see now, don't you? Gongzong, with a triumphant look, laughed and said, Sangu can't do anything now. He can't find any source of money to buy skill orbs anymore. Zamper spoke. So that's why. He frowned in question. And you killed Manager Loras? Gongzong put on an apologetic face. I already told you I'm very sorry about that. I had no other choice. Her pursuit of youth was so foolish and thoughtless that she gave money to Sangu. Then he asked idly, And why do you pretend to care? Gongzong continued to criticize Zamper. You don't treat anyone like a human being except yourself. but he remained silent. Zamper began to move. Loras was the manager of the Global Awakening program. This could disrupt the plans for Harvest Day. He walked up to Gongzong and laughed coldly. Their killing intents were truly opposite. Honestly, your nonsense is my biggest problem. He also spoke up. Don't worry too much. I will explain it clearly to him. Zamper continued speaking. No, not that. What surprises me is your intention. He began to describe Gongzong's plan in detail. Is your plan simply to prevent Sangu from selling the heritage skill orb? Each plan was clearly revealed, using an S-rank to assassinate several influential figures in the tour program. That plan also affected innocent people, threatening them to sabotage Sangu's tour program. Zamper feigned disdain for his plan. Is that all the plan is? But Gongzong didn't think it was bad. In fact, everything was going very well. He continued to ramble about the scheme. Sangu is now isolated and will slowly. Before Gongzong could finish, Zamper burst out laughing. Then he laughed hysterically. Gongzong was dumbfounded. What the hell are you doing? Why are you laughing? Transition to Valhalla Gate. Pakunti stood next to Sangu and replied, Just as I thought. No one is here. It seems everyone is afraid of being assassinated. Sangu glanced at Pakunti. No, it might be the opposite. Back at Zamper's place, he laughed until tears streamed down his face. Damn it, I don't know how long it's been since I laughed so hard. Gongzong was furious. You damn lunatic. Zamper asked indifferently. What? Are you threatening a grade 5? He sneered. You act like that and don't anticipate the powerful one's retaliation? Back at Sangu's place, he looked up and saw blue energy high above. Then a huge explosion suddenly occurred, catching Pakunti and Sangu off guard. Varen rushed over to the two, holding in 4 drip. Sangu, the tour program. Hurry up. Quickly go to Odin's tower, where no one can track us. He urgently clung to Sangu. Those A-grade bodyguards are all useless. Whether it's 10 billion, 20 billion, or 50 billion, I'll pay it all. Isn't your status excellent at protecting others? Varen pleaded repeatedly. Please protect us. Please save us. Pakunti asked blankly. Hunter, don't tell me you already predicted this? Sangu calmly replied. Predict? I didn't do anything. The one called Master did it himself, didn't he? Everyone, there are no refunds this time. Back with Zamper, he still hadn't stopped laughing. Master, you possess very powerful skills. The more he spoke, the more furious he made the man. But your mind is too foolish. Gongzong cursed. You dog's mouth. He roared, shut up. Behind Zamper, John and Maximus were already there, planning to attack him from behind. Maximus lunged forward. I don't want things to be like this, Chairman. He brought his fist down on Zamper. John also threw out a joker card. The entity within the card also appeared opposite Zamper. However, he remained standing steadfast. A giant eye appeared, saying, Look at me. Then Gongzong, whose face was unclear, along with ice bats, appeared. You killed all of them, Zamper. The words echoed in Zamper's ears, but he didn't care. Instead, he had a strange smile. Even though you had many chances, you still disappointed us. Just when it seemed Zamper was about to be defeated by the punch, the entity in the Joker card, and the eye, everything suddenly vanished. Maximus and John were both astonished by everything, especially Gongzong. His face turned ashen with fear. What's this? Zamper calmly turned to ask. Are you done with these silly games? John was sweating profusely. The cards I threw returned, and so did the current situation. Maximus still hadn't recovered. I clearly punched him. He began to speculate. Could it be that Zamper's special ability isn't limited to just teleportation? He smiled broadly and said sarcastically, You guys, are you really raising your fists at your chairman? Zamper placed a hand on Gongzong's shoulder. This is the second time, Master. I'm restraining myself, because this time I chose to be on the same side as you. His eyes were sharp as he reminded him. But there won't be a third time. Clean up the stupid plans your foolish mind is trying to concoct, and go kill Yong Sangu immediately. Zamper continued to threaten while Gongzong trembled. I'm getting annoyed with having to clean up the mess you make. He left, abandoning the three behind him with a satisfied smile. All right, good luck, everyone. I hope you won't cause any more trouble that forces me to come all the way here again. I'm really looking forward to it. Now, Yong Sangu, how will you react to this situation? Then Zamper left in a flash. Oh, right, this feeling. I think I've become your fan. Back at mountain number 8, his shouting echoed. Number 8 lay on a stack of suitcases, blooming internally. So much money. I'm about to go crazy. On the freezing snowy mountain, Varen nervously trembled and said, Hey, we fulfilled the agreement. 10 people, 50 billion each. 50% cash, and the rest transferred to your account. A total of 500 billion. Number 8 still relaxed, waving his hand. How about exchanging your entire dugam too? For something luxurious and high class, for example? Varen was speechless with anger. This scumbag. He sat up. I guess by now you all know that the story about you being able to become young again by absorbing pure mana is just a lie. Number 8's words made everyone worried. This is just a temporary hiding place. If you understand, just stay in the camp. Then everyone do their own thing. As for food, just pour boiling water into the instant food packets, and when it's cooked, take care of yourselves. The man holding the 4-pole called out to the front. Wait, where are you going? Are you telling us to stay here? Number 8 left with a satisfied expression. I've left a few clones to guard, so don't worry. He walked further and further away and waved goodbye behind him. In the meantime, I'll go fishing. In the greenhouse, where butterflies fluttered around, when a butterfly landed on a petal, it was suddenly mercilessly crushed. Gongzong angrily stomped on it and cursed to vent his anger. You bug! You damn bug! How dare a disgusting bug like you? He was furious. Are you looking down on me? Then Gongzong stopped. He monologued. That's right. You said it yourself, Zamper. Just do as you please. While he was speaking, a group of people approached Gongzong. Just wait and see what happens to this world when I'm determined to do something. This time, it'll be your turn to kneel and beg for his forgiveness. The group in black coats entered. No holds barred. As he spoke, everyone close to Sangu appeared in Gongzong's mind. Anyone with even the slightest involvement with Yong Sangu. Arya and Duverer are no exception, or anyone who helped him by those skill orbs, even just a few. Thousands of his subordinates surrounded Gongzong. He continued, all of them are sentenced to death. Scene shifts to a pub. 1, 2, 3 cheers. Changsu held a beer glass and congratulated. Hey, anyway, congratulations. I heard you're doing pretty well as a hunter these days, huh? He replied, I just reached D rank this time. Changsu praised, oh my, that's really fast. The one being congratulated was Sangu's friend, Kim Kyundo. There were 3 people at the table. Kim Kyundo humbly said, anyway, I still can't be as good as Sangu. Changsu kept encouraging, hey, but D rank is also great. Why compare yourself to an A ranker? He suddenly spoke up, drawing his attention. Now that you mention it, it's been a while since Sangu answered my calls. I wonder what he's doing now. Another friend, drunk and oblivious, said, I told you, people change when they have money. That guy isn't meeting us because we're not on the same level anymore. Kim Kyundo slammed his empty glass on the table. He's not that kind of person. He grabbed his coat and left the pub. You guys ruined my mood. I'm leaving. Changsu called out, hey, Kyundo. The other friend explained, I was just kidding. Kim Kyundo walked alone on the deserted street. As he walked, he thought, Sangu's success as a hunter was so impressive that he plunged into the hunter industry, the new rising star duo in the hunter world. Kim Kyundo also pondered, but the more he knew, the more he realized this was truly a dog-eat-dog, harsh world. There were many people with abilities like his, and even at C rank, there were monsters that could withstand bullets. He couldn't imagine how strong Sangu really was. Then Kim Kyun-do suddenly stopped. But he remembered the past, when he hung out with Sangu. As Kim Kyun-do walked, he regretted. It really was fun back then. Suddenly, he was drugged from behind by a stranger. Kim Kyun-do couldn't resist. This bastard, so strong. He still tried to ask, "Who are you?" Before he could get a clear answer, Kim Kyun-do collapsed to the ground due to the anesthetic. When young Ji-yu just walked in the door, her parents called, "Ji-yu, it's dinner time." She obediently replied, "Yes." Young Ji-yu boasted to her parents, "Although it's not a clone, it's still a great skill." They asked with concern, "Are you practicing skills again? You're not planning to become a hunter, are you?" In front of the tall apartment building, a person completely covered spoke on the phone. "I've already sent you the coordinates." Before he finished speaking, the apartment where Young Ji's family lived instantly exploded while all three of them were having dinner. This is where Young Sangu's family lives. Then the apartment exploded, with smoke and fire billowing out. The person looking through binoculars at people on the street said, "Pakunti's younger sister, Puksuna." Abaddon stood and asked, "Kim Seona and Han Miho are also nearby. Can we deal with all three at once?" And this is the Abaddon Knights, along with the Kame Knights. Kame, looking through binoculars, confidently replied, "With my demon bullets, it's absolutely possible." He prepared to pull the trigger because of the system, and so a bullet flew out. Wihan asked Taeyeon, "So, at GM Company's internal residence, how long do you plan to stay here?" Taeyeon didn't know the answer. "I still don't know about that." Wihan recalled a past event. "You really have no shame because of your previous attack on me." Taeyeon was embarrassed. "It's because I was brainwashed back then. Please forget about that incident, okay?" She pleaded helplessly. "Forget my ass." When Wihan led Taeyeon to Kim's place, she asked, "Uncle, did you gather everyone?" He looked up and replied, "Ah, yes, that's still in progress." While he was talking, "That was the hunter's idea, but—" Wihan also said, "Regarding that, I think it's quite risky." Then Taeyeon seemed to see something. She looked out into the hallway, and from a distance, long flowing hair appeared. She trembled. "Excuse me, but right now, the building has been completely sealed off, hasn't it?" Kim, unaware, replied, "That's right." Taeyeon hesitated. Then, she asked in fear, "Who is that?" It grinned and replied, "The one who—" As soon as the words "the heretic" were uttered, both Kim and Wihan were deeply shocked. The monster charged out, yelling, "Heretics!" Number 1 suddenly rushed out to protect everyone. "Taeyeon!" Taeyeon shouted loudly, power emanating from her hands. Number 2 reminded her, "Please stand behind me." Orias roared, "Why?" He said, "You're throwing away your chance to repent." Number 2 replied, "I haven't done anything wrong." He then said, "I quite like your ignorance." Taeyeon hesitantly asked, "Number 2, what about him?" Number 2 immediately replied, "He's alone somewhere else. The plan has already begun." He continued, "An organized terrorist attack against us has begun." Orias breathed heavily. Number 2 looked at him and said, "From now on." In an instant, he charged forward. He took a defensive stance and continued, "Those connected to Mr. Sangu will be targeted by an unidentified force." Scene change. Outside, Number 8 was resting, and the scene around him was extremely chaotic. He smiled and asked, "Looks like it's working." A 2 of clubs card glowing with purple light flew into the air. Number 8 saw the purple pillar of light, stood up, and said, "It seems we've met before. What did you say that time again?" Zahn and Maximus appeared from behind the dust cloud. He continued, something like, "Next time we meet, all my clients will be corpses." Number 8 laughed and continued, "Not only are most of them fine, but on the contrary, thanks to your threats, they even paid me extra money, seriously." He teased, "Should I be thanking you or something?" Maximus's face darkened. He growled, "Your confidence is good, but—" Maximus clenched his fist and said, "You should have thought things through." You probably would have escaped death if you'd quietly disappeared when you had the chance, especially after taking a fatal blow not long ago. He swung his fist towards number 8 and asked, "Did you hit your head when you fell back then?" He quickly dodged the blow. The punch created a huge explosion, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Number 8 stepped back. "So you really don't understand," he confidently said. "I didn't have clones back then, remember?" Zahn and Maximus took an attacking stance, and at the same time, number 8 called out loudly, "Everyone assemble!" The space above him suddenly shattered, and a large black hole appeared. Number 8 cried out in confusion, "Everyone!" Zahn moved 2 cards and said, "Apologies, but your clones are quite busy right now. We're not the only ones who inherited the Master's will. You often use your clones to protect those around you." He continued, "So what do you think is the reason they haven't appeared? In terms of numbers, we outnumbered you from the start." The scene shifted to a completely destroyed room. Oroba walked in the room and made a phone call, confirming that Jung Senga's house had been completely destroyed. The other end ordered, "Ensure the body too. We must inflict endless pain upon that heretic." He replied, "Understood. At the very least, I'll send the heads." Scene change. Yuna was suddenly attacked. She screamed loudly. Miho, seeing this, also cried out, "Yuna!" Sangu's clones blocked the attack for Yuna. She gasped in surprise, "Mr. Sangu." Miho immediately replied, "No, those are just clones." Hearing that, she then asked, "Are you all okay?" In the distance, Kame said to Abaddon, "An intruder has appeared." He replied, "Yes." Abaddon said sinisterly, "Just as we planned, we'll hold that clone here." He continued, "Not just here. My Night Order has also sealed off his clones in many other places." Abaddon continued, "Right now, Jung Sang's true body is completely alone." Scene change. Number 8 is dodging attacks with cards. Each card that flies and creates an incredibly powerful wave of purple light. The ground is covered in craters from the card's power. Number 8 observed them and said, "Hey, wait, stop for a moment." He thought to himself, "Does each symbol on the cards have its own power?" Maximus charged forward and spoke. "We already know your maximum number of clones is 7, my friend, and they're all dealing with the attacks in Korea right now." He threw a fiery punch, and number 8 quickly swung his sword to block. Maximus asked him smugly, "So now, who will come to protect you?" He said arrogantly, "Just as I thought. You rely too much on your cloning ability. For a level 5 hunter, your stats are quite low." Maximus threw another punch and sneered at number 8. How disappointing. His fist suddenly enlarged, and the punch landed directly on number 8. As he fell backward, 4 cards immediately flew in. Number 8 cut the cards down. Zahn held out a joker card and said, "You've managed to accurately read all the cards. At least your movements are quite impressive." A surge of dark power appeared. He continued, "So, even if it's just for show, I should act like an S-rank, shouldn't I?" A series of red cards flew towards him again, with the Joker symbol appearing behind them. Number 8 knelt down, using his sword to support himself. He thought to himself, "This is that binding ability from earlier, but its power is on a completely different level." A huge explosion erupted, accompanied by a piercing scream. Number 8 fell backward, spitting blood. He silently assessed, all his abilities are activated with superior power. Zahn teleported behind him and swung his sword. In that moment, number 8 speculated, "So, his next move will be." He chopped off his arm. Number 8 clutched his arm and screamed loudly. Maximus, from a distance, revealed his power and smugly said, "Goodbye, Jung Sangu." A giant fist descended upon number 8, who was kneeling on the ground. He gasped, looking at it, and said, "That thing, it's just a weak punch, like hitting a pillow." Maximus laughed and replied, "No, all the power is being compressed. The skill display shows, giant tiny, compressing all power." He continued, "When a colossal source of power converges in a tiny space, The pressure reaches an entirely different state. The punch landed with great force. Number 8 took the full force of the attack, leaving him stunned. Number 8 coughed up blood and fell backward. Maximus spoke. You realize too late that there are still people in this world who far surpass you. He told him, look. He continued. The plan worked, right? Maximus and Zahn were suddenly confused and asked, what? A blue light enveloped Number 8's body. He said, when did I say I was the real one? Meanwhile, Oroba was dumbfounded. What? The person on the other end of the phone immediately asked him anxiously, what's wrong? He hesitated. The corpses. Oroba shouted, they're not dead bodies. This is a trap. Young Sangu's family isn't here. The person on the other end anxiously asked again, what the heck? Then where are they? Meanwhile, Number 4 had held a knife to Oroba's throat. Cut to. At Number 2 and Heian's location, Orias was sent flying everywhere. He fell down and coughed up blood. Heian cheered. Number 2 is the best. Number 2 replied, that was a fatal blow. A crack has appeared. She asked worriedly, are you hurt? Or him? He immediately replied, no. He turned his head and said, it's the newcomer, Number 8. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sangu gripped the sword hilt and asked, who did this? He chuckled. You really thought my clone limit was 7, huh? Sangu recalled. Today is the last day of the week, I promised the director. He looked at the screen happily. Very good. It's about time this happened, isn't it? Meanwhile, the system announced, clone skill leveled up, clone skill, level 8, cast form. Uses energy to summon identical copies of the user. Back in reality, Zahn and Maximus's faces darkened. Sangu and his clones charged forward. At the same time, he provoked. Don't think you've trapped my clones. It's my clones who are messing with you. Sangu smiled and asked, shall we start a new round now? It was 1 versus 2 earlier, right? But this round, it's 2 versus 8. Maximus showed clear anxiety but still tried to retort. What's so hard about killing one of them? Maximus lunged forward and said, I just need to smash each one like before, and it'll be over. However, Sangu blocked his attack. He calmly said, it won't be that easy. Maximus's punch was gradually pushed back by Sangu. His hands trembled as he thought, is the original stronger than the clones? Suddenly, 2 of Sangu's clones rushed from behind Maximus. The 2 clones unleashed an extremely powerful blow, sending dust and rocks flying everywhere. Zahn, on his side, was also fending off attacks from other clones, angrily telling Maximus, you're letting your anger get the better of you. These clones are clearly weaker than us. Zahn continued, if we stay calm and take them down one by one. But Sangu interrupted him and said, did I say I would let you do that? Another clone charged to attack Zahn. Sangu calmly said, if 1 isn't enough, then 2 it is. Another clone rushed to attack Zahn. He said again, if it's still not enough, then add 3. Being attacked continuously, he showed a look of worry. Meanwhile, Sangu continued, that's my clone technique. Zahn furiously shot a card forward and yelled, shut up. Sangu calmly replied, through the combat experience of Number 8, I've determined your abilities. As for the spades, it must be. In an instant, Zahn flew in front of Sangu, who remained unfazed and said, teleportation. Sangu swung his sword once, sending Zahn flying far back, and the surrounding earth and rock shattered. Zahn lay slumped under the rock debris, and Maximus also knelt, covered in wounds. Sangu said to them, wake up. He pointed his sword provocatively and said, at least act like S-Class, won't you? Zahn and Maximus slowly struggled to their feet. He replied, I admit, dealing with a large number of hunters at your level is a bit difficult. Zahn thought to himself, their movements are so synchronized it's as if they're sharing one brain. However, he outwardly said, but is it really okay for all 7 clones to appear here? Zahn continued, right now, your family. Sangu interrupted him. Oh, stop it. Here we go again. You talkative villains. He jumped up, unleashed a fire technique, and laughed. Of course. Did you think I'd just sit around doing nothing knowing you'd come? So, scene changed to inside the house. John called out, Jiu. She then replied, yes. She asked her, are you comfortable living in a hideout like this? Have you gotten used to it? Young Jiu gently said, well, we don't have any other choice, do we? Those strange guys are targeting us. Listening to Big Brother is never wrong. She smiled and said, I'm happy to hear you say that. How about you guys? Is the food to everyone's liking? The three people sitting and eating looked at her awkwardly. Kim Kyung-do quickly replied, ah, yes, ma'am. Trang-soo added, the meal is delicious. He whispered, were you guys also kidnapped by clones? He replied to him, yes, they said a terrorist group is targeting us. Kim Kyung-do continued, so Sangu has always been thinking of us. I'll apologize later for speaking ill of him behind his back. Trang-soo agreed, me too. Elsewhere, Miho said to Kim Seona, Sangu's clones have also left. It seems we'll have to take down those guys ourselves. She continued, I didn't expect them to actually attack. To be honest, I had some doubts. Kim Seona quickly replied that Sangu is not the type to lie without cause. Zuna added, so, shall we go now? Kim Yu-gon and Park Woon-tae gathered with their troops. He yelled, Kino Guild and Zolo Guild assemble. Everyone, how dare they bother our captain? Captain, let's fight. Kim, observing from a distance, exclaimed, damn it, seriously? The red flag forces are a bit difficult to deal with. Abaddon angrily said, so are we the ones who actually fell into the trap? Perhaps the clones held back by other knights have already reunited with the original. Summon all knights here. The knights were all summoned. Kim replied, they're here, for the system. He continued, since it's come to this, then, the only way is to fight to the end. The two sides finally faced each other directly. Scene change. Gong Zong nonchalantly asked, how many people have died in battle? Somi reported back to him, Sororoba and Sororius, those two have definitely been eliminated, and the remaining members of the Night Guild are also under attack. She continued, as for Jung Sangu, he's still holding out. Hearing that, his face darkened, and he thought to himself, this has never happened before, not with my power. Gong Zong continued to think, then anyone should bow. He thought of Sangu and wondered, so why don't those guys submit to me? He mused, perhaps I'll have to use that skill. Gong Zong ordered, deploy all ordinary followers. He continued, and next, begin the final phase of the Harvest Day campaign. Zuna attacked the knights and yelled, die, you heretics. She said to Miho, these guys are too strong, probably around A rank. Miho replied, I wonder how many more of them there are. Suddenly, from a distance, someone aimed at the two of them. A young man rushed to save Zuna, shouting, watch out. He asked worriedly, are you okay, Captain? She awkwardly replied, ah, yes, thank you for saving my life again. Miho, who was blocking attacks nearby, yelled, hey, what about me? In the distance, Miho was targeted. Kim looked at her and said, there are no more clones blocking the view. Now the priority is to reduce their numbers, even by one. But no sooner had he finished speaking than a bullet flew and pierced his arm. Kim cried out in pain and anger. What the hell? Where did that damn thing come from? Let me tell you something. Miho glanced at him from afar and laughed, saying, when it comes to sniping, there's someone much more skilled than you. She continued, it seems like our Haiyan is doing a great job. In the next building, Haiyan has taken aim, while Uiyan is cheering her on. Haiyan aimed and fired from the next building while Uiyan cheered her on. She hit that guy from here? Is she really that good at this? On the street below, the knights were all hit simultaneously, yelling, barricade! Abaddon was stunned as he witnessed the scene. Park Woon-tae told him, surrender, you've lost. Abaddon exclaimed, you have good sharpshooters. He continued, "But if there are innocent civilians here, can you still freely shoot?" He froze upon hearing that. What? Suddenly, a girl crushed by a rock cried out for help. "Here, the pillar collapsed, save us." Members of the Kino Guild said to each other, "Provide cover over here. People are trapped here." Another person replied, "Understood." He walked over and anxiously asked the civilian, "Are you okay? I'll lift this pillar first." Suddenly, the system displayed. Blade enhancement, piercing ability of sharp weapons increased. He suddenly froze. The remaining member was stunned to see him slump down with a blood-soaked wound. The girl hesitantly asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" She anxiously yelled. I asked, "What the hell are you doing?" A voice came from the intercom. "Don't approach the civilians hastily. Some of them have been brainwashed." The member immediately asked anxiously, "What should we do, Commander?" Before their eyes, the civilians became dazed, with red glowing eyes, holding weapons, slowly approaching. He continued to ask, "Are these people villagers?" The commander hesitated. "Should we just knock them unconscious?" Suddenly, a shadow jumped down and said, "Wrong." The screen displayed targeting. The commander was surprised. "Captain Honyuna." She smiled and said, "You just saw it, didn't you? Melting their heads one by one with mana will do it." The dazed villagers, with vacant red eyes, stared at them. This made Haiyun panic. "They are civilians. We can't attack them." Haiyun angrily cursed, "Bastards!" Hong Yuna created a magic circle. "I'll handle the brainwashed villagers, don't worry. Just target the ones with fluttering clothes first." One of the villagers spoke up. "It's useless. There are many of us." They simultaneously raised their hands to create fireballs and yelled, "For the master! For the system!" Han Iho was confused. "Isn't that the fireball Sangu sold almost for free before?" Hong Yu now blurted out, "Damn it!" Someone used their power to create a green smoke, commanding, "Everyone, quickly find a brainwashing device. His brainwashing ability requires an intermediary device." The person next to him immediately complied. "Yes, understood." Someone looked up at the sky, seeing dense swarms of insects appearing, and doubtfully asked, "That thing?" Abaddon, in his Locutus form, flew at breakneck speed, saying in an arrogant tone, "Did you think I would just watch?" He ordered his subordinates. First, that annoying sniper girl. Number 10 unleashed a corrosive poisonous mist skill on Abaddon's body. A voice rang out, "Your assassination skills are still very clumsy." Kuan Ryan laughed triumphantly. "Do you really think you can bother Sangyu's girlfriend with such tricks? Let us teach you what real killing is." Scene change. Maximus threw a punch at number 1 with an angry expression. Number 1 quickly used his sword to block the attack. The collision created beautiful mana sparks. He thought to himself, "Got you, you're finished." He used his magic to freeze Maximus's hand. Number 1 spoke from behind. "Hey, do you realize it? The mana structure in his skill." Maximus shattered the ice, screaming in fury, "Get lost, you damn worms." Number 1 then spoke. "Don't you realize? Everything you did to fight number 8 only succeeded because he was alone at the time." Immediately, he raised his sword high, summoned a giant rock monster, and ordered the rock monster to attack them. The giant rock monster raised its sharp claws, attacking the two of them, leaving them in a terrible state. John held up a basic card and healed both of them. "We were too arrogant. While dealing with you, we planned a more distant move for the important mission, so we had to conserve our strength. We apologize for our arrogance." Sangu stood on a pile of rocks, his face calm, and replied, "So, you mean until now you haven't been playing seriously? What an old excuse." He thought to himself, "A chess piece with healing power?" John held the dangerous-looking card. "No, that means we're willing to trade our lives for yours." He immediately used the card, becoming Maximus, and he had a special flow of power. "You've truly become the most dangerous obstacle." A sudden notification appeared. "Red pawn, speed boost, All card power is doubled for a limited time. Penalty. Damage received cannot be recovered by. Hero incarnation. Immense power is condensed and flows through the body. Penalty. Power triples, but damage taken also triples. Maximus quickly rushed forward and punched Sangu. The blow sent rocks and dirt flying everywhere. He quickly dodged, secretly amazed. What kind of power is this? Number 2 seized the opportunity and slashed Maximus's arm directly. His eyes were bloodshot, his teeth clenched. Maximus looked at Number 2 and punched him with all his might. Die. The impact created an intense blaze. Number 2 lay calmly on a pile of rocks. When will you ever wake up? That first guy over there is starting to realize. Settle down. The butler, who was now Chris Cow, had created a cool-looking circle of cards around him. This time, I'll choose them all. Purple mana bolts shot out around him, forcing Number 3 and Number 4 to dodge frantically. Sangu was hiding behind a rock at this time. The system appeared and asked, "Sangu, are you all right?" He quickly replied, "Are you nearsighted or blind to ask me that?" The system continued, "Let me give you some useful information then." At this moment, Number 3 continued to slash Maximus's shoulder, enraging him. He grabbed Number 3's shoulder. "At least, I'll drag all 5 of you down to the grave with me." With that, he punched Number 2 fiercely. John shouted, "You stupid fools." Number 3 silently watched the situation unfolding before him. John, with a dejected face, sighed. "Damn it, that recovery ability is ridiculous." After recovering, Number 2 rushed back into punching and fighting Maximus, sparks flying between them. And then Number 2 successfully froze Maximus, but he quickly broke through the ice. "There's no chance." "You don't understand my master's will, nor the system's will." John continued to hold a spades card, powering up both of them. "I'll drain this last bit of mana." He swung his arm and threw the card into the sky. Number 2 and Number 4 frowned, looking at the card. He shouted, "This will be your grave, Sangu." Maximus also tried to add, "I'll bury you bastards." Then both of them charged at Number 2, Number 4, and Sangu to fight. At this moment, Sangu messaged Number 2, "Are you sure you'll be okay? If you're not confident enough, just let me." Number 1 calmly replied, "No time." A yellow energy surrounded Maximus and John Benzerian. Meanwhile, Sangu created a magic circle. It actually worked. His face was beaming. Learning a skill without needing a skill book? That's a strange feeling. The system reminded. Unfazed by the system's reminder, Sangu continued, "It can only last for a moment." Then he struck at the power flow of those 2 madmen. He said evenly, "This is the power of the void and the power of the 7 deadly sins." The yellow power flow shattered John's power flow. He widened his eyes in surprise. Maximus, still defiant, lashed out a palm strike towards Number 2. He quickly sprang up and jumped. Number 2 lunged closer. Maximus could only utter his last words. Sangu chuckled softly. He glided past the 2 of them like a gust of wind. Maximus and John stood frozen in place. A second later, Sangu sliced their bodies in half. Under the deep night, a majestic castle appeared. A voice from inside the castle spoke anxiously. The woman with folded arms was Sanhua Rio. Her sharp eyes revealed impatience, and her sharp voice rang out. "Hurry up, they said there are still many brainwashing machines." Meanwhile, Shin Juni Ion was struggling to look at the warning tape in front of him, grumbling incessantly. "Don't rush me. This isn't some all-around skill, is it?" He raised an eyebrow, carefully cutting the warning tapes, then spoke. "I can easily find Dad because he's nearby, but the machines." Young Xian looked at the machine in front of him, full of wires, and said, "I need a component of the same type as them." Ryan raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, "Is this it? The device they use to brainwash the trainees?" Young Xian's eyes widened as he looked at the machine emitting red gas, his hand holding the machine's power cord. He replied, "Yeah, thank goodness it's still here." Suddenly, a large electronic wave emanated from the building, and the system's voice rang out. Scan, level 100, scanning a wide area to search for designated targets. On the other side, a group of people stood stunned, their pupils constricted, with magic circles above their heads seemingly controlling them. Huang Yunhe gritted her teeth, panting with angry rage. Damn it, these brainwashed people, they keep appearing. Her face distorted with anger, veins popping out. She continued, "It's probably fine to cut off one ankle from each of them, right?" Miho heard that and replied, "Perhaps that's a good idea." On the other side, Wondy swung his weapon at the enemies, making them cry out in pain. He panted, opened a virtual map. His eyes lit up as he noticed something, then urgently shouted, "I found the brainwashing machine's location. I'll send everyone the coordinates." Huang Yunhe saw that and replied, "It seems the young master succeeded." Miho immediately leaped into the air, a smug expression on her face, and said with a smirk, "Knowing the location makes it easy." Abaddon cursed angrily, "You're joking. I've warned you." He continued, "You think I'd just stand still?" Then suddenly, Kuinrin rushed out, kicked him, and said, "And do nothing." Miho seemed to see something, her eyes widening, and thought, "Found it." She looked down at the crowd surrounding the machine, secretly evaluating in her mind. There are a lot of people. The crowd seemed to notice Miho, immediately became alert, and collectively shouted, "Protect the device. We will defend this place with our lives." Miho created an energy orb, rushed down towards the crowd, and said contemptuously, "All right, go ahead and sacrifice your lives." One of them was startled, his eyes wide with fear as he looked at the scene before him. Miho threw the energy orb at the crowd, fiery explosion. Everything was destroyed by the fiery explosion. Miho announced, "We've destroyed the villager's brainwashing machine. Now we just need to deal with those stubborn bastards." Nam Jirun saw that and yelled, "Damn it! How dare you destroy the conversion machine, you heretics!" Suddenly, lightning flashed from the air, making him turn his head to look. "I'll show you what serious means." Sangu held Maximus along with an unconscious Jan, his voice sarcastic. "How serious, exactly?" Nam Jirun and his comrades' faces turned pale, terrified as Sangu's challenging voice still rang out. "Why don't you keep talking?" He said gratefully, "Everyone, you held on well. You all worked hard." On top of a building, Heian called out happily, "Brother!" Yuhaian used binoculars, surprised, and said, "He's here already?" Below, Sangu's clones suddenly appeared simultaneously and said, "I'll end this here." Then they started to charge at the enemies, without mercy. Suddenly a frightened voice rang out, "He's taking them down so easily." Wonty stood watching the battle, while Kim Yugon sat beside him, exclaiming, "Since our last encounter, his power has advanced remarkably." Abaddon hovered in the air, looking at the scene, and thought, "Forgive me, Master." Before him, Number 2 charged at Abaddon. A choke thought silently flashed through his mind. "Please forgive me for leaving before I could help you complete your great endeavor." Elsewhere, at the headquarters of Enlightened Corporation, inside the building, in a corridor, Kale thought, "I don't know whether to say it's unexpected, or that everything is happening just as I thought." He thought of a vial containing elixir. Elixir. Who would have thought that the miraculous medicine called elixir would be kept secretly underground at Enlightened Corporation? While Kale was deep in thought, a sudden beep startled him, making him cover the sound. It truly was a difficult journey to get here. Kale glanced around, still silent as before, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing no one heard. Before he could collect himself, Zamper suddenly appeared behind him, smiling as he spoke. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" He continued, "What brings you to Enlightened Corporation?" Which made Kale's eyes widen as he stammered, "Actually, these ID bracelets." A voice echoed in the room. "I've brought number 6 to Odin Tower. We can't let those magnates starve, can we?" Sanga's voice rang out. "How many casualties?" Number 1 replied, "Number 3 is severely wounded, and number 5 has been eliminated." Sangu, looking dejected, asked, "Number 3 will recover within a day, won't he?" Number 1 immediately answered, "Actually, it'll be about 6 hours." Sangu glanced at Maximus and Jan, who were tied down by numerous machines, and his voice rang out, "Not bad. We still took down 2 S ranks after all." Sangu approached Jan, speaking flatly, "Even with the continuous mana absorption system and a special alloy for binding. With such high base stats, detaining them is still very difficult." Jan muttered exhaustedly, his whole body drenched in cold sweat, "Kill me." Sangu turned away, smiling grotesquely, his voice sarcastic, "Those who boast usually die early." Then Jan's challenging voice rang out, "Are you scared?" He continued to taunt, making Sangu freeze. "I've looked into you. That soft, pathetic way you act. You even let assassins who wanted to kill you go. A person like you can only strike down those who've been turned into monsters, right?" Jan curled his lips, his eyes contemptuous, his voice still mocking. "You put on a tough facade, but without your clones, you wouldn't even dare to personally end a life. You don't even have a goal. Your will is weak. You're just a cowardly beggar who got a skill. That's you, young Sangu." Sangu suddenly spun around, swinging his sword towards January. He was shocked, his mouth agape, looking at his arm that Sangu had severed. Jan cried out in agony. Sangu remained calm, but his face had darkened as he spoke. "First, you're right." He sighed and continued, "If I could, I wouldn't want to harm my own kind. I'm not some crazy bastard, so why would I do that?" Despite Jan's painful cries, Sangu kept a straight face, rubbing his neck, explaining, "That's right. My will isn't strong either, as you can see. I hate doing these kinds of things. I just want to use clones to live a leisurely life, but because of people like you, I don't even get a moment of peace." Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Jan's face, his voice growing colder. "But you've misunderstood one thing." Sangu's face was full of murderous intent, his voice threatening. "I kept you alive not for that reason. Do you think I'll let it go after you touched those around me?" He suddenly called out, "Number 1." Number 1 replied, "Yes." Sangu ordered, "Left eye." Number 1 followed the command and reached out towards Maximus's face. He was terrified, stammering in fear. "What the hell? What are you doing?" Number 1 mercilessly poked Maximus, who screamed in agony. Liber on the side frowned and thought, could young Sangu finally be facing the wrath of the 7 deadly sins? No, that's not it. Where Sangu was, he opened a vial, thinking, this is a perfectly calculated move. He then stated the reason he kept them alive. Sangu raised the vial to his mouth and slowly drank it all. He began to explain, "It's because I need someone to lead me to that hidden master." Sangu recalled Yohaian's words in the lab. "The potion you requested, I think I can make it. Where did you even get this idea?" Sangu explained, "While planning this, I thought of it. That deceitful trick of rebuilding Odin Tower will fall apart sooner or later." Yohaian asked, puzzled, "It'll be exposed?" He replied, "Those people aren't amateurs. They've witnessed everything during the money-making process. They probably have items that can analyze the skills cast on their bodies." Sangu continued, "So if those skills are real, then more powerful upgrades aren't impossible, right?" Yohaian seemed to understand his meaning, responding flatly, "So that's why you wanted me to make that potion?" Sangu's face was calm as he continued to explain, "That's right, the highest grade skill tracking potion. If those brainwash guys try any more tricks, we'll use it to track down the mastermind and locate the master." Yohaian, expressionless, spoke, "The higher the grade skill, the more effective it is. We can't track ordinary people who were only lightly brainwashed." Sangu made a suggestion. "I should test it on the academy professors first. Let me know when the medicine is complete." Yohaian continued, "And if it also weakens the mind, even better. Brainwashing skills usually leave clearer traces. Oh, and you said to prioritize effectiveness, right? This potion has mana-related side effects, so don't let your clones use it. Your clones are made of mana, after all." Sangu replied, "Yeah, I know." Back to the present, a surge of power enveloped Sangu. He reached out towards Jan, who was astonished. Sangu said, "Let's see what it can do." Jan's eyes widened, and he frantically thought, "This situation is too dangerous. Don't tell me they're trying to track me down." He opened his mouth, revealing something inside, calculating in his mind, "If that's the case, then I'll." But unfortunately, Jan's plan was discovered. Sangu reached into his mouth, forcefully pulling out the object, and threatened, "What do you think you're doing?" Jan cried out in pain, but Sangu seemed unfazed, looking at the object in his hand, a mocking tone in his voice. "Poison? Didn't I say I wouldn't kill you?" Then he grabbed Jan's head, using his power, speaking as Jan screamed in agony, "Because you still have to tell me the master's location." A surge of power erupted, making Jan plead painfully, "Stop it now." Sangu used that power to look into Jan's memories. A city appeared, gradually zooming out. He quickly scanned the neighborhood, then stopped in front of a building. Sangu went deeper into a room, where figures sat, surrounded by subordinates. Gradually, Gang Zhong's face appeared, full of fear, as Sangu's voice echoed, "Finally, I've found you." Sangu, with a terrifying expression, smirked and said, "You little rat." Zamper's voice was even, with a hint of mockery. "To enter the headquarters, you need a visitor's pass, but it seems you didn't come through the main entrance." Inside the room, he put his hands in his pockets, leisurely walking towards the door, his voice still echoing, deep yet sarcastic. "This is a big problem, Sir Swordsman." Zamper pulled a black card from his pocket, lightly swiping it across the electronic scanner, his tone half teasing, half cold. "Is it because of this?" The door opened to reveal a divine elixir placed on a stand. Zamper smiled and said, "A magic potion, a divine elixir. I'm quite surprised, actually." He continued, "You don't seem like the type of person who would need something like this." Kale's face was stern, his voice solemn. "I made a promise to an important person." He lowered himself, his gaze firm, speaking with difficulty but sincerity. "I admit I snuck in, and it's a shameful act, but in the current situation, I'll be direct. Can you sell it to me? I'll pay any price." Zamper's voice was slow but sharp. "Someone has already paid the equivalent of a small country's entire budget for it. Do you really think your offer means anything?" Kaisol froze, sweat beading on his face, darkly thinking to himself that he, too, realized the request was absurd. Suddenly, Jumper threw the bottle of divine elixir straight at Kaisol, his voice halting. "I'll give it to you for free." He continued, "Just take it." Kaisol stiffened, his face bewildered, unable to hide his confusion. "Why?" Jumper's eyes widened in surprise as he asked back, "What do you mean, why?" "You don't want it." Kaisol immediately blurted out, his voice filled with bewilderment. "Isn't it strange? You just called it a magic potion." He hesitated. "And now you're—" Jumper sighed and said, "Magic potion, my ass. I just don't need it." He pulled back his shirt to reveal something, smiling self-deprecatingly. "The curse I'm under cannot be removed by mere divine elixirs." Hearing that, Kaisol stammered, "A curse?" Jumper turned around, adjusted his clothes, and then explained, "Promoting the divine elixir at the academy was just a ploy to lure people in." His next words made Kaisol slightly stunned. "Because the master kept nagging, I had to indulge him, and that divine elixir was originally a reward from the system to me." Jumper continued, his face unreadable. "Anyway, the academy students will all be eliminated on Harvest Day." Kaisol, confused and full of doubt and dissatisfaction, said, "Hold on. What are you talking about? Explain yourself, master. Didn't he just attack the legacy? And now you're saying the system gave you that, as if the system is a conscious entity." Jumper turned his head to look at him and said, "This divine elixir is made from the system." His explanation made Kaisol momentarily stunned. "Have you ever heard of a potion like that in Tabern? If something like this truly existed, then Elisa wouldn't have died, and Liber wouldn't have gone mad because of the system's development, right?" His arm trembled slightly. Kaisol began to ask, "How much do you know?" His face darkened as he continued to ask, "Who are you really? What the hell are you?" Back with Sangu, he held a teleportation scroll and spoke. "Number 1. This is the last teleportation scroll." Sangu handed the scroll to number 1 and sternly ordered, "Leave the injured number 3 behind. Everyone else, depart immediately. I won't be able to use my skills for 3 hours, so I'll assess the situation and use number 3 subspace." Number 1 replied upon hearing this, "Understood." Then he turned his head to look at John and asked, "What should we do with the old master?" Seeing this, Maximus began to plead in a terrified voice, "Please wait a moment. I'll explain everything. The master cannot die here." John tried to say, "Wait." Before he could finish, something lunged forward. "If you let superficial emotions control you now." Sangu swung his sword at John with brutal force and no mercy. Then Sangu, with an angry expression, turned and ordered, "Kill them all." Number 1 heard the order and replied, "Understood." At Gongzong's location, he was trembling in fear, his mind incessantly warning, "He's coming. Young Sangu is about to arrive." Outside the main hall, a group of subordinates were on guard when suddenly a black hole appeared. Somi immediately ran in to report, "Master, an intruder has been detected at the entrance." Gongzong exclaimed in alarm, "How did he get here so fast? Didn't we have an awakened interfering with the teleportation coordinates?" Somi continued to report, making him widen his eyes in horror. "That apostle, did you kill him last time while he was serving you?" Outside, the subordinates continued to fight, shouting in unison, "For the master! For the system! Get out of here, heretics!" Number 1 responded, "We have a master too, and our master." Then all the Sangu clones present immediately charged forward. Number 1 shouted, "The purge has been ordered." Inside the room, Gongzong angrily slapped Somi's face, yelling, "Useless worms! Damn worms!" Gongzong's shouts continued, "How can you worms be so utterly worthless?" Outside, the fierce battle continued. In the room, Gongzong, his face darkened, panted and ordered, "Bring me my reserves and proceed with the final phase." He yelled, "Right now." Outside, number 1 continued to strike with brutal force, showing no mercy. At number 3's location, his eyes emotionlessly took in information through a spatial gate. Everything is going smoothly. It seems most of their main forces have been annihilated in the celestial realm. Sangu replied, "Understood. However, temporarily postpone the infiltration for safety. Not being able to use skills is a bit inconvenient, but I still want to see that master's face." Suddenly, Yung Xian burst through the door and asked, "Yung Sangu, you're here, aren't you?" Sangu calmly replied, "What's wrong? A sick visit? I really have to thank you a lot this time. Thanks to your scanning ability, we found that brainwashing device." Yung Xian said urgently, "My purpose in coming here is precisely because of that." He began to explain, "I discovered one on the ground then, but I also vaguely sensed signals from another location. On a much larger scale, dozens of structures deep underground are emitting signals." Sangu asked in surprise, "What?" On Gongzong's side, one of his subordinates asked, "Master, are we really going to do this?" A female subordinate spoke up to explain, "I'm afraid this will go against the system's will. At the very least, we should wait for important information before." Gongzong impatiently yelled, "Get lost! Do it now!" The female subordinate fearfully complied with his words. Yes, countless screens in the air began to activate. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly and then began to open, revealing a large gate slowly unfolding. The brainwashing machines began to be pushed upwards. In another place, a mother and son looked at what was before them in surprise. The boy spoke up, "Mom, look." From beneath the ground, massive brainwashing machines slowly emerged, to everyone's astonishment. "What is that?" Elsewhere, similar machines also gradually appeared, causing one person to ask in confusion, "A tower just sprang up?" The other immediately ordered, "Go call the others quickly." in the sea. Those machines also rose from the water. A woman's bewildered voice rang out. Something suddenly emerged from the water. At Gongzong's location, he was using his power to control, thinking to himself, young Sangu. He smugly watched the machines gradually activate, thinking, you know nothing about me. Elsewhere, everyone was extremely panicked seeing the system window appear. One person yelled in confusion, the system window. The other person heard this and added, mine too. What the hell is happening? A person continuously stared at the lines of text scrolling up the system panel, his eyes suddenly gradually turning black. Suddenly, everyone was surrounded by a strange aura. In outer space, a spaceship appeared. How far can someone like me go? A hand reaching out for something suddenly stopped. Elisa sighed, put her hand on her hip, and complained, actually, everything is extremely simple. If everyone just did their assigned duties, nothing would have happened. So why aren't they doing it? Her face was fearful, eyes wide open, as she angrily cursed, you idiots! At Yung Xian's location, the system panel suddenly appeared. To his astonishment, Yung Xian clutched his head and yelled, mental defense is activating. This place. Could it be that the entire country is being attacked by a brainwashing skill? Sangu's eyes were wide with surprise, exclaiming, my vision is blurry. I can't see anything. Suddenly a voice rang out. It's not just limited to this country, but the entire world. They shouted when they saw Jumper appear. Jumper! He reassured them. Don't worry about the brainwashing, it won't affect us. High-level beings take a very long time to be affected. That damn master really messed everything up. Sangu cautiously looked at Jumper and asked, why are you here? He cursed inwardly. Damn it, and right when I can't use my skills anymore too. Jumper explained, I told you, that piece of trash just caused a disaster. Let's go catch him. Sangu asked back in confusion, what? At the battle, Gongzong's voice rang out, causing Sangu's clones to freeze. Stop, all you clones. His voice still echoed. My power has covered the entire globe. All of humanity is in the palm of my hand. Gongzong's subordinates rejoiced. One person spoke up. You have always worried about us. The other also joyfully exclaimed, Master, don't tell me this is the final stage. Gongzong gave a smug smile, slowly declaring, from now on, every time you worms kill one of my apostles, I will randomly slaughter 10,000 people across this planet. If you dare to kill me, then all those under my control will also. He thought, I won't die alone. Jumper smiled, but tears streamed down his face, his voice hoarse and bitter. Unfortunately, I can't leave right now. So, don't even think about touching me. Suddenly, from the air, a voice filled with admiration rang out. You are a very unique person. Sangu appeared with Jumper, his eyes full of anger, his voice full of ridicule. Of all the people I've met, you're the one who disgusts me the most. He gasped, angrily yelling, Jumper, Jumper, you damn bastard. Gongzong glared at him and scolded, how dare you betray us? Jumper replied disdainfully, betrayal, please. I already said there wouldn't be a third time. Sangu's face darkened, and he angrily said, now that I think about it, your damn trident-shaped beard always bothered me. He calmly said, well then, I guess we're done with each other, aren't we? His face paled as he cursed, you dog. Sangu, radiating a deadly aura, like a god of death, slowly approached with his blade and said, let's end this quickly. I want to slowly savor your suffering face, but time doesn't allow it. Gongzong silently pondered. That was a wrong decision. Even John and 5th rank Maximus have lost contact, so it must be. I didn't expect him to treat the lives of those who were brainwashed as mere trash. His two subordinates rushed forward to block him, reminding, Master, retreat quickly. Looking at Sangu's terrifying and powerful attacking aura, he seriously mused. From the start, I misjudged him. Who would have thought he'd command his clones to kill people without a moment's hesitation? He thought fearfully, at this rate, that bastard will kill me. Gongzong, with tears streaming down his face, frantically pleaded, "Ah, are you listening to me, you lunatic? I said I'd kill all humanity on this planet. Do you think I'm going easy on you?" He had almost reached the end of his rope, using his power to unleash a terrifying attack. Gongzong roared, "See for yourself. Witness the scene of all humanity massacring each other worldwide." In the city, when his energy beam appeared, the people controlled by Gongzong suddenly froze. Immediately after, they frantically charged, attacking each other. They had lost all reason and could only act unconsciously. Gongzong sat on his throne, smiling excitedly, saying, "A massacre carried out by hundreds of millions of awakened individuals." At that moment, Sangu appeared right behind him, his blade firmly in hand, slashing down. In just a brief moment, suddenly, time seemed to freeze, almost simultaneously. At that very instant of his, Jumper smirked with a grotesque smile. In the heart of the chaotic city, all broadcasting stations globally were completely destroyed. All that remained after the event was a pile of ruins. A sharp energy source continuously manifested, and Jumper calmly stated, "I told you." He spoke with incredible pressure and indifference, while the electronic screens behind him replayed what had just happened. There wouldn't be a third time. Gongzong was speechless. Sangu witnessed everything, his face stunned, exclaiming, "That awakened skill is truly insane." He sensed that things had gone too far and quickly ran away crying. He asked disdainfully, "Aren't you going after him?" Jumper calmly replied, "I think we should let someone else take the lead. Besides, we're not in a hurry right now." Gongzong ran forward frantically, wondering, Why? Why does everyone betray me?" He thought back. Ratch casually adjusted his clothes and quipped, "I heard you even messed up everything at home. Your wife, heartbroken to see you aimless and hungry, brushed aside all objections to help you find work." At that time, Gongzong could only silently endure listening to him say, "No way, right?" The more he thought, the more resentful he became. Everyone treats me like trash. In the dark night, cries of resentment echoed. They paid me peanuts just to sell a few broken clocks. Gongzong angrily kicked over a trash can and cursed. "They're all the same." He grumbled incessantly. "Damn it, broke again, homeless. Where will I hide this winter?" Just then, a black hole began to form beneath Gongzong's feet. He thought, "I've known very well since I was little that this world hates me." He fell into the black hole and landed in a strange land. Gongzong suspiciously exclaimed, "What the?" The road suddenly. "What is this dirt?" When he looked up, he immediately faced the monster's hungry gazes. Gongzong muttered unwillingly, "They hate me to the bone." Tears welled up in his fearful eyes as he asked himself, "This isn't real, is it?" "Monsters!" A monster roared at Gongzong, making him turn pale and scream, "Please spare my life." It froze, unmoving, as a mechanical voice sounded. The system announced, "Earth user, identity unconfirmed. Verification complete. System access granted. Registration complete." Gongzong recalled, "That's when God descended, came to this world, and found me." He looked at the screen before him in surprise. Master, Level 1, Creature Control. Gongzong looked at the motionless monsters in front of him, skeptical. "Creature Control. You'll follow my orders?" He remembered the chaotic scene, the world engulfed in flames after the disaster. A crazed, excited smile appeared on Gongzong's face. That scene was breathtakingly beautiful to him. With his own power, Gongzong quickly built a sanctuary in this new world. Back in reality, he was frantically fleeing from pursuit. The base door closed. An alarm sounded, activating the highest security level. The entire area was locked down. At that time, Gongzong still thought that all creatures, from monsters to hunters, had to obey his commands. A single sword strike effortlessly destroyed Gongzong's base door. Sangu, carrying his great sword on his shoulder, sneered, "Ready, baby? Daddy's here." He panted, frantically running towards the experiment chamber, shouting, "Hurry up!" A teenager lay silently in the experiment chamber under Gong Zong's frenzied voice. Hurry up! Bring me my backup weapon. He summoned an item, looked at it expectantly, and said, My final safety measure. The system panel displayed domination, superior synchronization, maximize the owner and override a target with their personality, memories, and abilities. Penalty, can only be used once in a lifetime. The overridden target can never use this skill again. Gong Zong thought excitedly. The almighty system. Back in the past, Zepp and his wife were kneeling. He bowed his head, pleading, Please, just spare my wife. Please, I know I was wrong to chase you away, but I didn't treat you badly before that, right? Gong Zong sat haughtily on a serpent, glancing at the two of them, and said maliciously, Now you two fight. I'll let the winner live. He thought with amusement. This world has changed its rules, and I quite like them. Gong Zong spoke with a perverse look on his face. No, forget about the wife. I just had a much better idea. A deep voice echoed behind him. This method takes too much time. It needs adjustment. Gong Zong happily recalled. That's why I was so happy when that person appeared. Liber appeared, smiling lightly, suggesting, Your ability would be a great aid to my plan. Will you help me? He looked at him in astonishment. As soon as we met, I immediately understood that he was the Almighty God who created those rules. Gong Zong prostrated himself before Liber, respectfully replying, Your slave is here, sir. Command me, whatever it may be. He said to himself, So I know we believe that you are witnessing this moment too. Golden light enveloped the teenager's body. The system still announced, synchronizing. Gong Zong still hoped that he would come to punish that filthy bug. Sangu, holding his great sword, stood his ground and grumbled unhappily. What's with this guy? So chatty garbage. The system continuously displayed, synchronizing, synchronizing, synchronizing. He stared blankly at the virtual screen before his eyes, thinking, Isn't that right? After all, you are our God. Chains surrounded the system notification panel. System access has been disabled. Seeing the cold words, Gong Zong's tears and snot fell in despair. Elisa crawled out of the screen and said to him, who was trembling, I'm sorry, but you're too stupid for me to use you anymore. She snapped her fingers, erasing Gong Zong, and calmly said, Little boy. Powerful slashes appeared again, destroying another door. Sangu angrily rushed in, gritting his teeth and saying, I finally broke everything, you bastard. I was frustrated because I couldn't use my skills and couldn't summon my clones. Wasn't it supposed to end when the drug's punishment ended? Seeing the person in front of him, he suddenly froze. Seeing the system in Elisa's form before him, Sangu fell silent. His face darkened as he thought, Elisa? No, wait, that can't be. Seeing the unfamiliar expression on the familiar face, Sangu quickly guessed. It's the system. It glared suspiciously and asked, Who are you? He nervously tried to calm Liber, who was going wild in his body. Hey, Liber, it's best not to say anything. He was furious. How dare he, that bastard? Liber immediately exploded. How dare he use Elisa's form? Sangu helplessly said, You're not even trying to restrain yourself. He began to feign innocence, replying, I'm just a normal hunter. That guy called Master caused trouble, so I came to remind him. Looking at Gong Zong, who had been knocked down to the ground, the system scoffed. It seems you reminded him a bit too enthusiastically. Sangu tried to act natural, smiling. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll be going now. It also smiled faintly and said, Now I understand. The system looked at his back, carrying a great sword on his shoulder, and mockingly said, You're young Sangu, aren't you? My apologies. You're collecting the 7 deadly sins, aren't you? That bothers me a bit. It gave a gentle, friendly smile and declared, I'm sorry, but I can't let you collect them. Sangu, your life on Earth ends here. Liber inside Sangu, panicked as the two rushed into battle. He hastily exclaimed, No, Sangu, The two had begun to seriously exchange blows. Liebert quickly reminded him, "If you interact with him." The system suddenly stopped, looked into Sangu's struggling eyes, and gleefully exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, Liebert!" A voice echoed in Sangu's ear. They said not to approach. He sweated, thinking, so I should just die without resisting. You bastard. Sangu gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! Despite the struggle, the system seemed to pay him no mind, murmuring a few words. Finally, upon seeing the familiar figure sitting far away, excitedly cheered, I've found you. Sangu frowned, glancing at the system and quietly asking, Liebert, what should I do now? He's infiltrated even this place. Contrary to his worried expression, Liebert was completely calm. He slowly began. It's fine. Behind them, the system was still immersed in joy. It spread its arms and reassured him. Liebert, I'll get you out of here right away. Liebert lowered his face, his voice dark as he said, This space was created directly by me, using Sangu's mana as a conduit. The controlled chains simultaneously attacked the system, which stared in astonishment. Behind Liebert, countless magic circles were glowing. He looked directly at it and said, How dare you set foot in here? A mass of energy flew towards the system. It was completely dumbfounded. A loud explosion rang out, and the surrounding space was instantly enveloped by Liebert's energy. The system apparently didn't expect this situation. It was hit and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Liebert showed no mercy, lunging forward, grabbing its neck, and lifting it up. His face looked extremely ferocious now. He glared at it and growled, You've made too many mistakes. Sangu witnessed the scene, eyes wide and jaw dropped, exclaiming, So strong. The system's neck was constricted. It struggled to open its mouth and called out, Lord Liebert, why are you doing this? Thinking he didn't recognize it, it tried to explain, It's me, the system you created. This statement seemed to completely infuriate Liebert. He roared, cutting it off, Don't talk to me in this form anymore. Liebert tightened his grip even more. He loudly declared, I will destroy you with my own hands, to avenge all those who have fallen. The system whispered, You know, don't you? From behind it, a brilliant golden light appeared. It spoke as if reminding Liebert that merely eliminating a small representative was still not enough. Suddenly, a strong force emanated, throwing both of them back. Sangu mused, He's back. Damn it, my mana release penalty isn't over yet. I need to buy more time. The system's emotionless voice rang out. It questioned him. It was you, wasn't it? The one who fed strange information to Lord Liebert. It pressed, Why does Lord Liebert hate me? Sangu was stumped by the question, not understanding what was happening. He uttered suspiciously, What? He was so angry, he flipped his middle finger up and said, What the hell are you talking about? Has your system malfunctioned so much you've gone crazy? This time it was the system's turn to freeze. Sangu raised his voice and yelled, You're the one who killed everyone at Tavern, and now Earth is your next target. He retorted sharply, What lunatic would look kindly upon a psychopath who wants to destroy all of humanity? The system remained silent, as if it was processing this enormous amount of information. After a few seconds, it slowly spoke, asking with a dubious tone, Destroy all of humanity. Why would I do that? Sangu's head spun. No. What nonsense are you spouting? Liebert stared blankly and blurted out, What? Sangu suppressed his anger and pointed at the system, asking, What do you mean why? Of course, that's why. The system recalled with a trembling voice Liebert's last words before he died. This world should not exist. Sangu jumped up and yelled, You mean he wants to destroy the entire world just because of Elise's death and a few whispered words of despair? The system was startled by him. It asked in confusion, Why would you think that? It tried to speak as clearly and distinctly as possible. I truly don't understand. If something is unnecessary, just discard it. Why kill? Why kill? At this moment, Sangu also didn't understand what it meant. He asked, "What?" Sangu was confused. He speculated to himself. Did Lee Bear lie? No, there's no way all of that was an act. More importantly, he had no reason to lie. Then isn't the system exactly the same? Lee Bear was also confused. He thought to himself, then what the hell was that massacre about? And why cause the great flood on Earth? This is a deception. It has surely evolved enough to outwit even humans. And even the system was confused. It looked from Sangu to Lee Bear, thinking, so the reason Lord Lee Bear hates me. Is it all a misunderstanding? How could he believe that? He's already seen all his memories from Tabern. Pushing aside all thoughts of misunderstanding, the system let out a sigh and said, "We don't have time for this." It raised its hand, concentrating energy into a sphere. "I have to do this. Now rest. Sangu, I'll go back with Lee Bear and explain everything." As he spoke, Sangu felt his power return, and he surprisingly wiggled his hand. He plunged his sword straight into the floor and said sarcastically, "Rest? Do you mean rest in heaven? I prefer to speak bluntly like that." Sangu's eyes gleamed. His clones had been released. The punishment was over. "It's time to crush you here and stop the harvest day." The system stared blankly. That skill. Lee Bear broke into a cold sweat. He thought to himself, no way. I only have 2 fragments of the 7 deadly sins. It's still too soon. As the two were in a standoff, a flash of light appeared in midair. Zumper landed gently and said, "Okay, that's enough, everyone." Sangu turned in surprise and called out, "Zumper." The system was equally surprised. "Sir Zumper." Then it looked at him coldly and questioned, "What's happening here? Everything is different from what I heard. You told me that Mr. Lee Bear wanted to return to me." Zumper put his hands in his pockets, calmly looked at it, and replied, "Oh, that thing." He spoke lightly. "It was just a lie." The system's face froze for a moment. It stammered, "Why would you do that?" Yet Zumper smirked at it. "Well, because it makes everything more fun." He looked at the surrounding mess and happily said, "I mean, watching you two fight like that was really entertaining. But that's enough for today. You've killed the master, right?" Not hearing the system's reply, Zumper continued, "He's about to be free." Sangu looked at him in confusion. Wasn't Zumper here to help me? Maybe if we teamed up. As Zumper glided past, he clearly heard his voice say, "We can't win yet." The system's face darkened, dark energy gathered around it from all directions, and its voice became distorted. "Cloning technique." "That's right, until now. I've only used basic macros on Earth. If such an ability exists, it might just work." Having said that, its face returned to normal. It clenched its fists as if making a resolution, saying, "All right, Sir Zumper, you're different from the master. Fighting like this is a bit risky." The system walked to one side and waved its hand. "Oh, one last word for Mr. Lee Bear and Sangu." It smiled brightly and said, "My top priority is for Miss Elisa and Mr. Lee Bear to live a good and happy life." Lee Bear stood dumbfounded. The system softly asked, "And that has never changed, you know." Its body gradually disappeared behind streaks of light. It bid farewell and added, "See you all next time then. Hopefully, we'll all be smiling." A gentle breeze blew, leaving Sangu and Zumper standing somewhat forlornly. After an unknown amount of time, Zumper threw his head back and burst out laughing. "Looks like everything ended well." He couldn't help but look at Sangu in praise. "Well done. Since the master is dead, how about we have a villa party today?" Sangu growled, "Zumper." He glanced inquiringly. "I still can't let this go. You know what the system's plan is, right?" Zumper again gave a cheeky laugh and replied, "Do you mean Harvest Day doesn't mean wiping out humanity? Who knows? I'm not the type to reveal everything." Scene change. The evening light painted the sky with warm colors. The system's clear voice kept echoing. "Got it. What I mean is this. I was only gone for a moment, and it's already come to this?" It flew and talked to itself. "Has Mr. Zumper betrayed me? I even promised to lift the curse from that achievement. The system suddenly stopped, then smiled faintly. However, it burst out laughing. At the corner of its eyes, whether from too much laughter or emotion, a few tears appeared. Finally, I've met Mr. Liebert, it joyfully exclaimed. All right, I should mention this too. Scene change. In another place, a peaceful, clear blue sky. The system's call echoed through the air. Everyone. It enthusiastically waved and shouted, Everyone over here. The people on the ground below looked up curiously. Who is it now? Karen was a little speechless. Why is she running like that? Veda smiled gently and said, Slow down, you'll fall. The system spread its arms, chuckled, and asked, Guess who I am? Karen was also amused, laughing loudly as she replied, Of course. Who made you so happy? At this moment, Zumper's face was covered in a heavy gloom. He said coldly, You want to know the system's true purpose, huh? Zumper's next words stunned Sangu. All right, there's nothing I can't tell you. I usually hate revealing things to everyone, but that's just my personal preference. Sangu immediately spoke up. So right now, he suddenly interrupted. However, Zumper's voice continued, full of hidden meaning. Mr. Sangu, you don't even know whose side I'm on. He frowned, his eyes full of caution, hesitantly uttering, That. Zumper continued, I was the one who advised the master to eliminate you instead of dragging it out. I was also the one who registered most of humanity into the system. So why do you dare trust everything I say after all that? Sangu growled, Then what the hell do you want from me? He irritably yelled, Do you want me to curse you or something? Zumper glanced back, his eyes sparkling with amusement, the corners of his lips curling into a mocking smile. Nice expression. I rarely see that kind. He leaned in toward Sangu, speaking playfully. So should I reveal whose side I'm on? Zumper continued, In this life, the first life, among countless regressions, where I abandoned humanity, the life where I knelt before the system and begged it to remove my regression curse, until recently, I truly thought about wiping out all of humanity with the system in one go. At this moment, the system unexpectedly offered a justification. Sangu, just in case, I'll be direct. Even I don't truly know what Zumper is thinking. His eyes were fixed on the person in front of him, a thought stirring in his mind. It seems that's true. Seeing that Sangu still didn't react, he was slightly surprised, shrugged, and let out a sound. What's wrong? He asked curiously. I thought you'd be swinging your sword at my head by now. He immediately took his sword out of the spatial rift, coldly replying, I'm not foolish enough to ignore the current situation. Sangu continued, If you had made up your mind, you wouldn't be talking to me like this. Zumper lowered his head, his eyes fixed on the ground, the corners of his lips twitching into a sarcastic smile. Haha, you're right. Originally, I should have sided with the system. His voice continued, But I've been confused, Mr. Sangu, about which side I should be on. After that, Zumper suddenly asked, Do you know the prophet? Sangu replied in confusion, An awakened one with prophetic abilities. He nodded and continued, That's right, that's the prophet. Zumper continued, I've met them recently. Hearing that, a wave of anxiety immediately welled up in him. There was a message recently that the prophet had died. Don't tell me it's... Suddenly he spoke in a furious voice, each word ground out through clenched teeth. But that damned bastard never bothered to speak clearly. Is every prophet like that? They told me to give up, but they didn't tell me which path I shouldn't give up on. Siding with the system, like my decision this time. Is that what they called not giving up? At this moment, Zumper was extremely enraged. He yelled, Or standing alongside humanity. The thing I've strived for all this time. That's what truly isn't giving up. Why don't they just say it out loud, damn it? He continued, his voice icy. So I tried to sow discord between Sangu and that bastard Liebert, even considering killing both of them. Hearing these words, Liebert was stunned in surprise. You tried to sow discord between us? And he was so scared that sweat streamed down his face, thinking, he was even planning to kill me too? Sangu clenched his fist, gathering all his courage to speak. Zumper, back in the catacombs, When the Titan skeleton broke free from its shackles, you rushed to save the people. He continued, when Shin Hezong carried out the terrorist attack in Korea, you sent best to minimize the damage. And when the master tried to make the whole world self-destruct through brainwashing, you also stopped that. Sangu suddenly punched himself hard in the chest, his eyes wide with fiery determination. He firmly said, "At least I know your true feelings." He yelled, "Even if you've sided with the system, deep down, reason still exists in you." Zumper coldly replied, "Those emotional manipulation tricks won't work on me. So stop it." His voice continued, "I stopped that for the system's safety. Too many people dying before Harvest Day would mess everything up." He was stunned, his face full of disappointment. He mumbled, "So Korean-style tearful pleas won't work, huh?" At this moment, within the system, Li Bear frowned slightly, silently thinking, from my perspective, even tens of millions of lives lost wouldn't matter. "Zumper, what the hell happened to you?" Sangu blandly asked. "Then tell me, what is the system's purpose for not wanting too many people to die before? They'll all die on Harvest Day anyway." Zumper calmly spoke, "Before talking about that, there's one thing I want to know." He spoke, his voice full of curiosity. "What exactly are you doing all of this for?" His eyes fixed on the person in front of him. He casually replied, "What? Well, it's because everyone will die on Harvest Day, of course." He immediately retorted, "That's not the purpose. That's just the reason." Zumper's eyes turned sharp. He spoke coldly, "I want to know your ultimate purpose after all this struggle." "For me, it's eternal death. If your answer amuses me, I'll convince myself to side with humanity one last time." Sangu stared at him, silently pondering. Then he sighed softly, quietly saying, "I'll tell you the truth." Zumper's face lit up with satisfaction. Only then will the answer be meaningful. He spoke with a cold voice, "So now I'll tell you my purpose is—" A moment later, Sangu slowly walked out, his gaze sweeping over the corpses scattered on the ground. He said in a low voice, "So this is the end of the apostles, huh?" Suddenly, Li Bear spoke up. "It's not right to call them apostles. They're more like brainwashed victims. Perhaps if it had just happened, they could have been saved, but their brain structures are already different. They can't be saved anymore." He sighed softly, "What a pity. But I learned at the academy that these skills cannot be retracted. That's why I also told my clone not to hold back against them." He continued, "More importantly, that serious question applied to your answer just now." Sangu gnashed his teeth in anger. "What do you mean? I just told the truth." Li Bear said irritably, "I regret siding with you." He sighed helplessly, cursing. "Damn it." He left right after hearing the answer. In the end, we didn't get any useful information from Zumper. The system immediately replied, its voice calm as if trying to soothe. No one could be satisfied with what he said. Sangu's next word stunned him. "I probably can't rely on Zumper, but it's really annoying to have to worry alone all the time. Isn't it, Li Bear?" He continued to walk forward, his eyes full of determination, his voice ringing out steadfastly. "It's time for everyone to know the truth. I will go and tell everyone the truth about the system and the Harvest Day." At the same time, in the dark corridor, a man slumped onto the cold floor, his arms hanging limp, his shoulders trembling slightly, his entire body exuding helplessness and despair as if his strength had been drained. On Cairo's distressed face, tears streamed down, mixing with a distorted expression as if he was struggling between extreme pain and utter helplessness. In his mind, past memories resurfaced one by one. At this moment, Cairo's cold gaze was fixed on Zumper as he asked coldly, "What are you? What is your identity?" He quickly unleashed his power, and soon an emergency black box quickly appeared in his hand. Zumper calmly said, "My identity? No need for lengthy explanations." He handed it to the man in front of him. "Just be satisfied with this." At the same time, the system displayed the text, "Memory transfer," transferring a person's memories to a sentient entity. The total amount of transferable memories depends on the level of proficiency. Catastrophic images continuously flashed through Kale's mind, leaving him utterly dazed and shocked. Kale slumped down in horror. The man in front of him continued, "What you just witnessed is data that Zai transmitted to me through contact. That is the truth behind Teber's harvest day. He stammered. So, River is? He coldly interrupted. River is currently with young Master Sangu. Congratulations. You no longer have to hate your friend. Zamper said softly. Do you know, Kale, we used to be comrades. He decisively turned and walked away. Let's just say this is for old time's sake. Kale called after him. Wait, Zamper, Zamper. He sobbed at the truth he had just received. River, my best friend. So that's what happened. Scene change. Zamper sat silently on the sofa, his gaze pensive, directed towards the void. He imagined all kinds of answers Sangu might blurt out. A world without monsters. I will make this world safer. Or perhaps, my strength is to protect the weak, a world where everyone can live in peace. Or even, I will destroy all monsters, that's why I exist. Recalling the answer then, Zamper couldn't help but laugh. He replied decisively, All right, I'll say it now. My purpose is. Sangu's gaze didn't waver. To sleep in peace. As those words finished, he froze, his eyes wide open, letting out a faint sound. Huh. Zamper continued, surprised. You can still do it if you want to now. He put his hands on his hips, irritably retorting. No, no, you really don't understand. If that's all, then his nap when he recovered would count too. Sangu continued. Scene change. Currently, an image of Sangu appeared in Zamper's mind. He casually spoke. If you work on Monday and rest on Sunday, that won't count as resting. No worries at all. No worries about tomorrow, next week, or next year. I just want to dump all my burdens on my clone and enjoy a life full of nothing but sleep until I die. Sangu's voice continued. Anyone who says they're bored doing nothing is absolutely insane. I'm perfectly fine with resting my entire life, so I really hope someone will let me do that. He asked, confused. So, is that answer good enough? Currently, he sat with his face in his hands, doubled over with laughter, shaking. Heh, as expected. You never disappoint me. Suddenly, Zamper paused, thinking to himself. Yes, from the moment I gave Zaven my memories, my heart was set. He shot up, running a hand through his hair, tilting his head slightly back, taking a deep breath, his resolute voice echoing throughout the room. This is definitely the last time I will try to trust humanity one last time. Scene change. Sangu asked, Is everyone here? Kim looked up in surprise, immediately replying, That's right. He continued, Still, I didn't expect so many people to show up. I guess that just shows how high your reputation as a hunter has risen. Kim continued, Most of Korea's high-ranking hunters are here. Suddenly, a woman slowly walked closer, her sharp eyes scrutinizing, her voice ringing out, full of skepticism. You think everyone will believe that? That person continued, That's about aliens from outside Earth. This woman is Arya, the surviving Teber. Beside her is Duver, the tall surviving Teber. He forced a smile, sweat beading on his temples, his gaze slightly evasive as if trying to hide his tension. Awkwardly, he said, I'll do my best to explain clearly. Sangu thought to himself, including everyone. A thought arose in his mind. If we tell everyone the truth, we'll have to talk about the system and the harvest day, and that will also resolve the misunderstanding related to Liber. His eyes stared at the two people in front of him, thinking to himself, after all, everyone deserves to know the truth. At this moment, Duver spoke teasingly, the corner of his mouth curving meaningfully. In the worst case, just let them see your ears. Then, Sangu sent a message to Liber. Any ideas? Something unexpected, for example. He frowned, slightly pushed up his glasses, and said irritably, If I had, I would have tried it first. Suddenly a voice rang out, making him turn around in surprise. You look really worried. Sangu exclaimed in surprise. Zamper, master. He put his hands in his pockets, his eyes calm, and slowly spoke. All right then. Ready to turn the world upside down? Sangu, slightly stunned, turned his head to look at the person slowly approaching him. How did master get here? Kale called out, My disciple. He placed a hand on his shoulder and asked, Li Bear, are you here? Li Bear somewhere. Heard Kale's voice from outside reaching his ears, and sweat poured down his face. He's observing everything from inside him, isn't he? Sangu stared, silently wondering in his head. How did Master know that? He was startled when he noticed Zamper was now standing on the other side, a smile of interest on his face as he watched them. At this moment, Sangu silently realized, was it that bastard? Master has a misunderstanding with Li Bear. He quickly reassured him. Calm down and listen to me, Master. Sangu had only said a few words. I'll explain everything. Kale, crying, loudly interrupted him. I'm sorry, Li Bear. He didn't stop, continuing. How terribly misunderstood you must have been all this time. Sangu stood opposite, his whole body stiff, not understanding what was happening, silently exclaiming. Huh? Duver, sitting beside him, saw the scene and asked, what is he saying? Arya replied uncertainly, Li Bear is inside Sangu, and it was all a misunderstanding? Li Bear, in the space within Sangu's body, just like them, had wide eyes and a dazed expression. Images of the past gradually resurfaced in his memory, when Li Bear helplessly watched the harvest day unfold on Tyburn from within the system. What pained him most were their eyes, the people Li Bear cherished, his close comrades, ending their lives while cursing him, a horrific sight. At that time, Li Bear sat alone on a wooden chair, many thoughts running through his head. If he contacted the survivors, the system would find out there was no way to resolve the misunderstanding with them. He just had to accept it. Let's just see it as punishment for abandoning life. He had to accept it. That's what he had sworn to himself. Yet, Duver was stunned by what he had just heard. Arya's face was covered in tears, and Kale knelt to the ground, gritting his teeth to suppress his sobs. After an unknown amount of time, Sangu walked over and helped Duver and Kale to their feet. By Li Bear's side, tears also streamed down his face as he murmured to himself, what a truly delightful misunderstanding. Arya joyfully said, so Li Bear wasn't the one who caused it. Kale, standing nearby, sighed with emotion. I should have trusted my friend to the end. Duver crossed his arms and swore, that damned system. A concerned voice came from beside them. It must have been very difficult for everyone trying to stabilize the situation, right? As Sangu pushed the door open, he glanced back at the person behind him and asked, so your reason for coming here is? His question reached Zamper's ears. To help me stop the system, right? He raised a hand and conjured a glowing cube. You once said you'd explain the system's plan, didn't you? Zamper extended his hand and pushed the cube into the opposing person's body. You can also explain how the misunderstanding was resolved. This is probably the easiest way to show you. Sangu's eyes widened at the spot on his chest where the black cube had been pushed. A stream of yellow light appeared, reflecting onto his face. Sangu frowned and reached out to touch his head. The space around him and Zamper was enveloped by a cloud of white dust. He asked the person residing in his body, Li Bear, you saw that memory too, didn't you? Li Bear, sweating profusely, pushed up his glasses and wondered, so this is it? The system's real plan? Sangu squinted at Zamper as if warning him, no one can know about this. He laughed twice in response. It is indeed like that. Sangu's face was tense as he listened to Zamper continue, because I'm sure someone will think this is a good idea. He casually put his hands in his pockets and turned to leave. Well, it's true that everyone will die on Harvest Day anyway. Just don't say anything beyond that. Sangu was startled by his words and urgently asked, wait, then how long until Harvest Day? Zamper glanced back and replied, 2 years. There are 2 more years until the system stabilizes and initiates the Harvest Day on Earth. He turned and left, leaving only one sentence. Whether we stop it or not is up to you, Hunter. After that, many people had gathered inside the stadium. Captain Han Miho, guild leader of the Zolo Guild, observed people around. Are you all going to talk about the attack by the brainwashed people? Park Woon-Ti, vice leader of the Kainos Guild, assessed the situation. Despite this, there were still those who didn't participate, and the woman standing with her arms crossed behind them was Song Warayong, leader of the Kainos Guild. On this side, Jang Heon looked around. There are a lot of hunters here. Shin Sunjin next to him gnashed his teeth in anger. What is he plotting this time? Elsewhere, Kim Yugon, leader of the Taeyong Guild, asked a woman standing near him. Yahaha, you came too? Huang Yunha, leader of the Phoenix Guild, didn't answer him, but instead curiously asked back, "What brings you here, old man?" He answered straightforwardly, "Well, the only S-rank hunter in the country called us." A person wearing white sneakers slowly approached where everyone was gathered. Sangu rotated one of his shoulders and spoke, introducing himself. "Thank you all for gathering here. I am Sangu." His eyes became serious as he announced, "What I want to talk about today is the system and harvest day. I assure everyone that what I say today is completely true and not a lie." Arya looked at Sangu's back from the side. "So Earthlings are finally about to learn about harvest day." Duver also looked towards the group in front of him. "I'm curious how you'll convince these hunters." Sangu clenched his hands into fists. Harvest day is almost here, and when that day comes, he was so passionately certain that tears streamed down his face as he declared, "Everyone on Earth will perish." "Seriously, what else can we do?" Sangu's voice echoed in the space. "All right, I should first explain what Harvest Day is to everyone." "Okay, I'll start explaining from here." After hearing Sangu's story, everyone started discussing. The orange-haired man felt doubtful. Really? Is Harvest Day really like that? The slightly bald man standing nearby also seemed skeptical. And the system was created on an alien planet? That's a bit hard to believe. Someone else noticed Duver and Arya, who had been silent, and began to discuss. "But there are people here who say they're from Tyburn. Look at their ears. She's the CEO of the Heritage, right? I heard she's hundreds of years old, and even Zamper vouched for them." Kale walked over and placed a hand on Sangu's shoulder. "Disciple, is this all you can explain?" He replied blankly, "I'm not exactly a good communicator." He couldn't hold back anymore and called out loudly, "Hey, Hunter Sung Sangu." Kale asked seriously, "Is it true that everyone's skills will be sealed on Harvest Day? If so, why are you selling skill orbs to the public for almost nothing?" Sangu simply replied, "Does that even need an explanation? Of course, it's because I'm a good person." Just then, Arya smiled and stepped forward to block his path. "I'll explain that part." She slowly explained to the others, "As I mentioned, we are citizens of the Urentia Empire, and ever since the Great Flood occurred here, we've been working to stop it. The system has collapsed." Arya added, "Even in Tyburn, the most severe damage was caused by the system being sealed off. We were forced to find a way to deal with it." She took out a red orb and presented it to everyone. "That's when we had the chance to study Hunter Sangu's replication technique. As a result, we were able to create copies of objects. We've put that research into producing the skill orbs that were recently distributed." Arya added some information about the orb, a simplified copy of the system. It's still fully functional, but not linked to Tyburn's original system. This is what the skill orb possesses, so a fireball skill learned from this skill orb will not be sealed by the system. Sangu's teammate in the black vest's eyes widened in realization. "So that's why you gave us skill orbs." Kaisol speculated. "In other words, skills unrelated to the system won't be affected?" Sangu silently muttered two words in his head. "Magic." He turned and said, "That's exactly what I want to ask you all." Next, Sangu made a proposal. "You all fought during the Great Disaster, so you must know how to use skills without relying on the system. Right? Please teach that to the other hunters, and help them prepare for the day the system is sealed." He put his hands in his pockets, straightened his back, and warned, "Everyone, please prepare yourselves. Prepare for the destruction that will occur on Harvest Day." Jang, or perhaps Ion, asked with a hint of belief, "Exactly when will Harvest Day take place?" Sangu answered her, "About 2 years from now." As soon as he finished speaking, a system information panel appeared above, displaying 2 words, "Welcome." A hunter wearing a beanie looked at the information panel. What the hell? Why did the system window suddenly pop up? Another person raised their hand to shield their eyes and yelled, "It looks a bit different than usual. Damn, it's too bright." Suddenly, a giant virtual image of a woman appeared in midair. Arya looked up and hesitantly called out, "Ellie, come out." Kaisol turned to confirm, "No, that's the system." The system closed its eyes and took a deep breath. An extremely shaking sound resonated in the heads of everyone present. Now everyone, Park Wonti and Miho immediately clutched their heads in pain. The voice is echoing in my head. The entire Earth seemed to be affected by the system's voice. Everyone focus. It floated in the sky. Hello there, humanity. I am your trusted assistant, the system. The system's words reached the ears of people walking on the street. Currently, over 90% of humanity has registered with the system. This is a very satisfactory number, but the fact that it hasn't reached 100% still bothers me a little. Sangu was stunned when he heard the system's next words. 3 months from now, Harvest Day will take place on Earth. The system's lips curled into a smile as it asked, the gates from Grand ID will open on Earth in droves. Considering that monsters will flood through, shouldn't we try to get as many people as possible to enroll in the system? Then it extended its hand and conjured a magic circle. Everyone, remember this clearly. Streams of black energy shot out from the magic circle. The system is always on humanity's side. The black energy gathered to form a portal, from which monsters crawled out. People saw the sky surrounded by monsters and ran away in fear. It's a dimensional gate. Monsters are appearing. Among the hunters, everyone had also received the news and began to panic. Hey, what the hell is going on? We've received reports that a dimensional gate has appeared. In a hidden corner, unnoticed by anyone, Jumper was quietly observing them. Sangu's entire body collapsed to the ground, silently wondering why. He said it would happen in 3 months. The system information panel displayed the message. Earth's Harvest Day D90. After many days of fighting, the gates disappeared. It was a monster attack unlike the usual type from Dungeon Gates, accompanied by the system's declaration. Major cities with high-level hunters suffered relatively less damage, but since this phenomenon occurred all over the world, regions without similar defenses suffered severe damage. Following that was a countdown, as if it were all just a prelude. Information panels, with the words D90 until Earth's Harvest Day, appearing everywhere in the sky. Humanity fell into chaos. One hand held the hilt of a black knife, while the other used a white cloth to wipe the blade clean. Sangu sheathed his knife at his hip, tilted his head, and asked clone number 1, "Are all the tools checked?" A member replied to him, "Yes." Sangu gestured to him, then prepared to depart immediately. Suddenly, the door was pushed open and Jumper slowly stepped in from outside. "You look really busy." Sangu's eyes widened when he saw him. He cursed in dissatisfaction. "There you are, you bastard. You said it would happen in 2 years." Jumper bowed his head, covering his mouth, his whole body trembling. This expression isn't bad, being treated like a liar. Sangu angrily continued to question him. "That's enough. Explain yourself. Why did it suddenly change to 3 months?" Jumper's expression turned serious. "Who's asking? Why?" He thought to himself. "The Harvest Day. Something that has never changed no matter what I do. This time it changed." Jumper gave a reply that stunned Sangu completely. "Perhaps it's because of you." His whole body trembled as he asked, "Now you're blaming me?" Jumper directly denied, "I'm not blaming you." Sangu glanced at his other clones and scoffed, "Fine, whatever. Either way, what we have to do hasn't changed." Jumper honestly confirmed to him, "Yes." Sangu stated his next plan. Harvest all the fragments of the 7 deadly sins and destroy the system. With my patience level, 2 years is truly unbearable. I'll head straight to Odin's Tower now. He glanced at the person standing next to him. "One more thing. You said when the system kills the master, someone will be released." Jumper confidently predicted to him, "He'll be freed soon." Sangu asked curiously, "Who is it?" He closed his eyes, rubbed the back of his neck, and let out a sigh. "Why are you so eager for me to reveal everything in advance? You'll meet him eventually anyway." Finally, Jumper spoke a name. "Legato, the man who once stood at the pinnacle of humanity before me." He opened his eyes, straightened his back, put his hands in his pockets, and faced Sangu. His power was so immense that even the master could only imprison him in an isolated space. Jumper added some information. "Just ask Liber. He'll tell you about it." At the same time, Liber frowned, thinking to himself, "How strange. That memory transfer skill and everything else. Jumper, who exactly is he? Outside, Jumper put his arm around the shoulder of the person next to him. Well then, let's go. I'll take you to the gate of Odin's tower, free of charge. Sangu replied casually, I don't mind. Scrolls are expensive. Outside the gate of Odin's tower, many people had already gathered. Yugon saw them coming and exclaimed, You're here. Part Wonty also saw him and called out, Hunter. Sangu looked at the scene before him and wondered, What's going on here? Why is there such a crowd? Someone spoke up to explain, You're going to save Earth. Shouldn't we see you off? Yugon told him about the decision of those present. We believe in you. From now on, we'll prepare for the harvest day together. And we'll also teach others how to use skills without the system. Hong Yunha put her hands on her hips and retorted, Old man, after all that's happened worldwide, who wouldn't believe him? Yugon, hit where it hurt, could only remind her silence. Sangu tilted his head and calmly replied, Thank you. I'm counting on all of you. Another person also expressed, We will also contribute what little we can. Varen looked at him and asked, I've donated to the legacy to distribute skill orbs worldwide. Fireball is the most versatile, so keeping that skill is fine, right? He sighed. Thinking about what you did to me still makes me furious, but hiding in the basement won't solve anything. Sangu, feeling a bit guilty, slightly avoided Varen's gaze. I didn't expect that. Thank you. Just then, Assistant Kim, with his faction, approached with documents to report. Hunter Sangu, I've investigated what you requested. Sangu turned his face to the side. Manager. Assistant Kim then began to recount. Just as we feared, humanity's registration speed into the system is rapidly increasing. Sangu commented, That's understandable. The more warriors, the better. But that's also exactly what the system is aiming for. Assistant Kim immediately asked with concern, 3 months. Will you be all right? Sangu raised his fist with an extremely determined expression. No matter what, we'll try. Before he knew it, Kaisol had walked up to him and called, My disciple. He smirked and asked, You've received the gift I gave you, haven't you? Sangu chuckled twice, showing his delight. The elixir, right? I didn't think you'd actually find one. I used it well. Kaisol looked at him and said, We won't be able to go with you. We have to teach others how to use mana. He patted Sangu's shoulder and instructed, Come back safe, both you and Liber. Liber, inside Sangu's body, heard his words, bowed his head, smiled, and silently read, Kaisol. Sangu, full of confidence, raised the sword in his hand and assured, Of course, master. Who do you think I am? I'm the type to immediately flinch at danger. Well then, I'm off. Heian currently stood on the other side, her face full of worry. Brother, it looks like it will be very dangerous. Promise me you'll come back. The young man standing behind her was so scared his face turned pale. I'm sure I'll be the first one to die on harvest day. Yu Haiyan also spoke up. If you get injured, this place will be ruined too. Assistant Kim also asked jokingly, Our contract is still valid, right? If you come back, I'll give you a kiss. Sangu chimed in, responding to him. What kind of promise is that? Of course. Jumper, standing among the group, silently stared at him, thinking, 3 months. Is that short time really enough? They say that Hunter is humanity's last hope. See you again, Sangu. He watched Sangu's back slowly enter Odin's tower gate, making a silent vow. Reach the top. I'll be there waiting for you. A few hours later, in a place covered by cold snow and ice, a tent was set up next to a rocky mountain. Sangu speculated. It must be because everything was handled, so I arrived earlier than expected. Thank goodness I paved the way during previous visits. Sangu and the other clones stood before a tunnel, speculating. Judging by its appearance, this seems to be the way to the second floor. He squinted and exclaimed, Well then, let's go. Sangu unexpectedly lifted clone number 1 with his hand and threw him straight forward. I spoke wrong. You go first. He loudly announced, "I'll follow when it's definitely safe." Clone number 1 soared into the air with a bewildered expression. "Master." Sangu sat down on a rock and sighed. "I said that, but it's such a hassle. We're only at the end of the first floor. So when will I ever reach the top?" A disbelieving voice echoed in the space. "Is that really something to say just a few hours after being cheered on?" Liber, inside his body, asked incredulously. "Sangu, you're not wavering, are you?" Sangu didn't understand his question. Wavering about what? Liber replied to him, "The system's true purpose." Sangu froze. Liber continued, "Isn't that the simplest way to achieve your goal?" Sangu reacted hastily to his words. "Where are you leading me, you monster?" He acted like he was extremely angry. "Do you think my sense of responsibility is that poor?" Liber didn't speak further, but an answer had silently formed in his head. "So you really wavered." He started to rethink everything. "Well, everyone will understand you. If that was truly the system's purpose, then not being swayed was impossible. On the other side, when the system announced to the entire world, 'Everyone, remember this carefully,' its affirmation echoed in the air. The system always stands with humanity. Monsters from inside the gate escaped into the human world. Bloody scenes appeared in their wake. The system continuously displayed notifications. Detecting user, code OX823 ANCO I72. User, Earth, Lauren Bennett. Uploading to system, connecting to heaven. Lauren was lying on a lush green lawn, slowly opening her eyes. She startled and sat up, seeing a person in a white lab coat walking towards her. "Welcome." The system smiled warmly at her. "Welcome to heaven." Lauren bowed her head in panic. "Heaven? But I'm sure I was attacked by a monster." The system came closer and comforted her. "Just calm down." One of its hands gently touched Lauren's head. "I will help you erase all your painful memories." The system's voice was like a hypnosis. "This is a place without death or goodbyes. Illness and lifespan are not an issue here. This place holds happiness for everyone." It showed Lauren an image of Ellie in the distance. "Now, it's time to reunite with the one who has been waiting for you." Lauren joyfully embraced the little girl. "Ellie, there you are." The little girl also buried her head in her arms and called out, "Mommy." A notification sounded. Large number of new users logged in. The system went to the server and gestured, "Manage server load." It began to control the server to perform operations. Zone C73 damaged due to errors and overload. Running enhanced diagnostics. The system chuckled with delight. Network expansion is proceeding smoothly. This skill is truly amazing. It stood in the center and happily praised. The clone skill is truly the best. No matter how busy the work of stabilizing the situation, how could we have never known about this masterpiece until today? If we had it during the great catastrophe, the situation would certainly have changed. It's truly an insane awakened skill. The information panel displayed a notification, 90 days remaining until Earth's harvest day. After seeing the information, the system said with satisfaction, "Thanks to this skill, everything has become easier." The process of system expansion and stabilization, which was supposed to take 2 years, will now be completed in just 3 months. Its hand, resting by its side, clenched into a fist as it thought, "Lord Liber, I truly, ever since that moment, have only followed your commands." The scene from that time resurfaced. Liber, covered in blood, lying on the ground, muttering repeatedly, "I don't need a world like that." The system's emotionless eyes thought to itself, "If this world isn't necessary, then I just need to create a new one." It devised a plan. "I will carry out Earth's harvest day for Lord Liber. I will lead those who remain from this world filled with death and suffering, so that one day all can enjoy happiness in the world I create." From within a red rift, a voice transmitted, "Floor 2 is safe. You can enter now." Sangu smirked in response. "Got it from number 1. Liber's voice transmitted a reminder, "Be prepared for anything." Sangu assured him, "Come on, I'm always ready." He confidently listed many items. Warm clothes, food, and camping gear, all complete. I've packed everything neatly into the subspace. Sangu smiled cheerfully, leading his clones forward. All right, let's go. Even if it's colder than the first floor, it doesn't matter. In a dense forest with many branches, the sun shone brightly and intensely from above. The entire forest was now covered by extremely high temperatures. Sangu and his clones were covered in sweat, holding a blue stone in their hands, tiredly cursing. What kind of weather is this? Who would have guessed the second floor would be a forest? He gritted his teeth and forcefully tore off the cloak on his shoulder. My warm clothes are completely useless now. Libert's voice rang out. You just needed to ask me what to bring. He asked, unable to understand. More importantly, why did you bring all 8 of them? If you left one person in Korea, resupply through subspace would be easier. We only brought a few emergency teleportation scrolls. Libert began to analyze the situation. We are at a point where even a single individual is very important. Sangu stated his calculation. My training method essentially uses monster absorption to capture even one more monster. Sangu stated his calculation. But we only have 3 months. I need to spread my clones as wide as possible to hunt as many monsters as possible. He used both hands to conjure a pile of blue stones around himself. If there was a place for one person to rest, I would have rested myself first. At this, Libert finally agreed. You're right. Suddenly, a strange laugh came from a bush, drawing Sangu's attention. He walked to that spot and saw a monster residing on the 2nd floor of Odin's tower. Rank unknown, name unknown, hiding inside, holding a banana and staring at them. Sangu frowned, wondering, a giant monkey? Next, he extended a hand, opening a spatial gate while giving an order. All right, don't interfere. I need to see how strong the monsters on this floor are. After an unknown amount of time, Sangu let out a sigh, sitting on the motionless body of the monster. Not very strong. Libert judged. It could be said to be around B rank. Sangu reached a conclusion. With this level, my clones can disperse freely without worrying about being destroyed. He called out loudly to the clones standing in the distance. Hey guys, listen up. Sangu looked at them and gave an order. From now on, we'll split up and start hunting. Each of you has 5 hours to eat and rest. Make efficient use of your time. If you can't handle monsters alone, cooperate with nearby clones. After hearing the mission, the clones replied in unison. Understood. After assigning the tasks, he declared, Now, let's start hunting. Suddenly, Libert called his name. Sangu, wait. He called out, startled, yes? Libert pushed his glasses up his nose and requested, Tell everyone to report immediately if they see a crack in the sky. Sangu was a bit puzzled but agreed. A crack. Got it. His voice reached the clones flying in the sky. If you guys see anything that looks like that, report it immediately. That's all. A monster was scanning, searching for something in the bushes. In a flash, Sangu's blade swooped past, cutting a line across its back. He asked, So, what is that crack? Libert explained, It's a shortcut, a way to skip floors. Sangu stood still and calmly asked, What do you mean? Meanwhile, around him, monsters had started attacking all at once. He swung his blade, fighting the monsters while listening to Libert speak. I told you that the first person I met was the Korean hunter Baek Hwan, didn't I? Sangu let out a sound in response. Yeah. Libert slowly recounted. Hunter Baek Hwan possessed one of the 7 deadly sins weapons. Its ability was to tear through space. Thanks to that, he was able to quickly clear Odin's tower. Sangu silently continued fighting, Libert's words echoing in his ears. But of course, a long time has passed since then. I'm not even sure if those cracks are still there. After hearing some information from him, Sangu spoke up and asked, So now we're aiming for the weapon that Hunter Baek Hwan once used? Libert answered him, That's right. We need to go collect the 7 deadly sins. Sangu spoke halfway, then stopped. That means he already. Liber frankly continued his sentence. Yes, sadly he's passed away. He was destroyed by an S-rank monster sealed within the tower. Just before he reached the top of this place, Sangu could only lament. I prepared myself when I heard he went missing. He continued. Rumor has it he had a connection with Park Won-ti. But the more I looked into it, the more disheartening news I received. Liber remained silent for a long moment. Then he looked up, his words slightly broken. Well, anyway, I was going to tell you everything to avoid misunderstandings. Also, there are some things about Jumper that I found strange. I'll tell you what happened since I arrived on Earth, including how I was separated from the other three and finally met you. The next piece of information Sangu heard left him so stunned he gaped. First, regarding Hunter Baekwon. He is Park Won-ti's father. Liber stared at the ground, speculating. Park Won-ti probably doesn't even know that Hunter Baekwon is his father. He tried to keep a secret, perhaps because he knew that sooner or later he would have to go to Odin's tower. At the same time, elsewhere, many people had gathered at Kainos Guild's private training ground. Miho immediately spoke up, instructing the others. All right, those with elemental skills, come this way. Park Won-ti also coordinated with her, directing the rest. Those who lean towards physical enhancement, please use this path. He stood seriously at the front of the line, with his hands clasped behind his back. As you all know, from now on, everyone will have to learn how to use skills without the system. Let's start with the basics, running and crushing. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. Park Won-ti approached someone and instructed. To do this, you still need basic mana control. The goal is to enhance the neural signals that control muscle contraction. In his mind, he thought, Hunter, the contract is still valid, isn't it? Please, bring me news of him. Back in the past, 3 years after the Great Catastrophe, in 2003, a boy was swinging a sword in his hand and shouting. The man standing in front of the boy spoke up to stop him. All right, that's enough. Park Won-ti, 14 years old at the time, was still staring blankly at the sword in his hand. The man in front explained to the boy, Yes, that's how you enhance muscle strength with mana. That person was Baekwon, the first-generation hunter in Korea. He crossed his arms, smiled, and praised. You learn fast. Just as I thought. You are very talented. Park Won-ti also happily looked up at the person next to him. Thank you, sir. Baekwon patted the boy's shoulder. No need to thank me. He turned his gaze towards the little girl sleeping in the tent. I'm sorry. Baekwon said helplessly. I'm sorry for leaving a world like this for you. The scene from the past reappeared before him. More importantly, if I had arrived a little earlier, I might have saved your mother. Park Won-ti bowed his head in silence for a long time. Then the boy glanced at the person next to him. I'm so glad you saved Yuna. Baekwon curled his lips into a faint smile. Thank you so much. Park Won-ti walked forward and asked curiously, You said you were my mother's close friend, right? Baekwon answered the boy's question. That's right, we were childhood best friends, living in the same neighborhood. Park Won-ti expressed his wish. Then I'm really looking forward to hearing her childhood stories. Baekwon readily agreed. Of course, your mother was super famous in the neighborhood. Back in the present, Sangu, covered in bloodstains, asked, So the one who taught director Park Won-ti swordsmanship was Hunter Baekwon? Liber repeated the detail. As you know, I set foot on Earth during the Great Catastrophe. Sangu replied to him, Yeah. At this moment, an information panel appeared. Monster absorption skill activated. Stats are increasing. Liber continued, At that time, I almost went crazy. I had to stop the system's plan. But if I were registered there, my location would be exposed. And even if ordinary people knew, they couldn't do anything. He looked up as if he saw Baekwon appear before him. And that's when he appeared. Hunter Baekwon, master of the 7 deadly sins. Liber continued, Of course, at that time, the hunter profession didn't even exist yet. Hearing this, Sangu noticed a problem. Wait, do you mean he used the 7 deadly sins even before the Great Catastrophe? Liber explained. Baekwan was an explorer specializing in finding ancient artifacts. During one of his expeditions, he found 7 deadly sins sealed deep within the ruins. Sangu felt a bit hesitant, but those 7 deadly sins, Liber directly admitted, that's right, they corrupt the user's mind. Baekwan recounted that he had to struggle for 5 years straight to regain control of his body from the deadly sins. Sangu lowered his head, muttering, 5 years. Liber remarked, you've absorbed a fleeting item before, so you understand. Controlling it with pure willpower is truly astonishing. That's why he was the greatest asset I ever possessed. He bowed his head, asserting confidently, that was my first contact. Korea's strongest first-generation hunter, Baekwan. He lived up to that reputation fully. Back in the past, Baekwan unleashed a long slash from the sky, cutting straight down into the body of the white skeleton-shaped monster. Body, who had just eliminated a rat on his side, saw the scene and could only stand there wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Baekwan ignored the colossal body of the white skeleton-shaped monster falling down, turned, and praised. So you can now easily use an entire swarm of rats. I'm afraid you'll surpass me soon. Body looked up at him. Hearing that from someone who just blew away a building-sized monster is really funny. Baekwan smiled cheerfully, patting the boy's shoulder to encourage him. You're doing better than expected. With this level, you'll be able to protect your sister. Body bowed his head shyly. I'm not there yet. From the other side, a little girl ran towards them, calling, Sir, I'm hungry. Baekwan put his hands on his hips, looking at the girl. There you are. Body also tilted his head and said, Today was amazing, wasn't it? Baekwan held up a rat. We'll have rat meat for dinner today. She complained, but we already had rat meat yesterday. Seeing his sister like that, Body laughed loudly, teasing her. And maybe tomorrow too. That evening, inside a house, Body wrapped a blanket around himself, sitting in front of a fire, while next to him, his sister peacefully slept. Suddenly, a shadow moving far in the distance caught the boy's attention. Body called out, making Baekwan's entire body stiffen, Sir. He pretended nothing was wrong, turned around, and feigned nonchalance. I thought I was being quiet and subtle. With such good perception of presence, there's no need to worry when it's dark anymore. Body wasn't fooled, staring at him and asking, Are you planning to go somewhere? Baekwan stepped closer and took the boy's shoulders. I heard there's a chance to fix everything at Odin's Tower. Body asked in confusion, Huh, Odin's Tower? He didn't wait for the boy to fully understand before continuing. I'm sorry, but someone has to do it. Baekwan left with just one sentence and then took off. From now on, keep protecting your sister. Body frantically reached forward, wanting to pull him back. Sir, Liber then jokingly said, you talk as if this is a permanent farewell. Once you get the artifact at the top, you'll come back to visit them, right? Baekwan also played along. That's right. Maybe by then you'll be able to call me Dad. Once I obtain the relic, I'll return and tell you all everything. Back in the present, Sangu, after hearing everything that happened, declared, Hey, he ended his life because of you. Libier asked in disbelief, What are you talking about? Sangu scolded him without hesitation. I'm saying you're the one who led Hunter Baekwan to the end of his life, you bastard. Do you have to be so suggestive? Sangu sat down on the ground, panting, and asked, And Libier, about that crack, if it only appeared from the second floor of Odin's Tower, does that mean he broke through the first floor on his own strength? He answered him, Yes. Libier added more about why that process occurred. Baekwan was strong, but still not enough to overcome the system, so he used it to train and slowly conquer the first floor. He speculated, but perhaps because he was too worried about the children, he became impatient from the second floor for that reason. So he used the cracks to skip floors, quickly climbed Odin's Tower, and finally, he collapsed just before reaching the top. Sweat poured down Sangu's face as he glanced sideways and asked again, You're also the one who put Jumper up to this, aren't you? Right. What is it? What's at the top that you covet so much that you're willing to do anything to get it? Libier explained to him, an artifact. An artifact that tolerates no failure and corrects all mistakes. I read in a book from the Grand Library of the Urentia Empire that such a relic rests at the top of Odin's tower. Sangu watched two monsters approaching him, but remained calm and continued the story. Tolerates no failure? Libier replied, I'm not sure exactly how the artifact works, but its effects are very clearly documented. He recounted a detail. Baekwon agreed to hunt for the artifact as soon as he heard about it. At that time, Baekwon said a phrase, it can fix all mistakes. Sangu, intently watching a monster fall to the ground after he defeated it, said, but in the end, he failed in his journey to conquer Odin's tower. Libier bowed his head and pushed his glasses up his nose. Now that I think about it, if only we had gone a little slower. I regret not climbing the tower gradually, to let myself grow stronger with every step. He was a man of strong will and a noble spirit of righteousness for humanity. His praises echoed in the space. He was also very diligent, never lazy or irresponsible, a man of excellent character. Sangu, continuously peeling banana pieces from the monster's hand and putting them into his mouth, felt mocked by Libier's words and cursed. You bastard, you're intentionally implying something about me, aren't you? It's obviously intentional. Sangu opened his mouth wide, chewing his food, and switched topics. So, the next person you chose is that guy. Libier confirmed to him. That's right. He analyzed the situation a bit. Many years after the great catastrophe, when the hunter profession was established and the portals were stabilized, a few individuals began to rise and gain global attention. Libier affirmed Leogardo was one of them, a promising hunter with the right arm of the 7 deadly sins. He shared some more information he knew. I looked into this Leogardo fellow. Despite his many achievements, he was involved in quite a few controversies. There always seemed to be rumors about his violent personality. Sangu patted his round, full belly as Libier said, my heart was full of doubt after losing Hunter Baekwon. To completely conquer Odin's tower and obtain the artifact is an incredibly risky endeavor. So I thought we should accumulate more power before climbing. Upon hearing this, Sangu speculated, you intended to collect more fragments of the 7 deadly sins? Libier did not hide it and directly admitted, exactly. 3 fragments of the 7 deadly sins, each fragment possessing immense power. No, just having 2 would have made conquering the tower much easier. He frowned, a hint of regret on his face. Back then, I didn't know the extent of the 7 deadly sins' danger. Libier's next words made Sangu's expression shift from worried to stunned, as Leogardo also collected all 3 fragments. He continued, he was fine until he got the right arm, but after possessing the left arm, he started losing his mind. After that, when he also got the left leg, he completely lost control and became extremely aggressive. Sangu also chimed in. They say that the more fragments one possesses, the more corrupted the mind becomes. Libier wondered, your case is truly unusual. The evil influence in your clone's fragment doesn't seem to affect you at all. At that moment, the other clones also returned. Sangu joyfully cheered. The clone skill is truly the best. Libier continued his story. And so, Leogardo used the power of the 7 deadly sins to sever all ties with me. Then he became a monster, hunting down the strong. That was the last I heard of him. Sangu knelt down on a high cliff, observing the monsters below, and spoke curiously. So, in the end, he must have been caught and brainwashed by that guy, the master, for a long time. Yet, it seems he still couldn't be controlled. Libier vaguely said, I've only just heard that Leogardo is connected to this self-proclaimed master. Sangu then asked, so that's why Jumper told you to ask for my help? Libier suddenly fell silent, not answering him. His voice became hesitant. Speaking of which, there's something that's been bothering me. Sangu's face was covered in sweat. What is it? His whole body trembled as he heard Libier say, "I never told Jumper about Bakhon or our previous connection. Jumper shouldn't have known that Leogardo ever had a connection with me." Sangu's voice became shaky. What? What are you saying? That doesn't make any sense." Libier continued, "That's not the only strange thing. They say Jumper used a memory transfer skill to show Kaiser the truth about what happened on the harvest day in Tabor, and thereby resolve the misunderstanding. At that moment, Jumper shook Kaiser's hand. We'll be satisfied with this." They performed the action, memory transfer, transferring one's memories to a sentient entity. The total amount of transferable memories is determined by proficiency level. When he had finished telling everything, Libier affirmed once more, "I told you. If there were any way to clarify things with Kaiser, I would have done it." He further cited another detail. Jumper didn't even have the memory transfer skill before. And he never visited my old lab, the one you went to. So, obviously, he couldn't have shown memories of the harvest day you witnessed in Tabern. Sangu stared, completely bewildered. "So that means I can't understand it." Suddenly, a voice called out from the spatial gate behind him. "Master." The clone inside the gate reported the situation. "We've found a rift." Sangu glanced over. "Really? I didn't think we'd find one so soon." The clone reported another problem. "But there's a monster near the rift." Sangu's voice from inside the spatial gate reached number one. "It's just one monster. Why the fuss?" Number one looked at the monster in the distance and said, "It's a species that shouldn't be here." He directly pointed out the monster's identity. It was a ghost-type granny. Elsewhere, the woman holding the loudly crying baby in her arms kept comforting it. "Come on, just wait a little, just a little more." At that moment, an announcement sounded in the room. "The awakening program for children under 12 is currently underway. Please do not confuse it with the active warp gate." The woman lowered her head to look at her child. "Maybe you'll gain an awakening skill to save the world." Seeing a long line of old and young people with children on the other side, someone cursed, "Damn it!" S-Rank Hunter Best Jones sighed in exclamation. "Is this world going crazy? Or am I going mad and seeing things wrong? What the hell is happening here?" He glanced at the person next to him and asked, "Are you guys even awakening unweaned babies? Is this what you want?" John didn't get a reply, so he called out the person's name. "Jumper." Jumper just kept staring straight ahead, without any other reaction. He put his hands in his pockets and asked, "Hey John, didn't you once wish you could drink something that would truly get you drunk?" John was startled and tilted his head to look at the person next to him. "Don't tell me you actually have something like that." Jumper calmly denied, "No, it's not like that." John listened blankly as he continued, "But what if you could savor a special kind of wine that would make you completely drunk? In a perfectly constructed illusion?" John still didn't understand the meaning of his words and asked, "What do you mean?" Jumper slowly explained what he had said. There'd be no real wine, no real glass, but you wouldn't notice it in such a detailed world. You'd enjoy aromatic, potent wine in a dream, without worrying about your health. Then you'd wake up and just keep doing it, day after day. He asked again, "Don't you want to live in a world without worries, without pressure, and without that uncomfortable feeling after getting drunk?" John just pursed his lips and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he let out a long sigh. "It's not worth bothering with. You have to get so drunk you can't walk 3 steps, then wake up the next morning grabbing your head and pulling your hair out. That's what real drinking is." John firmly declared, "I won't drink that fake, crappy stuff, even if you give it to me." Jumper handed him a piece of paper and suggested, "Stay here for a while." John looked curiously at the piece of paper. "What's that?" "Korea again." Jumper introduced, "There's a great hotel there. Go and rest a bit." Hearing that, John showed no respect and threw the paper away. "You tricked me last time. Do you think I'll fall for it again?" Back with Sangu. He hid in a bush and observed the outside. "This is really unexpected." Sangu looked at the monster in the distance. There really is a Type 3 granny here. He frowned, speculating. Is it because of the rift? Liber agreed. It could be. He reminded him of something else. You'll see even more when you climb higher. Sangu asked again. Many more like that? Anyway, the clone should stay outside this time. I'll try to handle this one alone. He analyzed in his mind. Type 3. I vaguely remember seeing it before, but it's extremely strong. Sangu gritted his teeth and charged forward, thinking, but if it's me now? Behind the granny monster, he leaped into the air, raising his blade high. With lightning speed, a precise slash struck the granny monster's neck. Sangu darted forward again, delivering another slash right across the monster's chest. The power from his attack spread through the air, cutting the surrounding trees in half. Sangu smirked, a confident smile spreading across his face, pleased with the destructive power he had unleashed. Next, he conjured a spatial gate, summoning his clones. Come, help me. All the clones, obeying Sangu's command, simultaneously unleashed their attacks on the granny monster. Inside Sangu's body, Liber bowed his head, organizing his thoughts. The master stated that he only sealed Legato into a specific area. It's been over 10 years since Legato disappeared. What has he been doing all these 10 years? He pondered. If he's freed, he'll surely seek out another holder of the 7 deadly sins, and they'll clash. When that moment comes, will he be all right? Outside, Sangu placed a foot on the granny monster's head, chuckling. If I really fought, victory would be certain. But commanders usually don't enter the fray directly. Elsewhere, on an unknown planet, countless granny monsters were living. A person's hand was raised high, creating a purple beam of power in the air. That person's hand clenched into a fist, controlling the purple beam of power to gradually pull the granny monsters inward. Next, he threw a powerful punch, generating a massive surge of power that shot straight forward. A powerful explosion occurred, and the entire sky above was engulfed by red and yellow flames from the blast. The man's body, with its large muscles, twitched a few times. An info screen appeared above, displaying the words, Anomaly, ruler of living organisms. The man murmured absently, What am I doing here? I feel like I'm here for a reason. He looked at the scattered, mutilated monster bodies on the ground and mused. Granny, is that what these are called? Playing with these bugs isn't fun anymore. The holder of the 7 deadly sins, right hand, left leg, Legato, smiled and decided, I'll return to Earth. Sangu put both hands in his pockets, kicking the granny monster's head playfully. Type 3 handled. He walked forward, announcing to the remaining clones, Shall we enter the rift then? But after Sangu looked closely at the rift's shape, his expression became blank. Clone number 1, seeing his reaction, flinched, as if anticipating what was about to happen. Clone number 1 quickly raised a hand to stop Sangu the moment he turned to face him. Please don't throw me. I'll go in myself. Sangu looked at the clone opposite him and agreed. All right. Clone number 1 approached the rift and slowly extended his hand towards it. A surge of power erupted, and tiny fragments of color began to appear. Inside the cave, a voice exclaimed, Thank goodness, it's not a forest. Sangu, seeing the desolate landscape before him, cried out, But what kind of bizarre place is this? Liber speculated, You must have jumped ahead about 5 or 6 floors. Sangu replied, That saves us a bit of time. He looked at the shriveled corpse of a monster and asked, Is this a native creature of this floor? Liber answered, It's no longer alive. Sangu turned his head as if sensing something, right? He saw a group of monsters slowly approaching them and speculated, Great must have taken control of this place. Hearing that, Liber reminded him, I told you you'd be seeing them often. On another side, in a control room, someone asked, How is the expansion of the skill or manufacturing plant progressing? Duver adjusted the switches while reporting the situation. We've acquired and are operating all external production facilities at full capacity. Arya looked at the screen, thinking to herself, Ultimately, even if we use the simplified system recreated from advanced clone technology. Each skill orb still has to be crafted manually. Can we really keep up with the schedule? Varen, pushing in 4 drip stand, walked over. We are distributing this to all of humanity. And of course, it won't be easy, but it must be done. Don't worry about the money, just proceed with it. Arya glanced at him. Yes, we need to do everything we can to keep the flame of hope alive. Suddenly, a team member ran in to report that someone had requested a meeting. Arya asked her, "Really? For what purpose?" The girl reported to Arya what she knew. They said they wanted to help, and that they wanted an opportunity to repent. Meanwhile, a hand was enveloped in the light of mana. Yuhian's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "I just felt mana." She looked at the person standing nearby and asked, "Is this a talent?" Haiyan explained to her, "That's called meditation." Yuhian heard that and became dejected, while in the other corner, Jong looked at his unchanged hands and gnashed his teeth in anger. Why is this so hard? He lost his patience and loudly asked, "Do we have to learn that? Is mana control that important?" Huang Hianha sighed, hands on her hips. Of course. It's almost time for the whining kids to show up. Miho quickly raised a finger and added, "Even faster than I thought." Huang Hianha pointed a finger at Jungjohn's chest and scolded, "Hey, you idiot. If you don't want to learn, then leave. Just use your legacy's fireball and survive." Feeling unconvinced, he frowned and retorted, "I already possess an amazing awakened skill." Huang Hianha asked again, "Is it the clone skill?" She gritted her teeth and explained to him, "Do you think that skill is an exception? Awakened skills are based on your innate characteristics. Therefore, they are easier to use than other advanced skills. However, if you can't control your mana, you can't even activate them in the first place." After explaining, Huang Hianha reiterated her request. "If you understand, then shut up and start practicing." Jong still didn't give up and countered, "Well, since I'm learning anyway, wouldn't it be better if I learned an overpowered skill right away?" He continued to put forth his idea. "You said that if I just know how, I can do it so. Wouldn't it be better if I learned the highest tier skill right from the start?" Huang Hianha let out a helpless sigh. On this side, Li Bear stated a reality. It sounds easy, but in reality, it's impossible. Senga shared the same thought. Of course, it's not that easy. Li Bear gave him an example for easier visualization. Just think about reaching the max level of the clone skill, for instance. He provided another scenario for Sangu to understand better. It's like expecting an elementary school student to run as fast as a professional athlete just because they were taught by one. At that point, the elementary school student would have to lament, "Oh my goodness, society is so harsh." Is it really necessary to beat an elementary school student? Even if you're given a magic formula, that doesn't mean you can immediately unleash the highest level firepower. Li Bear added another case. Of course, it would be a different story if you were born with specialized abilities for that. At this moment, an image of someone appeared in Sanga's mind. Shin Yong-jon. I wonder how he's doing now. He suddenly realized a problem. Wait a minute. Did you just compare my magic level to that of an elementary school child? Li Bear admitted without concern. Isn't that right? Sangu could only accept. I haven't come up with a reasonable rebuttal yet. Li Bear felt curious and asked, "But why are we suddenly talking about skill levels? Are you impatient?" Sangu replied hesitantly, "Well, I guess so." He voiced his doubts, saying, "And about my enhanced clone skill, I don't know why, but I feel like I've just reached a saturation point." The info panel displayed, Enhanced Clone Level 59, Permanent Effect, increases the stat reflection rate of the clone from the original. Current stat reflection rate, 70%. Li Bear also looked at the data on the info panel to see. It's a permanent skill that enhances the clone. Sangu stated the results he had calculated. That's right, at level 1. The base reflection rate is 50%, and every even skill level will increase by 1%. So, naturally, I thought that by level 100, the clone would be able to use 100% of my stats, 50% bonus plus 50%. He pointed out the anomalies he discovered, but that's not the case. After reaching level 40, the stat reflection rate reached 70%, and it hasn't increased even though I've leveled up higher. Now my level is 59, but it's still stuck at 70%. Sangu voiced his question. I'm wondering if you know anything about this? Liber explained, I can only read your skill's mechanism from the mana flow, but I can't predict beyond that. Sangu seized the opportunity to point and scold. Useless. You're the one at an elementary school level. Liber seemed to realize. So you're still holding a grudge about what I said earlier, huh? He used a magic circle to create a flame and began to analyze everything once again. But there's something to consider. That saturation phase is a common thing in magic. It usually appears in those who have practiced the same magic for a long time. Take a fireball, for example. The more you master it, the bigger and stronger it becomes. But at some point, the mana consumption doesn't stop, yet its size and power remain the same. However, if you don't stop and continue to master that magic, eventually, a new attribute will emerge. Like splitting to track nearby enemies, or compressing to create higher heat and stronger penetration force. Sangu listened silently to Liber's words. Your skill might be in that preceding phase. He let out a sigh, silently wondering, was I too hasty? Sangu suddenly stepped forward with a smile and placed a hand on number 4's shoulder. Now that I think about it, I'm always nagging you guys. It's the same this time. I just want to achieve results as quickly as possible. He said with extreme sincerity, I'm sorry. Please forgive your stupid master. Number 4 was completely bewildered, eyes wide at Sangu's unexpected attitude. Master. Liber closed his eyes and smiled contentedly, muttering to himself, That's right, Zhang Sangu, put in your best effort. Toiling diligently within your capabilities. That alone is enough for humanity to grow strong and constantly advance, so. Outside, Sangu had taken out a hammer, in the name of the brothers who always work hard. I've been racking my brain trying to find a gentler way to upgrade. Number 4 was still vaguely calling out, Master. Sangu decisively brought down a powerful hammer blow on Number 4's head, while muttering to himself, Normally, in most games I've played, people enhance items by attacking them with a hammer. After that blow, blood spurted from Number 4's head, and its entire body collapsed onto the ground right beside Sangu. Liber flinched, his face covered in sweat, unable to utter a word. He cursed in disbelief. You crazy bastard, what do you think you're doing? Sangu stuck out his tongue, his face excited. I'm currently level 59. It seems something will unlock at level 60. I can't wait. White smoke was still rising from Number 4's head. Liber tried to reason with him. If you keep getting stronger like that, who'd bother trying anymore? A message appeared. Physical resistance increased. Physical resistance increased. Seeing this, Sangu clenched his fist and cheered. I did it. The info panel announced again. You've leveled up. Strengthened clone level 60. Permanent effect. Liber's jaw dropped, asking himself, what the hell? Another info panel appeared. Additional effect. Clone now copies the armor on the user's body. Sangu stared at the information above. Armor? He turned his gaze towards Number 4, whose eyes were shining and who had sat up without him noticing, and asked, My clone will copy my armor now. At some point in the past, Liber asked worriedly, How are you, Jumper? He was standing on a high cliff, looking up at the sky and laughing loudly. I'm fine, I succeeded, Liber. Jumper excitedly patted his chest. I finally got the artifact that fixes all mistakes. Odin's tower has been completely conquered by me. Liber complimented him. You really did it. I guess I can tell you everything now. Will you come to Philadelphia? My office is there. In a place surrounded by thick smoke and dust, Gong Zong knelt on the ground, crying out, I finally got it. Jumper looked down at him from above, scolding. I can't forgive you. You piece of trash, toying with everyone's emotions. He exposed Gong Zong's identity. the system's pawn master. Upon hearing that, he became frightened, crying and begging, "No, I don't want to go there. Please spare my life. If you deal with me, you'll regret it." Jumper's eyes flashed as he swung his arm up. "Sorry, but I won't regret it." In his mind, he secretly added, "As long as I still have this artifact, that is." Then Gong Zong's dark figure was impacted by an extremely powerful force, separating his head from his body. In another scene, Jumper spat out a mouthful of blood. A voice echoed in his ear. How disappointing. The gigantic Leogardo glanced down at Jumper. "It's all right, but it seems to be lacking a little something." Lee Bear frantically called his name. "Jumper, no, run." Jumper's entire face became blank as he asked himself, it was a mistake. Was it too soon to face Leogardo? Leogardo grabbed the head of the person standing in front of him with one hand and swung his other fist. "With this, I will harvest 4 fragments of the 7 deadly sins." Jumper just stood still, muttering to himself, "Like the artifact, it's not working. Why is that?" After an unknown amount of time, when he glared and broke free from his thoughts, Leogardo, who had been standing opposite him, had vanished. Jumper panted, tilting his head to observe the surroundings. "Where am I?" Lee Bear asked worriedly. "Are you all right?" His voice echoed in his ears. Jumper didn't answer him, instead lowering his head to look at his hands, thinking, "Don't tell me. This is the artifact's effect." The scenery changed again, moving to another place. Jumper cried out in panic, then shot up abruptly. His breathing was ragged, his face was beaded with sweat, and his entire body became rigid, not moving at all. Finally, Jumper bowed his head, covering his face with both hands and letting out strange laughter. "A drink that makes me totally wasted. If it's real, I'll be the first to drink it." Sangu's eyes widened as he looked at the hammer in his hand. So, weapons can also be copied depending on the level? He recalled Arya having said earlier that a skill cannot be duplicated if it exceeds the user's potential. The ability to duplicate equipment is a unique feature of the clone technique. The fact that you haven't been able to do it yet must mean your skill can still develop. At that time, Sangu didn't understand what she meant, only looking bewildered, unsure how to respond. Now, in his mind, he silently confirmed. So Arya wasn't joking back then. Sangu glanced sideways and asked, "I'll have to see for myself if it's really effective. Now then, does anyone want to freshen up a bit after a long time?" All the clones standing on the other side cautiously shook their heads when they heard him ask that. Sangu scornfully remarked, "A bunch of fools who only know how to rely on others." A clone retorted, "Clones aren't allowed to be independent in the first place." Sangu clicked his tongue. "Fine, whatever. I'll just pick one at random." Lee Bear unexpectedly suggested, "While you're at it, why don't you try testing that out?" He put forth a hypothesis. What would happen if you unsummoned number 1 or number 2, the 2 who bear the 7 deadly sins? Sangu put his hands on his hips, looking at the clone in front of him and asking, "Right, now that you mention it, numbers 1 and 2 have never been destroyed, have they?" Number 1 frankly reiterated, "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be alive." Sangu flatly dismissed his words. "Quite the boast, aren't you?" Sangu then silently wondered, "I wonder if unsummoning them would turn them back into the stones they were once sealed in? Or would they go crazy and turn into a flying head?" He began to calculate. Seems worth a try. It's best to do it right now, while I'm still capable enough to deal with it if they go wild. The cooldown is counting down anyway. Sangu reached out his hand and asked, "Are you ready?" Number 1 honestly replied, "Yes." The archdemon closed his eyes in anticipation, chuckling twice. "Is this my chance to seize this body?" A notification panel appeared, announcing, "Unsummoning clone." Thus, the archdemon's soul in the 7 deadly sins took over the clone's body. The archdemon opened his eyes in confusion, not understanding what had just happened. He asked the person standing opposite him, "What do you mean by looking at me like that?" Sangu raised his hand and waved it, exposing his intentions. "Hey, I think I heard someone talking about taking over a body, didn't I? And there you go, you failed. The archdemon could only listen in silence as Sangu said, "When I unsummoned you, you just returned to being the sealed stone you were before. I've already resummoned you and put the stone back in its place." Sangu smirked and handed him what he had prepared. "But copying only the upper armor does look a bit odd, honestly. Here, these are your pants and cloak." The archdemon, extremely enraged, used all his strength to call out his name. "Yong Sangu. Let me tell you, I am an entity who has lived through countless eras. Only thinking of battles and conquests, none of your weak social norms can make me feel ashamed." Sangu teased him again. "But I saw you put on clothes so fast." The archdemon, while putting on clothes, argued, "This is just what your clone did." From within the spatial gate, a voice reminded the other clones, "Hey kids, let's eat first." A pot of delicious, golden glowing noodles was steaming on the stove. Sangu picked up a chopstick full of noodles, brought it to his mouth, and said, "Hey, after all, you're just a body split into many pieces." He asked curiously, "Don't you know anything about what's happening to the other fragments?" The archdemon calmly replied, "I have no interest in such things." He explained while blowing on his noodles, "The only thing I care about is battling the strong. Whoever holds a fragment of mine will inevitably seek great power. So naturally, they will automatically find each other." The archdemon concluded, "Ultimately, my reunification is only natural." Hearing that, Sangu scoffed, "I didn't know you had a talent for disguising things you don't know with flowery words." He sighed and continued, "Don't you get tired, fighting nonstop like that?" The archdemon looked at him and uttered two words, "Nonsense." He slowly recounted, "Since ancient times, combat has been the core of survival. In that era, it was natural for the strong to prey on the weak." Sangu squinted, listening to the archdemon. "But what about now? You couldn't even handle a fragment of mine, so you labeled it as the 7 deadly sins and sealed it away." His expression turned serious as he analyzed. "In the past, Earth wasn't like this. Back then, countless strong individuals could fight freely without needing something called mana." Finally, the archdemon concluded, "You are simply too weak." Sangu remained silent, not replying to him. After an unknown amount of time, Sangu suddenly made a suggestion that startled the archdemon. "Don't you want to fight a real battle?" He continued to describe his goal, "A strong opponent who won't tremble, even when you drain every last bit of strength from your body, fighting until you can't even breathe." Sangu smiled and promised, "If you make me stronger, I'll help you achieve that." He added, "I will become your strongest opponent." The archdemon didn't immediately agree. Lowering his head and smiling, he approached Sangu face to face. "Of all the nonsense you've spouted until now, that's the most ridiculous thing, and also what I like the most." The archdemon's voice echoed in the space, "While your clones search for rifts and deal with monsters." He reconfirmed, "You will fight me one-on-one." Sangu asked him back, "Isn't that much better than just spouting meaningless theories?" He affirmed, "I'll take everything for myself, both your void power and combat skills." Hearing him, the archdemon chuckled with amusement. "All right, give it a try." Then Sangu loudly commanded, "Archdemon, release the seal of the 7 deadly sins." The archdemon's eyes flashed as he repeated his words, "Release the seal of the 7 deadly sins, opponent." Sangu thought to himself, "Even back then, when I was much weaker than I am now, he fought an S-class monster, the Titan skeleton, alone. He took a blade from the spatial gate, thinking, 'I don't think I'll win right away.' Sangu suddenly remembered, 'But I have an advantage in physical strength.' He lunged into the air and swung his blade. 'I'm coming.' At this moment, Sangu had secretly decided, 'So I will confront him directly and leverage that strength.' After an unknown amount of time, Sangu was pinned to the ground by the archdemon's foot. He brought the knife close to Sangu's face and said, 'The score is 0. The archdemon's hand slowly reached for Sangu. 'I'll take this as tuition.' Blood splattered into the air, accompanied by a piercing scream echoing through the space. The archdemon stood upright, his tone full of confidence. "Don't be so dramatic. You'll improve quickly anyway. Or should I go a little easier on you?" Sangu, in pain from an injured eye, replied, gritting his teeth forcefully. He stood up with lightning speed, once again swinging his blade and launching an attack. The archdemon also reacted extremely fast, raising his hand to block his blade. At the same time, in another location, cracks appeared on the rocky surface due to an immense force, and the area was shrouded in thick white dust and smoke. Inside the desolate area, a man covered in injuries leaned against a pile of rubble, coughing a few times. S-Rank Hunter Saley sighed weakly, looking ahead and exclaiming. A giant foot stepped forward, accompanied by a voice. Leogardo Alexander disdainfully asked. He frowned in disappointment. Saley immediately looked up, Leogardo Alexander's words echoing in his ears. "Currently, the only ones I can locate are the Titan skeleton in the catacombs, or Jumper, I guess." At this moment, Saley suddenly revealed a piece of information. The Titan skeleton has already been hunted. Leogardo Alexander let out an, "You're almost dead, yet you still insist on calling yourself an S-Rank? You must have some kind of sword or a strange purple stone that comes with it, right?" Saley narrowed his eyes and denied. "When we got there, a hunter was already fighting the Titan skeleton." Leogardo Alexander probed. Saley immediately asked him back, "You think I'll tell you, knowing full well what you'll do?" Leogardo Alexander silently glared. Then he turned around and took out his phone. "You should have told me from the start that you wouldn't tell me." Saley, behind him, was startled and thought back at the battle between Sangu and the archdemon. The two of them were clashing wildly. Sangu panted, groaning to himself. "This is ridiculous. I can clearly see the trajectory of his attacks. However, every time I try to block, a sudden blow immediately follows." The archdemon laughed with amusement, looking at him. "It's annoying, isn't it? That feeling like all your thoughts are being read." Sangu raised both hands, activating his power, and shouted. The archdemon swung his hand, shattering his magic circle. "Ice and lightning to buy time. I won't allow it to be that easy." A powerful surge of energy erupted from the archdemon's body, shooting straight forward. Sangu's entire body felt like it was being incinerated. He screamed in pain, wondering in his head. Sangu propped himself up with one hand on the ground, looking at the archdemon in the air, wondering. Without him knowing, the archdemon had moved right in front of him. He smiled triumphantly. A beam of white light shone directly onto Sangu's face. Just as the archdemon's blade descended, Sangu quickly tilted his head to dodge. He glanced at the arm lunging towards him. 2-0, my butt. I get it now." The archdemon parted his lips and cursed. "Bastard," then assessed with interest. "You have an interesting strategy." An info panel appeared. Beast type, mage, bound to sensory data, sharing with reality. Sangu grabbed the archdemon's arm, exposing his trick. "Yeah, if you connect to the senses for a moment, you can know exactly where to attack, right?" Sangu yelled and swung his blade, landing a slash on the archdemon. "Even if you are one of the 7 deadly sins, in the end, you're still just my subordinate, you scoundrel." The archdemon was sent flying away. "This isn't exactly unfair, is it?" he replied with killing intent. "What do you think I am? Using all the skills you have isn't an option. It's a must-do." Then the archdemon quickly regained his balance. However, Sangu, sweating, looked at him and thought, "Did I see wrong? Did he just gain momentum from thin air?" Just for a moment of distraction, the archdemon leaped and kicked Sangu in the chest. The archdemon added, "That's still not enough, kid." Sangu, badly shaken by the kick, coughed. "Cough, cough. Why is the body of your clone so strong?" Just then, the archdemon was about to finish him off, but a notification sounded. "Report, another rift detected." So the archdemon spared Sangu, prioritizing climbing the tower first. Sangu quickly replied, "Agreed." A moment later, Sangu had climbed the tower. He stared blankly, mouth agape in surprise. Sangu exclaimed, "Hey, it looks exactly like the previous floor. Did we really climb up?" The archdemon replied, "Don't worry, I'm climbing. From now on, only the air will gradually change." But at this moment, the archdemon also paused and pondered for a bit. He sensed something truly is different. The smell of blood is getting stronger. Ignoring all doubts, Sangu reminded him, "Chop, let's go." The archdemon quickly turned back and shoved his hand into Sangu's stomach. Engrave this in your mind. Even a moment of carelessness can cost you your life. A real battle isn't a game. There's no such thing as a starting signal, kid. Sangu collapsed on the spot. "You coward, you ambushed me." Cough, cough. After that, their battle continued even after ascending to the new floor. While the clones dealt with the monsters, Deng Sangu's strength increased significantly, thanks to his constantly active monster absorption skill. The two of them continued fighting with steadily increasing stats. Thanks to moments of sensory synchronization, Deng Sangu could read and determine the archdemon's attack direction, allowing him to dodge and counterattack. Initially, it was just a temporary solution, as it wasn't a method that could be used against every enemy. It was just a desperate attempt to bridge the overwhelming power gap. However, that choice ultimately brought about a major change. Sangu gradually grew accustomed to reading his opponent's movements by observing their stances and reactions. As his predictions began to align with his opponent's actions, Sangu could increasingly dodge their attacks, even using his summoning skill less often. Next was the ability to absorb techniques, as he sensed the different powers hidden behind the archdemon's fake attacks and real blows. Deng Sangu instinctively began to mimic that fighting style. And finally, the method of controlling and operating the power of the void. He felt refreshed after understanding the mortal world. "Oh, so this is how it is? I'm gradually getting the hang of it." This battle is clearly enhancing Deng Sangu's combat abilities. The archdemon increased its power. Then I should move on to the next step, shouldn't I? You once didn't understand why my stats were higher than yours, right? A powerful punch aimed directly at Sangu. He quickly and surprisingly blocked it. That's because the power of the void can replace mana. For example, body enhancement skills that you guys call muscle. Sometimes, the efficiency can't even compare to a clone's skills. Meanwhile, Leogardo was reading the news on his phone. Hunter Deng Sangu has defeated the Bone Titan. He wondered, from South Korea? Then Leogardo started fumbling with his phone. "Where's the map?" "Ah, here it is, my location. Southeast, all right. Since the Earth is round, I'll get there just by going around it." A voice spoke up as Leogardo was about to stand up and leave. "Wow, look at this guy. What a massive body. He must have trained really hard. Huh, why train so seriously anyway? Everyone's going to die in a few months anyway." He walked over and replied, "If it's true that we're all going to die, then why are you still laughing?" These kids replied, "Because we decided to let go and enjoy the time we have left to the fullest, that's why. No matter what you've been through before, just let it go and come have a drink with us." Leogardo seemed a bit annoyed. "You've decided to give up, huh? Then you should at least do something worthwhile." Then they said, "You've come all this way, come on. Let's have a few drinks." At this point, Leogardo was furious and drew his weapon, threatening them. "How about it? Let's have some fun, kids." The group stood there stunned. "Aha," he said with killing intent. "Ah, right. I should be laughing like before, shouldn't I? Laugh. This is a festival, not a funeral. Scene change. Day 88 until Harvest Day. Day 85 until Harvest Day. Here, Sangu is still fighting the archdemon. At the same time, the system spoke up. Report. A crack has been detected. Day 81 until Harvest Day. Another crack. Day 76 until Harvest Day. Another crack has been detected." The archdemon glanced at Sangu. "TSK. TSK. We fought through dozens of floors already, and you still haven't figured out how to use it properly? You'd better hurry up and master it. You're embarrassing yourself." Sangu was a bit embarrassed, his face stiff like a peanut. "Hey, I'm only just getting a basic grasp of the void's power. You think a newbie like me can just do it right away?" He continued, "Hold on. Let's not talk about that. Where am I? Why does the space get more chaotic the higher we climb in Odin's tower? Liber replied. This is the true face of Odin's tower. From now on, it'll get even worse, but don't worry too much. The human sense of smell adapts very quickly. Sangu gritted his teeth helplessly. Damn it, I've completely lost my appetite now. Then Sangu's attitude changed. Even so, we need food to keep going. Let's eat, guys. After that, Sangu sat down to eat with the great demon. So, how many floors have we climbed so far? The great demon replied, about 1%. Hearing that, Sangu spoke up. If we keep this pace, everything should go smoothly. But it probably won't be that easy. The great demon was slurping soup when he saw something. His eyes widened. Sangu exclaimed smugly, "Ha ha! Open your eyes, you bastard. I've poisoned your food. The monster on the previous floor used poison, so I prepared a little gift for you. This is a counterattack, using void poison. Didn't you say a real battle isn't a game? Losing focus for a few seconds means certain defeat." The great demon calmly delivered a physical blow to Sangu and said, "Are you just showing off your poison resistance? You think that's effective, you idiot?" Sangu replied in pain, "It still counts as a success, old man." Scene change, at Kaisol's and his disciples' training grounds. Yes, he swung with all his might, and finally, a small achievement appeared. He joyfully shouted, "I did it." Then he showed Kaisol, "I did it, master." His master smiled encouragingly, "Excellent." Seeing this, the other two were somewhat envious. "Oh man, I'm so jealous. I want to create it sooner too. We have less than 3 months to train. We need to really focus. Come to think of it, we're quite lucky. Who knows when we get to learn sword techniques from an S-rank hunter again." On this side, Kaisol encouraged his disciple. "Overall, it's good, but your wrist was slightly off just before drawing the sword." He focused on learning. "Yes, master." He glanced around, thinking to himself, "Disciples, disciples, disciples everywhere I look." Kaisol was moved to tears. "Humph, Karen, you'd be so happy if you saw this, wouldn't you?" Before he could finish being moved, a cunning voice rang out. "Hey, I have a question. I'm not sure if I'm speaking in the correct native accent yet. I borrowed this bracelet in such a hurry, so I don't know if it even works." Leogardo continued to ask, "You guys, does anyone here know a Dung Sangu? If you do, call him here. I want to have a chat." "No, no. Saying it like that sounds a bit rude, doesn't it? I guess I should greet people before demanding something from them." No sooner had he finished speaking than Leogardo began with an explosion that blew a hole in the tin roof of the training room. Before he could say anything, an explosion like a flash bomb engulfed the area around Kaisol's training room. Leogardo clicked his tongue. "Oh, wow, you blocked that attack. That's quite surprising." "Huh." The other trainee's eyes widened in astonishment. "And Master blocked that attack for us. Who exactly is that guy?" "Wait a minute, he's the hunter who's been missing all this time, isn't he?" Kaisol wondered. "What the hell is going on?" He exclaimed, "Leogardo." The guy asked in surprise, "Oh, do we know each other?" "But it doesn't matter. Now, I only want one thing. Bring Dung Sanga here." Kaisol replied, "I don't know why you're looking for him, but I can't accept that request." The other students worriedly cried out, "Damn it, he's a high-rank hunter. What's there to be afraid of? We're hunters too, and we can still use our system skills right now. So let's go for it. Don't underestimate our power. We're high-rank hunters too, you know." Leogardo was utterly contemptuous. "Rank C, and you call that high rank? This translation bracelet of yours seems completely broken, but whatever. I actually prefer it this way." As soon as he finished speaking, he extended his arm, and a surge of power appeared. Immediately, the weapons and the space around them subtly warped. They were being sucked in. That was his ultimate move, enhancing movement capabilities. An elastic platform made of mana had been created. Leogardo exclaimed, "You think you can stop me with that pathetic skill?" That made him exclaim in astonishment. "Huh!" Before he could even wonder, all of Kaisa's students were crumpled into a ball. "Oh no, help!" Then he clenched his fist, intending to smash it to pieces. But how could he? Kaisa quickly stepped in to stop Leogardo. Kaisa spoke up. Don't even dream of killing these kids. You bastard, they are my disciples. Windbreaking sword, fifth form. He quickly unleashed a move, slashing an arc towards Leogardo. The ultimate move, bone shatter. Quickly, all the students were saved and fell out of that circle. That strange power has disappeared. Did we hit him? You think you can defeat him, you lunatic? Kaisa urged. Everyone, immediately withdraw from here and contact Lucas. Immediately, at the same time, Leogardo also spoke up. Ah, I remember now. The Sword Seeker, S-Rank Genius Hunter. To be precise, even though you're known as a genius, you're always surrounded by countless baseless rumors, like no one even knows where you popped out from. While Leogardo was speaking, Kaisa urged, Go now. Hearing him, everyone quickly ran away. Defeat him? You wish. You idiot, my master. At the same time, a group of people appeared just in time. It was Captain Miho along with others. We'll fight alongside you too, Sword Seeker. Kaisa asked in surprise. How did you find this place? Ugon replied. Haven't you been watching the news? Everyone's in a complete uproar because Leogardo is back. Even so, I don't understand why he'd come all the way to Korea. Meanwhile, Leogardo burst into delighted laughter. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. All right then. I'll take on however many of you come. With your skill level, I'd say you're pretty high tier already. Scene change. Sangu, meanwhile, was still actively fighting the great demon's soul. He thought to himself, Sangu has grasped a small portion of the void's power, yet he's still struggling this much. For Sangu to completely replace mana with void power, that won't be easy. But what if he combined both and used a void to support? No sooner said than done. Sangu immediately summoned power. 2 streams of power appeared. It finally yielded results. Sangu rejoiced. Ugh, huff. Finally, the power between us is balanced. In that case, aren't I at an advantage? My equipment's better, after all, haha. But the great demon wasn't just any ordinary foe either. The great demon provoked. Just you try. Sangu helplessly asked, Does that damn ability of yours have no limit, seriously? The scene shifts again to Kaisa and Leogardo's group. He's casually summoning power with one hand. Ugon, along with Miho and Gunt, are panting before this power. Huff, huff. That attack didn't even leave a scratch, damn it. Don't even dream of capturing him alive. That crazy old man already blew up half the city. He doesn't hold back his power at all. Seeing this, Kaisa understood the situation and proposed. Everyone, can you hold him off for me for a moment, just a moment? Gunt replied. I'm not even sure if the next move will do anything to that monster. But whatever, let's fight. Saying that, all 3, Miho, Gunt, and Ugon, simultaneously rushed forward, combining mana and compressed muscle barriers. Captain Miho, Ugon, and Gunt each unleashed their moves. Roaring Fire, Explosive Black Sun, Moon Slash. All 3 attacks simultaneously struck Leogardo at once, but they were nothing to him, as he compressed them with his left arm. Leogardo intended to throw them back. Miho was utterly surprised. Even that sword energy attack was blocked. Leogardo played with their ultimate moves like toys, and then controlled the firing angle with his right hand. After that, he threw an attack with even greater destructive power. One by one, they fell. He said, wouldn't it have been easier to bring out that Sangu fellow from the start? But Leogardo had not yet eliminated Kaisa, who was the main objective for their 3 sacrifices. Superfrequency Mata Core, Ultimate Technique, 1,000 Nights of Heavenly Slaughter. An attack towards Leogardo. He was struck and stood stunned. Kaisa seized the opportunity to continue attacking. Second form. Leogardo's foot was raised high, and Kaisa retreated to a distance, ending the move. He smiled as if nothing had happened, astonishing Kaisa. What just happened? Leogardo spoke. Well, I guess I don't need to use my left foot after all. With that, he stepped forward and punched Kaisa. He was sent flying hundreds of meters. Leogardo encouraged him. That last hit was quite dangerous. I'll give you credit for that. You've been rambling about your disciple this whole time. I wonder if your disciple will show up when his master is close to death. Kaisa lost all reason and couldn't say anything more. Cough. He thought to himself, I'm sorry, everyone. In the nick of time, another energy pulled Kaisa out of Leogardo's reach. That was Yongxian. I have to admit you're very fast. I was going to chop off your arm too, but I couldn't. He slowly and steadily lowered himself. Seeing this, Leogardo shouted, Kid, who are you now? He replied, I'm just a hunter, a normal B-rank hunter. With that, Yongxian brought his arm back and summoned a surge of power. It quickly struck Leogardo like his greeting to Kaisa. Yongxian calmly created an energy shield, blocking the shockwave. The smoke and dust dispersed, revealing a large crater on the ground. The man leaped out of the pit almost unscathed, still furiously rushing to attack him. Yongxian, unfazed, targeted Leogardo and used a skill. Stone Prison, level 100. Fragments of earth and rock enveloped him, accompanied by slowly rising flames. He clenched his hand, controlling this earthen prison. Crushing blow, level 100. The large spherical earthen mass began to shrink. When it reached its limit, it exploded in midair. As Leogardo fell to the ground, covered in injuries, he still managed to crack an excited smile. As he fell freely, he looked at him in surprise and asked, Pretty good, very good. Who are you? There's no way someone like you could be a nobody. Leogardo landed steadily and began to scrutinize him. Tell me, what's your origin? Yongxian calmly replied, I've already told you. His eyes lit up as he looked straight at the man and said, I'm just a normal hunter. The system displayed a notification. Great Sage, all learned skills will automatically be upgraded to the highest level. Past images appeared one after another. Sangu smiled and turned his head, saying, Hey, I have a small gift for you. Remember to use it well when you get back. Yongxian seriously asked, A gift? What kind of gift? He simply replied, You'll know soon enough. He arrived home, opened the door, and stepped in, full of questions. Why would he send me a gift? The world's ending soon anyway. A red liquid-filled bottle by the front door caught Yongxian's attention. On the bottle was a small note reminding him, Remember to drink it, bro. Upon seeing it, he couldn't help but be astonished. Yongxian held it in his hand, bewildered. Divine elixir? Young Sangu, how did he get this? He told me to drink it. Am I allowed to drink it? He gritted his teeth, making a difficult decision. Yongxian silently wondered, what if it doesn't work this time either? He pondered anxiously. Even we couldn't raise my stats, so what's the point of using this? What if a piece of trash like me wastes something this good again? The note fell as Yongxian was still in turmoil. What if even the elixir doesn't work on me? What will I do then? On the small piece of paper was Sangu's friendly message. If you dare to be polite or hesitate to use it, I'll stab you to death. Seeing those words, he felt enlightened and told himself, That's right. If even the elixir fails, then I just need to get up and keep trying. With that determination, Yongxian confidently drank this elixir. The old training dumbbells bore witness to his ceaseless efforts and training. Yongxian secretly resolved in his heart, if the elixir doesn't work, then nothing changes. I'll just continue to put in effort and strive every day, just as I've always done. After drinking it, his body began to emit a massive surge of energy. Yongxian struggled to endure the intense transformation in his body. The system continuously announced, Elixir detected. Commencing physical restructuring. Weak Sage. All stats permanently fixed at 0.2. Synchronization error detected in current physique. Unapplied stats have now been integrated. Physical strength, agility, endurance, stamina. A moment later, a huge explosion occurred at his building, filling the air with dust. Back to the present. Yongxian looked coldly at Leogardo and said seriously, I'm just someone who constantly strives to move forward. His current power stats were also revealed. Physical strength, 14,213. Agility, 12,365. Endurance, 16,761. Stamina, 31,250. Mana, 6,275,245. A blazing red flame appeared before the man, representing Young Xian's will. He asserted firmly, "And I won't stop because of that. I will continue to work hard and persevere, even in the future." Young Xian recalled the past. The first thing he felt when the limit was removed. It was these fireballs. They themselves were limited by my previous 0.2 mana stat. A colossal fireball appeared, seemingly covering the entire sky. He seriously declared, "Therefore, I absolutely will not allow myself to be stuck anymore." Leogardo looked up and exclaimed, "A beautiful sight." He stood up, directly facing the massive fireball, and smugly said, "But you've chosen the wrong opponent." Young Xian looked at the weakening fireball, thinking doubtfully, "Is that some kind of absorption skill?" He extended his hand and shot out 2 streams of energy light. Di Quang Ba shoots out 2 light beams with fixed trajectories, concentrating all light energy on the locked trajectories. A black hole appeared, absorbing his attack. Leogardo said contemptuously, "That entire attack strategy is a mistake too, kid." The space gradually warped, pulling Young Xian closer to him. Leogardo explained smugly, "My power isn't a form of absorption. Rather, it's spatial compression pressure." He felt his body becoming undefined, thinking in astonishment, "My body?" Young Xian was pulled very close to that black sphere, directly facing him. Leogardo raised his fist towards him and said, "Misjudging the situation in a battle. The price you pay is huge, kid. I truly pity your talent." But when he threw his punch, what he hit was shattered glass. Young Xian annoyedly spoke up, "Why so many skills?" Around Leogardo now were fragments of glass reflecting space chaotically. That was his skill. Spatial distortion, twisting space to create a separate world. Young Xian, with a serious expression, prepared to attack and mocked, "You pity my talent? You think those few words will provoke me? I'm already tired of hearing it." A series of energy light streams shone directly into the isolated space he created. Miho, severely injured, lay on the ground, watching the chaotic battle nearby. The two were fighting incredibly fiercely. She observed the situation, thinking in disbelief, "Am I dreaming? That hunter, isn't that Shin Young Xian? How can that kid fight on par with Leogardo?" Miho worriedly tried to get up, but coughed up a mouthful of blood due to her injuries. In her head, she urgently thought, "He won't be able to last long. I must help him quickly." She could only remain motionless, despairingly telling herself, "My body, I can't move." Scully appeared from somewhere, approaching Miho and complaining, "Why is it every time I see you guys, everyone's just lying in a heap like that?" He used his healing power while annoyedly questioning, "Am I providing free medical treatment or something? I swear this is the last time I listen to that bastard champer." Scully lazily said, "Get up, comrades. I'm not fighting that monster." The scene shifts to the battle between Sangu's clones and the monsters. Number 2 powerfully gripped the maw of a ghost-like monster, intending to destroy it. After dealing with it, he gently tossed it aside. The monster corpses destroyed by Number 2 had piled up into a mountain. He felt power spreading through his body. The system announced at this moment, activating the monsterization process. Stats increased. Stats increased. Suddenly, a violent tremor attracted Number 2's attention. An explosion occurred right next to him, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The great demon, currently under Sangu's attack, lay motionless, listening to his taunts. "How does it feel? What are you going to do now?" Sangu excitedly said, "I need to train to get stronger." "Do you need me to call Number 2 to give you a hand?" The system has also announced, "You have leveled up and upgraded the clone skill, level 70. Added effects, clones will be equipped with the lower part of the equipment, pants, similar to the user." The scene shifts to a beautiful, poetic prairie. Veda happily laughed and said, "I didn't think I'd ever receive such good news." She excitedly wiggled her ears and said, "Lee Bear has finally returned." Karen spoke more calmly. "How long has he been traveling since he left here?" "Many years have passed, haven't they, before this peaceful, sunny, and windy scene?" A series of questions arose in her mind. Was there something in Tyburn that displeased him? Food wasn't scarce. Everything was peaceful and almost complete. Will Master return with him? Veda, in a very good mood, said, "Anyway, it's good to still hear news of him after all these years." That she, Elisa, should be thanked for always relaying information to us. Sammy spoke up, denying. No, she's not Elisa. Bitchan also chimed in. That's right. She's just the supervisor of this place. Karen suddenly said coldly, "But why does she have to supervise? Didn't Elisa die in that place a very long time ago?" A signal transmission tower in the city suddenly exploded. The system, in the form of Elisa, urgently announced, detecting damage in Area B24 due to an overload error. Another replica also exclaimed in panic, "Damn it, not again." It began opening a teleportation gate, saying, "I'll be right back." The remaining system began analyzing the cause. It seems they've remembered something that should have been deleted from their memory before. Was it a mistake to appear before them using Elisa's image? But I really wanted to tell them about Liber. It stood before the experiment chamber, wondering aloud. I was so careful managing all data and information related to Elisa, wasn't I? Well, anyway, as long as Lord Liber returns quickly, that's all that matters. The system smiled brightly and happily said, "The reunion between Lord Liber and Elisa. Just thinking about it, I can't help myself. How wonderful it will be to witness their reunion with my own eyes." A surge of energy descended upon Karen's group. It said to everyone, "Before that happens, I sincerely apologize to everyone." Immediately, they lost their memories. Karen asked confusedly, "Huh, what were we just talking about?" Sammy replied, "That picnic the other day. That was really fun." She also replied casually, "And all the food we brought that day." Only Bray Mouse was suspicious of the pressure he had just felt. Zhang Zian calmly unleashed a beam of energy towards Liagato. Thunder Spirit Crystal Mirror. Immediately after, another attack followed, causing a huge explosion. Thundercloud Pool. He continuously moved to dodge, secretly thinking to himself, "What's going on? Something's not quite right." Liagato, facing his overwhelming aura, was not afraid at all. Instead, he calmly said, "Your combat experience doesn't match your skills at all. The number of skills you possess is ridiculously high." In the very next second, his words seemed to strike a nerve, causing Zhang Zian to momentarily falter. But at the crucial moment, you don't utilize them correctly. Liagato continued to gracefully dodge the attacks, gradually closing the distance with him. He taunted smugly, "In the end, even with so many powerful skills, you can't inflict a fatal blow on me. You must be frustrated, aren't you? So frustrated that you fight more and more thoughtlessly. What a pathetic guy." Very quickly after, Liagato teleported behind Zhang Zian. Much to his surprise, he smiled and stated his guess. "You've never participated in a real battle, have you? Am I right?" Immediately, a shockwave appeared at the location of the two. Kale and Miho's group appeared from somewhere. He used his sword to block one of Liagato's punches and said, "Lack of experience can be made up for. Talk less and fight me instead, Liagato." "Liagato!" Scully called out from a distance. "Hey," he said, leisurely sitting on a rooftop a short distance away. "Don't come running over here unless you've lost an arm or a leg. I don't treat any other cases besides those two. Go on and fight your best, everyone." The scene shifts to a room filled with documents. An angry shout rang out. "Damn it! Why South Korea out of all countries to cause trouble? South Korean Peninsula." Defense Minister Go Tae-suk slammed the table, standing up in disbelief and exclaiming, "How can someone who's been missing for so long suddenly reappear now?" Bo hurried in to report. "I report on the current situation. High-level hunters, including the Sword Sage, are still fighting Liagato." He exclaimed in shock, "What? How long has it been? And the battle still hasn't ended?" He asked abruptly, "Support units are all in position. Should we deploy them now?" Tae-suk wondered, "Where's the battle taking place?" Bok replied, "It's an empty lot, Minister, but if it expands by a 500-meter radius, It will be a densely populated residential area. Evacuation orders have already been issued. He struggled to make the final decision. Those policies were originally prepared for Harvest Day. Then the decision Tae-suk made was almost shocking. Prepare combat missiles, high-power warheads. He affirmed, no matter how strong he is, he's still just a human. Scene shift. Sangu screamed in pain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He propped his sword on the ground, gasping for breath. Didn't I tell you, you bastard? With that little strength, you can't defeat this guy. The great demon was now pinned to the wall by sharp stone spikes. Sangu said smugly, "That's the 354th time." Despite the provocation, he only smiled in response. He began to think, is it because of the limited stats of the clone? Number 1's power panel appeared. Can only use a maximum of 70% of basic stats. Main body 1, 10, 100, 1000 corresponds to clone, 0.7, 770, 700 with a difference of 0.3, 30, 300 in order. He secretly calculated. That means the stronger he is, the greater the power difference will be. Not to mention, he also reinforces his body with void energy. The great demon, despite his body covered in wounds, calmly rose from the restraint. He praised, "Not bad. I'm glad you're not an idiot." The great demon stomped on the ground, creating a thrust that sent surrounding rocks and soil flying. He appeared before Sangu in a flash, which instinctively frightened Sangu. He exclaimed, "Oh my God, this madman! How can he still move with all those holes in his body?" He tried to block the great demon's attack. The great demon also laughed dangerously and said, "Congratulations on your first victory. How about a short break?" Hearing this, Sangu sighed in relief and plopped down onto the ground. Seeing that, he just coldly said, "If you die, I'll be screwed too. So take a break." Sangu lay on the ground, too tired to speak. "I'm dead tired. Right now I just want to sprawl on a bed and sleep for a long time." At this moment, number 2 walked closer and called out, "Master." He seriously reported, "The rift leading to the next floor has been found." Sangu sat up excitedly and replied, "Awesome, I heard the next floor is all beds. You should rest too, number 2. I think you've killed quite a lot already." A spatial door opened right next to them. He ordered, "For now, let's go up to the next floor, shower, and find something to eat first." Number 2 answered clearly, "Yes." Sangu carefully extended his hand towards the spatial gate, and a source of energy began to radiate. Immediately, a stream of memories flowed into his mind. An image of a pair of trembling, sweat-soaked hands appeared. A low, echoing reminder sounded, "At least from now on, if you want to go back, you can make that dream come true anytime." Sangu snapped out of the vision. He was astonished and silent for a moment, unable to speak. What did I just see? What was that memory? Returning to the battle between Legato and Zhang Xian's group, the fight was still incredibly intense. Facing their pressurized attack, he still sneered casually. "Too weak." Legato released the power within his body, creating extreme pressure that compressed the space, forcing them to retreat. He triumphantly shouted, "That's not enough to defeat me." Kale nervously looked at Zhang Xian and asked, "Are you all right?" He clutched the wound across his abdomen and spoke with difficulty. "Thanks to you blocking him, I can still fight." Scully, observing the battle from afar, couldn't help but think nervously, "Damn it, should I go help them?" In the middle of the battlefield, a series of explosions occurred around Legato. He turned his head back in doubt. "Won't?" he asked curiously. "What's coming?" "It looks like field artillery." Kale, still alert, replied, "It seems the army sent reinforcements. Is the army crazy to do that? There's still many people out there." Miho, despite his injury, also spoke up. "No, I don't think they're only using field artillery, because that wouldn't be enough to take down Legato." Army soldiers advanced from outside with supporting tanks, excitedly shouting, "Hurry and support the hunters." 2 people aimed their large cannons directly at Legato and fired. He vigilantly turned his head to look back. The destructive power of these two cannons caused the surrounding area to shake. A soldier shouted loudly to the crowd, "Everyone, please evacuate from that spot immediately." As soon as they heard the announcement, all three froze in shock. A ballistic missile was on its way, heading straight for this location. Miho gritted his teeth and said irritably, "Those idiots, that old Legato is faster than all of us combined. Do they think he'll stand still when he sees us leaving?" He began to nervously remind them, "We have to hold him back." Kale turned his head and asked Zhang Zian, "When the time is right, can you pull me out like before?" He replied nervously, "That skill is currently on cooldown, but I have a similar one. Just leave it to me." Immediately after, he leaped up and rushed off, not forgetting to leave a message. "I entrust this old life of mine to you." From the army side, the commander's voice still rang out, "Keep firing." Waves of dazzling magic bullets shot forth like rain. Skill activated. Shouts continuously urged them not to stop, to keep Legato inside. Each magic bullet that hit his body bounced off without causing any damage. Legato said impatiently, "How annoying. I originally intended to spare you ants." He summoned a black sphere like a deep void that distorted space. Legato warned, "But if you keep blocking my way like this..." While he was uttering threats, in an instant Kale seized an opening and lunged to attack. Legato, who was speaking, had to stop. "Then don't blame me for being rough." From the army's side, the commander hastily urged, "Keep firing." A soldier shouted a report. "The swordsman is too close to the target, commander." The two fought each other, equally matched. Legato said with amusement, "After fighting that young mage out there, I realized one thing. Fighting you is much more satisfying, swordsman." He grabbed Kale's blade, making it difficult for him. Legato sneered, "But do you know, your power isn't enough to decide my life or death." He confidently asked, "Tell me, what are your last words?" In response to Legato, he just smiled faintly and said, "There's something I couldn't understand when I came to Earth." Kale suddenly stepped back and said, "That is the technology of Earth's civilization." At this moment, rockets with terrifying destructive power appeared in the sky, aiming directly at the location where the two were fighting and falling down. Legato still scornfully used his skill and spoke in a challenging manner. "Using rockets too? It's useless. Don't waste your effort." Before he could be confident for long, the surrounding space began to change. Once again covered and separated by lenses, Legato said in confused anger, "Hey, that's not fair." Kesol calmly stepped out from a spatial gate created by Zhang Zian and asked suspiciously, "Can that skill hold him back?" He, using serious power, replied, "Yes, but not for long." Zhang Zian, with a confident and fearless demeanor, spoke, "Someone once told me that if there's a gap, all you need to do is fill it." In the sky, each rocket was inscribed with an additional magic circle, transforming them into giants, increasing the size of objects, which also affects living beings. Immediately after, their sizes all increased exponentially. Kesol looked at the magnificent sight before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "My God!" The surrounding soldiers frantically shouted a reminder, "Everyone, prepare for an extreme impact." A barrage of rockets aimed at Legato was about to reach its target, with his doubt, "Will this work?" After a struggle, he managed to escape Zhang Zian's restraint. Legato said disdainfully, before realizing what he was about to face, "This distorted space can't contain me, huh?" Just as he regained his composure, right before his eyes was a colossal rocket with ultimate power, heading straight for him. Right after, a thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. The ground couldn't withstand this destructive power and cracked into small pieces. The soldiers right nearby were also affected. "The ground is shaking. Everyone quickly lie down." A protective shield appeared. It was the super interdimensional shield. Seeing this, those soldiers wondered, isn't its destructive power beyond what headquarters predicted? It seems those ballistic missiles grew larger upon impact. Luckily, the shield blocked them. Otherwise, the residential area would have been affected. Where Legato was, the ground was ravaged, Thick smoke and dust filled the air. No one could be seen. Kaisol hadn't finished speaking. That guy was defeated. When Miho quickly covered his mouth. "Don't speak yet. You'll jinx it." Then a silent space enveloped the area, and from beneath the smoke, dust, and pockmarked ground, a light shot upwards. Observing from above, Scully panicked. "Oh no, it's completely ruined. I have to leave here immediately." He cried out, "If anyone still wants to live, get out of here quickly." Everyone was confused after hearing this warning. Why? Scully reminded them once more. "I've already warned you guys. If you don't want to face an even stronger monster, then run from here now." As soon as he finished speaking, Legato appeared, his head rising like a super scion. "It's been a long time." He cried out excitedly. "Since I was able to use my true power." The system displayed a monster warning, elemental burst. When subjected to a sufficient impact force, the skill will activate, transforming absorbed energy into fuel to enhance the user's basic abilities. Everyone froze immediately upon seeing what happened. They witnessed firsthand a man still completely unharmed after taking a direct hit from a rocket, an inexplicable absurdity. But the main reason they were immobilized was the energy radiating from that man, a powerful and oppressive energy that no other monster could match. Just as everyone was about to attack again, he extended his fist, compressing the air to its limit. Fire blazed around the attack, creating a dazzling stream of light. The attack seemed to swallow everyone whole. The sound ripped through the sky, and Zhang Zian was stunned. With just one punch. Looking at the brutal reality before him, he felt defeated. "We've lost. We can't beat this monster." At least Zhang Zian had to get everyone out of here. Legato lunged forward like lightning. "Farewell, little ants. If you had just handed over Zhang Sangu to me from the beginning, then I wouldn't have needed all this trouble." A footprint appeared on Legato's face and kicked him far away, sending Legato flying into a large rock. Scully's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Have a chance." Miho was equally surprised. "Huh, who's that?" Yugon laughed confidently. "Ha ha ha. That's Zumper. He appeared to save us from a visible defeat. You guys missed me, didn't you?" Legato was still unharmed. He burst out laughing. "Ah ha ha ha, Zumper. I haven't settled the score with you yet." Like the flash, Zumper swiftly jumped and kicked him in the shoulder. "You're too noisy." Followed by other rapid spinning attacks. "I'm not here to fight a boring battle." Legato was being thrashed, unable to defend himself. He angrily threw a punch, crying out as he built momentum. At this moment, Legato suddenly flinched and opened his mouth in surprise. Zumper was no different either. A moment of silence passed between the two. Legato then smirked. "Ha ha ha." Zumper stepped back, he asked, "Lucas, what the hell are you exactly?" He replied, "What am I, you ask? I am the strongest among humanity." Saying that, Zumper landed another kick on Legato. A blinding light, too dazzling to see through, erupted between the two of them. A massive explosion followed, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. After that, a silent shipment broke out between the two of them. Then Zumper spoke up. "But that's still not enough. Someone like me doesn't deserve that title. The person who can overcome all challenges and answer all questions in the future must surely be far superior to both me and you. So why don't we cooperate?" Scene change on Sangu's side and his clones. "Oh my God, there isn't even a bed here." Suddenly a memory appeared in Sangu's mind. "At least, if you're willing to come back, you can. You can make your dreams come true." Thinking this, he wondered, what was that memory about? That hunter looked very similar to Sir Bakhon. Then he asked, "You really don't have any information about those grates and slabs, do you? So, do you know the hunter Bakhon?" The great demon asked back, "Is that the name of the one who's about to die by my hand?" Sangu replied in disappointment, "What did I expect from this brain-dead idiot?" Then Sangu sought other help. "Liber, you saw it, didn't you? You're directly connected to me, so you must have seen it, right?" Liber heard that and grunted, then replied, "What are you talking about? What about the hunter Bakhon? Sangu was surprised. He didn't see it either? Liber replied, what exactly did you see? Then he continued, I understand. The moment you made contact with a dimensional rift, I sensed an energy source. It might be a resonance phenomenon between the Great Sin slabs. Sangu replied, you mean it doesn't work with other rifts? Only that one? Liber explained, you've only just begun to control the power from the void. Anyway, it's just my guess, but perhaps you sense the lingering traces of void power from the hunter Bakhon's comrade within the rift. Liber wondered, what kind of memory did you see? Sangu replied, perhaps this memory is from when he first acquired the Great Sin slab, but he didn't look happy. At this moment, something made Sangu stop the conversation and turn around. A voice rang out, startling him. Ooh la la, we finally meet. It was Zumper with Legato. Sangu, we promised to meet at the top of the tower, so why are you still here? Legato couldn't wait and spoke up. Let's go. Then both of you will die by my hand. At the same time, the other clones came to block Legato's attack. He smirked dangerously. Repulsion. All the clones were sent flying away by Legato's move. But surprisingly, Legato then knelt at Zumper's feet. Why don't you just kill me? Zumper replied, that Senga guy's development speed is slower than I thought. I plan to use some provoking tactics, but it probably won't work. I've really been too reckless with him. Don't you think he needs special training? You're very suitable to train him. Legato thought to himself, annoyed. How dare he treat me like a dummy to train others? Now he decided to go along with his plan. As long as he could kill Zung Sangu and absorb the Great Sin slabs, it would be great. Meanwhile, Sangu groaned. Oh, my back. I finally found a bed. Come to think of it, this bed's always been with me, hasn't it? Young clone, I'm just denying my reality. Number one exclaimed. What nonsense are you talking about? Sangu sat up, sweating. Is that Legato? The one holding 3 pieces of the Great Sin slate? Number one said, that's right. This is an opportunity for both of us. Sangu was apprehensive. Can we win? The great demon replied, you asked the wrong question, idiot. You should ask, is it time to die? Sangu thought about it, then immediately exclaimed, what the F***? Then he continued, calling you a shit brain isn't wrong at all. So, if I don't want to die here, I'll have to beat him. Legato confidently said, if I kill you, I'll have all 5 pieces of the Great Sin slate. Sangu retorted, you're crowing too soon. Do you think I'm an easy target?